At 38, Yu Tiancheng was laid off, crushed under the weight of mortgage and car payments, and to top it all off, his fiancée ran off with someone else, taking his 800,000 yuan with her. Fueled by bitterness and regret, he was reborn at 17. Now back in high school, he realized senior year wasn't so dull after all. The sky was still blue, the campus beauty still radiant and captivating, and his parents still loved him more than anything. Since life had given him a fresh start, this time around, Head lived boldly, freely, and without regrets. Chapter 1. You doing all right down there? Tiancheng, you're a good man. Thank you so much for taking such great care of me over the past year. I've thought long and hard about it, but I still can't accept your proposal. I've decided to go back to him. Because I'm pregnant. The baby is his, and I don't want my child born with someone else's surname. I'm borrowing the 800,000 yuan you prepared as bride price. I'll pay you back someday. My whole family will be grateful to you. On the expressway, 38-year-old Yu Tiancheng stared at the 12-inch car display screen as message after message popped up relentlessly. His head throbbed like it was splitting open. Wasn't there a saying, when career fails, love succeeds? Yet here he was just laid off, and now suddenly a father tobe. Only the mother didn't even want the kid to carry his name. Double whammy from life. How's that for irony? A pathetic simp. A hopeless doormat. In the end, he got absolutely nothing. If there's a next life, he swore only an idiot would ever be a simp again. Right now, all Yu Tiancheng wanted was to get his 800,000 yuan back. He couldn't figure it out how come his bank card, which flagged transfers over 5,000 yuan as suspicious, could so easily transfer 800,000 in someone else's hands. Was it just because her boyfriend worked as a loan officer at the bank? Beep, beep, beep. Behind him, a dump truck honked like a madman. Honk your damn mom. Eyes bloodshot, Yu Tiancheng instinctively pressed harder on the accelerator. But misfortune never comes alone. Whether it was his own error or a glitch in the WM electric vehicle system, the dashboard screen suddenly went black. The entire operating system shut down and even the brakes locked up. The car froze instantly. Boom! A deafening crash. A violent jolt threw him forward. The world spun. So this is how it ends. A programmer like me, killed by buggy software in my own electric car? Jump, Yu Tiancheng. Jump already. A shrill female voice pierced his ears. Blinding sunlight hit his face. Consciousness slowly returned. Wait, wasn't he just driving? How'd he end up standing by a lakeside? He saw a girl in a school uniform, short bobbed hair, hands on hips, glaring furiously at him. This scene felt oddly familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Bro Chung, by Ma Lake has drowned people before. That phone's long gone. Don't be stupid and jump in. It's not worth your life. Beside him stood a skinny, dark-skinned teenager around 17 or 18, frowning as he peered into the murky lake water. Yu Tiancheng looked at him blankly. This kid looked familiar, too, but for the life of him, he couldn't remember his name. Tiancheng, that Sony Ericsson T6-18 my dad brought me from Shenzhen. It's the latest model. Cost over 3,000 yuan. If you dive in and get it back for me, it'll be your girlfriend. Hearing Yu hesitate, a long-haired girl beside the short-haired one spoke up sweet, pleading, with a hint of coquettish charm, but zero remorse. Yu Tiancheng slowly turned his head. The moment he saw her face, something inside him snapped. High school, 3 years. University, 4. Grad school, 3 more. Then 12 years in the workforce. Over 20 years on and off, breaking up and getting back together had been repeatedly used and dumped by this woman. Though her face now looked 15 years younger, less seductive, more innocent, knew exactly what kind of soul lurked beneath that delicate mask. Had never forget her name, even in death, Li Cici. Yu Tiancheng, are you deaf? Didn't you hear her? She said if you fetch her phone from the lake, she'll be your girlfriend. The short-haired girl egged him on again. Su Huiqiao, are you brain dead? It's not even your phone. Why are you barking orders like some rabid dog? This lake's at least 5 meters deep. Everywhere, even the shallowest spot, swallows you whole. No phone is worth a human life. The skinny boy snapped, then grabbed Yu Tiancheng's arm. Chinga, let's go, let's hit the arcade. Don't waste time on these lunatics. He was terrified you might actually jump in. We call for Yu Tiancheng, not you, Lu Yesheng. Mind your own damn business. Tiancheng, you've chased Cici for 2 years. This is your golden chance. Su Huiqiao kept pushing until she noticed Yu Tiancheng's expression. His eyes were blood red, burning with murderous rage like a wild beast ready to pounce. And then, instead of obediently diving into the lake as expected, Yu Tiancheng yanked his arm free from Lu Yexing and slapped Li Cici across the face with all his might. The crack echoed. Everyone froze. Dead silence. Li Cici staggered back, stunned more by the betrayal than the pain. Since freshman year of high school, Yu Tiancheng had been her loyal lapdog, bringing breakfast, queuing for lunch, buying ice cream in summer, hot water in winter, always at her beck and call. So how dare he hit her? But this was only the beginning. In a frenzy, Yu Tiancheng lunged at her, grabbing her throat and roaring. You bitch! Where's my 800,000? Give it back. 800,000? What 800,000? Li Sisi gasped, bewildered. What the hell? Let go, Chinga. You're killing her. Lu Yexing and Su Huiqiao finally snapped out of their shock and dragged the berserk Yu Tiancheng off Li Sisi, who was already rolling her eyes back, choking. What? Li Sisi collapsed in his sobs, terrified, humiliated, trembling. Yu Tiancheng, if you didn't want to help, just say so. Why hit me? Are you insane? Sisi, he's possessed. Totally lost it. Let's go. Su Huiqiao wrapped her arms around Li Sisibit when she saw Yu Tiancheng straining to break free again like a rabid dog. She yelped and fled, dragging Li Sisi behind her. He'll kill her. Let me go. Yu Tiancheng thrashed. Maybe from exertion, maybe from trauma, his head started pounding again. Gritting his teeth, he turned to Lu Yexing. Where's my car? Car? What car? We took the bus, Hiru, didn't ride anything. Lu Yexing stared at him like head grown a second head. Yu Tiancheng blinked. He looked around the scenery, felt both familiar and alien. Suddenly it clicked. Where are we? By my lake, obviously. Lu Yexing squeaked, backing away. Dude, are you possessed? Do you even know who I am? Who are you? Yu Tiancheng asked reflexively. Holy crap. Lu Yexing jumped back 3 steps. You don't recognize me? Are you some wandering ghost? It's me, Lu Yexing. Lu Yexing? But weren't you already dead? You doing all right down there? Yu Tiancheng did have a best friend named Lu Yexing, a private tutor who'd launched an offline education startup. 2 years ago, crushed by the double reduction policy and pandemic lockdowns, had lost everything in 3 months and jumped off a building. Yu had attended his funeral. Given his own memory of the car crash, was this the afterlife? But then what about Li Sisi and Su Huiqiao? Were they dead too? Something wasn't adding up. Bro Chung, please don't scare me like this. I'm fragile. Lu Yexing whimpered, tears welling up. Yu Tiancheng glanced across the street and froze. A giant sign loomed, Langzhou College of Arts and Sciences. And back in my hometown, he muttered to himself, then began walking aimlessly down the street. Lu Yexing trailed nervously behind. Greasy food stalls, blaring cassette shops, sunlight filtering through old trees. Everything felt nostalgically real. Finally, standing before a barbershop, Yu Tiancheng caught his reflection in the glass. Youthful, handsome, full of vitality. Next to him on the wall, a poster of the girl group SHN, a calendar clearly marked 2003. He finally understood. Had been reborn. Chapter 2. Pretending not to know me? HSSSS. Staring at his youthful face in the mirror, Yu Tiancheng sucked in a sharp breath. No mortgage. No car loan. No KPIs. No anxiety about falling from middle-class status. This is freedom. He turned, slung an arm around Lu Yexing's neck, and pinched his thigh hard. Ow. Dude, if you're heartbroken, don't take it out on me. But honestly, that slap was epic. I told you 100 times Li Sisi's no good. She flirts with anyone who's got money while living off your generosity. You gave her everything: breakfast, lunch, gifts, and she's been two-timing you this whole time. About damn time you woke up. I was so scared you'd actually jump in. If you drowned, how would I face Mr. and Mrs. You? Tears streamed down Lu Yexing's face as he rubbed his leg, but he gave you a thumbs up. Puffed. Don't talk like that no more, dying nonsense. I'm done. Whatever I couldn't let go of, someone else already got into. Li Sisi? She's nothing. From today on, no women in my heart, but crowds around me. Yu Tiancheng stretched his arms wide. The air tasted sweet. You couldn't let go, but someone else already got into it? Bro Chung, that line's deep. Lu Yexing's eyes sparkled as if enlightenment had struck. Yu Tiancheng just shrugged. To a 40-year-old man reborn into 2003, even a throwaway meme from the future felt like divine wisdom. So what were we supposed to do again? He asked. The internet CAF. Legend of Mir. Our guild's attacking Sand City this weekend. At the mention of gaming, Lu Yexing forgot everything else, grinning ear to ear. Now certain this wasn't a dream, Yu Tiancheng's memories flooded back. It was the first weekend of senior year 20 years ago. They'd planned to hit the arcade until Su Huiqiao called, luring him here to fish Li Sisi's phone out of the lake. In his past life, he had jumped in and found nothing. Worse, had ruined his own phone too. Phone. He instinctively pulled a tiny Nokia 8250 from his pocket, his 17th birthday gift from his parents, worth 2,200 yuan back then. Compared to smartphones of the future, it felt primitive but brimming with warmth and nostalgia. Bro Chung, let's go. To the net CAF. Lu Yexing bounced with excitement. I'm not going. I'm heading home. You go ahead. Before Lu could react, Yu Tiancheng hopped onto a passing bus and rode off. Through the window, he watched the cityscape roll by low buildings, street vendors, neon signs. All of it would vanish in 20 years, replaced by steel and glass. At Furong residential area, he stepped off the bus and glanced toward the poetry wall across the street. This stretch, soon to be hailed by Guinness as the world's longest poetic calligraphy mural, was still just rows of low-rise dormitories for the old motor factory. But in 2 years, high-rises would rise here and demolition compensation would be very generous. What an era of easy wealth Yu Tiancheng drooled inside. Even in Hunan, known as China's housing price valley, prices stayed flat. In his past life, had bought a 160 square meter apartment near Liuya Lake for his parents in 2018 at 11,000 yuan per square meter, Allen. 2 years later, pandemic desperation forced a Sally barely 8,000. He lost over 300,000 yuan. If even provincial capital Changsha couldn't inflate prices, what hope for Langzhou? Still, if I get money, he'll buy 2 units. Not for investment, just in case. Muttering to himself, he bought a bunch of bananas from a roadside stall, peeled one, and strolled toward his old apartment complex, humming. People like me should have lived gloriously. He tossed a banana peel toward a trash bin with a perfect basketball motion. Squeak. Just then, a tall girl on a pink bicycle basket, also filled with bananas, rode past. Plop. His aim was off. The peel bounced off her basket and landed on the ground. She planted one long leg down, stopping instantly. Her almond-shaped, peach blossom eyes locked onto him, furious. Who's this guy? Looks kind of familiar. Yu Tiancheng froze too. She stood at least 168 kmoval face, flawless skin, high ponytail swaying, dressed in a bright orange dress that accentuated her slender, porcelain white legs. Youthful, yet undeniably alluring. As they stared at each other, a sanitation auntie spotted the peel. Who's this? So uncivilized. Trash bin right there, why toss it on the ground? Old folks walk here, what if someone slips? The auntie bent to pick it up. Yu Tiancheng darted forward, snatched the peel first, and declared loudly. Exactly. Banana peels are dangerous. Miss, next time, don't be so irresponsible. The auntie glanced at the girl's banana-filled basket, then at Yu Tiancheng, and her expression shifted. But it wasn't me. The girl protested, face flushed, glaring daggers at you. Owning up isn't shameful, you cut in smoothly. She shyly apologized for her. See, I'm throwing it away properly. He dramatically dropped the peel into the bin with a flourish. The girl watched him, lips curling into a cold smile, but said nothing. Oh, if it isn't teacher, yes, son. The auntie beamed. Teachers raise such polite kids. You swell with pride, keep talking, Annie. But then she added, you're in senior year now, right? Your mom said the other day your grades aren't great, didn't inherit your dad's brains. Yes, smile vanished. Can you just shut up? The tall girl burst into laughter, eyes crinkling like crescent moons. Auntie, don't believe my mom, she was just being humble. I'm aiming for a 985 university. 985? Like peeking you, Tsinghua, Fudan. Yeah, if I get in, you owe me a red envelope. If you get into a 985, our whole neighborhood will celebrate. It'll give you the biggest red packet ever. As you chatted with the auntie, the girl watched his retreating figure in the sunset. Pretending not to know me, she murmured, a strange flutter in her chest. Chapter 3. The Divine Initiation in the Fuyong Community, Building 8, Unit 2, Room 302. Yu Tiancheng hesitated, lifting his hand only to let it fall again. Caught in a moment of indecision. Just as he summoned the courage to knock on the door, it swung open unexpectedly from within. He was met by a middle-aged woman, approximately in her 40s, clad in an apron and wielding a rolling pin, her brows furrowed in an intimidating glare. Didn't you go out to buy tutoring books? Why do you return empty-handed? The emotional turmoil Yu Tiancheng had meticulously prepared for was abruptly shattered by his mother, Wei Xiaoqin's thunderous reprimand, catapulting him back 2 decades in time. I didn't come back empty-handed. I brought you bananas as a token of filial piety, he retorted, braving his mother's piercing gaze as he stepped into the living room, where the television was broadcasting the show Divine Dr. Shalai Lo. His father, Yu Wenyan, was hunched over the dining table, fervently grading papers. Yu Wenyan was a history teacher at Lanzhou No. 2 High School. Since Yu Tiancheng entered high school, his father had taken to running tutoring classes during summer and winter breaks, and even on weekends, tirelessly grading an overwhelming number of papers. Yu Tiancheng vividly recalled that in just a few days, his aunt's family would come seeking financial assistance, likely draining their household's savings. Reflecting on it now, he realized that his father's sudden shift from a previously aloof demeanor to starting a tutoring class was not merely to improve their financial circumstances. It was highly probable that his aunt had already broached the subject with him. Yu Wenyan had a tendency to keep matters to himself, bearing burdens alone. Such is the nature of the world. When one finds themselves in need, they must relinquish certain dignities, ideals, and time in exchange for solutions to fundamental issues. Fortunately, during the latter part of his university years, Yu Tiancheng had an epiphany, promptly changing his major and seizing the opportunity presented by the rapid development of the internet over the next decade. He earned a decent income, secured loans to purchase a car, and acquired 2 properties, only to unexpectedly find himself at the mercy of society's relentless machinery, ultimately receiving a final blow from Li Sisi. Thankfully, all of that was now in the past. Who could have anticipated such divine favor that granted him a second chance? Upon noticing Yu Tiancheng's entrance, Yu Wenyan adjusted his thick glasses, scrutinizing the plastic bag in his son's hand, sensing something was amiss. "There is something for you too," Yu Tiancheng replied with a grin, tossing the leftover bananas onto the table. After a 20-year absence, one must bring a token of reunion. Yu Wenyan shot him a suspicious glance, finally registering that something was indeed off. This boy, who usually scurried around him like a timid mouse, seemed to have undergone a transformation today. However, Yu Wenyan was not an antiquated parent. He often took a laid-back approach towards Yu Tiancheng's studies, leaving most of that responsibility to Wei Xiaoqin. Therefore, the family dynamic exhibited a clear pattern of female strength overshadowing male weakness. "Wait a moment. Have you been at the internet cafe playing games? Did you return with bananas to silence me?" Wei Xiaoqin closed the door and confronted Yu Tiancheng, rolling pin in hand. "Not at all. I'm in my senior year now. I must focus on my studies. From now on, no one is to mention games in my presence. I am sworn against them," Yu Tiancheng declared, raising 3 fingers to the sky in a solemn vow. Yu Wenyan put down his pen, gazing at Yu Tiancheng with an amused expression. It was the first time he had witnessed his son speaking in such a flamboyant manner. "Humph, do you truly have a vendetta against games? And what about the money? Where's the money I gave you for the tutoring books? Show me." Wei Xiaoqin rapped the table with a rolling pin, ready to give Yu Tiancheng a thorough reprimand at the slightest provocation. "Here it is," Yu Tiancheng replied, pulling out a handful of colorful bills from his pocket. "Count them. $2 bought me this hefty bunch of discounted bananas. The rest is right here." "Oh, when did you learn to haggle, young man?" Wei Xiaoqin's sharp gaze fell upon the 4 10-yuan notes, a 5-yuan note, 2 1-yuan notes, and a 2-yuan bill. Indeed, he had purchased a bunch of bananas for just 2 yuan. "See, I'm not just following my mother. I know how to manage money." Yu Tiancheng subtly tucked the money from the table into his pocket. This was part of his startup capital. He couldn't let it go to waste. "Where were you this afternoon? Why so late in returning?" Wei Xiaoqin, slightly swayed by Yu Tiancheng's sweet words, softened her tone. "I went to the library to look at free tutoring books, memorized everything, so I saved some money," he replied, tapping his temple, unfazed by his own fibs. "All right. My son is growing up. With that frugality, he won't starve in the future. Now wash your hands. Dinner will be ready soon." Wei Xiaoqin shot Yu Tiancheng an exasperated glance, waving her hand as if to conclude the interrogation. With a cheeky grin, Yu Tiancheng sauntered into his room, collapsing onto his bed with a surreal feeling. He had yet to fully adjust to his current life. However, since he had been reborn, it was time to alter his way of living. The previous life had been exhausting, not just for him, but also for Lao Yu and Wei Xiaoqin, who had both toiled immensely. The only way to change the exhausting routine was to amass wealth. Any problem that could be solved with money was no problem at all. Going to the library to study tutoring books? Outside, Yu Wenyan regarded Yu Tiancheng's words with skepticism. "I know he is lying, but that is still better than being utterly ineffectual. The boy can talk his way out of situations. He'll certainly be fine in the future." Wei Xiaoqin peeled a banana, sighing deeply as she lamented. "With those grades, it's infuriating. I'm beginning to doubt he can even get into a second-tier university this year. And you, a high school teacher, can't even teach your own son well. He deliberately chose science to avoid my teaching. What could I do? If he had listened to me and chosen the arts, I could at least ensure he'd get into a top university." Yu Wenyan rolled his eyes, expressing his annoyance. "What good would that do? Even if our son struggles, he is still a science student at Yizhong. Yizhong, an 85% undergraduate admission rate. What does your school, Yizhong, have to offer? You only send a mere 30 or so to undergraduate programs each year, yet you act like you're something special." As Wei Xiaoqin grew increasingly agitated, she took a large bite of the banana, her eyes lighting up. "It's quite sweet. Oh no, my food is burning." In a flurry, she shoved half a banana into Yu Wenyan's mouth just as he was about to speak and dashed into the kitchen. "It is indeed quite sweet." As Yu Wenyan savored the remaining half of a banana, his gaze was fixed upon the door of Yu Tiancheng's room, seemingly lost in contemplation. Inside, after a brief repose, Yu Tiancheng rose from his bed and activated his antique computer. This machine, a gift from Wei Xiaoqin who spent 3 800 yuan at the computer market. Boasted an XP operating system, a Celeron 24 GPU, 256 megabytes of memory, integrated graphics, and a 17-inch Samsung monitor complete with speakers. Wei Xiaoqin was an exceptionally ambitious individual. All her colleagues had equipped their children with computers, and she was determined that Yu Tiancheng should not lag behind. Furthermore, old Yu's tutoring business had yielded considerable profits, making the purchase of a computer a trivial expense. However, this computer lacked games. It was suitable for browsing the internet, researching information, and engaging in stock trading. What a golden age it was. I must ponder how to amass wealth wisely. Yu Tiancheng powered on the computer, connected to the internet, and found himself momentarily entranced by the icons on the screen. It was 2003, a time when QQ was nearing 200 million registrations. In just 6 months, the Penguin would be listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. Curse it, if only I had been reborn a few years earlier, this fortune would have been mine. Yu Tiancheng felt as though a substantial piece of succulent meat had slipped from his grasp. Soon, he realized it was not merely one piece, but several. Various navigation websites had emerged, such as 123 and 265, while search engines like Baidu and 3721 were already in play. Ma's shopping site had been operational for 6 months, and even payment platforms were about to launch. Game forums like 4399 and 17173 had surfaced, and there were novel websites like Yuandian. Was I to rely solely on memory to compose a novel akin to Dopa? That would be exceedingly arduous. Yu Tiancheng muttered to himself. Glancing at the current popular games, Legend had firmly established its presence, while Ragnarok and Bubble Hall were trending. At this juncture, the most formidable turn-based game, Fantasy Westward Journey, was in closed beta, set to be publicly launched by year's end. Even the creation of game cheats had become outdated. No matter, the future holds ample opportunities for wealth accumulation. He clicked on QQ, and upon logging in, he noticed the application flickering incessantly. An avatar of a blonde girl was flashing. Her username Nwa Pao Pao, Wave Bubble. Another male avatar was also blinking, titled one word handsome. At the sight of these names, Yu Tiancheng immediately deduced their identities, Li Sisi and Lu Yesheng. His own username at that time was Langhua Zhong Yoyong, swimming in the waves. Given the diminutive nature of the waves, it was quite peculiar to swim without running aground. Yu Tiancheng muttered once more, promptly deleting his name and changing it to Xing, God, initiating the transformation. After renaming, he opened the dialog box of Yiger to site. Brother Chung, is your phone out of battery? You didn't answer my calls. Li Sisi came to the internet cafe looking for you, but couldn't find you. She was there crying and cursing like a madwoman, refusing to leave. After reading Lu Yesheng's message, Yu Tiancheng retrieved his phone to check. Indeed, it was out of power. He plugged it in to charge before opening the dialogue with Langhua Pao Pao. It contained but a single line. Yu Tiancheng, we are completely finished. Yu Tiancheng chuckled softly, typing in the dialogue box, as if you have ever experienced it. The response arrived swiftly, as though the other party were waiting right beside him. No sooner had Yu Tiancheng sent his message than a reply came flooding back. My previous actions were merely tests. Today, I genuinely wish to confess my feelings to you. Yet, Yu Tiancheng found himself smiling again, reflecting on what it meant to be an adept fisherman. With a bruised face, one would still think of casting the bait? How ridiculous. I must be off to eat. Outside, the voice of Wei Xiaoqin echoed. Oh, coming. Yu Tiancheng turned and responded. Splendid, let us sever our ties. I thank you. He swiftly typed this line, promptly adding Li Sisi's QQ number to his blacklist before deleting it. Women only serve to impede my financial pursuits. With that, he shut down his computer and headed for a meal. Chapter 4. Shall I gift you this piece of cake? At 6:30 in the morning, as dawn barely broke, Yu Tiancheng rubbed his sleepy eyes. Habitually, he raised his hand to the bedside, feeling the round alarm clock, which jolted him awake with a sigh. Indeed, it was 2003. Lazily dressing, he trudged out of his bedroom and glanced at the dining table. He recalled his high school days when, due to his early departures, Wei Xiaoqin would leave 2 yuan on the table for him to buy breakfast. However, today, the table was bare. Had she forgotten? Yu Tiancheng scratched his head while brushing his teeth when Yu Wenyan emerged from the bedroom, clutching a roll of tissue, hastily darting into the bathroom. Just as he entered, he poked his head back out. Is there something wrong with the bananas you bought yesterday? It's been a few times now. I ate them too. Why am I fine? Yu Tiancheng replied, momentarily stunned, his mouth foaming. Mom said that the 50 yuan from yesterday is your breakfast money for this month. You'll have to eat out yourself. And don't bring your phone to school. With that, Yu Wenyan slammed the bathroom door shut. Yu Tiancheng grinned. Truly my mother. I thought I had scored a deal, only to find out I had lost. After finishing his grooming, he returned to his room. sitting on the bed. He paused for a few seconds, then bent down to rummage beneath the bed. He unearthed a flat calendar wallet. Dusting it off, he opened it to find a scattered assortment of over 200 yuan. This was the pocket money he had saved from the smallest of allowances. In his previous life, he had forgotten about this wallet for quite some time, only for Wei Xiaoqin to discover it while cleaning. She had left it untouched, and it remained until Yu Tiancheng returned during the summer of his junior year, when he was teased by Wei Xiaoqin for it several times. Perhaps this is the back door I left for myself? He removed the money from the wallet, tossing it into a drawer before rising to head downstairs. As he stepped outside, a cool breeze greeted him, causing Yu Tiancheng to shiver, instantly invigorating him. Skillfully unlocking his bicycle, he mounted his Phoenix bike and wobbled his way out of the community, turning a couple of corners, and soon found himself near the entrance of the first middle school, stopping by a roadside breakfast stall. "Boss, 2 packs of soy milk and 4 circle-shaped pastries, please." After placing his order, Yu Tiancheng suddenly realized that he might have inadvertently requested a double portion. Goodness, how deep is my addiction? Has it truly become muscle memory? Just as Yu Tiancheng contemplated reducing his order, the boss cheerfully responded, 2 bags, right? Here you go." Trembling slightly, Yu Tiancheng handed over 3 coins and accepted his breakfast. As he entered the classroom of Class 9 in his senior year, the moment Yu Tiancheng walked through the back door, a wave of astonishment erupted. "I told you he definitely bought a double portion." Su Huiqiao nudged her friendly Cici, remarking, "This guy must have been possessed yesterday. His mind was clearly muddled, and now he must be regretting it deeply. Look, he has brought breakfast to win you over again." "Humph, it's too late for him to apologize now. I absolutely will not forgive him this time." Li Cici's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her cheeks slightly flushed and puffy. Unless, sitting by the door, Lu Yeshing let out a long sigh. Casting a disapproving look at Yu Tiancheng, he had thought this fellow had finally stood up for himself, but it seemed he had cowered so quickly. Everyone in the class was aware of Yu Tiancheng's character. He had been bringing breakfast to Li Cici for 2 years, while she had always taken advantage of his kindness, never clarifying their relationship. Their connection was ambiguous, leaving Yu Tiancheng lost in his own fantasies each day. However, after his rebirth, Yu Tiancheng paid no heed to the unusual gazes of his fellow students. Just as everyone expected him to present the heartfelt breakfast to Li Cici, he calmly placed the other portion in front of Lu Yeshing and sat down beside him. "What's this? Do you need my help with your apology?" Lu Yeshing's expression was one of resignation as he prepared to rise with his breakfast. "For you." Yu Tiancheng slurped his soy milk and chewed on the pastries, mumbling as he satisfiedly belched. "Huh, are you implying?" Lu Yeshing recoiled. "I'll eat this myself." Yu Tiancheng feigned an attempt to snatch it away. "Eat, eat, eat. If you're offering, I won't refuse." "So, does this mean I can count on you for my breakfast from now on?" Lu Yeshing asked, stuffing his mouth with pastries, crumbs flying as he grinned widely. "Dream on. Turn your head away, don't spray crumbs everywhere." As Yu Tiancheng spoke, a youthful figure with a ponytail entered through the back door, radiating vitality. After taking a few steps, she suddenly turned around, her gaze thoughtfully fixed on Yu Tiancheng. It was as if a spotlight had illuminated him. All eyes in the classroom followed the ponytailed girl's line of sight, converging on Yu Tiancheng. At that moment, he was chewing on his breakfast, and when he looked up, he found a familiar face standing behind Lu Yeshing, the very tall and striking girl he had mischievously implicated with a banana peel the day before. With a sudden gasp, Yu Tiancheng was taken aback, choking on a mouthful of soy milk that spewed out along with his breakfast, splattering Lu Yeshing from head to toe. Coughing, Yu Tiancheng began to recollect. Oh, no wonder she looked so familiar yesterday. She was the campus belle of Langzhou No. 1 High School, and his classmate, Tian Yu. "How dare you spray me?" Lu Yeshing, drenched in the aftermath, jumped up and turned around, only to find Tian Yu behind him, wearing a face of disdain. He awkwardly chuckled, Class monitor. You're here." Ignoring Lu Yeshing, Tian Yu gracefully approached Yu Tiancheng, a smile playing on her lips as she teasingly asked, "Classmate, don't you owe me something?" Yu Tiancheng glanced at the half-eaten pastry in his hand and offered, "How about I give you this pastry?" At that moment, a multitude of incredulous gazes bore down on Yu Tiancheng. Clearly taken aback by his audacious response, Tian Yu's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She swiftly swatted Yu Tiancheng's hand aside, exclaiming, "What I meant to say is, shouldn't you apologize?" "Apologize? For what?" Yu Tiancheng replied nonchalantly, his demeanor suggesting he would rather face dire consequences than admit wrongdoing. Tian Yu tilted her head slightly, her eyes narrowing mischievously. Then, adopting a dramatically sorrowful tone, she remarked, "Yu Tiancheng, so you've completely forgotten the events of yesterday, haven't you?" Her expression, reminiscent of a lovesick maiden rebuking a heartless suitor, ignited the curiosity of all the students present. Even Li Sisi and Su Huiqiao were wide-eyed, straining to hear the unfolding drama between Tianyu and Yu Tiancheng. Tianyu, the illustrious campus belle and top student, rarely interacted with Yu Tiancheng. What could have possibly transpired between them? Furthermore, the implication of some clandestine affair sent ripples of gossip through the crowd. As Lu Yexing wiped remnants of food from his face, he pointed at Yu Tiancheng. So that's why you didn't go to the internet cafe yesterday and hurriedly fled. Were you on a date with the campus belle? Yu Tiancheng and Tianyu on a date? The very notion sparked a flurry of imaginative rumors among the students, especially given Yu Tiancheng's roguish demeanor and Tianyu's forlorn expression. Li Sisi, feeling despondent, thought to herself, he hit me and then went off to date Tianyu? My prized fish have been stolen, and I've been cast aside by Yu Tiancheng? Her heart was filled with a storm of discontent, overwhelmed by disbelief. How could this be? What kind of person was Tianyu to even consider him? Surely, their relationship was not what it appeared to be. Though Su Huiqiao echoed her doubts. She too couldn't help but feel intrigued. Yu Tiancheng, what exactly have you done to Tianyu? Hurry up and apologize. Your brazen antics only serve to highlight your questionable character. A tall boy seated in the front row could no longer contain himself. He wore a crisp white shirt, had fair skin, and sported a center part in his hair, his expression one of evident urgency. Clearly one of Tianyu's admirers. He was genuinely curious about the nature of the incident between the two, prompting him to confront Yu Tiancheng directly. Yu Tiancheng, with a lifetime of experiences that barely reached 60 years, certainly would not be intimidated by someone unfamiliar. His expression darkened immediately, eyebrows raised in disdain. Who the hell are you? He only remembered Tianyu because she was the school belle, yet he had no recollection of this young man. The boy flushed crimson at Yu Tiancheng's retort, his fingers trembling, his eyes betraying a growing resentment. Yu Tiancheng, you are becoming increasingly unruly, even bullying Tianyu. As he spoke, he surveyed his classmates, realizing he was losing face, and began to roll up his sleeves, as if preparing to fight Yu Tiancheng. Nearby, Lu Yexing could not help but let out a derisive laugh. Zhang Rui, what's this, rolling up your sleeves just to show off your skinny arms? Zhang Rui shot a glance at Lu Yexing, puffing out his neck in irritation. Just then, someone rushed through the classroom door, altering the atmosphere entirely. The new arrival stood about 1.7 meters tall, with a broad forehead, thick glasses, and hair meticulously slicked back. He carried a hefty stack of papers in his arms and strode into the classroom with the grace of the wind. It was Hu Xinqing, the homeroom teacher of class 9 in the 3rd year. The moment Hu Xinqing appeared, the previously chaotic classroom fell silent. Zhang Rui, who was ready to confront Yu Tiancheng, instantly transformed into a docile kitten, promptly returning to his seat. The students who had turned to watch the commotion quickly stowed away their curiosity and began rummaging through their textbooks. Tianyu also wrinkled her nose at Yu Tiancheng before striding back to her own seat. We're in our final year now, so let us dispense with the pleasantries. Here's a set of papers for you to work on, Hu Xinqing declared, tossing the stack of papers down, which swiftly made its way from the front to the back of the classroom. When Yu Tiancheng took the paper into his hands, his vision dimmed as he realized, with a sinking feeling, that his homeroom teacher taught chemistry. It was a chemistry test. The first question read, in a closed container, a certain amount of H2S is introduced, leading to the reaction 2H2S, G, 2H2, G, S2, G, delta H 1698 kilojoules mole. The following diagram illustrates the relationship between the equilibrium conversion rate of H2S gas and temperature and pressure. Without even finishing the question, Yu Tiancheng fell into despair. He had long forgotten the chemical symbols and the intricacies of formula pronunciations. In any case, given his current state of mind, he surmised he would struggle to answer anything beyond the multiple-choice questions. This was a troubling predicament. If he faced the college entrance examination in such a condition, he feared he might not even qualify for the university he attended in his past life. Yu Tiancheng grimaced. For although his grades had been less than stellar, he had managed to enroll in a 211 university in central China, only to be assigned to a major in water supply and drainage. After 2 years of aimless wandering, Yu Tiancheng suddenly awakened in his junior year, realizing that his major in water supply could not provide him the life he desired. Consequently, he embarked on a journey of self-improvement, diligently teaching himself programming and ultimately changing his field of study in graduate school to become a programmer. However, the pressing issue now is that even if Yu Tiancheng wishes to follow a predetermined path, it appears unattainable. Given his current grasp of high school knowledge, it is highly probable that he might not even qualify for a vocational college. Living another life, he muses, Surely he cannot be worse off than his previous one. As he stared at the jumble of characters on the exam paper that he could scarcely comprehend, his head buzzed with confusion. Brother Chum, why are you selecting C for every question? Are you trying to lead me astray? Lu Yesheng, seated nearby, felt a surge of frustration as he observed Yu Tiancheng mindlessly marking C for the multiple-choice questions. Lu, who typically relied on Yu's answers due to his own inferior performance, felt utterly helpless today, as you seemed to be in a daze, akin to sleepwalking. Moreover, aside from the multiple-choice section, you had written nothing at all, leaving Lu to scratch his head in despair. Surely I can score 100 in Chinese, right? Should be feasible. My English is consistently decent. Scoring 140 should not pose much of an issue. But what about math, physics, chemistry, and biology? Can I scrape together 100 points from those? With a total of 340. Which university can I possibly attend? He lamented. Goodness, I have returned from the future, and if I fail to get into any university, won't the neighborhood Andes have a good laugh at my expense? My parents will surely lose face in public. It seemed that extraordinary measures would be necessary. Yu Tiancheng lost himself in these thoughts for an entire class period. All right, there are 2 minutes left. Everyone, please stop. Tianyu, kindly collect the papers and bring them to my office afterward, Hu Xingxing announced, glancing at his watch and addressing Tianyu in the front row. She immediately stood up and began gathering the papers from her classmates. As she approached Yu Tiancheng, she deliberately glanced at his paper. Upon noticing that he had only completed the multiple-choice section, all marked with C, a smile involuntarily crept across her face. Hey, didn't someone claim they were aiming for a 985 university? How do you expect to achieve that with half a blank sheet? As she perused Yu Tiancheng's paper, an unusual expression flickered across her delicate features, tinged with a hint of concern. If he manages to get into a 985 university, does that mean I'll have to enroll in Tsinghua or Beida? Zhang Rui, observing Yu Tiancheng's half-filled paper, wore a mocking expression, having kept a close watch on Yu and Tianyu, ready to strike at any opportunity. Many students around them chuckled softly upon hearing their conversation, fully aware of Yu Tiancheng's academic standing. Aspiring to enter a 985 university seemed as fantastical as a pipe dream to them. Yu Tiancheng, however, did not spare a glance at Zhang Rui and languidly remarked to Tianyu, "Are you genuinely concerned for my well-being? If I were to get in, would you consider being my girlfriend?" This statement plunged the entire classroom into an astonished silence, leaving all the students bewildered. What had come over Yu Tiancheng? Did he dare to tease Tianyu? Had he truly let go of all restraint? Tianyu herself was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond, while Zhang Rui beside her grew increasingly anxious. Yu Tiancheng, it would be wise for you to recognize your place. The future of Tianyu is beyond your reach. Do not aspire to something unattainable, like a toad dreaming of swan meat. Zhang Rui's spittle flew as he spoke, his expression a mix of anxiety and excitement. Very well. First prove yourself by getting into a 985 university, and if you succeed, I shall consider being your girlfriend, Tianyu responded with unexpected seriousness. At that moment, someone drinking water coughed, spewing it everywhere, while another collided with the doorframe, bumping their head without realizing it. The entire class was momentarily stunned, staring wide-eyed at Tianyu and Yu Tiancheng, unable to believe the authenticity of their preceding dialogue. Yu Tiancheng, taken aback by Tianyu's unexpected agreement, displayed a look of astonishment. However, given your current state, you have a long way to go. Would you like me to assist you with some tutoring? Tianyu seemed quite pleased with his unforeseen reaction, her face radiating pride. It was akin to two players engaged in a chess match, where she had been losing until she unexpectedly claimed victory, filling her with satisfaction. Tutoring? Yu Tiancheng mused that if tutoring were beneficial, he might actually consider it. Unfortunately, his current mindset resembled that of a disillusioned 40-year-old, restless and unwilling to immerse himself in study, which felt utterly torturous. Moreover, he had already devised a plan to tackle the impending college entrance examination. Nevertheless, he did not refuse. He was curious to discover what this little girl was truly capable of. All right, but today is not feasible. I have matters to attend to. Starting tomorrow, you will tutor me, Yu Tiancheng declared, nonchalantly crossing his legs. Yu Tiancheng, if you do not apply yourself to your studies, must you drag Tianyu down with you? Zhang Rui interjected, growing more anxious. Yu Tiancheng dismissed him with indifference. Tianyu, he is nothing but a rogue. You cannot agree to this, Zhang Rui urged her. What does that have to do with you? Tianyu retorted. I cannot stand by and watch you go astray, Zhang Rui finally managed to say after a long pause. Yu Tiancheng rolled his eyes. What do you mean by going astray? What? Do you have feelings for me too? Tianyu asked Zhang Rui directly, her candor catching him off guard, leaving him speechless. He was still a naive youth, too shy to articulate his thoughts. But I do not like you, Zhang Rui protested. Tian Yu rolled her eyes again, delivering a decisive blow. Mind your own business. Zhang Rui felt as though his heart had been pierced, and before he could recover, another blow struck, leaving him utterly heartbroken. With his head down, he slumped back to his seat like a defeated rooster. Yu Tiancheng shook his head in disbelief. It seemed Zhang Rui would take quite some time to recover from this encounter. Chapter 6. The homemade minigame school was over, and the excitement was palpable. The day passed swiftly, and as soon as the final bell rang, Yu Tiancheng dashed eagerly towards the bicycle shed, searching for his bike. Yu Tiancheng. A figure blocked his path. Li Sisi, move aside. I have urgent matters. Yu Tiancheng completely disregarded Li Sisi's attempt to speak, lifting his bicycle and heading in the opposite direction. The ploy was well known to all. What more was there to discuss? The only thing you are wasting is my time to earn money. My worth is substantial every minute, and I have no leisure for idle chatter. Just as he turned away, another figure obstructed his path. Yu Tiancheng. Su Huiqiao stood with her hands on her hips, her legs pinching the front wheel of his bicycle. Her expression, one of indignation. Sisi wishes to speak with you. Don't let such a fine opportunity slip away. I appreciate your concern, but my time is limited. Please, spare me any further entanglement, Yu Tiancheng replied, hands raised in a gesture of innocence. Yu Tiancheng, I acknowledge my oversight yesterday. I should not have asked you to retrieve my phone from the water, yet you should not have resorted to violence against me. Let us settle this over a meal. Consider us even, and we shall return to our respective paths, Li Sisi interjected, gently tugging at Yu Tiancheng's sleeve. Enough, Yu Tiancheng exclaimed, violently shaking off her grip. Li Sisi, I implore you, let us sever any ties between us. You have already consumed 1 minute and 58 seconds of my time. With that, he hoisted his bicycle and carefully maneuvered it over their heads, his actions reminiscent of avoiding 2 unpleasant obstacles, leaving their peers in astonishment. Even Tian Yu, who was unlocking her bike, watched with keen interest as Yu Tiancheng hurried away. Li Sisi felt a flood of tears welling up within her, overwhelmed by a sense of injustice. After all, Yu Tiancheng had pursued her for 2 years, always speaking softly and tenderly. Was there ever a day after school when he didn't follow her like a devoted puppy, showering her with warmth and inquiries about her preferences? Yet now, he seemed to avoid her at all costs. Such behavior was utterly unacceptable. What do you truly want, Yu Tiancheng? Li Sisi cried out, her frustration palpable. Yu Tiancheng set his bicycle down, turning to her with a cold, indifferent tone. Let us part ways, forgetting each other in the vastness of life. From this moment on, we shall lead our separate lives, and that is for the best. With that, he mounted his bicycle and sped away. Upon witnessing his departure, Tian Yu smiled subtly and followed suit, riding off swiftly. Very well, Yu Tiancheng, do not come to regret this. Li Sisi shouted at his retreating figure, but alas, he had already vanished into the crowd. In the computer market, Yu Tiancheng entered a shop that assembled computers. Boss, do you have a tool tray? I'll take one. How much for a USB flash drive? ID like one, please. He pointed to a Lanka USB flash drive displayed on the counter. 200 for the USB. The middle-aged shopkeeper replied, retrieving a tool tray and casually placing it inside a CD case, handing it over to Yu Tiancheng. Ah, the nostalgia, Yu Tiancheng remarked, glancing at the design on the box with a smirk. This is a newcomer from last year, a youthful prodigy. I have the latest footage here. What do you say? The proprietor said to Yu Tiancheng with a mischievous wink. He chuckled. Hey, if you give me a discount on the USB drive, I'll see if I can spare some cash. Yu Tiancheng grinned. All right, the USB is 160, add 150, and I'll throw in a disc for you. It's quite exhilarating. The proprietor rubbed his hands together, enticing Yu Tiancheng. I'll take the USB for 120 and throw in the tool disc for me. Yu Tiancheng replied. Deal. All I need is the USB, Yu Tiancheng chuckled. You're not selling anymore. The proprietor nearly lost his temper. Ultimately, after some haggling, Yu Tiancheng purchased the tool disc and the optical disc for 150 yuan. Upon returning home, he found the house empty. It didn't matter much. Wei Xiaoqin and Yu Wenin were indifferent to him. He logged on to Wanwang and used the last 50 yuan to buy a domain name. Big Chicken Game Network. Looking at the freshly acquired domain, Yu Tiancheng sighed. Selling domain names was indeed a lucrative business, but sadly, the opportunity had already been seized by others, and he lacked the startup capital. Restarting at this juncture felt like a blessing, so there was no need to be overly greedy. Clearing his mind, he entered the programming interface and began typing code with practiced ease. What he aimed to create was a web-based game. Everyone in the internet realm has a penchant for gaming, drawn by its immense profits without the risks associated with drugs. Yu Tiancheng was no exception. He recalled a wildly popular minigame from his previous life, called 2048, which took the world by storm in 2014. This game was crafted by a 19-year-old programmer over a single weekend. Such simple games are inherently addictive, perfectly catering to the public's entertainment cravings. Naturally, Yu Tiancheng had studied the code behind such simple games, making the task at hand effortless and stress-free. In less than half an hour, he completed the program. After a brief test run to ensure everything functioned properly, he embedded a concealed backdoor in the program, added 2 layers of encryption, and included a self-destruct sequence. In addition to 2048, he created clone versions of several other mini-games, including Bomberman, Tank Battle, and Yellow Blocks, packaging them together and leaving a QQ number and email address for contact after each game ended. He was uncertain whether these games would gain traction, but since they had been validated by the market, if just one became popular, he would have the necessary startup funds, especially during this drought of games. These mini-games held a fatal allure for game developers. Furthermore, the programs he crafted with the technology of 20 years hence were not merely games. He was targeting the wallets of certain affluent individuals. As for who would take the bait, that would depend on luck. He uploaded these mini-games to the Big Chicken Game Network and disseminated the website link across various prominent forums of the time, employing a sensationalized format. For instance, shocking. You are utterly unaware of this secret that can instantaneously transform your life. Astonishingly, this simple method can elevate you to the status of a winner in life. Unbelievably, this straightforward step can make a young woman fall for you. As a bonus, you might even receive a charming lady as a reward. Upon clicking some links, one discovers a simple game that appears on the desktop with a mere double click. It's easy to grasp and can easily captivate one's attention. In contrast, some links redirect directly to a gaming website. A selection of uncomplicated games is available to play at leisure, all free and requiring no installation. Afterward, Yu Tiancheng casually glanced at the registration process for the Informatics Olympiad. Chapter 7. Indulge in meat, devour more as a self-taught programmer. Yu Tiancheng's programming skills in his previous life, while not at the pinnacle, were commendable. During his initial foray into programming, he thoroughly familiarized himself with the various competition processes in informatics. In his graduate studies, he briefly served as a coach for informatics competitions at a training institution, also teaching online courses. He was well acquainted with problem-solving approaches for different competition types. In his own words, he could handle at least those problems. It was merely that he had not attended a prestigious school. However, after conducting an online search, Yu Tiancheng discovered discrepancies between his understanding and the current procedures. In this era, there is no entry-level CSBJ or advanced CSPS. Instead, one must directly participate in provincial registrations, which pertain to the NOIP category of competitions. This competition is divided into preliminary and final rounds. Moreover, the registration for the preliminary round is set to conclude within a few days. Alas, this cumbersome process does not permit individual registration. It necessitates assistance from the school. With only 3 days left to register, he realized he needed to act swiftly. Yu Tiancheng murmured in frustration. Coincidentally, Wei Xiaoqin returned home carrying groceries, peering into Yu Tiancheng's room as she entered. Upon seeing him shutting down his computer, she admonished. You just returned home to play games. Don't you realize you're in your senior year? Rest assured, I am well aware. I will surely achieve a place in a 985 university, Yu Tiancheng replied as he exited his room, snatching a cucumber from Wei Xiaoqin's grocery bag. Rubbing it with his hands, he bit into it with a satisfying crunch. Getting into a 985 school is one thing. If you could manage to enroll in Langzhou University of Arts and Sciences like your cousin Hao Juan, I would consider myself fortunate, he added. Wei Xiaoqin shot him a disapproving look before retreating to the kitchen to prepare dinner. What a jest! Could Langzhou University of Arts and Sciences possibly accommodate someone of my caliber? Yu Tiancheng scoffed. Wei Xiaoqin's cousin, Hao Juan, had achieved a local undergraduate spot in last year's college entrance examination, much to his family's delight. Whenever they met, he would boast, nearly driving Yu Tiancheng to exasperation. Now, you ought to think about it. Once I secure a place at a 985 university and become a billionaire, how shall I enjoy life? Yu Tiancheng mused, nibbling on the cucumber while leaning against the kitchen door, engaging in light banter with Wei Xiaoqin. I would be grateful if you could even get into a 985 university, let alone becoming a billionaire. She retorted, one day, I shall arrange a matchmaking for you, marry several daughters-in-law, and welcome a few robust children. Wei Xiaoqin, her face aglow, spoke with a feigned seriousness. Such is the extent of the old lady's ambition. Yu Tiancheng sighed, suddenly struck by a thought. Inquired, I have heard that your aunt's family is recently dabbling in some tea business, claiming to have made quite a profit. They even suggested bringing your father in on it, but I declined, feeling that such ventures are unreliable. How did you come to know of this? Wei Xiaoqin cast a curious glance at Yu Tiancheng. Declining was the right choice. Your aunt's family has a penchant for these dubious schemes. That fool Wang Yang, who chatted with me online, keeps boasting that his mother earns thousands a day. If such fortune were true, wouldn't they have amassed wealth long ago? Why wait until now? Yu Tiancheng scoffed. Of course, he hadn't actually been conversing online. It was merely an excuse to broach the subject with Wei Xiaoqin beforehand. As I recall, this weekend, your aunt's family would likely come to borrow money. My son was right. Your aunt called yesterday, either asking to partner up or to borrow 100,000 yuan, promising to repay 150,000 in a month. Your father even debated this with me for quite a while, claiming his sister wouldn't deceive him. Wei Xiaoqin expressed her frustration. Deceive? In a month? Do they believe they could go bankrupt within a week? Even a loan shark wouldn't yield a 50% profit in a month. My father only listens to their relatives' empty promises. This money must not be lent. It will certainly be lost. Yu Tiancheng deliberately raised his voice, just as Yu Wenyan entered the room, his face turning pale upon hearing Yu Tiancheng's words. What are you two discussing? Yu Wenyan asked awkwardly. Oh, nothing much, just wondering when you would take this family away, Wei Xiaoqin retorted, exasperated. Huh, what sort of talk is that? Have I offended you in any way? Yu Wenyan detected the underlying tone in Wei Xiaoqin's words, feeling somewhat uneasy. If your sister's family can make a fortune, why would you return to this shabby house to eat? Wouldn't it be better to dine lavishly with your sister? Wei Xiaoqin said with a huff. Finally, Yu Wenyan grasped the situation, retorting angrily. Wasn't it agreed that you wouldn't discuss this with the child? Why are you losing your composure? Do you think that by my silence, the child remains oblivious? Your sister's child has already discussed it with Tiancheng online. Humph. In their quest for money, they truly spare no effort, even involving the younger generation. How shameless. Wei Xiaoqin rolled her eyes, bringing the prepared dishes to the table, serving only herself and Yu Tiancheng. Tiancheng, dinner is ready, pay no mind to him. Yu Tiancheng cheerfully picked up his bowl, delighted to witness his father's dismay. In his previous life, his father had foolishly surrendered all their savings to the aunt for that ridiculous tea venture, leading to utter ruin. From that moment on, Yu Wenyan's mental and physical health suffered greatly, and he never fully recovered thereafter. In this lifetime, he vowed that he would never allow his father to fall into that pit again. It was a moment of discomfort, yet it was preferable to enduring daily distress in the future. Yu Wenyan, feeling helpless, could only serve himself a bowl of rice, mustering the audacity to sit down and eat. Meanwhile, Yu Tiancheng seized the opportunity to continue his admonitions. Father, the tea business my aunt is running is utterly unreliable. It is nothing more than a grandiose scheme, akin to a Ponzi scheme, no different from a pyramid scheme. Just look at the myriad of ventures she has embarked upon over the years. Delivering vegetables to the school cafeteria, only to sell them along the way to gamble. Opening a restaurant, only to squander the capital on gambling. Working at a fruit store, yet managing to incur losses in the accounts. How can one expect such a person to earn substantial profits? Moreover, if their family were genuinely raking in thousands each day, would they still need to borrow money from you? If they earned a bit more in a month, wouldn't all their troubles vanish? Just wait for another fortnight. If their business hasn't collapsed by then, I shall not hinder your pursuit of wealth. Yu Tiancheng's words rendered Yu Wenyan silent. In truth, Yu Wenyan was not a fool. He understood that if such a lucrative business existed, it would attract throngs, and it would be unlikely for his sister, who squandered her days gambling, to benefit from it. Previously, when he lent money, it was merely because he had been cornered by his aunt's family, and, in a moment of confusion, coupled with his irritation towards Wei Xiaoqin, he relinquished the funds. Once the money was out of his hands, he was engulfed in regret. However, the die had been cast. He had no choice but to swallow his misgivings. At this moment, after Yu Tiancheng's guidance, Yu Wenyan reflected and nodded, saying, rest assured. This money is earmarked for your university expenses. It will not be foolishly lent out. That's reassuring, Yu Tiancheng chuckled, exchanging a knowing glance with Wei Xiaoqin. It's fortunate you still think of your son. Without hesitation, Wei Xiaoqin placed a piece of meat into Yu Wenyan's bowl, exclaiming, 100,000. Just think of how much meat that could buy. And when your son marries, won't there be a bride price to consider? Even if it's just tossed away, it'll still make a sound. Oh, I'm not foolish. There's no way I would squander the money I've earned through hard work on others. If you doubt me, I'll hand over my bank card. Yu Wenyan, fearing that he might be easily swayed, promptly pulled out his wallet and placed his bank card before Wei Xiaoqin. Eat meat, have some more. Without a word, Wei Xiaoqin quickly pocketed the bank card and then added 2 more pieces of braised pork to Yu Wenyan's bowl. Yu Tiancheng chuckled heartily. With the bank card now in their mother's possession, it was unlikely that the money would be easily lent out. Chapter 8. It was deliberate. The following morning, at 6 o'clock, Yu Tiancheng groggily rose from his bed. Such was the life of a corporate drone, a habit cultivated since his school days. Fuel for the grind. One who was born into a world without holidays. After muttering a few complaints, he splashed his face with cold water, instantly awakening. He hopped on his bicycle and swiftly made his way to the local Winxiang rice noodle shop. Boss lady, 1 bowl of beef noodles. With 2 eggs and all the toppings. Yu Tiancheng exclaimed, flipping over a long bench, grabbing a pair of chopsticks, and tapping them against the table. The renowned Xiang rice noodle shop has been established here for 5 or 6 years, occupying an area of over 200 square meters. Yu Tiancheng recalls that around 2006, this rice noodle shop expanded its operations and evolved into a chain, boasting over a dozen branches in Langzhou and extending its business throughout the province, including several outlets in the provincial capital. Not only does it serve breakfast, but it also offers lunch and dinner. However, the establishment is still managed by the proprietress, accompanied by 4 or 5 employees. The proprietress is a strikingly beautiful middle-aged woman, possessing a voluptuous figure and an array of charming postures, always greeting patrons with a cheerful smile, executing tasks with efficiency and flair. Many customers are drawn in by her presence alone. As the steaming bowl of rice noodles was placed before him, Yu Tiancheng eagerly took a large mouthful. The fragrant, piping hot, spicy, and numbing flavors of the rice noodles enveloped his senses, providing an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. To savor this bowl of noodles, he had deliberately risen half an hour earlier. Goodness, that taste felt like it had been a century in the making. Yu Tiancheng playfully lifted the steaming noodles, shaking his head and resting his legs on the long bench. Just as he propped his feet up, a pink backpack suddenly landed on his lap, causing him to stumble, nearly face-planting into his bowl. Who was so careless? Irritated, Yu Tiancheng turned to discover a tall, beautiful girl, Tianyu, balancing a bowl of noodles as she deftly crossed the bench to sit beside him. Tianyu, you indulge in noodles too? Tianyu set down her bowl, grabbed the chili oil jar, and added 2 generous spoonfuls to her dish. After a few swift stirs with her chopsticks, she began to slurp the noodles enthusiastically, the oily chili clinging to the corners of her mouth, creating a rather incongruous image. Yu Tiancheng rolled his eyes, remarking, as long as one can wield chopsticks, who can't enjoy noodles? I thought you were only into soy milk and sweet oil cakes. When would you have time to relish something as delightful as noodles? Tianyu, momentarily taken aback by the spiciness, wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead with a tissue as she replied. Yu Tiancheng paused, realizing that her words held a certain truth. He had seldom taken the time to enjoy such a pleasurable experience as savoring noodles. Goodness, how much precious time had he wasted on Li Sisi? That day, why did you pretend not to recognize me? Were you afraid Li Sisi would see? But she wasn't even around at the time. Tianyu appeared unfazed by Yu Tiancheng's expression and continued her inquiries. Can we refrain from ruining the mood? In your words. It was a rather enjoyable affair, and just the mention of her makes it impossible for me to eat. He had still been able to manage another bowl, but alas. Yu Tiancheng spread his hands, realizing he had already consumed most of his noodles and finished both eggs. The portion was ample, leaving him a bit stuffed. Oh, it seems you have truly awakened. Fine, I apologize for ruining your appetite. My sincere apologies. Tianyu chuckled, completely forgetting her previous question. Apologies are merely words. How about something more tangible? Yu Tiancheng finished the last of his noodles in a few swift bites, a toothpick clenched between his teeth as he mumbled. What do you mean? Tianyu scrutinized him intently. What I mean is, matters that can be resolved with money do not necessarily require an apology, Yu Tiancheng remarked, gesturing towards the bottom of his bowl. You really have the nerve. Fine, I shall treat you today, Tianyu surprisingly agreed. Yu Tiancheng chuckled, promptly rising to his feet and even helping Tianyu lift her backpack, saying, I can't let you treat me for free. I'll lend a hand. Tianyu shot him a speechless glance before striding out. Hey, you haven't paid yet. Yu Tiancheng hurriedly followed her, clutching her backpack. Just as they reached the doorway, he heard Tianyu poke her head in to greet the owner of the powder store at the cash register. Mom, I'm off to school. This is my classmate. Today I'm treating him. Suddenly, Yu Tiancheng had an epiphany. Ah, no wonder the store owner looked so familiar. It turns out she is Tianyu's mother. No wonder she frequents this neighborhood. Her family shop is located here. So, you are your U.S. classmate? The young man looks quite handsome. How does our powder taste? Are you full? If not, we have soy milk and fried dough sticks. Have some more. Tianyu's mother curiously scrutinized Yu Tiancheng, offering him another portion of breakfast. It tastes wonderful. I'm full, really full. Oh dear, my Yu is quite the character. She seldom has classmates over. No, she is quite popular at school. Make sure to take good care of our Yu at school. She takes care of me. Her studies surpass mine. We might be late for school. Goodbye, Annie. Yu Tiancheng, startled, fled in haste. Come again tomorrow. Breakfast is on the house. Tian Yu's mother watched the two exit, her expression filled with intrigue. They pedaled their bikes to school, with Tian Yu giggling behind her hand, while Yu Tiancheng nonchalantly carried the pink backpack, trailing behind her. As they passed, numerous students cast astonished glances at Yu Tiancheng and the backpack, then at Tian Yu, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Who in the school did not know Yu Tiancheng was infatuated with Li Sisi? Who did not recognize Tian Yu as the aloof academic flower? Even if they were to break their heads, they would never dare to connect Yu Tiancheng and Tian Yu. Yet, surprisingly, this morning, the sun seemed to rise from the west. The two arrived at the classroom door, where they spotted their homeroom teacher, Hu Xinxing, standing at the entrance with a stern expression, hands clasped behind his back. When he noticed the pair approaching, Hu Xinxing paused momentarily. Good morning, Teacher Hu. Tian Yu greeted him before directly entering the classroom. Morning, Teacher Hu. Yu Tiancheng followed suit, scratching his head as he walked in. Stop right there. Hu Xinxing, realizing what was happening only after Yu Tiancheng had entered, called out sharply. I'm not late. Yu Tiancheng turned around, looking innocently at Hu Xinxing while shouldering his backpack. Did I say you were late? Explain yesterday's chemistry test. Hu Xinxing extended his hand, revealing a paper filled solely with multiple choice questions, all marked with the letter C. Actually, I was just about to discuss this with you. This matter was intentional on my part, Yu Tiancheng stated nonchalantly as he accepted the paper, showing no sign of embarrassment. Chapter 9. In truth, I have a secret I haven't shared with you. Intentional? Hu Xinxing paused, momentarily taken aback, before his anger surged. So it was deliberate? Fine. Then provide me with a reasonable explanation. If you cannot elucidate today, this matter is far from over. As the homeroom teacher, even the weakest student in Class 9 of the senior year could score at least 80 in chemistry. Yu Tiancheng's incomplete paper was a burden Hu Xinxing had to bear. How about we discuss this in the office? There's no need to disrupt the other students over such a trivial matter. Yu Tiancheng spoke with an air of maturity. Hu Xinxing found himself bewildered. The words felt oddly reminiscent of his own. How could this rascal, who had clearly erred, speak with such audacity? This compelled Hu Xinxing to reassess Yu Tiancheng. Very well, let us head to the office. I shall indulge in wasting a class period to see what you have to say. Hu Xinxing gritted his teeth, conceding to the office meeting. Please hold on. Yu Tiancheng cheerfully carried his pink backpack into the classroom, placing it on Tian Yu's desk, and then, with an air of nonchalance, exited the classroom amidst the gazes of his peers. Tian Yu regarded Yu Tiancheng with an amused expression. Are you not afraid of messing this up? If you truly anger old Hu, he might call your parents. Rest assured, it's a trivial matter. Yu Tiancheng snapped his fingers. How about a wager? If I return safely, you treat me to breakfast tomorrow. You truly are something else. I accept. Tian Yu initially scoffed, then surprisingly agreed. Are you planning to resolve your lunch situation before heading to the office? At the classroom entrance, Hu Xinxing was nearly ready to drag him back. Tian Yu. He is a promising student with prospects for prestigious universities, a symbol of rewards and a key to career advancement. The apple of Hu Xinxing's eye. What is Yu Tiancheng doing? Not only is he implicating Hu Xinxing, but does he also intend to rob him of his future? No need. It's not even lunchtime yet. Yu Tiancheng chuckled, promptly making his way out of the classroom. Tian Yu's beautiful almond-shaped eyes watched Yu Tiancheng's retreating figure, and inexplicably, a smile graced her fair oval face, captivating countless onlookers. Inside the classroom, a commotion erupted. Zhang Rui, what is wrong with you? I feel as if my heart is shattering. It aches so badly. Zhang Rui clutched his chest, an expression of profound agony upon his face. How could he be so close to Tian Yu? He was supposed to be mine. Why was he pursuing her? And yet, Tian Yu seemed so tolerant towards him. How could this be? Li Sisi observed Tian Yu casually packing her bag, and it felt as though something had gripped her heart fiercely. In the office, Hu Xinxing held a thermos in one hand and a teacup in the other, pouring a cup of hot water and placing it on the table. Now, explain this chemistry paper of yours. Do you harbor disdain for me? Is there some grievance you wish to express? How could I ever dare to look down upon you? I merely sought an excuse to engage in a meaningful conversation with you. Yu Tiancheng, with a hint of jest, remarked that I would struggle as well. Imagine if you were to go back 20 years and tackle a senior year mathematics paper. I dare say you might flounder. He took the teacup from Hu Xinxing's hands and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, old Hu. Hu Xinxing observed the teacup in Yu Tiancheng's possession, nearly amused by the situation. His recollection of Yu Tiancheng painted him as somewhat infatuated and timid, a model student in his presence. Yet today, Yu Tiancheng appeared rather audacious. Nevertheless, these youngsters are 18 now, fully fledged adults, and Hu Xingxing found this dynamic to be refreshingly comfortable. However, while it may be commendable that you have ceased pursuing Li Sisi, you cannot simply turn your attention to Tianyu. Are you intent on driving a dagger into my heart? I said, Yu Tiancheng, it's already your senior year. Spare me the pretense. If you apply yourself, achieving a respectable score for a first-tier university is within reach. But if you continue down this path, don't be surprised if you can't even secure a spot at a vocational college. Hu Xingxing tapped his fingers on the table. That's unacceptable. My goal is to enter a 985 university. Yu Tiancheng sipped his hot water, his gaze shifting to Hu Xingxing's tea canister. Without hesitation, he seized it, opened it, and tossed a pinch of tea leaves into his cup. You're giving me an inch, and now you want to take a mile? Hu Xingxing snatched the canister back. With your current grades, dreaming of a 985 university is quite ambitious. You need substance to back it up. Thus, since my grades are lacking, I must seek unconventional paths. Yu Tiancheng remarked while sipping his tea, spitting out a few leaves. Unconventional paths? What do you think I am? Do you expect me to procure exam papers for you? Did you not hear about the theft of last year's exam papers? The perpetrator received a 7-year sentence. Do you honestly believe I would risk my freedom for you? Even if you were my own son, I wouldn't dare undertake such a venture. Hu Xingxing chuckled at the absurdity of it all. Of course not. I wouldn't dream of involving you in illegal activities. Yu Tiancheng hastily interjected. I came to speak with you today to request your assistance in signing me up for the informatics competition. Informatics competition? Yu Tiancheng, are you jesting? I had no prior knowledge of your programming endeavors. Moreover, it's already senior year. Do you truly have time to engage in competitions? Hu Xingxing was taken aback, his expression turning serious. Though I may not be well versed in informatics competitions, I do have numerous acquaintances who are educators at the esteemed from major schools in Xingxing. And I possess some understanding of the 5 major subject competitions. Most of these competitions are typically initiated during middle school, with the latest being in the first year of high school. Many students complete a single subject's high school curriculum in just 1 semester, then dedicate the remaining 2 years to mastering one specific area. Should that path prove unfeasible, they inevitably return to the rigorous preparations for the college entrance examination. Our city's #1 high school has never produced a competitor, not even in the foundational subjects of mathematics, physics, chemistry, or biology, let alone informatics. Our school lacks the foundational support, and in comparison to the competitors from the 4 major schools in Xingxing, you hold no advantages whatsoever. Hu Xingxing, as the head teacher of an elite class, possesses a profound understanding of various educational institutions and the circumstances of diverse students. In his eyes, even someone like Tianyu pales in comparison to the competition students from the 4 prestigious schools in Xingxing. Although Langzhou #1 high school boasts a commendable reputation, it typically produces only 2 or 3 students who gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University, and perhaps 4 or 5 who secure spots at Zhonghai University. As for Yu Tiancheng, he is destined for nothing more than a first-tier university. In fact, the fact that Yu Tiancheng previously managed to achieve a score sufficient for a 211 university was already a remarkable feat actually. I have a secret I haven't shared with you, Yu Tiancheng said, his expression grave and his tone serious as he gazed at Hu Xingxing. Chapter 10, Teacher Su. Praise me a bit more. I can handle it. Speak your mind. Spare me your theatrics. Hu Xingxing felt as though he was being toyed with by this impudent lad. The rascal continually tested the limits of his patience. Yet, the boy's playful demeanor and unpredictable actions rendered Hu Xingxing unable to muster any anger. I began learning programming at the age of 7 and have been studying it for a decade now, Yu Tiancheng disclosed mysteriously. Is that true? Hu Xingxing experienced a fleeting sense of deception, yet simultaneously sensed the authenticity in Yu Tiancheng's words. Of course it is. Yu Tiancheng pouted. There are still 3 days left to sign up for this year's competition. Oh, no, I mean 2 days. Individuals cannot register. Only schools can assist with the enrollment, which is why I came to seek your help. I can assure you that I will definitely advance to the semifinals, and securing a lower admission score for autonomous enrollment will be a cinch. Old Hu, this is a matter of great significance for my future. You must not take it lightly, Yu Tiancheng earnestly stated, locking eyes with Hu Xingxing. At that moment, Hu Xingxing sensed Yu Tiancheng's sincerity. However, he could not take the boy's word at face value. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Xingxing wrapped his fingers on the desk and tilted his head toward Yu Tiancheng, saying, "Follow me. Where are we going?" "I haven't finished my tea yet," Yu Tiancheng inquired, puzzled. "We're going to find an expert to assess your abilities. If you dare to deceive me, I will accompany you home and have a serious discussion with your parents," Hu Xingxing declared, hands clasped behind his back, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Fine, True gold fears no fire. Let us go, Yu Tiancheng replied, immediately rising to follow Hu Xingxing. Exiting the office, Hu Xingxing guided Yu Tiancheng through the administrative building until they reached the computer lab. Upon entering, they found a young woman dressed in blue trousers and a bright yellow long-sleeve shirt, her hair styled in a high bun, seated at the computer on the podium. She was intently clicking the mouse, seemingly engrossed in a game. Her name was Su Lan, the new computer teacher at the first municipal high school. It was said that she had just graduated from Xiangnan University and came from a well-connected family, having been directly placed in the school for prestige. During her first computer class, her appearance left all the students in awe. Her striking beauty, eloquent speech, and commanding presence captivated a group of high school students who were utterly unaccustomed to such sophistication. Numerous students have enthroned this new, enchanting teacher as their ideal goddess, shedding countless tears and emotions in their dreams each night. Many single male teachers, too, have been swept away by a surge of hormones, flocking to this new colleague with fervor. At this moment, Su Lan was reclining with her legs crossed, her black stilettos dangling from her feet, swaying gently, while she sucked on a lollipop, mumbling incoherently, "What a piece of junk! How could it crash my computer?" Startled by the sudden entrance of Hu Xingxing and Yu Tiancheng, Su Lan quickly uncrossed her legs and smiled softly. "Mr. Hu, don't you have a class? What brings you to the computer lab? Su teacher is here. You graduated from the School of Information Science and Engineering at Xiangnan University, right? I happen to need your assistance," Hu Xingxing replied. "What can I do for you, Mr. Hu? This is a student from my class. He wishes to participate in an informatics competition, and I would like you to assess his skills," Hu Xingxing indicated Yu Tiancheng. "Informatics competition? Senior year? Isn't it a bit late?" Su Lan relaxed her expression upon hearing the matter was so trivial, glancing at Yu Tiancheng, her tone becoming considerably more casual. "It's not too late. There are still 2 days left for registration," Yu Tiancheng promptly responded. "Are you saying the registration is late?" Su Lan rolled her eyes, her delicate fingers pinching the lollipop as she lazily inquired, "What programming languages have you studied? Pascal? Python? Java? C? I know a bit of all of them, but my forte is C," Yu Tiancheng replied candidly. "C? How long have you been studying programming? Can you write code? Do you understand what a binary tree is? What about a greedy algorithm? Or dynamic programming?" Su Lan continued to throw out questions without lifting her eyelids. Hu Xingxing nodded repeatedly, marveling at the prowess of a top student from Xiangnan University who could effortlessly pose such professional inquiries. These technical terms were foreign to Hu Xingxing, let alone answering them. A binary tree, known in English as a binary tree, is a significant type of tree structure. Many real-world problems abstract into data structures that often take the form of binary trees. The storage structure and algorithms for binary trees are relatively simple. Their defining characteristic is that each node can have at most 2 subtrees, distinguished as left and right. A binary tree consists of a finite set of elements, comprising an element called the root and 2 non-overlapping binary trees referred to as the left and right subtrees, forming an ordered tree. When the set is empty, the binary tree is termed an empty binary tree. A greedy algorithm is one that selects the current optimal solution at each step, aiming to find a local optimum, though it may not guarantee a global optimum. Dynamic programming, a branch of operations research, seeks to optimize decision-making processes and has extensive applications across various fields, including engineering, economics, industrial production, military operations, and automation control. Yu Tiancheng answered Su Lan's questions with remarkable fluency, leaving not only Su Lan momentarily speechless, but also bewildering, Hu Xingxing standing beside them. "You've got some skills, haven't you?" Su Lan turned around, scrutinizing Yu Tiancheng once more. With his cropped hair, white shirt, and oversized school uniform trousers, he appeared youthful. Yet, in his eyes lingered a maturity and cynicism that belied his tender age. "Teacher Su," Hu Xingxing inquired from the side, "with just this knowledge, can he participate in the informatics competition?" "There's some potential, but not much. These are merely foundational algorithm concepts, essential for anyone learning programming. His eligibility for the competition will depend on his true capabilities," Su Lan remarked, maneuvering her mouse to indicate her computer screen, which had succumbed to a blue screen of death. "Today won't work. My computer has encountered some issues. Tomorrow, once I've repaired it, come over, and I'll present you with a couple of problems to solve. Perhaps I could assist in fixing it?" Yu Tiancheng suggested as he approached. "I've fiddled with it for ages without success. If you manage to fix it, then I..." Su Lan's words trailed off as she watched Yu Tiancheng deftly tap the keyboard, skillfully entering safe mode. After some tinkering, it became evident the entire computer had been formatted. Such a ruthless virus? Surely, you haven't been peeking at something you shouldn't? Do you have backups? Yu Tiancheng glanced at the barren desktop, then at the somewhat dazed Sulan, and began skillfully restoring her data. I merely played a newly released game, Sulan confessed, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. That doesn't seem plausible. A game shouldn't wreak such havoc on a computer. The one you played is called 2048. Isn't it? Did you tamper with the source code? Yu Tiancheng asked with a knowing smile. The virus in 2048 had been crafted by Yu Tiancheng himself. He was all too familiar with the consequences of attempting to crack it. How do you know? Have you played this game too? Ahem. While it is merely a simple game, the creator is quite remarkable. My teacher mentioned that the developer must be a genius. The encryption algorithm employed is at least a decade ahead of our current understanding. None of my classmates could write such a program, let alone crack the source code. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Sulan intentionally embellished the game's mystique to portray herself as less feeble. Unbeknownst to her, her tone had shifted from a previously lofty demeanor to one that was somewhat humble. Ahem, Yu Tiancheng tilted his head, regarding Sulan with a playful curiosity, examining the young instructor from head to toe. What are you staring at? Do I have something on me? Sulan queried, feigning seriousness, her eyes wide with discomfort. Humph. As a teacher, being scrutinized by a student feels rather diminishing. When Teacher Su praises someone, it's quite endearing. Truth be told, I'm not as formidable as you suggest. My skills are merely slightly advanced compared to yours, by not a decade, but rather two. Yu Tiancheng raised two fingers in a playful gesture towards Sulan. I was complimenting the creator of that game, not... Wait, what did you just say? Sulan was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Yu Tiancheng pointed to his own face. Indeed, it is me. If you compliment me a bit more, I can surely withstand it. Chapter 11. My resources will ensure your success. You developed this game? Sulan's expression reflected disbelief, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with astonishment. It's genuine, but you've already started playing it shortly after its release. It seems that your discerning eye, Su Laosher, is truly remarkable. Yu Tiancheng subtly flattered her. This lad was likely unaware of just how popular his several minigames had become. Sulan pinched her thigh forcefully, mere hours after the release. The minigames were already being fervently shared among the students at Xiangnan University. Her former mentor, Professor Chen Peishan from the Department of Computer Engineering at Xiangnan University, had praised the developer profusely, declaring him a genius of algorithms, particularly commending the encryption algorithm as being a decade ahead of current technology. Quickly show me the source code of this game. I wish to learn from it. Sulan clearly shared a passion for programming, being both inexperienced and eager to play. Su Laosher, that's a trade secret, Yu Tiancheng awkwardly reminded her. Oh right, my mistake. Such confidential material shouldn't be shared so casually. I've taken you on as my apprentice, she declared, slapping her thigh. She turned to Hu Xingxing and inquired, what is his name again? Yu Tiancheng. Yu Tiancheng, splendid. You are simply marvelous. Sulan's admiration for Yu Tiancheng grew with each passing moment, her tone becoming increasingly affectionate. Su Laosher, are you suggesting that Yu Tiancheng can participate in the informatics competition? What is his skill level? Does he stand a chance of winning? Hu Xingxing rubbed his hands, a hint of excitement evident in his demeanor. Winning? With his caliber, the preliminary and re-examination rounds should pose no challenge for him. Making it to the provincial team is a certainty, and even the national team is within reach, Sulan exclaimed enthusiastically. Does that mean he could directly be recommended to a prestigious university? Hu Xingxing was instantly elated. He had never guided a competition student in his lifetime. In all the years since the establishment of Langzhou No. 1 High School, only one student had ever achieved second place in the provincial physics competition. Now, Hu Xingxing had the opportunity to mentor a competition prodigy. It felt as though fortune had smiled upon him. At that moment, Yu Tiancheng had restored the computer data and casually opened the Big Chicken Gaming website, glancing at the back-end traffic. To his astonishment, there had been a staggering 130,000 visits overnight, and the numbers were still climbing. This revelation left him quite taken aback. If this trend continued, all of his mini-games were likely to become major hits. Sulan bent down to take a look herself, exclaiming in disbelief, did you create this gaming website as well? Isn't this basic stuff? Yu Tiancheng replied. My goodness, this traffic is phenomenal. Sulan turned to Hu Xingxing. Hu Laosher, are there such talented individuals in your class? This is merely a web page, but my concern lies in whether he can secure admission to a key university. Hu Xingxing was oblivious to the true value of the Big Chicken Gaming website. Sulan felt as though she was speaking to a wall. However, she did not look down upon Hu Xingxing. After all, every profession has its own expertise. It is quite normal for someone outside this realm to be unaware of such matters. His admission to a prestigious university is as certain as the sun rising, and his future holds limitless potential. Without delving into other aspects, Merely considering the value of the few mini-games he developed, it undoubtedly exceeds this amount. Su Lan extended two slender, fair fingers, their rounded nails adorned with a transparent polish, exuding an allure that might provoke an irresistible urge to take a bite. How much is this? 20,000? Surely it cannot be 200,000. Hu Xinxing was somewhat bewildered. Perhaps at a zero. Su Lan chuckled softly. Yu Tiancheng cast a slightly surprised glance at Su Lan. This woman possesses a remarkably discerning eye. How much? Hu Xinxing's eyes widened instantly. What is the purpose of attending university? Is it not to secure a decent job and earn a respectable salary? To speak eloquently, it's to contribute to society. To speak bluntly, it's merely to make a living. Isn't it? 2 million, a figure he had never dared to dream of. Yu Tiancheng, earning this from a few mini-games? At that moment, Hu Xinxing regarded Yu Tiancheng as if he were gazing upon stacks of vibrant red bills. If sold, wouldn't that mean financial freedom? Hu Xinxing was so astonished that he could fit an egg in his gaping mouth. Sell? Who would be foolish enough to part with it? Just collect advertising fees, merely several tens of thousands for a single ad, reaping 300,000 to 500,000 a year. And within 3 to 4 years, 2 million would be achieved. This does not even account for the increased value from the subsequent rise in downloads. It is a pure cash cow. Su Lan looked at Yu Tiancheng as if he were a piece of gold, a diamond, a treasure, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Yet, Yu Tiancheng mildly shook his head internally. Su Lan's vision, while somewhat astute, was limited. He could indeed earn through advertising fees now, but this would not last long. The internet is evolving rapidly, changing at a breakneck pace each day. If he clung to this grand chicken game network, he would likely be eliminated in such a brutal competitive environment. This is not to blame Su Lan. It reflects the constraints of the times. In truth, Su Lan's perspective is already quite elevated. So profitable, Hu Xinxing's fingers trembled slightly. However, he was not blinded by envy. At this moment, he remained a teacher of integrity, passionate about his vocation. He quickly steadied himself, patting Yu Tiancheng on the shoulder and encouraging him. Tiancheng, keep it up. If you could secure admission to an elite institution like Qingbei, it would bring honor not just to our entire school, but to the entire educational system of Langzhou. Old Hu, you're thinking too highly. Getting into Qingbei is no simple feat. Yu Tiancheng splashed a bit of cold water on Hu Xinxing's aspirations to temper his enthusiasm. Aiming for Zhonghai University is commendable too. It is also a top-tier 985 institution. You must have faith in yourself. Hu Xinxing surprisingly began to cheer Yu Tiancheng on. Such typical opportunism. Yu Tiancheng rolled his eyes, recalling how Hu Xinxing had not spoken this way when he had sought him out earlier. From this moment on, I shall be your mentor, declared Yu Tiancheng. Suddenly, Su Lan had an epiphany. With her hands clasped behind her back, she adopted a serious demeanor akin to that of a teacher. Yu Tiancheng couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was only a few years older than him, dressed like a mature sister, speaking like a friendly neighbor, and occasionally attempting to assert her dignity as a teacher. Teacher Su, what wisdom can you impart? Yu Tiancheng pointed to the computer that had been restored. I've fixed it all for you. Su Lan's cheeks flushed a delicate red as she tilted her head thoughtfully. Yu Tiancheng, you wish to participate in the informatics competition, correct? If you need the school's assistance for registration, I can handle that for you. Rest assured, while I may not be able to technically guide you, my resources will certainly pave the way for you. I'll call over to Xingqing right now and have the CCF representative put your name down. Later, I'll have a word with the principal. Chapter 12. Long live Teacher Su. May her health flourish. CCF is an abbreviation for the Computer Association. Each province has a representative dedicated to matters concerning informatics competition candidates. Su Lan was showcasing her connections to Yu Tiancheng. As she spoke, she retrieved her mobile phone from her pocket and dialed a number in front of him. Yu Tiancheng cast a glance. It was a Nokia 7650, initially priced over 6,000 yuan. Even after being on the market for over a year, its value remained robust. This indicated that Su Lan came from a well-off family. Hello. Lao Su, it's Su Lan. Could you assist me in registering a student? Yes, I'll send the details to your email shortly. And please cover the registration fee for now. I'll treat you to a drink in Xingqing later. With such confidence, it was evident that her connections in Xingqing were formidable. After hanging up, Su Lan made another call. Uncle Peng, it's Su Lan. Yes, I've discovered a prodigy in informatics at our school. Indeed, I've already registered him for this year's NOIP. The preliminary round is on October 13th. Just giving you a heads up. The Uncle Peng she referred to was the principal of Langzhou No. 1 High School, Peng Ku. At this revelation, even Hu Xinxing was taken aback. Rumors suggested that this young teacher had an impressive background, and it was indeed true. Talking to Principal Peng was as casual as conversing with a friend. She truly had substance. Most notably, Su Lan unabashedly flaunted her connections with the school leadership in front of Hu Xingxing. After the call, she proudly lifted her chin toward Yu Tiancheng. All set. Impressive. Yu Tiancheng gave Su Lan a thumbs up. Also, regarding your gaming website, I can connect you with a few advertisers to help promote it, ensuring you reap significant profits. With her phone in hand, Su Lan crossed her arms and inquired, "So, do I now qualify to be your guiding teacher? Teacher Su, may you enjoy good health." Yu Tiancheng raised his hands high, gesturing a mock bow of reverence. Su Lan burst into laughter, her vibrant yellow long-sleeve shirt quivering slightly, her face radiating affection as she looked at Yu Tiancheng. Had it been the former Yu Tiancheng, he would have almost certainly been too intimidated by such a gaze to lift his head. However, the current Yu Tiancheng, a man of 40, would hardly be swayed by the flirtations of a girl in her 20s. His eyes remained fixated on Su Lan's décolletage, and his mind incessantly calculated, "C, D. This garment is quite loose. It must be straining to contain an E." To his surprise, Su Lan felt a twinge of embarrassment under his gaze, rolling her almond-shaped eyes as she remarked, "With less than a month until the preliminary competition, you should review what materials you might need. I can assist you with that. In fact, I'll make a trip to Star City tomorrow to procure some past exam papers for you." "Long live Teacher Su," Yu Tiancheng replied, bowing once more. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Penguin in the Deep City, Chief Technology Officer Zhang Xiangdong dabbed at his mouth, stained with soy sauce from the rice noodle rolls. Rubbing his reddened eyes as a look of determination crossed his face, he powered on his computer. As an early pioneer of Penguin, Zhang was responsible for the development of proprietary technologies and had assembled a leading technical team in the industry. Having endured the tribulations of initial entrepreneurship and the collapse of the internet bubble in 2000, Penguin was now flourishing and even contemplating going public. Just as he logged onto his account, he was met with an error. "What is going on?" Zhang frowned and quickly picked up the phone to contact the technical department. "What is happening? Why can't I log in? How are you managing your responsibilities?" he inquired. Somewhat irate, "Mr. Zhang, the server has been formatted, and we are in the process of recovering the data. What nonsense is this?" Zhang felt his breakfast suddenly lose its appeal. What exactly is going on? Well, there's this game site, Big Chicken Games, that recently released several hit mini-games. The gaming department wanted to replicate one of them, so we attempted to crack their source code. Before his subordinate could finish, Zhang quickly opened a web browser and accessed the Big Chicken Games site, hastily clicking on one of the mini-games. 2048? ISNT, this just a number aggregation game? Quite intriguing. With his technical background, Zhang began typing furiously at the computer. Half an hour later, he sat disheartened before a blue screen, once again entering safe mode. What kind of encryption algorithm is this? I can't seem to crack it. I've encountered an algorithm that eludes my grasp. Zhang, who had always prided himself on his programming prowess, was taken aback to find himself stumped today. The developer of this game must possess some formidable skills. After several attempts, Zhang finally conceded defeat. Yet, a sudden thought struck him, and he swiftly picked up the phone. "Xiaoma, are you in the office? I'm coming over right now." He resolved to reach out to the game developer. If replication was not feasible, then acquisition would be the solution. Ideally, they would also bring the developer on board. These mini-games were not merely trivial amusements. More importantly, this encryption algorithm was precisely what they needed at this moment. "Xiangdong, you handle this matter personally. Money is no object." Half an hour later, with a grand gesture, Brother Ma entrusted this significant task to Zhang Xiangdong. At Langzhou No. 1 Middle School, Hu Xingxing escorted Yu Tiancheng back to the classroom, his eyes gleaming with excitement, his hands clasped behind him, standing tall with pride. "Our student is valued at 2 million. As a teacher, how glorious is that? More importantly, his class is poised to nurture another promising student." Just as they reached the classroom door, Tian Yu dashed out. "Teacher Hu, I was just looking for you. I wish to change my seat." Tian Yu directly addressed Hu Xingxing. "Change your seat? But that's the best spot in the class. Where do you wish to move?" Hu Xingxing paused, glancing into the classroom. "I don't want to sit next to Zhang Rui anymore. I want a different desk mate." "Who do you wish to sit with?" "With him." Tian Yu pointed at Yu Tiancheng. "I promised to help him with his studies yesterday, and he sits in the back. As a girl, it's inconvenient for me to keep running to the back." Hu Xingxing was momentarily taken aback. "If it's inconvenient for you to go to the back, why not just move him to sit next to you? Speaking of which, why has Yu Tiancheng been so close to Tian Yu these past few days? Wasn't he previously infatuated with Li Sisi?" Chapter 13. Who wants to sit with a clumsy oaf when you can sit with a beauty? Almost the entire school knew of Yu Tiancheng's affection for Li Sisi. Hu Xingxing had refrained from mentioning it before, as Li Sisi had never openly acknowledged Yu Tiancheng's feelings. Yu Tiancheng had always been in a state of unrequited love. Hu Xinqing's teaching philosophy had always been to let things unfold naturally. After all, each student possesses their own dignity, face, and choices. However, now he found himself feeling somewhat uneasy. Compared to Li Sisi, any boy would undoubtedly prefer a studious, tall, and attractive girl like Tianyu. Previously, Tianyu had shown little particular concern for any boy. Yet, in recent days, she seemed to be getting quite close to Yu Tiancheng. Was this a mutual endeavor? Could it be that Tianyu had learned of Yu Tiancheng's worth and had decided to pursue him? Hu Xinqing suddenly felt his thoughts veering off course. However, as a man in his 40s, he had encountered too much hypocrisy. The human heart is a mystery. Many occurrences are beyond imagination. No matter how beautiful and intelligent a girl may be, she can still be materialistic. Otherwise, why would Li Sisi flit from boy to boy, attracting attention? Tianyu should not be that kind of girl, but who can say for certain? Hu Xinqing felt it necessary to remind both parties of the situation. Does she know about your situation? Hu Xinqing pulled Yu Tiancheng aside, lowering his voice and adopting a tone of unusual concern. Know what? Oh, you mean the game? I only developed that yesterday. I didn't even anticipate it would be popular. How could I have mentioned it to her? She doesn't even know I can code. She simply wants to help me improve my grades. Yu Tiancheng, with the soul of a man in his 40s, quickly caught on to Hu Xinqing's implication and hurriedly clarified. Is it I who am thinking impurely? Hu Xinqing cleared his throat and turned to glance at the bewildered Tianyu, a hint of apology etched on his face. To regard a girl like Tianyu in such a manner was, in Hu Xinqing's own estimation, a slight affront to her character. With only 9 months remaining until the college entrance examination, and Tianyu being a promising candidate for prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Beida, he could not afford to hinder her at this critical juncture. Hu Xinqing continued to speak softly to Yu Tiancheng. Rest assured, I will be preoccupied with competitions soon. Yu Tiancheng replied with seasoned composure. I appreciate your understanding. I have faith in you. Hu Xinqing smiled with delight, then coughed lightly before addressing Tianyu. Tianyu, if you wish to sit with Yu Tiancheng, you ought to inquire about his preference first. Should he be amenable to your company, then by all means, feel free to change your seat. He then called out to Yu Tiancheng. Tianyu wishes to sit with you. What are your thoughts? Upon finishing, he gave Yu Tiancheng a conspiratorial wink, suggesting that he should decline Tianyu's request himself. To his surprise, Yu Tiancheng stroked his chin thoughtfully and responded, given my height, sitting at the front would obstruct the view for those seated behind. Hu Xinqing nodded in approval at the first part of Yu Tiancheng's comment, appreciating his consideration, seeing him as a promising prospect. However, the latter part nearly caused Hu Xinqing to spit out his drink. Why not? You take the back seat. We can discuss matters in the corner without disturbing the other students. Yu Tiancheng chuckled, addressing Tianyu. Very well, I shall move to the back. Teacher Hu, since Yu Tiancheng has consented, I will change my seat now. You previously stated that as long as he agrees, it is acceptable. A homeroom teacher's word is paramount. With that, Tianyu turned and cheerfully entered the classroom. Hu Laosher, I shall return to my studies as well, Yu Tiancheng said, bending down to swiftly occupy his seat through the back door. This left Hu Xinqing standing there in a state of bemusement, as if he had been playfully toyed with. Old Yu, you finally returned. How did it go? Did Hu give you a hard time? Lu Yeshing inquired, noticing Yu Tiancheng's arrival. Rest easy. Old Hu now holds you in the highest regard, almost revering you like a master, Yu Tiancheng remarked while shoving Lu Yeshing's textbooks into his backpack. Old Yu, what are you doing? Are you packing my bag? This must be a rare occurrence. Lu Yeshing looked puzzled at Yu Tiancheng's actions, feeling utterly confused. Just then, Tianyu approached with her pink backpack, nonchalantly tossing it onto the desk. Lu Yeshing, you should sit in the third row. Lu Yeshing stood stunned, glancing between Yu Tiancheng and Tianyu. But, class monitor, my desk is too small to accommodate you, and besides, if I change my seat randomly, Old Hu will surely reprimand me. Teacher Hu has given his approval. If he says you should go, then you must, Tianyu asserted, taking the initiative to move Lu Yeshing's textbooks to her former position. No, Chengge I. Lu Yeshing looked at Yu Tiancheng with a face full of grievance. Go on, that spot is excellent. It has ample sunlight and a clear view of the blackboard, an opportunity for you to improve. You cannot afford to be lackluster. Yu Tiancheng waved his hand dismissively. Who would prefer to sit with a burly man when they could share a desk with the stunning campus belle? Yu Tiancheng, I misjudged you. For the sake of your own happiness, you betray your friends. Old dog you, I shall not rest until we are at odds. Lu Yeshing, grumbling and fuming, rose from his seat and plopped down in front of Tianyu, visibly irate. Meanwhile, Zhang Rui wore a sorrowful expression, akin to one mourning a lost father, casting despairing glances at Tianyu and then at Lu Yeshing. He slammed his hand on the desk and stood up, exclaiming, What is the point of attending this class? What are you doing, Zhang Rui? Planning a rebellion? If you don't want to study, do you wish to ascend to the heavens? At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a black and white striped shirt, sporting thick glasses and marked by fatigue, appeared at the classroom door. It was the mathematics teacher, Wang Shuiqin. Upon seeing Wang Shuiqin, Zhang Rui immediately shrank back into his seat, his face flushed with embarrassment. The other students couldn't help but chuckle. Only Li Sisi, observing Yu Tiancheng seated beside Tian Yu, experienced a tumult of emotions, her chest rising and falling with disbelief. Why? Why is this happening? Yu Tiancheng, who was once her puppet, had now been snatched away by Tian Yu. He was undeniably hers, although she held no affection for him. She could not bear to see him claimed by another. The psyche of some individuals can indeed be quite twisted. Wang Shuiqin had no time to delve into the psychological intricacies of his students. After reprimanding Zhang Rui, he swiftly wrote a complex problem on the blackboard and discarded the chalk, declaring, "Class is now in session. I would like one of you to solve this problem." With that, Wang Shuiqin adjusted his thick glasses and scanned the classroom, exclaiming in surprise, "You've changed seats? Lu Yexing, why are you sitting so far forward? And where is Tian Yu?" "I'm right here, teacher." Tian Yu promptly raised her hand. "Why did you move so far back?" "Your deskmate, Yu Tiancheng. Come up and solve this problem." Wang Shuiqin pointed at Yu Tiancheng, calling him out. Chapter 14. In truth, I reallocated my skill points, huh? Yu Tiancheng was evidently caught off guard by Wang Shuiqin's summons. He glanced at the problem. In the Cartesian coordinate system XOY, the distance from point P to the x-axis is equal to the distance from point P to point. This is utterly incomprehensible. He recognized the words, but could not grasp the sentence. Yu Tiancheng had previously possessed a solid foundation in mathematics. Otherwise, he would not have transitioned to programming and become a software engineer. However, after his rebirth, he had completely forgotten everything. Not only in this moment, but even during the month following the college entrance examination, Yu Tiancheng had erased all his high school knowledge from memory. As he awkwardly read the problem, Tian Yu had already scribbled the answer on a note and passed it to him. "Ahem, Yu Tiancheng, you come up here and solve this problem." Wang Shuiqin instructed from the podium, his penetrating gaze surveying the room. No wall could block his keen sight, especially not with Tian Yu so brazenly assisting him in plain view. How could he possibly overlook it? Yu Tiancheng felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he ascended the podium. He grasped the chalk, hesitated for a moment, then wrote out a solution. Looking helplessly at Wang Shuiqin, "I'm sorry, Teacher Wang, but I have no idea how to approach this. I must confess, I am utterly at a loss. As long as I remain unembarrassed, it is others who shall feel the awkwardness. In my 2 lifetimes, why should I concern myself with such trivialities?" I said to Yu Tiancheng, "Now that you are seated with Tian Yu, you ought to learn from her, refrain from petty antics, and focus on mastering the formulas. Go on." Wang Shuiqin waved his hand dismissively. Yu Tiancheng immediately felt a weight lifted off his shoulders and hurried back to his seat. Wang Shuiqin then rapped the blackboard. "This type of question is a must-know. It hasn't appeared in the past 2 years, but it will undoubtedly be on this year's exam, and with 6 points at stake, it's yours to seize or forfeit." As Wang Shuiqin lectured, Tian Yu discreetly passed a note to Yu Tiancheng. On a piece of white draft paper, she pinned a delicate line. "Did you spend your summer feeding pigs? How much class have you missed? How can you not solve such a simple problem?" After finishing, Tian Yu slid the draft paper towards Yu Tiancheng. "Seriously, passing notes in class, how childish." Yu Tiancheng disdainfully accepted the note and wrote back, "Actually, I rediscovered my skill tree this summer." Upon completing his message, he pushed the paper back to Tian Yu. She glanced at him and continued to write. "Did you lose your IQ points?" Yu Tiancheng rolled his eyes in silence, thinking to himself that he had merely lost his simp attributes. However, he did not write that. Instead, he wrote, "Don't forget to treat me to breakfast tomorrow." Tian Yu, after reading this, huffed and wrote, "That essay given, but you must tell me how you managed to pacify Lao Hu." Yu Tiancheng replied, "I made him a promise that I could get into a 985 university." Tian Yu rolled her eyes. "I see what skill you've chosen, bluster." Yu Tiancheng, "You see, when I tell you the truth, you still don't believe me. Alas, the folly of intellect." Tian Yu, "Are you calling me foolish? How infuriating." Yu Tiancheng, "Do you not see how Lao Hu has changed his demeanor upon returning with me?" Tian Yu fell silent. Of course, she had noticed the shift in Hu Xingxing's attitude during their return. This indicated that Yu Tiancheng had genuinely persuaded Hu Xingxing. Yet, what gave him the right to make Hu Xingxing believe he could gain admission to a 985 university? Was it merely that half-blank chemistry exam? This puzzled Tian Yu endlessly. Curiosity can be a torment. The more she pondered, the itchier her thoughts became. After a moment, She continued writing on the paper. If you ever have questions, feel free to ask me. I will do my best to help you fill in the gaps. Yu Tiancheng, you seem quite concerned about me. Yu clenched her tiny fist and then relaxed it. I merely promise to help you with your studies. Don't read too much into it. Yu Tiancheng, so, are our terms still valid? Yu, what terms? Yu Tiancheng, if I get into a 985 university, you'll be my girlfriend. Have you forgotten so quickly? Or do you plan to renege? Yu, let us see you get in first. After pushing the final sentence towards Yu Tiancheng, she took back the draft paper, folded it several times, and tucked it into her bag. Just when Yu Tiancheng thought this childish note-passing game had concluded, Yu suddenly pulled out another piece of draft paper, scribbled a sentence, and slid it back to him. The song you sang that day was truly delightful. Could you share the lyrics with me? Yu Tiancheng looked bewildered. Which song? Yu replied. The one you were singing while tossing the banana peel, you know? The line that goes, a person as exceptional as I should have lived a brilliant life. Yu Tiancheng, were you following me? Am I truly that charming? That even the campus beauty, Tian, would so shamelessly desire me? Yu, humph, will you write it down or not? Yu Tiancheng chuckled, picked up his pen, and elegantly penned, a person as exceptional as I should have lived a brilliant life. A person as intelligent as I has long bid farewell to innocence, yet still exchanged a piece of my heart for a body full of scars. A person as unwilling to be ordinary as I, a person as inexplicably lost as I. Will anyone feel pity? This song, A Person Like Me, made its debut in 2017 and quickly became a sensation across various platforms, resonating with countless listeners. As a devoted fan of Mao Mao, Yu Tiancheng could recite Mao Mao's songs effortlessly. My apologies, brother Mao. I might have borrowed a few of your lyrics, but I promise to attend more of your concerts in support. Silently, Yu Tiancheng offered an apology to the original composer of the song, then cast aside the guilt of plagiarism. As he finished copying the lyrics, the school bell rang. Wang Shuoqin rarely extended class time. Upon hearing the bell, she promptly gathered her books and dismissed the class. At that moment, Yu recited the lyrics, reminiscing about the melody Yu Tiancheng had hummed that day. She sensed the song contained self-mockery, a sense of dissatisfaction, and a yearning for poetry and distant horizons, yet also an unending struggle fraught with despair. Whose song is this? How come I have never heard it before? After carefully storing the draft filled with lyrics, Yu inquired of Yu Tiancheng. Of course, you haven't heard of it. This is my original work. Yu Tiancheng said, unabashedly. You wrote this yourself? Yu was astonished, her almond-shaped eyes widening, glistening with curiosity, causing Yu Tiancheng to involuntarily gasp. Her gaze was so enticing. What do you think? Don't worship me. I am merely a legend. Yu Tiancheng winked playfully. Heh, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? How come I never knew you were so talented? You're not trying to trick me with some obscure song you copied, are you? Yu, irritated by Yu Tiancheng's smug expression, huffed. I told you I've revamped my skill set. More surprises await. Yu Tiancheng stretched lazily, half-jokingly. Chapter 15. Did I really read it wrong? The song was indeed copied. However, as long as Yu Tiancheng did not admit it, no one could accuse him of plagiarism. The final class of the morning was English. The English teacher, Huang Wan, nicknamed Aunt Huang, was 46, slightly plump, yet always donned in a smart suit with low-heeled shoes. Her signature clattering footsteps could be heard from 2 miles away. Students in the classroom, even through several walls, could recognize the rhythm of Huang Wan's approach and would immediately hush, sitting up straight in anticipation of her arrival. No one dared to provoke a woman in menopause. Known for her fiery temper, not even the most mischievous student. Moreover, Class 9 of the senior year is a prestigious class, boasting an impressive acceptance rate of 98% into higher education. The reason it is not a perfect 100 is due to the occasional students who gain entry through backdoor means. Some parents, driven by utilitarian motives, spend money and leverage connections to place their children in this elite class, hoping that the teachers will assist in altering their children's destinies. At the very least, they believe that associating with such peers will help them forge valuable connections. The students in a key class undoubtedly possess a different trajectory for their futures. Having acquaintances from school offers a degree of social advantage later in life. However, parents who harbor such expectations often find themselves disappointed, as their children tend to revert to their true selves regardless of their attempts. Nevertheless, many parents tirelessly perpetuate these misguided notions across generations. Li Sisi is, in fact, one such student. Given her academic performance, merely gaining admission to a third-tier university would be commendable. In her previous life, she also only managed to secure a spot at a third-tier institution. However, she possessed the remarkable ability to maintain a lifestyle supported by someone earning $30,000 a month. despite her own meager salary of less than 3,000. Today, Huang Wan made her entrance as usual, accompanied by her distinctive clattering sound. Upon stepping into the classroom and observing the array of quiet and serious young faces, she nodded in satisfaction. Very well, there is no need to stand. Let us commence the lesson directly. Huang Wan placed the course materials on the podium and efficiently opened the textbook. She never squandered a moment on pleasantries. Every class was filled with substantial content, a quality that many contemporary educators lack. Today, we will discuss the third lesson. Come, let a student read the text aloud. Huang Wan scanned the classroom and, to her surprise, discovered Lu Yexing occupying Tianyu's usual seat. Where is Tianyu? After searching the room, she finally spotted Tianyu at the back. Had she been punished for some transgression? That seemed unlikely, given Tianyu's character. Even a minor infraction would not warrant her being relegated to the last row. Huang Wan's mind raced through various possibilities. After a brief moment of hesitation, she called out, Tianyu's deskmate. You there? Yu Tiancheng, please read the text. Yu Tiancheng, perplexed, wondered why every teacher now referred to him as Tianyu's deskmate. Did he not have a name of his own? As he stood there in a daze, Tianyu nudged him with her finger and discreetly pushed the English textbook toward him. He had been too busy boasting during the break to even take out his English materials. What? Did you not prepare? Huang Wan, growing increasingly impatient at the podium, was on the verge of losing her temper. Let it be known, never underestimate the volatility of a woman in her menopausal years. The slightest inconvenience could provoke an explosion akin to that of a volcano. All eyes in the classroom turned towards Yu Tiancheng, some gleefully anticipating a spectacle, while others shook their heads in resignation, knowing that Yu Tiancheng was likely to find himself outside in the corridor for this class. Everyone was aware that once Huang Wan lost her temper, it would inevitably be accompanied by punitive measures. During his second year of high school, Lu Yexing faced a severe punishment. In the frigid winter, with biting winds, he was made to squat in the snow on the playground and memorize an English text verbatim before he was allowed to return to class. When Aunt Huang became furious, even the homeroom teacher, Hu Xinxing, had to concede to her authority. Indeed, her domineering nature was unquestionable. Teacher, allow me to read, Zhang Rui suddenly interjected, clearly intending to provoke Huang Wan and embarrass Yu Tiancheng. Moreover, as the English class representative, Zhang Rui sought to leverage his position to chastise Yu Tiancheng, who had evidently irked him by switching seats with Tianyu. Yu Tiancheng smirked. It was evident that Zhang Rui was taking issue with the seating arrangement. However, he could tolerate embarrassment in other subjects, but English? That was child's play. In his pursuit of programming knowledge and postgraduate studies, Yu Tiancheng had diligently memorized an impressive vocabulary of 8,000 words, thoroughly exhausting both the red and blue reference books. He had even been a top performer in exams. With regard to high school English texts, they were easily manageable. He was more than capable of fulfilling his own responsibilities without needing others to act as self-appointed overseers. Standing up, Yu Tiancheng picked up Tianyu's English textbook and flipped it open, glancing at the notes inside. A model student indeed, her handwriting was elegant, clear, and precise. While others merely prepared, Tianyu had evidently studied independently, marking key points even before the lesson was taught. He silently praised the class flower's commitment to her studies and began to read aloud. What is Western art? It is hard to give a precise definition. As soon as Yu Tiancheng finished the first sentence, the entire class erupted in laughter. He was momentarily taken aback. What had gone wrong? Surely, his enunciation was clear, and his accent impeccably British. How could he have made a mistake? Tianyu, blushing with embarrassment, nudged him again and gestured with 3 fingers, whispering, Lesson 3. To his astonishment, he had indeed misread the lesson. At the podium, Huang Wan appeared momentarily stunned. It was her first time hearing Yu Tiancheng read English, and his pronunciation was so impeccable it transported her back to her years studying abroad. Yet, no amount of perfect pronunciation could quell her burgeoning frustration. Yu Tiancheng, I asked you to read Lesson 3. What lesson are you reading? Were you even paying attention? Huang Wan seethed, raising the blackboard eraser threateningly. Yu Tiancheng's face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly flipped to the correct page and began again. We have known about climate change for decades. This time, Huang Wan slowly lowered the eraser she had intended to throw. The classroom gradually quieted down. However, Zhang Rui's face turned an ashen shade, as if he had consumed something distasteful. There is no other reason. Yu Tiancheng read with remarkable fluency. A lengthy passage flowed from his lips without the slightest hesitation, as if he were an eloquent orator. Upon the completion of the text, Lu Yexing immediately applauded him. However, when he perceived Huang Wan's piercing gaze, reminiscent of a deadly glare, He was suddenly reminded of a painful memory and instinctively recoiled, curling up at his desk. Chapter 16 welcomed him once more. Excellent. Your preparation is commendable. Please take your seat. The teacher continued. Now, let us discuss the grammar encountered in this passage, specifically the infinitive used as the subject. Huang Wan's expression softened considerably as she nodded, allowing Yu Tiancheng to sit down. Tian Yu exhaled in relief, as if she had narrowly escaped a calamity. Yu Tiancheng, seemingly indifferent, shrugged and raised an eyebrow. Did you truly prepare, Dixing? Tian Yu inquired with a hint of disbelief, scrunching her nose. So what do you think? Surprise or no surprise? Accident or no accident? Am I not formidable? Yu Tiancheng flexed his bicep, whispering to Tian Yu. Had I not lent you the book, you would undoubtedly have been relegated to the corridor by Huang Dama, and still be flaunting here? Tian Yu rolled her eyes, muttering softly. Yu Tiancheng, please explain how to apply the infinitive as a subject. Just as he was about to respond, Huang Wan called out his name from the podium once more. What was her inquiry? Yu Tiancheng had not even caught the question but, emboldened by his audacity, turned to Tian Yu. How is the infinitive used as a subject? Tian Yu quickly jotted notes on a piece of paper while subtly reminding him, but soon became overwhelmed. It was too lengthy, and her writing was too slow. She had barely written 5 or 6 characters when Huang Wan descended from the podium, approaching her direction. In a panic, Tian Yu hastily covered her draft paper with her textbook, nonchalantly tapping her pen on a small segment of notes within the textbook. Whether or not it could be deciphered depended entirely on one's keen eyesight. When Yu Tiancheng raised his head, he found Huang Wan glaring at him with a murderous intensity. Her tone laden with menace as she questioned, this was just discussed. You haven't been inattentive, have you? With nearly 2 decades of teaching experience, Huang Wan possessed a keen discernment regarding her students' engagement during lessons. Yu Tiancheng had just settled down when he was caught whispering to Tian Yu, showcasing his preparatory efforts. Clearly underestimating her authority. Give you an inch, and you take a mile. Do you truly believe Huang Dama is unyielding? Well, since you wish to show off, I shall strike back and ensure you are put to the test. She was convinced that Yu Tiancheng had a 99% chance of being unable to answer her question. For him, merely preparing the text was the pinnacle of his efforts. In this class, only Tian Yu had managed to study ahead and master the grammar and vocabulary thoroughly. Let us see if you survive this time. Zhang Rui muttered bitterly, gnashing his teeth in frustration. Humph. Always seeking the spotlight, this guy is in for trouble. Huang Dama has set her sights on him. Su Huichao nudged Li Sisi beside her and whispered, he deserves it. It's good that Aunt Huang kicked him out. He is quite bothersome. Li Sisi replied in agreement. The attention of all 48 students in Class 9 of the senior year was almost entirely focused on Yu Tiancheng. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, a flicker of concern unexpectedly flashed in Tian Yu's beautiful eyes as she gazed at Yu Tiancheng. No one could fathom why Tian Yu felt such apprehension for him at that moment. Clearing his throat, Yu Tiancheng began his performance as Huang Wan approached. She paused briefly, astonished at his capability. Could it be that he held a cheat sheet? However, she stood right beside Tian Yu, merely a body's length away from Yu Tiancheng, who neither lowered his gaze nor appeared to be referencing anything. Instead, he stood tall, articulating passionately. It is noteworthy that when an infinitive serves as the subject, the predicate must be singular. When the subject is lengthy and the predicate is brief, it is common to employ it as a formal subject, placing the infinitive after the predicate. He spoke rapidly, barely pausing for breath, delivering an extensive discourse on grammar usage and examples. Teacher, may I use the blackboard? Yu Tiancheng, caught up in his enthusiasm, greeted Huang Wan without waiting for her consent, striding to the podium with chalk in hand, effortlessly writing an array of grammatical structures and examples. His teaching style was more profound, intimately connected to everyday life, often interspersed with internet slang and contemporary references. Each sentence captivated the students, embedding itself in their memories. The entire lesson felt remarkably professional, not at all reminiscent of a student, but rather that of an experienced educator standing at the lectern for years. As the bell rang to signal the end of class, Yu Tiancheng dropped the chalk and smiled. Teacher Huang, I've finished. I apologize for taking up your class time. The classroom was enveloped in silence. The fluidity of his lesson left not just Huang Wan bewildered, but also Tian Yu, Lu Yexing, Li Sisi, Su Huichao, Zhang Rui, and the entirety of Class 9 in a state of astonishment. Wow, this subject matter is even more familiar to him than it is to me. If this approach were applied directly, he could probably win awards at the provincial level. Huang Wan's heart raced, feeling exhilarated yet still craving more after the class concluded. Wow. Wow, he outshone us again. How does he know so much? Zhang Rui gripped his thigh tightly, filled with regret and wishing to slap himself. Cece, I've suddenly realized that ever since he struck you that day, it seems like he opened Pandora's box and transformed into someone remarkable. Su Huichao fixed her gaze on the young man at the podium, Yu Tiancheng, with his neat crew cut and crisp white shirt, sleeves rolled up to his forearms, and murmured to Li Cece. Li Cece cast a complex glance at Su Huichao and replied, "Which side are you on?" "Ahem, I mean, this guy is so pretentious. He's bound to face retribution one day." Upon seeing the resentful look in Li Cece's eyes, Su Huichao quickly changed her tune to reassure her. "He is so handsome. How did I not notice before?" In the classroom, many girls looked at him with admiration. Yu Tiancheng smiled slightly and stepped down from the podium, exuding an aura of ease. "Come on, during my years as an online course instructor, I faced hundreds, if not thousands, of students at a time. Handling this small crowd is hardly a challenge for me." Ahem, Yu Tiancheng has delivered an excellent lecture today, covering all the key points thoroughly. Everyone should learn from him. When you prepare for your studies, strive to integrate your knowledge and stay updated on societal trends, as you are now in your final year. This will certainly aid you in your Chinese examinations. Huang Wan rose to summarize and cast a commendatory glance at Yu Tiancheng, saying, "Very good, very good. Zhang Rui, you can step down from your role as the English class representative. Yu Tiancheng will take over from now on." Zhang Rui, is this for real? Chapter 17. As long as I have a meal, you shall have your dog food after lunch. Huang Wan instructed Yu Tiancheng to visit her office. She then departed with her characteristic clattering footsteps. "Congratulations, Representative Yu." As soon as Huang Wan left, Tian Yu remarked in a mock-serious tone, "What is there to congratulate about being a vice-class representative? I still have much to learn from our esteemed class leader, Tian Yu, and strive to advance to the committee soon." Yu Tiancheng chuckled. "Smooth talker, off you go to eat." Tian Yu rolled her eyes at Yu Tiancheng and exited the classroom. The school did not restrict students' freedom. They could dine at the cafeteria or return home. Tian Yu was the latter, while Yu Tiancheng preferred the cafeteria. How enviable. "You get to enjoy a comforting meal every day," Yu Tiancheng sighed as he watched Tian Yu's retreating figure. Tian Yu paused momentarily as if to turn back, but ultimately continued on her way. Lu Yexing approached with a lunchbox, tapping a spoon against the lid. "Hey you, let us go eat." Yu Tiancheng shot a glare at Lu Yexing. "You've changed too quickly, haven't you? You used to call me Chenggu, then old you. And now it's you heir?" Lu Yexing pouted. "You were the one who changed first. Trying to pair up with the campus beauty Tian Yu and leaving me with that turtle Zhang Rui. That guy is such a creep. Picking his nose and scratching his feet in class. It's absolutely disgusting." Zhang Rui, passing by, overheard. "Aren't those revolting habits yours? Go to hell. Was that a fart and a burp you just let out?" Lu Yexing retorted. "I did that to get back at you for your foot fetish." Zhang Rui exclaimed with indignation. He was not like this when Tian Yu sat beside him. Yet, as soon as Lu Yexing took his place, he completely tarnished his once gentle demeanor. Indeed, bad habits are infectious. In a den of rogues, there are no virtuous souls. Ugh, does that mean he is cursing himself as well? Truly a disgrace. His intellect has been diminished. Yu Tiancheng smirked, observing how these two engaged in a cycle of mutual torment. Just as Zhang Rui was about to speak again, Lu Yexing's eyes suddenly brightened, and he abruptly tugged on Yu Tiancheng's arm. "Hurry, hurry. I see Jiang Shishir." Jiang Shishir is another campus beauty from Langzhou No. 1 high school. Among the 10 school beauties, Tian Yu ranks first, Jiang Shishir second, while Li Cece, who relies on heavy makeup, ranks 10th. To put it in contemporary terms, beauty or not, without her makeup, she is unrecognizable. Yu Tiancheng couldn't fathom how he had been so foolish in his past life, repeatedly falling for the same tricks. Perhaps it was merely the weight of his sacrifices that fostered a deep-seated resentment within him. Langzhou No. 1 high school has 2 key classes, Class 9 and Class 10. Jiang Shishir belongs to Class 10. This girl is particularly honest and has a tendency towards introversion, always keeping to herself in class. Of course, a beautiful girl never lacks admirers. Behind Jiang Shishir, there is naturally a line of suitors, with love letters piling up, all of which she discreetly disposed of in the trash when no one was watching. It is said that one suitor, boldly confronting Jiang Shishir, was nearly caught by Jiang Zhiwu, the homeroom teacher of Class 10, who almost expelled him on the spot. Subsequently, Jiang Zhiwu publicly declared that Jiang Shishir is his niece, warning that anyone who dared to cause trouble would find themselves on the school's blacklist, making headlines, and their parents summoned. From that moment on, no one dared to provoke Jiang Shishir again. Lu Yexing, the lecherous boy, was the type who harbored mischievous thoughts but lacked the courage to act upon them. He had long harbored a crush on Jiang Shishir, yet had never penned a love letter nor confessed in person. Coupled with Jiang Zhiwu's intimidation, he maintained a respectful distance, daring only to admire her from afar, lost in silent fantasies. In his previous life, Yu Tiancheng's gaze had been solely on Li Sisi, leaving him no time to appreciate the other female classmates. Today, however, he took a good look at the legendary Class 10 beauty, who had been in a 3-year rivalry with Tianyu. Jiang Shishir stood at approximately 165 centimeters, slightly shorter than Tianyu. Her delicate oval face framed by fair skin that glowed softly with a hint of blush. From the side, her long lashes, refined nose, and thin lips exuded a hazy allure. Notably, her early physical development was striking, especially when she walked. Even the oversized school uniform trousers could not conceal her rhythmic sway. In Yu Tiancheng's words, it was as if the light of virtue illuminated her curves. A sight unseen is astonishing when observed. This girl, in the future, will undoubtedly be remarkable, capable of bearing children. I remarked, you follow her like a shadow yet lack the courage to greet her. Do you not feel embarrassed? By now, she likely does not even recognize you. Yu Tiancheng languidly trailed behind Lu Yexing, inquiring, you know nothing. This is love. I must grant her the freedom she deserves. Lu Yexing occasionally quickened his pace, then paused to engage Yu Tiancheng, maintaining a suitable distance from Jiang Shishir. He ensured she remained oblivious to his presence while still being able to admire her silhouette. You are toxic. I must keep my distance from you henceforth. Upon uttering this, Yu Tiancheng halted abruptly, widening the space between himself and Lu Yexing. They say fish seek fish, shrimp seek shrimp, and turtles seek turtles. Following a phoenix signifies a noble bird, while trailing a crow denotes a swine. Yu Tiancheng felt certain that in a past life, he must have been tainted by this individual. Otherwise, how could he still be dangling from the crooked tree of Li Sisi, undeterred by the fall? Why have you stopped? What are you dawdling for? Hurry up, or you shall miss it. Lu Yexing turned to find Yu Tiancheng lagging behind, hesitated for a moment, then returned to his side. I am devising a way to rescue your sullied soul. To prevent you from being ensnared by the delusions of a foolish mind, I have resolved to keep you close. As long as I have a morsel to eat, you shall have your share of dog food. This is my promise to you. To grovel with no dignity is to be a sycophant, and Lu Yexing, even beneath a sycophant, was merely a delusional fool. After finishing his words, Yu Tiancheng shrugged off Lu Yexing and began to run with a light-hearted laugh. Despite Yu Tiancheng's height of 6 feet, he was slender. Lu Yexing, though only 5'7", possessed a physique as sturdy as a young bull, and Yu Tiancheng feared he might inadvertently break a rib in a fit of anger. You old dog. Lu Yexing took a moment to comprehend, then, incensed, sprinted after him. Chapter 18. The most notorious among the monkeys make way. Scalding hot water. Be careful not to burn yourselves. As Yu Tiancheng passed behind Jiang Shishir, he deliberately paused, then swiftly darted aside. Oh no! Lu Yexing, witnessing Yu Tiancheng evade, caught a glimpse of a captivating silhouette and stumbled. He was pursuing too fiercely and could not halt in time. His feet faltered, and he lunged forward, his face colliding with the swaying form of Lu Yexing. With a thud, a startled cry escaped as Lu Yexing fell. Chaos ensued, with students passing by momentarily stunned. Some resumed their rush to the cafeteria, while others gathered to witness the spectacle. Yu Tiancheng turned to see Jiang Shishir standing there, panic-stricken, half-turned, watching Lu Yexing, whose head was nearly sunken into his neck, as if bowing to the ground. Alarmed, she took several small steps backward. Yet, after retreating, she felt something amiss. Did she inadvertently trip Lu Yexing? However, she had not felt any contact. In Jiang Shishir's mind, a torrent of chaotic thoughts surged, rendering her momentarily disoriented. As she stood there in a daze, her gaze fell upon a small pool of blood on the ground, causing her heart to skip a beat. Tentatively, she lowered her head and inquired, "Classmate, are you all right?" "I apologize. I slipped earlier and hope I didn't bump into you." Lu Yexing struggled to lift his head, and upon seeing Jiang Shishir's pale, frightened face, he felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. No, I'm fine. What about you?" Jiang Shishir scrutinized Lu Yexing from head to toe. "I'm perfectly fine, really. Look." Lu Yexing grimaced against the pain in his knee as he rose, brushing off his hands. With a face full of excitement, akin to that of a fan meeting a celebrity, he stammered, "I'm completely unscathed. See, I can jog and even leap. Watch me." As he bounded around, Jiang Shishir pointed to his forehead. "But your face." Lu Yexing instinctively wiped his brow, feeling the warmth of blood. "Perhaps I should escort you to the infirmary," she suggested cautiously. "There's no need for that. I can go myself. You should hurry to lunch, or all the food will be gone." Lu Yexing displayed a tender side, despite his own predicament, urging Jiang Shishir to eat first. Nearby, Yu Tiancheng smirked. What a transformation. From a dog to a devoted admirer, I see. Are you sure you don't want me to take you? Jiang Shishir hesitated. No need. Lu Yexing, noticing Yu Tiancheng behind Jiang Shishir, suddenly erupted. You old dog you. You've embarrassed me so much. And there you stand gazing at the sky? Hurry, and take me to the infirmary. Yu Tiancheng, speechless, recognized Lu Yexing's desire to save face in front of the crowd and lazily approached, grasping his arm. After reprimanding Yu Tiancheng, Lu Yexing turned back to Jiang Shishir with a smile. Look, my childhood friend can take me. You needn't worry about me. Go eat. Don't starve. Though Yu Tiancheng wanted to call him a sycophant, he held his tongue for Lu Yexing's sake, recalling a time when Lu Yexing had lent him 300,000 yuan in secret to help him out of financial trouble, despite his wife's disloyalty leading to their eventual divorce. For the sake of your past misfortunes, I'll let you have this. Are you truly all right? Jiang Shishir asked once more. I'm fine, really. Go on. Lu Yexing waved her off, and she finally departed. Walking cautiously, as Jiang Shishir left, the onlookers dispersed. To avoid facing Jiang Shishir after such a humiliating mishap, Lu Yexing thought, how could I have made such a blunder? Once she was far enough away, Yu Tiancheng released Lu Yexing, letting him slump back to the ground. Curse it all. How could you let me fall like this? How am I supposed to face anyone now? Lu Yexing rested his arm on Yu Tiancheng's shoulder, his entire body leaning heavily against him, instantly resembling a wounded soldier. Damn it. I kindly created an opportunity for you, and yet you ended up in this pathetic state. How did you manage that? Yu Tiancheng, unable to escape Lu Yexing's embrace, struggled a few times before sighing. Are you really that oblivious? Look around our school. Who has spoken to Jiang Shishir so extensively? Who has such a splendid chance to get close to her? Why can't you just seize the moment? If you had simply agreed to let her escort you to the infirmary, you could have chatted and laughed along the way, thus drawing closer to her. With familiarity comes friendship, doesn't it? Lu Yexing paused momentarily. Indeed, why didn't I let her take me to the infirmary? Was it to show off? Was it a manifestation of my male pride? Thinking I was so impressive? Now look, she doesn't even know my name. What purpose did my fall serve? Yu Tiancheng teased Lu Yexing a bit. Instead of feeling angered, Lu Yexing's eyes sparkled with realization. Wow, this guy has quite the cunning mind. Ah, Chenggu, you intentionally created this opportunity for me. You're incredible. I've been wondering why Tianyu has been so infatuated with you lately. It's all part of your clever scheme. Isn't it? As Lu Yexing spoke, he hurried to catch up. What do you mean by scheme? That's such an unpleasant term. Tianyu's recent fascination with me is simply due to my charisma. It's my newly awakened superpower. Do you understand the charm aura? Yu Tiancheng rolled his eyes. Although he too was puzzled by the rapid change in his relationship with Tianyu. What nonsense about a charm aura? If you truly possess charm, why couldn't Tianyu even win overly Cici? Lu Yexing retorted. Lu Yexing, if you can't articulate your thoughts, perhaps you should refrain from speaking altogether. I was merely trying to help you find an opportunity, and here you are hurling insults at me. Keep your distance. Your presence annoys others. Yu Tiancheng rolled his eyes again, finding Lu Yexing's comments particularly irksome. When did you become such an expert at pursuing girls? Have you read some guide on the subject? Share your wisdom with me. Blame me for not catching on sooner. Chenggu, please teach me how to quickly attract a girl, Lu Yexing pleaded, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. Opportunities like these are rare. If you don't seize them, you can't blame anyone else. Naturally, Yu Tiancheng wouldn't genuinely be angry with his friend. He understood that Lu Yexing was merely a hormone-driven individual desperately seeking companionship, so he easily managed the situation. Chenggu, I beg you, I'll kneel if I must. Lu Yexing joked, bending one knee in a mock plea. First, change your online username to something more distinctive. What does my username have to do with attracting girls? Once I find an opportunity to help you get Jiang Shishir's QQ number, will you add her? Of course, but my username is already quite distinctive. Just one word, handsome. How realistic. Is that what you call distinctive? It's downright cliché. Please consider a more memorable and less distasteful phrase. What shall we change it to? Chenggu, could you lend me your wisdom? 5 yuan, which is my internet fee for this weekend. Yu Tiancheng, grimacing as he received the 5 yuan from Lu Yexing, chuckled. Let us change it to mountains of monkeys. My bottom is the reddest. Chapter 19. The perks of 4 decades of life experience mountains of monkeys. My bottom is the reddest? I can't shake the feeling that you're leading me astray. Lu Yexing reached to snatch the money from Yu Tiancheng, who deftly tucked it into his pocket. Believe it or not, just change it and see if it works. If it doesn't, I'll return your money. Fine. You've said it. Lu Yexing indeed ceased his attempts to take the money and meandered behind Yu Tiancheng for quite a distance before realizing. Shouldn't we be going to eat? Look at your head. It's nearly as red as a warrior's face. We ought to head to the infirmary first, Yu Tiancheng retorted, slightly irritated. Although he was indeed a bit hungry, the safety of his friend took precedence. Chenggu is truly kind to me, Lu Yexing chuckled. Upon arriving at the infirmary, Lu Yexing immediately regretted it. There were two medical staff present. One was a middle-aged man in his 40s, known as Dr. Lu, and the other was a young nurse named Kong Deliang, who had joined their cohort upon entering the school. She was known among the students for her lively personality and was often referred to as Nurse Kong, sporting a face adorned with freckles and a penchant for gossip, making her a source of much information within the school. Kong Deliang maintained excellent rapport with the students, akin to a gossipy older sister. They spoke freely around her, and it was rumored that she even assisted students in obtaining sick leave. At this midday hour, Dr. Lu was absent, leaving only Nurse Kong, who was engrossed in her lunch while watching television and occasionally texting on her phone. Who did you get into a fight with? Upon seeing the blood streaming from Lu Yexing's forehead, she grimaced and quickly retrieved gauze and antiseptic to tend to his wound. Do you believe he injured himself while bowing to confess to a girl? Yu Tiancheng leaned back against the hospital bed, adopting a comfortable position. Is pursuing girls this intense nowadays? Indeed, Yu Tiancheng's remark ignited the fiery curiosity within Kong Deliang. Don't listen to him. I merely had a little accident. Lu Yexing grumbled, wishing he could silence Yu Tiancheng. An accident that leaves a mark on your forehead? Kong Deliang appeared to side with Yu Tiancheng's narrative, stifling a laugh as she applied the gauze. What medication would you like, and do you want to take a few days off? Lu Yexing fell silent, thinking that shouldn't you be prescribing me medicine? No need for medication or a leave of absence. Just wrap his head in several more layers of gauze. Or better yet, a bandage. The more tragic it looks, the better. Yu Tiancheng gestured towards Lu Yexing's head, estimating that it would require at least half of a head's worth of gauze to meet his standards. Have some decency. This is already embarrassing enough. If I get wrapped up like that, how will I even go outside? Lu Yexing gazed at Yu Tiancheng with a mix of indignation and sorrow. This rascal was determined to ensnare him. What do you understand? This is what we call charisma. Our class is merely separated by a wall from class 10. And after nearly 3 years, Jiang Shishir doesn't even know who you are. This time, we must create an image that leaves a profound impact on her. One that she will remember deep within her heart, Yu Tiancheng remarked as he poked Lu Yexing gently in the chest. Lu Yexing fell into silence once more. After a prolonged pause, he finally whispered, "Is it really going to work?" Yu Tiancheng cast him a skeptical glance, clearly aware of his vulnerabilities. Wrap it. Bring me several more rounds of gauze, but do not encircle my chin. Just a few loops around my forehead will suffice. Lu Yexing gritted his teeth, thinking, for love's sake, I'll give it my all, even if it means merely exchanging a few words with Jiang Shishir. Beside them, Kong Deliang's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you really going to do it? Wrap it, Lu Yexing declared with unwavering determination. Then I shall proceed. Kong Deliang, youthful and vivacious, stifled her laughter as she followed Lu Yexing's instructions, wrapping the gauze around his head and tying a bow for good measure. Yu Tiancheng stood nearby, assisting by adjusting the gauze atop Lu Yexing's head several times until it resembled a white hat. There, with this appearance, if Jiang Shishir doesn't remember you after you stroll around class 10's entrance twice this afternoon, I will change my surname. Yu Tiancheng was exceedingly pleased with his handiwork. Lu Yexing's new look was akin to that of a ghostly figure, ensuring that anyone who saw him would glance twice. Driven by an impulsive fervor, Lu Yexing abandoned all rationale for the sake of love. Today's students are truly naive. Kong Deliang couldn't contain herself, clutching her stomach and bursting into tears of laughter as she watched Yu Tiancheng lead the proudly strutting Lu Yexing out of the infirmary. Lu Hang, I just remembered. Teacher Huang asked me to meet her in the office after lunch. It's about time. You head upstairs first. Lu Hang was a nickname bestowed upon Lu Yexing by Yu Tiancheng, where Li refers to two, and Hang signifies 2 lines. Upon arriving at the base of the teaching building, Yu Tiancheng bid Lu Yexing farewell and made his way towards the office building. The door to the English department's office was ajar, revealing Huang Wan engrossed in her work at her desk. Yu Tiancheng knocked gently, and upon her glance up to see him, Huang Wan instantly displayed a smile that was rarely seen by students. Tiancheng, come here. Please, have a seat. Teacher Huang, did you need to speak with me? Yu Tiancheng entered without hesitation and took a seat across from Huang Wan. Did you dedicate your holiday to studying English? Your lesson today on the use of infinitives as subjects, intertwined with current events, was remarkably relatable, and your examples were vivid and memorable. Moreover, during your explanation, you didn't limit yourself to just one grammatical structure, but incorporated various elements, allowing students to absorb a wealth of knowledge seamlessly. It is evident that your proficiency in English has reached an impressive level. Could you enlighten me on how you managed to learn so swiftly? Huang Wan inquired, casting a skeptical glance at Yu Tiancheng. Previously, Yu Tiancheng's proficiency in English, as gauged by examination scores, ranged between 120 to 130, a commendable level, yet far from his current prowess. Based on Huang Wan's experience, even now, Yu Tiancheng would undoubtedly score above 145 in the college entrance examination. Remarkably, this transformation occurred within the span of a single summer vacation. Apart from dedicated English training, Huang Wan struggled to fathom any other explanation. If Yu Tiancheng's method of study could be emulated by other students, the English performance of the 2 classes she taught would see a significant enhancement. Oh, teacher. As you know, mastering English requires extensive learning, reading, speaking, and practice. During the summer, I merely memorized several volumes of new concept English, words, grammar, and texts. Yu Tiancheng casually fabricated as he spoke to Huang Wan. He had no particular study method. Rather, it was the result of relentless immersion in English corners during university, daily engrossed in textbooks, and listening to renowned speeches. His later collaboration with foreign enterprises, where he communicated in English through emails, further solidified his skills. It was simply the accumulation of time. He certainly could not confess to Huang Wan that it took him 2 decades of arduous effort to reach this point. Nor could he admit to being a mere slacker, benefiting from nearly 40 years of life experience. Huang Wan was taken aback. She recognized that memorizing the entirety of new concept English likely encompassed a vocabulary of over 8,000 words, making an IELTS score of 7 a feasible target. This indicated that Yu Tiancheng's current English level was not inferior to her own. Indeed, students in advanced classes exhibited astonishing self-learning capabilities once they grasped the concepts. Their progress was undeniably visible. Oh, what a considerable effort you have put in. Enough of this. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Huang Wan understood that memorizing several hefty volumes over a vacation was an unattainable feat for most students, and such an experience was not easily transferable. So she decided to dismiss the thought. I would like to record everything you taught in this lesson, refine it, and incorporate it into my lesson plan. I have an English teaching competition in the city next week, and I intend to use this as a case study. Would that be acceptable? Huang Wan said, her face slightly flushed with embarrassment. Of course, that is entirely permissible. After all, it is your lesson plan, and today's class was predominantly your content. I merely contributed a small anecdote. The majority is from your own teachings, so there is nothing to negotiate. I am your student, and everything I present is derived from your instruction. You need not feel any burden regarding this matter, Yu Tiancheng replied, adopting an expression that conveyed indifference. Being a seasoned individual of 40, he was well aware of such social nuances. In truth, Huang Wan could have chosen not to inform him and simply utilized the content for her lesson plan, and he would have had no objections. Ultimately, it was merely an impromptu lesson, one that anyone could easily learn. However, in this era, many teachers possess a simple and sincere nature, placing great importance on their moral integrity. Huang Wan felt a tinge of guilt for utilizing her students' lecture content as her own lesson plan, as if she had pilfered something belonging to them. Nevertheless, with Yu Tiancheng's comforting words, she visibly relaxed, expressing her gratitude. Then I thank you. Ah, you are my teacher. As the ancients say, one day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father. Moreover, having taught me for 3 years, you hold a position in my heart akin to that of my mother. Yu Tiancheng's words nearly brought Huang Wan to tears. She found him increasingly endearing, his eyes radiating a maternal warmth. As for the second matter, Yu Tiancheng, fearing that Huang Wan might embrace him affectionately, hastily shifted the topic. Oh, the second matter is that our school will host an English speech contest next week. Logically, at this stage in senior year, we shouldn't engage in activities that distract from student studies. However, coincidentally, the leaders from Xingqing will be visiting our school for an inspection, and I am the head of the entire English department. You needn't say more. This is on me. Yu Tiancheng interjected. It's just an English speech. I will write the script and ensure the task is completed without bringing shame to our school. Then it's settled. I look forward to your performance. Huang Wan replied, relieved. Rest assured, if there is nothing else, I shall return to the classroom. Yu Tiancheng, sensing the conclusion of their conversation, turned and departed. Huang Wan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Conversing with Yu Tiancheng made her feel like a student, while he appeared to embody the teacher's role. How had she not noticed before how mature, steady, and perceptive this boy was? With 2 decades of teaching experience, she had encountered numerous students who, despite initial mediocrity, had blossomed during their high school years. Yet, Yu Tiancheng's journey was not merely a turnaround. It was a remarkable surge ahead, for his grades were already commendable, securing him a place in the elite class of their school, a feat achieved by over 90% of students. Indeed, once boys awakened to their potential, The possibilities are astonishing. This lad's future is boundless. While Yu Tiancheng and Huang Wan discussed English learning, in a corner by the window of the Winxiang rice noodle shop, Tian Yu held the scrap of paper she had exchanged with Yu Tiancheng during class, a faint smile gracing her lips. Her eyes, as fluid as water, danced over the paper, exuding a poetic beauty. After savoring the moment for a while, Tian Yu carefully folded the paper into a heart shape and placed it in a small wallet adorned with a cartoon sticker of Sakura from Wood's origin. From the wallet, she retrieved another sheet of paper, its edges worn and on the verge of disintegration. This was a practice sheet for children, inscribed with the crooked phrase, "Wishing you eternal happiness." Tian Yu gazed at those 6 words for a long time, before finally smiling sweetly. Placing both the heart and the practice sheet into her small wallet, she then took out another piece of scrap paper, which bore the lyrics of the song People Like Me, transcribed by Yu Tiancheng. The fool, still as conceited as before, delights in singing. Yet, while his earlier renditions were quite discordant, his voice has matured into a melodious one. At last year's cultural gala, he even strummed a guitar, though regrettably. It was not for me. Observing him now, it seems he has truly forgotten me. As Tian Yu gazed at the poignant lyrics, memories surged forth like a tidal wave. At that time, she was merely 7 years old, in the 2nd grade. Back then, she bore the surname Liu, known as Liu Yu. She had just emerged from the mountainous regions of Sichuan with her mother, and her father, working in Langzhou, had enrolled her in Langzhou Yuang Primary School. A child newly arrived in the city, she was malnourished and frail, her demeanor marked by years devoid of paternal affection. This left her solitary and suspicious of her new surroundings, resulting in numerous conflicts with her peers. Many pampered little princesses and young masters bullied this newcomer from the mountains. Some mocked her appearance, others derided her tattered clothes, while some yanked her hair during class or played pranks on her during recess. The cruelty of children, once unleashed, could be unfathomable. Just when Tian Yu felt utterly isolated, her new deskmate, assigned by the teacher, stepped forward. To this day, she vividly remembers that diminutive figure, clutching a pencil case, bravely confronting 4 or 5 bullies intent on tormenting her. With a fierce expression on his youthful face, he appeared both childish and somewhat amusing. Although this figure was frail and small, in Tian Yu's eyes, he was a towering presence, the sole source of warmth in her life. A protector against the storms she faced. She later learned his name was Yu Tiancheng. From that moment on, they walked to and from school together every day, and henceforth, no one dared to bully her again. As time passed, they found themselves in the 4th grade, when change struck. Despite her youth, Tian Yu sensed a subtle shift in her parents' relationship. Her father had received a promotion but was home less frequently, while her mother often wept. Whenever Tian Yu inquired about the cause of her mother's distress, she would simply shake her head in silence, pulling Tian Yu close. Before the second half of the 4th grade commenced, her mother took her away from the home they had occupied for 3 years, relocating to another residence in Langzhou and changing her surname, as well as her school. Tian Yu's father had also been assigned to Xingqing, occasionally returning to catch a glimpse of her. However, the rift between her parents had become glaringly apparent. At this juncture, Tian Yu began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Those were the most anguished and helpless days of her life. Each morning, her pillow would be soaked with tears. Whenever her spirits waned, she would recall that slender figure who had once offered her solace. Retrieving the note written in the grid style by that little boy before her transfer, which read, "Wishing you eternal happiness." Chapter 21. Has my daughter entered a relationship? Wishing you eternal happiness. These 6 words accompanied Tian Yu from her days as an unsightly duckling to the graceful swan she had become today. A full decade had passed. In moments of despair, these 6 words would echo in her mind, providing a glimmer of comfort amidst the bitterness of life. Life is not solely imbued with bitterness. It also presents unexpected joys amidst its twists and turns. In her first year of high school, Tian Yu immediately recognized the familiar boy from the adjacent class. He was merely a magnified version of the slender silhouette she once knew. He had grown taller, surpassing her in height, yet remained as lean as ever. His face had broadened slightly, but his nose, mouth, ears, and even hairstyle remained unchanged. Remarkably unchanged. At that moment, Tian Yu felt a surge of excitement and longed to greet him. However, upon witnessing him charmingly interacting with a heavily made-up girl by his side, she suppressed her eager impulses. For a long time, she observed him closely. She noticed that he purchased 2 breakfasts daily. On occasions when his funds fell short, he would opt for a single portion, willingly starving himself just to please the girl named Li Sisi. Yet, this Li Sisi, who basked in the benefits he provided, rarely reciprocated with kindness. She wielded control over him like a puppeteer managing a clumsy marionette, and indeed, she had a multitude of such puppets in her grasp. Like a social butterfly, she attracted admirers while remaining elusive to the men who sought her affection. Yu Tiancheng was merely one among many infatuated suitors, utterly oblivious to the fact that she was deliberately manipulating him. Tian Yu felt a surge of anger, yet was powerless to intervene. She could not simply reveal to him that he was being deceived, nor could she assert that Li Sisi was entangled with numerous boys. How could he believe her? He seemed enchanted, as if under a spell, obsessively devising ways to win Li Sisi's favor, utterly deaf to the opinions of others. Even his close friends faced reprimand when discussing the matter. She was merely a distant memory, a fleeting past. What influence could she possibly have? Thus, she could only silently watch as he sank deeper into a web of self-deception and betrayal, unable to extricate himself. In her second year, the school divided into arts and sciences, and to her astonishment, Yu Tiancheng excelled academically, landing in a prestigious class. Tian Yu mused that time and distance might sever the bond between them, as if her 5-year absence had rendered her unrecognizable to him. With Yu Tiancheng in the elite class and Li Sisi in a parallel class, perhaps he would gradually awaken to the reality of his situation. At this juncture, she contemplated revealing her identity and reminiscing about their childhood together. However, fate seemed intent on teasing her. The very next day, through some means unbeknownst to her, Li Sisi transferred into the prestigious class. This time, Yu Tiancheng became even more ensnared. Not only did he bring breakfast for Li Sisi, but he also fetched her water and took her out for meals on weekends, showering her with attention that incited jealousy in others. To further impress her, he even practiced the guitar, performing a piece for her at a cultural evening. Tian Yu observed all of this unfold, once again quelling her desire to remind him of their past acquaintance. She pondered that perhaps, upon entering university, Yu Tiancheng might eventually change. After all, his academic performance was commendable, allowing him to gain admission to a prestigious university, whereas Li Sisi would undoubtedly struggle to achieve the same. Once they parted ways, everything would gradually fade into obscurity. Indeed, 4 or 5 years is ample time to forget many things. At the very least, one should refrain from pouring their emotions and efforts into someone unworthy of such devotion. Time passed steadily, leading them to the final year of high school. Who could have foreseen that on the very first weekend of their senior year, she would encounter a shocking scene on her way to her mother's shop? Yu Tiancheng had struck Li Sisi. Not only had he hit her, but he also seemed transformed, speaking in an oddly peculiar manner. She, fueled by a mix of concern and determination, pedaled her bicycle in pursuit of the bus he boarded. Arriving at the entrance of his residential complex, she observed him, drenched in sweat, purchasing a bunch of bananas, munching on them while humming a tune. What a delightful melody it was. She had never heard such a beautiful song before. Though tinged with a hint of sorrow and resignation, it brought a sense of joy to Tian Yu's heart. She too bought a bunch of bananas and continued to follow him on her bicycle. To her dismay, that scoundrel tossed a banana peel into her basket, resulting in a scolding from the neighborhood aunties. He even pretended to be the Good Samaritan, stepping out to chastise himself. Reflecting on this, a subtle smile graced Tian Yu's lips. At this moment, she radiated joy, vibrant and full of life. An opportunity had arisen, and she was determined to seize it. This time, she would not let him slip away. She vaguely recalled her mother's words. Everyone's life is unique, and you have the right to choose your own path. Do not confine yourself due to the judgments or perceptions of others. Boldly pursue your dreams and happiness. What are you looking at? You're smiling at yourself. A gentle voice interrupted her thoughts, causing Tian Yu to start slightly. She looked up to find her mother, Tian Ruyun, standing before her, holding a fruit platter. Having been there for an unknown length of time. It's nothing, Tian Yu replied hastily, folding the paper with the lyrics she had been writing and placing it into her small wallet. The smile on Tian Ruyun's face was tender, a stark contrast to the perfunctory smiles she wore in her business dealings. In the presence of her daughter, she always bore a hint of guilt, feeling remorseful for her past. During the 2 years following the divorce, seeing Tian Yu's damp pillow every morning tugged at her heart. As time passed, her business flourished. Yet Tian Yu became increasingly reclusive and strong-willed, her smiles growing ever rarer. Tian Ruyun would gladly forego all her current successes for her daughter's happiness. Recently, however, she had noticed a remarkable change in her daughter's demeanor. The once demure and composed girl had taken to walking with a spring in her step, often humming cheerful tunes. The previously aloof and somewhat proud expression on her face now occasionally bore a rare smile. Tian Ruyun keenly discerned that everything seemed to be related to the boy who had dined in her shop that morning. It is worth noting that this boy was the only classmate that Tian Yu had ever brought home to eat during all her years of schooling. Has her daughter begun to fall in love? Tian Ruyun, having experienced youth herself, understood this feeling well. At this moment, she felt both joy and apprehension. The joy stemmed from her daughter's emotional transformation, while the worry arose from the imminent college entrance examinations. The final year of high school is crucial, and early romantic relationships are the most likely cause of fluctuations in academic performance. Such situations can be devastating. Countless students have faltered during this stage. The instances of couples successfully gaining admission to prestigious universities are rare exceptions. How could Tian Ruyun not be concerned? In Chapter 22, this dog food is best left untouched. It has been a while since I saw you smile like that. Are you in good spirits lately? Tian Ruyun set the fruit platter on the table, sliding it toward Tian Yu, before taking a seat across from her daughter, discreetly glancing at Tian Yu's wallet. By the way, I forgot to tell you that I've changed seats. I'm no longer in the third row. Tian Yu nonchalantly tucked her wallet into her pocket, while simultaneously skewering a banana with a toothpick to pop into her mouth. She felt it necessary to share some matters with her mother, lest they be revealed by the teacher, which would not bode well. You changed seats? Wasn't your previous position quite good? Where did you move to? Tian Ruyun inquired casually. I moved to the back, where I can study in a corner by myself. I dislike sitting at the front. I've already learned what I need to, and the teacher's pace is too slow, which only hinders my progress. Tian Yu concocted a rather flimsy excuse. As long as it doesn't affect your grades, Tian Ruyun thought, her heart skipping a beat, though her expression remained relatively unchanged. She had always trusted Tian Yu's academic capabilities, but what was the reason behind the seat change? Surely, there was something more she wished to convey. The boy who came to our house for dinner today is named Yu Tiancheng. I sat next to him. As expected, Tian Yu, while munching on the fruit platter, candidly divulged this information. Well, perhaps you could invite him over for a meal sometime. How are his grades? It seemed her daughter was beginning to unveil her feelings. Tian Ruyun, wary of overreacting and inadvertently upsetting Tian Yu, could not help but voice her concern. Yu Tiancheng, sitting in the back row, probably did not score as well as Tian Yu, but if he was in the advanced class, he couldn't be too poor academically, right? He should be able to get into a top-tier university. Tian Yu told a small fib. Based on Yu Tiancheng's previous grades, he certainly would not qualify for a prestigious university. However, since he confidently claimed he could, she decided to echo that sentiment. Oh, that sounds promising. Tian Ruyun initially felt a surge of delight, but soon her concern resurfaced. So, you're not planning to apply to the same university, are you? There are different tiers, even among the top universities. Tian Yu's academic performance is on the cusp of entering prestigious institutions like Tsinghua and Peking University, firmly positioning her for admission into notable 985 universities such as Zhonghai University. In contrast, if Yu Tiancheng can only manage a less distinguished 985 university, the disparity in their standings is quite significant. For the moment, she harbors no such aspirations. Tian Ruyun noted that Tian Yu chose to use the term for now. She recognized her daughter as exceptionally rational, capable of discerning when to make particular choices. Unbeknownst to Tian Ruyun, Tian Yu's lack of a definitive answer stemmed from her uncertainty regarding which university Yu Tiancheng aimed for. Rest assured, my grades are secure. The astute Tian Yu reassured her mother, understanding her concerns and soothing her with ease. Mother knows you are sensible. Tian Ruyun nodded in contentment. However, in the next moment, her heart surged with tumultuous waves. She observed Tian Yu rising to retrieve a takeout box, pouring the remaining fruits from the platter into it, along with 2 small forks. The fruit platter is delightful. I'll take it to school. Remember to cut more bananas next time, she said, skipping away with the fruit box. Clearly, she was packing for someone else. This girl had never done such a thing before. You barely touched the large platter, Tian Ruyun thought silently. Yu Tiancheng exited the office building and returned to classroom 9 of senior year 3. Upon entering through the back door, he spotted Lu Yeshing anxiously seated at his desk, appearing somewhat disoriented yet oddly excited. The classroom already buzzed with a dozen students. Some gathered in small groups discussing problems. Others consumed their meals while tackling exercises. And a few memorized texts and vocabulary alone. Among them, Lu Rui, Li Sisi, and Su Huiqiao were curiously observing the bandage adorning Lu Yeshing's head. Lu Rui leaned against his desk, holding a lunchbox, chuckling quietly while occasionally taking a bite. The meal was particularly flavorful. Meanwhile, Li Sisi and Su Huiqiao whispered to each other, giggling mischievously, their mouths stretched in amusement as if they had just tasted something peculiar. Yu Tiancheng kicked the leg of a chair, signaling Lu Yeshing to stand. It's done. It's done. Lu Yexing exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Yu Tiancheng return, his words tumbling out in a flurry. Damn, you are increasingly disrespectful to me. Are you out of your mind? Yu Tiancheng misinterpreted Lu Yexing's words, thinking he was being insulted. I mean, I really succeeded. Chengge, you're amazing. Jiang Shishir actually spoke to me first. Lu Yexing's face radiated with joy, resembling someone intoxicated by a successful confession. It's just a conversation. Why are you so thrilled? Haven't you ever spoken to a girl? Yu Tiancheng retorted, somewhat annoyed. She must have apologized to you, right? How did you know? Lu Yexing's eyes brightened as he gave Yu Tiancheng a thumbs up. Chengge, from this moment on, you are a deity in my heart. Yu Tiancheng was taken aback, not anticipating that his moment of mischief would lead Lu Yexing to this outcome, eventually reeling in Jiang Shishir. However, according to Jiang Shishir's character, it is highly probable that this is all she said. What more is there to say? Just this one sentence? Indeed, it was she who brought it up first. Lu Yexing always felt that the distinction between being proactive and reactive is significant, and the meanings differ. So, how did you respond to her? I said it was nothing, assuring her not to worry. Did you not seize the opportunity to ask for her QQ number, or perhaps her phone or landline? I was so overwhelmed with excitement that I completely forgot. Truly inept. Yu Tiancheng shot a sidelong glance at Lu Yexing, his face a mask of disdain. No wonder you were taken in by that green tea in your past life. You squander your opportunities. Reflecting on his own shortcomings in his previous life, Yu Tiancheng sighed deeply, acknowledging that the two of them were akin to brothers in misfortune. Oh, let us wait for another chance. What are you discussing? At that moment, Tian Yu appeared at the back door. Upon noticing Lu Yexing's head resembling that of a ghostly figure, she paused momentarily. What happened to your head? Did you get into a fight? You look like you've been bowing to someone. Yu Tiancheng retorted with irritation. Don't listen to his nonsense. It's nothing. Thank you for your concern, class monitor. Please, have a seat. Lu Yexing quickly stood up to offer his place to Tian Yu and desperately shot daggers at Yu Tiancheng with his eyes, urging him to refrain from speaking out of turn. Bowing to someone? To whom? Tian Yu inquired suspiciously, directing her gaze at Yu Tiancheng. Jiang Shishir. Yu Tiancheng remained unfazed by Lu Yexing's expression, speaking candidly. The one from class 10? What is the situation? Tian Yu's curiosity was piqued. Despite her usual cool demeanor, she harbored an inner penchant for gossip. If you keep talking, I'll sever ties with you. Lu Yexing exclaimed in indignation. Fine, I won't say anything more. Please don't inquire further. I'm quite vexed by this matter, to the point that I skipped lunch. Yu Tiancheng winked at Tian Yu, casting a glance at the scrap paper, and Tian Yu instantly understood. They would exchange notes during class, and she ceased her questioning. You didn't have lunch? I happen to have a fruit box. You can have some. Saying this, Tian Yu retrieved a fruit box from behind her and placed it in front of Yu Tiancheng. Fruit salad, thank you. Yu Tiancheng, already famished, accepted it without hesitation and began to eat eagerly. The classroom fell into a profound silence, with some gazes fixed on Tian Yu and others on Yu Tiancheng, all laced with surprise. Clatter! Lu Rui's lunchbox tumbled to the floor, scattering food everywhere. Suddenly, the meal lost its appeal. The discussion between Li Sisi and Su Huiqiao abruptly ceased, particularly for Li Sisi, who was now oblivious, her nails digging into her palm. I haven't eaten either. Lu Yexing lamented in agony. Would you like a bite? Although Yu Tiancheng offered, he had no intention of sharing. I'm full. This morsel of dog food is better left untouched. Chapter 23. You mustn't touch me. The afternoon consisted of 2 consecutive physics classes followed by 2 biology classes. It may be due to their conspicuous nature that both the physics teacher and the biology teacher initially glanced at Lu Yexing before seeking out Tian Yu, only to ultimately call upon Yu Tiancheng. Strikingly, each teacher's first utterance was a reference to Tian Yu's desk mate, directing Yu Tiancheng to address the question. Consequently, Yu Tiancheng found himself in a quandary, pondering why he consistently required a preamble. What was it about being Tian Yu's desk mate that irked them? Frustrated, he thought to himself, why not just admit I don't know? Yu Tiancheng, unpretentious, simply stated his ignorance, which prompted a disapproving shake of the head from the elderly physics teacher and a series of sighs from the elderly biology teacher. Following this, a lengthy admonishment ensued, along with a warning that they would be discussing his performance with his homeroom teacher. Each student in the honors class was regarded as a precious gem, and Yu Tiancheng's demeanor evoked a sense of impending academic decline. Observing Yu Tiancheng's state, Tian Yu felt a twinge of concern. How had he come to know so little? It seemed that tutoring him would be a formidable task. Don't leave after school. I'll help you with your studies. She wrote a note to Yu Tiancheng. All right. He replied readily, for in his rebirth, he had nearly forgotten the knowledge of high school, having retained only his skills in English and programming, which were necessitated by work. Naturally, his Chinese language proficiency should still be satisfactory. However, his grasp of physics, biology, chemistry, and mathematics had all but vanished. He understood the necessity of refreshing his knowledge. Should he perform inadequately in competitions and fail to secure a recommendation, obtaining merely a score at or below the cutoff would render his examination results crucial. The cutoff for first-tier universities in Xiangnan had hovered around 560 in recent years. If memory served, it had even exceeded 570 in 2004. Yu Tiancheng had once surpassed the cutoff by over 20 points. Now, the thought of achieving such a feat was daunting. With only his English, Chinese, and rudimentary mathematics, he feared his total score might not even reach 400. In the afternoon, after school concluded, Tianyu returned home for dinner, while Yu Tiancheng dashed into the cafeteria like a madman. Having not eaten sufficiently at noon, he was determined to fill his stomach at dinner. After dining, evening self-study sessions awaited him, spanning 3 periods until 9 p.m. The humanistic policy at Langzhou No. 1 High School allowed students to choose whether to attend these sessions. Afterward, many students packed their belongings and headed home, though some lingered, such as Zhang Rui, Li Sisi, Su Huiqiao, and Lu Yexing. Tianyu disregarded the others and pulled Yu Tiancheng along, placing a mathematics test paper before him. Complete this. I will correct it for you, and if you struggle, I shall explain. Yu Tiancheng, free of pretense, promptly began writing. Tianyu also took another paper to work on. Zhang Rui, seated ahead, watched their synchronized efforts with envy, his eyes burning with jealousy. After waiting a considerable time, he realized Tianyu had no intention of leaving, forcing him to depart in frustration. Meanwhile, Li Sisi clutched 2 movie tickets, waiting for a while before casting an irate glare at Tianyu and ultimately dragging Su Huiqiao away. Tianyu, are you not leaving? Then you should lock the door. The class vice captain, Lin Zhua, placed the key on the podium, exchanged a brief greeting with Tianyu, and departed. Lao Yu, class leader. Aren't you two heading home? Lu Yexing remained until the end, smiling as he looked at Yu Tiancheng and Tianyu. You go ahead. I'll finish this set of problems before I leave, Yu Tiancheng said, twirling a pen in his fingers. All right, by the way, I have something to tell you. You've acquired another nickname. Lu Yexing approached the two and whispered, a nickname? What is it? Tianyu sure. Tianyu sure, what does that mean? You'll have to figure it out yourself. Never mind. I won't disturb your romantic escapades. Can't afford the dog food. Lu Yexing grabbed his backpack and dashed away. Tianyu was momentarily taken aback, then revealed a peculiar smile. Tianyu sure? Yu Tiancheng glanced at Tianyu, who raised an eyebrow and wrote the characters for Tianyu sure on a piece of scrap paper, punctuating it with 3 dots below. Yu Tiancheng immediately became incensed. Damn it. Who on earth came up with such a ridiculous nickname? If it must be a nickname, it should be Yu Tiancheng. Tianyu's cheeks flushed, and she shot Yu Tiancheng an exasperated glance. She snatched a look at the math paper in his hands and was astonished to find large portions left blank. You can't solve any of these problems? Oh. Yu Tiancheng scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Huh. You actually solved this major problem? You can't do the simpler ones in the front. Yet you managed to tackle this complex one involving Newton's iteration method? Tianyu regarded Yu Tiancheng with curiosity, wondering if his brain had been altered by aliens. What a strange sensation. This problem is too familiar. The thought process for programming differs from mathematics, yet it indeed encompasses a wealth of mathematical knowledge. Hence, while Yu Tiancheng may not excel at many straightforward problems, he can solve certain challenging ones. So, you're not familiar with the other problems? Then practice more. You should complete a paper every day after school, Tianyu insisted, biting her lip. Yu Tiancheng wore a woeful expression, yearning to protest, but upon seeing Tianyu's determined demeanor, he awkwardly chuckled. Is there any reward? Reward? I'm using my break time to tutor you, and you're asking for a reward? Tianyu's eyes sparkled with annoyance. This fellow is getting too cocky. Well, you see, I could be making millions in a minute. Spending an extra hour here with you costs me dearly. Don't you think I deserve a little something in return? Yu Tiancheng replied, somewhat defiantly. The classroom was quiet, and at that moment, Yu Tiancheng gazed at the profile of Tianyu, inhaling her youthful fragrance, and felt inexplicably stirred. You? Making millions in a minute? Huh. The sun hasn't even set yet. The girl wore a dismissive smile. I meant in the future. Yu Tiancheng, unperturbed by her mockery, maintained his bravado. I'll take your word for it, but for now, you must focus on your studies. Aim for a 985 university at the very least. As she spoke, Tianyu wrote out the solution formula, an answer to a problem. So, you really want to be my girlfriend? Yu Tiancheng leaned forward, deliberately closing the distance between them. Why are you so close to me? Tianyu's heart raced as she turned her face, her beautiful eyes darting nervously to the left and right, warily observing Yu Tiancheng. I came to discuss the problems with you. Weren't you supposed to explain them to me? She queried, her tone laced with incredulity. What kind of look is that? Are you thinking something inappropriate? Surely, you wouldn't dare to cross that line? Yu Tiancheng theatrically placed his hands over his chest, adopting a mockingly pitiful expression. Uft. With your scrawny frame, I doubt you'd even be able to touch me. Come here, and I'll explain the problem. Tian Yu shot him an exasperated glance. I'm coming over now. Just remember, don't touch me. Yu Tiancheng retorted playfully. Chapter 24. Unacknowledged matters are indeed unfolding. How annoying. You're giving me goosebumps. Tian Yu playfully chided, casting a playful glare at Yu Tiancheng as she lightly nudged his leg with her foot. With a mere glance, she exuded an alluring charm. Yu Tiancheng grinned widely, leaning closer, feeling the masculine aura emanating from him. Tian Yu's cheeks flushed slightly as she steadied her nerves and began to explain the problem to him. It must be said, despite having forgotten much, Yu Tiancheng's mind remained sharp. He grasped concepts swiftly, learning with ease. Within 5 minutes, Tian Yu had elucidated a rather complex problem, and Yu Tiancheng had mastered it. When presented with a similar question, he completed it with remarkable speed. I now suspect you might be deliberately downplaying your abilities, Tian Yu remarked, astonished at Yu Tiancheng's unexpected proficiency. Clearly, you possess some foundational knowledge. Come on, next problem. I can't wait to learn foreign languages. No, I mean mathematics. Yu Tiancheng said with enthusiasm. The primary motivation, of course, was that Tian Yu, the campus beauty, had a profile that was truly captivating. Naturally, improving his grades was also essential. At least it would spare him the embarrassment of being called upon in class in the future. Tian Yu quickly regained her focus and proceeded to explain the next problem. The two engaged in a lively exchange, occasionally delving into spirited discussions, and before they knew it, an hour had flown by. When Tian Yu's phone rang, they were startled to realize how much time had passed. It's already 10. Hello, Mom? Yes, I'm fine. I'm still at school. I'll return home as soon as I finish this set of problems. After ending the call, Tian Yu pointed to the partially completed problem. Let us continue. How about I walk you home first? Yu Tiancheng suggested, glancing at the time. There's no need. Let's finish this first. Just as Tian Yu finished speaking, a sudden click echoed through the classroom. The lights went out. The school's power had been cut. What a pity. We can't continue now, Tian Yu lamented. Don't worry. I'll ponder it on my own. You should head home first. All right then. Yu Tiancheng simply tidied up the desk, and the two descended the stairs together. It's quite dark. Upon stepping out of the classroom, Tian Yu noted the eerie silence enveloping the campus. The corridor was pitch black, devoid of any sound, causing a slight shiver to run down her spine. I'll lead the way. Just hold on to your backpack. Watch your step on the stairs. Yu Tiancheng handed his backpack to Tian Yu, signaling her to grip it, and then cautiously made his way down the staircase, matching her pace. Tian Yu gazed at Yu Tiancheng's gently swaying silhouette, warmth flooding her heart as a sweet smile graced her lips. Clutching her backpack, she followed him step by step down the path, suddenly feeling a sense of fear dissipate. Why was it so late, and they hadn't returned home yet? The two of them wheeled their bicycles to the school gate, only to find it locked. The vigilant gatekeeper scrutinized Yu Tiancheng, inquiring, lost track of time with your studies. Have you? Yu Tiancheng replied with an air of arrogance. Studying? Who are you trying to fool? It looks more like frivolous nonsense to me. Which class are you from? And what is your name? I'll inform your homeroom teacher. The gatekeeper's stern expression reflected his seriousness. These young people, he thought, were more preoccupied with romance than their studies. Just a couple of days prior, there had been news of a high school girl becoming pregnant, with 3 boys rushing to the hospital to pay for an abortion, resulting in a brawl among them. I'm from class 9, my name is Tian Yu. We were just trying to solve a few more problems and lost track of time, Tian Yu replied with a bright smile directed at the gatekeeper. Class 9, that's an elite class. The gatekeeper's demeanor shifted instantly. I know you, young lady. You're renowned throughout the school for your academic prowess, consistently ranking first. You wouldn't engage in reckless behavior. Very well, I'll open the gate for you. Tian Yu exchanged a conspiratorial wink with Yu Tiancheng. Academic achievers receive special privileges, Yu Tiancheng remarked with a hint of admiration. The gatekeeper unlocked the small gate, allowing them to pass through. Before they departed, he cautioned, that alley over there is dark. There are always some ruffians causing trouble. Stay vigilant, and if you encounter any issues, shout loudly. I'll come to your aid. Don't worry, sir. You get some rest, Yu Tiancheng replied as they mounted their bicycles, pedaling towards the Wenxiang rice noodle shop, which was already closed for the night, with the staff long gone. Yet the lights outside still shone brightly. Tian Riyun sat at a window seat, her eyes fixed intently on the outside world. This was the first time Tian Yu had returned home so late, It had never happened before. When she finally spotted her mother's figure emerging from the shadows, her anxious heart began to settle, though it remained suspended in uncertainty. Then, she noticed a boy pushing his bicycle from the darkness, with her familiar pink backpack hanging from the handlebars. Indeed, it was this young man. It seemed that Tianyu was genuinely in a relationship. Though she wouldn't admit it verbally, the frequent encounters clearly indicated a budding romance. Never mind, let us observe a little longer. Perhaps they're simply walking home together, Tian Ruyun thought, her emotions in a tangle. All right, this is far enough. You should head home now. It's getting late. And be careful on the way. Tianyu took her backpack from Yu Tiancheng and placed it in the bicycle basket. Throughout the journey, they hurried along without much conversation. Yet Tianyu felt a profound sense of comfort, reminiscent of walking home with that little boy 10 years ago. You go inside first. I'll wait until you're safely in before I leave, Yu Tiancheng said. Tianyu smiled. Her steps light as she made her way to the entrance of the rice noodle shop. Pushing the door open, she turned to glance in Yu Tiancheng's direction and felt a warm flutter in her heart upon seeing him gazing back at her. She waved at him before stepping inside. I'm back. Let us have some late-night snacks to replenish ourselves. Inside the shop, Tian Ruyun casually placed a bowl of pre-prepared white fungus and lotus seed porridge in front of Tianyu. Thank you, Mom. Tianyu replied sweetly, lifting the bowl to sip the porridge while her eyes darted to the entrance from which she had just returned. However, it was now devoid of any figures. Did that boy walk you back? Tian Ruyun inquired further. Yes, Tianyu responded, her hand trembling slightly as she acknowledged. Are you two in a relationship? Tian Ruyun felt compelled to ask, her concern palpable. Absolutely not, Tianyu replied firmly, her denial only heightening Tian Ruyun's anxiety. Typically, things that are denied often hold some truth. We're merely ordinary classmates. Rest assured, I won't engage in any romantic relationships until after I enter university. Tianyu insisted earnestly. Tian Ruyun sighed softly. Her child was naive. Oh, my dear, love is rarely as simple as you perceive it. Sometimes, you may unwittingly find yourself entangled in its complexities. Yet, with Tianyu's disposition, she wished to intervene but felt uncertain about how to approach the matter. Chapter 25. Who reported me? Why are you back so late? On the other side, Wei Xiaoqin sat on the sofa, knitting while watching television. Upon seeing her son return, she casually inquired. Yu Tiancheng glanced towards the master bedroom. Is Dad not back yet? He has an extra class at his training center. Busy earning money, she replied. Oh, I see you seem quite unperturbed. Aren't you worried about me returning so late? You're a grown man. What could possibly happen to you? I'm more concerned about that girl, Wei Xiaoqin remarked, her eyes scrutinizing her son as if searching for any signs of change. Is there something more to your words, mother? Yu Tiancheng thought to himself. Who has been reporting me? No one. I was just waiting for you. And since you weren't answering your phone, I had no choice but to call Lu Yeshing's home. Lu Yeshing mentioned that the girl willingly offered to help you with your studies and even brought you fruit. I heard that girl is the top student in your school. Am I to expect a daughter-in-law from Qingbei in the future? Wei Xiaoqin's tone grew increasingly gossipy, straying further from reality. Qingbei might be a stretch, but a 985 university is certainly within reach. Yu Tiancheng nodded in agreement. Wei Xiaoqin paused, clearly taken aback by his admission. Previously, rumors had reached her ears regarding Yu Tiancheng pursuing a girl. During that time, she had subtly probed him about it, but he had always outright denied any romantic pursuits. The girl named Li Sisi had also been seen by Wei Xiaoqin, and inquiries revealed that her reputation was rather poor. Yu Tiancheng did not deny the relationship, which left Wei Xiaoqin disinclined to pursue the matter further. However, today Yu Tiancheng surprisingly did not refute his connection with the girl, which might suggest a budding romance. The top student in the school, a true scholar, certainly surpassed that Li Sisi by a considerable margin. With an air of arrogance, Wei Xiaoqin rolled her eyes. Though she remained silent, her heart swelled with satisfaction. I was merely referring to her academic achievements, not claiming your daughter-in-law attended a prestigious 985 university. What is there to fret about? Yu Tiancheng chuckled. This is your final year. Do not create disturbances at such a crucial time. If your grades slip, I will not let you off lightly. We cannot afford to let her academic standing falter either. Moreover, be cautious. Nothing must go awry before the college entrance examination. Wei Xiaoqin was about to unleash her incessant lecturing again. You are overthinking it. She is a rational individual, aiming for Tsinghua or Beida, possessing a sharp intellect. Yu Tiancheng remarked, tapping his temple. Given your words, our son is not lacking either. He too aspires to enter a 985 university. Upon hearing Yu Tiancheng's assertion, Wei Xiaoqin became immediately discontented. Every mother shares the same sentiment, brimming with expectations for her child, unwilling to tolerate even the slightest criticism from others, even if it comes from their own offspring. Oh, rest assured, nothing will go wrong. Besides, there are countless eyes watching, if anything were to occur. Wouldn't the school authorities slice me to pieces? The entire Langzhou would surely tremble. Yu Tiancheng rolled his eyes. After all, he was the prized possession of Langzhou No. 1 high school. Despite his close association with Tianyu, it was merely due to their shared class. Many boys in the school aspired to win her affection. Those from other classes, the sports teams, or even those who roamed the streets were well aware of her beauty. Yet, why did no one dare to confess their feelings to Tianyu or disturb her? Any ordinary student who dared approach her would likely find themselves reprimanded by a teacher. As for the athletes, they would face even harsher repercussions, subjected to additional training and laborious tasks, only to later be informed of the reasons behind such treatment. Yu Tiancheng's proximity to Tianyu was, in essence, within the realm of their homeroom teacher, Hu Xinqing's supervision. Hu Xinqing had always maintained that any issues should be managed within the class without involving school authorities. In his own words, "This is a matter concerning my senior class 9, and it is not for others to meddle in." Furthermore, Yu Tiancheng and Tianyu had only been in close contact for 2 or 3 days, and Hu Xinqing had yet to observe any unusual behavior. If they dared to pursue a relationship, it was a mutual affair. Why should all the blame be placed solely on my son? Wei Xiaoqin felt irked by Yu Tiancheng's remarks. "Oh dear, this is completely absurd. They merely helped me with a lesson, and you've spun it into an outrageous tale. If there is no substance to the rumor, kindly refrain from gossiping. I am hungry. Is there anything to eat?" Yu Tiancheng realized that if the discussion continued, Wei Xiaoqin would likely become obstinate, so he quickly declared his own hunger. "Indeed, I have prepared sweet potato porridge for you, along with the savory rice cakes you enjoy." Upon hearing that her son was hungry, Wei Xiaoqin hurried into the kitchen to bring out a pot of porridge and a plate of green rice cakes. Yu Tiancheng eagerly seized a piece and began to devour it. However, since someone has been tutoring you, it would be remiss to simply take without offering something in return. Wei Xiaoqin, watching her only son with affection, broached the subject once more. "Do not jest. We are merely classmates, ordinary classmates." Yu Tiancheng emphasized the word ordinary with particular gravity. "This matter has no foundation. Do not speak carelessly and tarnish the girl's reputation. Look at you. Before anything has even materialized, you are already turning your elbow outward, fearing for her reputation. Truly, it seems you have forgotten your roots after acquiring a wife." Wei Xiaoqin lamented. Yu Tiancheng was at a loss for words. "All right, you win." Just then, a knock resonated at the door, followed by the voice of Yu Wenyan. "Mom, I'm not joking. If you could truly bring home a wife from Qingbei, I would be overjoyed and would certainly provide for her." Wei Xiaoqin remarked as she moved to open the door. "I left the keys at school. Knowing you were at home, I didn't bother to retrieve them," Yu Wenyan explained upon entering, switching to slippers and glancing at Yu Tiancheng. "You lazy boy still awake? Had an extra class during evening study. Came back a bit late." Yu Tiancheng replied. "Eat quickly, then get to bed early. You still have school tomorrow." Wei Xiaoqin refrained from revealing Yu Tiancheng's secret. She understood that Yu Wenyan was rather conservative, and if he learned about the matter between his son and Tianyu, he would likely want to have a serious talk with Yu Tiancheng, ensuring that he would not get any sleep that night. The next morning, as was his custom, Yu Tiancheng rose early, glancing at his computer and the dusty piano case behind it, shaking his head in dismay. The pressure of studying in the final year was palpable, reflected in the long hours spent at school. Late nights led to difficulty waking during the day. Yu Tiancheng even questioned whether students could truly perform at their best under such relentless conditions. Perhaps this was merely a method of sifting through the superior from the ordinary. Escaping these constraints is exceedingly difficult. However, I am resilient. With determination, Yu Tiancheng kicked off his blanket and sat up. The vigor of youth is indeed remarkable. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he hopped on his bicycle and sped off to school. Breakfast? He would have relished another bowl of noodles. But upon checking his pockets, he found them void of funds, causing a pang of anxiety. What if Tianyu was not there, and the proprietress refused to extend credit? Would he be forced to wash dishes for a day? Moreover, it felt inappropriate to continuously partake without contributing. One's face can be thick-skinned, but a semblance of self-awareness is essential. At the Wenxiang rice noodle shop, Tianyu occupied the same spot where Yu Tiancheng had sat the previous day, enjoying her breakfast while occasionally glancing up, hoping to catch a glimpse of him. However, despite finishing her meal, Yu Tiancheng did not appear. Had he overslept? Was he late? Tianyu, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead with a tissue, rose and walked over to Tian Riyun. "Mom, Could you please pack me a bowl of noodles? Without uttering a word, Tian Ryun promptly arranged for the kitchen to prepare a bowl of noodles, personally drizzling the sauce and handing it to Tian Yu. Once Tian Yu had finished tidying up, Tian Ryun casually inquired, "Is this for Yu Tiancheng?" "Yes." He might have woken up late. Tian Yu nodded in response. "It seems he may feel too embarrassed to come over. Tell him to come by himself tomorrow for a meal. Packed food tends to get soggy and loses its flavor," Tian Ryun advised. Tian Yu glanced up at her mother, momentarily lost in thought. If a parent were to discover that their daughter shared an overly intimate relationship with a boy, wouldn't they naturally be anxious? Yet, there was no discernible expression on Tian Ryun's face. "All right." Confounded by her mother's thoughts, Tian Yu lowered her head and replied softly before cycling off to school. After watching Tian Yu depart, Tian Ryun retrieved her phone from the cash register, contemplated for a while, sighed, and then returned the phone to the drawer. In classroom 9 of the 3rd year, Yu Tiancheng entered through the back door, holding a cup of soy milk. "Oh, not carrying the school bag for the campus beauty today?" Lu Yexing immediately chimed in with a teasing tone. Yu Tiancheng shot Lu Yexing a sidelong glance. "And where's your bandage?" "Damn it, don't remind me. I forgot to take it off yesterday, and when I got home, my mom found it. She interrogated me thoroughly, thinking I was up to no good, getting into fights. She almost called Lao Hu," Lu Yexing retorted, visibly annoyed. "So you went and told my mom on me? Is your mouth made of cotton? Can't you keep anything to yourself?" Yu Tiancheng recalled how he had been inexplicably questioned by Wei Taiho the previous night. "I simply didn't want you to grow closer to Li Sisi, so I mentioned it to Aunt Wei, intending to solidify my point," Lu Yexing said, puffing out his chest in a show of loyalty. Yu Tiancheng merely replied, "I'm feeling sour. So you betray me, and I'm supposed to thank you for it?" "Tiancheng, I'd like to invite you to a movie this weekend, Infernal Affair starring Andy Lau. Aren't you a big fan of his?" At that moment, Li Sisi suddenly approached Yu Tiancheng, handing him 2 movie tickets. Recently, Infernal Affairs had been released and was enjoying immense popularity, attracting many film enthusiasts. In his past life, Yu Tiancheng had watched this film, but it was he who had invited Li Sisi, treating her to dinner afterward. Of course, as a gesture of gratitude, Li Sisi allowed him to escort her home, considering it a reward. Who would have imagined that in this lifetime, Li Sisi would take the initiative to invite Yu Tiancheng to a movie? Moreover, she did so in front of their entire class. Such an occurrence would have been utterly inconceivable in the past. Li Sisi appeared to have genuinely thrown caution to the wind, raising her voice a notch, thinking to herself, "I've already humbled myself to this extent. You must agree to my invitation and accompany me to the movie." However, Yu Tiancheng had no desire to entangle himself further with her and waved his hand in refusal, saying, "I'm sorry, I have plans this weekend. You should find someone else to accompany you." Rejected. He actually turned me down. Li Sisi's face displayed an expression of incredulous anger. "I had the audacity to invite him in front of so many people, and he had the gall not to show me any courtesy? Plans? You must be lying. Who are you supposedly meeting?" Li Sisi, unable to save face, pressed for details. "Must we not extend a modicum of courtesy to one another, Li Sisi? Why must you insist on making this so awkward?" Yu Tiancheng shook his head in disbelief. This woman was not only fickle but also remarkably self-important, perpetually believing that she was indispensable. "Speak up. If you can't provide an answer, it merely proves you are lying." Li Sisi, genuinely provoked by Yu Tiancheng's dismissal, became obstinate and continued to shout. In the classroom, students engaged in morning study, cleaning, or tackling exercises turned their heads, drawn by the commotion. "He has plans with me." At that moment, a melodious voice, tinged with sweetness, rang out, and a striking figure with a high ponytail appeared at the doorway. The hair swaying on her ponytail seemed to radiate a glow, illuminating the entrance. Tian Yu had arrived. Yu Tiancheng's eyelids flickered. What was happening? "When did I agree to meet you? He promised to study with me, right?" Tian Yu lifted her head, resembling a proud swan, and deliberately turned to Yu Tiancheng to inquire. "Yes, I aim to attend a prestigious university, so I must study diligently. I have made arrangements with Tian Yu." Yu Tiancheng smiled, harmonizing with Tian Yu's words. "Tian Yu, I truly do not comprehend what merits he possesses that have caught your interest. Why must you compete with me?" Li Sisi, fueled by a sudden surge of confidence, cast aside her previous fears of Tian Yu. "Li Sisi, that's enough." Yu Tiancheng stood up abruptly, unwilling to let Li Sisi's unreasonable behavior drag others into this mess. Furthermore, if this situation escalated involving Tian Yu, it would undoubtedly attract the principal's attention. And even their homeroom teacher, Hu Xingxing, would be unable to contain it. Li Sisi likely entertained similar thoughts, thus resorting to reckless abandon. If she were to be unhappy, she would not allow anyone else to be happy either. Tian Yu silenced Yu Tiancheng with a glance, shoving a pack of rice noodles into his hands. Eat your meal. What business do men have in matters concerning women? Gasp. A collective intake of breath echoed from the students. Was this truly the aloof academic queen they had known? Yu Tiancheng was stunned. Could it be so unabashedly straightforward? Then, taking a step forward, Tian Yu confronted Li Sisi directly. Classmate, I am not in competition with you. You are merely vexing yourself. Let go. He is a diligent student and not suited for you. You have plenty of admirers. Releasing one will not hinder your ability to charm others. You. Li Sisi looked up at Tian Yu, who towered over her, and a profound sense of helplessness washed over her. It was an innate fear. In Li Sisi's eyes, Tian Yu stood as a phoenix among birds, unattainable and unassailable. Chapter 27. The space you left for me is too small. I will not let go. I will not consent. Li Sisi gritted her teeth, her expression resolute. Yu Tiancheng cast a sidelong glance upward, thinking to himself, what do you take me for? A mere possession for your whims. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, merely intensifying his slurping of noodles. In the classroom, aside from the exchanges between Tian Yu and Li Sisi, the only sound that filled the air was the noisy slurping of noodles. What a challenge this is. I relish it. If you were to concede like this, it would compel me to reconsider the validity of my choices. As it stands, my judgment appears sound. Thus, let us engage in a contest of wills. Tian Yu, a girl from Sichuan and Chongqing, possessed an indomitable spirit. Once unrestrained, her bold and fiery nature surged forth with remarkable vigor. You claim he is a good student and unsuitable for me. Allow me to retort that you too are a good student, ill-suited for him. The likelihood of you both attending the same university, or even residing in the same city, is exceedingly slim, and in the end, you will find no favorable outcome. Li Sisi subtly retorted to Tian Yu. There is no need for your concern. Time is ample, and I can assist him in improving his grades, whereas you can only lead him into despair. Tian Yu's words declared her sentiments unequivocally. Upon hearing this, the boys in the classroom appeared utterly defeated. As if mourning a great loss, Zhang Rui, in particular, picked up his ballpoint pen, mimicking a motion of driving it forcefully into his thigh before hurling it to the ground in frustration. Although he understood that Tian Yu was unlikely to be with him, associating with someone like Yu Tiancheng, who sat at the back of the classroom, was entirely unacceptable. Meanwhile, a few girls gazed at Tian Yu and Yu Tiancheng with starry eyes, their expressions brimming with excitement, whispering, what a delightful pairing. Hooray! The way Tian Yu defended Yu Tiancheng was undeniably impressive. This couple is worth shipping. Yu Tiancheng, bewildered, looked up, pondering, am I truly so charming? Why is it that, upon my rebirth, I find myself the object of affection from not one, but two women? The fact that these two women had entered into a rivalry over him was certainly bound to be the talk of the town. However, he remained unconcerned about the potential repercussions. Having lived two lives, his capacity for endurance surpassed all expectations. Clack, clack, outside the classroom. The unmistakable sound of polished shoes echoed in the corridor. It was the approach of Aunt Huang. Today was the day for English morning reading. Upon noticing Aunt Huang's imminent arrival, Li Sisi dared not continue her confrontation with Tian Yu. If this reached the teacher's ears, she would bear the brunt of the consequences. Tian Yu would undoubtedly emerge unscathed. You think too highly of him, Li Sisi remarked before indignantly retreating to her seat, her expression one of frustration and palpable vexation. Yu Tiancheng rolled his eyes, wondering, where have I fallen short? In my past life, though you played tricks on me, I managed to outmaneuver you in 108 ways. Tian Yu simply smiled and settled back beside Yu Tiancheng. She felt no need for debate. Her actions spoke volumes of her decision. When others say you are incapable, you must strive to prove them wrong, she whispered to Yu Tiancheng, who was contentedly sipping his soup. Hiss, am I capable? Why not give it a try and find out? Yu Tiancheng inhaled sharply, his tongue tingling from the spiciness. At present, it seems I am not, though there remains potential. Tiao Yu reflected on Yu Tiancheng's performance in answering questions and correcting mistakes the previous night, and stated objectively, men cannot be deemed incapable. Likewise, women should not claim their men are lacking. Yu Tiancheng cast a mischievous glance at Tiao Yu's chest. Today, she was not in her school uniform, but had chosen a light blue suspender dress that accentuated her alluring figure, complemented by a brooch that exuded an air of sophistication. It was this brooch that made Yu Tiancheng realize that the dress concealed a tremendous secret. It turned out that, besides her delicately slender waist, Tiao Yu possessed a rather formidable bosom. As if sensing Yu Tiancheng's lascivious gaze, Tiao Yu extended her petite hand and gently pinched his waist, twisting it thereafter. Yu Tiancheng immediately recoiled, akin to a locked Jared opened by a key, crashing against the wall at a 30-degree angle. Since you are so capable, you must perform better than me in the college entrance examination if you wish for me to be your girlfriend. After dealing with Yu Tiancheng, Yu began to escalate the stakes of their wager. Goodness, sister, are you jesting? You can score between 680 and 700. Have you not left me with sufficient room? Yu Tiancheng feigned astonishment, turning his head and leaning in within 15 centimeters of Yu, inquiring. The proximity was overwhelming, the fragrance intoxicating. Perhaps it was the first time being scrutinized so closely by a boy. Yu felt somewhat unaccustomed. Yet, she did not retreat. Instead, she lifted her chin, a proud gleam flashing across her smooth skin. Aren't men not meant to be deemed incapable? Do you believe that only by standing in front can a man's prowess be displayed? A slight stirring occurred in Yu Tiancheng's heart as he mused that he could also showcase a man's might from behind. However, he dismissed the thought, thinking if she preferred the front, so be it, and if she favored the rear, let it be that way. Amid their conversation, the sound of footsteps echoed, approaching the classroom door. To everyone's astonishment, the visitor was not Huang Wan, but a sophisticated lady clad in a white shirt, pencil pants, and high heels. Upon her entrance, all the boys in the class fixated their attention on her. Wasn't this the computer teacher, Su Lan, from the computer lab? As third-year students, the most lamentable situation was having lost many auxiliary classes. For instance, the most robust physical education teacher was perpetually ill, and the melodious music teacher was always occupied. At Dijon, they also had to contend with the most beautiful computer teacher frequently away for training. Today, Su Lan's unexpected appearance genuinely thrilled the male students of Class 9. Su Lan stood at the classroom entrance, first glancing at the sign on the door to confirm it was Class 9, then flashed a captivating smile at the boy seated in the front, inquiring, "Where's Yu Tiancheng?" The young man had become somewhat entranced by Su Lan's beauty. When he saw her lean forward, he mistakenly thought she was seeking him out, only to realize upon hearing the name Yu Tiancheng that she was actually looking for him. What on earth had Yu Tiancheng done to attract the attention of even the stunning female teacher from the computer lab? He sat at the back, near the rear door. Noticing her desk mate's lack of response, the young man's female classmate eagerly interjected, addressing Su Lan. "The rear door?" Su Lan lifted her gaze and spotted Yu Tiancheng holding a plastic box. His head turned as he chatted animatedly with a pretty female classmate. Their proximity was striking, almost intimate. That girl was quite attractive. The little rascal truly had his share of good fortune. Su Lan cast a disapproving glance at Yu Tiancheng, initially contemplating approaching the back door to twist his ear and offer some playful reprimands. Yet, she quickly reconsidered. Such actions were beneath her as a teacher. With this thought, she straightened her posture, adjusted her collar, and deliberately raised her voice. "Yu Tiancheng, step out and accompany me to the office." Chapter 28. Misuse of Terms. This is called training. Despite her efforts to project authority, Su Lan's tone lacked the commanding presence typical of a teacher, instead evoking the impression of a secretary reporting to her boss. Instantly, all attention in the classroom shifted back to Yu Tiancheng, including that of Tian Yu, who looked at him in astonishment. "What trouble have you gotten into this time? Don't make a fuss. I'm just going to the office to discuss serious matters." Yu Tiancheng replied to Tian Yu before rising and exiting through the back door. As they left, the classroom erupted into lively discussion once more. Even teacher Su has come to find Yu Tiancheng. "That fellow has been quite the sensation lately," murmured one male student, his tone laced with envy. "Humph. Who knows what mischief he has been up to?" Did you not catch the tone in teacher Su's voice? "Yu Tiancheng, step out for a moment." Zhang Rui mimicked Su Lan's stance, embellishing his remarks. "Mind your own business. Whatever you does is not for you to gossip about," Lu Yexing retorted, unable to tolerate Zhang Rui's disparaging comments about Yu Tiancheng. "You know nothing. I heard that there was an incident in the computer lab a couple of days ago. All the computers crashed, disrupting classes across the school. It could very well have been Yu Tiancheng's doing." Zhang Rui attempted to tarnish Yu Tiancheng's reputation. Little did he know, the incident was indeed related to Yu Tiancheng, albeit not in the manner he suggested. How absurd. You spread rumors without bearing any responsibility. The computer lab's issues could have arisen from a virus. What does that have to do with you? You're just idle. Lu Yexing angrily kicked Zhang Rui's chair, nearly causing him to topple over. "Hey, why the physicality? Do you want to fight?" Zhang Rui exclaimed. Zhang Rui steadied himself, a flush gracing his cheeks as he raised his voice, his neck thick with tension. "If it comes to blows, are you really afraid?" Lu Yexing rolled up his sleeves, revealing arms as robust as a young bull. "I want to stoop to the level of someone so ignorant. If you have the courage, take it up with Aunt Huang." Instantly, Zhang Rui recoiled, settling back into his seat, lowering his head to focus on his studies. Lu Yexing noticed Huang Wan entering and fell silent, returning to his book. Teacher, my stomach hurts. Zhang Rui suddenly raised his hand, reporting to Huang Wan. You may go, she replied, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Rui, a former English class representative, yet maintaining a measure of politeness, mainly because he seldom caused trouble. Zhang Rui promptly stood, bent over, and hurried out of the classroom. That rascal is definitely not in pain. Lu Yexing muttered through clenched teeth, then raised his hand as well. Teacher, it's my turn to clean today, and I haven't mopped yet. Go ahead. Huang Wan responded with a furrowed brow, her impatience evident. Lu Yexing dashed to the back, grabbing the bucket and mop, racing away. Life is treating me well. And with a lovely companion too, he thought. Outside the classroom, Su Lan crossed her arms, scrutinizing Yu Tiancheng. Teacher Su, as an educator, how can you utter such irresponsible words? Yu Tiancheng warned sternly. Oh, spare me the pretense in front of me. I've encountered countless men. And which one hasn't had their share of tricks? Su Lan replied, adopting a tone of feigned maturity, before suddenly switching to a conspiratorial whisper. Come. Follow me to the computer room. I have something interesting to show you. With that, she resumed a teacherly demeanor, striding authoritatively towards the computer room. This woman, toggling between teacherly poise and youthful charm, must be exhausting herself, Yu Tiancheng mused, trailing behind her, discarding the takeout box into a nearby trash bin. Upon reaching the computer room, Su Lan pointed to the first computer. This will be your desk for the next month. What do you mean? Yu Tiancheng asked, momentarily taken aback. Beside the computer lay a thick stack of materials. Ignoring his query, Su Lan retrieved a NOIP preliminary exam admission ticket from her desk and tossed it to him. Here, I've taken care of it for you. Just affix a photo. Thank you, Yu Tiancheng exclaimed, elated to receive it, especially with only 2 days left before registration closed, a challenging task for him. Yet for Su Lan, such matters were trivial. She then tapped the stack of materials on his desk. These are past competition papers I specifically gathered for you from Xingqing yesterday. It took quite a favor to obtain them. If you can't even pass the preliminary exam, I'll have words with you. Yu Tiancheng glanced at a paper, astonished to find the questions neatly printed. The stack was substantial, at least the height of his forearm, indicating considerable effort had gone into preparing it. In the forthcoming month, you are to complete all these problems. This computer room shall be your classroom. From now on, you will attend your classes here. And you may also remain after school to study undisturbed. I eagerly anticipate the day you achieve a triumphant breakthrough, Su Lan earnestly stated to Yu Tiancheng. What about my other classes? Yu Tiancheng inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. Those are unnecessary. If you advance to the NOIP finals and secure an award, esteemed universities will be vying for your attendance. What significance do your other subjects hold then? Su Lan replied dismissively, rolling her eyes. And if other teachers seek me out? Yu Tiancheng continued to probe. That will not occur. I have already discussed it with your homeroom teacher, who will provide them with an explanation, Su Lan assured him, waving her hand casually as she took her place at the computer on the podium. She retrieved a cloth from the drawer, meticulously cleaning the desk and the computer before discarding the cloth, powering on the machine. She opened another drawer, extracting a lollipop, pausing briefly before tossing another to Yu Tiancheng. Crossing her legs. Starting tomorrow, the task of cleaning will fall to you. So, I am to be your unpaid laborer? Yu Tiancheng lamented with a mock sorrowful expression as he unwrapped the lollipop and popped it into his mouth. Nonsense, I didn't gift you a lollipop. My labor is far too valuable for such triviality. Enough with the idle chatter. For the first book, complete 2 sets for me. I will review them shortly. If your accuracy is below 80%, brace yourself for a reprimand, Su Lan admonished, her eyes wide with mock severity. Yu Tiancheng understood the underlying motives. Hu Xingxing, that cunning old fox, was undoubtedly wary of disturbing Tian Yu's studies, yet too embarrassed to voice it directly, so he had Su Lan confine him to the computer room. Don't you wish to participate in the competition? Then focus on your studies without lingering in the classroom, allowing me to worry incessantly. So, I am being placed under house arrest. Incorrect terminology. This is termed intensive training. As Su Lan spoke, she glanced at her computer screen and gestured towards Yu Tiancheng. Please draw the curtains. Why? If you close the curtains, how can I work on the problems? Are you attempting to render me nearsighted? Yu Tiancheng protested, his reluctance apparent. My computer's glare hampers my ability to work online. Furthermore, it is daytime. Your vision isn't impaired, is it? Surely you can discern such large characters? Su Lan retorted, her tone exasperated. Very well, this is your domain. Your word is law, Yu Tiancheng grumbled before rising to draw the curtains tightly shut. Outside in the corridor, Zhang Rui and Lu Yexing peeked from different angles, their eyes wide with astonishment. What on earth? Have they really closed the curtains? What could they possibly be doing in the computer room during broad daylight that warrants such secrecy? The most beautiful teacher in the school and the most notorious troublemaker. What could possibly unfold in that dimly lit room? The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. Chapter 29. Not that we won't show you, this problem seems quite manageable. Despite having nearly forgotten his high school knowledge, Yu Tiancheng found himself besieged by memories as he perused the past examination papers for the informatics competition. After all, he had served as an informatics coach for 2 years, and these problems were all too familiar to him. Not only could he recall questions up to 2003, but even those from the subsequent 2 decades remained vivid in his mind. In a flurry of activity over 20 minutes, Yu Tiancheng completed 2 sets of questions and tossed them to Su Lan. Finished so quickly? Did you even read the questions? I hope you didn't copy the answers. Su Lan remarked, still engrossed in her game of Bomberman. Yu Tiancheng's rapid completion took her by surprise. Do you believe copying answers is faster than writing them directly? He replied casually. You are quite confident. Su Lan retorted, retrieving the answers from a nearby drawer and checking them against his work. To her astonishment, every answer was correct. This indicated that if Yu Tiancheng were to take the preliminary round based on these 2 sets of questions, he would undoubtedly pass. Su Lan's previously anxious heart settled considerably. She had taken a significant gamble this time, and it seemed she had struck gold. Confidence stems from one's formidable abilities, Yu Tiancheng thought, smiling slightly. Well then, how about you tackle 2 sets of questions for the second round for me to review? Su Lan suggested, her eyes darting. Miss, the second round requires coding. If you have printed the questions, they are meant to be written out meticulously. How about I type the code directly on the computer instead? Besides, the curtains are drawn so tightly, it strains my eyes. Yu Tiancheng queried, raising his chin towards Su Lan. What did you call me? That sounds quite pleasant, she responded. She had initially intended to assert that he should call her teacher, but the term miss felt far too fitting, especially since they were alone in the classroom. Miss, isn't it true that Su Lan is only a few years my senior? And she's quite lovely. Calling her miss is not inappropriate, is it? Yu Tiancheng flattered her with a compliment. Yes, in the absence of others, you may address me as such. Just use your computer, Su Lan conceded, satisfied with Yu Tiancheng's demeanor. With a slight smile, he powered on the machine, retrieved the exam questions, and began to type swiftly. At this moment, Su Lan ceased to lounge and instead approached Yu Tiancheng from behind, watching him solve the problems. Outside the computer room, Lu Yexing and Zhang Rui arrived at the windows from opposite directions. Zhang Rui, having arrived first, peered at the drawn curtains for a considerable time, unable to discern the happenings within. He pressed his ear against the glass, straining to hear. The soundproofing was lacking, allowing a few audible snippets. Lu Yexing, having stealthily approached the computer room, noticed Zhang Rui eavesdropping and, out of curiosity, crept up behind him to listen as well. Inside, as Su Lan observed Yu Tiancheng's fingers dancing across the keyboard like butterflies flitting among flowers, she gasped, Is your speed truly this remarkable? This is merely a glimpse. You have yet to witness my full prowess. Allow me to demonstrate even greater speed, he replied. Yu Tiancheng seemed to intentionally show off, as his typing speed once again accelerated. A computer competition question concerning visual boundaries was swiftly solved by him using a segment tree algorithm in merely 15 seconds. Ah, you are remarkable, Su Lan exclaimed, her face displaying a charming astonishment that left the middle-aged man speechless. She playfully slapped Yu Tiancheng on the shoulder, adding, You're quite impressive. Yu Tiancheng immediately gasped in surprise. Ouch, that hurts, be gentle. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me massage it. Su Lan quickly realized her grip was too strong and began to tenderly knead his shoulder while giggling. Hee, I consider myself lucky to have found a treasure. From now on, Tiancheng, you shall be my Achilles heel, my cherished possession. Anyone who dares to compete with me will face my wrath. Su teacher, can we refrain from speaking so ambiguously? It can easily lead to misunderstandings. Don't call me teacher, call me sister. Yes, sister. That is better. Rest assured. Sister will not mistreat you. Come on, let us tackle another one, Su Lan said, pointing to the next question. Outside, Zhang Rui, eavesdropping by the wall, widened his eyes in disbelief, utterly astonished. The beautiful teacher from the microcomputer room was engaged in something indescribable with Yu Tiancheng. Lu Yexing was equally stunned. Wow, is Yu Tiancheng really this bold? Does this mean I can no longer call him Yu? Perhaps I should address him as Chingge? No, that would be an insult to his status. I should call him Godfather instead. How shameless. I'll tell Tianyu about this. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhang Rui. He stood up, turned around, and inadvertently bumped face-to-face with Lu Yexing, resulting in an unexpected intimate encounter. Ah! Zhang Rui, oblivious to Lu Yexing's presence, screamed in shock. Oh, what the hell? Liu Yexing was equally taken aback by the sudden kiss, instantly feeling sullied, and he too began shouting. Who is it? Inside, upon hearing the commotion, Su Lan's eyes widened in surprise, her voice elevating by several octaves. Outside, Liu Yexing and Zhang Rui wiped their mouths, spitting out in shock, and froze upon hearing Su Lan's voice. Oh no, we've been discovered. Run. Liu Yexing turned and dashed away, with Zhang Rui trailing behind. The two bolted towards the stairs like wild horses. After rounding a corner, Liu Yexing, caught off guard, collided with a mop and a bucket he had left behind, stumbling and causing Zhang Rui to fall as well. The two tumbled down the stairs like rolling gourds. In the microcomputer room, Su Lan emerged, lollipop in mouth and clicking her high heels with an air of authority. However, the corridor was empty. After glancing around, she huffed and returned to the microcomputer room, locking the door behind her. How dare someone eavesdrop in my microcomputer room? What are they up to? Do they want to poach the genius I've nurtured? Or are they curious about the training content? Su Lan could hardly have imagined that two students were outside lost in their thoughts. Her mind was entirely preoccupied with Yu Tiancheng. To be precise, she was consumed by the exhilarating prospect of nurturing a student capable of excelling in the Olympiad. At that moment, Yu Tiancheng was her heart's desire. Any breeze or rustle was perceived as related to him. Thus, she resolutely locked the door to the computer room, thinking, You wish to see what we are doing? Not a chance. This will infuriate you. In Chapter 30, the most joyful teacher, within the confines of the computer room. Under Su Lan's coaxing and persuasion, Yu Tiancheng completed 2 sets of preliminary and qualifying exam questions, utterly captivating Su Lan. So, is there still a need for this training? Yu Tiancheng spread his hands, questioning his prowess. Indeed, there is a necessity, a significant one, Su Lan asserted. Given your current level, your admission is practically guaranteed. Whether or not you attend class is of little consequence. You might as well stay here, in the afternoon. You can freely explore these computers, play as you wish while I attend to my own tasks. Really? I can use the computers freely? Yu Tiancheng finally smiled, having awaited this very affirmation. The rigid schedule of attending school from 6 in the morning to 9:30 at night, coupled with the additional study session added by Tian Yu, left him barely enough time to wash up upon returning home, often pushing him to 11 o'clock. At home, Wei Xiaoqin and Yu Wenyan kept a close watch, leaving Yu Tiancheng with no time to engage in his own pursuits. So, I can roam freely in the computer room during the day? He inquired cautiously. Absolutely. How does this reward please you? Su Lan replied with a mischievous grin. Nothing is more desirable than freedom. I am extremely satisfied. But what about evening study? Yu Tiancheng pondered, speculating on how much control Hu Xingxing intended to exert over him. I want to monitor you during evening study. I, too, need my personal space. I cannot be bothered with a little brat every day, she retorted. Now it's meal time. Go to the cafeteria and get 2 portions. I'll treat you. As she spoke, Su Lan retrieved her staff card from the drawer and tossed it to Yu Tiancheng. Both teachers and students had to recharge their cards to pay for meals, simply swiping them during lunch. I see you're too lazy to fetch your own food. Are you? You guessed correctly, he replied. Hurry. Go now while there's no queue. Otherwise, those little rascals will snatch up the food once class ends. Leaning back in her chair, Su Lan swung her feet, clad in black stockings and high heels. After a morning of interaction, she had grown weary of maintaining any semblance of teacherly authority in front of Yu Tiancheng. At this age, why bother with appearances? If someone else is treating, it's better than paying out of pocket. Yu Tiancheng smirked and dashed off to the cafeteria with the meal card. As expected, there were still 15 minutes before class ended, and the food was freshly prepared, steaming hot, with delightful aromas wafting through the air. To avoid showing favoritism, Langzhou No. 1 high school ensured that teachers and students were treated equally, with no special serving windows, requiring both to queue for meals and receive the same dishes. However, teachers like Su Lan still wield certain privileges. For instance, she is able to arrive at the cafeteria approximately 10 minutes early, thus avoiding the queue. Yu Tiancheng swiftly returned with 2 plates of food. He selected braised pork, kung pao chicken, fish-flavored shredded pork, and beef brisket with potatoes for himself. For Su Lan, he fetched a plate of hand-torn cabbage, a serving of mapo tofu, a small dish of stir-fried cauliflower, and scrambled eggs with spinach. While dishing out the food, the cafeteria aunt playfully remarked to Yu Tiancheng, "You're here quite early today, huh? Helping teacher Su from the computer room?" At his casual response, the aunt's hand steadied instantly. Her trembling ceased, her eyelids relaxed, and she even added an extra scoop of vegetables for him, saying, "Here, have a little more. Eat your fill." Yu Tiancheng chuckled as he carried the 2 plates back to the computer room. Wow, you're really not being modest. Su Lan's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the 2 plates. Can you finish all that? You wouldn't understand. Back in my hometown, their essay saying that if you're overly polite when someone treats you, you'll never get to enjoy 4 dishes in your lifetime. With a grin, Yu Tiancheng grabbed his chopsticks to dig into the plate laden with 4 meat dishes. These were the cafeteria's finest offerings, which students typically hesitated to purchase, let alone order 4 dishes at once. The reasons for their reluctance were twofold. The school's food was often less palatable than that from outside, and students preferred to keep some money for personal expenses, thus economizing in their meals. Wait, how do you know I like these dishes? Sulan said, pulling the plate of 4 meat dishes towards herself and leaving the 4 vegetable dishes for Yu Tiancheng. Don't be ridiculous, those are mine. Sulan, being a woman, should be cautious with so much meat. It could lead to weight gain, and then your figure won't be as lovely. Yu Tiancheng grasped the plate, gazing longingly at the 4 meat dishes. Rest assured, sister, I am naturally beautiful. I won't gain weight from mere consumption. Sulan shot him a glare, exasperated. Let go. Look at this braised pork and the brisket. They're all fatty, quite greasy really. You probably can't handle it, so why not let me take over? He pointed to the chunks of fat on the braised pork, deliberately trying to gross her out. Can you take over when I need to use the restroom? Not at all. Same principle. If I'm hungry and you eat, can I not feel hungry? Your comparison is truly inappropriate. Let go of me. Under Su Lan's playful kicks and pinches, Yu Tiancheng could only swallow hard, watching helplessly as the meat dishes drifted further away from him. I've never encountered a woman like you. Do you not understand the concept of teacheress ethics? What it means to burn like a candle until the wax is dry. With a resigned sigh, Yu Tiancheng picked up the plate brimming with greens and began to eat. I've never met a student like you. Do you not comprehend the importance of respecting one's teacher? Su Lan laughed at the sight of Yu Tiancheng, who was now covered in oil from his meal, his lip gloss long gone. To Yu Tiancheng's astonishment, Su Lan was not merely jesting. She genuinely relished meat dishes. A substantial platter of 4 meat dishes had been nearly devoured by her. To be precise, only shreds of radish and wood ear mushrooms remained in the fish-flavored shredded pork. All the meat had vanished. You truly are beyond my expectations, Yu Tiancheng exclaimed, his surprise rendering him momentarily speechless. Once I return the plates, I shall take a brief beauty nap. Remember to lock the door upon my return. It would be quite unfortunate if a supervisor happened to drop by, though they rarely do. In the microcomputer room, there was a small partition originally intended for storage, which Su Lan had tidied up to accommodate a small bed, transforming it into her private resting space. After reminding Yu Tiancheng, she entered the small compartment, closed the door behind her, and indeed fell asleep. This woman must be the most carefree teacher in the entire school, Yu Tiancheng mused, hastily finishing his meal and adhering to Su Lan's request. Swiftly returning the plates to the cafeteria, he then returned to the microcomputer room, locked the door, drew the curtains, and quickly logged into his QQ account. Chapter 31. 3 major events in Class 9. At the back row by the window in the Wenxiang rice noodle shop, Tian Yu was eating her rice in small bites, while the stir-fried yellow beef and shredded potatoes in front of her remained untouched. Her movements were somewhat mechanical, and her eyes seemed distant, lost in thought. Why are you only eating rice and not touching the vegetables? Tian Ryun inquired, placing a bowl of black-bone chicken soup on the table. As she stirred the steaming soup with a spoon, she engaged Tian Yu in conversation. With her experience, she could easily discern that her daughter was troubled, yet she hesitated to ask directly. Oh, Tian Yu replied softly, symbolically picking up a couple of strands of shredded potatoes and taking a few bites of rice. Don't eat so hurriedly. It's not good for your stomach. Have some soup to help, Tian Ryun urged, pushing the black-bone chicken soup closer to her daughter. Tian Yu responded again, lifting the soup bowl and gulping down half of it before reaching for a napkin to wipe her lips. Mom, I'm finished. Where's the fruit platter? This child, you've eaten so little. You study so hard every day. This scant amount of food is hardly nutritious, Tian Ryun sighed, pondering her daughter's distracted demeanor. Could it be that she quarreled with that boy, Yu Tiancheng? Indeed, romance brings its troubles. I wonder if this state of mind will affect her academic performance. The fruit platter hasn't even been cut yet, she thought, her tone somewhat strained, suspecting that the cut fruit would soon end up in the dog's belly. Oh dear, hurry up. You'll be late for school. Tian Yu's lips curled into a slight smile, radiating warmth as she looked at Tian Ryun. I'm helpless against you. Tian Ryun found her irritation dissipating upon seeing her daughter's smile. This child has certainly been smiling more often lately. Well, as long as you're happy. She rose to prepare the fruit platter, conveniently grabbing a takeout box as well. Thank you, Mom. Tian Yu seemed to grasp her mother's intention, her cheeks slightly flushed as she called out to Tian Ryun. Just make sure you're happy. Tian Ryun did not even turn her head, irritably uttering a single phrase. Tian Yu let out a silly laugh, resting her chin on her hand. Gazing out at the bustling flow of people beyond the window, once again ensnared in a web of conflicting thoughts. What on earth had Su Lauscher summoned that fellow for? Throughout the morning, Tian Yu had been inundated with a plethora of rumors. 3 significant events had transpired in Class 9 of the senior year. The first incident involved Yu Tiancheng being called to the microcomputer room by Su Lan, and he had not returned to the classroom all morning. The second was the unfortunate fracture of Zhang Rui's arm. The third concerned Lu Yexing, who also suffered a broken arm. Both claimed in unison that their injuries were not the result of a fight, but rather from a fall down the stairs. The peculiar part was that the two of them, limping and in pain, returned to the classroom to report to their homeroom teacher. This morning had kept their teacher, Hu Xinxing, exceedingly busy, as he was occupied calling for an ambulance to take the two to the hospital and notifying their parents. Amidst this tense atmosphere, Zhang Rui, unfazed by his own injury, approached Tian Yu eagerly to report something. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he whispered to her that Yu Tiancheng was allegedly engaging in some disreputable activities with Su Lan in the microcomputer room. The gravity of this information was alarming. Naturally, Zhang Rui only shared this with her in confidence, daring not to spread it further, given the implications involving Su Lan. If the rumors were true, the repercussions could be profoundly damaging. Conversely, if they were unfounded, Zhang Rui could find himself facing serious consequences for slandering a teacher and a fellow student, possibly facing expulsion, though a severe reprimand seemed more likely. To be frank, Tian Yu, with her rational mindset, found it hard to believe such claims. In her eyes, the relationship between Su Lan and Yu Tiancheng was tenuous at best. Typically, Su Lan maintained a distance from most students. Akin to the Yangtze River separating from the Yellow River, their paths unlikely to intersect. At most, she would occasionally enlist a couple of students to assist with menial tasks. However, the fact that Su Lan had singled out Yu Tiancheng for a private meeting piqued her curiosity. What complicated Tian Yu's thoughts further was Zhang Rui's assertion. If she doubted him, she could inquire with Lu Yexing, who had also overheard. It is a truth universally acknowledged that every girl possesses an innate curiosity. Given that this matter involved Yu Tiancheng, her intrigue only deepened. Thus, she approached Lu Yexing, who was waiting for the ambulance, to pose her question. Lu Yexing did not respond directly, instead stammering, I don't know. Oh, my head hurts a bit. And my elbow. Oh, my poor crown. His exclamation drew Hu Xinxing's immediate attention, thus interrupting Tian Yu's interrogation. Nevertheless, from Lu Yexing's reaction, Tian Yu sensed that perhaps the situation was indeed as Zhang Rui had described, extraordinary and troubling. Could it be that two individuals, typically so dissimilar, could engage in such audacious and morally questionable behavior? Despite her reluctance to accept it, Zhang Rui's account felt strikingly plausible, and Lu Yexing's response was equally genuine. As if he were intentionally concealing something. It is unacceptable. I must seek clarity when he returns this afternoon. Ultimately, a fox will reveal its tail. Tian Yu remained steadfast in her rationality. If Yu Tiancheng has indeed engaged in any questionable activities with Su Lan, she need only inquire subtly to discern whether there is any intrigue between the two. The fruit platter has arrived. At this moment, Tian Riyun presents a plate of sliced fruits before Tian Yu, alongside a takeout box filled with more cut fruit. Today's bananas are quite sweet. Mom, I'm off to class, Tian Yu says, shoving a piece of banana into her mouth, then picking up the packaged fruit box. She smiles at Tian Riyun before dashing away. Tian Riyun's beautiful eyes widen in disbelief. You, this child. As soon as Tian Yu departs, a shadow falls upon Tian Riyun's face. This cannot continue. She feels as though her spirit has been lost in the mundane. How can she possibly maintain her grades? Murmuring to herself, Tian Riyun walks to the cash register, opens the drawer, and retrieves her phone, locating Hu Xinxing's number. At the moment she presses the dial button, hesitation washes over her. Perhaps I should observe a while longer? She raises her gaze to the bicycle outside, now out of sight, and in that fleeting moment of doubt, her finger inadvertently presses down. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, is this Tian Yu's mother? Yes, it is. This is Teacher Hu. Is there something wrong? It's about this. Recently, Xiao Yu's behavior has been a bit off. She seems to be getting quite close to a boy, and I suspect there might be something going on. About this matter, I am aware. You need not worry. I have already taken measures. That boy has been reassigned. Reassigned? Yes. He has been moved to the microcomputer room for training. Training? Is that child a competition student? You know about competition students? I have some understanding. Xiao Yu used to study some, but had to give it up due to family circumstances. I see. Rest assured, that child will be preoccupied with competitions and will not be present at school much. Given Tian Yu's rationality, She will quickly return to her former state, and her grades will not be affected. If that boy is able to secure a recommendation, Tian Yu will certainly not allow herself to fall behind. Sometimes, if such relationships are utilized wisely, they can develop in a more favorable direction. All right, I understand now. Since Teacher Hu has everything arranged, I need not worry. Thank you, Teacher Hu. Goodbye. Goodbye. After hanging up, Hu Xingxing feels a sense of triumph, clasping his hands behind his back. Fortunately, I had the foresight. Otherwise, how could I be an oblivious homeroom teacher? However, his satisfaction lasts no more than 3 seconds before a medical staff member approaches. Lu Yexing, are you Zhang Rui's guardian? I am their homeroom teacher. Same thing. Here's the payment slip. Please settle the fee before coming to collect the medicine. All right, those two rascals, how did they manage to break their arms? And not just one, but two. Chapter 32. Regardless of the other party's actions, I shall remain steadfast. Lanzhou No. 1 Middle School, microcomputer room. As Yu Tiancheng logged into his QQ account, he immediately sensed a slight lag with his mouse. Subsequently, the entire screen froze. What on earth was happening? Had his computer been infected with a virus? His eyes widened in disbelief. After a prolonged pause of 3 to 4 minutes, the mouse finally regained its mobility, only to freeze again. Had his system crashed? Observing the notification icon in the lower right corner, which had transformed into a message alert, Yu Tiancheng realized that an overwhelming influx of friend requests had rendered his QQ account inoperable. Frustration surged within him. He regretted not simply leaving an email address instead of his QQ number. In that moment, he felt a profound sense of miscalculation. He hastily logged onto the Big Chicken Gaming website and began modifying the program, removing his QQ number and retaining only an email address. Upon scrutinizing the backend, he was astonished to discover that the modest gaming site had amassed over 1 million views in just a few days. Remarkable. However, Yu Tiancheng understood that such a surge in traffic was unlikely to persist. With just a handful of simple games, the initial thrill would soon wane, leading to a gradual decline in viewership. Without the introduction of new games, the traffic would inevitably diminish, marking the end of the peak and the monetization phase. Unless he continued to create innovative games that could captivate players' attention, the prospects seemed bleak. Despite possessing a wealth of outdated games, Yu Tiancheng had no intention of further investing in the Big Chicken Gaming site. He pondered, would he merely become a code monkey dedicated to creating trivial games? How could he then truly relish his youth and the joys of life? All he sought was a modest amount of startup capital. Once again, he logged into QQ, and once more, his computer froze. This was disastrous. He decided to check his email first. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead as he opened his inbox, revealing over 700 unread messages. His eyelids twitched in disbelief. How could such a trivial collection of web games attract so much attention? A cursory glance revealed that half of the unread messages were duplicates. Many were inquiries for his contact information, while others came from software companies, some expressing interest in acquiring the Big Chicken Gaming website, while others sought to recruit him directly. Among them were invitations from prominent companies, including the later renowned Jinshan Corporation, the pig farm colloquially known as Sanshirgu, and the tech giant Tencent. Yu Tiancheng mused that during this period, the pig farm was preparing for the final internal testing of Dream of the Red Chamber. Even if they were interested in his simple games, he doubted they would offer a substantial price. More importantly, the representative who had contacted him from the pig farm was merely a project manager's secretary. How could they underestimate the potential of the future? With a disdainful curl of his lip, he turned his attention to the email from Jinshan Corporation. The sender, Zhou Haiba, was a notable figure, overseeing the gaming division of Jinshan, a true heavyweight. Behind Zhou was Lei Jun, who would later become a formidable force in the internet realm. The realm of mobile phones and new energy vehicles, the commercial empire of Lei Jun has become exceedingly vast in later stages. Rumors abound online that during his decline, he still possessed a chilling sum of 4 billion on paper. Even now, Lei Jun wields considerable influence in Jinshan, while Zhou Haiba ascended to prominence only after Lei Jun's departure. Furthermore, there exists Zhang Xiangdong from Tencent, a formidable figure capable of making decisive decisions. Yu Tiancheng's hand trembled slightly. At this juncture, Tencent must be preparing for its IPO, with ample capital at their disposal. The fact that this magnate personally reached out to him was astonishing. Without hesitation, Yu Tiancheng set his sights on the target and logged back into QQ. After 2 attempts, the platform finally functioned properly. 10 minutes later, he swiftly scanned through the contacts who had sent friend requests and finally identified the one who had added him, Zhang Xiangdong from Tencent. Adding him as a friend, he noticed that the QQ number was 10002, with the username Tony. Yu Tiancheng couldn't help but marvel at the founder's impressive stature reflected even in his QQ number. Hello. I am Zhang Xiangdong from Tencent. May I know how to address you? To Yu Tiancheng's surprise, as soon as he added the friend, a message promptly arrived from the other side, as if Zhang Xiangdong had been waiting at his computer for this moment. He typed back succinctly. Mr. Yu, greetings. I've been eagerly anticipating your arrival. At this moment, Zhang Xiangdong was so excited that he dropped the rice rolls beside him, completely oblivious. He had been yearning for this individual. He even contemplated leveraging his authority to add Yu Tiancheng directly to his friend list, but refrained. Did you just call me Mr. Yu? Yu Tiancheng was momentarily taken aback. In his previous life, he had merely been a programmer versed in certain technologies, a stark contrast to a titan like Zhang Xiangdong. Akin to the heavens above and the earth below, using the term looking up would be an understatement. Yet now, Zhang Xiangdong regarded him as a deity, which filled Yu Tiancheng with a sense of delight. Where are you from, Mr. Yu? Langzhou. Are you currently in Langzhou? Yes. Zhang Xiangdong engaged in small talk, attempting to gauge Yu Tiancheng's current situation. However, after their exchange, Zhang Xiangdong was left bewildered. Langzhou was merely a small fourth-tier city, not comparable to first-tier cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, or Shenzhen. How could such a computer prodigy suddenly emerge from such a locale? The conversation continued, with Zhang Xiangdong proposing to acquire the Big Chicken Gaming Network, offering a price that was notably high, 4 million, double the market rate. Yet, Yu Tiancheng flatly rejected the offer. Subsequently, Zhang Xiangdong sweetened the deal, not only proposing to acquire the gaming network, but also inviting Yu Tiancheng to join Tencent as a project leader, with a starting salary of 20,000 a month. Additionally, there were options for equity and future promotion opportunities. In 2003, a salary of 20,000 equated to an annual income of 240,000. Yu Tiancheng was acutely aware that during that period, the majority of individuals earned merely over 1,000 a month. Even graduates from prestigious 985 and 211 universities in computer science, in first-tier cities like Shenzhen, typically started with salaries of just over 3,000 a month. Not to mention the additional options. During this period, anyone with a modicum of sense has already discerned the latent value of the penguins. By tomorrow, when the penguins make their debut, those holding options will find themselves on the path to financial freedom. If one were an ordinary programmer, it is likely they would be astounded by Zhang Xiangdong's audacious maneuvers. Who knows, they might even be lured into submission. Alas, Yu Tiancheng has lived 2 lifetimes. He comprehends the worth of what he possesses all too well. Neither a 4 million acquisition nor a lucrative position could sway his resolve. I previously assumed Mr. Zhang to be a man of straightforward dealings, hence my discussion with you. I did not anticipate your reluctance. Next door, President Lei has already offered an 8-figure sum, exhibiting far more sincerity. Moreover, there are others, such as President Ding and President Zhou, all queuing up for their turn. Given this, let us conclude our negotiations here. Yu Tiancheng stroked his chin, preparing to add Zhou Haiba on QQ. Before he could locate Zhou Haiba's QQ, Zhang Xiangdong's QQ flickered again. Regardless of the offer from the other party, I will double it. Shall we meet to discuss? I can be in Langzhou right away. So in demand, is it? Yu Tiancheng chuckled. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Xiangdong had been troubled these past few days, with a cluster of blisters forming at the corners of his mouth. With the company poised to go public in a matter of months, the server unexpectedly crashed. Although the news had not spread widely, those in the industry were largely aware. If this encryption algorithm is not secured, Zhang Xiangdong feared he might lose sleep for several months. Chapter 33. Considering alternative opportunities? An 8-figure sum doubled. That amounts to at least 20 million. The other party is becoming anxious. This price has already surpassed Yu Tiancheng's expectations. Moreover, a face-to-face meeting could potentially lead to further negotiations. Having arranged a time with Zhang Xiangdong, Yu Tiancheng began browsing the web while also checking the stock market trends. With a substantial influx of capital imminent, he pondered that allowing such funds to languish in his account was not an option. They must work to generate more wealth. Currently, the market hovered around 1,400 points. And Yu Tiancheng recalled that in 2 years, by 2005, the Shanghai Composite Index would plummet to a low of 998 points. At that time, the king of stocks, Matai, was priced at merely 21 yuan, a staggering 100-fold difference from its peak of 2,600. In his previous life, Yu Tiancheng had dabbled in stock trading and studied various stock trajectories, but aside from a few memorable stocks, he was wary of making hasty purchases at this juncture. The regal Matai might indeed be the most reliable investment. Currently, Yu Tiancheng faced a dilemma. His birthday was in January, and in order to open a securities account, he would have to wait 3 months. This matter could not be rushed. He could not let his parents discover such a windfall, lest they be utterly shocked. Nor could he use someone else's account, as that would not afford him peace of mind. Alas, the money had not yet materialized, and he found himself preoccupied with how to manage it. Such are the tribulations of the affluent. Yu Tiancheng closed the web page, nonchalantly pulled over a nearby chair, propped his feet up, and settled into a comfortable position, idly swinging his legs. Hello? Oh dear, why are there so many matters to attend to? At that moment, the door of the storage room swung open, revealing Su Lan, her disheveled hair tousled and a generous expanse of fair skin visible at her neckline. Clattering in her high heels, she paid no mind to her appearance as she muttered into her phone. Clearly, she had not yet fully awakened. All right, I understand. It's rather bothersome. I'll be there shortly. With that, Su Lan ended the call, only to lift her gaze and find Yu Tiancheng hastily averting his eyes from her décolletage to the computer screen. As she lowered her head, a flush crept across her cheeks, prompting her to quickly turn away and button her shirt, tidying her hair in the process. When she turned back, Su Lan had transformed once more into the composed figure of Teacher Su. Ahem, I need to step out for a bit. You can continue your studies here. She composed herself and addressed Yu Tiancheng in her authoritative tone. Miss, is this training of yours a bit too frivolous? Yu Tiancheng squinted and inquired. Young man, is there anything left for me to teach you? Su Lan could no longer contain her amusement, shedding her teacher's facade as she approached Yu Tiancheng, playfully tugging at his ear. And no, nothing at all. Please, spare me. Yu Tiancheng quickly raised his hands in surrender. That's more like it. If I had to teach you everything, what would be the point of keeping you around? Su Lan released his ear, striding to the podium, where she opened a drawer to retrieve a lollipop, which she promptly popped into her mouth. After a moment's thought, she retrieved another lollipop and a key, tossing them to Yu Tiancheng. What's this? He asked while unwrapping the candy. The key to the computer room. I likely want to be back today. Come early tomorrow to tidy up. If anyone inquires, just say I stepped out and you don't know where. Su Lan instructed him. Understood. Yu Tiancheng sighed. Am I really just here to act as your alibi for skipping class? But I suppose it does lighten my load. Meanwhile, Tianyu arrived at school with a fruit box in hand. Before she even entered the classroom, she overheard the voices of Su Huichao and Li Sisi. Sisi, do you know how Zhang Rui and Lu Yexing managed to break their arms this morning? How? Because they were eavesdropping outside the computer room and stumbled upon some secrets. What secrets? How do you know this? Some students from class 1 told me. Their classroom is right across from the computer room. This morning, they spotted those two outside the computer room, pressing against the window to listen in, but it seems they were caught. As they ran away, they collided in the hallway, and each ended up with a broken arm. I heard that Su Lan was furious when she came out, nearly ready to unleash a torrent of curses. What do you think Su Lan and Yu Tiancheng were doing in the computer room to scare them so? Who knows? I'll inquire further with class 1 later. Tianyu, her expression cold, entered the classroom, where only Su Huichao and Li Sisi remained. Upon seeing Tianyu, both immediately fell silent, their gazes towards her laced with hostility. Soon after, students trickled in, and by the time class was set to begin, Yu Tiancheng had yet to appear. The curiosity among the students grew. What could Yu Tiancheng possibly be doing with Su Lan for an entire day? Humph, some individuals are bound to be disappointed. Li Sisi gazed toward Tianyu, her eyes gleaming with a sense of thrill. After a lesson, although Tianyu had said nothing, her expression had grown increasingly solemn. By the end of the second class, with Yu Tiancheng still absent, Tianyu felt a sense of urgency creeping in. As the afternoon wore on without any sign of him, her brow furrowed into a deep crease. What on earth had happened to Yu Tiancheng? Was he even considering his studies anymore? She longed to check the computer room, yet she resisted the urge. After school, discarding her untouched fruit box into the trash, Tianyu returned home for dinner. At the rice noodle shop, a table by the window had already been set with 3 dishes and a soup. She absent-mindedly picked at her meal, her gaze lost in the outside world. You hardly ate at noon, and you're not eating now? Is the food unappetizing? Tian Ryun observed the nearly untouched plates, her tone calm. Given that the child had been reassigned by Hu Xingxing, Tian Yu's reaction seemed quite normal. Perhaps, in a couple of days, she would adapt. Mom, I would like to have lunch and dinner at school from now on, Tian Yu suddenly declared. Why? Tian Ryun was taken aback by her daughter's suggestion. The rice noodle shop was not far from the school. Otherwise, Tian Yu wouldn't be making 3 trips a day. To save some time. Besides, I'm the only one who goes home for lunch and dinner. It feels rather peculiar. At school, I can communicate and interact more with my classmates. Mom, haven't you always encouraged me to make more friends and avoid being too solitary? Tian Yu looked at Tian Ryun with hope in her eyes. Tian Ryun felt a pang of regret when she had initially shared those thoughts with Tian Yu. Her daughter was not in her current state. Back then, Tian Yu was reclusive, aloof, reluctant to speak, and even hesitant to engage with anyone, including her own mother. But now, with less than 9 months until the college entrance examination, what was the purpose of making friends? What good was communication and interaction at this time? Wasn't it merely a desire to connect more with Yu Tiancheng? Tian Riyun understood her daughter's current state well, with Hu Xingxing having reassigned Yu Tiancheng for training. The two children had lost their time together, and Tian Yu was anxious. Are you planning to seek other opportunities? What about the fruit every noon? We can't expect mom to deliver it to you, can we? Tian Riyun deliberately used the term you too to provoke Tian Yu. Then I want to eat it. Others might not like it anyway. Tian Yu's response held a hint of defiance. Tian Riyun's eyes brightened slightly. Were the two of them upset? Had they quarreled? Yet. Why would Tian Yu still want to eat at school? All right, I'll give you 100 yuan. If you're tired of the food at home, try eating at school for a few days. If it doesn't suit your palate, you can always come back home to eat, all right? Tian Riyun couldn't quite grasp the underlying issues, but chose not to outright refuse Tian Yu. Instead, she handed her 100 yuan to try out the new arrangement. Thank you, Mom. I don't need the money. I have my own. Mom, it's time. I'm heading to school now. Upon hearing Tian Riyun's agreement, Tian Yu's face broke into a radiant smile, and she hurriedly rode her bicycle to school. This child, going so early every day? Watching Tian Yu's departing figure, Tian Riyun's brow furrowed deeper. Raising a child is genuinely a source of constant worry. When Tian Yu arrived at school and stepped into the classroom, her eyes brightened with surprise. Yu Tiancheng was actually there, seated alone and diligently completing the exam paper he hadn't finished the previous day. Witnessing this scene, Tian Yu felt a weight lift from her heart. However, she chose silence, settling beside Yu Tiancheng and pulling out her own paper to write. Yu Tiancheng glanced at Tian Yu and noticed her sulky expression. Her cheeks puffed in indignation, suggesting she was somewhat displeased. He couldn't help but smile, deliberately brushing his right hand against her left. Did you not bring me any fruit? The unexpected touch sent a shiver through Tian Yu, and she shot Yu Tiancheng an angry glare. A mix of irritation, vexation, and a hint of shyness flickered across her face. How brazen. Who do you think you are? Why should I bring you fruit? Suppressing her tumultuous emotions, she feigned annoyance and retorted, then whose fruit box is in the trash outside? While discarding some rubbish, Yu Tiancheng had seen a box of fruit in the bin, identical to the one from the previous day, save for a few additional bananas. For the dog, he replied nonchalantly. Tian Yu paused, then pressed her lips together to suppress a smile. What a pity, I didn't get a single bite. Yu Tiancheng licked his lips, wearing an unabashed expression. You still managed to come back? I thought you were captivated by the beautiful teacher and wouldn't return. Tian Yu huffed, teasing Yu Tiancheng, her words laced with a hint of jealousy. The beautiful teacher may be delightful, but she pales in comparison to the class flower and head girl. Yu Tiancheng detected Tian Yu's underlying sentiment and casually remarked, What did you say? Oh, I said that teacher Sue is truly wicked. She had me stay in the computer room all day for no reason, hindering my studies. Yu Tiancheng pouted, feigning a look of deep grievance. What did she summon you for? Tian Yu observed Yu Tiancheng's faux pitiful demeanor, knowing he was fabricating the story, yet her mood lifted significantly. To go online. The unexpected answer startled Tian Yu. Online? You spent the entire day on the internet in the computer room? Her eyes widened in disbelief, scrutinizing him intently. Wasn't that what I did all day? Yu Tiancheng spread his hands, asserting his honesty. Will you go again tomorrow? Tian Yu asked nonchalantly. Absolutely. I'll be going every day from now on. Yu Tiancheng sighed dramatically. Alas, this tall, handsome, sunlit youth is destined to be cast into the dark, cold palace, tormented daily by an old witch. Wait, something seems off. Tian Yu squinted, resembling a detective. Teacher who must know exactly what you've been up to all day, right? Otherwise, after you skipped class, he would have gone mad and called your parents. Thus, it was clear that he hadn't actually skipped class, and Su Lan had summoned him for something other than work. Since she was busy with work, she certainly would not come to class 9 to call for help, but would instead seek out the athletes in the specialized class. Thus, your prolonged stay in the computer room could not possibly be attributed to a collective makeup class organized by Lao Hu and the others, could it? Yet, what does Su Lan have to do with the makeup class? This thought caused Tian Yu to furrow her brows, as it represented the utmost limit of her reasoning. In truth, she had entertained the possibility of a competition in her mind, but ultimately dismissed it. If the school were to host any competition, it would surely prioritize those with excellent grades. Without Tian Yu, it was inconceivable that Yu Tiancheng could accomplish anything. In subjects such as mathematics, physics, biology, and chemistry, which of these could Yu Tiancheng possibly pass? As for informatics, it also requires a solid mathematical foundation, along with proficiency in language and algorithms. There had been no indication of Yu Tiancheng possessing such capabilities. Otherwise, given his nature, he would have boasted about it long ago. Little did Tianyu realize that the competition Yu Tiancheng intended to enter was, in fact, the informatics competition. Yu Tiancheng was taken aback by Tianyu's insightful analysis. Indeed, she was a rational thinker, dissecting problems with remarkable acuity. Except for a slight deviation in her final conclusion, she had thoroughly analyzed the entire situation. Alas, no matter how intelligent she may be, she could never foresee that the individual before her was a mere fraud. Curious to know? Yu Tiancheng interrupted Tianyu's conjecture, fearing that if she continued, this astute girl might truly uncover the truth. Naturally, Tianyu had endured a day of torment. How could she not yearn to know the veracity of the matter? Follow me. After exiting through the back door, Yu Tiancheng beckoned to Tianyu. But class is about to start. Although Tianyu protested verbally, her body showed no hesitation as she immediately followed Yu Tiancheng out of the classroom, hastily catching up with him. Their movement caught the attention of the other students in the classroom, igniting their curiosity once again. Cici, Yu Tiancheng and Tianyu have gone out. Should we go see? Su Huichao nudged Li Cici's arm and inquired. No, what's there to see? Li Cici replied sulkily, though she felt a twinge of discomfort. She quickly added, it's almost time for class. Even if they went out, they'll likely return shortly. Tianyu has never skipped class. Following Yu Tiancheng, Tianyu exited the classroom, turned a couple of corners, and arrived at the computer room. Yu Tiancheng produced a key, unlocked the door, and gestured invitingly. Please, enter, esteemed class monitor. You even have a key? Tianyu remarked as she stepped into the computer room. Clap, clap. Welcome, esteemed class monitor, to your inspection of the computer room. At the moment Tianyu entered, Yu Tiancheng applauded, adopting the demeanor of a leader on an inspection. You are insufferable. Tianyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she cast a glare at Yu Tiancheng. Subsequently, she surveyed the room and remarked, Isn't this just the usual setup? What is so special? However, when her gaze fell upon a thick stack of materials beside the first computer, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Oh? Are these the test questions for the informatics competition? Tianyu picked up the topmost document and, after scrutinizing it intently for a moment, turned to Yu Tiancheng. So, you are here participating in the training today? Since it is a competition training, the rumors will naturally dissipate. You guessed it right. Yu Tiancheng replied with a grin, spreading his hands. Is that truly a guess? A charming blush appeared on Tianyu's round, egg-shaped face. It counts. At least you didn't mistake it for someone else's study materials. Yu Tiancheng teased with an air of mischief. In response, Tianyu playfully pinched his side, satisfying his playful pursuit. So, your confidence in getting into a 985 university is based on your hopes for a recommendation through competitions? Oh dear, I inadvertently exposed my trump card to you. Ugh, do you not know how to choose your words? Oh, esteemed class monitor, have mercy, it's a trump card. As he spoke, Yu Tiancheng reached out to grasp the hand that had pinched him. Initially, Tianyu was oblivious, still glaring at him with her enchanting eyes while twisting the flesh of his side. However, as she caught a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, understanding dawned on her. Suddenly, her heart raced, and she wished to free herself from his grasp. Yet, that thought was fleeting. She released her hold on his side, but did not withdraw her hand, merely lowering her gaze. Her cheeks flushed. This guy is so irritating. Why didn't I hear you had learned programming before? Perhaps sensing the unusual atmosphere, Tianyu turned away. Using her other hand to leaf through the pages of competition questions, her heart subtly shaken by Yu Tiancheng's notes. I have already reset my skill tree, he remarked, pointing to his head, as he casually pulled a chair closer, sitting side by side while still holding her hand. Without proper focus, what level of university can you assure yourself of being recommended to? Tsinghua, Peking, one of the top 5, or perhaps one in Guangdong. Tianyu mentioned 3 prestigious institutions, all part of the 985 initiative, which she believed Yu Tiancheng might consider. After all, she had found it hard to believe his earlier declarations about being able to enter a 985 university. However, witnessing his prowess in the competition problems had changed her mind, and I plan to adjust my strategy based on your choices. I'm not quite sure yet, but it should be around those few. Yu Tiancheng smiled as their fingers intertwined, his hand deliberately brushing against her thigh. Today, Tianyu wore a long dress, beneath which were white stockings and pristine white shoes. Are you getting a bit too forward? Feeling the unusual sensation on her leg, Tianyu raised her hand to shake off Yu Tiancheng's touch. Rising, she regarded him with a frosty expression. Oh dear, didn't someone say that as long as I get into 985, they would agree to be my girlfriend? Now you're going back on your word. Yu Tiancheng feigned a look of grievance. Huh, I said that only after you get in. Right now you are. Tianyu counted on her fingers, for subjects failing. Moreover, having failed to progress even past the preliminary round, what grounds do you have to negotiate with me? Tianyu bent down, peering intently at Yu Tiancheng, her large, shimmering eyes meticulously scrutinizing every detail of his face. Is it not possible to initiate a little early? Yu Tiancheng once again grasped Tianyu's hand, and this time, she did not withdraw, allowing him to hold on. Yet, her cheeks flushed even more. Let us go? Back to the classroom to study. If by chance your recommendation fails and you only receive a reduction in scores, you will still have to take the college entrance examination. 1 to you? Tianyu was quite considerate of Yu Tiancheng's situation. Just sit a little longer. What a rare moment for the two of us. Yu Tiancheng playfully shook Tianyu's hand. We should leave. Class has already commenced, and if old who catches us, it will be too tedious. In truth, Tianyu was not afraid of teachers, students, or even parents. Otherwise, she would not have confided in Tian Ruyun about her romantic inclinations. She was simply very rational. CC, it's already class time, and those two still haven't returned. What are they up to? In classroom 9 of the senior year, Su Huiqiao nudged Li Cici with her arm and whispered a question. Let them do as they please. Yu Tiancheng and I are no longer connected. Li Cici retorted in annoyance, clearly displeased. Wow, look quickly. In the hallway over there, the class monitor and Yu Tiancheng. A sudden chorus of shrieks erupted from the class. Subsequently, everyone turned in unison, peering out through the windows and doors. Some even stood up on tiptoes, craning their necks to see outside. Others excitedly rushed out of the classroom to observe the scene. Li Cici and Su Huiqiao curiously glanced towards the commotion. There, in the opposite hallway, Tianyu was holding Yu Tiancheng's hand, who was carrying 2 books. The two strolled hand in hand down the corridor, occasionally locking eyes, their shared sweetness unmistakable. What is so captivating about that? Li Cici was very angry, particularly vexed. She grabbed her practice notebook and tore it into shreds, flinging it aside. Exactly, Cici. Let us not be upset. It's just a man. How could Tianyu possibly fancy someone as foolish as Yu Tiancheng? She will surely regret it. Su Huiqiao patted her friend's back, offering words of comfort while her gaze remained fixed on the entrance, where Tianyu and Yu Tiancheng had just walked in. Letting out a deep sigh. In truth, Yu Tiancheng was quite commendable. His academic performance, while not exceptional, was sufficient to gain admission to a prominent university. His family circumstances were not particularly affluent, yet he had enough pocket money for a few lavish meals. He wasn't exceptionally handsome, but he had an appealing charm. His height, while not towering, reached 1 meter 80. In hindsight, he indeed represented a noteworthy prospect. Unfortunately, her friend had mismanaged her chance. Yu Tiancheng was oblivious to the fact that Su Huiqiao, who previously found fault with him, was now silently bestowing upon him such high praise. Of course, even if he were aware, it would not diminish the glory he felt at that moment, being able to hold the hand of the aloof academic star amidst countless gazes. Even someone who had lived a life anew, like Yu Tiancheng, felt an undeniable sense of pride. 2 individuals entered the classroom, prompting their classmates to return to their seats with a mix of envy, regret, and sorrowful gazes. Yu Tiancheng chuckled softly, pulling Tianyu to their designated spot. And it was only then that she withdrew her delicate hand, lowering her head slightly, pressing her lips together, her eyes glimmering with a hint of shyness. Where had Lu Yexing and Zhang Rui gone? Surely, they had not sneaked off to some dark corner for a rendezvous? Yu Tiancheng scanned the room and was struck to discover that the 2 most prominent seats in the 3rd row were conspicuously vacant. At that moment, Tianyu suddenly tapped her forehead. Oh dear, I forgot to mention, they both went to the hospital. It's said that Lu has a fractured arm. Had they gotten into a fight? Yu Tiancheng felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Recently, Lu Yexing and Zhang Rui had been at odds, primarily because of him. Could it be that Lu Yexing had confronted Zhang Rui on his behalf? This guy was truly something. He could handle himself. Chapter 36. To laugh or not to laugh? No, it was said to be an accident. Just as Yu Tiancheng was lost in his own thoughts, mistakenly believing Lu Yexing had engaged in a brawl for his sake, Tianyu's words momentarily stunned him again. After you were called away by Teacher Su this morning, they both went out. Zhang Rui even returned to tell me that you were discussed. Nonsense. Zhang Rui was a gossiper, spreading rumors about a teacher. He deserved his misfortune. Upon hearing Tianyu's words, Yu Tiancheng was immediately incensed. His anger, of course, was not directed at Zhang Rui for reporting to Tianyu, but rather at the fact that Zhang Rui had eavesdropped without his knowledge. Shoo, lower your voice. Tianyu tugged at Yu Tiancheng, signaling him with her eyes. Only then did he lower his voice. Though his face displayed a myriad of conflicting emotions, How audacious must one be to engage in such antics in broad daylight? And you seem rather bold yourself. Tianyu lightly tapped Yu Tiancheng's hand with a finger. He instantly understood. She was referring to their earlier encounter in the computer lab. Yu Tiancheng was not inclined to linger on that topic, swiftly redirecting the conversation towards Tianyu. So, this evening, when you saw me in such a disheveled state, you believed Zhang Rui's words? This did not seem right. Someone as astute as her should not be easily swayed by a few words from a scoundrel. Could it be Lu Yexing? Yu Tiancheng stroked his chin, gazing intently at Tianyu. Upon noticing her evasive eyes, he was convinced that Lu Yexing had indeed said something that led Tianyu to believe the veracity of what they had overheard, thus influencing her demeanor that evening. Little did Zhang Rui realize that his misguided actions inadvertently provided Yu Tiancheng with an opportunity, allowing Tianyu and Yu Tiancheng's relationship to deepen. Yu Tiancheng had never intended to conceal his desire to participate in the competition from Tianyu. He would soon be attending contests, and such matters were difficult to keep under wraps. Moreover, he would be spending his days in the computer lab, making it inevitable that she would discover the truth. It was better to disclose this sooner rather than later to avoid any misunderstandings. Indeed, it is always preferable to clarify matters in advance. So, have these two scoundrels sneaked into the computer lab to eavesdrop? When did their relationship grow so close that they must stick together even when one has an injured arm? Yu Tiancheng finds himself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or to laugh again. Tianyu shrugs her shoulders. I'll drop by to see that rascal tomorrow. Would you like to join? She inquires. Sure, when? Yu Tiancheng asks her. It depends. I'll text you when the time comes. By the way, I still don't have your phone number. I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow morning. Where should I deliver it? To the computer lab. If you don't mind the trip. The following morning, Yu Tiancheng arrived at the computer lab early, as requested by Su Lan. He opened the door and windows to let in some air and tidied up the place. In truth, there wasn't much to clean. He merely wiped down the tables and keyboards, ensuring that the area where Su Lan would sit was spotless. After completing his tasks, Tianyu appeared, carrying a box of beef noodles. Peering cautiously into the computer lab, she noticed Yu Tiancheng alone before handing him the noodles. I worried you might not be full, so I added 2 eggs. Thanks. I'll wait for your message, Yu Tiancheng replied, waving his phone at her. He had intentionally brought it today. Great, Tianyu said, clasping her hands behind her back, and left with a cheerful bounce. After finishing the noodles, Yu Tiancheng found that Su Lan had yet to arrive. Just as she had mentioned, she was likely to be late today. He waited until 10 o'clock when he finally heard her signature footsteps echoing in the hallway. Oh, it's quite tidy, Su Lan remarked as she entered the lab and saw Yu Tiancheng browsing the web. Paying him no mind, she tossed her keys onto the table, opened a drawer, and retrieved 2 lollipops, tossing one to him. My sister, you've come. I have some business today and need to request leave. A friend of mine has broken his arm, and I want to visit him in the hospital. Yu Tiancheng spoke through the lollipop in his mouth, seeking permission from Su Lan. Where did this friend come from? Quite the situation. Aren't you a doctor? Can you help reattach his arm? Su Lan raised an eyebrow inquisitively. He is a classmate of mine, Lu Yexing. We grew up together, and I had no idea his arm was broken until yesterday. I thought I should at least go see him, Yu Tiancheng explained, trying to charm her. Oh, from your class? That one tea do. You just arrived. And now you want to leave? Su Lan countered. You haven't finished your tasks for today. You need to complete 2 sets of papers before you go. She pointed to the stack of competition papers. Here you go, Yu Tiancheng said, handing over the sets of exam papers and 2 programming books that he had no idea how Su Lan had acquired. I've already completed them, he added. When did you write these? Su Lan asked, astonished as she examined the papers. Last night, Yu Tiancheng chuckled, revealing that the 2 books he had just given to Su Lan were the same ones he had in his hands earlier. As for the exam papers, he had completed them while waiting for Su Lan's arrival. Well done, you've prepared quite well, Su Lan remarked, scrutinizing Yu Tiancheng with a lollipop in her mouth. You're not planning to get me into trouble, are you? Listen to what you're saying. I'm merely going to visit a classmate, not committing any wrongdoing. Yu Tiancheng expressed with a helpless look. Su Lan waved her small hand dismissively. Go ahead, but you must inform your homeroom teacher yourself. Instantly, Yu Tiancheng sprang to his feet. Thank you, sis. No more words needed. It's all in my heart. With that, he dashed downstairs, eagerly texting Tianyu as he ran. By the time he reached the bottom, Tianyu was already waiting at the staircase with a radiant smile. You're so quick. Let us go find old Hu for the leave request. I've already prepared it. She waved a white note in front of him. Impressive. How did you persuade old Hu? Yu Tiancheng was taken aback. This girl was extraordinary. I only got mine. She winked at him playfully, a mischievous smile dancing on her lips. Then how am I supposed to get out? Yu Tiancheng scratched his head. Although he had lived a lifetime The gatekeeper only recognized leave requests and was resolute in not opening the door regardless of the reason. Simple. Tianyu pulled out a pen again, adding Yu Tiancheng's name to the leave request. Doesn't this work? Aren't you worried old who will come looking for you later? Yu Tiancheng chuckled. If you don't expose me, how would he ever find out? Tianyu shot him a teasing glance, her eyes sparkling with temptation. What's the matter? Are you afraid? No. It's just that transitioning from a rule-abiding model student to a mischievous troublemaker can happen rather swiftly. Chapter 37. Did you come to see me specifically? Outside the First People's Hospital of Langzhou, at a fruit shop. Boss, your fruits are too expensive. Lower the price a bit. Young man, I've already given you a 40 discount. If you keep bargaining, I'll have no profit left. Come on, as soon as you say that. I know there is still a margin, at least 20. Just give me another 10 off. You're more stubborn than the market antes. Do you think I don't have to pay rent or my employees? Buy it or leave. I'm not selling anymore. Wait, I won't haggle anymore. Just throw in 2 more bananas, and I'll take them. Tianyu stood a short distance from the door, watching Yu Tiancheng haggle with the shopkeeper. Her face one of disdain. This guy is buying only 4 apples and still asking for 2 extra bananas. How embarrassing. Even more infuriating was that after much coaxing, Yu Tiancheng managed to get 2 bananas, ate a couple of bites, and then fished around in his pockets, looking at her awkwardly. Forgot your money? You've been bargaining with me for so long without cash? Are you just playing with me? At this point, the shopkeeper was displeased. Seriously, I sold you 4 apples. Lost 2 bananas, and you still don't have money? Why peel and eat them first if you can't pay? Want to eat for free? I changed my pants this morning. The money is in that pocket. Unless. Yu Tiancheng shamelessly continued to haggle, wanting to say he do it. But he figured the shopkeeper wouldn't agree, so he kept that thought to himself. Alright, I have some. No need to give change. Tianyu quickly pulled out 4 yuan and placed it on the counter, then dragged Yu Tiancheng away. Goodness, this soft meal is quite substantial. However, they only gave $4 for a $5 item, and there is no need for any change. Aren't we all family here? Today's youth truly possess a remarkable knack for calculation. The proprietor, clutching the $4, muttered in frustration for quite some time before finally pocketing the money. This is yours. You should eat it first, lest it becomes unseemly in the ward. Yu Tiancheng, having sprinted a considerable distance alongside Tianyu, nonchalantly handed her the remaining banana, his face unflushed and breath steady. You truly know how to navigate life. Tianyu remarked teasingly as she accepted the banana, peeling it back and taking a gentle bite. Look, I'm telling you, when searching for a husband, one ought to seek someone like me, frugal and prudent. For that is how a long-lasting life is achieved. Yu Tiancheng was not inherently stingy. His prolonged delay at the fruit shop stemmed from a genuine lack of those few dollars. He had initially possessed some breakfast money, but having changed his trousers, he had forgotten it in the previous pair. Upon reaching the orthopedic ward and ascending to the 2nd floor, Yu Tiancheng suddenly clutched his stomach. Damn it. I'm in for it. That banana must have been spoiled. There's definitely an issue. Are you alright? Tianyu inquired, observing the evident discomfort etched across Yu Tiancheng's face. I'm fine. I just need to relieve myself. You go ahead to room 4. I'll join you shortly. No. I can't hold it any longer. Despite his predicament, Yu Tiancheng was equally frustrated. Even in a rebirth, one cannot escape nature's call. After advising Tianyu, he awkwardly covered his abdomen with one hand and his backside with the other, dashing into the restroom. Sighing, Tianyu picked up an apple and proceeded towards room 4. Just as she approached the door of room 3, a young man in a hospital gown, with his left arm in a cast and bandaged across his chest, emerged from the ward, none other than Zhang Rui. The moment Zhang Rui stepped out, he spotted Tianyu, and his eyes lit up. Tianyu, did you come specifically to see me? He exclaimed with palpable excitement, convinced that she still held a place for him in her heart. Unbeknownst to him, Tianyu maintained a frosty demeanor, dousing his exuberance with a splash of cold water. I'm here to visit Lu Yexing. Fully aware of how to deal with a suitor like Zhang Rui, she knew that if she exhibited any interest, it would only embolden him. Someone who eagerly seizes opportunities, once given even the slightest concession, would undoubtedly push for more. Therefore, throughout their half-year of sharing a table, Tianyu had never afforded Zhang Rui a single favorable glance. This time was no different. With that, she circumnavigated Zhang Rui and strode directly into room 4. Visiting Lu Yexing? Damn it, that scoundrel Yu Tiancheng is bullying me. And now Lu Yexing is getting the better of me as well? Zhang Rui seethed, his anger rising as he flung his arm in frustration, only to emit a cry of pain. What's wrong? What happened? Inside the ward, a woman adorned in opulent attire, her hair styled in waves, a gold chain around her neck, and 2 gold rings adorning her fingers, hurriedly emerged. She was Zhang Rui's mother. Upon seeing her son's anguished expression, she was filled with concern. "Oh dear, we must take you to a neurologist. Something must be amiss with your nerves." An elderly gentleman, leaning on his cane, passed by and cast a peculiar glance at Zhang Rui, exclaiming to Zhang Rui's mother, "What a nuisance. Your son must have a few screws loose." Zhang Rui glared at the old man in irritation. "You're the one with issues. My son is quite clever. He's a top student at #1 high school, aiming for a prestigious university." Zhang Rui's mother, a formidable woman, bristled at the old man's remarks. If his mind is sound, then why did he just run into a wall with his arm? His arm is broken, and yet he continues to slam into walls. It's a wonder he's not in pain. How can you say there's nothing wrong with his head? The old man, now riled, retorted, "Like mother, like son. I was merely trying to offer some advice, and you resort to insults?" With this attitude, how could he ever hope to attend a prestigious university? You're just embarrassing it. As he spoke, the old man nudged forward with his cane. Zhang Rui's mother quickly stepped aside, clearing the entrance. The old man snorted dismissively and limped into the hospital room. What an arrogant old fool. That driver clearly had no sense, only breaking your leg instead of finishing the job. Zhang Rui's mother muttered under her breath. Sharing the same hospital room, Zhang Rui and the old man's families had already learned that both injuries stemmed from a car accident. After casting her curses upon the old man, Zhang Rui's mother turned to him. "Son, why on earth did you run into the wall? If you don't want to go to school, just tell me. I can help you take a break. You shouldn't torment yourself like this." "What do you mean, not wanting to go to school?" Zhang Rui regarded his mother with an impulse to bang his head against the wall. Ultimately, he restrained himself, fearing she might actually send him to a mental health specialist for evaluation. Chapter 38. I came here with him in room 4. Lu Yexing's parents were keeping him company. His father, Lu Nong, worked as a broker at a securities company, while his mother, Kong Fangping, shared the same workplace as Wei Xiaoqin, both being clerks at the local administrative office. Lu Yexing's recent arm fracture had caused immense concern for his parents, especially during this critical time in his senior year. Why on earth did that teacher who have him washing mops? This boy is so reckless, waving the mop around and tripping over himself, Kong Fangping lamented while feeding Lu Yexing. However, it was unfair to place the blame solely on teacher Hu. Students have always had duties since our own school days. Everyone has to pitch in. In my opinion, this troublesome boy is simply reaping the consequences of his own foolishness, likely concocting these mishaps as an excuse to avoid school. Just yesterday, he bumped his head, and today he breaks his arm. Why not just jump out of a window to save us the trouble? Lu Nong, however, remained level-headed, though suggesting that Lu Yexing didn't want to attend school was somewhat unjust to the boy. "I understand that this isn't teacher Hu's fault. It's all on that rascal, who never seems to settle down, consistently ranking at the bottom in exams. Teacher Hu has certainly devoted a lot of effort to him." Kong Fangping glared at Lu Yexing, scolding him while still tending to his needs. Lu Yexing, his head hung low, silently ate his meal, knowing it was unwise to speak out of turn lest he provoke his father into delivering a slap that would be regrettable. "All right, let's keep the chatter to a minimum and not bother others," he thought. The hospital room housed 4 beds, all occupied by patients with broken limbs. Lu Nong lowered his voice, pointing at Lu Yexing. "Just wait until we get home. I'll deal with you then." Lu Yexing nearly burst into tears. "Why should I be punished for breaking my arm? If you keep arguing, I might just hit you now." Lu Nong's temper was notoriously explosive, and as he spoke, he raised his hand, ready to deliver a slap to Lu Yexing. Startled, Lu Yexing shrank back, while Kong Fangping interjected, "What are you doing? The child is already in this state, and you still want to strike him? Have you no humanity?" A middle-aged man in the adjacent bed chimed in, "Indeed. The family was harmonious just moments ago. Why the sudden urge to resort to violence?" An elderly lady, probably in her 70s, added her voice to the chorus of disapproval. Lu Nong, hand raised high, hesitated to bring it down. Despite his temper, he recognized that now was not the time for further punishment. Just then, Tianyu appeared at the door, gently knocking. Upon hearing the knock, all eyes in the room turned towards the entrance. A girl stood there, clad in a khaki long dress, adorned with a butterfly brooch, white stockings, and little white shoes, her hair styled in a high ponytail. She was strikingly beautiful, the kind that would captivate anyone at first glance, bringing a refreshing charm to the room. "Tianyu?" Lu Yexing exclaimed in surprise upon seeing her, feeling as though he were in a dream. When had she started to pay such attention to him? "Lu Yexing, how are you?" Tianyu stepped into the room, greeting the other patients along the way. "Hello, Grandma." "Hello, Uncle." "Ah, what a sweet girl," came the responses. Not only is she beautiful, but also polite. In that brief encounter, Tianyu won the affection of everyone in the ward. Dad, Mom, This is our class monitor, an academic achiever, and the belle of our school. Tianyu. Lu Yexing quickly introduced her to his parents, who were still in a daze. Tianyu, this is my dad, and this is my mom. Hello, uncle and aunt. Tianyu greeted them with a smile before placing the apple she carried on the small table beside the bed. Ah, is it Tianyu? Oh, you needn't be so courteous for just coming by. Kong Fangping exchanged a glance with Lu Nong, both recognizing the surprise in each other's eyes. My son is quite remarkable. Isn't he? When did such a close relationship with that girl develop? She came all the way to see him. Could it be that she has feelings for my son? I remember you from the last parent-teacher meeting when teacher who mentioned you ranked third in the city and had the potential to attend Tsinghua or Beida. Is that you? Kong Fangping exclaimed, dramatically clapping her hands. Indeed, that was me. Tianyu shyly tucked her hair behind her ear, admitting, I performed exceptionally well that time. Really impressive? Lu Nong interjected in astonishment. Of course. A gem from Lanzhou No. 1 High School, the crown jewel. Kong Fangping praised without restraint. No, if you possess such talent, then it would be the same for our family. My son wouldn't even manage to get into Tsinghua or Beida no matter how hard he tries. Lu Nong chimed in. What are you saying? How could you speak so poorly of your own son? Kong Fangping shot Lu Nong a glare and kicked him playfully. Get up and give the seat to her. Ah, right, please, have a seat. Lu Nong quickly stood to offer his chair to Tianyu. No need, uncle, you sit. I can stand just fine. Tianyu stepped back a couple of paces. Oh dear, your uncle sits at work all day. He's almost developed lumbar strain. Let him stand for a bit. It's good for his health. You sit, please. Kong Fangping pulled the chair closer, patting the seat with enthusiasm. Yes, I have a herniated disc. I shouldn't sit too long. I need to stand a bit more. Lu Nong, regardless of what lumbar strain or herniated disc was, knew he had to give up his seat and quickly sought an excuse to do so. Tianyu smiled shyly and reluctantly sat next to Kong Fangping. Tianyu, what a lovely name. The person who named you has taste. May I call you Yaya? Oh, you may call me whatever you like. So, Yaya, in which month were you born? As Tianyu contemplated, she raised her gaze to the outside. Where's Yu Tiancheng? She felt a bit overwhelmed by the situation. Had she known that so many people were in the room, she would have waited for Yu Tiancheng to enter together. You didn't come alone, did you? Is there someone else? Kong Fangping seemed to sense something and asked Tianyu. Ah, yes, I came with. Before Tianyu could finish, Yu Tiancheng burst in, clutching his stomach, hands flailing, grumbling as he walked in. Upon entering, he noticed Lu Nong and Kong Fangping staring at him wide-eyed. Uncle Lu? Aunt Kong, you're all here. Yu Tiancheng shook off his damp hands as he hurried in and waved at Tianyu. Let me sit for a bit. My stomach hurts terribly. Tianyu immediately sighed in relief, stood up to offer her seat to Yu Tiancheng, and then stood obediently beside him, flashing a small smile at Lu Nong and Kong Fangping. I came with him. Chapter 39. Lu also works as a family. I came with him. The look in Tianyu's eyes when she gazed at Yu Tiancheng clearly conveyed a sense of warmth and reliance. In modern terms, her gaze seemed to shimmer with affection. Lu Nong and Kong Fangping exchanged glances once more, both recognizing the palpable jealousy in each other's eyes. Such an exceptional young lady. Yet she is in a relationship with that insufferable brat, Yu Tiancheng? In what manner is Lu Yexing inferior to him? How is it that he cannot even attract a beautiful girl? Aunt Kong, it has been a few days since we last met, and your hairstyle has become quite fashionable, making you appear younger. Yu Tiancheng nonchalantly plopped himself onto a chair, glancing at the others and instantly sensing an unusual atmosphere. He promptly joked with Kong Fangping. Kong Fangping and Wei Xiaoqin are colleagues who have practically watched Yu Tiancheng grow up. Their families are intimately acquainted. Dikengzi, did you come by yourself? Kong Fangping inquired with a hint of annoyance. Ah, Aunt Kong, are you upset because of Lu Yexing? After all, there is still Tianyu, isn't there? My parents are unaware of Lu Yexing's broken arm. I haven't had the chance to inform them yet. I thought I would come by to check on you since we have such a long-standing relationship. I hope you don't mind. Yu Tiancheng chuckled, playfully grasping Tianyu's small hand. Tianyu hesitated for a moment, initially intending to withdraw her hand, but ultimately restrained herself. Recognizing the importance of a man's pride in certain circumstances, witnessing Yu Tiancheng's gesture, Kong Fangping felt an immense sense of frustration. She inexplicably slapped Lu Yexing on the head. Look how articulate Dikengzi is, and then look at you, utterly useless. Lu Yexing wore a look of grievance. Why am I being struck all of a sudden? He is currently an invalid. Exactly. Why take out your frustrations on a child? Lu Nong, at this moment, surprisingly came to Lu Yexing's defense. He then cheerfully turned to Yu Tiancheng and asked, Tiancheng, are you here to introduce your girlfriend to our Yexing? Do your parents know about your relationship? Ah, they are still unaware. We had planned to inform them after the college entrance examination, Yu Tiancheng replied, his face impassive, betraying no signs of embarrassment, leaving Lu Nong momentarily speechless. This did not sound like something an 18-year-old would typically say. In the 2 weeks since their last encounter, it was evident that Yu Tiancheng had undergone significant changes. At this moment, he fixed his gaze on Lu Nong, attempting to delve into the recesses of his lost memories. This elder Lu should still be working as a broker at a securities company, but it is likely that his tenure there would not last much longer. The stock market in 2003 was in a bear phase, and it was destined to plummet to 998 points. The plight of the stock investors during that time was one of lamentation. With the dire state of investors, fewer accounts were opened, thus rendering Lu Nong's profession increasingly difficult. Yu Tiancheng recalled that Lu Nong had likely left the securities company around the end of 2004 to venture into the construction business with his uncle. After spending some time in that field, Lu Nong partnered with his uncle to establish a local building materials company, specializing in sand, lime, and other construction supplies, while also beginning to dabble in real estate. Initially, Lu Nong's capital was modest, leveraging his old connections at the securities company and the bank. He secured a loan to develop a piece of land. It was from this point that he began to amass his fortune. Subsequently, as the government initiated urban renewal policies, Lu Nong and his uncle seized the opportunity to earn a substantial profit. However, considering that Langzhou is a small locale, the local investment company controlled most of the resources. And despite Lu Nong's endeavors, his wealth amounted to only a few million. However, during that period, Lu Nong was indeed a dominant figure in the Langzhou region. Unfortunately, after Lu Yesheng encountered troubles, Lu Nong lost his zeal. With the subsequent downturn in the real estate market and his limited resources, he gradually exhausted his means, returning to a state where he neither starved nor thrived, merely drowning his sorrows in alcohol and living a haphazard existence. Why are you looking at your uncle like that? Lu Nong noticed Yu Tiancheng scrutinizing him, causing an unsettling feeling to creep into his heart. The primary reason was that Yu Tiancheng's gaze seemed unusually mature, reminiscent of a 60-year-old man, as if he were attempting to peer into Lu Nong's very soul. Oh, it's nothing. I was just wondering, uncle. You still work at the securities company, right? Could you possibly help me set up an account? Yu Tiancheng suddenly inquired. Set up an account? You wish to dabble in stocks? How much do you have to invest? Let me tell you, the current stock market is quite treacherous. Those money bags in the trading hall are all deflated, and those engaging in speculative trading have ended up with empty pockets. As a student, it would be best for you to refrain from getting involved, Lu Nong said candidly. The stock market is not a playground. 90% of retail investors enter with luxury cars only to exit with bicycles. Those who manage to retain their principal are fewer than 1 in 10. Of course, there are occasional profits, but the odds are as slim as a needle's eye, only attainable by the most skilled professionals. Lu Nong shared this wisdom with Yu Tiancheng as if he were his own child. If it were someone else, he might even relish the opportunity for them to open an account and boost his performance metrics. I do have a bit of pocket money for my New Year's gift, and I thought, after the college entrance examination, it would be nice to have some spending money, Yu Tiancheng responded, maintaining a lighthearted tone. Well, you might end up losing all that pocket money. And then teacher Yu will surely have a word with you about it. In Lu Nong's eyes, teacher Yu held a certain stature, embodying refinement and cultural depth, which naturally garnered respect for knowledge. Oh, we haven't even begun. If you want me to set this up, I'm not of age yet. I can't open an account. Yu Tiancheng smiled broadly. So you're just teasing your Uncle Lu then? Lu Nong mused, having not considered that Yu Tiancheng, still a minor, was merely playing around, as the boy's tall stature and adult-like speech had obscured his actual age. No, I genuinely intend to open an account. My birthday is in January, which is less than 4 months away. When my birthday arrives, Uncle Lu, you must do something to mark the occasion. I want to ask for a red envelope. Just help me open an account as a rite of passage, Yu Tiancheng said with a tone far beyond his years. Little rascal, your tone resembles that of our manager. Where did you learn to speak like that? Lu Nong chuckled in jest. Just say yes or no, Yu Tiancheng pressed. Fine, if you help me boost my performance metrics. Why would I be concerned? But should you incur losses, do not mention that you opened the account with me, Lu Nong retorted with a playful roll of his eyes. It seemed this boy was resolute in his desire to create an account. If not with him, he would certainly seek elsewhere. Thus, it was better for Lu Nong to assist him directly, ensuring he would keep a watchful eye. Rest assured, I will not betray you, Yu Tiancheng replied cheerfully. Beside them, Lu Yesheng observed the jovial exchange between the father and son, his expression suddenly morose. Are you here to see me, or my father? Only then did Yu Tiancheng turn his gaze towards Lu Yesheng. Of course I came to see you. Uncle Lu's arm is not broken. Lu Nong, standing nearby, frowned at the boy's words, thinking, what nonsense is this? Why does it sound so displeasing to the ear? The youth of today truly speak without a filter. Chapter 40. I want to learn all right, since Tiancheng is here. He can keep an eye on things while I go out with your Uncle Lu for a bite to eat. We've been busy all morning. Kong Fangping clearly wished to grant the children some private space and gently pulled Lu Nong aside. Lu Nong understood, promptly saying, yes, you two continue your conversation. I'll accompany your aunt to buy some food. With that, the couple rose and left. Once outside the hospital room, Yu Tiancheng chuckled as he playfully tapped Lu Yesheng's uninjured arm. What is going on? Why are you playing house with that Zhang Rui fellow in the hospital? Shut it. Lu Yesheng instantly recalled the unexpected kiss he shared with Zhang Rui, his face flushing with embarrassment as he retorted, if you mention that brat again, I swear I'll be done for. Outside the hospital, in a modest noodle shop, Kong Fangping and Lu Nong each had a bowl of rice noodles, quickly devouring their meal. Concerned for Lu Yesheng, they had skipped breakfast, and with lunch not yet upon them, they opted for a simple bowl of noodles to fill their stomachs. Are you really planning to help that kid with his account? Kong Fangping inquired as she ate. What choice do I have? If I don't assist him, he'll just seek help elsewhere. It's better he comes to me. At least when his parents ask, we won't be completely in the dark, Lu Nong replied, stirring the steaming noodles and adding another spoonful of chili oil. True, have you noticed? Tiancheng seems to have changed. Kong Fangping pondered for a moment before adding. He has matured. Indeed, yet our son remains clueless, still very much a child, Lu Nong remarked. Look at how Tianyu gazes at Yu Tiancheng. It reminds me of how we were during our courtship. You looked at me with such affection back then. Lu Nong sniffed, a hint of nostalgia gracing his face. Get lost. I must have been blind to have chosen you. Kong Fangping shot him a playful glare. It's not that I'm petty. Tiancheng and Tianyu won't last long. Why do you say that? Lu Nong asked, curiosity piqued, a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. Such an outstanding girl. Though she is not my son's girlfriend, I refuse to let Yu Tiancheng take advantage. What's unattainable is worth watching from the sidelines, Kong Fangping retorted. Tianyu is the apple of the principal's eye at Langzhou No. 1 High School, a potential candidate for Tsinghua or Peking University. How many points can Tiancheng score? With the college entrance examination just a year away, once the scores are out, they could be worlds apart. How many couples can withstand that? Not to mention, with his current academic standing, whether he can surpass Lu Yesheng is also a question. Kong Fangping's analysis instantly brightened Lu Nong's eyes. Indeed, one cannot overlook the fact that academic performance delineates social strata and circles. Although two individuals may appear inseparable at present, should they part ways, it is inevitable that Tianyu may encounter someone more accomplished, which could stir feelings of discontent. Imagine if by chance, Yin Cheng fails to surpass our family in his examinations. Would that not grant me a sense of triumph? I would undoubtedly host a celebration for academic advancement, inviting the Yu family to witness the expressions on their faces, particularly Yu Laosher, a high school teacher himself, witnessing his cultured son failing to achieve better results than my seemingly unrefined offspring. What a sight that would be. I find myself almost impatiently anticipating this scenario. As Lu Nong spoke, he was nearly in fits of laughter. Lu Yesheng's grades were slightly inferior to Yu Tiancheng's, yet he was still within a prestigious class. And even at the tail end, there remained a chance for him to secure a place at a top university. In a previous life, Lu Yesheng had indeed outperformed Yu Tiancheng in the college entrance examination. Of course, the primary reason for Yu Tiancheng's poor performance in that lifetime was not solely due to his romance with Tianyu, but rather the repeated emotional turmoil from failed confessions to Li Sisi. All right, let us finish our meal and quickly procure some items before heading back. Though they are not children anymore, they still possess a certain naivete that makes me wary. Kong Fangping shot Lu Nong a disapproving glance, urging him to hasten his consumption. The two swiftly devoured a simple noodle dish and purchased some fruits and snacks before returning to the hospital room. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sounds of laughter and joy emanating from inside, the unmistakable voice of Yu Tiancheng. Exchanging glances, they walked directly in to find Yu Tiancheng munching on an apple, playfully amusing Lu Yesheng, who was shaking with laughter, tears nearly streaming down his cheeks as he alternated between exclaiming in pain and laughing heartily. Tianyu stood behind Yu Tiancheng, her small hand covering her mouth, her doe-like eyes glistening with mirth, clearly unable to contain her laughter. The uncle in the adjacent bed was also laughing heartily, raising his hand in jest. I can't take it anymore. You young man have an endless supply of tricks. In all my years, I have never encountered such wit. Yu Tiancheng replied, we cannot be compared to you, uncle. You have work, financial responsibilities, and children to raise. Naturally, you have no time for such amusements. We, on the other hand, attend classes, and have little else to do but daydream. Very well, you might as well consider writing stories in the future, the uncle replied, giving Yu Tiancheng a thumbs up. With your talent, becoming an author would be splendid. Yu Tiancheng responded with a smile. Thank you for the kind words. It would indeed be delightful to be a writer. Oh, what are you all discussing that brings such joy? Upon the return of Kong Fangping and Lu Nong, Lu Yexing instantly ceased his laughter, as if frozen in place. The uncle, surprisingly, waved his hand dismissively, acting as if nothing had happened. Only Yu Tiancheng greeted the two, reaching into the bag Kong Fangping was carrying. Ah, Uncle Lu, you're back. What delectable treats has Aunt Kong brought? Let me see. You truly have no sense of formality. Lu Yexing raised his hand to stop Yu Tiancheng. Come now, if you're formal with me, can we still call ourselves brothers? Yu Tiancheng disregarded him, retrieving a bunch of grapes from the bag, wiping one on his clothing before popping it into his mouth. Quite sweet. Well then, Uncle Lu, since you have returned, we shall take our leave. We have classes this afternoon. Come on, let's have lunch together. Lu Nong exclaimed. Uncle Lu is treating you. Well, when can we not eat? Yu Tiancheng replied. If we're having a meal, that's perfectly fine. Later, when he's ready, I'll head straight to your house for a feast. I remember Aunt Kong's culinary skills are exceptional. Yu Tiancheng politely added, winking at Kong Fangping. Aunt Kong, take this bunch of grapes with you. This child is still being polite with me, she said. Take it, take it. Kong Fangping found Yu Tiancheng's sudden lack of modesty somewhat disconcerting, but she dismissed it. After all, it was just a bunch of grapes, hardly worth being stingy over. Goodbye, Uncle and Aunt. Ah, goodbye. Tian Yu bid farewell to Lu Nong and Kong Fangping with utmost courtesy, nodding to the others in the ward, which garnered her further goodwill. As soon as Yu Tiancheng and Tian Yu departed, Lu Yexing suddenly spoke up. Mom, I think we should be discharged tomorrow. Kong Fangping was taken aback. This child, you still have 2 more days of injections left. Why the sudden urge to leave? A flicker of panic crossed Lu Yexing's eyes, but he quickly masked it, stating solemnly, I want to study. Look at my son, so ambitious. Lu Nong felt a surge of relief wash over him. Wait, something's off. As a mother knows her child best, Kong Fangping, aware that Lu Yexing was not particularly studious, sensed something amiss. Why the sudden change of heart? Kong Fangping immediately caught a whiff of something unusual. Did Decheng say something to you? Why the sudden desire to study? Lu Yexing stubbornly insisted he simply wanted to go to school and attend a good university. Although Kong Fangping was skeptical, she refrained from pressing him too hard, knowing that it might dampen his enthusiasm for learning. If he felt cornered, he might abandon his efforts altogether, which would be counterproductive. Reluctantly, Kong Fangping decided to wait it out, persuading him to endure the injections for 1 more day before she finally arranged his discharge on the 3rd day. Lu Yexing, with his arm in a sling, cheerfully went to school. In truth, his arm was already in a cast. Resting at home would suffice, and he would be fine once the cast was removed. Attending school wouldn't hinder him. After all, it wasn't like he had suffered a head injury. Bright and early, Lu Yexing arrived at school, but rather than diving into his studies, his first stop was to loiter outside the classroom of the senior class 10. As expected, the ever-early Jiang Shishir noticed Lu Yexing waiting at the door. Upon seeing his arm in a cast, she was puzzled. Didn't he just bump his head? How did his arm end up in a cast? Could it be that he fell while trying to protect himself and hadn't he mentioned it to her? Jiang Shishir's mind began to swirl with confusion. Are you alright? I'm fine really. My arm. It's no big deal, it's not your concern. The more he insisted it was not her concern, the more Jiang Shishir suspected it was indeed related to her. By the way, do you use the internet? After some internal deliberation, Lu Yexing cautiously broached another topic with Jiang Shishir. The internet emerged in the country in 1998, and by the end of 2003, it was at the height of its popularity among students, with very few being unfamiliar with it. Although Jiang Shishir was eccentric, she was still a child, inevitably partaking in societal norms, including online activities. Not only did she navigate the web, but when Lu Yexing mentioned it, her eyes lit up, revealing her status as a fervent netizen. Observing the expression in Jiang Shishir's eyes, Lu Yexing felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, just yesterday, Yu Tiancheng had informed him that Jiang Shishir, despite her reticent demeanor, must have other outlets for her emotions. After all, she spent her days like a protected animal, shielded by others, rarely communicating, devoid of close friends, and enduring the monotonous and taxing life of a senior high school student. Such circumstances would surely lead to psychological issues for any normal individual. Of course, Tian Yu also enjoyed her solitude, yet her situation differed from Jiang Shishir's. Tian Yu's preference for isolation stemmed from familial factors. She was not inherently a recluse. and Tian Ruyun had never constrained her thoughts or actions. Therefore, Yu Tiancheng deduced that not only did Jiang Shishir surf the web, but she was also undoubtedly a heavy internet user. With his arm currently injured, he found a perfect excuse to engage her in conversation. Following a discussion with Lu Yexing, it indeed heightened Lu Yexing's eagerness to return to school. In pursuit of romantic interests, he even concocted a feeble excuse to his mother about wanting to study. However, the outcome left Lu Yexing feeling gratified, as he successfully acquired Jiang Shishir's QQ number. He returned to the classroom, eager to share his joy with Yu Tiancheng. Upon discovering Yu Tiancheng's empty seat and seeing Tian Yu engrossed in her studies nearby, he was struck by indignation. That rascal! Interacting with a beautiful teacher by day and engaging with the school belle by night. What a scoundrel! Meanwhile, in the computer lab, Yu Tiancheng sneezed. Damn it! Who is cursing me? He rubbed his nose and tossed the completed competition problems to Su Lan. Well done. Over the past few days, you've tackled preliminary competition questions from the last decade and made significant progress on the finals, achieving a 98 accuracy rate. I'm starting to suspect you must have begun programming at 7. Su Lan was exceedingly pleased with Yu Tiancheng's performance, feeling her resources had not been squandered. You are mistaken. I started learning in the womb. Yu Tiancheng chuckled. So are you at ease now? Rest assured, from the moment I first interacted with you, I felt quite secure. Otherwise, would I have personally traveled to Xingqing to gather this information for you? As Su Lan chatted on QQ, she continued, this weekend, I plan to visit Xingqing again. I might bring you good news upon my return. Would you like to accompany me? This weekend is not feasible, Yu Tiancheng replied, shaking his head. I have something very important to attend to. How about next Monday? Su Lan rolled her eyes. I still have to work. Do you really think I come here just for fun? Yu Tiancheng snickered, retorting, isn't that the case? Well, never mind. It's uncertain whether we can reach an agreement. If you choose not to go, then don't. Su Lan waved her small hand dismissively. This weekend, Yu Tiancheng had made plans to meet Zhang Xiangdou, and such a significant matter certainly could not be taken lightly. Soon, Saturday arrived, and the clock struck 2 in the afternoon. Yu Tiancheng had deliberately chosen a crisp white shirt, pairing it with a pair of slightly oversized trousers belonging to Yu Wenin, which, though a bit loose, were wearable. He tucked the white shirt into his pants, cinching it with a belt, and adorned himself with Yu Wenin's black-framed glasses, which imparted an air of maturity. Once he was ready, Yu Tiancheng set off quietly, arriving at the most luxurious lakeside restaurant in Langzhou. Standing at the entrance of the restaurant, which resembled a grand estate, he felt a sense of nostalgia. Established in 2003, this lakeside restaurant catered to an elite clientele frequented by the affluent. In every era, there are individuals of means. And for someone like Yu Tiancheng, a commoner, the existence of such a lavish establishment in Langzhou was entirely unknown. At 2 o'clock, an off-peak hour for dining, many restaurants typically closed for a brief respite until 4 or 5 in the afternoon, when they would prepare for dinner service. However, on this day, the front desk of the lakeside restaurant had received a notification, and the staff was on high alert, anticipating the arrival of a distinguished guest. Upon his arrival, Yu Tiancheng noticed the receptionist standing behind the welcome desk, engrossed in conversation with a young girl seated discreetly within the establishment. The girl was nearly obscured from view, making it difficult to discern that she was not alone. Sister, I heard that your salary here is quite high, even surpassing that of my father. You bought a new phone just 2 months into your job, the young girl exclaimed, clutching a nondescript red flip phone, her face brimming with envy. 1,800. And it might increase by 50 next month, the receptionist said, pride evident in her tone as she lifted her smooth chin. In 2003, with an average salary barely exceeding 1,000 in Langzhou, 1,800 was indeed a substantial wage. I wonder if I'll ever earn such a high salary, the young girl mused, glancing up at the receptionist with admiration, her body twisting slightly in discomfort. This place feels too cramped. I can hardly move. Why must you leave me here when you've come to see me? Why not take me inside to see the restaurant? I've heard the decor is opulent. Pouting, the young girl displayed her displeasure. Xiao Qiao, it's not that I don't wish to host you. The timing is just unfortunate. Had you come earlier, I would have surely shown you around, but today simply won't allow it. The beautiful receptionist's expression was one of conflicted emotions. Logically, she should be taking care of her cousin, yet the timing was exceedingly inconvenient. Why is today so problematic? The young girl inquired with curiosity. We are expecting an important guest today. The entire front desk staff, from me at the entrance to the head chef in the kitchen, is on standby. Did you not notice our lobby manager waiting patiently inside? The receptionist glanced around nervously, as if fearing anyone might catch sight of the girl. An important guest? Just how significant are they? Who could it be? The young girl wore a defiant expression, her lips pursed. I am merely a worker. How could I possibly know who has arrived? The hostess shook her head, ready to say more, when suddenly a young man appeared, prompting her to cease speaking and reveal her signature smile. In a sweetly melodic voice, she inquired, "Good day. Do you have a reservation? Room 8888, Xiangrui Hall, surname Yu." The man replied. Upon hearing this familiar voice, the young girl glanced up and was instantly taken aback. Chapter 42. Guess who I saw? The young man was none other than Yu Tiancheng. Had he taken a moment to observe, he would have noticed a young girl seated behind the reception desk, his classmate, Su Huiqiao. The hostess conversing with Su Huiqiao was her cousin, Jin Yan. At 21 years of age, standing at 172 meters, with an admirable figure and striking appearance, she was chosen to greet guests at the entrance. Today, she wore light makeup and a red qipao, complemented by nude stockings and short black heels. Though this was the typical attire for a hostess, it accentuated her physique and beauty even further. Upon hearing Yu Tiancheng announce his room number, Jin Yan perked up, realizing that he was indeed the esteemed guest. "Oh, so you are Mr. Zhang's distinguished guest. Please, Mr. Zhang has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." Jin Yan wished to present her most charming, alluring, and exquisite self to Yu Tiancheng, extending her hand politely to open the restaurant door for him. Yu Tiancheng nodded slightly and stepped inside. Truly, what an extravagant establishment. Upon entering the restaurant's grand hall, Yu Tiancheng was greeted by the sound of flowing water, and before him appeared a magnificent sailing ship. This vessel was as large as 4 or 5 people, crafted entirely from the wood of sunken ships, suspended above a pool of water. The pool featured several fountains, creating the illusion of crashing waves as the water splashed against the hull of the ship, producing a soothing sound. Such decor would still be considered luxurious even 2 decades later. In 2003, it was undoubtedly unique and imaginative. Yu Tiancheng understood that the higher the restaurant's caliber, the more it signified Zhang Xiangdong's seriousness regarding this collaboration. After all, this prominent figure was notoriously frugal. It was said that even with a fortune exceeding 100 billion, he drove a modest Volkswagen Polo worth merely a few $100,000, later replacing it with a Polo of a different color. If Zhang Xiangdong had chosen to negotiate with Yu Tiancheng at a roadside stall, it would not have surprised him in the least. However, his choice of this venue indicated a genuine regard for Yu Tiancheng. "Mr. Yu, is this your first visit?" Jin Yan observed Yu Tiancheng's fascination with the grand ship and immediately deduced that it was indeed his inaugural experience at Lakeside Restaurant. She remembered her own initial encounter with the vessel, marked by the same wide-eyed wonder. Yet, she did not underestimate him simply because it was his first visit. After all, someone who could command the restaurant owner to arrange for the entire staff to wait for her must indeed be a person of great stature. Oh, how delightful. Yu Tiancheng momentarily lost his focus but quickly regained it, following Jin Yan as they navigated around the grand sailboat and entered an elongated corridor. The decor within, though steeped in antiquity, was merely distinctive to Yu Tiancheng, who had witnessed grand affairs in the future. Of course, in this era, it was considered relatively luxurious. "Mr. Yu, are you a local?" Jin Yan inquired while leading the way and engaging him in conversation. This young man appeared quite youthful. Although his attire was somewhat mature for his age, it did not detract from his charm. His trousers were slightly baggy, his shirt tucked in a tad awkwardly, and he wore a pair of sneakers. Such an ensemble hardly suggested he was an ordinary person. Despite his somewhat questionable fashion sense, his demeanor exuded handsomeness and confidence. "Yes, I am from the area. Where do you reside?" he replied. "Near number 1 high school," she responded. "Ah, number 1 high school. I'm familiar with it. My cousin attends there." "Is that so? Perhaps I know her," Yu Tiancheng remarked, pleased with the conversation as he exchanged a few more words with Jin Yan. "You truly are quite the jokester, Mr. Yu. As a successful individual, how could you possibly know my cousin?" she teased. "Well, I can only accompany you this far. Up ahead is the lobby, and that gentleman is our manager, Mr. Su." Jin Yan halted, gazing longingly as Yu Tiancheng walked through the corridor and into the restaurant lobby. During working hours, she could only escort guests to this point, and only those who were given special attention. The last guest she had escorted here was a high-ranking official from the city, surrounded by aides, leaving her to play a minor role in the background. Once Yu Tiancheng was received by the lobby manager, Jin Yan returned to her post at the entrance. As she stepped back, she noticed her cousin Su Huiqiao had emerged from the reception desk, peering inside on tiptoe. "Oh dear, why are you out here? Our manager has repeatedly instructed us to avoid any missteps," Jin Yan exclaimed, pulling Su Huiqiao back to the reception area. "What are you so worried about?" "I'm not bothering anyone," Su Huiqiao muttered reluctantly. "Listen, I think I recognize that person who just went in," she added eagerly. "Don't be silly. How could you know anyone?" Jean Yin responded skeptically as she entered the reception area, glancing at her phone while holding a pen, seemingly deep in thought. I really do know him. He is my classmate. Su Huiqiao insisted, tilting her head in urgency. Your classmate? All right then, tell me his surname and given name. Jean Yin replied, eyeing her cousin with suspicion. His surname is Yu, and his name is Yu Tiancheng. Indeed, that is correct. Su Huiqiao affirmed confidently. His surname is indeed Yu. Jean Yin suddenly recalled her conversation with Yu Tiancheng, who lived near number 1 high school. He might very well know her cousin. Though it had been a jest, who could have anticipated that a jest could transform into reality? Are you certain he is your classmate? They can't possibly look alike. Can they? Jean Yin inquired once more. Certainly. He typically does not dress in such a manner. Even if he were to turn to ash, I would recognize him without difficulty. He once pursued my dear friend, but was unsuccessful. However, of late, it seems he has inexplicably given up. Su Huiqiao spoke with a tone of disdain. He pursued your friend? Jean Yin, her lovely eyes twinkling, appeared lost in thought. Ah, you mean Li Sisi? The one you've met? Su Huiqiao nodded. That girl who is quite adept at makeup. She isn't as pretty as I am. Jean Yin scoffed. Of course. My cousin is the most stunning beauty I have ever encountered. Su Huiqiao offered a rare compliment. At this hour, there should be no other guests. Wait here while I fetch something delectable from the kitchen for you. Jean Yin seemed pleased and, after exchanging a few words with Su Huiqiao, rose from the reception desk and headed toward the restaurant's hall. Sister, may I use your phone to make a call? Su Huiqiao inquired just before Jean Yin departed. Go ahead, just don't lose it. Jean Yin assumed Su Huiqiao intended to call home and agreed without a second thought. As soon as Jean Yin left, Su Huiqiao promptly dialed a number. Hello, Cece. Guess who I saw? Chapter 43. Sister, what are you up to? Li Cece had received a new phone from her father after her last one fell into White Horse Lake. This time, he purchased a less expensive imitation model for her from Deep City and had it mailed back. Li Cece was using this imitation phone. Despite its status as a knockoff, it still held a certain prestige in the eyes of most students, particularly Su Huiqiao, who envied it. Upon receiving Su Huiqiao's call, Li Cece was momentarily taken aback, then replied with surprise, Chower, did you buy a phone? It's not mine, it's my sister Yen's. I came here to visit her and borrowed her phone to make the call, Su Huiqiao clarified, then quickly added, oh, but enough about that. Guess who I saw? Who? Li Cece was not particularly inclined to engage with Su Huiqiao, as she was busy texting a boy from her class, hoping to persuade him to treat her to a lavish meal. Yu Tiancheng. Su Huiqiao enunciated each syllable with clarity. So what of Yu Tiancheng? Li Cece thought, harboring a sense of resentment towards him. However, as the owner of a fish pond, losing such a catch was regrettable, yet not insurmountable. Nevertheless, Su Huiqiao's next words captured Li Cece's full attention. Oh, how can you not understand? Yu Tiancheng came to dine at my sister's place. Su Huiqiao elucidated. Are you saying Yu Tiancheng went to the lakeside restaurant? Did he go alone or invite Tianyu? Li Cece's tone shifted dramatically. She had seen Su Huiqiao's cousin, who was exceptionally beautiful and held a modest leadership position at the lakeside restaurant, a place that was beyond the wildest dreams of students like her. Previously, Li Cece indulged in nothing more extravagant than a slice of cake at a bakery or a meal at a hot pot restaurant. For her, a meal costing 30 or 50 yuan was considered a lavish feast. It is worth noting that in 2003, Langzhou was merely a fourth-tier city with an average salary barely exceeding 1,000 yuan. Rumors circulated about a steakhouse opening in the old Westgate area. Yet Li Cece had not set foot there in over a year. Establishments like Lakeside Restaurant, where the average cost per person exceeded several hundred yuan, were realms of fantasy for her. Even a single visit would provide her with ample tales to boast about for an entire year. Thus, when she learned that Yu Tiancheng had dined at the Lakeside Restaurant, her eyes widened in disbelief. Her immediate thought was that he was putting on a facade, perhaps having pilfered funds from his family to treat Tianyu at such a posh venue. But wait, Tianyu was absent. It was just him alone. Su Huiqiao appeared equally bewildered, pondering aloud. It seems someone invited him. Regardless, he looked quite dapper, wearing a shirt, dress trousers, and even sported black-rimmed glasses, resembling an old scholar. A shirt? Dress trousers? Glasses? Are you sure you aren't mistaken? Li Cece inquired skeptically. Am I capable of mistaking him? If you don't believe me, come see for yourself. He will emerge once he finishes his meal, Su Huiqiao retorted, feeling irked by her friend's doubts about her eyesight. Li Cece initially contemplated refusing, but the mere thought of Yu Tiancheng dining at Lakeside Restaurant sent a swarm of unease through her. Wait for me. I shall be there shortly, she declared before abruptly ending the call. Inside Lakeside Restaurant, Jean Yin noted the absence of the lobby manager and, seizing the opportunity, made her way into the main hall. She leaned against the kitchen window, engaging in casual banter with the waiter, Xiao Lu, who was waiting to serve the dishes. "Where's Manager Su?" she inquired. "At the Xiangrui Hall, keeping an eye on things." Xiao Lu responded with a smile, eager to please. He was a young man in the prime of his youth. And naturally, he was captivated by the striking figure of Jin Yan. With a mere beckon of her finger, she could easily ensnare his attention. "What kind of guests do we have today, ordering so many dishes?" Jin Yan asked, prompting Xiao Lu to embellish his response in hopes of impressing her. "I've heard that the big boss is personally overseeing them. It's the manager serving the dishes. I don't know much, but I overheard at the door that they seem to be discussing business." The young man who just entered mentioned figures like 10 million and 20 million. Quite impressive. "Is that true?" Jin Yan's heart raced at the mention of such sums. "Do you think I would deceive you? You know how Manager Su feels about that young man, right?" Xiao Lu leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially. "He behaves like a lapdog, eager to please." "Shoo, keep your voice down. You can't say such things carelessly. If this reaches old Su's ears, you might as well kiss your job goodbye," Jin Yan cautioned, feigning concern. "Hey, I only share this with you. I wouldn't bother with anyone else," Xiao Lu replied, grinning. Little Lu immediately displayed a sycophantic gaze once more. When he had leaned closer to Jin Yan earlier, he had inhaled the fragrant aroma that enveloped her and gazed at her fair neck, leaving him utterly entranced. Ding ding ding. At the kitchen exit, the chef struck the bell several times, and a dish adorned with a miniature mountain, intricately carved with a phoenix and emanating steam, was elegantly presented. Without further ado, the dishes were served. Little Lu promptly picked up the tray, cradling the exquisite dish, and hurriedly made his way towards the Xiangrui Hall. "Third brother, what is the name of that dish? It looks truly magnificent," Jin Yan inquired as she leaned back towards the kitchen, addressing the middle-aged man in a chef's hat, who appeared to be in his 30s. "Ah, that is called Phoenix spreading its wings. In this restaurant, aside from myself, no one else can prepare it," the middle-aged man replied. Scratching the menu with his fingernail before warning Jin Yan, "You'd best not frequent this area today. If old Su catches you, it won't reflect well. Generally, it's acceptable, but today is special, as you know." "I understand. It's just that my cousin has arrived, and she is still hungry," Jin Yan pouted, feigning innocence. "Wait a moment." The man, referred to as third brother, glanced around before turning back to the kitchen and producing a black bag. "Take this and eat it. But don't let anyone see." "Thank you, third brother," Jin Yan exclaimed, taking the bag and flashing a flirtatious smile at him. Go on, go on." Third brother waved his hands dismissively. Jin Yan hurriedly exited the hall and returned to the reception desk, handing the black bag to Su Huiqiao. "Sister, what is this?" Su Huiqiao initially recoiled at the greasy bag, but upon opening it, she gasped in astonishment. "Chicken legs? So many. Shoo, eat quickly." Jin Yan glanced at the 6 chicken legs inside, some battered and fried, others braised or stewed, each with a distinct flavor, indicating third brother's thoughtful consideration. Delicious. "Why aren't you eating?" Su Huiqiao asked, her eyes wide as she gnawed on a chicken leg. Jin Yan was busy writing a note with a pen, then lifted her chi pao to reveal her fair thigh, tucking the note into the edge of her stockings. Chapter 44. Do you dare employ child labor? Outside the restaurant, Yu Tiancheng was oblivious to the situation and indifferent to knowing it. At this moment, he was engaged in a heated negotiation with Zhang Xiangdong. Zhang Xiangdong was accompanied by 2 others, a man and a woman. The man, named Ren Bo, was the manager of the development department, responsible for the creation of Tencent's games. Yu Tiancheng had a distinct impression of Ren Bo, who would later ascend to a senior leadership position and become a pivotal figure within the company. However, at present, he was grappling with a plethora of casual and card games. The past 2 years had likely been the most challenging for Ren Bo, as the company lacked a flagship game, leading to considerable stress and even hair loss for him. This time, he accompanied Zhang Xiangdong to observe the formidable creator of the influential online gaming platform, hoping to glean insights and share experiences. The other woman, named Zhu Ran, serves as the director responsible for business and finance. From the moment Yu Tiancheng stepped through the door, Zhu Ran scrutinized him closely. After both parties introduced themselves, Yu Tiancheng stated his full name. Zhang Xiangdong then took charge of the meal arrangements. He and Ren Bo engaged Yu Tiancheng in a discussion about the current state of the internet industry in the country. To Zhang Xiangdong's astonishment, Yu Tiancheng demonstrated an impressive familiarity with the domestic internet landscape, articulating the strategies of major companies and their developmental trajectories with remarkable clarity. He even elaborated on several promising directions he believed in, including those overlooked by their own company, such as the prominent figure in linen, the flourishing Xingda. the pig farming industry, and the potential of Lei Bussi's ventures, all analyzed with both depth and simplicity. Of course, most of what he spoke of was already known, viewed through a lens slightly ahead of the present by a couple of years. Even so, this revelation left Zhang Xiangdong somewhat astonished. For as a leading internet company in the country, the information they possessed was certainly not accessible to the average person. This disparity in knowledge was a crucial factor in their success. Yet, the ability of a young man like Yu Tiancheng to perceive such far-reaching possibilities was genuinely impressive. Had he been aware that Yu Tiancheng foresaw the nation's developmental trajectory over the next 20 years, he might have been utterly flabbergasted. Naturally, Yu Tiancheng could not divulge everything. The subtleties of truth and illusion are what truly captivate. At the very least, Zhang Xiangdong held Yu Tiancheng in high regard and considered him significant. However, the ensuing negotiations were less than pleasant. As Zhu Ran took over the dialogue and initiated formal discussions, the entire process unfolded as a battle of wits, characterized by veiled strategies and sharp repartees, all while maintaining a facade of cordiality, yet harboring underlying tensions. Zhu Ran perceived Yu Tiancheng as overly youthful, despite his insights into the internet sector. She believed he posed no substantial threat in other domains. Furthermore, as he was a solitary figure without any notable connections, they maintained a considerable advantage, particularly in their choice of venue, the lakeside restaurant, intended to intimidate Yu Tiancheng and apply pressure. Thus, Zhu Ran began negotiations with an initial offer of 12 million, slightly exceeding Yu Tiancheng's asking price of 10 million, yet nowhere near doubling it. To her surprise, Yu Tiancheng immediately reacted with indignation, slamming the table and declaring that without 20 million, there was no room for discussion. A further word, and he would leave. This outburst, overheard by the waiter Lu during the meal service, startled those outside with its fervent intensity. Zhu Ran was infuriated. Her face flushed as she attempted to reason with Yu Tiancheng. Ultimately, as Yu Tiancheng truly began to rise to depart, Zhang Xiangdong intervened to mediate, calming both parties. "You, please remain composed. I believe there is still room for negotiation," he said, once more using the familiar online moniker, which elicited a smile from Yu Tiancheng. With this, the deal appeared to be on the verge of fruition. That Zhu Ran is merely a figurehead. The true decision-maker remains this co-founder. "Mr. Zhang, you previously stated that regardless of the offers from others, you could match them double. If that assertion was mere bluster, then I have nothing further to say. I would be willing to sell to others for a loss of 3 to 5 million, which truly does not concern me." Yet, in his heart, Yu Tiancheng was particularly invested in this matter. 3 to 5 million. He had never amassed such wealth in his previous life. To think that a few words could yield such an opportunity, to feign indifference would be disingenuous. Beside him, Zhu Ran's eyes were ablaze with indignation. This young man, though seemingly youthful, wielded his words with unforgiving candor, resorting to vulgarity as if in a street brawl. Indeed, I stand by my figure of 20 million. But I must attach a condition. I invite Yu Shun to join our penguin venture, so we may collaborate in this enterprise. As for remuneration, rest assured, I can immediately offer a monthly salary of 30,000. Options will be calculated separately. Zhang Xiangdong believed this proposal to be exceedingly generous. 30,000, a notable increase, indicating his recognition of Yu Shun's rarity. "I appreciate your kindness, Mr. Zhang, but I truly cannot acquiesce to this condition." Yu Tiancheng thought to himself. "I still have university to attend. There is no time to serve as a technician for you. Yu Shun, might I ask for your reasoning? Is the compensation inadequate? We can certainly negotiate further. I feel a particular affinity for you, and I genuinely require talent here. If you do not wish to commit long-term, you could assist me temporarily, and should you later desire to embark on your entrepreneurial journey, you could first develop within Penguin." Zhang Xiangdong found it astonishing that even with such elevated terms, Yu Tiancheng remained unmoved. Could it be that he aspired to start his own venture? "The specifics could await our contract signing. However, in light of Mr. Zhang's goodwill, I could offer Manager Su a commendable project as compensation for all parties involved." Yu Tiancheng, too, took a step back. Upon hearing Yu Tiancheng's words, Rinbo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He was currently burdened by his own troubles, and if the project Yu Tiancheng proposed were promising, it could serve as a breakthrough. Zhang Xiangdong glanced at Rinbo, contemplating for 3 seconds. Rinbo was someone he had personally promoted. If he failed to deliver results, it would reflect poorly on him to the board. "Very well, let us finalize this. Contract signing to commence immediately, and funds to be transferred without delay." With a decisive resolve, Zhang Xiangdong made his decision. The price was set at 20 million. Directly acquiring the entire framework of the Big Chicken Gaming Network and its associated mini-games, including the encryption algorithms. Zhu Ran fell silent, genuinely incensed. Yet, with the CEO's decision finalized, her mission was deemed accomplished. Furthermore, as Yu Tiancheng had promised a project for Rinbo, they had not emerged empty-handed. The crucial factor now lay in whether Yu Tiancheng's proposal would align with their needs. Should the other party suggest some nonsensical idea, they would simply disregard him. Soon enough, Zhu Ran drafted the contract, and both parties proceeded to sign and complete the necessary formalities. Once everything was settled, Rinbo gazed anxiously at Yu Tiancheng. With a cheerful grin, Yu Tiancheng leaned in and whispered to Rinbo, "Are you familiar with that bubble hall from a certain major agency? If you blend it with Bomb Man, you could create AQ candy, couldn't you?" Upon hearing Yu Tiancheng's words, Rinbo's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. Yu Tiancheng chuckled. For this project was originally a game developed by Penguin, and its director was none other than Rinbo himself. Yu Tiancheng merely mentioned it casually, gifting what was already his to the very person it belonged to. Observing the glimmer in Rinbo's eyes, Zhang Xiangdong understood that this idea had likely pleased him immensely. Having concluded their business discussion, it was time to wrap up the meal. The table was laden with dishes, but aside from Yu Tiancheng, the others scarcely touched their food. Yu Tiancheng, satisfied, patted the newly obtained bank card in his pocket, feeling quite jubilant. Fortunately, one could obtain a bank card at the age of 16, otherwise, he would have been without one. Now that the contract is signed and the funds have been transferred, you ought to tell me why you declined my invitation. Zhang Xiangdong inquired earnestly. I genuinely wish to invite you to develop together. In truth, I wouldn't mind earning a bit more money. Zhang Xiangdong's spirits lifted at Yu Tiancheng's words. However, Yu Tiancheng then rummaged through his pocket and tossed an identification card onto the table. Are you willing to employ child labor? Chapter 45. The fish pond master becomes a sycophant. You're only 17? Zhu Ran picked up the ID and glanced at it, feeling a sense of discomfort wash over her. Have you enrolled in university? Zhang Xiangdong looked incredulously at Yu Tiancheng. Next September, Yu Tiancheng tilted his head, indicating that he could barely be considered a prospective university student. Well, that indeed caught me off guard, Zhu Ran mused, realizing she had just spent so long conversing with a 17-year-old child without gaining any advantage. It felt rather amusing. You truly are remarkable, Rinbo exclaimed in admiration. At that moment, Li Sisi arrived at the entrance of the lakeside restaurant and found Su Huiqiao at the reception desk. Are you certain that person is Yu Tiancheng? Li Sisi had taken the bus, intending to verify if the individual was indeed Yu Tiancheng. Could I possibly deceive you? Did you not say you wanted to sever all ties with Yu Tiancheng? Yet here you are, rushing over as soon as I called, Su Huiqiao teased. That was merely a moment of anger. Yu Tiancheng isn't a bad person. If he were to apologize, I would give him another chance. With Jin Yin standing nearby, Li Sisi, for the sake of her pride, could not admit that it was Yu Tiancheng who had initially ignored her. Instead, she portrayed herself as irresistibly charming, deliberately teasing Yu Tiancheng. Why isn't he out yet? After waiting a while, Li Sisi grew anxious. He's inside having a meal. How would I know? Su Huiqiao replied, feeling somewhat vexed. Since Li Sisi's arrival, Jin Yan's demeanor had noticeably soured, clearly disapproving of Li Sisi. Unbeknownst to Su Huiqiao, Jin Yan was mentally berating her countless times. Such a promising investment. If you choose not to pursue it, so be it. But I, your sister, shall. Yet, how dare you summon your friend to compete with me using my phone? Have you lost your senses? At that moment, a Mercedes-Benz gracefully approached the entrance of the restaurant. It was the 8th generation S350, colloquially known as the Butterfly Benz. In 2003, this vehicle symbolized status and wealth, and there was but one in the entire Langzhou. Upon sighting the Mercedes, Jin Yin immediately grew anxious. Stop chatting, our boss has arrived. If he inquires, just say we were passing by. Li Sisi and Su Huiqiao also beheld the elegant car, their eyes widening in astonishment. As the vehicle came to a halt at the lakeside restaurant, the three of them tensed up, particularly Jin Yin, who deliberately distanced herself from the others, awaiting cautiously. Then they noticed a capable young man emerge from the driver's seat, standing by the door as if anticipating something. This car is stunning, and that man is quite handsome. Is he your boss? Li Sisi whispered to Jin Yin, her gaze lingering on the young man, wishing to engage with him. That is our boss's driver, Jin Yin replied, biting her lip, realizing he was merely the driver. Li Sisi's interest evaporated, and she could scarcely muster the effort to glance at him again. At that moment, footsteps echoed from within the restaurant as Yu Tiancheng and Zhang Xiangdong emerged. From a distance, Su Huiqiao exclaimed, "Look, here they come. The one in the shirt and slacks. Could that be Yu Tiancheng?" Her shout drew Li Sisi's attention, causing her to furrow her brow. Indeed, though he had changed his attire and donned glasses, he appeared considerably older, yet his features were unmistakable. Walking alongside Yu Tiancheng was another individual exuding an air of authority, yet wearing an obsequious smile directed at you. Not to mention, the man was accompanied by a sharply dressed individual radiating confidence and a woman carrying a briefcase. Her expression frosty, both clearly elite professionals from a prominent enterprise. At this moment, the trio's demeanor towards Yu Tiancheng could be summed up in a single word: humility, devoid of any arrogance. As the four exited the restaurant, the driver quickly approached, bowing to Zhang Xiangdong. "Mr. Zhang, the car is ready. I am Xiaoli, General Zhong's driver. I was instructed to heed your commands." Zhang Xiangdong paused for a moment before addressing Yu Tiancheng. "Where are you headed? Let Xiaoli take you. If General Zhong has sent a car for you, there must be something important. I wouldn't want to waste your time." "That won't do. Since the car is here, we might as well go together," you replied. "No need. I'm a local. Are you concerned I might be abducted?" Zhang Xiangdong retorted, "With your abilities, I would believe you could kidnap someone instead." "Very well, let us proceed this way. Let us keep in touch. I shall keep an eye on you." He gestured to his eyes and then pointed at Yu Tiancheng, indicating that his interest was genuine and not merely superficial. It was merely an attitude towards befriending Yu Tiancheng. Yu Tiancheng chuckled. What an honor. Rinbo even waved at Yu Tiancheng, expressing his anticipation for his forthcoming masterpiece. Just then, a voice interrupted their pleasantries, causing everyone to pause and turn. They beheld a meticulously dressed girl, Li Sisi, who had been waiting outside for quite some time, rushing towards them. What a stroke of misfortune to encounter her here. Li Sisi hastily approached Yu Tiancheng, declaring, "As for our matters," Yu Tiancheng's expression darkened instantly. "Is this never ending?" With a hint of desperation, she added, "If you agree to watch a movie with me, I'll consent to be your girlfriend." Originally, she intended to say that she would agree to be his girlfriend if he allowed her a ride in a Mercedes-Benz, but she altered her words at the last moment. Nonetheless, this was indeed a rather humble proposition. Once a proud figure, the master of the fish pond had now devolved into a desperate suitor. However, how could Yu Tiancheng possibly stumble into the same pitfall twice? Enough is enough, dear lady. We do not inhabit the same social sphere. You pursue your path while I tread my bridge. Focus on your studies, aim for a university, and seek your wealthy match there. Why must you cling to me? I concede my faults. I am unworthy of you. Is that satisfactory? A wave of frustration washed over Yu Tiancheng. This woman was akin to a persistent parasite, refusing to let go. Li Sisi's face flushed crimson. Having lowered herself so much, why could he not reconsider? Yu Tiancheng, how can you speak like that? Sisi has already made such a sacrifice. What more do you desire? Must she kneel and apologize? Su Huiqiao, witnessing her friend's plight, immediately stepped in to support her. Onlookers, including Zhang Xiangdong, regarded Yu Tiancheng with increasingly intriguing expressions. His frustration mounted. What was once a delightful day had been transformed into a domestic drama by these two fools. At that moment, Jin Yan, who had been observing from the sidelines, approached with a beaming smile. "Xiao Xiao, Mr. Yu is a guest at our restaurant. Why are you obstructing him? Any concerns can be addressed back at school." With that, Jin Yan took hold of both Su Huiqiao and Li Sisi and signaled to Yu Tiancheng. Yu Tiancheng was momentarily taken aback, then smiled faintly, turning to Lu Xiangdong. "It seems I must indeed borrow this vehicle. Of course, Xiaoli, please open the door for Mr. Yu." Before the driver could react, Jin Yan hurriedly stepped forward, opened the door, and Yu Tiancheng gracefully entered the car, followed by Zhang Xiangdong and the others. As the door closed, Jin Yan discreetly slipped a note, hidden within her thigh-high stockings, into Yu Tiancheng's hand. Surprised, he glanced at her alluring eyes as she closed the door. Looking down at the note, he discovered a string of phone numbers. This woman certainly piqued his interest. Yu Tiancheng chuckled softly as the car began to move away. Li Sisi, filled with indignation, stamped her foot fiercely, watching the departing Mercedes as if a golden mountain was drifting away from her. Chapter 46. Indeed, I am here for a blind date. Yu Tiancheng had Zhang Xiangdong drop him off near Langzhou University of Arts and Sciences, bidding farewell to a few acquaintances as he exited the vehicle. This young lad has quite a story to tell. Upon disembarking, Rinbo cheerfully remarked, "Oh, who hasn't had their share of youthful indiscretions? Moreover, this fellow is worth millions at such a tender age. When we were 17, we were still sneaking glances at girls bathing." After Zhang Xiangdong spoke, he noticed the expressions of Rinbo and Zhu Ren shifting into a complex mix of emotions. "I was referring to a pony." Zhang Xiangdong quickly corrected himself. "Ahem," Zhu Ren coughed lightly. "All right, let's drive to Lao Zhong's place." Zhang Xiangdong sensed that he might dig himself deeper, so he simply closed his eyes, letting the thoughts flow as they may. Yu Tiancheng meandered around the vicinity of White Horse Lake, arriving at a bank's ATM. Staring at the 20 million in his bank account, he momentarily felt dazed. 20 million. It felt surreal. Now that he had money, how should he spend it? He decided to withdraw 1,000 yuan, contemplating whether to contact Tianyu for a coffee. Just as he was about to pull out his phone, someone suddenly tapped his shoulder from behind. Little Yu? Hearing the familiar voice, Yu Tiancheng turned around to find it was Su Lan, quickly stowing his phone away. Teacher Su. What a surprise. Su Lan, equally astonished, gazed at him with a playful scrutiny in her almond-shaped eyes. You look quite dapper, like a young gentleman off to a blind date. I just met a friend. Yu Tiancheng stammered, taking a moment to observe Su Lan. She was not in her professional attire. Instead, she wore a knitted top, her hair cascading loosely, paired with a pleated skirt, flesh-colored stockings, and ankle boots, exuding a different charm. Teacher Su, you look so lovely. You seem to be here for a blind date yourself. Yu Tiancheng swiftly redirected the conversation towards her. Clever. I truly am here for a blind date, she confessed. Su Lan's admission caught him off guard, as her expression bore a hint of mischief. Just as he sought an excuse to depart, Su Lan continued. However, it is by compulsion, since you are here too. Why not? Teacher Su, that is a bit much. I am your student. Before Su Lan could finish her thought, Yu Tiancheng grasped her intentions. A shield. Such a cliché scenario must not unfold in my presence. Precisely because you are my student, you ought to heed my instructions. Su Lan suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, wrapping her arm around Yu Tiancheng's, tightening her grip. Take note of that exceptional gentleman sitting in the third row by the window. Your task today is to ensure he retreats in defeat. Feeling the softness of her arm, Yu Tiancheng succumbed instantly. This is quite overwhelming. Although he had lived 2 lives, his physique was that of a youthful 17 or 18-year-old. Struggling to swallow, he asked, Am I working for nothing? Shall I treat you to coffee? I earn millions in mere minutes. Is a cup of coffee all it takes? Speak plainly. Are those millions in currency? That is my aspiration. Yet you are but a child. How can such aspirations be so base? Teacher, you have misinterpreted my intentions. Spare the nonsense. I recognized you as an unserious student at first glance. Teacher, you are insulting my character. I shall go on strike. Try leaving, if you dare. Su Lan tightened her grip, nearly hanging on to Yu Tiancheng's arm. Yu Tiancheng once again succumbed to her gentle persuasion. Is this your first encounter with this fellow? The second. I ignored him last time and was scolded by my father. You could also choose to ignore your father. That would not merely result in a scolding, but would jeopardize my financial support. Ahem. So it appears even Teacher Su can bow for a mere pittance. Enough chatter. You better ensure he keeps his distance from me, or he will run to my father to complain. Will he truly complain? What a bold mind. Humph, you shall soon find out. He is quite something. As they conversed, the pair entered the cafe, approaching the remarkable gentleman. Yu Tiancheng assessed the man, around 30, with a side-parted hairstyle, glasses, impeccably tailored Armani suit, and a Rolex adorning his wrist. He stood approximately 1.70 m, with a discreet glance revealing an additional 2 centimeters in heel height. Regardless of his character, Su Lan would likely find little to admire in his appearance. What astonished Yu Tiancheng further was the man's seemingly fine attire juxtaposed with his nervous demeanor. How should one put it? A man of 30 appearing as anxious as a child. His hands clutched a glass of water, the imprint of his grip evident, suggesting he had been nervously squeezing the cup. Su, you've arrived. Who is this? The remarkable gentleman's eyes brightened upon seeing Su Lan. Yet, upon noticing Yu Tiancheng, his expression dimmed, revealing an unmistakable hostility, as if confronting an adversary. I somewhat regret this. Yu Tiancheng tilted his head and whispered to Su Lan, who stood half a head shorter. Are you afraid he might harm you? Fear not. He lacks the courage. To Yu Tiancheng's surprise, Su Lan unabashedly leaned in, whispering in return, and then turned to the remarkable gentleman. Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Yu Tiancheng. This gentleman's surname is Zhong Yanzhao. Oh. Upon hearing Su Lan's introduction, Zhong Yanzhao surprisingly remained calm, responding with a single word. Rather, it was more an indifferent acknowledgement. Such a response seemed incongruous with his evident nervousness. What does this signify? Yu Tiancheng glanced at Su Lan, feeling somewhat awkward. Remarkable indeed. Su Lan silently mouthed 3 words before pulling Yu Tiancheng to sit down. What would you like to order? A server inquired as they settled. 2 cappuccinos, no sugar. Thank you. Su Lan promptly ordered for Yu Tiancheng. Su. After we marry. As soon as they sat down, Zhong Yanzhao spoke, leaving Yu Tiancheng utterly astonished, nearly dropping his eyes in disbelief. Excuse me. May I ask a question? Are you 2 married? Yu Tiancheng glanced at Zhong Yanzhao in bewilderment. Not yet. Zhong Yanzhao replied cautiously. Oh, that's fine then. You may continue. Yu Tiancheng said. Just as he finished speaking, Su Lan kicked him hard under the table. Oh, by the way, did you hear that clearly? I am her boyfriend. And you seem to have no reaction at all. Yu Tiancheng hurriedly interrupted Zhong Yanzhao again. My mother said that if there are any issues, I can discuss them with her, but I mustn't lose my temper in front of Su Su. It would upset her, Zhong Yanzhao stammered. In that moment, Yu Tiancheng suddenly understood why Su Lan had remarked that Zhong Yanzhao lacked the courage to confront him. Chapter 47. Where will you sleep tonight? This was a young man from a well-off family, perhaps a bit temperamental, who seemed to possess some other peculiar traits yet to be revealed. To describe Zhong Yanzhao in Yu Tiancheng's words, one might simply say, conflicted. When words like irritable, timid, obedient, and mama's boy converge within a 30-year-old man, conflicted becomes the only fitting term. It is no wonder that Su Lan deemed him a prime example of a poor match. Given this scenario, not only did Su Lan find him unappealing, but even Yu Tiancheng felt a sense of indignation. A beauty like Su Lan, who could be both graceful and adorable. Being married off to this prime mama's boy would truly be akin to a fine cabbage being trampled by a pig. Hey, what are you dawdling for? Su Lan nudged Yu Tiancheng again. Oh, brother Zhong. Yu Tiancheng decided to change his address, adopting a big brother demeanor as he addressed Zhong Yanzhao. Brother Zhong, look, Su Su is my girlfriend. If you wish to marry her, I am right here before you. You wouldn't mind us living together, would you? Zhong Yanzhao paused for a moment, contemplating for about a second, and then replied, I do mind. Yu Tiancheng shrugged, realizing that the mama's boy wasn't foolish enough to ignore the fact that 3 people sharing a bed could be quite cramped. Since you mind, then she cannot marry you. Why? Because I have no qualms about living with her. As he spoke, Yu Tiancheng shifted his position, reclining slightly and resting an arm on Su Lan's waist, exuding an air of intimacy. Of course, his hand was rather mischievous, giving her soft waist a gentle squeeze. Su Lan immediately widened her eyes in surprise and turned to glare at Yu Tiancheng, who appeared quite self-satisfied. She gently pushed his hand away, reclaiming it from behind her and placing it on Yu Tiancheng's thigh. Across the table, Zhong Yanzhao was momentarily bewildered by Yu Tiancheng's antics. However, he quickly regained his composure, a surge of anger washing over his face. Yu Tiancheng noticed Zhong Yanzhao's hand tightly gripping the cup of water in front of him, squeezing it repeatedly. At that moment, Yu Tiancheng felt a pang of anxiety. He did not know Zhong Yanzhao well and was uncertain how this volatile character might react when provoked. After all, that was a cup of steaming hot water. It would be rather scalding if splashed on someone, wouldn't it? You all continue your conversation. I'll step out for a moment. Uncertain whether he had detected the emotional instability of Zhong Yanzhao, Su Lan rose, abruptly turned, and leaned closer to Yu Tiancheng, her crimson lips brushing near his ear as her finger playfully tapped his nose. Darling, wait for me, she exclaimed, before swaying her hips and heading towards the restroom. Damn it, Yu Tiancheng thought, exasperated. This woman was merely adding fuel to the fire. He found himself in a predicament, having indulged in no pleasures, yet still entangled in a mess of emotions. Turning his gaze, he noticed that Zhong Yanzhao's grip had tightened even further. His hand reddened from the scalding water, bloodshot eyes betraying his rising ire. What on earth is this bizarre situation? Yu Tiancheng mused. Brother, you're 30 years old. Could you not demonstrate a bit more composure? As he observed Zhong Yanzhao on the brink of an explosive reaction, an idea sparked in Yu Tiancheng's mind. Listen to your mother. Don't get angry. Su Su will be upset, he advised. Remarkably, Zhong Yanzhao's demeanor appeared to stabilize somewhat, his grip on the cup gradually loosening, and the ferocity in his gaze diminished. Yu Tiancheng let out a sigh of relief, contemplating that any woman in an arranged encounter, provided she wasn't mentally unstable, would find it hard to accept Zhong Yanzhao's behavior. Poor Su Lan was not to blame. Arranged marriages were clearly ill-suited for Zhong Yanzhao, who seemed more fitting for a psychiatric ward. Observing the mixture of fear and aggression in Zhong Yanzhao's gaze, Yu Tiancheng felt a twinge of pity. Brother Zhong, please don't be agitated. To be honest, it was Su Su who sent me here. You see, that girl is reluctant to engage in this arrangement. Relationships are built on mutual willingness. A forced union bears no sweetness, don't you think? Yu Tiancheng deliberately softened his tone, hoping to soothe Zhong Yanzhao. However, to his surprise, Zhong Yanzhao paid no heed to the latter part of his statement, fixating instead on the earlier phrase. So, Su Su sent you here. Does that mean you don't have a romantic relationship with her? Was Su Su intentionally trying to provoke me? He suddenly inquired. Yu Tiancheng felt his hair stand on end. Was this man genuinely foolish or merely pretending? How could he decipher the underlying implications of Yu Tiancheng's words so accurately? That hardly matters, Yu Tiancheng dismissed, eager to steer the conversation elsewhere. If Su Lan returned and heard this, his mission would surely fail. Failing the task was one thing, but the embarrassment was another. Here he was, summoned to act as a shield, only to have become a traitor by revealing everything. This was crucial. Zhong Yinzhao abruptly turned serious. I am here to discuss marriage with Su Su, not with you. Please, do not waste our time any further. I will speak with her later. When Su Su returns, inform her that I have left. With that, he actually stood up and departed, leaving Yu Tiancheng dumbfounded in his seat. He left? Just like that? Yu Tiancheng sat there, utterly bewildered. He initially believed he would have to expend considerable effort and expend countless brain cells to persuade this individual to leave. Yet, unexpectedly, the person departed just like that. Yu Tiancheng gazed towards the window, watching Zhong Yinzhao exit the cafe, hail a taxi, and then drive away. Once he confirmed that the other party would not return, Yu Tiancheng exhaled a sigh of relief. As he turned around, his head collided with something soft, plunging him into darkness, filled with a delightful fragrance. However, the darkness quickly dissipated. Hey, watch where you're going. Su Lan retreated a couple of steps, casting an annoyed glare at Yu Tiancheng. How was I to know you were standing behind me? I don't have eyes in the back of my head. Yu Tiancheng rubbed his nose, reflecting on its size and softness. Did he really leave? Su Lan tilted her head to glance outside once more, confirming that she did not see Zhong Yinzhao before she plopped onto the sofa, lifting her coffee for a sip. Impressive. What did you say to him to make him leave? This is a secret, Yu Tiancheng retorted in English. He certainly could not disclose to Su Lan that he had confronted Zhong Yinzhao, declaring he was not her boyfriend. Secret, my foot. Su Lan shot him an exasperated look. He might come looking for you again. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Tiancheng issued a cautionary note to Su Lan. I know. We can discuss it later. Su Lan waved her hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned. Oh, Teacher Su, you must inquire if you are truly your father's biological daughter. It's the first time I've seen someone push their own daughter into the fire. Yu Tiancheng also lifted his coffee, taking a sip, and spoke meaningfully to Su Lan. Su Lan remained silent, staring into her coffee cup, seemingly lost in thought. Realizing he might have misspoken, Yu Tiancheng changed the subject. Didn't you mention you were going to Xingqing today? Su Lan set down her coffee cup. Well, I came to see him, didn't I? She then raised her wrist to check the time. It's only 4:30 now. If we leave now, we'll arrive in 2 hours, just in time for dinner. Would you like to join me? Yu Tiancheng's heart skipped a beat. Where will we stay tonight? Chapter 48. Sister, let us gather a group. Where will we stay tonight? Upon noticing the mischievous glint in Su Lan's eyes, Yu Tiancheng quickly rephrased. I meant to ask, when will you return? Tomorrow, of course. I have work on Monday. Su Lan shot him a glare. Then I must call my mother first. Teacher Su, I just did you a favor, shouldn't you? Yu Tiancheng eyed Su Lan with a cheeky expression. Spending a night away from home would surely cause Wei Xiaoqin and Yu Wenyuan to worry. He certainly did not want to be issued a family-wide alert before even arriving in Xingqing. All right, hand me the phone. I'll just tell her you're spending the night at your girlfriend's house. Su Lan extended her small hand. Do you have any sense of professional ethics? The phone Yu Tiancheng had just pulled out was immediately retracted. Oh, come on. What are you afraid of? Am I that unreliable? You are truly unreliable. Go ahead and dial. It won't harm you, I promise. Su Lan snatched the phone from Yu Tiancheng's grasp, her tone genuinely serious. Hello, is this Yu Tiancheng's mother? I am his competition coach. My surname is Su. I need to verify this. You may contact Teacher Hu to confirm. After a series of persuasive remarks, Su Lan handed the phone to Yu Tiancheng. Hello, Mom. Why didn't you and Dad know about my participation in the competition? Teacher Su wants to take you to Xingqing for training. You must listen to him and show some initiative in taking on tasks. Aunt Kong, it's your turn to play. The teacher called, saying that our Tiancheng is participating in some academic competition and going to Xingqing. All right, hurry and go with Teacher Su. I'm in the middle of a game. Wei Xiaoqin, along with her usual card partners in the office, would indulge in a few rounds every weekend. With this single phone call, she suddenly had something to boast about, and her voice grew louder. It's as if her own son being whisked away wouldn't even warrant a second glance. Yu Tiancheng helplessly hung up the phone. Considering how excited his mother would be if he said he spent the night with his girlfriend, she might react even more strongly than if he mentioned the competition. Su Lan interjected. She will definitely verify with Teacher Hu. Why not call him again? Yu Tiancheng was indifferent about the potential chaos his trip to Xingqing might cause. His main concern was whether Hu Xingxing had effectively communicated with Wei Xiaoqin, as he feared returning home would result in a scolding. The thought of a 40-year-old soul enduring an unprovoked reprimand from his parents was quite nostalgic. No need. I've already spoken with Lao Hu. From the moment you moved to the computer room, you became my personal property, Su Lan declared, snapping her fingers at the waiter. Check, please. The waiter approached with a smile. Hello, that will be 221 yuan. How much? Are you robbing us? Come on, read aloud how much a cappuccino costs. Su Lan. Opening her black purse to pay, widened her eyes at the price. It wasn't that she couldn't afford 221 yuan. It was simply unacceptable to be taken advantage of. Yu Tiancheng, intrigued, glanced at the bill and noted that a cappuccino was only 8 yuan. Did they charge for sitting on the sofa too? It seemed that sofa was a bit too hot to sit on. This was 2003. 8 yuan for a cup of coffee was already a considerable price. But a seating fee of 100 yuan per hour seemed rather excessive. However, the waiter soon clarified that it wasn't a seating fee. The cappuccinos were 8 yuan each, totaling 16 yuan for two. The indulgent tiramisu cake was 68 yuan, the chocolate cream roll was 98 yuan, and the Japanese rice flour tea was 39 yuan a cup, with plain water being complimentary. The total was indeed 221 yuan. Upon hearing the waiter's lengthy explanation, Yu Tiancheng couldn't help but chuckle. While Su Lan trembled with fury, her fists clenched tightly, nearly grinding her teeth. Did that scoundrel order all of this? Su Lan pointed in Yu Tiancheng's direction. He quickly shifted aside, having occupied the spot where Zhong Yanzhao had sat earlier. Since Su Lan returned from the restroom, she hadn't sat next to him. Oh, it was that gentleman who ordered. You are together, right? The waiter's face reflected a mix of confusion. Su Lan yearned to express that they were not together. Yet she restrained herself. All right, I will cover the bill, though it is rather exorbitant. Could you possibly offer a discount? I apologize, miss, but we do not provide discounts here. Gritting her teeth, Su Lan paid, her ire stoked by Yu Tiancheng's quiet laughter beside her. She kicked his shin in frustration. Let us go. Why are you still staring? Dear sister, how long have you kept this young master waiting? He could devour a grand cake and a cream roll, yet still wait for you. Truly, you are a romantic at heart. Yu Tiancheng remarked as he ambled towards the bus station. It hasn't been long, just about 3 or 4 hours, Su Lan mused. Turning to find Yu Tiancheng had already sprinted quite a distance. With a huff, she called out, Where are you off to? To catch a ride. Aren't we headed to Star City? Yu Tiancheng scratched his head. Do you wish to take me on some other adventure? Fine, you go ahead and board the bus. We'll meet in Star City. Su Lan rummaged through her bag, producing a car key and pressing a button. A red Mazda 6 parked at the coffee shop flashed its lights. Wow, what a display of wealth. Who needs a bus with such a vehicle? Without hesitation, Yu Tiancheng opened the door and hopped in, his speed rivaling Su Lan's own. The Mazda 6, just released in April, had already come into Su Lan's possession by September, hinting at her affluent background. Inside the car, Yu Tiancheng surveyed the interior, the plush seats and a subtle fragrance unique to women, nodding appreciatively, promising himself that once he turned 18, obtaining a driver's license would be his second priority. As Su Lan entered the vehicle, she noticed Yu Tiancheng was not like others who would gawk around once inside. Instead, his gaze was composed and ordinary, devoid of envy. The boy is quite the pretender, she thought. Starting the engine, Su Lan swiftly left Langzhou, merging onto the highway towards Star City. In 2003, the roads were not yet congested, yet Yu Tiancheng experienced what it meant to drive with intensity. Despite Su Lan's facade of being a good girl at school, behind the wheel, she transformed into a Schumacher, pressing the accelerator as if to bury it in the gas tank. The entire journey was electrifying, revealing a wild side of her that Yu Tiancheng had not seen before. Upon entering Star City, Su Lan eased her speed, allowing Yu Tiancheng's anxious heart to settle. During those 2 hours, he had begun to wonder if his status as a newly minted millionaire might be cut short. At 6:30, they arrived at a spicy hot pot restaurant near Huangqing Square. Let us grab a bite first. Later, I'll take you to a gathering, Su Lan announced, ordering an array of spicy skewers. I'll take these. Just add more chili. Sister, could you carry this for me while I fetch a drink? Yu Tiancheng requested after selecting his items, before darting out of the small eatery. Well, at least he remembers the importance of reciprocity. Treating you to a drink is no loss. Su Lan muttered, not stopping him. A couple of drinks was hardly a burden. Moreover, the matter she intended to discuss today revolved around helping Yu Tiancheng gain an advantage. The more astute he was, the more it affirmed her discerning judgment. Chapter 49. Forever young is a state of mind. Immaturity is a state of body. As Yu Tiancheng stepped out, he had no intention of purchasing beverages. Instead, he glanced around before entering a clothing store that specialized in casual wear. With newfound wealth, he felt no inclination to haggle. I'll take this one. In the delighted gaze of the sales assistant, Yu Tiancheng donned his new casual attire and nonchalantly adorned himself with a pair of women's sunglasses perched on his nose. Carrying his old clothes, he exited to buy 2 bottles of coconut juice. The choice of coconut juice was entirely inspired by the exuberant advertisements that had captivated him. Oh, I've been drinking this since childhood. Such curves, such fair and ample beauty. Men possess masculinity, women femininity, and coconut juice should have that distinctive flavor. Approaching Sulan, he cheerfully inquired, "Miss, would you like to experience the freshness and deliciousness from the tropics?" His attempt, infused with a hint of Xiangnan-accented Cantonese, momentarily disgusted Sulan, who was indulging in spicy hot pot. "I thought you were stuck in a shop washing windows because you were broke," she retorted, shoving the bowl of spicy hot pot towards him. "It's getting cold." "Not a problem," Yu Tiancheng exclaimed, seizing a skewer and devouring the food heartily. "The outfit is decent, but those sunglasses don't suit you," Sulan remarked, casting him a sidelong glance. "They're for you. I noticed you squinting while driving under the sun, and since you dislike using the sun visor, I thought I'd bring you one." "No need to thank me. It wasn't too expensive," he replied, tossing the sunglasses before her. "How thoughtful." Sulan picked up the sunglasses, tried them on, and found they fit quite well. Turning to Yu Tiancheng while wearing the shades, she paused for a moment, taken aback. This boy, usually clad in a school uniform, looked surprisingly appealing in casual wear. "Are we done? Did you pay?" she inquired, snapping back to reality. "Hey, what are you lost in thought about?" Yu Tiancheng asked, stuffing his mouth while searching for his wallet. He soon noticed Sulan appeared dazed. Oh, I already paid. Let us go." Sulan quickly waved her hand dismissively. At 7:30, Sulan parked her car in front of a bar named Encounter, leading Yu Tiancheng inside with familiarity. Adjacent to Huangxing Square, which boasted a daily foot traffic of 200,000, the Encounter bar was situated in a prime location, bustling with evening patrons. Upon entering, Yu Tiancheng observed that the bar was tastefully designed. A broad aisle divided the expansive space into two distinct areas. Two enormous plasma televisions dominated the walls on either side. At the sight of these screens, Yu Tiancheng couldn't help but recall the phrase, "What level are you on?" "I use the same television." Before the two televisions, solid wood benches were filled with guests, both men and women, some even standing and waving their arms in excitement. This fervor was kindled by the left television broadcasting a basketball match, while the right displayed a football game. The basketball game featured a qualifier from the Asian Cup, pitting the national team against their Japanese rivals. Perhaps not all attendees were avid fans, but the sentiment against Japan was undoubtedly one of collective animosity. Meanwhile, the right side match was a game from the A-League. The mention of the A-League evokes a sense of nostalgia. Yu Tiancheng, in his past life, was an ardent football enthusiast, albeit a disheartened supporter of the Chinese Super League and the national team. He found himself ensnared in a relentless cycle of defeats, unable to extricate himself for a prolonged period. There was a time when he adorned his face with football stickers, a red ribbon around his forehead, passionately shouting during the glorious moments when the team from Guangdong had yet to secure enough victories. However, his worldview shattered when a prominent commentator, in a fit of despair, lamented on screen about the need to offer substantial bribes to influence match outcomes. It felt as though the emotional investments of his past life had been squandered. Having devoted 2 decades to pursuing a romantic interest, only to be deceived by the sport he loved, he turned to new energy investments expecting deliverance, yet was met with a modest loss upon purchasing a home. Had fortune been less favorable, he might have found himself burdened by a derelict property, juggling mortgage payments while sleeping on the floor, achieving a rather dismal form of fulfillment in life. Yet, life is unpredictable. Perhaps accumulating such experiences could lead to an earlier rebirth. "Hey Susu, you've arrived." At the forefront of the central corridor stood a cylindrical bar. Within it, 2 female bartenders tended to their craft. One, clad in a wine-red fitted outfit, accentuated her curves strikingly. She seemed to recognize Sulan, approaching her with a friendly demeanor. Casting a glance at Yu Tiancheng as she introduced herself, "Hello, handsome. I'm Bai Tao." Bai Tao, adept at showcasing her figure, leaned alluringly against the bar, exuding an air of innocence and charm with every gesture. "Greetings, miss. I'm Yu Tiancheng. May I have a glass of milk?" he replied, resting against the bar and gesturing toward a bottle of AD calcium milk. "What else with the milk? Allow me to concoct a passionate coast cocktail for you. I assure you'll adore it," Bai Tao laughed, reaching for a cocktail shaker. "That's not permissible. Minors cannot consume alcohol." Yu Tiancheng raised an eyebrow in response. Giggle. Giggle. Men are eternally youthful, and their fondness for milk remains unchanged, doesn't he it? Bai Tao teased, her flirtation evident. Eternal youth is a mindset. Being underage pertains to the body, Yu Tiancheng quipped back. Bai Tao observed that Yu Tiancheng appeared serious, glancing at Sulan. She was evidently awaiting Sulan's response, who was equally surprised. She had anticipated Yu Tiancheng would be somewhat timid on his first visit to the bar. Yet he appeared quite at ease, charming Bai Tao with his banter while maintaining his principles. "Indeed, it is perfectly normal for me to be underage and abstain from alcohol. I'm a student. Please fetch him some milk. Su Lan signaled, casually retrieving a cocktail of unknown name. Is Sun Kun around? Yes, I'll summon him. Bai Tao replied, Kun, Su is looking for you. She handed Yu Tiancheng the AD concept drink and sauntered away from the bar towards the back of the establishment. Before long, a man with a messy hairstyle and a checkered shirt emerged alongside a beautiful woman dressed in a black knee-length dress, draped in a white jacket. As these two entered the scene, numerous male patrons in the bar collectively turned their attention toward them. Indeed, this woman exudes an aura of formidable strength. She wears a smile that is neither too distant nor too intimate, and whenever she locks eyes with a man, he inevitably averts his gaze or bows his head in a moment of self-doubt. However, when her eyes meet Su Lan's, there is a warmth that distinguishes it from her interactions with others. The man beside her appears to be in a daze, dressed in a manner reminiscent of a programmer. They are both my classmates. The man is named Sun Kun, who is currently embarking on an entrepreneurial venture in the realm of Yellow Pages with a team. While the woman, AI Bing, is the true owner of this bar. Su Lan softly introduced them to Yu Tiancheng. What kind of endeavor is this? Yu Tiancheng could hear the introductions clearly from behind. Although slightly surprised, he did not find it particularly unusual. It is not uncommon for a woman to run a bar as a covert proprietor if her family possesses wealth. It is merely a form of indulgence, nothing extraordinary. What truly astonished him was that Sun Kun was engaged in the Yellow Pages business. In the year 2003, amidst a burgeoning era of portal websites, it had long been established through action that the Yellow Pages had become obsolete. Was Sun Kun truly so affluent that he could afford to delve into such a venture? This was not merely a step back to 1949. It felt as if he were chasing after the footsteps of the Qing dynasty. The most perplexing aspect was that he, of all people, had assembled a team to pursue this. Chapter 50. Appearance is irrelevant. What matters are talent, and talent. My dear Su, why wait for someone to call you when you can simply enter? AI Bing, clad in a white coat, approached Su Lan with playful teasing. I fear being caught in your debauchery. What if you engage in some nefarious activities inside? Would I not be silenced? Su Lan laughed heartily, waving at Sun Kun. Have you been burning the midnight oil again? Isn't this the norm? Sun Kun languidly reclined at the bar, noticing a bottle of AD calcium milk on the counter. Mistaking it for one prepared by Bai Tao, he promptly snatched it and took a couple of sips. That was mine. Yu Tiancheng had noticed two familiar figures and had deliberately observed them, but with so many people around, they vanished from sight. To his surprise, upon turning around, he found his AD calcium milk had been taken and consumed. What? Sun Kun glanced at the milk in his hand and quickly discarded it, then complained to Bai Tao. Isn't this meant for me exclusively? She's underage. Bai Tao rolled her eyes at him, fetching 2 new bottles of calcium milk, one for Sun Kun and the other for Yu Tiancheng, before heading off with her cocktail shaker to another corner. With the boss present, she had to be sensible. Allow me to introduce you, Sun Kun, the founder of Xiangnan Yellow Pages, AI Bing, the esteemed boss AI, and Yu Tiancheng. Su Lan succinctly introduced the parties involved. Hello, brother Sun and sister Bing. Yu Tiancheng greeted them with a warm smile. Hello, perhaps due to having just consumed someone else's milk. Sun Kun felt a tad awkward and casually waved his hand in greeting to Yu Tiancheng. AI Bing, on the other hand, leaned closer, her eyes scanning Yu Tiancheng, nudging Su Lan and whispering in her ear, what's the scoop? Speak plainly, don't hold back. Though he may appear young, he seems to be quite the player. Su Lan immediately turned her head away, casting a disdainful glance at AI Bing. Then I truly spoke, AI Bing replied earnestly, her beautiful eyes glimmering. Go ahead. Let me see what pearls of wisdom can emerge from your dog-esque mouth. Su Lan took a small sip of her drink, nonchalantly remarking, is it an old cow eating tender grass? AI Bing raised an eyebrow, wearing a mischievous smile. What are you saying? You've donned the guise of a virtuous woman, yet your words are anything but decorous. This is my disciple, a pure teacher-student relationship, yet you twist it with your tongue? Su Lan patted Yu Tiancheng's shoulder and said, one cannot judge a book by its cover, right? At first glance, did you not think she exuded the aura of a cold, aloof CEO? Yet, when she speaks, it's hardly more refined than a street rogue. Cough, cough. Does this mean you're influenced by your surroundings? Yu Tiancheng mused silently, but refrained from voicing his thoughts. Instead, he shrugged at AI Bing and said, Teacher Su, we cannot sip from someone else's cup while criticizing them. That would be unethical. You are right. If others lack integrity, we must uphold our principles. Su Lan nodded in agreement. Ah, she is truly your student? AI Bing smiled, her lips pressed together. I thought you had adopted a new style. To hell with it. Su Lan rolled her eyes. I heard that lunatic surnamed Zhong came looking for you again today. traveling all the way from Xingqing. I thought you might not make it. AI Bing leaned over the bar and retrieved a pack of green gum, offering a piece to Yu Tiancheng while chewing one herself. Yu Tiancheng keenly grasped the significance of this. The one surnamed Zhong must be Zhong Yanzhao. This meant that Su Lan's engagement was common knowledge within her circle. Let us not mention that bastard. If it weren't for my father suggesting we could leverage connections from his side, I wouldn't tolerate him. Speaking of Zhong Yanzhao, Su Lan's teeth clenched in frustration. Indeed, in a democratic society, love is free and should not be restrained. Otherwise, just say the word, and my friends will handle that Zhong for you. AI Bing chuckled, mimicking a knife gesture with her hand. Of course, she had no real intention of harming Zhong Yanzhao, but should Su Lan give the signal, administering a beating to relieve Su Lan's grievances would be quite feasible. With her connections, she could certainly manage the Zhong family. Su Lan merely responded with a dismissive tch. Sun Kuan remained level-headed. You'd better not cause trouble for Su Su. If hitting someone worked, she would have already broken that Zhong's legs. Su Lan turned to Sun Kuan. Have you given thought to the matter I mentioned? Su Su, given our relationship, money is not an issue. The key is you must introduce me to that esteemed figure, Sun Kuan declared, thumping his chest. Let me tell you, the folks in our studio hold this esteemed figure in great admiration. If I could meet him, not just one advertisement, but I'd cover the advertising fees for the entire year. Are you truly eager to meet him in person? Aren't you afraid of disappointment? Su Lan tilted her head to glance at Yu Tiancheng, realizing she had underestimated his capabilities. Thank goodness she brought him. Otherwise, this trip would have been in vain. Do you think with my appearance, that esteemed figure could possibly be more disheveled than I? Looks are irrelevant. As long as he is presentable, I shall not quibble. What matters is talent. 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 Regarding the algorithms, architectures, and insights possessed by others, it seems futile to engage in such discussions with someone whose academic performance barely suffices for graduation. Regardless, if you wish to meet in person, name your price, and I shall pay. Sun Kuan is evidently a quintessential academic enthusiast, and his sharp tongue is quite adept at provoking Su Lan. What are you even saying? As if your school grades were significantly superior to mine. Is it merely the ability to code a few lines that makes you exceptional? My apprentice surpasses you. Clearly agitated by Sun Kuan's taunts, Su Lan's fierce nature emerged as she retorted. I am a gentleman and do not engage in quarrels with women. Sun Kuan, expressing his disdain, scoffed audibly. Are you unwilling to accept this? Su Lan tugged at Yu Tiancheng's collar, forcibly drawing him closer. Observe closely, this is my apprentice, the very individual you revere day in and day out. Initially dismissive, Sun Kuan's expression soon solidified with intrigue. Divine initiation? It was apparent that he had attempted to add Yu Tiancheng on QQ, but failed. Nonetheless, the username resonated clearly in his memory. Later, he discovered Yu Tiancheng had deactivated all QQ accounts associated with the Digi game site. Yes, it is I, Yu Tiancheng affirmed with a nod. Is Digi game yours? Sun Kuan's voice rose with surprise. Beside him, AI Bing's demeanor shifted as well. Like Su Lan, she had not been among the top students during her university days, but her discernment was exceptional. Having mingled daily with a group of graduate students from the computer science department, she certainly recognized the extraordinary capabilities of the 2048 game developer. Moreover, this had been duly acknowledged by their mentor. You developed 2048 and Bomberman? Sun Kuan sought confirmation once more. Indeed, Yu Tiancheng replied with a nod. Yes. He added with a smile. My goodness. What Yu Tiancheng had not anticipated was Sun Kuan's sudden exclamation of surprise, followed by an exuberant gesture as he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. I apologize, I truly did not recognize you. It is simply that you are so young. Heroes emerge in youth. Sun Kuan was overwhelmed with excitement. Yu Tiancheng, in turn, found himself at a loss due to Sun Kuan's fervor. Well, AI Bing, let us take our reserved seat. Today, we must share a drink with Mr. Yu. Underage individuals cannot consume alcohol. Let's settle for a crate of AD calcium milk. Sun Kuan led Yu Tiancheng to their reserved booth number 08 in the bar. He remained oblivious to the astonished gazes directed at him from the adjacent booth number 09, where two familiar figures were observing him intently. These two individuals were none other than Li Sisi and Su Huiqiao, the very acquaintances Yu Tiancheng had noticed earlier at the bar. If Yu Tiancheng had not arrived in Su Lan's car, he would have truly thought that Li Sisi had lost her mind, following him for nearly 200 kilometers from Langzhou to Xingqing to pester him. Of course, he does not think that way now. For beside Li Sisi is another notably youthful face, Zhou Hao, a student from the sports class of Langzhou No. 1 High School, grade 3. It is evident that Zhou Hao is the one who brought Li Sisi and Su Huiqiao here. Before them lies a table adorned with a fruit platter and half a dozen beers. Zhou Hao lounges with a brazen demeanor, reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed, his ankle swaying idly. His right arm is draped over the armrest behind Li Sisi, seemingly inching downward but unable to fully extend. Li Sisi appears to understand Zhou Hao's intentions. However, her expression remains composed, neither shying away nor leaning in closer, maintaining a perfectly measured distance. At this moment, Zhou Hao is boasting to Li Sisi. Sisi, order whatever you wish to eat or drink. I have a good rapport with the owner of this bar, and we can get an 8% discount when it comes time to settle the bill. In reality, the so-called owner he knows, Qi Dong, is merely the manager of the establishment. Moreover, it is not Zhou Hao who is acquainted with him, but rather his cousin. Qi Dong had called upon him for support during the bar's opening. Originally, Li Sisi had been in contact with Zhou Hao, intending to enjoy a lavish dinner that evening. After being turned away at the lakeside hotel, Li Sisi, in her moment of anger, quickly reached out to Zhou Hao. He hastily made his way over, inquiring how Li Sisi happened to be near the lakeside hotel. In truth, Zhou Hao felt guilty, fearing that Li Sisi might expect him to treat her at the lakeside hotel. Even the few hundred yuan he had pilfered from home would scarcely suffice to cover 4 dishes. Li Sisi had no such intentions. She was simply discussing Yu Tiancheng with Su Huiqiao, vehemently criticizing him for his pretentiousness, mocking his ridiculous appearance while flaunting his luxury car, as if he were the only one with any prowess. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hao sensed an opportunity to take advantage of the situation and boldly suggested, "What is the point of just having dinner? Let me take you both to have some fun in Xingqing." At this, the eyes of Li Sisi and Su Huiqiao brightened with excitement. Li Sisi readily agreed, having visited Xingqing once before. Her longing for the provincial capital was unmistakable. Xingqing, with its bustling vibrancy and grandiose buildings, teeming with fashionable men and women, offered a kaleidoscope of life that irresistibly beckoned the youth from smaller towns. The trio boarded a bus, and after 4 hours, finally arrived at Huangxing Square. Zhou Hao displayed a generous spirit, treating the 2 girls to various local delicacies, stinky tofu, pan-fried buns, and sweet glutinous rice cakes, spending a modest sum to satisfy their appetites. After their excursion, Li Sisi expressed her fatigue and boredom. Suddenly struck with inspiration, Zhou Hao proposed, "Shall we head to a bar?" Though the 2 girls had never been to a bar and felt a twinge of trepidation, their curiosity got the better of them, and they reluctantly agreed. Zhou Hao, of course, harbored ulterior motives. 2 innocent young girls, after a few drinks, sought a place to stay for the night, not caring much about the circumstances. Upon entering the encounter bar, Yu Tiancheng seemed to catch a glimpse of someone, but the crowd was overwhelming and he lost sight of them. As the 3 settled down, they noticed Sun Kuan pulling Yu Tiancheng into a seat right behind them. "Isn't that the boy from your class 9, the one you all were cursing out all afternoon?" Zhou Hao had completely forgotten Yu Tiancheng's name by this point. Su Huiqiao gently nudged Li Sisi's arm. "That wretched fellow." Li Sisi's brow furrowed with annoyance, tinged with curiosity. Why was Yu Tiancheng here? Could it be that he was looking for her? In the past, she might have thought this, but now, she could sense the intense aversion emanating from him. It was almost palpable, bordering on disdain. Although she had a hint of narcissism, she wasn't oblivious to others' feelings towards her. If Sun Kuan's unpleasant demeanor led her to believe that Yu Tiancheng was of a similar ilk, the subsequent arrival of AI Bing made her feel an involuntary sense of inferiority. AI Bing's attire, her poise, and her strikingly beautiful, icy visage made Li Sisi feel utterly self-conscious. Some individuals possess an innate elegance that becomes immediately apparent. AI Bing was one of those, as was Su Lan. However, when Su Lan joined them, Li Sisi began to think that Yu Tiancheng was not so remarkable after all. It's teacher Su. That girl must be a friend of hers, likely unrelated to Yu Tiancheng. Yet, why was teacher Su with him? Was there truly some underlying connection? Su Huiqiao and Li Sisi recalled the recent rumors circulating around campus. Initially, they had dismissed them as mere gossip, but now, seeing Su Lan and Yu Tiancheng together in the bar, it added an intriguing layer to the situation. Caught in the act, have I? With that thought, Li Sisi inexplicably called out, "Teacher Su." The shout startled no one but Zhou Hao, who immediately straightened up, crossing his legs and sitting up properly. The mere mention of a teacher could make any student feel a bit apprehensive. Su Lan paused, turning to the adjacent seat. She spotted 3 youthful faces. Who are you? Although she was indeed the computer lab teacher, the number of students she could name across the entire school could be counted on 2 hands. Yet, in a fleeting moment, these students seemed vaguely familiar. "I'm from class 9, Li Sisi." Li Sisi, far from feeling shy, boldly introduced herself and even specified her class. Su Lan deftly diffused the awkwardness. "What a coincidence. Enjoy yourselves. I have some matters to discuss with my friends. Li Sisi was left speechless, merely managing a sheepish smile. Class 9. It seems you're also from Class 9. Upon seating herself, Su Lan tilted her head and gazed at Yu Tiancheng. Then, casting a glance towards Li Sisi, it appeared she had deciphered the meaning behind Sisi's gaze. Astute as she was, the realization struck her instantaneously. Are you looking for someone? I came here with you. Yu Tiancheng uttered a comment that seemed rather out of place, yet Su Lan grasped its implication. Your ex-girlfriend? Who has been gossiping about you? Instantly, Yu Tiancheng felt a surge of indignation. He had never even held her hand, yet here he was, branded as having a past with her. Chapter 52, where many voices collide and walls have ears. Old who? Su Lan uttered a name that left Yu Tiancheng in a state of exasperation. His expression darkened. This old man was indeed a notorious gossip. Nearby, Ai Bing and Sun Kuan, having overheard their exchange, exchanged looks of astonishment. You truly are something else. A high school student. I had assumed you were a distinguished scholar from some university. You are indeed remarkable. Sun Kuan's admiration for Yu Tiancheng grew. Are those two young ladies your students? Youth is such a blessing. Since you know them, I shall have Bai Tao send over a platter of fruits and some fries. Ai Bing smiled amiably at Su Lan. Ask him. I am not well acquainted. Su Lan relinquished the decision to Yu Tiancheng. No need, Sister Bing, you are too kind. Yu Tiancheng replied with a smile. Ai Bing immediately comprehended that Yu Tiancheng had no significant ties to the girl, at least not at present. While the atmosphere here remained lighthearted, the situation over at Li Sisi's inn was quite the opposite. That single utterance of teacher had rendered Su Huichao and Zhou Hao somewhat restrained, as if they were aware of unseen eyes upon them. Li Sisi, still rather naive, believed she had stumbled upon a monumental revelation. Her sudden outburst aimed at embarrassing Su Lan and Yu Tiancheng bore no fruit, for they had not regarded her as a matter of consequence, continuing to converse and laugh, their spirits unperturbed. Before long, a middle-aged man clad in a suit made his appearance. This man was Qi Dong, the manager of the Encounter Bar. Look, there is the owner of this establishment, my brother Qi, Zhou Hao exclaimed, eager to impress Li Sisi with his connections. As Qi Dong approached, Bai Tao and two waitstaff followed closely behind, bearing an array of delicacies. Could they be bringing us something? Su Huichao excitedly grasped Li Sisi's arm. Of course. I have already mentioned that my relationship with brother Qi is quite solid, Zhou Hao declared as he stood up upon seeing Qi Dong approach. Qi Dong paused, momentarily taken aback. Who is this young lad? At such a tender age, he hardly seems to have any facial hair. He looks like a mere child. Do I know him? I am Zhou Hao. I came here with my brother during the opening of your establishment. Zhou Hao quickly reminded Qi Dong, noticing his confusion. I am the cousin of Wang Yang. Oh, Wang Yang's cousin, I see. Very well, you carry on. Qi Dong finally recalled someone by that name who frequented the nightlife in Langzhou. Had Wang Yang been present, he might have sent over a fruit platter or a bottle of wine. Wang Yang's cousin? What a peculiar connection. Ah, Mr. Qi, Zhou Hao began. But Qi Dong abruptly interjected with a stern expression. Qi manager, refrain from calling me boss. Our actual boss is over there. He gestured toward Ai Bing's direction. Goodness. The boss is seated right here. If you shout and attract attention, what if he feels displeased? Will I still have my job? After cautioning Zhou Hao, Qi Dong finally led Bai Tao and the others to Ai Bing's side. Following a round of cordial greetings, they placed a bottle of red wine, a dozen beers, 2 large fruit platters, and a variety of snacks on the table, even including grilled squid tentacles as a hot dish, nearly covering the entire table. Li Sisi glanced at the food on the neighboring table and then at her own modest fruit platter and a few cans of beer, feeling increasingly disheartened. The warmth in her gaze toward Zhou Hao had noticeably faded. After all this, it turned out he was the boss. Was Yu Tiancheng also this familiar with the proprietor here? Meanwhile, at Yu Tiancheng's table, the 4 of them were enjoying their meal while engaging in conversation. You, do enlighten me about the source code for those games of yours. And what on earth is that encryption algorithm? It's simply brilliant. You have no idea. Several of our company's computers have been compromised. It has caused me quite a bit of trouble. Sun Kuan quickly shifted the focus back to Yu Tiancheng, forgetting the earlier incident between Li Sisi and Su Lan. Sun Kuan, you are being unreasonable. The questions you are asking are confidential. What ties do you have with him that warrant such information? Su Lan teased from the side. Haha, I admit I was a bit too eager. Anyway, it's merely an advertisement. I wish to purchase ad space for your mini-games. I'll pay the market rate, 50,000 a month, and let's secure it for a year. Sun Kuan declared generously, waving his hand. Su Lan's expression softened at this, and she nudged Yu Tiancheng. So, it wasn't a wasted trip after all, was it? Yu Tiancheng turned to look at Su Lan, whose face was beaming with a sense of pride. bearing no trace of a teacher's demeanor. Instead, she resembled a playful kitten eager to please her master. This woman is indeed quite enthusiastic. Meeting brother Sun and sister Bing was truly worthwhile. However, regarding the advertisement space, Yu Tiancheng scratched his head in contemplation. What are they discussing? Li Sisi whispered to Su Huiqiao. It seems to be about money. That fellow in the plaid shirt wants to buy something from Yu Tiancheng. I didn't catch everything, but it appears he quoted 50,000, Su Huiqiao said, leaning closer to Yu Tiancheng's table, straining to listen. The initial exchanges were inaudible to them, and the latter part, due to the distance, was also fragmented. Furthermore, Zhou Hao interjected at that moment, leaving Su Huiqiao with only a vague numerical reference. 50,000. What could be so valuable about Yu Tiancheng? Li Sisi's eyes suddenly lit up. To her, 50,000 was an astronomical figure. Her parents struggled in Yu City to make ends meet, barely scraping together 2,000 a year. 50,000 would suffice for her parents' expenses for 2 years, even with some left to spare. It is hardly surprising that recently, Tian Yu has been getting so close to him, and that Su Lan has also aligned herself with him. They are all opportunists. Moreover, those few outsiders who shook hands with him today, could it be that they too are attracted by the prospect of that 50,000? At this moment, Li Sisi felt a wave of regret wash over her. 50,000. If only she had not allowed Yu Tiancheng to jump into the lake to retrieve her phone. That sum might very well have been hers by now. Just as her emotions reached a tumultuous peak, Sun Kuen's voice suddenly grew louder. What? Do you think the price is too low? We can negotiate. I can offer you 70,000 a month at the most. To be frank with you, my operation has been losing money continuously. My funds are rather limited, and any higher, I would be unable to assist. Observing Yu Tiancheng's expression, Sun Kuen assumed he was dissatisfied with the low price, gritted his teeth, and added another 20,000. 70,000. Still per month. This declaration was distinctly heard by both Li Sisi and Su Huiqiao, causing their hearts to race. 70,000 a month. This is not a sale, it is a rental. Just for 1 month, that amounts to 700,000 a year. The realization nearly caused Li Sisi to faint on the spot. Goodness, what a significant fortune she had let slip away. Sisi, what are you doing? Drinking? At that moment, Zhou Hao approached, offering Li Sisi a can of beer. Li Sisi remained silent, merely waving her hand dismissively, her eyes reflecting her mounting displeasure. That's not what I meant, brother Sun, Yu Tiancheng interjected, noticing Sun Kuen's animated demeanor. Their voices were loud enough for Li Sisi and the others to hear. But perhaps due to Yu Tiancheng's calm demeanor, or perhaps due to his deliberate lowering of his voice, Li Sisi and the others could not discern the conversation clearly. Yet, feeling too shy to rise and lean in to listen, they were forced to suppress their curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Tiancheng decisively stated, Brother Sun, I appreciate your regard for me, and I shall not conceal it from you any longer. I intend to sell that website. Sisi, eat some fruit. Zhou Hao chimed in, inadvertently overshadowing part of Yu Tiancheng's statement. Li Sisi waved her hand again, but her expression was now tinged with loathing. What did he say? I couldn't catch that. It was evident to Li Sisi and Su Huiqiao that Yu Tiancheng was purposely trying to keep them in the dark. Sold. Just as the two quietly cursed Yu Tiancheng under their breath, Sun Kuen, AI Bing, and Su Lan simultaneously exclaimed in astonishment. Sold to whom? Sun Kuen was the first to inquire. When did you sell it? How come I was unaware? Su Lan followed up with another question. For how much? AI Bing added, rounding off the trio of inquiries. Each individual had a different focus, leading to varied questions. Naturally, the third question was precisely what Li Sisi and Su Huiqiao were most eager to know. Those 3 outsiders who dined with him during the day must have come to purchase this item, Li Sisi quickly deduced. She immediately stood up, positioning herself closer to Yu Tiancheng. Discussing such matters in a crowded place, where ears might be pricked, was rather inappropriate, wasn't it? Yu Tiancheng, that wretched person, left his words half-spoken at a critical moment, igniting Li Sisi's fury, pushing her to the brink of an explosive outburst. Sisi, let us play dice. Zhou Hao unwittingly interjected at the most inopportune moment. To hell with it. Li Sisi could no longer contain herself and erupted with a curse, leaving Zhou Hao utterly bewildered. Chapter 53. I must marry a wealthy tycoon, find a rich man. After uttering that expletive, even Li Sisi herself was taken aback. What had she just said? All eyes around her were drawn by her furious outburst, turning to look. Sisi, what are you doing? Su Huiqiao, noticing the gazes directed at them, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, wishing to disappear into the ground. What did you just call me? Zhou Hao, still in shock, felt his face flush with anger as he confronted her. Clearly, Li Sisi's sudden outburst had left him feeling humiliated. If it had been in private, A few harsh words from her would have been inconsequential. But this was a bar, surrounded by so many onlookers. Every glance directed at him seemed laced with disdain. In truth, others were not intentionally looking down on him. It was Zhou Hao's own insecurities that colored his perception of their gazes. Li Sisi recognized that she had overreacted, and after Zhou Hao's inquiry, she too felt a bit cornered. Yet, having already lashed out, and with so many witnesses, her pride surged forth, compelling her to seek the spotlight. But at this juncture, Zhou Hao was not about to relent. As the situation spiraled beyond her control, Li Sisi opted for a strategic retreat. Xiao, let us go. With a decisive move, she abandoned the scene and pulled Su Huiqiao away. Li Sisi, stop. You come back here. Zhou Hao, witnessing her departure, felt a mix of frustration and disappointment. He had pursued her for so long, and finally, she had agreed to join him for an outing. Yet, due to a single remark, all his efforts had seemingly gone to waste, leaving him emotionally stifled. Frustration mounted as he had spent considerable money that evening, only to see everything dissolve in an instant, leaving him empty-handed and, even more aggravatingly, he found himself detained by a waiter. Sir, Yu Haven Tea settled the bill for your table. The waiter was indifferent to his plight. Business was business, and payment was required. That's enough. Zhou Hao tossed 100 yuan on the table, attempting to maintain some semblance of dignity. Apologies, but that's insufficient. The waiter shot him a disdainful glance. 100 yuan was hardly enough. I didn't even finish my beers. Hurry, give me my change. Zhou Hao fished out another 50 yuan, and only after receiving his change did he rush out in pursuit. Outside the bar, Li Sisi was striding briskly alongside Su Huiqiao. Sisi, what's wrong? Where are we headed? Didn't we agree to play cards with Zhou Hao tonight? Zhou Hao not only brought them to the bar for amusement, but also mentioned plans to book a hotel, where they could enjoy the night view and play cards after indulging in some late-night snacks. Su Huiqiao, still craving more excitement, found Xingqing to be fresh, fashionable, and sophisticated. The prospect of parting ways on such a note was something she wished to avoid. Zhou Hao, in her eyes, seemed to lack ambition. Suddenly, Li Sisi turned to Su Huiqiao with a serious demeanor, inquiring if she had noticed Yu Tiancheng and his companions, all of whom appeared to possess more depth than the simple-minded, muscular jock he represented. Even Shi Dong, who worked for others, looked down on him. In Li Sisi's mind, she had already assessed that Zhou Hao could only muster a few hundred yuan, insufficient to warrant any significant sacrifice on her part. While Yu Tiancheng had indeed struck a blow to her ego, he had also, inadvertently, broadened her perspective. Compared to the suitors from their school, those encountered at the bar were undeniably more appealing. Did you not earlier praise Zhou Hao? Su Huiqiao pouted, expressing a hint of complaint. Are you foolish? That was merely flattery. He had claimed he would take us to Xingqing for fun. Would I openly call him a fool? Li Sisi glanced towards the bar, just in time to see Zhou Hao rush out, looking around anxiously. She quickly pulled Su Huiqiao into a brand-name women's clothing store, feigning interest in the garments. Sisi, these clothes are exorbitantly priced, Su Huiqiao remarked, intimidated by the price tags that displayed several hundreds, afraid to even touch them lest she incur a debt for damages. Once Zhou Hao had hurried past, Li Sisi turned back to Su Huiqiao and said, Indeed, this is the big city. An outfit costs hundreds. Do you think Zhou Hao can afford that? So what? So, I have resolved to marry a wealthy tycoon, to find a rich man. I am determined to seize Yu Tiancheng, using whatever means necessary to make him mine, Li Sisi declared through gritted teeth. Young ladies, you have exquisite taste. This garment is from a renowned international brand. Have you heard of Shirleni? It is quite famous. You are fortunate. Our store is currently holding an opening event, with all items at 50 off. Originally priced at 368 yuan, it is now just 180. Would you like to purchase one? The female shop owner, noticing Li Sisi gazing intently at a dress, approached eagerly to make a sale. International brands are indeed appealing. Su Huiqiao lamented inwardly about the 368 yuan foreign brand now being offered at 180, even with the discount. She desperately wished to buy one, but regrettably lacked sufficient funds. No, thank you. At that moment, Li Sisi was entirely focused on Zhou Hao, her eyes darting outside, anxious that if he returned, their paths might cross, which would be undesirable. She had scarcely registered what the shop owner had said, who mistakenly thought Li Sisi was haggling and cheerfully replied, Is 180 too expensive? That barely covers my costs. However, today is our grand opening, and you are our first customers. To celebrate, I can lower it further to 160. This price is non-negotiable. What a remarkable opportunity to seize a bargain. Su Huiqiao, standing nearby, wore a face that suggested she had lost an immense deal. Sisi, I actually have 60 yuan here, which I've saved for quite some time. How about you lend me 100, and I will repay you after being frugal. However, Li Sisi stood at the door and glanced around. No, we are leaving. Oh, little sister, please don't go. I can lower it a bit more. If you nod for 100, I'll pack it up for you. Please, ISNT 60 yuan acceptable? As the female shop owner rushed out with the clothing, Su Huiqiao immediately halted her steps. Sisi, wait. Here, take 60. Su Huiqiao pulled out a tiny wallet from her pocket, rummaged through it for a handful of loose bills, and stuffed them into the shop owner's hand, receiving the garment in return. Sisi, clothes in this big city aren't as expensive as they seem. This piece is quite beautiful. A renowned international brand, and it's only 60 yuan. In fact, I only gave her 58. After walking a considerable distance, Su Huiqiao gazed at the 2 coins in her wallet, still reveling in the thrill of having snagged such a deal. Huh. Clearly a naive bumpkin who has never seen the world. The shop owner spat on her fingers, neatly arranging the change in her hand, counting each bill without concern for the pile of small denominations, indifferent to whether it amounted to 60 yuan. Chapter 54. Is Yu Tiancheng so young? Encounter at the bar. After Li Sisi, Zhou Hao, and the others departed, a small farce came to an end. AI Bing glanced at Yu Tiancheng. I suddenly understand why she is merely your ex-girlfriend. Yu Tiancheng dug at his ear. Sister Bing, you truly have a knack for humor. Let us move. This is not the right place for discussions. We should head to the back. Sun Kuan draped his arm over Yu Tiancheng's shoulder. I'll show you my studio. My colleagues all admire you greatly. Taozi, save the venue for Kuan Kuan. AI Bing instructed as she stood up with Su Lan, following behind Sun Kuan and Yu Tiancheng. The 4 exited the bar through the back door, entering a narrow alley. Opposite the alley stood a row of 2- or 3-story residential houses. Though referred to as homes, each had its own courtyard. Calling them villas would be somewhat misleading. Despite their unassuming appearance, Yu Tiancheng understood that this area was, in fact, quite valuable in Star City. In a previous life, around 2008, Yu Tiancheng's uncle had acquired a modest 50-square-meter apartment nearby, relocating the entire family there for the sake of the children's education, even going so far as to register their household in Star City. Coincidentally, 2 years later, this entire region was slated for demolition, and that 50-square-meter apartment soared to 5 times its original value. Additionally, each individual on the household registration received an extra 50,000 yuan as a bonus. Yu Tiancheng was uncertain how this financial calculation was made, nor did he possess enough household registrations to benefit from the bonus. However, he contemplated seizing the opportunity to purchase several units while prices were low. Yet, just as this thought arose, Yu Tiancheng quickly dismissed it. In his past life, Star City had been regarded as a nationwide value sinkhole. Ultimately, this pit persisted until the bubble burst, remaining entrenched. If he had spare funds, wouldn't it be more enticing to invest in properties in Zhonghai or Jingshi at this time? The potential for appreciation there far exceeded what Star City could offer. Sun Kuan, accompanied by Yu Tiancheng, directly entered a 3-story building that faced the bar. Originally, this studio was situated within Xiangnan University, where the institution generously provided 2 office spaces to support entrepreneurial endeavors. However, after graduation, the group's project failed to yield profit, and the university's resources were no longer available for free usage. Consequently, I invested 1.5 million to purchase this courtyard outright. The bar owned by AI Bing is conveniently located at the front, while the studio is at the back, allowing us to unwind with a drink after a busy day. Balancing work and leisure. Sun Kuan proudly introduced this arrangement to Yu Tiancheng. Brother Sun is quite impressive, Yu Tiancheng exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. This fellow must come from wealth. To purchase a courtyard right after graduating is truly extravagant. The first floor of the 3-story building featured a living room with a table and several chairs, adorned with an array of snacks. Ascending to the second floor, 6 computers were arranged back-to-back in 2 rows, occupying the central space. Surrounding them were sofa stools, 2 of which were occupied by individuals who were sound asleep, their snoring reverberating through the room. Among them was a tall, slender figure wearing glasses, with a side-parted hairstyle and a checkered shirt, intently fixated on his computer screen. One hand held a bottle of cola while the other was busily typing code. Allow me to introduce, this is Chen Kai, a graduate student in computer science at Xiangnan University, who has just secured a spot for further studies, Sun Kuan remarked, gesturing towards him. Hello, Chen Gu. I am Yu Tiancheng. Yu Tiancheng greeted Chen Kai politely, extending his hand. As a graduate student from the computer science department, he is undoubtedly a talent worth befriending. Hello. Chen Kai, holding his icy cola, quickly set it down and wiped his hands on his attire before shaking Yu Tiancheng's hand, apologizing. I'm sorry. My hands are a bit cold. No worries, Yu Tiancheng responded with a cheerful smile. Chen Kai adjusted his glasses and glanced at Su Lan behind him. Su is here. Wake up, you two. Sun Kuan kicked the legs of the two individuals on the sofa stools, and then inquired of Chen Kai, Xiao Kai. Where's Luo go? He went upstairs to sleep. I'll go call him. Chen Kai promptly ascended the stairs to fetch him. The two young men appeared equally fatigued. Their faces coated with a layer of oil, indicative of late-night endeavors. Wang Chong, Lu Qi, both are from my graduating class. Sun Kuan indicated towards the two. Hello, Brother Wang. Hello, Brother Lu. I am Yu Tiancheng. Yu Tiancheng greeted them courteously. Before long, Chen Kai returned, leading a man dressed in a black hoodie, his disheveled hair suggesting he had just awakened. He seemed to be in a foul mood, grumbling as he walked. I just lay down, and now there's more commotion? We might as well just disband. His tone was clearly unpleasant. Wang Chong and Lu Qi exchanged concerned glances with Sun Kuan. Their expressions slightly changed. Luo Ego. We fondly call him Luo Ego. Over time, the name morphed into Luo Ego, Sun Kuan remarked, his demeanor unchanged, smiling at Yu Tiancheng. In this exchange, Yu Tiancheng sensed that Sun Kuan was no ordinary individual. At least in this studio, Sun Kuan was the boss, and this house was indeed his property. This implies that these individuals are indeed being compensated for their efforts in managing the website. Luo Ijo's earlier complaints clearly stem from long-standing grievances. However, the expression on Sun Kuan's face reveals not a trace of emotion, indicating his remarkable composure. Luo Ijo, towering at nearly 2 meters, stoops as he descends the stairs, which explains his preference for sleeping in bed rather than on the sofa. Greetings, I am Yu Tiancheng. He introduced himself, refraining from engaging in jest with Sun Kuan. As he was not well acquainted with Luo Ijo, Sun Kuan proceeded to grandly present. Allow me to introduce this distinguished individual, the founder of the Great Chicken Gaming Network, the creator of 2048 and Bomb Man, the illustrious Yu Tiancheng, also known as Yu Shun, who, Luo Ijo, just arriving downstairs, suddenly became alert. No way. You are Yu Shun? Exclaimed Chen Kai, who had accompanied Luo Ijo down the stairs. If it's a fake, I'll compensate each of you 10,000. Sun Kuan declared confidently, thumping his chest. Yu Shun is so young? Luo Ijo expressed his astonishment. Surprised? He is still in high school. Sun Kuan chuckled, playfully elevating Yu Tiancheng's status. High school? I feel as if my 4 years in university were wasted. Lu Qi lamented. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. If the mentors knew he was a high school student, would they not feel their own efforts were in vain? Wang Chong remarked with a sigh. This one do. I must shake hands with Yu Shun again to bask in his glory. Chen Kai approached and vigorously shook one of Yu Tiancheng's hands. Yu Tiancheng could deeply sense the genuine admiration and respect these individuals held for him, despite his belief that he had not accomplished anything extraordinary. I told you, if they knew you were here, they would undoubtedly be thrilled. Sun Kuan shrugged. All right, gentlemen, you carry on. I have matters to discuss with Yu Shun. He won't be leaving tonight, and I'll treat everyone to dinner. You'll have plenty of time to converse with him. What do you say, Yu Shun? Grant us this favor? With so many seniors giving me face, how could I refuse? Yu Tiancheng replied with a smile, as he had no pressing engagements that evening. Very well, let us head upstairs. Sun Kuan led Yu Tiancheng, along with Ai Bing and Su Lan, to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was spacious, divided into 2 areas. One was a private office, while the other served as a lounge with 2 suites, where Luo Ijo and the others resided. Upon entering the office, Sun Kuan's first statement took Yu Tiancheng by surprise. Yu Shun, you have heard what the others expressed. They are indeed struggling to cope. And I won't conceal it from you. Our studio is on the brink of collapse. Chapter 55. This evaluation is quite formidable. Upon hearing Sun Kuan's words, Yu Tiancheng felt no surprise. Luo Ijo had openly voiced his grievances, and the other 3 had shown no signs of objection. It was evident that this team had merely been enduring. During my university days, I was rather indulgent, and with a bit of financial support from my family, I graduated without the desire to return to coal mining. Instead, I aspired to venture into entrepreneurship, gathering a few friends to create a modest Yellow Pages directory. My rustic father, not wanting me to return to a life of manual labor, generously provided me with several million, which I have been gradually depleting. As Sun Kuan retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his drawer, he intended to offer one to Yu Tiancheng, who reached out, but, upon glancing at Su Lan, quickly withdrew his hand. He had forgotten that minors were prohibited from smoking. With a wry smile, Sun Kuan lit one for himself, taking a deep drag before waving away the smoke that stung his eyes. I had been covering the salaries of the 4 of us, each earning 3,000, barely enough to stave off hunger. I recognized that all of them hailed from prestigious universities, and their aspirations were high. The fact that they had chosen to stick with me was a testament to our camaraderie. I feared not the loss of money, but rather the erosion of our friendship. Sun Kuan's tone unexpectedly bore a hint of melancholy. AI being approached, gently patting Sun Kuan on the back in a gesture of comfort. I'm fine. I met you today, and though I haven't had a drink, I'm already feeling the effects. Sun Kuan waved his hand dismissively regarding you. I had previously promised Su Lan that I would invest in advertising, but there was a degree of self-interest involved. I thought, given how well you've developed the Great Chicken Game Network in such a short span, you might possess some insights to guide us, preventing our group from dissipating. Essentially, I was willing to spend a few $100,000 to secure an idea, demonstrating that I should not be underestimated. However, I hadn't anticipated that you would sell the Great Chicken Game Network. Yu Tiancheng, in truth, understood Sun Kuan quite well. Young, affluent, and eager to explore uncharted territories. He found himself in a precarious situation as a recent graduate amidst the aftermath of an internet bubble burst, attempting to rally his friends to create something remarkable. Unfortunately, without a solid project and the pressure of familial expectations, he was left to produce an obsolete product, merely to appease his parents. Now, faced with insurmountable challenges, he was left with no choice but to consider returning home to inherit the family business. The disparity between lives. Having familial wealth is indeed a remarkable advantage. Of course, Sun Kuan had not yet reached the point of returning to take over the family business. He still wished to gamble with his remaining funds, which is why he sought to connect with Yu Tiancheng. Perhaps, among the hundreds of emails in Yu Tiancheng's inbox, there were countless others with similar intentions as Sun Kuan's. However, Sun Kuan's connection with Su Lan as a classmate established a bridge, while Yu Tiancheng, being her student, was the fortunate recipient of their intertwined fates. Yu Tiancheng was aware that the Great Chicken Game Network he had sold was not merely valuable due to its few games. Over time, with technological advancements, those games would inevitably be imitated and replicated, spawning numerous versions. What he had sold was simply a matter of timeliness and the efficacy of advanced algorithms. In 2003, as Sun Kuan spoke, Yu Tiancheng was already contemplating his next steps. The sale of the Great Chicken Game Network was merely the beginning. He still needed to find ways to generate income. In this era, time waits for no one. Although numerous projects beckon, the rapid descent of internet tycoons into the fray means that a single misstep can lead to countless lost opportunities. Fortunately, I now possess the necessary capital to initiate my ventures. Apologies, esteemed magnates, but I have seized your chance. Brother Sun, my urgency to divest from the Big Chicken Gaming Network stems from a desire to acquire some capital, as I have identified a promising new project. Yet I find myself lacking manpower. Initially, I intended to embark on this journey post-university, as I believed that attending college would broaden my network. At this juncture, Yu Tiancheng lifted his gaze to Sun Kuan and declared, however, I can certainly provide you with Chun Kai and Wang Chong. I can even cover the venue expenses and offer them salaries. As long as the project is viable, I am on board. Sun Kuan promptly raised his hand. Meanwhile, Su Lan remained silent, observing Yu Tiancheng's profile. In that moment, she discerned that he bore little resemblance to an average 17-year-old. He possessed an extraordinary maturity that instilled a sense of reassurance. As I must convey, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. We cannot operate like a makeshift troop. A robust corporate structure is necessary to maintain balance, Yu Tiancheng asserted with newfound seriousness. If two tigers cannot dwell together, shall I withdraw? I could. But might I at least retain a nominal title? It would lend my father some prestige when he boasts that his son is a talent in high technology. Sun Kuan, displaying his acumen, contemplated transferring the entire studio to Yu Tiancheng, albeit the latter remark was made in jest to lighten the mood. There's no need to withdraw. If Brother Sun truly does not lack funds, he could invest as a shareholder. Yet, I must emphasize that any future financing, share sales, and the overarching direction of the company must be dictated by me. I require full decision-making authority. I merely wish to be forthright about this. If Brother Sun can acquiesce to these terms, we may commence our collaboration immediately. If not, let us share a meal and a drink, considering it a chance to forge a friendship. Yu Tiancheng, possessing an understanding of the industry and the nation's trajectory over the next 2 decades, knew he could not relinquish decision-making power to others. If one wishes to embark on an entrepreneurial journey with me, I shall ensure that there is sustenance for all. However, I refuse to be taken advantage of. Moreover, it is paramount to note that earlier, while on the second floor, Yu Tiancheng had perused the webpage created by Chun Kai. The technical quality was commendable, and the other individuals' computers were active, displaying various work interfaces. A cursory glance revealed that these individuals were indeed proficient programmers, young, inexpensive talent. Such resources should not be squandered. Sun Kuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yet, I am uncertain how much investment your project requires. From my father, I can only procure another million. If the amount is too substantial, I fear I may not be able to afford it. However, I still wish to partake in your endeavors. Thus, please do not dismiss my modest funds. Even with 1 million, if you could grant me a fractional share, I would be delighted to join you in this venture. With a resounding thud on the table, Sun Kuan boldly declared, this fellow's family must possess a mind. Inwardly, Yu Tiancheng cursed, pondering how one could invest a staggering 1 million without even knowing the project, daring to stake claim to a mere 1% of shares. Little did he know, Sun Kuan's audacity stemmed from a profound trust in their mentor. According to their mentor, the developer of this grand gaming platform could potentially become a trendsetter in the internet realm, a rather formidable assessment indeed. Chapter 56. I borrowed the fortune of my esteemed predecessor. Sun Kuan's decision was wholly influenced by his confidence in his mentor's vision and foresight. There exists a saying, cherish the professors who impart knowledge within university walls. Once they step beyond the classroom, they may ascend to heights beyond your reach. In other words, these luminaries are top-tier experts in their respective fields. 1 million for just 1% seems rather paltry. I shall offer you 5%, Yu Tiancheng proposed, extending a hand. Sun Kuan momentarily paused. His earlier jest about acquiring 1% was merely a formality. However, 5% fell short of his expectations. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that 1 million for 5% implied a significant gamble. This thought ignited a thrill within him. He sensed that today could very well mark a pivotal moment in his life, perhaps even more exhilarating than a rendezvous with a girlfriend. Could I perhaps invest 50,000 for 2%? AI Bing ventured cautiously, anxious that Yu Tiancheng might object. If we are to indulge, let us all partake together. I'll contribute 3 million for 15%. Suddenly, Su Lan chimed in, her clear voice startling Yu Tiancheng and the others. Goodness, Su, 3 million? Are you forsaking your financial stability? Sun Kuan exclaimed in astonishment. 3 million? Su, where do you intend to acquire such a sum? AI Bing echoed, equally shocked. Professor Su, I always thought Sun Kuan's family was wealthy, but upon hearing you, it seems your family truly possesses riches. Are you not fearful of losing it all? Yu Tiancheng remarked, exasperated. Sun Kuan's family genuinely has wealth. I cannot compare. I merely wish to take a gamble. Should I win, I shall transform from Professor Su into General Manager Su, no longer beholden to others. Should I lose, I shall marry Zhong Yanzhao and serve his demanding household. Su Lan declared with conviction. So what do you say? Should I invest? If you agree, I can ensure the funds are transferred by tomorrow. With a resolute gaze towards Yu Tiancheng, Su Lan exuded confidence. Since Su is so audacious, I shall not be outdone. I too will take a chance and add another 1 million. Sun Kuan exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Should I also raise my stake? AI Bing whispered hesitantly. Please, dear friends, do not escalate the stakes any further. Yu Tiancheng hurriedly gestured, stating, as previously discussed, Teacher Su will receive 3 million for a 15% equity stake. Brother Sun will invest 1 million for a 5% share, and Bingjia will contribute 500,000 for a 25% stake. This totals 4,500,000. The remaining 77.5% equity, along with the decision-making authority regarding the company's future development, will be mine. I will invest 15,500,000. At the mention of 15,500,000, the other three individuals stood frozen in shock. 15,500,000. Goodness. Just moments ago I was filled with fervor, and now I feel utterly despondent. Whose family has a mine, I wonder? You. May I be so bold as to inquire about the sale price of your gaming website? The three of them gazed at Yu Tiancheng, their eyes wide with anticipation. It's not much, just this amount, Yu Tiancheng replied, holding up 2 fingers in a gesture of victory. 20 million? Upon receiving this confirmation, Su Lan's almond-shaped eyes widened in astonishment. Well, I was worried he might sell at a loss. The actual figure far exceeds my expectations. 20 million. Sun Kuan took 2 long drags from his cigarette. Goodness, have I hit the jackpot? Currently, we cannot ascertain that. If this project succeeds, you might very well become a billionaire, Yu Tiancheng said confidently. Over 1 billion. Sun Kuan shuddered with excitement. Does that mean I might surpass my father? That's incomparable to having a mine, Yu Tiancheng sighed. However, I will endeavor to succeed. Do not get too idealistic. If we fail, we will all return to our respective homes. Moreover, you all are the main forces behind this project. I can only serve as a bystander, as I still need to participate in the informatics competition and prepare for university. Upon hearing Yu Tiancheng's words, Sun Kuan nearly choked. Goodness, look at him. At such a young age, he can earn 20 million and still allocate a significant portion to entrepreneurship. Meanwhile, I have squandered my years. Enough. Sulan suddenly slammed the table, pulling everyone back to focus. Now, let us discuss what you expect us to do. First, we need to divide the tasks. Brother Sun will handle webpage production and server operations. In addition to our current staff, we will need to recruit more programmers, as the workload ahead will be substantial. Yu Tiancheng instructed Sun Kuan. Teacher Su, I will need your assistance in obtaining the business license and registering the company. We must ensure the company operates formally. He assigned another task to Su Lan. Not a problem, leave it to me. Su Lan replied enthusiastically. At this point, it seems we have few tasks. I will apply for the domain name and design the website. There is nothing else to be done for now, Yu Tiancheng mused, stroking his chin. With a mature team, work progresses swiftly. He merely needed to delegate tasks, with Sun Kuan and the others handling technical aspects, and Su Lan managing other business matters. It appeared quite effortless. And what about me? What about me? I am part of the company too. Surely I cannot do nothing. A partnership that only benefits one party cannot endure. AI being interjected from the side. It is evident that she is genuinely eager to accomplish something. Don't you own a bar? The company still needs to operate here for the time being. Unwinding with a drink after work would create a perfect cycle. Yu Tiancheng remarked with a smile. Once we have more people, we will need to rent a new office. That bar is merely a name for me. It is Qi Dong who manages everything, rendering me of little practical value. However, I can take charge of recruiting, drafting contracts, managing attendance, employee leaves, holiday gifts, and other administrative tasks. AI Bing raised her pristine arm, declaring, I also aspire to be a strong woman. Indeed, your demeanor aligns quite well with that. Thus, I shall entrust these trivial matters to you, Sister Bing. Yu Tiancheng suddenly realized that before an army moves, provisions must be secured. A company that possesses only technical expertise without logistical support is bound to encounter difficulties. Since AI Bing is willing to take on this role, she appears to be quite suitable. I will apply for a domain name now. The computer downstairs should be available, right? Yu Tiancheng stood to head downstairs. No need to go downstairs. Use this, Sun Kuan said, pulling out a laptop from the drawer of his desk that resembled a black suitcase. Having resources at home is truly delightful. Yu Tiancheng was momentarily stunned. In this era, such a hefty device might cost upwards of 20,000. If it could even be purchased. Let me see. What shall we name our website? Sun Kuan swiftly powered it on, accessed Wanwang, and then pushed the computer towards Yu Tiancheng. To the esteemed predecessors, I borrow your fortune and pray for my entrepreneurial success. If I succeed, and you have yet to find a promising project, you may come work for me. Thank you, thank you. Yu Tiancheng mentally chanted for a while, then logged into his account, attempting to apply for several domain names in one go. To his astonishment, perhaps due to the earlier prayer, none of the domain names had been claimed. They were all available. The domain names he applied for were Campus Network, 5Q Campus Network, and Renren Network. Chapter 57. You have taken the most beautiful flower from my heart. In early 2004, a prominent figure named Wang Xing interrupted his studies abroad to return to China and embark on an entrepreneurial venture. His first project was named Friend More, and his second, Return of the Wanderers. By autumn 2005, drawing inspiration from Facebook and combining his experience with the national context, he developed a university campus SNS, known as Campus Network. Currently, it is autumn 2003. This once flourishing mogul is presumably still studying at a prestigious university, contemplating how to venture into business. Yu Tiancheng, taking into account Wang Xing's experiences and the current circumstances, resolved to strategize in advance. My apologies, Wang. I am but a mere amateur, while you are a titan. Do not hold my inexperience against me, as my rebirth at this juncture conveniently allows me to seize an advantage. By the time you return from abroad, I may very well dominate this field. Rest assured, I will not, as you did, sell the website due to an inability to afford servers and bandwidth. Instead, I shall nurture it to greatness and only then consider selling. Yu Tiancheng silently expressed a sense of guilt towards Wang Xing in his heart, then continued to explain to Sun Kuan and others how to create and operate the project he was working on. At this moment, a whiteboard bore the fruits of his labor, filled with an abundance of notes. Surrounding Yu Tiancheng, Sun Kuan, Su Lan, AI Bing, Luo Yizhou, Chun Kai, Wang Chong, and Lu Qi resembled a group of eager school children, each clutching a small notebook, gazing up attentively while occasionally jotting down important points. After Yu Tiancheng's comprehensive explanation, the eyes of Sun Kuan and the others sparkled with newfound excitement. Chen Kai, Luo Yizhou, and others, who had previously appeared despondent, now emanated vitality and enthusiasm. The reason for this transformation was simple. Yu Tiancheng's presentation was exceptionally thorough. He meticulously covered every aspect, from webpage creation to initial operations and future developments. Although a few minor details may have been overlooked, the majority of the content was nothing short of impeccable. They could hardly believe that such insights could emerge from a 17-year-old high school student. Observing the admiration in Luo Yizhou and the others' eyes as they regarded Yu Tiancheng, Sun Kuan felt a silent appreciation for the allure of talent. Although he had previously gathered the team, his lack of vision had led to a lackluster project that nearly extinguished their youthful exuberance. It was akin to a military force stripped of morale. The discomfort in battle could lead to a devastating defeat. However, now everything had returned to its former glory. They were once again the courageous, adventurous youths, filled with dreams and aspirations. All of this stemmed from Yu Tiancheng's hour-long exposition, rather than merely a lecture. It was a passionate speech about the impending transformation of their company, their career's development, and the hopes for the future. Hope, once ignited, could generate boundless strength. Well, this is all I can think of for now. If anyone has questions, feel free to raise them, and we can discuss together, Yu Tiancheng concluded. He set down the marker and turned around, only to find the group staring at him in stunned silence. What are you all staring at me for? Is there no question? Yu Tiancheng inquired once again. Suddenly, Luo Yizhou broke the silence with applause. Soon after, Chen Kai, Wang Chong, Lu Qi, and AI Bing joined in, clapping wholeheartedly. There is no question. That was outstanding. Clear and straightforward. Anyone who doesn't understand it must be foolish. We are impressed, Luo Yizhou complimented. Indeed, you've truly opened our eyes. This is the first time I've received such an enlightening education, AI Bing added, clearly sincere in her admiration of Yu Tiancheng's flawless plan. However, what did she mean by enlightening education? Yu Tiancheng glanced at AI Bing's alluring figure, pondering that if he could indeed impart such education, it would be quite captivating. Yet, he merely entertained these thoughts privately, recognizing that she shared a rather intricate relationship with Sun Kuan. Regarding the details, Yu Tiancheng had no intention of becoming entangled in the emotions of others. Yu Shun, whatever you say we should do, we shall do it. From now on, we will follow you. Sun Kuan clapped in agreement, realizing that Yu Tiancheng was far more suited to lead the team than he was. Truly, a graduate from a prestigious institution like 985 possesses remarkable comprehension skills. Yu Tiancheng lamented the fierce competition for talent among various enterprises and departments in later years. Indeed, such talent is a rarity. I can hardly wait to implement everything Yu Shun just mentioned, Chen Kai remarked, rubbing his hands together. From this moment forth, we shall adhere strictly to the company's protocols. I do not wish for you to exhaust yourselves to the point of collapse. What we ought to do now is venture out for a late-night snack. Let us go, Boss Sun is treating. You fellows won't return until you're thoroughly inebriated tonight. Yu Tiancheng chuckled. Yu Shun, you are the true boss and affluent individual. Shouldn't you be the one treating us for our inaugural meal as a newly established company? Sun Kuan jested with Yu Tiancheng. Have some dignity, my friend. I have already borne the brunt of the expenses, and my heart is bleeding over it. If this venture fails, all my efforts over the past half-month will be in vain. Although Yu Tiancheng's words sounded dire, they sparked an urge in others to give him a good-natured punch. Yu Shun, I've realized I cannot regard you as a child. Your thick skin rivals that of a city wall, Sun Kuan remarked, exasperated. And what do you mean by you guys won't return until you're drunk? Aren't you drinking? Luo Yizhou, with his tall stature, draped an arm over Yu Tiancheng's shoulder and inquired. I am underage. Yu Tiancheng shot a sideways glance at Luo Yizhou. You win. I can't take it anymore. Every word from him exudes such arrogance that it makes me want to hit him. Luo Yizhou pretended to choke Yu Tiancheng dramatically. All right. I'll treat tonight to express my gratitude for you all bringing me along. Let you experience the considerate care of the logistics department. AI Bing smiled, taking charge of the treat. The group didn't venture far, as at that hour in Star City, few places could rival the liveliness of Huangxing Square. They found a barbecue restaurant with commendable flavors, ordering an array of skewers and drinks, indulging until midnight. As the clock struck 12, Su Lan set down her drink, clapped her hands, and declared, It's getting late. I shall head back first. Tomorrow morning, I need to take care of the business license and such. You all should finish up and return early as well. I do not want any disturbances before the company even opens. Yes, Boss Su, they replied in unison. You need not worry about us. Nothing will go awry. Indeed, just focus on being a good boss. We're not heavy drinkers anyway. They had ordered 12 bottles of beer. Since Yu Tiancheng was underage and Su Lan had driven, Both abstained from alcohol. AI Bing had only a sip, while the other 4 men had merely 3 bottles each, rendering them slightly tipsy, but not excessively so. Very well, that settles it. Su Lan rose to her feet and gave Yu Tiancheng's chair a gentle kick, urging him to depart. Su, why must you take Yushun with you? I was hoping to persuade him to indulge in a few drinks after you left. Another voice chimed in. Indeed, there is no need for Yushun to leave. We haven't even arranged a place for him to stay. You too, really. Su, you are the goddess of my dreams, and Yushun, you have taken away the most exquisite flower from my heart. Chapter 58. Hotel? Or my home? Chen Kai and others jested with Su Lan, feigning deep sorrow. Among them lay years of camaraderie, a hint of youthful affection, and a touch of resignation to the realities of life. From this moment on, they were merely boss and employees, and any lingering hopes seemed increasingly distant. Enough of this nonsense. He is my student, and I need to discuss something serious with him, Su Lan retorted, her cheeks flushed more than if she had been drinking, casting a disdainful glance at the unreliable group. Yes, serious matters indeed. Very well. Let us enjoy a few more drinks while you take your leave, Sun Kuan said, waving at Su Lan. Yu Tiancheng smiled and bade farewell to his companions before following Su Lan. To you all, I raise my glass. These past 2 years under my wing have been a burden, Sun Kuan exclaimed, tears brimming in his eyes after Yu Tiancheng and Su Lan departed. Kuan, do not say such things. We acknowledge your struggles. You've been carrying a heavy load, but now isn't it better? Chen Kai interjected, restraining Sun Kuan's arm, slightly intoxicated. If you ask me, this may be the best outcome. You can finally let go, and we, as brothers, remain together, right? Wang Chong added with a smile, pouring more wine into Chen Kai's glass. When we graduated, wasn't our desire simply to be together? I believe we can make this happen, Lu Qi stated earnestly. All 3 turned their gaze toward Luo Yizhou, whose reactions had been the most pronounced during this period. Yet, no one blamed him. His family circumstances were challenging, necessitating his efforts as a breadwinner. Meanwhile, the project continued to lose momentum, with no financial prospects. And he felt embarrassed to confide in Sun Kuan and the others about seeking employment elsewhere. Even if he were to look for a job, he might not find one with a decent income, creating a vicious cycle. Hey, Kuan, Chong, Qi, Bing, I have erred during this time. Allow me to make amends, Luo Yizhou declared, seizing a large green bottle and shaking it vigorously, pouring it mouth to mouth. The others chuckled at his antics. We can't let him drink alone. Come, everyone. Sun Kuan laughed, and they all raised their glasses in unison. Once they set their glasses down, Sun Kuan turned to Chen Kai and inquired, Kai, what are your thoughts on Yushun? As Chen Kai poured more wine, he pondered, during my high school days, I only saw buildings 20 stories high. Upon entering university and meeting my mentor, I discovered there were buildings 30 or 40 stories tall. Yet, it was only after meeting Yushun that I realized some begin their journey from the 60th floor. Meanwhile, Su Lan drove, transporting Yu Tiancheng. Yu Tiancheng, do you truly place your trust in those few individuals? You have merely met them once, yet you dare to invest 15 million? Su Lan parked the car by the roadside and activated the hazard lights. 15 million, not merely 150. And it is highly likely that this amount could vanish without a trace, dissipating like smoke. Moreover, Su Lan found it even more surreal that she had transitioned from being a student of Yu Tiancheng to becoming his employee. Yu Tiancheng smacked his lips. In truth, he had not intended to contribute such a substantial sum himself. He had envisioned involving Lu Xiangdong, who could invest significantly either personally or through his position at Penguin. However, Yu Tiancheng pondered that seeking out investors was not a straightforward endeavor. Rather than eagerly chasing after others, it might be wiser to wait. If his venture flourished, the parties would come to him. The terms would then be far more negotiable. The critical point was that he was not in dire need of funds at present. Why not indulge a little? After all, he was still young. Money could be earned again, but the beauty of the moment could slip away forever. Su Lan turned her flawless profile slightly, her captivating gaze fixed on Yu Tiancheng's profound eyes. Outside the car, the dim light from the street lamps cast a soft glow within, creating an atmosphere of hazy enchantment. A line of poetry came to Yu Tiancheng's mind, observing mountains from the tower, snow from the city walls, the moon from lanterns, the glow from a boat, and beauties beneath the moon. At this moment, Su Lan possessed an alluring charm. What are you gazing at? I'm asking you a question, Su Lan remarked, noticing Yu Tiancheng's prolonged silence as she playfully nudged him. 15 million. Are you not afraid of losing it all? Oh, it's not that I trust them. I trust you, Teacher Su, Yu Tiancheng replied lazily, reclining his seat and assuming a comfortable posture. You are willing to stake your entire fortune on this gamble with me. How could I not be generous in return? Su Lan's body jolted slightly. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. After some time, she let out a soft chuckle, playfully brushing her long hair aside. That sounds quite touching. What? Teacher Su, are you getting emotional? Do you wish to repay me? Yu Tiancheng's eyelids drooped slightly, seemingly in a state of drowsiness. Yet his peripheral vision was fixed on Su Lan's black stockings. Well, how do you wish for me to repay you? Su Lan suddenly leaned closer to Yu Tiancheng. The intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, causing him to open his eyes in surprise. Perhaps I could offer myself in return? Su Lan teased, delicately tracing the button of Yu Tiancheng's shirt with her alabaster finger. No, don't jest. Nevertheless, it is indeed an honor to have garnered Teacher Su's favor. Yu Tiancheng chuckled. My goodness, reborn in this youthful body, it still stirs with excitement. In the dead of night, a lone man and woman in a car. How thrilling. Then let us be off. Su Lan suddenly withdrew her hand, shifted gears, and pressed the accelerator. The car surged forward with a rush. Where are we headed? Yu Tiancheng was jolted forward by the sudden acceleration, instinctively unbuckling his seatbelt and securing it once more. Fortunately, he had been reclining. Had he been sitting upright, that sudden burst of speed might have left him with a painful bump on his head. Was it a hotel or my home? Su Lan deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, propelling the car forward. However, in that moment, Yu Tiancheng felt no hint of motion sickness. Instead, he was engulfed by an exhilarating rush of adrenaline. A hotel? Or your abode? What was the point of pondering that? Isn't it delightful in the car? No. Yu Tiancheng quickly regained his composure, a wry smile gracing his lips. It should be the hotel. Are you afraid of encountering someone at my place? Su Lan continued to jest with him. Stop fooling around. When you return home tonight, there will undoubtedly be a heated debate awaiting you. Though it will surely conclude with your victory, the journey there will be quite the spectacle. I do not wish to be the child locked in a cupboard or the target of your family's scrutiny. Besides, I am still quite inexperienced. My presence would only detract from your standing, serving merely as an excuse for others to reject you, outweighing any potential benefit. Yu Tiancheng reclined further into his seat, casting aside all other thoughts and feeling considerably more at ease. I must say, you are remarkably astute. Su Lan regarded him with admiration. She was undoubtedly returning home to discuss finances. A sum of 3 million is no trivial matter. While expenditures of 10 to 18,000 might pass unnoticed by her father, a request for 3 million would be a different story altogether. My IQ is 190, Yu Tiancheng thought, opting to refrain from further banter. Oh please, all you do is boast. Su Lan parked the car at the entrance of an architecturally striking landmark. Goodness, this is a venue for hosting dignitaries. The standards are exceedingly high. You expect me to stay here tonight? I feel utterly impoverished. Yu Tiancheng gazed up at the edifice, his smile nearly splitting his face. After all, she is my boss, a future billionaire. What hotel could he not afford for a night? I'll treat you. Let us go? Su Lan shot him a disapproving glance before striding confidently inside. A spacious room with a king-sized bed, preferably with a western-facing window. And the floor needn't be too high. Ah, this one will do nicely. Thank you. Su Lan held the room key and gestured to Yu Tiancheng as she made her way towards the elevator. Which room? I can manage on my own. Yu Tiancheng hurriedly called after her. What's the matter? Afraid I might bite you? Or do you find me disagreeable? Su Lan turned her head, her eyes wide and sparkling, the sound of her high heels echoing delightfully. She had 2 pairs of shoes in the car. She wore flats while driving, but had intentionally switched to heels upon exiting. It's not that I'm afraid. I merely worry about your safety driving alone at this late hour. Yu Tiancheng promptly replied with a charming smile. Then I shan't return home. Su Lan tossed her hair with a captivating flair and stepped into the elevator. Huh. Yu Tiancheng quickly followed suit. This lad has indeed found himself in enviable circumstances. Managing to thrive on soft support to this extent. Impressive. The front desk attendant who assisted Su Lan in securing the room watched with a mix of envy as the elevator doors slowly closed. Chapter 59. Not quite eager to encounter him. Star City, the first 5-star hotel in Xiaonan Province, Huadian Grand Hotel. On the 6th floor, room 608. With the window facing west, the door emitted a beep as it swung open. The card was inserted into the power slot, illuminating the room. The spacious 50-square-meter suite boasted a plush mattress. Su Lan kicked off her high heels and walked across the thick carpet, stretching her arms wide before collapsing onto the bed. Ah, the luxury of a 5-star hotel. How delightful. She truly wished to linger here a while longer. Lying on the bed, she turned her head to gaze at Yu Tiancheng. He hastily tilted his head towards the window, feigning ignorance of her presence, and sought to divert her attention with a question. Why do you insist on having the window facing west? Su Lan smiled playfully. propping her chin on her hand as she scrutinized Yu Tiancheng. Quite handsome, and affluent too, though he seemed to be surrounded by rumors. In her idle moments before becoming acquainted with Yu Tiancheng, she often lunched with Kong Delying from the school clinic. Consequently, there was hardly a piece of gossip within the school that Kong Delying could not recount, leaving Su Lan well informed. Today, she recalled a piece of gossip about a certain Li Cici, which she had initially overlooked but soon remembered after Kong Delying's tales. There was a boy who had brought her breakfast for 2 years, assisted her with lunch for the same duration, and professed his feelings countless times, yet faced repeated rejections. Clearly, this was a tale of a lovesick boy and a so-called pure-hearted girl. To refer to him as a lovesick boy seemed a tad generous. He was more akin to a desperate admirer, perhaps even a warm-hearted man who paled in comparison to those who merely sought affection. As for the pure-hearted girl, that was an overstatement. She was merely a typical heartbreaker. Yet, it seemed this era had yet to coin terms like desperate admirer or heartbreaker. Su Lan found it challenging to equate Yu Tiancheng with the clumsy lovesick boy she had heard about, for the Yu she knew was nothing like the rumored figure. On a positive note, he was intelligent, quick-witted, well-liked among his peers, and exhibited a maturity in his demeanor that surpassed many adults, radiating warmth and kindness. Conversely, he could be cunning, distancing himself from Li Cici while entangling himself with the school beauty, navigating life with a certain shrewdness and reticence. Oh, that school beauty was indeed quite lovely. This young man was intriguing and charming as well. Noticing Su Lan's unwavering gaze, Yu Tiancheng felt a twinge of vulnerability. Yet, if you look at me, I shall gaze back with sincerity. After all, I have nothing to lose. What were you asking me earlier? Su Lan raised her hand to adjust her dress. Ah, I was inquiring why you insisted on having this window face west. Observing her movements, Yu Tiancheng felt no embarrassment at having his intentions revealed. Take a guess. Su Lan shifted her position slightly on the bed to better view the westward window. A woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. How could I possibly guess? I am no oracle. Yu Tiancheng glanced outside. It was late, and aside from the streetlights, only a few car headlights meandered down the road. Across the street, in the villa district, a few lights remained aglow. A thought flickered in Yu Tiancheng's mind. My home is directly across from here, the 7th building from the left. If you stand here, you can see my room. Su Lan stood up and approached Yu Tiancheng, her finger gliding over a villa on the screen. Indeed, I've rested enough. It's time for me to return home. You should get some rest too. I'll contact you again tomorrow. By the way, don't close the curtains. After speaking, Su Lan playfully winked at Yu Tiancheng, saying, Am I leaving without anything to say? It sounded as if they would never meet again. Yu Tiancheng cast a sideways glance at Su Lan. Are you saying you don't want me to stay? Su Lan's almond-shaped eyes sparkled with charm. Stop teasing, Teacher Su. Yu Tiancheng emphasized the title. I've relinquished my role as your teacher. I'm now your employee. You may call me Secretary Su. Su Lan extended her finger and playfully tugged at Yu Tiancheng's shirt button. Instantly, he stiffened, thinking, what does she intend? Yu Tiancheng slightly bent his knees. Lowering himself and clasping his hands in a gesture of apology, President Su, I was wrong. All right, I'm done teasing you. I'm leaving, she replied, her finger gliding up to lightly touch his chin. With a toss of her hand over her shoulder, she donned her high heels and exited the room. As the door closed, Yu Tiancheng exhaled a sigh of relief. Outside, Su Lan leaned against the door, releasing a long breath as well. She brushed her hair back. Her face flushed, feeling a bit warm. If he had asked her to stay, would she have? Su Lan suddenly realized that had Yu Tiancheng spoken up, she might have stayed inexplicably. What am I thinking? I am his teacher. Well, at least for now. Moreover, he has a girlfriend. Everything else is fleeting. Only my career is steadfast. To attain freedom, one must be self-reliant. After taking a couple of deep breaths, Su Lan regained her composure and, in her high heels, clicked away. Inside, Yu Tiancheng sat by the window, pulling out his phone. A message awaited him, an unread text from Tianyu. The night had been too busy for him to notice her message. Opening it, he found a brief note. Tomorrow, shall we go to the library together? After pondering for a moment, he replied, I'm in Star City with some matters to attend to and have been busy until now. I'm not sure when I'll return tomorrow. He thought that at this hour, Tianyu must have already gone to bed. However, just as he set his phone down, a message alert chimed. Tianyu. Oh, then please take care and rest early. Good night. In Langzhou, at Tianyu's home, the television screen glowed brightly, yet the sound was muted. Tianyu curled up on the sofa, holding her phone after replying, her gaze fixed on the television, though her mind was elsewhere. Aren't you going to sleep? Tian Ruyun emerged from the bathroom, drying her damp hair and inquiring. He is coming on Monday. Tianyu replied coldly. I know, he called me. Tian Ruyun paused, letting out a sigh. I don't really want to see him, Tian Yu said, pursing her lips. Tian Ruyun gently patted Tian Yu's head and affectionately said, don't be this way. After all, he is your father. Chapter 60. Do you also wish to be a pig? I wish to visit Star City tomorrow, Tian Yu suddenly remarked. Your father is arriving tomorrow. He intentionally came a day early just to spend time with you. Upon hearing Tian Yu's words, Tian Ruyun was momentarily taken aback. That's perfect. He arrives, I leave. It's settled. Tian Yu's words left Tian Ruyun in a state of deep conflict, yet she felt helpless, letting out a profound sigh. Mom, your business is doing quite well now. We do not need him to support us, nor do we require him to play the benevolent father. Why do you still accommodate him so? Tian Yu grasped Tian Ruyun's hand, asking defiantly. You mustn't say that. Although I am strong-willed, I understand my own limitations. After all, the two of us ventured from Sichuan and Chongqing to Langzhou, a place unfamiliar to us. Without some background, what business could we possibly establish? He may not have offered us much assistance, but as long as he is around, no one dares to trouble us. Over the years, from street vending to opening a shop, we have encountered our fair share of troublemakers and even faced the municipal enforcement officers. Yet in the end, why did those issues just fade away? Don't you understand? Sometimes, it is not about him providing anything. Rather, just having a slight connection brings us convenience. Tian Ruyun spoke softly to Tian Yu. Mom, I am sorry. You have endured so much over the years. After hearing her mother's words, Tian Yu realized how much her mother had suffered. In truth, he too felt indebted to the two of us, which is why he has not severed ties. If you do not wish to see him, then do not. After all, what would you say to each other? I do not want you to feel constrained. Tian Ruyun tidied her daughter's hair, gazing into her beautiful, crescent-like peach blossom eyes, and reflected, it is not that I am accommodating him. I simply do not want you to lose your father entirely. If you wish to go to Star City, then go. Eat whatever you desire. Visit wherever you wish. I will have your uncle pick you up in Star City. Tian Ruyun wiped the corner of her eye and smiled as she spoke. All right, thank you, Mom. I am off to bed now. You should rest early as well. Tian Yu stood up, took her phone, and walked into her room. The screen illuminated with a text message. Yu Tiancheng, good night. These simple 2 words filled Tian Yu with a flutter of excitement. He surely has no idea that I will seek him out tomorrow, does he? In the Huatian Hotel of Star City, after replying to the message, Yu Tiancheng placed his phone on the bedside table. After taking a shower, he rushed about in a state of undress for a moment before comfortably collapsing onto the spot where Su Lan had previously lain. The quilt still held her lingering fragrance. Yu Tiancheng twitched his nose, rose, and leaned against the sofa by the bay window, his gaze fixed on the direction of Villa 7. At this moment, the previously dark living room of that villa was ablaze with light. She must be negotiating with her parents right now, he thought, stroking his chin. After a while, he scratched his thigh. Damn it, I didn't dry off well, it's a bit itchy. To his surprise, after about 10 minutes, the lights in the living room dimmed. Shortly thereafter, a room on the 2nd floor illuminated, the curtains were drawn aside, and the floor-to-ceiling window was opened. From a distance, Yu Tiancheng could discern a figure emerging, gazing in his direction. Even through the haze, he recognized that it was Su Lan. Had it ended so quickly? Or was it too late for a conversation? Curiosity piqued, he continued to observe Su Lan, only to notice that an enormous telescope had been set up on her balcony, aimed directly at him. At first, he was taken aback, then a chill ran down his spine. Goodness, a voyeur. I'm not even dressed. Infuriated, Yu Tiancheng leaped up, raised his middle finger at the glass, and then flung himself onto the bed, burying himself under the covers. Meanwhile, on the opposing villa's balcony, Su Lan stood frozen for a moment, staring at the telescope before glancing back at the brightly lit room across the way. What did I just witness? Was that a middle finger directed at me? That scoundrel. Cursing under her breath, Su Lan looked back through the telescope, only to find that Yu Tiancheng had vanished from sight. The lights were extinguished, and the curtains drawn shut. Wasn't I supposed to keep the curtains open? You rascal. After staring through the telescope a few more times, she ultimately gave up. The following morning, Tian Yu sat in a car heading to Star City. This vehicle was a private hire running specifically between Star City and Langzhou, arranged by her cousin Tian Ruyun the previous evening, accommodating 4 passengers who shared the fare. By 8 o'clock, Tian Yu had arrived at her uncle's home in Star City. Yeah, I've been waiting for you. Your uncle and aunt have some urgent matters to attend to today. Take Hao with you. Here's 500 yuan. Buy whatever you wish for lunch and dinner. And remember to ensure he finishes his homework. If Hao disobeys you, feel free to discipline him after you're done. Come back and let me know so I can give him another talking to. Tian Yu's uncle, Tian Rohai. had recently found success running a grain and oil store in Star City, holding the money in her hand. Tian-Yu felt a wave of frustration as she watched her unreliable uncle hand over his even more unreliable son to her care. So, I've traveled all this way to be your babysitter? Tian Hao, a chubby 13-year-old just starting middle school, beamed with a sycophantic smile upon hearing he would be spending the day with his sister. Sis, it's not easy for you to come all this way. Why don't I take you out for a stroll? I heard there's a new arcade open near the Great Ancient Road. Or how about we go to the internet cafe? I went with my classmates last time, and it was so much fun. Why should you get to play on your phone while I have to do homework? As soon as their parents left, Tian Hao tossed aside his pen and began to negotiate with Tian-Yu. Enough chit-chat, get to writing. There are only a few questions. You can't possibly be that clueless. Do you even know how to turn on a computer? Tian-Yu cast a glance at Tian Hao, deftly operating her phone to send a message to Yu Tiancheng. Where are you? At that moment, Yu Tiancheng had just awakened, reaching for his phone to check the time. And coincidentally, a message arrived. This girl, doesn't she know I'm in Xingqing? Could it be that she has also come to Xingqing? Impossible. She has school tomorrow. What could she be doing here today? Moreover, as a young lady, could Tian Riyun really allow her to travel such a distance to Xingqing? Initially somewhat dazed, Yu Tiancheng quickly regained clarity and tentatively replied, You're in Xingqing? Tian-Yu, yes. Yu Tiancheng, don't mess around. Tian-Yu, give me an address. And I'll come over shortly, believe it or not. Yu Tiancheng, I don't believe you. Tian-Yu, just tell me the address. Yu Tiancheng, room 608, Huatian Hotel. Who said I can't turn on my phone? I can also play Legend. I'm an 8th level warrior, don't underestimate me. My master is a level 30 mage. Single-handedly taking down 4 in a siege battle, quite impressive indeed. Tian Hao continued to chatter incessantly beside him. Stop talking and come with me. Where to? For breakfast. Fine. Going out is certainly preferable to being at home with the tigress mother insisting on homework. Tian Hao scampered eagerly behind Tian-Yu. Sister, that restaurant, the one with the rice noodles, is incredibly delicious. All right, let us go there. You get 3 portions to take away. 3. Sister, you're too good to me. How did you know I could eat 2 portions? You glutton, you may be small, but your appetite is substantial. Fine, 2 portions it is, then let us get 4. 4? Sister, there are only 2 of us. Do you want to be a pig too? Just do as I say and stop your nonsense. Chapter 61. Have you 2 slept together? Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door echoed, and when the door swung open, Yu Tiancheng's eyes immediately fell upon Tian-Yu, who stood gracefully at the threshold, clad in a pristine white shirt paired with a light blue pleated skirt. Behind her stood a plump boy, a head shorter than her, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, clutching 2 takeout boxes with both pudgy hands, gazing curiously into the room. You really came to Xingqing? Yu Tiancheng was utterly bewildered. He hadn't anticipated Tian-Yu would arrive so promptly. She resembled a legitimate Maine wife hastening to catch her partner in the act. I came to buy study materials and see you in the process. Tian-Yu offered a rather flimsy excuse. Although Langzhou may not be as prosperous as Xingqing, it certainly has its fair share of study materials. Moreover, with Tian-Yu's academic prowess, does she even require additional materials? This is my younger brother, Tian Hao. Tian-Yu introduced him briefly. This is my classmate. You can just call him Brother Yu. Brother Yu, you live in such a nice place. Tian Hao lacked sophisticated descriptors, but in his mind, he could only think, impressive. If you have money, you can live well. Come in. Yu Tiancheng welcomed the 2 into his room. Tian-Yu scanned the room, finding it a bit dim, so she walked to the window and pulled the curtains open. Meanwhile, Tian Hao, after a few glances, quickly redirected his focus to breakfast. He unwrapped 1 portion of rice noodles, holding it while slurping and peering out the window curiously. What are the plans for today, class monitor? Yu Tiancheng handed a tissue to Tian-Yu. The girl had evidently rushed over, beads of sweat adorning her forehead, exuding a faint fragrance of youth. Tian-Yu accepted the tissue, wiping her sweat as she remarked, I was initially going to let it go. What arrangements do you have? I am at your disposal. At that moment, Tian Hao, who had half a mouthful of rice noodles, erupted in a fit of laughter, spewing it out through his nose. Coughing, with tears streaming from his eyes, he gazed at Tian-Yu in disbelief. Heavens! Is this still the fierce mother who would strike his father and stomp on me? Her younger brother? Why is she so obedient in front of others? Look at you, you can't even eat properly. It's such a mess. Hurry and wash up. Upon turning her head, Tian-Yu caught sight of Tian Hao's state and was instantly incensed, delivering a swift slap to the back of his head. Tian Hao, on the verge of tears, obediently set down his noodles and scampered into the restroom. Listen to me, Yu Tiancheng said, chuckling as he rubbed his nose. On such a hot day, Why don't we just enjoy the air conditioning here all day? That sounds wonderful. Tian Yu's eyes sparkled. The mere thought of spending time with Yu Tiancheng, even in silence, filled her with happiness. Just then, Tian Hao emerged from the restroom, unintentionally spraying water everywhere. Tian Xiaoping, are you even capable? Quickly clean that up, or prepare to scrub the carpet. Tian Yu scolded with her hands on her hips. Startled, Tian Hao shivered, ready to bend down and wipe the mess. Forget it, it's just a little water. Yu Tiancheng swiftly intervened, seeking to calm Tian Yu's temper. Tian Hao stood awkwardly, hesitating as he looked at Tian Yu. Just focus on your meal. If you keep making those strange noises, you might as well go back and do your homework. Those words from Tian Yu felt like a pardon to Tian Hao. Brother Yu treats me well, he thought, offering a compliment to Yu Tiancheng as he hurried over to continue slurping his noodles obediently. Am I that unkind to you? Tian Yu rolled her eyes, feeling a mix of exasperation and affection. I spared you, yet you thank him. This brother of mine is truly hopeless. All right, everything is fine. Tian Hao dared not offend this little tyrant. The pressure of blood ties aside, he knew that if his father discovered he dared to rebel, he would surely face a beating upon return, with his mother not intervening at all. Sometimes, Tian Hao even wondered if Tian Yu was truly their biological child, while he felt more like an adopted one. I suppose I should take you both out for a stroll. You could stay cooped up in this room all day. But that little fatty can't bear it. Yu Tiancheng laughed heartily. Brother Yu, from now on, you are my dear father. No, my dear brother. Tian Hao gave Yu Tiancheng a thumbs up, nearly calling him father. Little fatty, where do you wish to go for fun? Today, big brother treats you. Yu Tiancheng, now financially prosperous, was no longer the impoverished soul who had to barter for bananas after buying 2 apples. Really? Tian Hao's eyes gleamed as he counted on his fingers. I want to go to Posey Street for spicy shrimp, and then to the 4 aunties for stinky tofu, sugar oil rice cakes, glutinous rice dumplings, and xiangbean spring rolls. After that, I want to play King of Fighters at Zenjishi and then head to the internet cafe for some Legend of Mir. A cough from Tian Yu interrupted him, her gaze sharpening with an unspoken warning. That's about enough. Tian Hao swallowed hard, gazing longingly at Yu Tiancheng. No problem, as long as we have enough time. I'll take care of everything. Yu Tiancheng, unfazed, turned his attention to Tian Yu. Tian Hao, equally anxious, stared at her. All right, wherever you wish to go. We shall go. This statement was directed at Yu Tiancheng. Long live brother Yu. Rest assured, I will never disclose your relationship with my sister. I swear. Tian Hao believed that one who receives favors must reciprocate. Yu Tiancheng's concern for him stemmed from a fear of their budding romance being exposed. Thus, he felt compelled to express his loyalty. Unexpectedly, this very declaration offended both Tian Yu and Yu Tiancheng. Little chubby, you are misjudging our intentions, Tiancheng chuckled. What sort of person do you think I am? Would I be fearful of anyone holding any leverage over me? Tian Hao, you will return home to do your homework. You may explain to your parents however you see fit. If necessary, I have a phone. You can directly call your aunt and inquire if she would hinder our relationship. Tian Yu promptly retrieved her phone and tossed it onto the table. What is this? Everything was fine just a moment ago, and now the atmosphere has shifted? Did I say something wrong? Have you two already shared a bed? Despite his youth, Tian Hao was no fool. He simply had a tendency to think in exaggerated terms, often speaking without a filter. Little brat, do you even know what sharing a bed means? What filthy thoughts occupy your mind? Tian Yu's cheeks flushed crimson as she seized Tian Hao's ear and twisted it mercilessly. Wait, sis, I was wrong. Please, not so hard. It hurts. Brother Yu, godfather. Help. Tian Hao called out for assistance. What are you screaming about? Tian Yu tightened her grip. You are my brother. If you call him godfather, what am I to call him? Yu Tiancheng watched the little chubby boy squirm with amusement, chuckling at his self-inflicted predicament. If not for you being such a nuisance, perhaps we could have shared a bed. Chapter 62. A relationship without a beautiful future is not sustainable. After the 3 of them finished 4 bowls of noodles, they stepped out and headed straight for Posey Street. Yu Tiancheng was actually quite pleased to come here, as it was in close proximity to the encounter bar, just a turn away. He was set to return to Langzhou the following day and wanted to ensure he had a word with Sun Kuan and the others, clarifying some essential details before his departure. Once he returned home, with hundreds of kilometers between them, communication would rely solely on the internet, which was far less reliable than face-to-face interaction. Brother Yu, there's an ice cream shop over there. As they entered Posey Street, Tian Hao pointed to an ice cream store at the corner. Tian Hao. Tian Yu shot him a glare. It's fine. He just had 2 bowls of noodles, so he can probably handle an ice cream as well, Yu Tiancheng reassured her. Then you can queue up by yourself. Tian Yu retorted, pulling out 10 yuan from her pocket. Looking up, she noticed Yu Tiancheng handing Tian Hao 100 yuan. We want vanilla flavor. You can choose whatever you like. And we'll meet by the seating area over there. Yu Tiancheng pointed to the table beneath the sunshade by the roadside and exclaimed, Brother Yu, you're so generous. Tianhao took the cash and hurried off to line up. I promise to treat you. Let us go over there and see. Do you want to eat stinky tofu? I'll help you queue up. Let us go together. Tian Yu sighed and followed closely behind Yu Tiancheng. Come on, walk a bit faster. We're out to have fun. Let us enjoy ourselves. Yu Tiancheng turned around and reached out, grasping Tian Yu's left hand. Ah, be gentle. Tian Yu gasped in surprise, instinctively retracting her arm, but in less than a fraction of a second, she relinquished her struggle. It felt as though they had held hands once before at school. Familiarity breeds comfort. Now that they were outside, what was there to fear? Deep down, Tian Yu possessed the bold and spirited nature typical of girls from Sichuan and Chongqing. Rules and admonitions from teachers had little effect on her. At the moment their hands intertwined, she felt a warmth that dispelled all shadows from her heart. Thus, hand in hand, they advanced through the queue. Even the scorching sun felt less oppressive. When it was time to buy stinky tofu, Yu Tiancheng insisted on purchasing 3 servings. However, Tian Yu countered that 2 would suffice. What about Tianhao? Yu Tiancheng inquired. We can share 1 serving, she replied. All right, at this moment. The stinky tofu seemed sweet. In truth, Tian Yu had another thought she kept to herself. Holding 2 servings would allow them to continue holding hands, while buying 3 would prevent it. So, as they returned hand in hand, they encountered Tianhao, who had just procured an ice cream. His eyes nearly popping out in surprise, almost dropping his treat. Hurry, sis, help me out, it's melting, he exclaimed in a panic. Tian Yu shot him an exasperated glance, reluctantly releasing Yu Tiancheng's hand to assist with the ice cream. And what about the stinky tofu? Brother Yu is so nice. Tianhao's grin stretched from ear to ear, one hand clutching ice cream and the other stinky tofu, relishing every bite. However, upon looking up, he saw Tian Yu poking a piece of stinky tofu with a toothpick, preparing to feed it to Yu Tiancheng. The chubby boy thought, feeling as if he had just been fed a mouthful of dog food. Yet, being young, he was not overly troubled by such a notion. Observing the passing young men and women, particularly the envious glances from the males, he felt a sudden surge of pride. A bunch of single dogs. I'm not envious at all. I have a little girlfriend at school too. 20 minutes later, the 3 of them had finished their ice cream and stinky tofu. Yu Tiancheng and Tian Yu felt slightly full, but the chubby boy raised his hand once more. Tian Yu shot him a playful glare, lacking authority but radiating charm. What do you want now? I want to eat squid skewers. Tianhao declared boldly. Go buy some. Bring me back 2 skewers. Yu Tiancheng gestured dismissively. I don't have any money. Tianhao slyly glanced at Yu Tiancheng. He had seen the impressive stack of cash when Yu Tiancheng had opened his wallet earlier, at least 10 blue bills. With the hotel where Yu Tiancheng resides. In the eyes of the chubby boy, he is undoubtedly a quintessential second-generation wealthy individual. At this moment, seizing the opportunity to profit seems imperative, as who knows how long it will be before another chance arises. Just as Tianhao began to speak, his ears were abruptly tugged. An ice cream costs merely 3 yuan, yet you received 100. What about the remaining amount? Yu Tiancheng, with a grin, feigned goodwill. Never mind, let him spend it. Ouch, be gentle. I forgot, I'm right here. Tianhao exclaimed, pulling out a crumpled wad of cash from his pocket. Put it down, hand over 10 yuan, and return the rest immediately, for every cent short. Your father will give you a beating, Tian Yu declared sternly. Without hesitation, Tianhao pushed the money towards Yu Tiancheng, snatched a 10 yuan note, and scampered away while rubbing his ears. Once Tianhao departed, Tian Yu retrieved 50 yuan from her wallet and handed it to Yu Tiancheng. What is this? Are we a couple? Let's settle the accounts properly, Yu Tiancheng jested. Get lost. Who is your partner? Tian Yu's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot him a reproachful glare. Though I'm unaware of how much your family has given you, Tianhao is my brother, and I cannot allow you to pay for him. Oh, come on. How much can eating and having fun cost? Your boyfriend is affluent. How could he possibly go out with his girlfriend to enjoy the benefits? Yu Tiancheng waved dismissively. Yet, Tian Yu stubbornly pressed the money into Yu Tiancheng's hands. After 2 years of a tumultuous relationship with Li Sisi, it was all for the sake of his wealth. Tian Yu was determined not to let anyone say that her relationship with Yu Tiancheng was merely a pursuit of his fortune. Moreover, the sudden influx of money raised her suspicions. Could he have perhaps stolen from his family? It wasn't that Tian Yu was overly suspicious, it was a valid concern. Especially since Tianhao was a living example, having faced consequences for stealing from home before. Holding Tian Yu's hand, Yu Tiancheng discerned her unease and chuckled, shaking his head. Rest assured, your boyfriend is financially secure. Later tonight, I will take you somewhere, and you will see the legitimacy of my wealth. As if I haven't even agreed to be your girlfriend yet. Upon hearing Yu Tiancheng's words, Yu felt a wave of reassurance wash over her, though she pouted in response. Does that not qualify as a girlfriend? Yu Tiancheng inquired, lifting their interlaced hands. It does not. I stand by my words. If you cannot get into a 985 university, there is no chance, Yu asserted. Over the past few days, she had gathered considerable information regarding competitions and had come to believe that Yu Tiancheng, with a high probability, could excel in the informatics competition and gain admission to a reputable 985 institution. However, having already taken his hand, she could not allow him to take further advantage. The goals set must be realized. A love devoid of a promising future is destined to be fleeting. Chapter 63. This little firecracker is truly fierce. All right, when the acceptance letter arrives, I shall marry you, Yu Tiancheng proclaimed, brimming with pride. Get lost. Yu reached out, attempting to pinch the soft flesh at Yu Tiancheng's waist. Yu Tiancheng quickly diverted the topic, urging, please put away the money. It's broad daylight, and one should be wary of potential robbery. In 2003, even in the provincial capital, the streets were not particularly safe. Mischief makers and petty rogues roamed freely. Noticing Yu's hesitation, Yu Tiancheng had a sudden inspiration. If you truly wish to spend, why not buy a box of test papers for this little chubby one? Let him experience the pressure of academic rigor. Yu's eyes brightened instantly. What a splendid idea. The squid skewers arrived. The little chubby boy dashed over from afar, clutching a handful of squid skewers, placing them on the table. With both hands working simultaneously, his cheeks puffed up, making his face appear even rounder. Yu Tiancheng watched in amusement. This fellow had quite the appetite. After devouring 2 bowls of noodles, ice cream, and stinky tofu, he now devoured yet another handful of squid skewers without pause. No wonder he had become so portly. Brother, you eat up. It's delicious, Tianhao exclaimed, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, indulging heartily, completely oblivious to the mischievous trap Yu Tiancheng had just laid for him. After flaunting a few squid rings, Tianhao rubbed his belly with a grin. I'm about 80% full. Brother, I still want more. All right, we've strolled enough. Let's head to the library. Yu promptly interrupted Tianhao, suggesting they visit the library. Weren't we supposed to play games? Tianhao sulked, glancing at Yu Tiancheng, constantly raising his eyebrows, hinting at him. The library is a bit far. Why don't we play nearby for a while? We can go later, Yu Tiancheng signaled to Tianyu. As astute as she was, Tianyu immediately grasped that what Yu Tiancheng intended to show her might be close at hand. Very well, she replied, casting a frosty glance at Tianhao before turning to Yu Tiancheng, her peach blossom eyes sparkling with delight. Alas, girls are so extroverted. It hasn't even begun, and already her elbow is bending outward. Tianhao lamented with an air of exaggerated wisdom. Are you not afraid, Tian Xiaoping? Tianyu turned with a fierce glare. Sis, how can your ears be sharper than a police dog? Tianhao, startled, took a few steps back, inquiring from a distance. Tian Xiaoping, so you dare to call your sister a dog? If you have the guts, run further away. Don't let me catch you. Tianyu scolded, hands on her hips, pointing at him. Tianhao, left speechless, found it utterly foolish to reason with a woman consumed by romantic notions. The three of them bantered and frolicked their way to the new Century Game City, a newly opened large arcade filled with pristine machines. To Yu Tiancheng, the timing for opening an arcade seemed to be on the brink of obsolescence. With the rise of internet cafes, the decline of arcades was inevitable. In such a vast establishment, without engaging in illicit activities like gambling machines, recouping the initial investment could be a challenge. Of course, how others conducted their business was of little concern to him. It wasn't his money at stake. He merely gazed at the machines, nostalgia washing over him, reminiscent of his childhood. Quickly, brother let me tell you about my prowess. I can take on 3 at once. Tianhao held a cardboard box filled to the brim with game tokens, brimming with excitement as he boasted to Yu Tiancheng. Today was a fortunate day. Typically, he would spend $1 to acquire 5 tokens and spend hours playing. However, Yu Tiancheng had bought $30 worth of tokens all at once, astonishing the shopkeeper who had gone out of his way to provide a box for them. With such an abundance of tokens, Tianhao pondered the possibility of sneaking in a game on the risque mahjong machine, Kyokuzanaji, a name that revealed his lack of cultural knowledge. Yu Tiancheng also clutched a handful of tokens, leisurely strolling through the arcade. From a contemporary perspective, the arcade was relatively well equipped, albeit heavy with the scent of smoke. Most of the patrons were young delinquents, each with a cigarette dangling from their lips, furiously mashing buttons and shouting in exuberance. You're quite generous to buy so many tokens at once. Will you even use them all? Tianyu, who had taken a few tokens out of curiosity, surveyed the scene but soon lost interest. After a couple of rounds of King of Fighters with Tian Hao, Yu Tiancheng felt similarly disenchanted. Tian Hao was not exaggerating. He truly was skilled, executing various moves with remarkable finesse. Yu Tiancheng, having hardly engaged with such games in his previous life, struggled to remember the intricate maneuvers and, as a result, found himself outmatched. However, when Tianyu took over after Yu Tiancheng, Tian Hao was struck by a palpable sense of pressure emanating from a true prodigy. After 5 consecutive tokens, he failed to secure a single victory, nearly succumbing to self-doubt. Even Yu Tiancheng stood by, bewildered. Sister, have you practiced before? How could you possibly outperform me? Tian Hao exclaimed, watching his once familiar Kyo Kusanagi crash to the ground, his mouth agape in disbelief. Does one really need to practice? For buttons and a joystick, it's all so simple. Tianyu shook her head, asserting that this was child's play compared to mathematics. Tian Hao felt tears welling in his eyes. Having first encountered arcade games at the age of 8 and spending 5 years immersed in that world, navigating through clouds of smoke and countless hours of practice, to be labeled a fool by someone else was a crushing blow. Just then, a young delinquent sauntered over, cigarette in hand, and slapped the back of Tian Hao's head, nearly causing him to collide with the electronic screen. "You little brat," he cursed, only to turn and realize the identity of his assailant, sending a shiver down his spine. Chicken Brother. This notorious figure was well known around the arcade, notorious for harassing local middle school students. Having been victimized by him on several occasions, Tian Hao had long been haunted by the experience. Tianyu frowned, her gaze sharpening at the sight of the delinquent, while Yu Tiancheng merely raised an eyebrow, unfazed. After all, what did a man with the soul of a 40-year-old have to fear from a mere youth? "What's wrong? Chicken Brother?" The young thug sneered, mocking Tian Hao. "I'm afraid I do not recognize you, Brother G. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to provoke anyone else." Tian Hao, with a sycophantic smile, gradually extended his hand to conceal the paper box resting beside him. "Everyone has seen it. Why bother hiding?" Brother G swiftly snatched the box, grabbed a handful of coins, kicked Tian Hao aside, and then plopped down in the very spot Tian Hao had just vacated. Tianyu instinctively stood up, her peach blossom eyes radiating palpable disdain. "Beautiful lady, you play quite well. Care to indulge me for a couple of rounds?" Brother G, audacious as ever, reached out to grasp Tianyu's arm. Yu Tiancheng furrowed his brow and stood up. To his surprise, just as he was about to step forward and confront the young man with the yellow hair, Tianyu abruptly swung her arm, delivering a resounding slap. The sharp crack of the slap left Brother G momentarily dazed, while it jolted Tian Hao, nearly causing him to lose control. Yu Tiancheng was also taken aback. This fiery girl was indeed formidable. Chapter 64. He bullies my sister. Should I tolerate him? You. The young man with yellow hair covered his face, gazing up at Tianyu, who towered over him with an angry glare, instinctively feeling a sense of trepidation. However, this fear was quickly diluted by the stares from those around them. Many customers engrossed in their games paused to witness the spectacle, some even recognizing Brother G and teasingly remarking, "Oh, isn't that little G? Has he been bested by a woman? Do you dare strike me?" The laughter made the young man feel derided. Encouraged by his years spent on the streets, he covered his face and stood up, attempting to shove Tianyu aside. Despite her earlier fierceness, she was still a girl, and now she appeared frightened, trembling with anxiety, her hands raised, unsure of how to defend herself. Yu Tiancheng could not stand by and watch Tianyu being bullied. He moved forward, ready to grab the young man's hair. "Sister, run." The chubby Tian Hao, summoning unexpected courage, charged forward and collided his head with the young man's chin. Yu Tiancheng's hand grasped nothing but air. "Damn it. I just wanted to be a hero and save a damsel. Why is it so difficult?" Resigned, he seized the back of Tian Hao's collar and pulled him back. It was unclear whether the sound emanated from the collision of Tian Hao's head with the young man's chin or from their teeth clashing, but it certainly was painful. The young man felt a ringing in his head and staggered, his posture askew. "You little brat." This collision ignited a fierce rage within him. Upon turning, he found himself facing not the beautiful girl and the chubby boy, but a tall, slender young man dressed casually. "Get lost." The young man, still reeling from the slap and the headbutt, attempted to push Yu Tiancheng away. However, in the next moment, he felt his fingers bend, followed by an excruciating pain radiating through his digits to his central nervous system. Yu Tiancheng had only seized his middle and ring fingers, but they were twisted in the wrong direction. Even more infuriating was the fact that, to prevent him from resisting, this scoundrel circled around, twisting his fingers behind him, while the other hand clutched at his hair, pulling back with force. Though Yu Tiancheng was not particularly adept at fighting, he possessed the wisdom of 40 years. While he may have lacked in physical strength, his intellect and skills were intact. Do not move. If you do, your fingers will snap, and your scalp will be torn away, he warned the young man with a calm demeanor. His steady composure quelled the anxiety of both Tian Yu and Tian Hao, especially Tian Yu, who gazed at Yu Tiancheng with a sense of security. Let me go, you bastard. Do you think I won't kill you? The young man, his fingers in agony, attempted to turn around, only to find his hair yanked back, rendering him unable to pivot or crouch. He could neither stand nor lower himself, forced to remain in an uncomfortable half-leaning position. Look at you, struggling to survive. How could you possibly threaten anyone? Yu Tiancheng remained unperturbed, scanning the surroundings and noticing the owner standing behind the counter, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. Yu Tiancheng understood that the owner wished to avoid trouble. But does avoiding conflict absolve you of responsibility? This is your establishment. Will you simply turn a blind eye when trouble arises? If you lack the ability to manage, why run a gaming hall? Come, let us proceed slowly to the bar, Yu Tiancheng said, as he dragged the young man toward the counter with deliberate ease. Tian Yu and Tian Hao followed closely behind. A crowd had gathered, forming a semicircle, some tiptoeing to catch a glimpse, while others stood atop chairs. Throughout this journey, the young man hurled curses at Yu Tiancheng's ancestors. Each time he cursed, Yu Tiancheng tightened his grip, bending his fingers further and pulling his hair harder. When the young man fell silent, he took a few steps forward. Thus, they traversed a mere 20 meters, taking a full 2 minutes. Upon seeing Yu Tiancheng approaching with the young man in tow, the gaming hall owner's expression darkened. This lad seemed intent on dragging him into the fray. Brother son, please help me. Make this bastard let go, or I swear I will end him. The young man shouted to the owner. Boss son, I am a customer here. This fellow is targeting my girlfriend, and you are just going to stand by? Who would dare to visit your establishment again? Yu Tiancheng sat on a stool beside the bar, completely unfazed, watching the owner with amusement. After a moment of contemplation, boss son retorted to the young man. You little brat, have you been reduced to a mere turtle? After his scolding, he stepped out from behind the counter and addressed the young man. I will have him release you, but you must not cause a scene in my establishment. You let him go. He's about to rip my scalp off. The tone of the young man with yellow hair noticeably slowed. Let him go. Here, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly, boss son remarked to Yu Tiancheng. Then I shall release him. As Yu Tiancheng loosened his grip, he delivered a swift kick to the young man's lower back. The force of the kick sent him sprawling forward, kneeling on the ground. What a disgrace. The young man's face was thoroughly humiliated today. Damn it. The young man rose from the floor, swinging his fists furiously at Yu Tiancheng. Hey, Yu Tiancheng tapped boss son's arm, elongating his tone to emphasize his point. Did I just speak in vain? Boss son shot a furious glare at the young man. Fine, out of respect for brother son, I won't touch you in his establishment. But don't even think about escaping. The moment you step outside, I'll break your legs. This entire street is under my control. If you dare, remain inside for the rest of your life. The young man's eyes reddened with rage as he limped out of the arcade. Brother Yu, we should leave quickly. That guy is quite formidable in this area, and he will surely call for reinforcements, Tian Hao advised Yu Tiancheng upon seeing the young man flee. You were quite gallant just now. I thought you would be frightened to the point of wetting yourself. Yu Tiancheng dismissed the young man's actions with indifference and, with a hint of amusement, pinched Tian Hao's plump cheek. He bullies my sister. Should I let him get away with it? Tian Hao retorted defiantly, nearly eliciting tears from Tian Yu with his words. However, with his next statement, Tian Yu quickly retracted her sentiment. That scoundrel has robbed me several times. I've longed to confront him, but I hesitated. Tian Hao rubbed his nose, puffing himself up with bravado. Chapter 65. Unexpectedly, a mouthful of dog food look at you. Why fear him? If he bullies you, just report him. Tian Yu chided, ruffling Tian Hao's hair with a huff. Report him? Boss son scoffed, regarding Tian Yu with an expression of disbelief. Yu Tiancheng chuckled softly. Tian Yu was somewhat idealistic, still a naive student yet to experience the world. Individuals like the young man with yellow hair had probably been in and out of jail countless times, habitual offenders. It's entirely possible that he had some connections, otherwise, how could he so brazenly challenge Yu Tiancheng and his companions? As if on cue, while they were conversing, footsteps echoed from downstairs. Moments later, a group of over 10 ruffians, wielding steel pipes and wooden planks, pushed their way in. Some donned flashy shirts, others wore sleeveless leather vests, and some sported colorful, bizarre hairstyles adorned with piercings. Leading the pack was none other than the young man with yellow hair, returning with a vengeance, brandishing a large knife, exuding a menacing aura. Who the hell dared to bully my brother? A gaunt figure in a leather vest charged in, brandishing an iron rod. Tian Hao gulped nervously, instinctively retreating behind Yu Tiancheng. Tian Yu directly retrieved her phone. It's futile, Yu Tiancheng interjected, placing his hand over hers. I won't call the police. I will contact my father. Tian Yu, being astute, had grasped the situation in mere moments, realizing that involving the authorities might yield little benefit. At this juncture, the only person she could think of was someone she was reluctant to see. This trivial matter hardly warranted her uncle's intervention. Although Yu Tiancheng was unaware of Tian Yu's father's profession, he was well acquainted with her familial circumstances. Tian Riyun was raising Tian Yu alone, and her father had been conspicuously absent, to the point where she seldom mentioned him. Surely, this spoke volumes. Restraining Tian Yu, Yu Tiancheng turned to the proprietor, Mr. Sun, and inquired, "Are you still willing to assist us?" "Certainly. My establishment is not one where they dare to act recklessly," Mr. Sun replied, casting a scrutinizing glance at Yu Tiancheng. "However, you must understand, I will inevitably close my doors one day. Once they step outside, I can no longer protect you. These brash youths are unpredictable in their violence, and that young lady is quite striking. Such ruffians do not adhere to the law. If anything were to happen, it could haunt her for a lifetime." Mr. Sun's message was unequivocal. One must seek individuals capable of maintaining order. His intentions were not purely altruistic. Having spent considerable time in this chaotic environment, he had become adept at reading people. He perceived potential in Yu Tiancheng, but the extent of that potential remained uncertain. Operating his business in this area, where the likes of the yellow-haired ruffians loiter daily, he could not afford to be embroiled in their mischief. Simply managing to keep them outside was already a significant favor to Yu Tiancheng. "Very well, I will make a call," Yu Tiancheng stated, producing his phone. Mr. Sun glared at the unruly youth. "Get out." "But Sun Go, he is bullying my boss. I must confront him." The youth protested, eager to argue further. "Get out." Mr. Sun slammed his cigarette box onto the table, his irritation evident. He had discerned that this young couple was not ordinary. The girl was exceptional. Her father was likely a person of considerable influence. The young man before him exuded an unperturbed demeanor, suggesting he possessed inner strength. No matter how formidable the yellow-haired ruffian appeared, he was merely a thug, insignificant when compared to true power. He could be disposed of in an instant. Thus, it was paramount that nothing untoward occurred between these two in his establishment. The yellow-haired youth, defiantly glaring at Yu Tiancheng, sneered, "Come out, let him summon his allies. I want to see who he can bring. If he doesn't subdue me today, I will teach him the meaning of domination. Do you think you can contend with my brother Ji?" With newfound support, the yellow-haired Ji was as audacious as ever. Contemplating for a moment, Yu Tiancheng dialed Sun Kuan's number. He had exchanged contact information with several individuals the previous day, both phone and QQ. After a few seconds of waiting, it became evident he was unable to connect. Observing Yu Tiancheng hang up without a word, the yellow-haired youth chuckled mockingly. "What's the matter? Can't summon anyone. You were quite confident a moment ago." Yu Tiancheng ignored him and proceeded to dial AI Bing's number. "Hello, boss Yu. What brings you to call me? Do you have any instructions?" AI Bing's tone was both charming and teasing. "I just tried calling brother Sun, but he didn't answer. They've been busy since early morning, working hard to finish the webpage. I suspect he is preoccupied at the moment. If you have something to discuss, I can head over right now." AI Bing, "I've encountered a bit of trouble. I've been cornered." "What do you mean you've been cornered? Did you get into a fight?" "Yes, there are quite a few of them, and they're armed." "Boss you certainly know how to surprise me. All right, where are you? Just give me an address." "At Posey Street, New Century Arcade." "New Century? The owner's surname is Sun, right? Got it. I'll be there in 5 minutes." With that, AI Bing hung up the phone. "What's going on? Can anyone come?" A young man with yellow hair tapped on the glass door with a watermelon knife, leaning against it with a cold smirk. Yu Tiancheng shrugged. 5 minutes. "Fine, I'll wait for you for 5 minutes." The young man tucked the watermelon knife under his arm and pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offering them to his companions one by one. A group of individuals gathered at the arcade entrance, puffing clouds of smoke. The patrons inside the arcade, tense with anticipation, paused their games, eager to witness the unfolding drama. The owner, Sun, retrieved 2 bottles of ice-cold cola from the refrigerator, opened them, and placed them in front of Yu Tiancheng and Tian Yu, ignoring Tian Hao entirely. "Thank you," Tian Yu said, feeling a bit shy. Yu Tiancheng, however, showed no hesitation, taking a large swig of cola before cheerfully placing it in front of Tian Yu. She hesitated for a moment, unsure if his casual gesture was intentional. Yet, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, she lifted the cola to her lips and took a small sip. This action left Yu Tiancheng momentarily stunned. What does this mean? Is the whole bottle unpalatable? but my sip is flavorful. After tasting the drink, Tian Yu's cheeks flushed, and her gaze toward Yu Tiancheng held a mix of annoyance, affection, and shyness. Her enchanting demeanor bewildered everyone in the arcade. My goodness, how sweet. She was considerate of that young man's feelings. If I had such a beautiful and understanding girlfriend, I'd willingly embrace my fate. The group even forgot they had originally come to witness a spectacle. Unexpectedly, served a mouthful of romantic drama instead. Chapter 66. A wasted opportunity. Although AI being mentioned 5 minutes, it was barely that. Less than 5 minutes had passed, and the young man hadn't even finished a single cigarette. Suddenly, the roar of a car engine echoed from downstairs, followed by the rhythmic click of high heels approaching. 2 figures ascended the stairs. The first was a woman, clad in a white knee-length dress, with a fitted jacket and black high heels. Her face, delicate like a melon seed, bore an icy countenance as she strode forward, her gaze piercing through the gathered ruffians without a hint of trepidation. It was AI Bing. Right behind her was Qi Dong, dressed in a sharp suit, his eyes glinting with menace. As he passed by, the thugs instinctively parted to make way. As Qi Dong approached the doorway, he cast a glance at Brother Ji, causing Ji to tremble slightly, nearly dropping the cigarette, but from his fingers. Is that not someone we know? The young man with the yellow hair followed Qi Dong's silhouette and soon beheld a woman of extraordinary elegance standing before Yu Tiancheng, respectfully proclaiming, "Boss, I have come to escort you." She even inclined her body slightly in a courteous bow. The young gamers in the arcade stared wide-eyed, taken aback. My goodness, this woman radiates such charm. Unlike the youthful aura of Tian Yu, AI Bing exuded the unique allure of a noblewoman. Just her distant presence conveyed an air of grandeur. If Tian Yu were likened to a pure and beautiful lily, and Su Lan to a passionate and wild rose, then AI Bing could only be described as a regal and proud snow lotus. These 3 individuals embodied 3 distinct forms of beauty. At this moment, the lofty snow lotus deigned to bow her head to the seemingly youthful man, addressing him as boss, which was indeed astonishing. Observing AI Bing's respectful demeanor, Yu Tiancheng could only respond with exasperation, "Sister Bing, the act is over." AI Bing chuckled softly, her gaze momentarily resting on Tian Yu, internally marveling at the beauty of the young girl. As for Tian Yu's companion, Tian Hao, he was wholly disregarded. Nearby, Boss Sun, surprised by AI Bing's appearance, inquired, "Princess AI, what brings you here? And who is this?" He retrieved a pack of Furong Wong from the counter and tossed it to Qi Dong, saying, "Dong Gu has also arrived." Qi Dong caught it deftly and tucked it into his pocket. After all, this was our esteemed boss, no jesting matter. AI Bing playfully flicked her hair and stated earnestly, "In Star City, you speak such words in jest." Boss Sun was about to express disbelief, thinking it impossible for someone Yu Tiancheng's age to be her superior. Do you not believe it? Just look at those individuals blocking the entrance. They hardly seem of any stature, do they? AI Bing raised an eyebrow and posed the question to Boss Sunday ordinarily. Petty thugs would not dare to create a ruckus here. Anyone bold enough to openly call for a blockade must undoubtedly possess some backing. That little chicken's brother is within the precinct, Boss Sun pointed out. Is that so? AI Bing scoffed. I thought his brother was a director. Is it truly so intimidating that you are reduced to this? Princess AI, while you may look down upon them, I cannot afford to be so brazen. Especially within their territory, I lack the formidable support you possess, Boss Sun replied with a sycophantic smile. A little ruffian piped up, Qi Dong, tell him to scram. If he's not convinced, we'll deal with his brother tomorrow. AI Bing waved her hand dismissively. Qi Dong turned and approached the group of young men with yellow hair. Upon seeing Qi Dong approach, the yellow-haired youth quivered and greeted, Dong Gu. Do you know me? My boss is Yuan Gu, Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan? Isn't he still involved in those illicit taxi activities? Yes, he mentioned last time that he regretted it a bit and wanted to speak with you. He said you smoke. As Chicken Brother spoke, he produced a Furong Wong cigarette and respectfully offered one to Qi Dong. However, Qi Dong did not accept it. Instead, he reached for the watermelon knife held by the young man with yellow hair. Instinctively, the young man concealed the knife behind him. Hand it over. A fierce expression emerged on Qi Dong's face. Brother Dong, could you just let it go this time? The young man dared not relinquish the knife to Qi Dong, for this old rogue was indeed capable of inflicting harm. Before the young man could finish his sentence, Qi Dong delivered a resounding slap, filled with genuine intensity. Instantly, a handprint appeared on the young man's face, causing it to swell and blood to stream from his nose. Give you face? Who do you think you are? Ask Lu Yuan if he dares to seek face in front of me. Qi Dong pressed his finger against the young man's temple. Who the hell are you? The muscle-bound man named Pai Can was a fool, raising the steel pipe in his hand, ready to strike Qidong. Little did he know, Qidong seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. He sidestepped and pressed down on Pai Can's head, forcefully pushing it against the wall. Bang! Pai Can's head made intimate contact with the wall, resulting in a gash that stained the white surface crimson, collapsing to the ground. Clutching his head and convulsing like a shrimp, the young man's entourage, numbering over a dozen, stood frozen in shock. They exchanged glances, trembling with fear, none daring to utter a word. All were streetwise and had fought before, yet none had witnessed such ferocity from Qidong. The ferocity in his eyes was the kind that sent shivers down their spines, as if he had taken a life before. Rude. What level do you think you are to challenge me? Qidong flicked his wrist and turned to the young man with yellow hair. Who do you wish to cut? Come, show me. Extending his arm toward him, the young man felt humiliated, his face throbbing and blood gushing from his nose, yet he could muster no words. What good was a knife if he did not dare to use it? Qidong struck him again, leaving the other side of his face swollen. Brother Dong, please stop. I understand my mistake. The young man, seeing Qidong raise his hand once more, hastily begged for mercy. You understand your mistake? Now that our boss is leaving, will you let us pass? Qidong nudged the young man's shoulder. Yes, yes. We will clear the way. The young man hurriedly shoved his companions aside and went to assist Pai Can, lifting him to one side. Boss, you let us go, AI Bing said, deliberately stepping aside to stand behind Yu Tiancheng. Yu Tiancheng shrugged, descending the stairs with Tian Yu and Tian Hao. As they passed the young man, he did not dare to lift his gaze, fully aware of his fear of Qidong, utterly subdued. As the group descended, they entered a Buick Excel, perfectly accommodating 5 people. Once the vehicle was in motion, Yu Tiancheng remarked with a smile to AI Bing, Sister Bing, you truly gave him too much face just now. You are my boss. Matters like these are my responsibility. AI Bing tilted her head, gazing at Yu Tiancheng. Boss, you ought to consider whether it is time to grant me a bonus. Donggu. Thanks, Yu Tiancheng replied, dismissing AI Bing's remark as he patted Qidong on the shoulder. Oh, it's nothing significant. Next time you encounter such a situation in Star City, just give me a call. Qidong had exchanged contact information with Yu Tiancheng the previous day at the bar, keen to cultivate connections with someone of Yu Tiancheng's stature. AI Bing then turned her attention to the siblings, Tian Yu and Tian Hao. Boss, aren't you going to introduce these two? This is my girlfriend, Tian Yu, and her brother, Tian Hao, Yu Tiancheng stated. Girlfriend? Tian Yu? AI Bing's eyes lit up as she turned to Tian Yu, extending her hand. Hello, I am AI Bing, the manager of the logistics department at Yu Technology. Yu Technology, the name Yu Tiancheng had chosen for his new company just yesterday. Hello, Sister Bing. Tian Yu replied, quickly shaking AI Bing's hand, her eyes reflecting curiosity about AI Bing's self-introduction, particularly her mention of the company name. Is Yu Technology quite renowned? Tian Hao, visibly excited, trembled in anticipation, yearning for the beautiful sister to shake his hand as well. Unfortunately, he was completely overlooked. You are quite beautiful. AI Bing complimented Tian Yu. Sister Bing is even more stunning. Tian Yu cleverly retorted. Such sweet talk. AI Bing laughed. Receiving compliments on her beauty always brightened her mood, especially when they came from a fellow beauty of her caliber. However, the main lady had already taken her place, leaving her own friend in an awkward situation. Sulan, you truly are rather foolish. It was apparent last night that you missed your chance. What a wasted opportunity. Chapter 67. I am a teacher. My image. The vehicle came to a stop in the parking lot of the Encounter Bar, and the group made their way through the bar to Sun Kuen's studio. Upon entering, Yu Tiancheng immediately noticed Luo Yizhou and Shin Kai, their eyes bloodshot as they busily worked at their computers. Such is the nature of a startup. Everyone is brimming with enthusiasm and ambition. Sun Kuen was on the second floor. Upon seeing Yu Tiancheng enter, he immediately brightened. My revered Yu, you finally made it. How have you been? Nothing went awry, I hope? No missing pieces? As he spoke, he playfully tugged at Yu Tiancheng's waistband. Get lost, with Sister Bing around. How could anything possibly go wrong? Yu Tiancheng swatted away Sun Kuen's playful hand. How is everything coming along here? The progress is satisfactory. The website has been constructed largely according to your specifications. Come take a look. Sun Kuen guided Yu Tiancheng to Luo Yizhou's computer. Here, this selection box is inadequate. Let me handle it. After pointing out a few areas of dissatisfaction, Yu Tiancheng took matters into his own hands. After a flurry of activity, Luo Yizhou's eyes sparkled. This looks significantly more pleasing than before. Indeed, Yu Tiancheng's arrangements had rendered it more user-friendly and in line with general usage habits. Shin Kai, pondering Yu Tiancheng's modified webpage design, felt he had learned something valuable. Indeed, What we must focus on is not to approach the design from the developer's perspective, as this may lead to a misguided illusion where convenience dictates our design choices. Instead, we ought to design from the user's viewpoint. Oftentimes, your ideations may diverge from the actual usage. Yu Tiancheng's foresight, after all, is that of a mature product from 2 decades hence. By that time, major manufacturers will have thoroughly researched their target demographics. Just now, I engaged in a discussion about this very issue with Lu Qi, and it seems that we must indeed heed Yu's wisdom. Wang Chong, with arms crossed and stroking his chin, expressed his thoughts with a sigh. Enough of the flattery. The products you have developed are commendable, scoring an impressive 80 out of 100. Yu Tiancheng gestured with his hand. A mere 80? Some felt a sense of injustice. Yet there was little they could do. The effortless modifications he made surpassed their own efforts. They could only strive to prove themselves through their capabilities. Allow me to introduce my girlfriend, Tianyu, to you all. These individuals are the elder brothers and sisters from Xi'an University, and we are currently in the process of forming our company, Joy Technology. Yu Tiancheng provided a brief introduction of Tianyu to both parties, while Tian Hao was disregarded entirely. Yu's girlfriend? It seems that those with talent attract equally remarkable partners. I am Wang Chong. Goodness, Yu. Are you here to distribute dog food? You're still in your 3rd year of high school and already have a girlfriend, while I, a graduate student, remain single. Greetings. Beautiful. I am Chen Kai. Yu, this is a bit much. I am Luo Izhou. Hello, everyone. Tian Yu promptly greeted the group, realizing why Yu Tiancheng claimed to be wealthy. After all, he is venturing into entrepreneurship in Star City, particularly in the ever-thriving internet sector. Having some wealth is hardly excessive. However, Sun Kuan did not approach, but instead nudged AI Bing with his elbow, inquiring about the situation. What situation could there be? It's simply his girlfriend. Joy Technology. Joy Technology. Haven't you grasped that yet? AI Bing shot Sun Kuan an exasperated glance. And what of Su Lan? Sun Kuan appeared puzzled. You seem quite anxious. What is the relationship between Su Lan and you? A teacher-student dynamic. Yu is quite clear-cut about this, and Su Lan has stated it plainly. It is you all who have misconstrued the situation and taken it too seriously. Joking aside, it is essential to maintain the proper perspective at critical moments. Do you understand? AI Bing shook her head, her expression one of incredulity. Just then, a sharp cry echoed from the living room on the ground floor. Yu Tiancheng. Upon hearing this voice, everyone instinctively jolted, retreating to their seats, ready to resume work or to avoid the impending storm. Even AI Bing instinctively pulled Sun Kuan back a few steps, positioning themselves against the wall. Following this, a series of hurried footsteps echoed down the staircase. Before the individual even arrived, an emotionally charged reprimand echoed. What do you mean by this? After a troubling incident, instead of contacting me, you chose to reach out to AI Bing first. Do you still regard me as a priority? Dressed in a delicate azure suit, with cascading hair that exuded the essence of an urban sophisticate, Su Lan stormed in. Upon entering, without any regard for context, she raised the materials she held aloft. Suddenly, she froze mid-sentence, as if a bullet had jammed in the chamber. Her hands suspended in midair. This was due to the sight before her. Not only were there several old friends, but also a beautiful young girl and a plump boy. Ah, the beautiful girl. She was familiar. Tinchuan Class 9, Tianyu, the most renowned academic flower of Langzhou No. 1 High School. Well, she could be considered one of her students. Su Lan might struggle to recall many students' names, but she certainly remembered Tianyu. In computer operations, this girl's reaction time and learning speed far surpassed those of her peers. Su Lan even suspected that if Tianyu were to enter one of the prestigious institutions in Xingqing to study mathematics or information science competitions, she would not lag behind her counterparts. Unfortunately, Langzhou lacked sufficient resources in this regard, with no coaches available. Unless one possessed extraordinary talent like Yu Tiancheng, the absence of a renowned coach meant little hope of making it to the provincial team. Hello, Teacher Su. What made Su Lan feel even more awkward was that Tianyu had taken the initiative to greet her. This was not how she envisioned her image as a teacher. Ahem, Su, what does you need from me? Am I no longer part of the company? If the boss encounters trouble, am I not allowed to intervene? AI Bing hurriedly stepped in to alleviate the tension, approaching to take the materials from Su Lan's hands. In the next moment, Su Lan set the documents down, adopting her usual teacher's demeanor. Tianyu, you are here too. Then, she shot a fierce glare at Yu Tiancheng. Do you still consider me your teacher? To encounter such a significant event and be the last to know. If anything goes wrong, how will I explain it to your mother? This is Xingqing, with AI Bing here. Who would dare to touch me? Yu Tiancheng seized the opportunity to flatter AI Bing. Do you really think those little thugs on the street are aware of who AI Bing is? If they come across a brash youth, regardless of whether your family is provincial or municipal, they break your legs first. The one who suffers is not them. Su Lan was so infuriated that her eyes nearly bulged out. Had it not been for Tianyu's presence, she would have certainly kicked Yu Tiancheng a few times. Enough. Everything is fine now, isn't it? After all, I am your boss. Could you not grant me a modicum of respect? Su, I was wrong. Will that suffice? Yu Tiancheng, shameless as ever, offered a comical 90-degree bow in front of so many people, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Go away, go away. Su Lan, amused despite herself, decided to play along, tossing the materials onto the table. All procedures are completed. The business license, seal, and financial stamp are all here. My funds are also in place. And as per your request, the company is named Yu Technology, with myself as the legal representative. Yu Tiancheng chuckled as he glanced at the business license and said to Tianyu, allow me to formally introduce this individual, who is known as Teacher Su at school. But here she is the legal representative and general manager of Joyful Technology, Su Lan. Tianyu's mouth slightly parted in surprise. This revelation was indeed unexpected. How could a teacher become a subordinate so swiftly? This transformation of identity was rather abrupt, wasn't it? Stop spouting nonsense. You are not yet 18 and cannot serve as the legal representative. I am merely acting on your behalf for the time being. Just remember, once you turn 18, this position is rightfully yours. Should any legal issues arise, I shall not bear the consequences. Su Lan rolled her eyes in response. You are the second boss here. If I encounter trouble, you cannot escape unscathed either. Yu Tiancheng chuckled mischievously. At that moment, Tianyu felt a surge of pressure. Indeed, it was pressure. Yu Tiancheng's unexpected demeanor had taken her aback. Others had embarked on their entrepreneurial journeys, while her peers remained in high school. What did it mean to experience a dimensionality reduction attack? This was precisely what it entailed. Even the top students could feel the impact. The more academically gifted one is, the more acutely they perceive the rules governing the world. However, the distinction between the top students and those who struggle is that the latter might succumb to despair upon understanding these truths, while the former are brimming with determination. At this moment, after a brief hesitation, Tianyu regained her confidence. She had subtly elevated her own academic aspirations. Previously, she thought that if Yu Tiancheng aimed for a prestigious university like 985, she could simply follow suit. Now, her psychological target had shifted solely to Tsinghua or Peking University. How could one discuss life ambitions without gaining admission to the finest institutions? Without the qualification to stand beside him, how could there be an equal and enduring romantic relationship? Teacher Su, what about your job at the school? With her confidence restored, Tianyu found her footing in this new environment. Even if a graduate student from Shangtan University was present, she too aspired to attend a prestigious university. We must work hard. I need to keep a close watch on our boss, Su. Can you imagine us, high achievers, toiling away while the boss hasn't even graduated from high school? How embarrassing would that be? If someone were to ask about our boss's educational background, and the answer was that he didn't finish high school, how humiliating would that be? Su Lan replied in a low voice. Manager Su, that's quite excessive. We are in the company now, not at school. You are a subordinate. Is it appropriate to speak to your boss in such a manner? Off to the small black room with you. Yu Tiancheng reclined in his chair, teasing Su Lan. Do you see him as a person? Just moments ago, he was calling me President Su, and now he is pretending to be a big shot. Su Lan pointed at Yu Tiancheng, expressing her grievances to Tianyu. Tianyu remained silent, merely covering her mouth with a light laugh. All right. When are we returning to Langzhou? Tianyu will accompany us, saving her the trouble of traveling alone. Yu Tiancheng glanced at the time and, without consulting Tianyu, made the decision for her. After all the commotion, it was already past 1 in the afternoon, and logically, they should head back, as school awaited them the next day. After all, the journey would take 2.5 hours. You, the carefree commander, seem to revel in your comfort. With but a single command, we, the soldiers, are compelled to run until our legs ache. You are unaware of the multitude of tasks awaiting my attention. I cannot yet depart, as there are numerous procedures to complete. This afternoon, I must visit the administrative hall once more. I must finish all my duties today, or else, upon returning to Langzhou, I may find myself entangled in further responsibilities that necessitate my absence. Su Lan glanced at her phone with irritation, exclaiming, because of your trivial matters. I've had to make another trip, and I haven't even had lunch. Let us meet for dinner. It's only a couple of hours away. And I can still make it after dinner. Yu Tiancheng rubbed his brow thoughtfully and suggested, why not resign from your position at the first high school? Once this website commences operations, you will undoubtedly be inundated with various tasks, and it will be exhausting to run back and forth. Should I not wait until after your competition to leave? Very well, there's just this year left to endure. The first high school is rather relaxed. No one oversees me, and if any issues arise, I can present them directly to the boss for resolution. Su Lan teased, you all keep busy. I shall take my leave. Oh wait, could you give me and Tianyu a ride to the library? Yu Tiancheng called out to Su Lan. You truly are something. All right, let us go, it's on the way. Su Lan accompanied Yu Tiancheng and the others downstairs, and they drove to the vicinity of the library. Sister, let us have lunch together, it's on me. Suddenly, Yu Tiancheng altered his address, leaving Su Lan bewildered. Why the sudden formality? I want to be joining for lunch. I'm quite busy. Just give me your orders directly. Su Lan felt a nagging suspicion that when Yu Tiancheng became overly polite, it often signified ulterior motives. Thus, she spoke cautiously. Work is not something that must be rushed. If it cannot be done today, it can wait until next week. Health is the foundation of our endeavors. If one exhausts oneself, the effort is futile. Yu Tiancheng's demeanor was earnest. Su Lan inhaled deeply, feeling a twinge of emotion. Yet, she quickly waved her hand, stating, I am not like you. If you lose, you have ample opportunities for redemption. Should I falter, I risk losing everything. I certainly do not wish to marry that insufferable man. Missing one meal will serve as a means of dieting. I will contact you this evening. Farewell. Once Su Lan saw Yu Tiancheng and the others exit the vehicle, and the car slowly pulled away, she allowed a complex expression to surface, murmuring to herself, Su Lan, maintain your composure. Earning money is paramount. Everything else must remain concealed. Without wealth, the world will scorn you. Chapter 69. Brother-in-law, you are too kind to me. Shall we go as well? Did you not invite me to the library yesterday? Yu Tiancheng tilted his head toward Tianyu. Do you remember? A sweet warmth filled Tianyu's heart. Her earlier message to Yu Tiancheng had merely been an excuse to invite him out. To her surprise, he had taken it seriously. Sister, I am hungry. Observing the two engaging in laughter as they approached the library, the previously ignored Tian Xiaoping could no longer contain himself. He loathed nothing more than reading. Once inside the library, silence and restraint were required, a fate worse than death for him. How could you not be hungry while playing games just now? Sister, who skips lunch? All you think about is eating, someone remarked. A person is like iron, and rice is like steel. Missing a meal makes one feel uneasy. Tian Hao, clutching his belly, wore an expression of grievance. All right, let us dine. I too am feeling hungry. There is a Hunan restaurant nearby. One must be well-fed and hydrated to have energy. Yu Tiancheng was not particularly eager to visit the library, as he assumed Tianyu was there to gather research materials or purchase books from a nearby store. Just pure companionship, he thought. Fine, let us eat then. But this meal is on me. Do not order too many dishes. Tianyu glared at Tian Hao, knowing that the little chubby boy would not lose weight from skipping a meal, but Yu Tiancheng could not be left hungry. Tian Hao, unperturbed by her words, joyfully dashed into the restaurant, ordering an array of steamed dishes, steamed sausages, steamed pork, diced chicken, shredded beef, and steamed fish. The sheer quantity made Tianyu's desire to chastise him grow. Although served in small bowls, the total amount was rather daunting. Fortunately, when she arrived, her cousin Tian Ruyun had given her 500 yuan, and with an additional 500 from her uncle Tian Rohai, she was now quite affluent. Finish everything. If you leave even a morsel, you won't be able to sleep tonight. Tianyu threatened, tugging at Tian Hao's ear ominously. Relax, relax. It's just a few dishes. He replied, picking up his chopsticks and devouring the food voraciously. Whether Tian Hao was deliberately stalling. Tianyu and Yu Tiancheng finished their meals while he continued eating for another half hour. In the end, apart from the fish bones, he managed to clean every dish. Tian Xiaoping, with your appetite, even a landlord would struggle to sustain you. Yu Tiancheng remarked upon returning from the restroom to see the empty bowls. All right, the meal is finished. Let us head to the library. I still want to rest a bit. Tianyu retorted. Do you wish for your demise? Ouch, sister, be gentle. 100 steps after a meal ensures longevity. Boss, how much do I owe? That young man already settled it. Ouch, sister, don't exert yourself. My ear is about to fall off. With that, Tianyu seized Tian Hao and exited the restaurant, catching up with Yu Tiancheng. Didn't I say I would pay? No worries. Let the bill be attributed to this little chubby boy. Yu Tiancheng chuckled. Brother-in-law, you cannot be so heartless. Tian Hao pleaded, almost offering his own sister in marriage. Unexpectedly, before he could finish, Tianyu loosened her grip on his ear, merely regarding him with a cold, mocking gaze. She actually let go. Did her brother-in-law's address strike a chord with her? Little did he know, Tianyu had simply lost her strength from holding on for too long. Nonetheless, her gaze sent a shiver down Tian Hao's spine. Yu Tiancheng, too, wore a mischievous smile. Oblivious to the cryptic exchange between the two, Tian Hao felt a creeping unease, as if conspirators were plotting against him, yet he possessed no evidence. Upon entering the library, Tian Yu swiftly selected a book on mathematics competitions. She had previously studied math competitions for a time, but had set it aside. Now, seeing Yu Tiancheng's self-learning informatics competitions, she wished to rekindle her mathematical pursuits. Yu Tiancheng initially intended to browse through some books on computer science. However, after a cursory glance, he discovered a lack of suitable literature in that domain. Was Liu Dashan's tome, The Art of Algorithms and Informatics Competitions, not yet published? It appeared there was little of interest to be found. Ultimately, Yu Tiancheng noticed Tian Yu holding a book titled Modern Euclidean Geometry. He decided to purchase a copy for himself, along with another on graph theory and its applications. Upon returning to Tian Yu's side with the two books, Yu Tiancheng observed that Tian Hao had fallen asleep at the table, his drool soaking the book he had been resting on. After handing the two books to Tian Yu, he sat down beside her, fixated on her reading. Indeed, her profile was strikingly beautiful. Yet, mere admiration was insufficient. Summoning his courage, Yu Tiancheng reached out to clasp Tian Yu's delicate hand. Her long eyelashes fluttered discreetly, and a faint blush adorned her cheeks. The light blue pleated skirt she wore gracefully concealed her knees, complemented by white stockings and a pair of pristine sneakers below. Clearing his throat, Yu Tiancheng discreetly withdrew his hand and glanced around. You stay here for a moment. I'll head downstairs to buy some test papers for Xiaoping. Wait. Tian Yu sighed as she glanced at the sleeping Tian Hao. Withdrawing 200 yuan from her wallet, she added, buy a good amount. If this child doesn't study, he'll truly be hopeless. Yu Tiancheng gasped, incredulous. You, as his sister, are more ruthless than I am. With 200 yuan. How many test papers can one acquire in this day and age? Xiaopeng 1T finished them all by the time he reaches the third year of junior high. This expense must come from my pocket. Noticing Yu Tiancheng lost in thought, Tian Yu assumed he was contemplating footing the bill himself and sternly remarked, all right. I've agreed to your terms, but you must offer me some form of recompense. Yu Tiancheng accepted the money but, as if negotiating a deal, inquired. What kind of recompense? What? Tian Yu was taken aback, left momentarily speechless. Was there truly someone so audacious in this world? For running errands. You can't expect me to do it for free. There must be some benefit. Yu Tiancheng said with a playful squint, his gaze flitting to Tian Yu's face. Just owe me for now. Tian Yu's cheeks flushed as she admonished him. What on earth occupied this guy's mind all day? Fine. Yu Tiancheng chuckled and skipped downstairs with delight. Once he departed, Tian Yu found herself in a daze. Why did that electric sensation dissipate the moment he left? Could it be that this was the chemical reaction between men and women? Even with her exceptional academic prowess and insight, Tian Yu found it impossible to unravel this mystery. Before long, Tian Yu received a call from Yu Tiancheng. I'm by the library entrance. You should come down now. I truly cannot carry any more. Stunned for a moment, she instructed, stop sleeping, let us go. With a quick tug on his ear, she roused Tian Hao and let him out. As they exited the library, both were taken aback upon arriving before Yu Tiancheng. 3 cardboard boxes, each seemingly weighing at least 10 kilograms, were securely sealed and marked with the numbers 1, 2, and 3. So many? Tian Yu was taken aback. If these boxes contained exam papers, not even 200 yuan could purchase them. Perhaps 500 wouldn't suffice either. Didn't you say to buy more? It's a larger quantity without an increase in price. Yu Tiancheng wiped the sweat from his forehead. In truth, he had only carried 1 box. The other 2 were kindly delivered by the shop owner. For such a significant client, nearly depleting the store's stock of middle school examination papers warranted assistance. Brother Yu, what on earth are these? Tian Hao inquired, astonished, attempting to lift one, only to be struck by its weight. Gifts for you, Yu Tiancheng chuckled. Really? Wow. How much did this cost? Brother-in-law, you are simply too generous. Tian Hao grinned widely, revealing a gap where a lower tooth once was. Chapter 70. From Loyalty to Betrayal. From Godfather to Grandson Yaya, what on earth are you doing? Tian Rohai stared blankly at the 3 large boxes at the entrance, seemingly in a daze. Dad, my brother-in-law helped me carry these up the stairs. They're all gifts for me. Tian Hao said proudly, exchanging glances with Tian Yu. See, I didn't betray you. It was evident that such heavy burdens were not easily lifted without assistance. Tian Rohai's wife scoffed, pondering what this girl was up to. Tian Yu pulled out 500 yuan from her wallet and, in front of her aunt, pressed it into Tian Rohai's hands. This is the 500 yuan you gave, uncle. And these boxes, I chose them carefully. Aunt, please keep an eye on Hao Hao and encourage him to put in some effort. Tian Hao thought to himself, isn't it just some beef jerky? What effort is needed? 3 days. No, 2 days, and I'll finish these 3 large boxes. On the way, Tian Hao persistently questioned Yu Tiancheng about the contents of the boxes. Finally, unable to bear the suspense any longer, Yu Tiancheng told a little white lie, claiming they were purchased beef jerky. Instantly, Tian Hao was delighted and began humming a tune. My sister has such good taste. This brother-in-law is quite generous and worth keeping around. Uncle, I just ran into our teacher and rode back with her. So you don't need to worry. I'll call you when I arrive, Tian Yu said hurriedly before departing. Upon hearing that Tian Yu was returning with her teacher, Tian Rahai paid little heed to her swift exit. No sooner had Tian Yu left than Tian Hao retrieved a kitchen knife and sliced open the first box. Oh my goodness. The moment he opened the box, his face turned pale. Wow, this gift from Yaya is fantastic. Truly a top student. You should learn from your sister, Tian Hao's mother remarked, glancing at the box's contents. Tian Hao, trembling with anticipation, raised the knife and cut open the second box. When he saw that the contents were identical to those in the first box, merely transitioning from first-year to second-year examination papers, his nose crinkled in frustration. Yaya's thoughtfulness is indeed commendable. This serves as a reminder that one must not confine their learning to the immediate, but rather adopt a broader perspective and strive to learn ahead of time. Tian Hao's mother felt even more delighted. However, Tian Hao struggled to steady the kitchen knife in his hand, his fingers trembling and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Isn't it supposed to be beef jerky? Where's my beef jerky? He exclaimed, raising his hand to slice open the third box. As a full box of third-year examination papers came into view, Tian Hao broke into tears. Tian Ruohai nodded in agreement. It must be Yaya. Hao, you should learn more from your sister. The chubby boy abruptly dropped the kitchen knife onto the ground. His round face contorted in anguish. Yu Tiancheng, I curse your grandmother. Tian Hao mentally berated Yu Tiancheng's entire lineage. No way. If you're going to deceive me like this, I won't let you off easily. With a determined resolve, Tian Hao shut his eyes and cried out in despair, what am I supposed to learn from her? Learning about early romance? What nonsense are you spouting? Tian Ruohai was taken aback by Tian Hao's words. Yaya is deceiving you. She fooled your aunt, and you all as well. Woe is me. Tian Hao cried pitifully, unsure whether it was the sight of the papers that terrified him or the thought of the unjust days ahead. In any case, he was resolute in not allowing Yu Tiancheng to have an easy time with Tian Yu. At that moment, Tian Yu, who had distanced herself from Tian Hao's home, couldn't help but sneeze. Who is cursing me? What nonsense are you saying? Come, tell me clearly, what did your sister deceive us about? Although your father gave someone 500 yuan, they returned it without spending a penny, and they even bought you all these papers. Look, this one costs over 10 yuan. For 3 boxes, it must be at least 3 to 500 yuan. Tian Hao's mother could no longer contain her disapproval. You say your sister is a fraud. Do you have no conscience? She didn't come here to see you today. Her boyfriend runs a company in Xingqing, and she came specifically to meet him. Tian Hao argued back. Nonsense. If you keep babbling, I'll give you a slap, Tian Ruohai said, ready to take off his belt. Tian Hao was startled and quickly hid behind his mother. I'm not lying. Still arguing? Your sister has always been in Langzhou. When did she get a boyfriend? Her boyfriend is supposed to be running a company in Xingqing? I see you've really mastered the art of fabricating stories. Although Tian Hao's mother was protective of him, she couldn't shake the feeling that he was speaking untruths. How old is Tian Yu? 18. Well, that makes her an adult. It's normal for a young girl to have a crush and date. However, what Tian Hao said is simply too absurd to be credible. Tian Yu is a student, a top student. How could she possibly have a boyfriend running a company in Xingqing? I'm not making things up. That guy's name is Yu Tiancheng. He owns a company on the road behind the bar street. Whoever is deceiving someone is a little dog. Moreover, it was this fellow who brought us here. He has been downstairs the whole time. Who knows if he ran off with my sister to a hotel? Tian Hao said, with tears streaming down his small face. Damn it, you made me suffer. I've had enough. Dahai, what Hao said doesn't sound like a lie. Why don't you give Yaya a call? Upon hearing phrases like bar street and hotel, Tian Hao's mother was instantly startled. What kind of business could possibly thrive in a bar street? Surely, it cannot be anything respectable. And now, their daughter Tian Yu was running off to a hotel with someone? Goodness, have the young girls today become so reckless? Upon hearing this, Tian Ruohai also lost his composure. He quickly took out his phone and dialed Tian Yu's number. Yaya, where are you? He inquired softly, deliberately lowering his tone. I'm waiting for a ride. Our teacher's car will be here soon, replied Tian Yu, who was indeed waiting for a ride, but was instead strolling down the street with Yu Tiancheng, casually waiting for their transport. Without the presence of the ever-watchful Tian Hao, Tian Yu and Yu Tiancheng felt liberated strolling hand in hand, attracting numerous glances from passersby. Are you alone, or with someone else? Tian Ruhai hesitantly asked, pondering how to phrase his concern. I'm with classmates. Tian Yu glanced at Yu Tiancheng, pausing to signal him with her eyes. I haven't heard of any classmates in Xinjiang. Are they male or female? Tian Ruhai pressed on. Uncle, do you have something to discuss? Did Hao Hao say something to you? Tian Yu quickly sensed something was amiss and countered. First, tell me, are they male or female? Tian Ruhai felt a surge of anxiety. Male, Tian Yu boldly admitted, leaving Tian Ruhai at a loss. What should I do if he is a male classmate? Tian Ruhai turned to his wife, clearly troubled. Chapter 71. Do you like stockings? Oh dear, you silly thing. Let me ask, he said. Yeah. Is this classmate of yours a true classmate or a false one? Don't blame your aunt for being nosy. You've traveled so far to Xinjiang. And if anything were to happen, we would have no way to explain it to your mother. Just moments ago, Hao Hao had mentioned that this individual owned a company located on the bar street. What company could possibly be there? Tian Hao's mother seized the phone, pouring out her anxieties like a bamboo tube spilling beans. Aunt, he is genuinely my classmate. His name is Yu Tiancheng. You can call my mother to confirm. Tian Yu replied with a light laugh. Your mother knows him? She does. You may call her to inquire. Then I will call your mother shortly. Don't hold it against your aunt for being so inquisitive. We simply cannot bear this responsibility. It's all right. Please do call. I won't blame you. I understand you are looking out for me. At my age, I can discern right from wrong. Thank you, aunt. But I must go now as my classmate is calling me. With that, Tian Yu hung up the phone. Tian Ruhai and his wife exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Should we call your sister? We should. Offending Yaya is one thing, but not calling is far too risky. This child mentioned that sister knows someone named Yu Tiancheng. Yes, sister is familiar with him. Let us inform her then. It would be irresponsible not to, in case anything happens to the child. After deliberation, the couple decided to call Tian Ruyun. After outlining the situation, Tian Ruyun sighed. You mean you're coming back with the teacher tonight, right? All right, I understand, it's fine. I know this child well. Once the call ended, it was Tian Ruyun who began to feel anxious. Tian Yu, that child, went to Xinjiang for Yu Tiancheng. What should be done now? Should she make a call to check in, or remain indifferent? Neither option seemed viable. Fortunately, Tian Yu mentioned the teacher in her phone call, indicating that there was indeed a teacher accompanying them. So, perhaps it would be best to wait. Tian Yu might return shortly. On Tian Yu's end, after hanging up, she beamed with pride and tilted her head to look at Yu Tiancheng. He mirrored her action, giving her a thumbs up. Shouldn't I give you a big thumbs up? You should guess whether my mom will call soon. How do you plan to explain things to her? Tian Yu replied in a mock-serious tone. Why do I have to explain? Yu Tiancheng paused for a moment. Clearly, you came to Xinjiang to find me, didn't you? Because of this. Tian Yu playfully raised her left hand, while Yu Tiancheng's right hand was intertwined with hers. I came to Xinjiang to see my classmate. But I certainly did not permit this classmate to take liberties with me. What? Are you trying to deny it after taking such advantage? Ahem, I am a model youth. When have I ever taken advantage of you? You are the one holding my hand. Yu Tiancheng shamelessly retorted. I'm not talking about that. Tian Yu pointed to her stockings, which immediately sent a rush of adrenaline through Yu Tiancheng. He noticed a distinct line on her stockings, a clear indication that they had snagged. Ahem, did I ruin your stockings? Yu Tiancheng bent down deliberately. Hold still. Let me check what happened and why they are torn. As he spoke, he gently touched the snagged area of the stockings, rubbing and pulling slightly. With just a gentle tug, a tear appeared, exposing her fair and supple skin beneath. Yu Tiancheng, is that an inspection? Why do I feel like you're taking advantage of me? Tian Yu glanced around, embarrassed that he was so boldly taking liberties under the watchful eyes of the public. No, I truly was just checking. The quality seems poor. But it's a minor issue. Let us buy a few new pairs, and you can try them on for me one by one to inspect. At this moment, Yu Tiancheng's mind was filled with images of the campus belle, Tian Yu, trying on various stockings, standing at 7 meters tall with long legs. Whether it be fishnet, black silk, white silk, or colorful stockings. Oh dear, just the thought made his nose bleed. You really like stockings, don't you? Tian Yu suddenly regarded him with a teasing expression. Ahem, it's mainly because your legs are so beautiful, long and straight. Everything looks stunning on you. Although Yu Tiancheng's words were shameless, they brought a delightful warmth to Tian Yu's heart. How thick-skinned. Tian Yu scrunched her little nose and walked ahead with her hands behind her back. Where are we going? Yu Tiancheng hurriedly followed her. The socks are torn. Go buy new ones. Tian Yu blushed and leaned closer to Yu Tiancheng's ear, whispering softly. At that moment, she felt a fluttering sensation in her heart, akin to a fawn in a gentle embrace. her cheeks warm and her enchanting eyes sparkling with allure. Yu Tiancheng was equally taken aback, gazing dumbfoundedly at her delicate, flower-like visage, feeling as though his heartbeat had momentarily ceased. Time, when filled with happiness, always seems to slip away swiftly. As nightfall descended quietly, streetlights flickered to life, illuminating the bustling thoroughfare. The high-rise buildings shimmered with brilliance, painting a scene of prosperity. Yu Tiancheng and Tianyu sat on a park bench, smiling as they admired the Tianjin pavilion in the distance. Beside them lay two large bags, filled with the spoils of their shopping excursion. Naturally, a considerable portion of the expenditures had come from Yu Tiancheng's own pocket. One bag contained gifts Yu Tiancheng had purchased for Yu Wenyuan and Wei Xiaoqin, while the other held stockings for Tianyu. Indeed, stockings. Tianyu was not the type of girl who sought material possessions, nor did she wish for Yu Tiancheng to spend extravagantly on her. Yet, he was insistent on buying them. It was her first revelation that stockings came in myriad varieties: pantyhose, garter belts, body stockings, large mesh, small mesh, and patterned tights. The most blush-inducing were undoubtedly those adorned with lace trim. Yu Tiancheng had boldly bought them all, each style in double. As the clock struck 7, Tianyu's phone rang. Mom, she thought, knowing that Tian Ruyun could no longer contain her anxiety. It had been 3 to 4 hours since she had left Tian Rahai's home. The fact that Tian Ruyun had managed to hold off this long was already pushing her limits. Are you back? Tian Ruyun's tone was laced with a hint of frost. I'm waiting for the bus, Tianyu replied, glancing at Yu Tiancheng, whose phone rang simultaneously. Teacher Su, I've been waiting for your call. We're right here at Tianjin Pavilion. Just waiting for you to pick us up. Yu Tiancheng exclaimed, nodding in affirmation. He spoke loudly enough for Tianyu's mother to hear, reassuring her, Auntie, rest assured. I will ensure Tianyu gets home safely. Since the other party was already aware of Tianyu's company, it seemed rather disingenuous to be evasive. Okay, Auntie trusts you. Please be careful on the road, Tian Ruyun replied curtly before hanging up, her irritation palpable. Whether her anger was genuine or not, Yu Tiancheng knew he must escort Tianyu home. He could only imagine the distress Tian Ruyun would feel otherwise. After all, as a parent, who would want their remarkable, beautiful daughter to be led astray? Goodness, am I calling myself a pig? With a screech, Su Lan's car came to a halt, and Yu Tiancheng and Tianyu hurriedly climbed in. Upon entering, Yu Tiancheng noticed that Su Lan's expression was far from pleasant. Her mood seemed to have soured, perhaps due to some unpleasantness or indignities encountered during her work. Teacher Su, isn't it a bit late? Didn't the government center close at 5? Yu Tiancheng voiced a mild reproach towards Su Lan. Ah, so you merely need to brush your lips together, and I must arrange matters through others. Followed by treating someone to dinner tonight. Let me inform you, all these expenses will need to be reimbursed to me in due time. It is already fortunate that I could pick you up at this hour, and you still have complaints? Should you continue to chatter, I shall have you disembark and make your own way home. With an air of irritation, Su Lan retorted sharply at Yu Tiancheng. Very well, I concede defeat. After all, our esteemed Su is exceedingly busy. Yu Tiancheng, feeling chastised, nestled into the back seat like a dejected quail. Why does your statement sound so infuriating? Su Lan countered. Then by all means, strike me. Yu Tiancheng responded half-jokingly. The atmosphere turned awkward in an instant. Tianyu, seated beside Yu Tiancheng, couldn't he help but stifle a smile at his demeanor. Yu Tiancheng glanced at Tianyu, then at Su Lan, only to find her engrossed in a phone call. Her attention far from him. Taking a bold chance, he discreetly gestured towards Tianyu. Cough, cough. Su Lan's sudden cough broke the silence. Yu Tiancheng, do not overstep. This is my vehicle. Teacher Su, what did you say? Yu Tiancheng quickly pursed his lips, feigning ignorance. Humph, are you truly unaware of your own actions? Su Lan dismissed him, rolling her eyes in the rearview mirror. What did I do? I merely smiled. Yu Tiancheng stubbornly denied any wrongdoing, appearing as unperturbed as a pig oblivious to boiling water. Tianyu, let me advise you. With such men, do not allow them to take advantage of you, lest you find yourself left with nothing but the dregs. Su Lan huffed, offering a cautionary word to Tianyu. Teacher Su speaks wisely. This fellow is insufferable, always scheming to gain the upper hand. Tianyu echoed Su Lan's sentiments. Did you hear that? With your sharp tongue, I could spend an entire day scolding you. Yet it would hardly quench my irritation. Su Lan huffed again. So both of you have decided to turn your elbows outward, have you? Yu Tiancheng retorted with a double entendre. When did you two become allies? Two female fiends, ganging up on a righteous youth, are you? Come now. Reveal your most nefarious sides. I shall offer my virtuous body to nourish your tainted souls. Yu Tiancheng feigned a grand demeanor, raising an arm dramatically. Who are you calling a witch? Tianyu reached out, pinching Yu Tiancheng at his side. Squeak. Su Lan abruptly slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a halt by the roadside. She unfastened her seatbelt and leaned over the gap between the front seats, seizing Yu Tiancheng by the ear. Tianyu. Deal with him. I can no longer endure this indignation. What on earth? Have you two conspired against me? 2 against 1, is it? Do you truly believe I? Su Lan am mad. That is my seatbelt. Tianyu. You are merely following her into wickedness, aren't you? On the roadside. The crimson Mazda 6 shook for a good 10 minutes. Passers-by curiously attempted to peer through the windows to discern what was transpiring within. Even vehicles passing by came to a halt, with drivers leaning out to get a better view. At last, the car ceased its trembling. Yu Tiancheng, breathless, raised his hands. A look of grievance on his face. I surrender. I can't take it anymore. You guys are too much. I'm just a child. Su Lan, equally out of breath, adjusted her clothing. That's better. Your mouth is too sharp. I've long wanted to give you a good beating, and today, I finally got my chance. On the opposite side, Tianyu, caught between laughter and tears, could only shake her head at the spectacle. Su Lan had indeed pinched Yu Tiancheng several times, while Tianyu's actions could only be described as mischievous. To be precise, she was teasing Yu Tiancheng. All right, Tian Xiaoya, I've noted your antics. Just wait until I get back at you next time. Yu Tiancheng feigned indignation, baring his teeth at Tianyu. Don't worry about him, Tianyu. If he dares to lay a hand on you again, just tell me, and we'll deal with him together, Su Lan declared, her voice filled with determination. How unfair. Yu Tiancheng almost cried. However, after this commotion, Su Lan's spirits had evidently lifted. Soon, the car returned to Langzhou, where they first dropped off Tianyu at her home. Tian Riyun had been waiting at the entrance of the community, and upon seeing Tianyu get out of the car, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking into the vehicle, she was surprised to find that, apart from Yu Tiancheng, the driver was a fashionable young woman. Hello, Auntie. Hello, Mrs. Tian. And who might this be? I am the information technology competition coach from Langzhou No. 1 High School. My name is Su Lan. She introduced herself to Tian Riyun. Oh, so you are Teacher Su. Thank you for bringing my child back from so far away. Would you like to come upstairs for a glass of water? Upon learning that Su Lan was a competition coach, Tian Riyun's demeanor shifted to one of respect, especially since she was a woman, which made her feel even more at ease. No, thank you. It's getting late, and I still need to take him back. I have work tomorrow. Su Lan politely declined Tian Riyun's kind offer, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then drove away. Is something bothering you today, Sister Lan? With just the two of them left in the car, Yu Tiancheng directly changed his address to Su Lan and inquired. What else could it be? I ran into the Zhong family, Su Lan sighed, slowing the car's speed. Thank you for earlier. I was really feeling pent up. I feel much better after letting it out. Don't be so polite. If you still need to vent, you can hit me a couple of times. After all, no one is around, so go ahead. Yu Tiancheng chuckled, although inwardly, he was cursing that peculiar man, Zhong Yanzhao, and his entire lineage. Next time, if I see you, I'll make sure to teach you a lesson. Why do I feel like you always speak in riddles, with a hint of sarcasm? Zhong's mother is an overprotective and petty woman, sharp-tongued and bitter. Today, I had someone handle a matter, and if she finds out, I fear she might cause trouble for the company. Su Lan explained the events of the evening while driving, both as a report and a warning. Chapter 73. The peculiar neurological life of over a decade. This situation harks back to the relationship between the Su and Zhong families. The Su and Zhong clans were comrades during the time of Su Lan's grandfather. Having once shared the battlefield and risked their lives together, two elderly gentlemen, in a moment of inebriation, arranged a betrothal for their children. Ultimately, both offspring established their own families, rendering the betrothal a mere jest. As time progressed and both families flourished, the two gentlemen once again indulged in drink and, in a fit of whimsy, resolved to unite their grandchildren in marriage. Thus, a matchmaking endeavor was orchestrated between Zhong Yanzhao and Su Lan. Initially, Su Lan's mother opposed this union, recognizing that the children had grown and that the times had changed. Each individual harbored their own tastes and freedoms. Most significantly, Zhong Yanzhao's notorious reputation was well known among their social circle. In his youth, he exhibited peculiar behavior, often weeping while embracing his desk mate during class. This behavior led to numerous desk mate changes throughout elementary school, with a surprising number of students withdrawing due to the distress it caused. By the time he reached middle school, his antics had garnered a reputation that extended far beyond the schoolyard. As his peers matured and began to cherish their own dignity, the prospect of his emotional outbursts became increasingly concerning. To mitigate potential disruptions, teachers relegated him to a position beneath the blackboard. However, instead of curbing his behavior, he began to rearrange furniture, even moving the teacher's desk on one occasion. Consequently, the school found itself compelled to communicate with the Zhong family, who were not to be trifled with. The Zhong family, comprising 4 sons and 2 daughters, had only one male heir, Zhong Yanzhao, who was regarded as a prized possession, especially by his mother, who was fiercely protective. She often insisted that the issues lay not with her son, but rather with the school and its educators, demanding the dismissal of the class teacher. Utilizing her connections, she ultimately succeeded in forcing the teacher to resign. The teachers, while capable of evading Zhong Yanzhao, found the school itself at a loss. Obligated to provide education, they could not expel a student, particularly one from such a prominent lineage. With 2 generations of public service and a family legacy of distinguished contributions, dismissing their child was deemed unreasonable both in terms of policy and social standing. Thus, in a desperate attempt to accommodate, the school provided Zhong Yanzhao with a private classroom. He could choose any subject he desired, and the school would arrange for a teacher to instruct him individually. Yet, even this gesture was met with accusations of discrimination, as his mother claimed it hindered his ability to engage in normal social interactions and learning. Her demands reflected a tone of unreasonable authority, insisting on a resolution to her grievances. The school leadership was so incensed that they nearly resigned. Ultimately, the institution convened a meeting to address the entire faculty and student body, emphasizing the virtues of kindness, compassion, and the importance of assisting others. Despite the repetitive nature of their eloquent discourse, a singular message resonated throughout. The peculiar student in question would continue his education at the school, and whichever class he chose to join would consider themselves unfortunate. To compensate for this, the head teacher of that class would receive an elevation in status, and the substitute teacher's remuneration would increase by 30%. This was a dilemma that money alone could not resolve. Even so, the entire school community was well aware of this troublesome individual, steering clear of him at all costs. In the face of time, all troubles can eventually be worn away. Over 3 years, the enrollment at this 9-year integrated primary and secondary school plummeted from 6,800 to 4,700. Those privy to the situation dared not send their children there, while those unaware, upon discovering the truth, found it too late to transfer their children out. The availability of school placements was limited, akin to a single carrot in a single hole. There were simply not enough spots to accommodate everyone. Unless one possessed significant connections to switch schools or the means to enroll in private institutions, options were scant. It could be said that with his singular influence, Zhong Yanzhao nearly brought a secondary school to its knees. After 3 years of junior high, the principal finally reached his breaking point, tearfully presenting Zhong Yanzhao with his examination permit, relieved to have finally dispatched this troublesome individual. The child, however, proved to be underperforming, unable to secure a place in a public high school. Not to worry, they could opt for a private high school. Yet, every renowned private high school in Star City shunned him. After all, why would they jeopardize their reputation for a single student who had wreaked havoc for 3 years? It is often said that robbers cannot compare to educators, and with Zhong Yanzhao's presence, the school felt as though it had been robbed. Despite numerous connections, the Zhong family faced polite rejections. The child had already gained notoriety within 3 generations. Ultimately, in dire straits, the Zhong family made the difficult decision to send him abroad, hoping he would cause trouble elsewhere. Zhong Yanzhao attended high school abroad for 3 years, investing a fortune in university, where he pursued a degree in business management. The reality proved that failure to thrive domestically translated similarly abroad. Upon graduation, he encountered employment challenges. Uneducated and unreasonable, he struggled to find his footing even in foreign lands. Fortunately, the family possessed wealth, power, and status, which allowed him to return home with a degree in hand, ready to be reintegrated into the family fold. Thus, the prodigal son returned. After several years away, many had long since relegated his illustrious past to the recesses of memory. The elder of the Zhong family pondered that now was the time to ensure the continuation of their lineage. This necessitated a selection of superior genes. They could not afford to produce another half-hearted individual. His son had brought about this predicament due to his rebellious nature and his choice of an unreasonable spouse, resulting in a child who had been a source of constant exasperation. Had he married the daughter of the Su family instead, the circumstances might have unfolded quite differently. Though the old man does not voice his discontent, deep within, he harbors a strong aversion towards the mother of Zhong Yanzhao. After all, she has given birth to a grandson, and they have cohabited for many years, compelling him to keep his feelings to himself. However, he is resolute in finding a granddaughter-in-law for his grandson who is well-educated, sensible, and possesses a broad understanding of the world. Old Su's daughter cannot be relied upon, and the last time his son's daughter accompanied Old Su, she appeared quite promising. Old Su, being a man of pride, is easily swayed by fleeting emotions. I still have some dignity left, and if I do not leverage it now, my days are numbered. I look forward to witnessing 4 generations under one roof. Upon the birth of my great-grandson, I shall provide him with the finest resources for his upbringing, ensuring he does not turn out like this grandson, lacking in competence. Old Zhong has set his sights on Su Lan. After a few drinks, when Old Zhong broached the subject, Old Su fell silent. As a former comrade, drinking a few cups together is a gesture of old friendship. However, when it comes to the development of future generations, he holds a deep-seated disdain for Old Zhong's grandson. Moreover, the decline of the Zhong family is evident. Their future is bleak. Once Old Zhong passes, regardless of how powerful his children may be, their lineage will cease with this generation. As for Old Zhong's claims about his grandson studying abroad, boasting of a bright future, Old Su scoffs at such notions. What folly! I am still alive, and those who have experienced life know full well the true nature of your grandson. It is easier to change the course of a river than to alter one's inherent nature, which poorly rooted seedling can grow straight. Yet, Su Lan's father is intrigued. He too desires progress. Coincidentally, an uncle of Zhong Yanzhao can intervene in matters concerning Su Lan's father. However, this connection cannot go through Zhong Yanzhao's father. Only Old Zhong can maintain control. It is worth noting that even in this modern age, Old Zhong insists on convening a family meeting once a month, requiring all members of the Zhong clan, including sons, daughters-in-law, and grandchildren, to attend. During these sessions, the sons must sit while he delivers his admonitions. Regardless of one's status or achievements, no one stands before their father. In such a family steeped in feudal and decaying ideologies, Old Zhong is the patriarch, and disobedience is not tolerated. Thus, Su Lan's father promptly toasted Old Zhong, agreeing to allow Su Lan and Zhong Yanzhao to engage with one another, while also expressing his long-held aspirations. Old Zhong was overjoyed, his dentures nearly flying out in delight. It is merely a matter of seeking advancement. I shall assist you in this endeavor. Once the families become in-laws, all else will fall into place. From that moment onwards, the parents began facilitating interactions between Su Lan and Zhong Yanzhao. This so-called interaction was essentially an arranged meeting. Yet, while preparations were underway on Zhong's side to set a date for the wedding, Su Lan confronted her parents, clearly stating that she could never marry that neurotic man. Not even a pretense would suffice. Su Lan even made a late-night phone call to the Zhong family to convey her intentions. Thus, the relationship between the Su and Zhong families was abruptly severed. The aspirations of Su's father were shattered in an instant. As for the 3 million yuan, it was borrowed from her mother. This matter should have concluded there. However, misfortune struck when Su Lan invited a leader to dinner, and the Zhong family happened to be seated in the adjacent private room, both parties being acquainted. Zhong Yanzhao's mother brought her son over to propose a toast, leading to a series of sarcastic jabs that rendered the atmosphere exceedingly awkward. The leader, unwilling to offend the Zhong family, exchanged a few pleasantries before excusing himself from the table. Su Lan was left seething, her frustration boiling over on the way home. It was at this moment that she finally voiced her thoughts. Those 2 old men, they fail to realize that their sons have not resolved their issues. Yet they meddle in the affairs of the next generation. How obstinate. Pulling over to the roadside, Su Lan wearily shifted her position and lamented, "Oh, my dear teacher Su, do not overthink it. What you did was indeed right. One must sever ties decisively with such people, without hesitation. It is akin to a festering wound. If the rotten part is not excised, it will only spread and contaminate your entire existence." Yu Tiancheng shifted closer to Su Lan, having moved to the passenger seat after Tian Yu exited the vehicle to facilitate conversation. Their heads nearly collided. "Are you going to move when I do? Or must we always shift simultaneously?" Su Lan exclaimed in irritation, clutching her head. "I've been in the car for hours. My legs are numb," Yu Tiancheng replied, unabashed. "Who were you referring to with the rotten flesh comment? I dare say it is you who is the real problem," Su Lan retorted, delivering a sharp jab to Yu Tiancheng's leg. "Hey, be careful. Are you going to take responsibility if I'm hurt?" he protested, wincing from the impact. "Stop pretending. You didn't hit anything vital." Su Lan shot him an exasperated glance. "I'm telling you, with Wu Mali's temperament, she will undoubtedly cause us trouble." Wu Mali was the name of Zhong Yanzhao's mother. Does she have such reach? Yu Tiancheng raised an eyebrow. "Do not underestimate the Zhong family's influence. Are you aware of the Lakeside Hotel? That establishment is owned by their least favored son. The Zhong family's power in Xingqing far surpasses their standing in Langzhou, with connections in both political and business realms. Wu Mali is headstrong and lacking in intellect, but her husband is formidable. It would be wise to avoid provoking him given his position within the Xingqing police. And let us not forget Zhong Yinzhao's second and third uncles. They are even more formidable. Su Lan gestured with her fingers, emphasizing her point. Fear not. We shall tackle challenges as they arise. We are embarking on our entrepreneurial journey honestly, without theft or deceit. They cannot unjustly target us. Yu Tiancheng understood that this news was not favorable for him. After all, his career was just beginning, and should the opposing party choose to strike with an iron fist, it would indeed be quite troublesome. However, we are formidable individuals. I am a person reborn, and my strength lies in my fearless disposition. If the other party truly intends to provoke him, he will certainly not indulge them. He is still too inexperienced. He must strengthen his wings and broaden his connections. I should not have taken on this role as the legal representative. I will discuss it with AI Bing, and, if necessary, we shall change the legal representative. Su Lan expressed her regret. Not necessarily. Even if they were to engage in underhanded tactics, there must be some semblance of order. You serve as the legal representative, which has its advantages. Consider that the Zhong family wields considerable power, yet does not your Su family possess some capital as well? As the legal representative, at least the overt aspects are beyond their capacity for severe manipulation. As for covert schemes, should I fear her? Yu Tiancheng scoffed, his expression reminiscent of an old coin. That smile of yours is somewhat unsettling. Su Lan bit her lip. Who exactly is this Wu Mali? Apart from her connection to the Zhong family, such individuals surely do not confine themselves to the domestic sphere, merely raising children and tending to household duties. Yu Tiancheng was acutely aware that behind the facade of these seemingly virtuous characters lies a singular pursuit of profit. She is the chairperson of Gaoshu Dairy, which operates a dairy products company. Su Lan had evidently uncovered the details of her background. Gaoshu Dairy? Yu Tiancheng's brow furrowed as a memory surfaced. He recalled a shocking economic scandal from his previous life. Chapter 75. Almost sent stockings to my mother. The Huangzi Dairy Incident. As a native of Xiangnan, Yu Tiancheng had considerable knowledge of the events there. The incident unfolded a few years later, involving the most renowned dairy company in Xiangnan, Huangzi Dairy, which received an investment of $80 million from a foreign investment bank in preparation for its public listing. However, due to a rupture in the financial chain, the company failed to go public. Subsequently, Gaoshu Dairy took over Huangzi Dairy, leading to the imprisonment of its founder. It could be said that Gaoshu Dairy had executed a masterstroke, acquiring Huangzi Dairy while simultaneously imprisoning its competition. The entire affair spanned over 16 or 17 years, with the victims enduring relentless oppression, unable to seek justice, while the perpetrators lived freely, enjoying their lives. Even though the case eventually concluded with the founder of Huangzi Dairy making a formal complaint and several conspirators confessing and being apprehended, one must wonder if delayed justice can truly be deemed justice. After all, it is this old coin. Yu Tiancheng was nearly certain that if his memories were accurate, Wu Mali would likely seek revenge against him. Moreover, she was not devoid of intellect. Her domineering and reckless demeanor were merely habits cultivated from a life of unchecked power. They did not indicate a lack of cunning. All right, Lan Jia, you need not worry. It's a trivial matter. If she wishes to target us, we have our own plans to counter her. Just keep an eye on her. If she establishes any new companies, we can deal with her in due course. Yu Tiancheng chuckled coldly, thinking, you had better not provoke me. Should you choose to do so, I could ensure you spend the next 20 years in prison. Yes, I will keep watch. You should return now. Su Lan escorted Yu Tiancheng to his doorstep before driving back to her residence. Yu Tiancheng returned home, swaying gently with a paper bag in hand. Just as he inserted the key into the lock, the door swung open from within. Son, I knew it was you. Why are you back so late? Wei Xiaoqin exclaimed joyfully upon seeing her son, her hands dancing in delight. So what did you do in Xingqing? Hurry and tell me. Not much, just gathered some materials and participated in a competition, Yu Tiancheng nonchalantly replied, tossing the bag onto the sofa. Yu Wenyan, seated on the sofa, extended 2 fingers and slightly opened the bag's mouth to peek inside, furrowing his brow. A competition? On a weekend? Wei Xiaoqin poured a glass of water for Yu Tiancheng. It's just a small competition organized by some company, not a formal contest. They wouldn't schedule it during class time, would they? Since Wei Xiaoqin was not well versed in such matters, she had no qualms about her son fabricating details. As for Yu Wenyan, a history teacher at an ordinary high school in a prefecture-level city, discussing informatics with him was akin to playing music to a cow. How did it go? He asked. Despite his confusion, your son must be the one to excel. Yu Tiancheng smirked, giving a thumbs up. Oh, my son is truly remarkable. Were there any rewards? Wei Xiaoqin was utterly thrilled. Over the past few days, she had boasted about her son being the only informatics competition participant from Langzhou No. 1 High School, provoking envy among a group of middle-aged women and stirring resentment, particularly from Kong Fangping, who had scolded Lu Yexing because of it. Rewards? Well, I've already bought you gifts. Yu Tiancheng cleverly circled back to indicate to Wei Xiaoqin that he had spent a considerable amount. Yet this money was neither stolen nor illicit. It was the reward from the competition. Ah, my son is so filial. I haven't raised him in vain. He continued, come. Let me see what wonderful things you've brought me. As he spoke, Wei Xiaoqin approached the sofa, picked up the paper bag, and shot Yu Wenyan a glare. Look how good my son is to me, and then look at you. After all these years, what have you ever given me? Yu Wenyan, feeling slighted, retorted. Isn't giving you a son enough? How can you say that? Without me, could you have borne such an exceptional son? Wei Xiaoqin shot him another glance and pulled out the first item, a khaki cardigan. They had purchased 2 of these garments. One for Yu Tiancheng and one for Tian Yu, both intended for their respective mothers. With his 40 years of life experience, Yu Tiancheng knew that returning home late would likely earn Tian Yu a reprimand. However, upon revealing the cardigan, both parents melted with affection. Indeed, Wei Xiaoqin held the garment against herself, exclaiming, beautiful, truly beautiful. My son's taste is impeccable. As Yu Tiancheng turned to see what else Wei Xiaoqin had retrieved, he was taken aback. She pulled out several flat, elongated packages from the paper bag. These are stockings. Yu Tiancheng's face instantly froze in shock. Within the confines of the paper bag lies a khaki-hued women's knitted sweater and a pale blue men's knitted sweater, one intended for Wei Xiaoqin and the other for Yu Wenyan. How has this transformed into stockings? Could it be that Tian Yu has mistakenly taken the wrong bag? Oh dear, this could lead to quite a predicament. What are these? Socks. Since the packaging remains unopened, Wei Xiaoqin has yet to discern the true nature of these socks. Socks. For me? Yu Wenyan interjected. How could one buy a gift for mother without also considering father? No. Yu Tiancheng's heart raced as he swiftly advanced, snatching the bag from Wei Xiaoqin's grasp. Mother, this is a gift I purchased for myself. What a close call. I nearly presented stockings to my own mother. My initial intention was to buy a gift for my father, but funds fell short, and with the remaining amount, I only managed to procure a few pairs of socks. Father, wait for me. I assure you that my next competition's prize will go towards a tailored suit for you. Although Yu Wenyan felt a tinge of disappointment from the absence of a gift, his spirits were uplifted upon hearing Yu Tiancheng's words, and he waved dismissively. No need. No need. Socks are perfectly adequate. Just yesterday, my last pair was ruined. But that's simply one to-do. Torn socks hardly befit your stature. A suit is a necessity. Just look at your current suit. It's quite worn, likely from your wedding day, is it not? Yu Tiancheng swiftly changed the subject, clutching the bag as he retreated to his room, pondering deeply before placing it within his piano case, finally emerging with a sense of relief. Well then, the child has promised to buy you something next time. There's no need for such sentimentality. Wei Xiaoqin, content with her garments, affectionately remarked to Yu Tiancheng, are you hungry? Just wait. Mother will bring you the dishes, which I've already warmed up for you. Eat well, so you're ready for school in the morning. Meanwhile, at Tian Yu's home, upon entering with Tian Riyun, she spotted a stern middle-aged man clad in an old cadre uniform seated on the sofa, cradling a teacup and sipping hot tea. What is he doing here? As soon as Tian Yu stepped inside, she was met with the sight of this imposing figure. He has been waiting for you all day. Tian Riyun sighed, restraining Tian Yu, who was eager to retreat to her own room. The man, named Lu Gukong, is Tian Yu's biological father. Upon seeing her enter, his typically stern visage revealed a hint of anxiousness. Indeed, it was anxiety, reminiscent of a child caught in wrongdoing by their parents. Not even in the presence of his superiors had he felt such trepidation. Lu Gukong rose, managing to muster a rare smile. Yeah, please, share what is on your mind. Tian Yu adopted a formal tone, her words stilted. Her feelings towards this biological father were a tumultuous blend of love and resentment, fraught with complexity. She cherished him for the joyful childhood he bestowed upon her, when he was kind, caring, and loving, sheltering her from life's storms. In those days, he was the most admirable and respected figure in her heart. Yet, she harbored hatred for him as well, for he was the architect of her shattered happiness. She was perplexed as to why he chose to divorce her mother, why he would so ruthlessly shatter their once happy life. He insisted it was for the sake of a better future for both himself and her mother. But what was the reality? It was merely a pursuit of his own ambitions, a selfish climb towards success. Such reasoning should not serve as an excuse for the destruction of his family. I haven't seen you in ages. I've missed you. Come, take a seat, Lu Gukong began. only to realize his tone was overly formal, prompting him to soften his words. Tianyu responded with a cold laugh. I prefer to stand. It's quite fine for me. Were it not for Tian Ruyun's gentle tug, she would have been reluctant to exchange even these few words. This child, it's her own home. If anyone should stand, it should be others, not her. Sit down. Tian Ruyun insisted, though her hands pressed down on Tianyu, encouraging her to join the conversation. No worries. I've been seated all day at work. Standing for a while feels refreshing. Lu Gukong, unperturbed by the rebuff, felt content that Tianyu would stand and converse with him. This indicated that their relationship had not yet reached an irreparable state. Clearing his throat, Lu Gukong awkwardly chuckled. So, you're in your senior year now. What university do you plan to apply to? Qingbei, Tianyu replied curtly. If she had previously considered other prestigious institutions, by the end of the day, her aspirations had narrowed solely to the country's highest academic seat. Excellent. Such ambition. If you manage to gain admission to Qingbei, the ancestors of the Lu family will surely be proud. Lu Guokong's eyes sparkled with excitement, his hands rubbing together in anticipation. What parent does not wish for their child to thrive and achieve greatness? The name Qingbei signifies the pinnacle of success in the nation. I am Tian. Tianyu stated coldly, her words dripping with disdain. Awkwardness ensued, yet Lu Guokong bore no anger, gesturing towards a few mathematics competition books beside the sofa. I know you're good at math, so I bought these. I hope they might assist you. I already have them, Tianyu replied, shaking her left hand, which held a bag of books selected by Yu Tiancheng from the library. Her right hand clutched a paper bag containing a knitted sweater and stockings. This revelation left Lu Gukong feeling even more embarrassed. Is everything all right? If it's fine, I'll head off to study. This bag feels rather heavy. After saying this, Tianyu tossed the paper bag filled with clothes to Tian Ruyun. I bought this for you. Without another word, she strode into her room, locking the door behind her. Leaning against the door, tears streamed down her cheeks, betraying her inner turmoil. This child, Tian Ruyun, clutching the paper bag, looked at Lu Gukong with a helpless expression. She is not usually like this. No worries. I understand she is hurting inside, Lu Gukong sighed, pulling a brown paper envelope from his coat pocket and offering it to Tian Ruyun. We're better off now. Tian Ruyun did not take it. It's for the child. Lu Gukong placed the envelope on the table and stood up, saying, I'll be transferring to the Discipline Inspection Commission soon. I'll be busier and likely won't have the chance to come to Langzhou again. Congratulations on your promotion. Upon hearing him speak of work matters, Tian Ruyun felt a surge of irritation and focused on retrieving the clothing from the paper bag. Really, why bring this up? She muttered. All right, the car has arrived. I shall take my leave. Lu Gukong waved his hand, preparing to open the door. Wait, Tian Ruyun suddenly exclaimed. What? Lu Gukong, assuming she required his assistance, swiftly turned around. This is a men's knit sweater. Tian Ruyun revealed a light blue knit sweater from the bag, inspecting it briefly before pulling out a khaki one and holding it up against herself. This child, she murmured, glancing towards Tianyu's room and then back at Lu Gukong. She placed the blue sweater back into the bag and directly handed it to him. Mine? Lu Gukong was taken aback. Do I have other men at home? What do you take me for, Tian Ruyun? She glared at him. No, I meant. It was bought for me by Yaya. Lu Gukong's excitement was palpable. His 18-year-old daughter had gifted him something for the first time. Goodness. This was even more thrilling than news of his promotion. Just take it. I'll give it to another man. Tian Ruyun was incensed. All right, I must take my leave. Please convey my thanks to Yaya. Lu Gukong would not allow her to retract the gift. It was from his daughter. And even a piece of dung would be fragrant in such a context. He clutched the clothing tightly and hurried downstairs, fearing she might reclaim it. Downstairs, a black Passat gradually came to a halt. Driver Xiao Lu observed his typically stern boss exiting the building with a satisfied smile and promptly opened the rear door for Lu Gukong. The clothing is from my daughter. Xiao Lu. It was bought by her. Lu Gukong had never denied having a daughter in front of others, and he spoke of Tianyu with pride. However, this time, he was evidently somewhat flustered. Yaya is truly a wonderful child. It has been a while since I've seen you this joyful, Xiao Lu complimented dutifully. Ha 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 indeed. Lu Gukong climbed into the car, and the Passat slowly drove away. Meanwhile, upstairs, Tian Ruyun closed the door and approached, knocking on another door. He has gone. Come out. Creaking open, the door revealed Tianyu, who saw her mother holding the khaki knit sweater against herself. Suddenly struck by a thought, she dashed to the sofa, rummaging through it. What are you looking for? The packaging bag. He took it. Why would he take the packaging bag? Tianyu was frantic. It contained stockings. What would a grown man do with so many stockings? Could it be that he intended to confront Yu Tiancheng? No, that couldn't be right. No one knew those were the stockings Yu Tiancheng had bought for her. For the first time, Tianyu felt her usually sharp mind falter. This child. How could I let him take it? I should have made him wear it out. Tian Ryun looked at Tianyu quizzically. Tianyu's thoughts became even more chaotic. Wear it out? Goodness, that image is too beautiful. I can't even bear to imagine it. Chapter 77. Do not worry. We shall take responsibility, you. With your sharp tongue, yet tender heart, I understand that he is indeed your biological father. It is perfectly natural for a daughter to purchase something for her father. The matters between your mother and him should not influence the bond you share. Tian Ryun continued her incessant chatter from the side. Mom, I'm tired. Tian Yu replied dismissively and turned to retreat into her bedroom. Swiftly pulling out her phone, she sent a text to Yu Tiancheng. Tian Yu, are you asleep? My dad took those things away. What should I do? At the Yu residence. Yu Tiancheng was engrossed in a bowl of purple rice porridge when he heard the notification of a text message. He glanced at his phone, momentarily bewildered. This was, after all, the first time he had heard Tianyu mention her father. Yu Tiancheng, what things? Tianyu, the items you bought. After pondering for a moment, Yu Tiancheng replied, Oh, it's nothing. Tianyu, is it really nothing? Yu Tiancheng, it's fine. Don't worry, I've got this. Tianyu, all right. He won't dare to come looking for me anyway. I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow. Good night. Yu Tiancheng, good night. Wei Xiaoqin, observing Yu Tiancheng's secretive demeanor, leaned in to inquire, Is it a girlfriend? Indeed. Yu Tiancheng chuckled, tucking his phone away into his pocket. Is she the same girl who accompanied you to the hospital to visit Lu Yexing last time? Wei Xiaoqin continued her questioning. Yes, how did you find out? Yu Tiancheng replied without a hint of concealment. Your Aunt Kong mentioned it. She initially came to me to complain, and guess how I responded? Wei Xiaoqin grinned mischievously. And Yu Tiancheng instantly realized that Kong Fangping had certainly suffered a setback. What did you say? At that moment, it was imperative not to dampen Wei Xiaoqin's spirits, or he would undoubtedly face a few reprimands. Wei Xiaoqin cleared her throat. I told her that you're both young adults now, and in times gone by. Children your age were already courting. It's quite normal. Your family should also encourage that. Then, Aunt Kong became animated, insisting that this was a crucial time for studying and that indulgence was out of the question. When can one not date? The primary objective right now is to secure admission to a good university. She rambled on, praising Lu Yexing for his diligence, claiming that he now secluded himself at home for self-study, striving to break into the top 10 of his class. I replied, he should indeed put in the effort. Our Tianqing doesn't require my constant worry or struggle, as he is already participating in competitions. Once those conclude, he will be directly recommended to prestigious institutions. What a relief. You cannot imagine how Aunt Kong's face darkened, her nostrils flaring with indignation. Reflecting on it now, I feel a sense of vindication. Wei Xiaoqin stood with her hands on her hips, beaming with delight. Humph, look at you, reveling in your triumph. Are you not afraid that your recommendation might fall through? Where will you hide your old face then? Yu Wenyan, stationed by the sink, brushed his teeth while dousing Wei Xiaoqin with cold water. What you said is nonsense. My son is certainly not inferior to yours. The individual in question participated in the esteemed informatics competition, a project currently receiving substantial support from the state. As someone entrenched in the study of archaeology, what insight could you possibly possess regarding future trends? Moreover, whether successful or not, I intend to relish the experience. And at the very least, my son's academic performance surpasses that of Lu Yexing. Wei Xiaoqin proudly raised her chin. Tiancheng, you are already in your senior year. In just a few months, you will turn 18. There are certain matters that I ought to express, and you must comprehend them. This period is indeed quite sensitive. I have heard that the girl is a promising candidate from Tsinghua or Peking University, so you must truly put in the effort, for time and distance can dilute everything. The gap between prestigious institutions and ordinary schools continually widens. I trust you grasp my meaning. Yu Wenyan, unperturbed by Wei Xiaoqin's remarks, set down his toothbrush and settled beside Yu Tiancheng, engaging in leisurely conversation. I understand, rest assured. I know my boundaries, Yu Tiancheng chuckled heartily. Indeed. Yu Wenyan rose, patted Yu Tiancheng on the shoulder, and retreated to his room to sleep. Wei Xiaoqin leaned closer to Yu Tiancheng's ear, advising him to be cautious and not to inadvertently cause any complications with the girl. However, if anything does happen, be sure to inform your mother. Worry not. We shall take responsibility. Yu Tiancheng was left bemused, pondering the absurdity of her words. The following morning, Yu Tiancheng was roused from slumber by a flurry of phone calls. Groggily, he glanced at his phone to discover it was a call from Tian Yu, but surprisingly, it was Lu Yexing on the line. What are you doing? Why aren't you at school? Teacher Huang is beside herself, searching for you everywhere. She might soon call your family. Lu Yexing whispered urgently. Teacher Huang, What does she want with me? Yu Tiancheng was still processing the situation. It seems to be something regarding a speech. I saw her summon Tianyu, who then returned and handed me the phone to contact you. Lu Yeshing explained hastily. A speech? What on earth? Yu Tiancheng sprang out of bed. Huang Wan had indeed informed him that provincial leaders would be visiting for research, with their first stop being Langzhou No. 1 High School, and that he was to prepare a speech. This was a disaster. No need to panic. I'm on my way. Please inform Teacher Huang that everything will be fine, he assured as he hung up, hurriedly dressing while glancing at the time. It was already past 7:30. Why hasn't old Yu called me? Could he have overslept? Was he tired from last night? Rarely late for school, Yu Tiancheng usually relied on Yu Wenyan to wake him. Sure enough, as he pulled open the door, he heard Yu Wenyan rushing out of his own room, fastening his shirt buttons while exclaiming, Tiancheng, Tiancheng, we're late. I'm heading out. Without so much as washing his face or brushing his teeth, the old fellow bolted from the house. Yu Tiancheng's mouth twitched in disbelief. You truly are a father. Without a moment to spare for his bike, he dashed downstairs, exited the community, and hailed a taxi, racing towards the school. At this moment, on the rear playground of the school, the students are lined up in an orderly fashion, while numerous teachers patrol with stern expressions, casting disapproving glances at those who dare to whisper. Today's atmosphere is markedly different. Provincial leaders have arrived, and it is rumored that foreign guests are present as well. The reason for the foreign visitors' presence at Langzhou No. 1 High School remains a mystery. On the podium, a row of dignitaries is seated. Both men and women of varying ages, the youngest appearing to be in their 40s. Each individual is clad in formal attire, exuding an air of authority. However, the man seated in the center, a middle-aged figure, stands out in his casual blue sweater, contrasting sharply with the formal garb of those around him. Yet he possesses a remarkable presence. This is Lu Gukong. Beside Lu Gukong sits a foreigner with a prominent nose and blue eyes, who gestures towards his sweater, seemingly offering praise. Lu Gukong beams with joy, animatedly gesturing and speaking. Meanwhile, Peng Ku, the principal of Langzhou No. 1 High School, finds himself relegated to a corner seat, quietly inquiring, Minister Lu, it is nearly time. Shall we commence? After Lu Gukong responds, he turns to the foreigner and converses in English, demonstrating his fluency. As he easily navigates the role of translator, Lu Gukong's smooth ascent in his political career is undoubtedly tied to his abilities and talents. Esteemed leaders, respected teachers, and dear students, today marks a momentous occasion as we welcome our very first foreign guest, Mr. Drew Smith, he announces. Mr. Smith is the representative of an internationally renowned investment firm stationed in Xiangnan. He has come to our school for an inspection, and I urge each of you to showcase the unique spirit of Langzhou No. 1 High School. In truth, Peng Ku is as perplexed as anyone regarding the foreigner's visit. He had merely been informed of provincial leaders coming for an investigation and the organization of an English competition, without a hint of foreign involvement. Thus, when the blonde, blue-eyed foreigner emerged from the vehicle, Peng Ku was taken aback. He had even hastily revised his speech. As the principal delivers his address, the students murmur amongst themselves. That good-for-nothing Yu Tiancheng. How could he possibly be late for such an important event? What a foolish waste. Zhang Rui grumbles, venting his frustration to a fellow student beside him. He and Lu Yeshing both have their arms bandaged and suspended around their necks. However, Lu's injury is to his left arm, while Zhang's is to his right. Who are you criticizing? You're a waste yourself. Don't drag Cheng into this, Zhang Rui's classmate. Li Sisi interjects sharply, pushing him. Zhang Rui turns to glare at Li Sisi. Li Sisi, are you out of your mind? I thought you didn't like Yu Tiancheng. Why are you suddenly defending him? Whether I like him is my business. I simply won't allow you to speak ill of him, Li Sisi retorts, flicking her hair and rolling her eyes. She deliberately applied a light touch of makeup today, and her hair seemed to have been styled, with the ends curled into delicate spirals. She no longer resembled a student. Instead, she exuded a hint of the weariness often associated with the lower echelons of society. Yet, she remained oblivious to this transformation. Naturally, such an appearance attracted the attention of several male onlookers. How curious it was. When did you start sharing the same trousers as him? Zhang Rui scrutinized Li Sisi with evident discontent. I even share a bed with him. What concern is it of yours? I shall tell you. I have an affection for Yu Tiancheng, and I will not allow you to speak ill of him. What business is it of yours? Li Sisi kicked Zhang Rui's chair and poked at his injured arm, speaking in a domineering manner. I am resolute. A gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. Zhang Rui clutched his arm, his face turning pale, and muttered under his breath. Such a harlot's guise. Does she truly believe she is a star? Damn it, after just one weekend apart. Even someone like Li Sisi can now ride atop me and relieve herself? Who are you calling a harlot? Li Sisi was instantly incensed, delivering a swift kick that sent Zhang Rui tumbling from his chair, landing in a most undignified manner, regardless of her current state of innocence. Being called a harlot would enrage anyone. Zhang Rui, stung by her kick, rose with a fiery temper, suppressing the pain in his arm. You two, what are you doing? Are you afraid the higher-ups cannot see you? Hu Xinxing observed the altercation from afar, his expression darkening as he approached. My dear ancestors, there are distinguished guests seated above. Distinguished guests. Well, even if you do not regard the guests as human, surely the leaders deserve some respect? Unbeknownst to Hu Xinxing, the esteemed doctor, Smith would hardly concern himself with whether the students below appeared disheveled or orderly. Hu Laosher, he called me a harlot, Li Sisi retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Rui as she began to feign tears. Enough with the theatrics. If this continues, you both will return to fetch your parents. Hu Xinxing's only recourse was to summon their parents or issue a reprimand. Though neither was particularly effective, in that era, those methods held some weight. Li Sisi immediately stifled her emotions, turning her head away, feigning a sense of deep injustice as she wiped away her tears. She was adept at this performance. Zhang Rui, on the other hand, begrudgingly sat back down, simmering in frustration. How infuriating it was to be bullied by Li Sisi. However, the thought that Yu Tiancheng had not attended this speech, an apparent loss of face, was not one Huang Wan would let slide. With this in mind, Zhang Rui's spirits lifted once more. The representatives of each class were soon invited to the stage to commence their speeches. In no time, Peng Qishuan had concluded his remarks, followed by a few tedious words from the education department leaders, and finally, the English speech competition commenced. There were 12 classes in the third year, each sending one representative, with each allotted approximately 10 minutes for their speeches, culminating in an overall duration of about 2 hours. The event began at 8 o'clock and was expected to conclude around 10. The order of speeches, aside from classes 9 and 10, was determined by a draw. Due to the prominence of classes 9 and 10, one was positioned at the forefront while the other was relegated to the end. This arrangement was intended to symbolize a strong start and a smooth conclusion. Class 9 was designated to go first. At this moment, Huang Wan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Beside her, Tian Yu clutched a speech manuscript, continuously reciting its contents. She had been hastily recruited by Huang Wan to fill in. Originally, this task should have fallen to Yu Tiancheng. In fact, Huang Wan had just communicated with the English teacher of Class 10, hoping to have them present first as a substitute. However, her request was met with indifference. After all, they were rivals. She was the head of the English group, while I was the deputy. At such a critical moment, it was unreasonable for me to falter, much less assist you in your ascent. After 2 fruitless attempts at negotiation, Huang Wan could only hope that Tian Yu could salvage the situation. Are you ready to go on stage, Tian Yu? Can you memorize it? Huang Wan asked, her anxiety palpable. I'm still a bit hesitant, Tian Yu replied, pursing her lips as she harbored some reluctance. Firstly, this was an opportunity for Yu Tiancheng to shine. Secondly, seated on stage was Lu Gukong. As for the speech manuscript, she had read it twice, and recounting it posed no challenge. Stay composed, believe in yourself, don't rush. You can do this, Huang Wan urged, trying to instill confidence in her. Perhaps we should wait for Yu Tiancheng, Tian Yu suggested, glancing towards the school gate. There's no time left. We must go on stage. Huang Wan was nearly in tears. At this juncture, even if that boy arrived, it would be too late. His hurried arrival would surely affect his performance, leading to a myriad of blunders, and ultimately, she would bear the brunt of it. She regretted having been so foolish as to trust that rascal. Huang Wan angrily tapped her shoe against the ground. He'll make it. I believe in him. Look, he's here. Tian Yu smiled, folding her speech and placing it in her pocket. Mr. Huang, trust me, he'll be exceptional. Apologies, Mr. Huang, I'm late. Yu Tiancheng panted as he rushed to Huang Wan's side. With a dark expression, Huang Wan was about to scold him, but Tian Yu interjected, not too late. It's your turn to go on stage. Good luck. With that, she lightly stepped back into the line of her classmates. Huang Wan was left bewildered. This girl? You're really letting him take the stage? Is it my turn? Then I shall go. Without hesitation, Yu Tiancheng strode towards the stage. Have you prepared your manuscript? Huang Wan, watching Yu Tiancheng's nonchalant approach to the stage, instinctively clutched her chest. Oh dear, my little heart. Chapter 79. Come. Let me teach you to call for your father. Show off. He hasn't even prepared a manuscript. Just wait for the embarrassment. Zhang Rui scoffed, observing Yu Tiancheng hastily ascend the stage, muttering under his breath. Good morning to all students, teachers, and leaders. I am Yu Tiancheng from Class 9 of the senior year. Good morning, esteemed students, teachers, and leaders. I am Tiancheng Yu, a student of Class 9 Grade 3. With purposeful strides, I ascended the stage, grasping the microphone, and offered a courteous greeting, bowing slightly to the sea of students before me. The inimitable smile on Tian Yu's face could not be concealed as she stood up, her petite hands clapping vigorously. Excellent! Liu Yeshing was the first to exclaim, using his uninjured hand to rhythmically strike the bench, thereby encouraging his close friend. The students of Class 9 in the senior year, under Tian Yu's guidance, joined in the applause. On the stage, Liu Gukong cast a puzzled glance towards Tian Yu and followed suit, clapping as well. As the leader of the publicity team, his gesture prompted the accompanying staff from various departments, including those from the education sector, even Peng Ku, to join in the enthusiastic clapping, all appearing somewhat bewildered. Soon, the multitude of teachers and students below also began to applaud. The atmosphere was rather overwhelming, leaving even Yu Tiancheng slightly flustered. Is my mere self-introduction causing such excitement? Is my presence so significant? He mused, feeling reminiscent of the days when leaders would present reports at corporate gatherings. He quickly assumed a composed demeanor, gesturing with his hands to quell the applause, and once the clamor subsided, he proceeded with his speech. Today, I stand before you to share a narrative that has profoundly influenced my perception of life and success. It is a tale that imparts the strength of perseverance and the vital importance of never surrendering, even when confronted with seemingly insurmountable challenges. With confidence, Yu Tiancheng began to articulate his thoughts on the podium. He alternated between English and its Chinese translation, his fluent speech complemented by vivid expressions and slightly exaggerated gestures, creating an engaging atmosphere that felt less like a rehearsed presentation and more akin to a casual conversation among friends. As he turned to interact with Drew Smith at the podium, a fleeting moment of surprise struck him. Was the individual seated next to the foreigner wearing the very knitted sweater he had purchased just the previous day? Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. After all, many share similar tastes in clothing. Dismissing the thought, he promptly engaged with Smith. The vivacious foreigner, naturally exuberant, thoroughly enjoyed this mode of communication, engaging in a delightful exchange with Yu Tiancheng. In the audience, Hu Xinqing stared in astonishment at the scene, nudging Huang Wan's arm. Teacher Huang, your script is exceptional. There's even an interactive segment. Did you know a foreigner would be coming? That's his own accomplishment. Even Principal Peng was unaware. How could I possibly know? Huang Wan was equally taken aback. Was it truly possible to conduct a speech in such a manner? Engaging with a foreigner midway through, what an audacious maneuver. However, this heightened tone set a daunting precedent. If subsequent speakers lacked the ability to evoke such emotion, they would inevitably falter. Let them falter, it matters not to me. Huang Wan cast a sidelong glance at Zheng Hongyu, the English teacher from Class 10, and noted the displeasure etched upon her face. Huang Wan's posture instinctively straightened. You were reluctant to swap places with me earlier. How do you feel now? Let us see if anyone remains to hear your conclusion. Meanwhile, Zheng Hongyu, fixated on the eloquent Yu Tiancheng while glancing at her watch, felt her anxiety mount as the 15-minute mark approached. She promptly approached Principal Peng at the podium. Principal, he has exceeded the time limit. With a dismissive wave, Peng replied, no matter, let him finish. Yet another 15 minutes passed, and Yu Tiancheng continued his uninterrupted discourse, showing no signs of concluding. Zheng Hongyu grew increasingly anxious. Principal, if this continues, the subsequent speakers will be left without time. Peng merely waved her off again. It's fine, let us wait a bit longer. In the blink of an eye, another 15 minutes slipped by. This time, before Zheng Hongyu could speak, Peng gestured for her to come closer. She hurried over, excitement bubbling within her. I'll go signal him to stop. No, inform them that the following speakers need not go on stage. I believe this young man could speak for an hour on his own. Peng was evidently pleased with Yu Tiancheng's performance. That will surely discourage the other students. Zheng Hongyu retorted, her irritation evident. The speech drafts from her class were personally pinned by her, and not showcasing them felt incredibly stifling. Yet, taking the stage might result in embarrassment. Perhaps they could organize another event later, with additional rewards as compensation. With a grand gesture, Peng recognized that these leaders were not present to witness a speech competition. They were merely accompanying the foreigner on a casual visit. However, the foreigner's true intentions were beyond his comprehension. As Yu Tiancheng's words flowed like a torrent, time slipped away gradually. After an hour and 15 minutes, he noticed that many students in the audience were beginning to show signs of fatigue, some even displaying disdainful expressions. Sensing the shift, Yu Tiancheng began to transition into his concluding remarks. This narrative transcends the realm of sports. It embodies the profound essence of perseverance applicable to every facet of our existence. Whether one is aspiring to build a career, mastering a new skill, or surmounting personal obstacles, perseverance remains the cornerstone of success. Therefore, dear classmates, let it be known that where there is ambition, achievement follows. As we endeavor to learn English, we must cultivate great tenacity and resolute determination to seize opportunities in the ever-evolving world ahead, striving for success. In conclusion, I extend my heartfelt wishes to each of you. May you gain admission to the universities of your dreams and discover your ideal life partner. My speech has come to an end. Thank you all. At the conclusion of his address, Yu Tiancheng light-heartedly made a jest, earning the admiration of many present. He bowed once more in gratitude. It was Drew Smith who initiated the applause, followed by a resounding ovation from the entire panel of leaders. Conversely, in the audience, apart from the students of Class 9, the applause was sparse, with several students casting resentful glances at Yu Tiancheng. They were the ones who had rehearsed their speeches for half a month, yet failed to take the stage. The teacher had already informed them that they would have another opportunity in the next competition. This speech contest had inadvertently transformed into Yu Tiancheng's personal showcase. We have all undergone 9 years of compulsory education. Why should one person bask in the limelight? Yu Tiancheng graciously accepted the applause and swiftly descended the stage. Huang Wan, standing below the podium, gave him a thumbs up. As he made his way toward Class 9, many teachers offered him warm smiles, while some girls enthusiastically exclaimed, "Academic genius! Academic genius!" Upon joining Class 9, Lu Yesheng excitedly clapped on the seat beside him, urging Yu Tiancheng to sit down. "Well done, Yu. Your performance was astounding. When did your English become so fluent? Can you teach me?" Lu Yesheng playfully rested his arm on Yu Tiancheng's shoulder, looking quite pleased with himself. "Want to learn?" "Absolutely. Let me teach you a couple of phrases. Give them a try. If you can pronounce them accurately, you can learn." "All right, teach me. Come on. Yamit." "Is that English?" "Forget the language. Just tell me if I'm learning or not." "Fine, I'll learn. Yamit." "Your accent is too thick. Repeat the last syllable a couple of times. Make it more melodious." "Tay." "Right. Do it 2 more times." "Tay." Tian Yu suddenly turned her head, casting a peculiar glance at Lu Yesheng and Yu Tiancheng. Yu Tiancheng chuckled, "Ah, right, that's enough for today. We shall practice again when we return." Chapter 80. Are these middle-aged gentlemen bullying a youth? Shortly thereafter, Peng Ku announced the conclusion of the English speech, and the classes exited in an orderly fashion, returning to their respective classrooms. Yu Tiancheng accompanied Hu Xinqing back to Class 9 of Senior 3. As the entire class settled down, the leaders who had been on the podium earlier, accompanied by Principal Peng Ku and Huang Wan, appeared at the classroom door. This is the class of the student who just delivered the speech, and it is also our school's key class. Moreover, he is currently the only student in our institution participating in the informatics competition. Peng Ku had just reviewed Yu Tiancheng's records. Upon noticing that Yu Tiancheng had consistently ranked at the bottom of his class for the past 2 years, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. However, upon realizing that Yu Tiancheng was indeed the competition student specifically requested by Su Lan, he felt a surge of surprise. Could it be that this child had devoted the past 2 years solely to mastering programming? An informatics competition student? Could this be the very lad? Lu Gukong murmured softly to himself. He suddenly recalled that Tian Ruyun had mentioned to him that Tian, you seem to be getting close to a competition student at school. And there were whispers of romantic involvement. Although he had divorced Tian Ruyun due to differing values, Tian Yu remained their mutual child. Furthermore, Lu Gukong had no intention of having other children. His thoughts were solely focused on Tian Yu. Hence, Tian Ruyun would still share some aspects of Tian Yu's life with him. As he spoke, Lu Gukong entered the classroom, surveying the surroundings until he pinpointed Tian Yu's location. To his surprise, Yu Tiancheng was seated right beside her. What a coincidence! He walked directly towards Tian Yu, coming to stand next to her. Yu Tiancheng could clearly sense that Tian Yu had tensed up beside him. He reached out, gently grasping her hand in a gesture of comfort. For reasons unknown, when that warm palm came into contact with her icy fingertips, Tian Yu's emotions unexpectedly steadied. She turned to look at Yu Tiancheng, her eyes filled with gratitude. At that moment, Lu Gukong had approached, observing the scene from above with keen clarity. "Hello," Lu Gukong said, extending his hand towards Yu Tiancheng without revealing any signs of emotion. Huh. Yu Tiancheng was taken aback. Although he was unaware of Lu Gukong's status, he could tell that such a prominent leader would not seek out a mere student without reason. Surely, it wasn't because he excelled in his speech that he was being asked to serve as an interpreter for some foreign dignitary, as if he would do such a thing. Nevertheless, he had no intention of offending Lu Gukong without cause. If the leader extended his hand, it would be impolite not to reciprocate. "Hello." Yu Tiancheng promptly released Tian Yu's hand and stood up to shake Lu Guokong's hand. He could distinctly feel the breadth and strength of Lu Guokong's grip. It was almost painfully firm. What was going on? You, a middle-aged man in your 40s or 50s, dare to bully a mere youth like me? What is your name? Yu Tiancheng. And how is it written? The character for surplus and the character for natural in Tiancheng. A splendid name indeed. As our ancestors have said, a good name is of utmost importance, for one need not fear a lack of fortune if one possesses a noble name. Your parents must be well-educated individuals. My father has indeed read quite a lot. Your recent performance was quite commendable. Your command of English surpasses that of many university students. Lu Guokong continued to shake Yu Tiancheng's hand vigorously, rather than merely offering praise. It seemed he wished to grasp his hand a moment longer. You little rascal, holding my daughter's hand in front of me, do you wish for trouble? It is all thanks to teacher Huang's excellent guidance. Yu Tiancheng subtly flattered Huang Wan, prompting her to smile broadly, reveling in the honor of shining before the leadership. Very well, study diligently and strive to serve our nation in health for 50 years. At last, Lu Guokong released his grip and patted Yu Tiancheng on the shoulder. Serving our nation in health for 50 years is a slogan of Qingbei. Lu Guokong's words carried a double entendre. Only with the prowess of Qingbei would one be worthy of my daughter. May your words prove prophetic. I too aspire to gain admission to Qingbei. Yu Tiancheng clearly understood the implication of Lu Guokong's remarks. Lu Guokong nodded and abruptly turned to Tian Yu beside Yu Tiancheng, saying, Yeah, let us have lunch together at noon. And this young scholar, Yu. Both Yu Tiancheng and Tian Yu were momentarily taken aback. They exchanged glances, then simultaneously turned to Lu Guokong. Oh, I neglected to introduce myself earlier. I am Tian Yu's father. Lu Guokong's voice, though soft, echoed throughout the classroom. In an instant, all students and teachers present were rendered speechless. Tian Yu's father had never made an appearance, remaining the most enigmatic topic within the class. And it was astounding to discover he held such a significant position. Yu Tiancheng's mind buzzed. He began to comprehend why Lu Guokong had held his hand so firmly earlier. In front of a father, he had dared to grasp the hand of his little darling. This was akin to plunging a knife into someone's heart. Leaders are human too, possessing desires and emotions. Even the highest-ranking officials share the same sentiments when it comes to fatherhood. He finally understood why Lu Guokong donned that light blue knitted sweater. Was this a case of mistaken identity, following the path of a father-in-law? Tian Yu was conflicted, poised to voice her reluctance to dine with him. Yet the words caught in her throat as Yu Tiancheng interjected. I shall treat. You will treat? Ha ha ha. As if I could allow that. We shall dine at your school's cafeteria, for I have many colleagues here. It would be quite unreasonable for a mere student to host me for a meal. I shall see you in the cafeteria shortly. Lu Guokong chuckled heartily, waved his hand, and led the way out. Once Lu Guokong departed, the entire class gazed at Tian Yu in astonishment, with Li Cici's eyes betraying the most intense emotions, envy, jealousy, and resentment. Her glances toward Tian Yu mirrored the gazes of her male classmates directed at Yu Tiancheng. Tian Yu felt torn, yearning to express her disinterest in sharing a meal with him, yet the words faltered on her lips, unable to escape. No worries, it's merely a meal. And it's in the cafeteria, what's there to fear? Yu Tiancheng was completely unfazed. He even assumed that Tian Yu was concerned for him. Hence he casually took her hand once more. Ahem. Hu Xingxing suddenly appeared from the back door, his sharp gaze piercing through his glasses like a hawk's, fixated on Yu Tiancheng, as if countless needles were pricking at his face. Even Yu Tiancheng, whose skin was thicker than a city wall, felt a moment of embarrassment and slowly released Tian Yu's hand. Tian Yu, too, pursed her lips and withdrew her small hand. Before the college entrance examination, you ought to exercise some restraint, Hu Xingxing warned, his forehead nearly aflame with frustration. Rest assured, rest assured. Yu Tiancheng was keen to maintain a semblance of respect for Hu Xingxing and waved his hands dismissively. With your conduct, how can I be at ease? From tomorrow onward, you are not to be seen in the classroom again. Retreat to your computer lab. Hu Xingxing's expression darkened, nearly dragging Yu Tiancheng out himself. All right. Don't worry. Teacher Hu, I will certainly not disrupt the learning of other students. Yu Tiancheng silently circled the definition of others in his mind. Enough. You and Tian Yu should head to the cafeteria. Do not keep the leaders waiting. With a wave of his hand, Hu Xingxing dismissed them, and the pair rose to depart. Why do they get to leave first? That's unfair. We want to eat too. A chorus of lamentations erupted in the classroom. Chapter 81. First kiss? I'm at a great loss. Yu Tiancheng was quite audacious, provoking Hu Xingxing's extreme ire. For before him, Yu Tiancheng appeared composed. Yet the moment he turned, he was grasping Tian Yu's hand and dashing toward the cafeteria. Does he truly take me for a fool? Your uncle treats you rather well. Yu Tiancheng said as he ran alongside Tianyu. Perhaps, she replied vaguely. You should be able to discern that he deliberately mentioned your relationship to remind the classmates not to bully you. Yu Tiancheng had surmised that Tianyu's relationship with Lu Gukong was rather tenuous. He could not directly state anything, so he chose to subtly steer her thoughts. Is that so? I feel as if he was more like a threat to you, Tianyu said with a smile. Recalling the moment Lu Gukong had mentioned their connection and the astonishment in Yu Tiancheng's eyes. That astonishment was quite amusing. Tian Xiaoya, one should not be too clever. Excessive cleverness may lead to remaining unmarried. Yu Tiancheng turned to her, feigning a serious threat. That would be troublesome. What if no one wants me? Tianyu replied, pretending to be pitiful, yet her hand tightened around Yu Tiancheng's. Well then, you might have to reluctantly. Ahem, comrade Tian Xiaoya, you are playing with fire. How could someone as noble and upright as I engage in such sordid affairs? Yu Tiancheng coughed, raising his head proudly, mimicking the demeanor of the leaders from earlier. Goose. Goose goose. Tianyu let out a laugh that resembled a goose's honk, her charming eyes crescent-shaped, like a waning moon. You are dreaming. Without Tsinghua or Peking University. Do not even think about it. After a bout of laughter, Tianyu withdrew her hand, once again embodying the aura of an aloof school beauty. ISNT at a 985 university? How did it turn into Tsinghua and Peking University? What a calamity. Tian Xiaoya, do you not keep your word? Yu Tiancheng assumed the demeanor of a market vendor, ready to haggle. Setting lofty goals can motivate you to strive for greatness, even if you fall short. You will not land too far below, will you? Tianyu raised an eyebrow, mimicking Lu Gukong, and patted Yu Tiancheng's shoulder. Keep it up, fellow student. Changing goals so casually, shouldn't the rewards remain unchanged? A more challenging objective should correspond with a more substantial reward. Yu Tiancheng retorted indignantly. Reward? ISNT being your boyfriend enough? Tianyu thought. You already have me. What more do you desire? Yet, she hesitated to voice this sentiment. Suddenly, she paused, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then stepped closer to Yu Tiancheng, inexplicably rising onto her toes to plant a kiss on his cheek. The gentle warmth of her lips rendered Yu Tiancheng utterly bewildered. Tianyu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her enchanting eyes brimming with shyness. This should suffice. She lowered her gaze, her white sneakers squeaking against the ground. Good heavens! Yu Tiancheng's mind was engulfed in a fog. This was the school's top student. A coveted kiss that countless boys yearned for, and it was bestowed upon him. If they were not in school, he might have impulsively pulled Tianyu closer for another kiss. Ah, someone is approaching from the cafeteria. I'm in big trouble, Yu Tiancheng lamented, his face a picture of despair. Tianyu immediately lifted her head, her beautiful eyes glaring at the shameless boy. That was my first kiss. And you dare say you're at a loss? Tian Xiaoya, I will definitely kiss you back next time. Yu Tiancheng wore a look of righteous indignation, wishing he could reclaim his due from Tianyu right then and there. Embarrassed and annoyed, Tianyu pinched Yu Tiancheng at his waist, taking advantage and then pretending to be innocent. Let us go, we mustn't keep them waiting. Yu Tiancheng, alarmed by her grip, yanked her hand and dashed away. As Tianyu ran, she touched her flushed cheek, pondering if she had let this rascal take too much liberty. In the school cafeteria, Lu Gukong and his companions sat across from each other, discussing their observations from the day, ultimately landing on Yu Tiancheng's performance. This boy is impressive. He speaks and acts with remarkable prudence, exhibiting a maturity that surpasses many adults. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, Principal Peng, this year, Longzhou no. One high school has some promising talents. The success of our educational bureau rests upon you. There are indeed a few students with commendable grades, and we should see results in a few months. I cannot boast in front of the leaders just yet. Principal Peng, who was notably modest and cautious. Although Yu Tiancheng appears to be thriving, his academic results are still pending. As for competitions, they have yet to commence. We have not even begun, and should he falter, it may leave the leaders with a sense of unreliability. They have arrived. When Lu Gukong spotted Yu Tiancheng and Tianyu entering, engaged in lively conversation, his expression remained rather grave. This demonstrates that Yu Tiancheng possesses an audacious spirit. Even though he could not restrain himself from revealing his identity, he remained unfazed. It seems necessary to have a word with Tian Ruyun and ensure that Tianyu is kept in check. With only a year remaining, it is imperative not to jeopardize Tianyu's academic performance. Should both individuals fare well in their examinations and gain admission to the same university or city, fate shall take its course. However, if the disparity between them is too great, their paths may diverge naturally upon entering university. Lu Gukong had personally experienced the toll that time and distance could take on relationships, Yet the presence of a child creates an undeniable bond. Thus, as long as Yu Tiancheng and Tianyu do not reach a pivotal point in their relationship, he has no desire to play the villain. After all, children at this stage are particularly sensitive, and given Tianyu's familial circumstances, her rebelliousness is even more pronounced. A misstep could lead to repercussions that would leave a lasting impact. Having finally received a semblance of warmth from Tianyu, Lu Gukong is reluctant to jeopardize their relationship with mere words. "Come, sit here," he said calmly, beckoning Tianyu to take a seat beside him. However, she glanced at him and nudged Yu Tiancheng forward, choosing to sit next to him instead. This action rendered the atmosphere at the table somewhat awkward, as it was evident that the relationship between Tianyu and Lu Gukong was not as harmonious as one might hope. Given their shared surname, many began to speculate. "Mr. Smith, I have been quite curious about you. Which country do you hail from? And during your visit to our nation, what places have you explored? Have you encountered any fascinating experiences?" Observing the uncomfortable tension, Yu Tiancheng swiftly engaged in conversation with Drew Smith in English. "Oh, I am from the United States. This time, I visited Shanghai, Nanjing, Star City, and Langzhou, where I encountered many intriguing individuals and events, including yourself, Mr. Yu." Smith was quite loquacious and enthusiastic. And with someone to converse with, he spoke freely. "Having visited so many places, is your usual occupation that of a traveler? I envy such a profession," Yu Tiancheng inquired subtly. The others at the table, particularly those from the Langzhou education sector who understood some English, were all ears, eager to glean more about Mr. Smith's purpose for being there. "You flatter me, Mr. Yu. Such a delightful occupation belongs to travelers. Not only do you envy it, but I do as well. My work is quite demanding. I seek out projects from various industries, compile reports, and submit them to my company to determine suitable investment opportunities." Smith's response sparked a glimmer of interest in Yu Tiancheng's eyes. Since joining the WTO in December 2001, the nation's level of openness has significantly increased, attracting a substantial influx of foreign investment. It is no wonder that Smith's presence in Langzhou warranted the attention of officials from the Foreign Affairs Office, Publicity Department, and Business Bureau. Truly, he is akin to a harbinger of prosperity. Chapter 82. Each with their own purpose. So you are the spokesperson for an investment institution. That is truly impressive. Yu Tiancheng gave Smith a thumbs up. Foreigners, after all, are just like us, having a nose, 2 eyes, and a mouth, aside from differing skin tones. They are no different. When others laud him, he, too, will become elated. Thus, Yu Tiancheng's gesture of approval brought Smith joy in return. "You are equally remarkable. I have heard that you are the top student at this institution. In the future, should the opportunity arise, you are welcome to visit our Harvard or MIT, where you will encounter many students as exceptional as yourself, all of whom are exceedingly talented," Smith extolled with a hint of superiority woven into his praise. No. The brightest student here is not me. It is she." Yu Tiancheng pointed to the young lady beside him, Tianyu. Her name, when translated into English, should be Crescent Moon. Crescent Moon? Oh, what a romantic name. Just as beautiful as she herself, Smith remarked, rising to shake hands with the lovely young lady. "It is a pleasure to meet you." "I am equally delighted to meet you," Tianyu replied politely in English. "Oh, as you said, she is indeed exceptional." "Her English is even better than mine," Smith acknowledged, his compliments resonating genuinely. "Two remarkable young individuals. Then I have a question for both of you. In your opinion, which aspects of your country's future development warrant investment?" Smith posed a question that captured the attention of other leaders at the table. To be candid, these leaders, eager to follow in Smith's wake, were primarily motivated by the desire to attract foreign investment to their homeland. In 2003, Xiangnan ranked around 1,213th in the national economic standings, with a GDP totaling merely over 460 billion. During that era, under the premise of reform and opening up, the entire nation sought investment, striving to become prosperous. However, with numerous departments came a multitude of ideas. Everyone wished to partake in that lucrative slice of cake, yet the capital belonged to others. The decision to invest, and in what sectors, rested solely with them. Their objective was to draw investments in. Our nation is vast and rich in resources, broadly speaking. Many areas are ripe for investment. However, personally, I prefer light asset, high-profit sectors, such as the internet industry. If one desires a more stable option, the consumer goods or education sectors could be viable choices. Yu Tiancheng was contemplating the issue with foresight, believing that the investment institution behind Smith undoubtedly housed many individuals with long-term vision. After all, they specialize in such endeavors, and in this day and age, one must concede that many foreign innovations are indeed advanced. This advancement is evident not only in science and technology and industrial development, but also in the realm of spirit. The three sectors Yu Tiancheng mentioned are all domains open to foreign and private investments. After all, there are numerous domains that remain untouched, akin to a treacherous slide. Upon hearing Yu Tiancheng's words, Smith's eyes immediately brightened. You truly are a genius. You are the most significant discovery of my journey to Xiangnan. I believe we should engage in a profound conversation. Your future is boundless. Might we discuss this privately? Throughout his travels, Smith had observed and interacted with people, yet his exchanges with others seemed to lack genuine connection, merely a formality. In more straightforward terms, it felt like a mere formality, a very official kind of interaction. While he could share laughter over meals and leisure, once serious matters arose, he would adopt a stern expression and shake his head. It could be said that many leaders encountered along the way had found themselves quite exasperated by this individual, yet were reluctant to offend him. No one could ascertain what he truly thought. Now, however, Yu Tiancheng's remarks appeared to open a window in an otherwise airless room, allowing these leaders to glimpse the sunlight. I am honored. Yu Tiancheng promptly nodded, sensing that Smith's background might be more complex than it seemed. You can come to my office. Peng Ku immediately stood up and said, Thank you very much, but that would truly be unnecessary. Why don't you show me around? Smith waved his hand and politely declined Peng Ku's offer in somewhat awkward Chinese, then invited Yu Tiancheng to accompany him. Upon hearing Smith speak Chinese, Lu Gukong and the others exhibited signs of embarrassment and astonishment. This foreigner might very well understand the language. The leaders began to reflect on whether they had misspoken. Very well, I shall show you around my campus. Yu Tiancheng gestured to Smith invitingly. Thank you. Smith smiled and nodded, walking shoulder to shoulder with Yu Tiancheng as they exited the cafeteria. It seemed one should not underestimate foreigners. Observing the two figures retreating, Lu Gukong turned to the others, stating, I feel like a clown, having been played for a fool, and in the end, we're even outdone by a child. Director Lu. We had no idea that Smith was so cunning and intelligent. A director from the Foreign Affairs Office awkwardly replied. Indeed, if he lacked competence. How could this foreigner dare to come here alone without a translator? That was our oversight. The leader from the Business Bureau chuckled ruefully. What do you think? If it were you, which investment should we pursue to maximize profits? Smith eagerly inquired as he stepped out with Yu Tiancheng. He was not genuinely inclined to follow Yu's suggestions. Rather, he sought to enhance his own performance. As the first gatekeeper for numerous projects, any initiative that he personally deemed unworthy would inevitably be dismissed. Conversely, if he presented 10 projects and 9 were rejected by the institutions behind him, it would reflect poorly on his capabilities. However, if he proposed 2 projects and both were selected, it would serve as a testament to his competence. Foreigners, too, adhere to standards of evaluation. The visions of a genius are often characterized by a remarkable foresight, transcending the confines of their time. Smith perceives Yu Tiancheng as one of those extraordinary young individuals. There is no need to rush a response to this inquiry. This building serves as an educational facility, which you have just visited. Over there lies the administrative building, and behind it, the playground. This is a place I frequent. Langzhou no. One high school is modest in size, and as Yu Tiancheng stands with Smith in the open space, he gestures toward the surroundings, offering a brief introduction before guiding him to the computer lab. They are not merely wandering aimlessly. There are matters they wish to discuss privately. Likewise, Yu Tiancheng does not genuinely intend to take Smith for a leisurely stroll. He has his own objectives. The door to the computer lab is unlocked, and at this moment, Su Lan is seated in a chair, her eyes fixed on the computer. With her left shoulder propped against her phone, her right hand wields chopsticks, and she chews her food while one leg dangles over the armrest, her high-heeled foot swinging rhythmically. She continues to converse. Yes, I think that is acceptable. You have no idea how busy I am. When he arrives, I will speak with him and let him decide. Sensing that the sunlight at the doorway has been obscured, Su Lan turns her head and is taken aback to see a foreign gentleman with golden hair and blue eyes standing there. Chapter 83. A company that cannot be fully purchased. Su Lan is momentarily startled, hastily retracting her leg from the armrest. Thank goodness I'm not wearing a skirt today. What an embarrassing posture. Upon closer inspection of the foreigner, she realizes she has seen him before. He is the same individual who was surrounded by leaders earlier in the morning. What brings him here? No, it appears to be just him and Yu Tiancheng. How did they come to be together? Oh, greetings, beautiful lady. Am I interrupting? Upon entering the room, Smith notices Su Lan rising from her chair and promptly extends a greeting. I can't talk to you anymore. Someone has arrived. Su Lan quickly ends her phone call, sets down her chopsticks, and greets Smith with a casual hi. She then turns to Yu Tiancheng, inquiring, what is going on? Smith, my friend, this is my teacher, Miss Su Lan. Yu Tiancheng succinctly introduces the two, gesturing towards the computers and stating, "This is where I study and work, as well as where I come to address your previous inquiry. I firmly believe that the internet industry will yield the highest return on investment over the next 2 decades." Smith expresses a hint of resignation. This aligns with my own conclusions, yet currently, the domestic internet sector lacks numerous investment-worthy companies. Engaging in investments is indeed a challenging endeavor. Strong candidates attract substantial backing from investment institutions, while weaker ones can lead to squandered resources. Yu Tiancheng comprehends this well. Viable investment projects are not in short supply of funding. Companies like Tencent, Alibaba, and Baidu are akin to golden geese laying golden eggs. Investors are not foolish, and numerous institutions eagerly vie to invest. At such times, the question becomes whether these companies will grant you the opportunity to invest. However, how many of the myriad startups can truly succeed? The vast majority have perished in their attempts. Have you heard of the fairy tale titled The Ugly Duckling, which transforms into a beautiful swan? Yu Tiancheng smiled faintly. Of course, I am familiar with it. It is an Andersen tale that I have read. You understand me. What I desire is simply an ugly duckling that can metamorphose into a swan. Smith, exhilarated, realized that Yu Tiancheng was exceptionally astute. Mr. Smith, during your visit to Xiangnan, have you not found any suitable targets? Yu Tiancheng, having discerned Smith's true intentions, refrained from revealing his own cards just yet. Instead, he wished to ascertain how much groundwork Smith had done and how substantial his backing was. Up until now, Yu Tiancheng had been subtly probing, not even inquiring about the investment firm behind Smith. Naturally, there are some. Smith hesitated, glancing at Su Lan. She is my associate, and she may have significant relevance to our forthcoming discussions. Do you believe me? Yu Tiancheng gestured enticingly to Smith. I believe you. Smith, having hesitated for less than a second, retrieved a folded piece of paper from his suit's inner pocket. I have a list here, and I think these could be worthy investments. Could you advise me? Smith handed the paper to Yu Tiancheng. This gesture indicated that Smith genuinely regarded Yu Tiancheng as a friend. After all, at this moment, Yu Tiancheng's choices could indeed influence Smith's decisions. Upon unfolding the paper, Yu Tiancheng's eyes were immediately drawn not to the logo representing Smith's company in the corner, but to the name that topped the list, Big Chicken Gaming Network. A wave of alarm coursed through Yu Tiancheng. Smith actually intended to invest in Big Chicken Gaming Network. This revelation suggested that Smith's journey to Langzhou might have been aimed at him. Did this imply that he had sold himself short? Yet, Yu Tiancheng harbored no regrets, for he possessed projects far superior to Big Chicken Gaming Network. Another element that captured Yu Tiancheng's attention was a small logo beneath a torn note on the notebook. It was a bold, darkened English word, BlackRock. This name might be unfamiliar to many. However, before his rebirth, a well-known investment anecdote circulated online regarding the A-share market. An executive from an institution that had exited the domestic market shared a thought-provoking statement during an interview. Our institution has expended countless experts and immeasurable time analyzing listed companies, meticulously classifying and assembling those high-quality enterprises, only to face a barrage of sell orders as soon as we complete our acquisitions, relentlessly driving the stock prices down. We can never buy enough. It feels as if the company is already ours. We merely wish to profit through investment. Yet they seem intent on selling the company to us. This executive was from BlackRock. Recalling this anecdote, a smile crept upon Yu Tiancheng's lips, unable to suppress his amusement. Upon witnessing the smile of Yu Tiancheng, both Su Lan and Smith were taken aback. Su Lan detected an undertone of conspiracy in Yu's grin, while Smith remained perplexed. At this moment, Yu Tiancheng was already aware of the implications. The colossal investment firm, BlackRock, presented an excellent opportunity, although it had faltered in the A-share market. This did not diminish its formidable reputation. In the realm of investments, it had previously backed giants such as Tencent, Baidu, Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia, Amazon, Google, Meta, and Tesla, among others. In the automotive sector, it had also invested in renowned companies both domestically and internationally, including Honda, General Motors, Tesla, Xpeng, Great Wall, and Mercedes-Benz. It had even extended its reach to various financial institutions, such as JP Morgan Chase and Citigroup. This behemoth, which many aspired to engage with yet found elusive, had specifically come to Langzhou seeking him out. Indeed, it was a deliberate pursuit, as Yu Tiancheng could hardly fathom what could possibly attract Smith to a fourth-tier city like Langzhou. As Yu's thoughts swirled, his gaze continued downward, where he stumbled upon the names of Huangzi Dairy and Gaoshu Dairy. Truly, these were quality assets. Should he consider a collaboration with Huangzi Dairy? Naturally, He had no intention of acting as a benevolent savior without any benefit in return. He pondered, stroking his chin, and decided to set that thought aside for the moment. However, he could certainly create an obstacle for Gaoshu Dairy. If they sought to undermine him, he would first extinguish their hopes. Scanning the names of several enterprises, he noted a familiar pattern: 3 internet startups, 2 early-stage education companies, and even a snack enterprise. You picked up a pen, pointing to the 2 companies, the G Game Network and Gaoshu Dairy, declaring, these 2 are off the table. Chapter 84. There is a hidden agenda between these 2. Why? The G Game Network is something I specifically investigated. Why should I abandon it? I do not believe your judgment is accurate. Indeed. When Smith heard Yu Tiancheng dismiss the G Game Network, he reacted as if his tail had been stepped on, immediately springing into action. If the G Game Network lacked the qualifications or prospects for negotiation, then his effort would have been in vain. What frustrated him further was that he had not even met anyone from the G Game Network. He had merely learned through special channels that their registered location was in Langzhou. No, my judgment must be correct, Yu Tiancheng replied, a smug smile gracing his lips. I hope you can provide me with a reason. After all, you have stated that the internet is the most promising investment sector for the next 20 years. Smith's blue eyes fixed intently on Yu Tiancheng, revealing a scrutinizing gaze. If you could not furnish a compelling rationale, he would begin to question his own judgment. Because I am the one who established the G Game Network, Yu Tiancheng revealed, and in that moment, he perceived astonishment in Smith's eyes. After admiring the 3 seconds of astonishment reflected in the other's eyes, Yu Tiancheng continued, moreover, I have already sold it. The surprise morphed into sheer shock. How delightful it is to revel in such a feeling. Oh my God, Smith exclaimed, his mouth agape, gazing at Yu Tiancheng in disbelief. Sold it? To whom? To Penguin. Zhang Xiangdong. You might have heard of him. Yu Tiancheng shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, of course I know him. Smith shook his head in astonishment. After a moment, he seemed to grasp the implications. So does this mean I've missed out? No. You Haven T missed out. I am currently planning my next startup. If you're interested, you might consider investing in my new project. Yu Tiancheng gestured towards Su Lan. This project is a collaboration between my teacher and me, which is why I brought you here. Oh, you're truly brilliant. I'm very intrigued. Smith was tempted to label him as cunning, but opted for brilliant instead. Investment firms, as long as there are profits involved, become good friends. In the face of profit, even foes can turn into allies. Can you tell me about your project now? Smith eagerly inquired. Of course, but I believe we should adopt a more formal approach. After all, there are many leaders waiting for us in the cafeteria. You know, it is quite impolite to keep those of higher status waiting. Yu Tiancheng cleverly seized the moment to keep Smith in suspense. He intended to build anticipation while fortifying his position before engaging in formal discussions. After all, he was dealing with a world-class investment institution. Despite his past experiences, he dared not be complacent. Any misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Indeed, it is impolite to keep leaders waiting. It is the same in our circles, Smith conceded, though a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes, not aimed at Yu Tiancheng, but rather at Lu Gokong and his entourage. Despite his cordial demeanor towards Yu Tiancheng, it was merely a matter of etiquette. At his core, Smith was exceedingly proud. Oh, by the way, this lovely lady, here is my contact information and address. You can reach me at this number, or feel free to visit me at this address. I eagerly await your call. Smith promptly exchanged contact details with Su Lan. Shall we head back now? Upon witnessing the conclusion of their exchange, Yu Tiancheng turned to Smith, and they walked back to the cafeteria. At the entrance, a group of leaders waited anxiously, some even appearing at a loss. They had been left hanging by Smith, their meals long finished, unsure whether to leave or stay. Meanwhile, Yu Tiancheng remained uncertain about the nature of their conversation. Would this young man say something amiss? Will Smith continue to invest in Xiaonan? Waiting often leads to restless thoughts. Just as the crowd began to feel anxious, they finally spotted Yu Tiancheng and Smith making their appearance. Both bore expressions of ease, perhaps even bordering on excessive friendliness, as they casually engaged in conversation, with shoulders linked and backs clasped. You recently mentioned that we could forego Gaoshu Dairy, yet its qualifications are quite commendable. Smith finally voiced another lingering curiosity. No, you replied, you cannot evaluate a company's qualifications solely based on its background. That is merely superficial. Numerous companies may appear to adhere to the law, yet in truth, they engage in dubious practices. Leaning closer, you whispered into Smith's ear, this is merely a branding operation, do you understand? You mean they don't produce milk themselves, but merely transport it? Smith tilted his head. Indeed, but this is a common practice among many manufacturers and does not warrant their rejection, you countered. Moreover, its background, competitors, and various other factors come into play. Smith, as my friend, there are many matters I cannot speak of too explicitly, as it could jeopardize me. I am still a student, and I prefer not to invite trouble upon myself. You paused mid-sentence, realizing that Smith was quite astute regarding domestic affairs. He possessed a deep understanding of local culture and interpersonal dynamics. In this context, it became evident to you that merely voicing his thoughts rendered Gao Shu Dairy's robust background and qualifications moot. With numerous investment opportunities available, why should he invest in a venture fraught with risk? Though he might not compel Smith to part with his funds immediately, he could certainly dissuade him from doing so. Furthermore, Smith seemed more intrigued by Yu's forthcoming entrepreneurial project. Gao Shu Dairy could be easily dismissed. Sometimes, avoiding pitfalls proves far wiser than courting danger. Investment carries inherent risks, and one must tread with caution. Oh, thank you for your reminder. I shall ponder this carefully, Smith replied solemnly, nodding in acknowledgement, clearly having absorbed the counsel. Yu nodded in satisfaction, realizing that the prospect of investing in Gao Shu Dairy had effectively evaporated. Let me lead you astray, and I shall first play my hand. One could only wonder how Zhong Yinzhao's tempestuous mother would react if she were to discover this. However, it was unlikely she would ever find out. As the two made their way back to the cafeteria, Lu Wukong promptly rose to greet them. How did it go, Mr. Smith? Were you satisfied with your dialogue with you? Quite satisfied indeed. I have gleaned some rather unusual insights, truly fascinating. I believe we can conclude this journey, Smith replied, reverting to his previous demeanor as he spoke to Lu Wukong. Lu exchanged glances with several other leaders, nodding in agreement. Very well, let us return. A group of individuals boarded the minibus they had arrived in. Just before stepping on, Smith deliberately paused, turned to shake hands with Yu Tiancheng, and flashed an exceedingly friendly smile. Mr. Yu, I appreciate your hospitality. I eagerly anticipate our next meeting. I hope that day arrives soon, as I find myself quite impatient. It won't be too far off, Mr. Smith, Yu Tiancheng replied with a smile. There was something amiss between the two. The expressions of Lu Wukong and the others once again reflected shock. Chapter 85. Dare you lay a finger on me? After bidding farewell to Lu Wukong and the others, Yu Tiancheng promptly informed Tian Yu, I'll be heading to the microcomputer room for a moment. All right, attend to your matters, Tian Yu responded, aware that Yu Tiancheng was surely going to convey something to Su Lan. Just as Yu Tiancheng departed, Li Sisi appeared unexpectedly. Tian Yu, I need to speak with you, she said, her gaze fixed on Tian Yu, laced with envy. Why was it that Tian Yu was not only more beautiful, but also came from a better family? With a father in a leadership position? Tian Yu cast a fleeting glance at her, remaining silent. Yu Tiancheng is not as straightforward as you perceive, Li Sisi inhaled deeply, anticipating Tian Yu's reply. Have you finished? Then I shall take my leave. What frustrated Li Sisi was that Tian Yu appeared utterly disinterested, almost dismissive of her words. Wait, don't you want to know what he is doing this weekend? Li Sisi attempted once more to pique Tian Yu's curiosity. Not at all, Tian Yu replied curtly, leaving Li Sisi feeling as though a heavy stone lodged itself in her chest, making her uncomfortable. After her response, Tian Yu walked away. Stop. Yu Tiancheng is going to Star City this weekend, and he is going with teacher Su from the microcomputer room. They even went to a bar with another beautiful girl. Don't you want to know their relationship? Li Sisi finally unleashed all her pent-up words in one breath. Oh, is that all? Tian Yu turned with indifference. If you've come to Sao Discord, I suggest you acquire more sensational gossip. Such trivialities do not affect me in the slightest. I refuse to speculate on others' actions as you do. Furthermore, please refrain from employing such lowly tactics in the future. They are rather pathetic. With that, Tian Yu turned and continued toward the classroom. Li Sisi was left speechless. She felt as if the weight in her chest had not only remained, but had been further intensified, nearly causing her to choke with rage. You're only with him for his wealth, aren't you? You may appear innocent, but you're just a gold digger. Ugh, shameless scoundrels. Li Sisi completely lost her composure, pursuing Tian Yu with relentless persistence. At that moment, several students emerged from the cafeteria, having finished their meals, observing the two, one silent, the other incessantly nagging. Among them were many from classes 9 and 10, including Lu Yesheng and Jiang Shishir. Seeing what seemed to be an argument, they rushed over. Suddenly, Li Sisi, pointing at Tian Yu, who had been silent, stopped in her tracks. Tian Yu turned, raised her hand, and delivered a resounding slap across Li Sisi's face. The slap rendered Li Sisi momentarily stunned, and it left many onlookers among the students equally astounded. You may insult me, and I shall not stoop to your level. However, do not speak ill of him. He has never wronged you in any way. Do you not realize that it is you who embodies the true disgrace? In the end, if you choose to wallow in your own filth, Do not project your misery onto others. Should you wish to bring him harm, do not blame me. Tang Yu's eyes flashed with a fierce intensity. At the sight of Tang Yu's gaze, Li Sisi inexplicably shivered. The surrounding students stood in a state of shock. Witnessing Tang Yu, usually perceived as gentle and unassuming, unleash such ferocity was astonishing. Many students whispered amongst themselves, while Tang Yu remained unfazed. Though Li Sisi felt her face burn with humiliation, acutely aware of her loss of dignity. I will not relinquish him. I will cling to him. And what will you do? Dare to threaten me? Li Sisi, a person overly concerned with her image, was accustomed to confrontational behavior, having grown up in the countryside where she frequently encountered unruly individuals. Thus, in this moment, she resolved to stand her ground and retort defiantly. Would I jeopardize my bright future for a wretched individual? Tang Yu let out a cold laugh, taking a step forward, her chest out, looking down upon Li Sisi with an air of superiority. She was already half a head taller than Li Sisi, and with her high ponytail, the effect was magnified, giving her a dominating presence. I just slapped you, and you dare to retort, but do you dare to lay a finger on me? Tang Yu continued, each word deliberate and heavy. If you touch me, within half an hour, you will find yourself in the police station. Your father will have to rush back from Yu City to apologize and plead on your behalf, and tomorrow, the entire school will convene to expel you. A month from now, you will only have the option of accompanying your father to work in Yu City. What then will you have to entangle him with? Your studies are lacking, your skills are non-existent. Apart from flaunting yourself, what else can you do? If you cannot muster the courage to act, then cease your incessant chatter. If one slap does not suffice to educate you, I do not mind delivering another. Of course, my point remains, you may insult me, and I shall consider it a mere bite from a dog, but if you insult him, I will retaliate. With that, Tang Yu turned on her heel, her ponytail swaying as she strode away. Have you never felt the pressure of an academic achiever? They are those who aspire to attend Tsinghua or Beida. They can devise a scheme that will leave you utterly bewildered. Do you truly believe that after mingling for a couple of days, you have acquired connections, status, and capability? Such utter foolishness. Lu also approached, mouthing the last two words derisively beside Li Sisi before departing with a sense of satisfaction. Li Sisi stood there, frozen, tears streaming down her cheeks, overwhelmed by a profound sense of shame and resentment. Yu Tiancheng remained oblivious to the conflict that had transpired between Li Sisi and Tang Yu after his departure. He hurried into the computer room, his first words being, Teacher Su, call Brother Kuan and let the website go live. I have already made arrangements. The website is now live. Furthermore, Sun Kuan and his team have hung banners in front of numerous universities and conducted promotional activities in the canteen of Xiangnan University. As you suggested, we need to register an account and add a drumstick. Su Lan's expression was grave, yet she was also quite exhilarated. They performed admirably, but this is merely the beginning. We must amplify our promotional efforts. Thus, in half a month, we will convene students from various universities in Star City and have them write on a blackboard, in 4 years of university, how many friends have you made? Followed by the campus network and the website link. With the long holiday approaching, we could rent several large buses to transport the students to the train station. However, there is a condition. They must carpool with friends and classmates. And only those who have registered an account on our website will be able to ride the bus for free. Yu Tiancheng clenched his fist. Within half a month, we must achieve a certain number of registrations on the website to secure a solid negotiation leverage. Also, I would appreciate it if you could find a senior legal expert to assist us with legal matters initially on a per-visit payment basis. Once we expand, we can establish a dedicated legal department. Sister Lan, please prepare a project proposal. This time, we aim to make a significant impact. Yu Tiancheng spoke with unwavering confidence. Rest assured, Chairman Yu, I guarantee the completion of the task. Su Lan stood upright formally and saluted Yu Tiancheng. Before he could smile, she was already laughing so hard she could barely stand. She realized that ever since she had joined Yu Tiancheng, it felt as though she had unlocked a new world, constantly filled with delightful surprises awaiting her. Chapter 86. Give me a hug. 1 month later, at Star City, Changjun Middle School. After emerging from the competition examination room, Yu Tiancheng promptly entered a red Mazda 6 parked by the roadside. He had scored 90 points in the preliminaries, easily passing the threshold. Today's event was the semifinals, a crucial match determining whether he would qualify for the provincial team to participate in the national competition. Of course, this match presented a slight challenge even for someone like Yu Tiancheng, who had previously served as a competition coach, albeit not excessively so. Tiancheng, I'm feeling a bit anxious, Su Lan remarked as she navigated the Mazda 6 out of its parking spot. Shouldn't your first question be about how I did on the exam? Yu Tiancheng responded, reaching for a lollipop from the armrest. and unwrapping it. The exam is over. The results are no longer significant, Su Lan interjected, snatching the unwrapped lollipop from his hands and popping it into her mouth. Sister, I've already licked that, Yu Tiancheng retorted, rendered speechless. Not to worry. I don't mind, Su Lan waved dismissively. The main point is that our development over the past half-month has been astonishing. We've accumulated over 60,000 registered users, all of whom are genuine registrations. Even more astonishing is that previously, we would need to run a campaign at a canteen or organize an event during student festival to acquire a few hundred users. Now, our user registrations are growing at a rate of 500 daily. Moreover, our registered users are no longer limited to current students. Many graduates and working professionals are also signing up. Now, Sun Kuan and his team have commenced preparations for the installation of additional servers. Indeed, the expenditure is substantial. In merely half a month, over 50,000 has been spent solely on ground promotion, equating to approximately 80 cents per user. At this pace, I fear that within 6 months, the registration numbers may reach several hundred thousand. Su Lan can sense that this will be a formidable figure. Hundreds of thousands? That may merely be the beginning. In her previous life, the campus network accumulated over 1 million registered users within 6 months. Now, with a 2-year head start, this number is likely to be even more staggering. Yu Tiancheng stroked his chin. It appears that his initial step was indeed correct. Yet he may soon face greater challenges ahead. This process will undeniably require a considerable amount of capital. As competition intensifies, more wolves will inevitably set their sights on this lucrative opportunity, leading to a tumultuous battle that will escalate their customer acquisition costs. 20 million in startup capital is not insignificant, but consumed rapidly, it can be easily drained. What are you thinking? Please help me review my project proposal for any flaws. Su Lan handed a thick folder to Yu Tiancheng. No need to look further, the data speaks for itself. Whether to invest depends solely on their own convictions. Yu Tiancheng waved his hand, saying, I trust your capabilities. However, I am genuinely anxious. Perhaps you should take the lead. Su Lan gazed at Yu Tiancheng, her nervousness evident. The once confident Su Mahelan had transformed into a timid version of herself. The car was driven with such caution that even an elderly lady would outpace it. The journey from Changchun High School to the International Trade Center, which typically takes just over 10 minutes, took her a full half-hour. You must consider this. If we fail, we fail. Even in failure, we shall continue to progress at our own pace, and it will not significantly impact us. Of course, if we were to fail, it would merely indicate a flaw in their judgment. Next time they seek such opportunities, the stakes will not be the same. Yu Tiancheng spoke with unwavering confidence. You truly possess a talent for offering comfort. Su Lan parked the car, and Yu Tiancheng unbuckled his seatbelt, stepping out with a leisurely stride towards the elevator. At the International Trade Center, on the 32nd floor, the two emerged from the elevator and arrived at the entrance of a company named Rider Group. Give me a hug. Su Lan suddenly stopped Yu Tiancheng, taking a deep breath. Haha, wouldn't that mean I'd be taking advantage of you? Yu Tiancheng assessed Su Lan. Today, she wore a gradient green blazer paired with a matching pencil skirt that gracefully concealed her knees, complemented by black stockings and freshly donned black high heels. Her hair was elegantly styled into an updo, and her light makeup accentuated her allure. Particularly striking was how the white shirt beneath her blazer was accentuated, leaving Yu Tiancheng momentarily awestruck. It can be said that Su Lan's outfit today showcased her sensual and mature side. Enough with the chatter, just hug me. Su Lan approached him, wrapping her arms around Yu Tiancheng's neck, her body pressing against his. Everyone has their first time. Consider your future. You are destined to command a billion-dollar empire. You must grow, little Su. Yu Tiancheng felt the softness of her presence, the fragrance from her hair intoxicating his senses, compelling him to encircle her waist with his hands. Delicate. Soft. I can feel it. Su Lan chuckled at Yu Tiancheng's teasing nickname, finally releasing him with a playful glint in her eyes, embracing so warmly, yet you must spoil the moment. Yu Tiancheng feigned innocence. What have I done? What do you have in your pocket that's so uncomfortable? Su Lan chided, turning towards the reception of Rider Group. I have nothing. Yu Tiancheng quickly checked his pocket, his face flushing. Blasted, it's just youthful vigor. After confirming their identities and purpose at the front desk, the receptionist beamed. Ah, Miss Su. Mr. Smith has been informed of your arrival. You may proceed directly to the conference room. She escorted Su Lan and Yu Tiancheng to the meeting room. Upon entering, they were taken aback to find not just Mr. Smith, but a total of 12 individuals present, men and women of various ages. Some with golden hair and blue eyes like Smith, others with dark skin tones representing diverse backgrounds. Each one was impeccably dressed in suits. exuding the aura of seasoned investment elites. Mr. Smith was seated at the center. Upon noticing their arrival, he rose and greeted them warmly. "Ah, my dear Yu. Allow me to congratulate you in advance on your upcoming examination." The sight of Smith's congenial demeanor eased Yu Tiancheng's apprehension. If his intuition served him right, they had already made their decision and were now awaiting the final negotiation. After all, the conglomerate behind Smith wielded immense influence, and uncovering the details of a company was child's play for them. Su Lan's information had likely been thoroughly scrutinized on Smith's desk long before this meeting. Otherwise, Smith wouldn't have greeted Yu Tiancheng with such familiarity. It was both a friendly gesture and a subtle display of power. Chapter 87. A lack of other virtues. Just jealousy, it appeared that Mr. Smith possessed profound insights into their affairs. After shaking hands with Smith, Yu Tiancheng addressed Su Lan with a smile. She understood the implications, her earlier tension gradually dissipating. No, I meant no offense. I merely conducted a preliminary assessment of Mr. Yu's company operations and current status. I am quite eager to hear about your proposal, as I am not alone in this room. My colleagues are here too, and you will need to persuade more than just me. Smith spread his hands, acknowledging the challenge. It seems Mr. Smith is well versed in the adage of knowing both oneself and one's adversary to ensure victory. So, when shall we commence? Yu Tiancheng inquired succinctly, cutting straight to the chase. After a prolonged wait, let us commence. Smith vacated his seat, gesturing for Yu Tiancheng to take his place. Behind him were computers, projectors, and various other equipment. Yu Tiancheng tilted his head slightly towards Su Lan and said, "Please, Ms. Su." With that, he promptly moved Smith's chair aside and sat down next to him. Su Lan smiled gently, confidently approached the front with her folder, and inserted the warming USB drive into the computer. As the files opened, she began to speak rapidly. On stage, Su Lan was eloquently presenting, while below, Yu Tiancheng and Smith exchanged whispers. "Mr. Smith, are you prepared? What are your specific investment intentions?" Yu Tiancheng asked directly. "Oh, you, is this how you conduct business?" "So straightforwardly?" Smith replied, astonished. "I prefer discussions with decisive individuals. I do not favor dilly-dallying. Such preambles, in my view, yield minimal impact and do not hinder the overarching judgments of decision-makers." Yu Tiancheng scanned the entire office and whispered, "Indeed, you possess a unique character. I appreciate that. So, let me be forthright. I have already compiled all the data regarding your startup's performance over the past fortnight. Your work efficiency is commendable. The website has garnered nearly 60,000 registrations since its launch, a remarkable achievement within such a short span. Therefore, we are contemplating either investment or acquisition." Smith's blue eyes gleamed with a mix of friendliness and cunning. "Firstly, I will not sell this project. Secondly, I will not allow outsiders to interfere with my decisions." Yu Tiancheng raised two fingers. "Then it is investment. If Mr. Yu's current scale remains as is, our investment will not be substantial." Smith stroked his chin thoughtfully. "How much do you intend to invest, and what percentage of shares do you propose to acquire?" Yu Tiancheng was aware that Smith and his team had likely conducted extensive forecasts and prepared various proposals. "We propose this amount for a 40% stake, which would not encroach upon your decision-making authority." Smith extended a hand. 50 million? In USD? Yu Tiancheng responded calmly. "Oh, are you jesting? 50 million USD could purchase all similar websites currently operating domestically." Smith made an exaggerated expression. What would you do with all those websites?" "Shut them down." Yu Tiancheng countered. "Mr. Smith, you must understand that while establishing a website is straightforward, the key lies in its operation. I require your investment of 50 million RMB. Had our company not reached its current scale, your investment might not have even been feasible." "Mr. Smith, you may have miscalculated one crucial aspect. My reason for discussing this matter with you is to present you with an opportunity, not the other way around. As an investor, I have numerous options available, and they would undoubtedly be willing to invest, with amounts not falling below yours." Yu Tiancheng rose, brushing off his trousers. "Zhang Xiangdong, you know him, right? Do you believe that with just a word from me, he would come running with 50 million for a futile endeavor? If Mr. Smith lacks sincerity, there is no need for further discussion." With that, Yu Tiancheng strode towards the door, seemingly intent on leaving. Su Lan, who had just reached a pivotal moment in her speech, hesitated for a moment, intending to interject. But Yu Tiancheng shot her a wink and gestured as if to indicate a trip to the restroom. Understanding immediately, Su Lan continued her presentation. "You please don't rush." Mr. Smith also stood up, following Yu Tiancheng out of the conference room. You are still young. In business, there must be a give and take. If you can't maintain your composure, you won't succeed in negotiations." Mr. Smith hurried after him, reaching out to grasp Yu Tiancheng's hand. I am merely trying to save everyone time. After all, we're all individuals whose worth fluctuates in the tens of millions. As he spoke, Yu Tiancheng proceeded towards the restroom. Hey, you, how much investment are you seeking? Mr. Smith discerned that Yu Tiancheng possessed unwavering confidence regarding this investment. Once inside the restroom, while attending to his needs, Yu Tiancheng smiled slightly and extended a hand toward Mr. Smith. 50 million? In USD? Mr. Smith recalled the figure Yu Tiancheng had mentioned earlier. This sum was certainly negotiable. As he stood beside Yu Tiancheng, he couldn't help but join him. It is often said that foreigners are endowed, yet in this instance, it seemed rather average, perhaps even lesser than his own. Yu Tiancheng cast a glance at Mr. Smith, smirking with satisfaction. 50 million? No, that's too little. Think bigger. 500 million. In USD. Yu Tiancheng made a shushing gesture. What? 500 million? In USD? That's impossible. No one would invest such a staggering amount in a startup. Should you falter, the consequences would be unbearable. Mr. Smith shook his head vigorously, indicating that such a figure was utterly implausible. You doubt my ability to secure such an investment? You must know Brother Justice from Zyrizi, right? I can reach out to him in an instant. Do you believe he could summon $1 billion? Yu Tiancheng recalled how, in his past life, the campus network was initially sold for $2 million to Qin Chuan, who then expanded to create Ren with similar networks, ultimately securing $4.3 billion in funding from Brother Justice. In this life, armed with advanced information, Yu Tiancheng was determined to aim for $500 million. You must understand, if I invest this amount in you, I would be gambling my future on your success, which is too risky for me, Mr. Smith expressed, visibly anxious. He genuinely wished to invest in Yu Tiancheng, yet $500 million was an overwhelming risk. Should he incur a loss, he could find himself blacklisted in the investment community. Dear Smith, you should be well aware that juggling numerous projects, with some yielding losses and others profits, ultimately relegates you to the status of a competent investor. However, should you invest in a wildly successful venture, you would ascend to the ranks of top-tier investors. Regardless, I must inform you that within 6 months, should you wish to invest an additional $500 million, you may only acquire a mere 20% stake. Presently, I offer you a 30% share. Yu Tiancheng held up 3 fingers. 30%? $500 million? Surely you jest. Smith's eyes widened in disbelief. He had initially intended to secure 40% for 50 million yuan. Yet now, Yu Tiancheng was proposing only 30% for $500 million. What audacity! Is he genuinely confident, or merely inflating his demands? No, I am not jesting. Yu Tiancheng chuckled, adjusting his trousers and placing a hand on Smith's shoulder. In life, there are 4 unbreakable bonds: sharing a bathroom, facing adversity together, sharing the same roof, and dividing spoils. You see, we have shared a bathroom, solidifying our bond. I never jest with my close friends. Yu Tiancheng's grin was mischievous. The 4 unbreakable bonds. Shouldn't it include facing adversity, sharing the same roof, and dividing spoils? Smith counted on his fingers, looking at Yu Tiancheng with disdain. My goodness, you know this? Yu Tiancheng grinned, clearly amused that his foreign counterpart was not easily swayed. I must deliberate on this matter. You know I am not the sole decision-maker. Smith employed his persuasion techniques once again. Very well, take your time. I am in no rush. However, I shall inform you of my next step. Within 2 months, I aim to capture the entire university market in Xiangnan, and I will initiate the first round of financing within 3 months. From this moment forth, each day of delay diminishes your potential stake by 5%. 2 days equates to a 1% decrease. Of course, as a friend, I can grant you a 7-day consideration period as a courtesy. I may lack other virtues, but I am meticulous and steadfast in my commitments. Yu Tiancheng scoffed and strode away. Chapter 88. Did Teacher Su wet his pants? What were you and Smith up to? I noticed he returned with a rather conflicted expression on his face. When Su Lan and Yu Tiancheng returned to the car, she inquired with concern. We merely visited the restroom. What expression did he have? Yu Tiancheng looked at Su Lan in surprise. The kind that suggests you just visited the restroom? Su Lan mimicked a pained expression, the sort that indicates wetting one's pants without a means to clean up. Yu Tiancheng burst into laughter. It seems Teacher Su has indeed experienced such a predicament. Otherwise, how would you mimic it so well? Oh, are you trying to get yourself into trouble? Su Lan, both amused and exasperated, laughed while playfully hitting Yu Tiancheng on the shoulder and arm. All right. You've grown up and no longer wet your pants. Let us get serious. Do you believe those individuals will agree to invest? By the time Yu Tiancheng and Smith returned, Su Lan had already completed her presentation and was addressing the investors' detailed inquiries. I am uncertain. They all listened intently. and many posed detailed questions, yet none exhibited a particular interest or disinterest on their faces. How should I put it? It was quite professional. Yes, very professional. Flawless and meticulous. Su Lan reflected on the demeanor of several individuals and employed a term that epitomized professionalism. It appears, as I surmised, that this place is indeed governed by Smith. Others possess a voice, albeit limited in influence. Yu Tiancheng stroked his chin, embodying a shrewd demeanor. What were you two discussing? Su Lan inquired curiously, gazing at Yu Tiancheng. He proposed an investment of 50 million, seeking 40% equity from us. Yu Tiancheng replied nonchalantly. 50 million? 40%? That would be quite lucrative for us. Su Lan exclaimed excitedly, counting on her fingers as she calculated. We previously invested 20 million for 100% equity. And now 40% fetches 50 million. This back and forth effectively triples our value. More crucially, he also helps us mitigate risk, allowing us to proceed with ease. Su Lan spoke with delight. I declined. Yu Tiancheng shook his head. It's acceptable to refuse. We have pooled 200 million ourselves. And 50 million does seem a tad insufficient. Perhaps if it were $50 million, we could consider it. No worries. We shall continue to develop. There are other financing avenues ahead. Su Lan quickly amended her words, aware that Yu Tiancheng might feel more regret about the refusal than she did. As for the previous efforts, they were not in vain. Adjustments could be made to the data later. Importantly, she had also experienced a world-class investment bank scrutiny today, gaining invaluable insights and personal growth. $50 million, he would certainly agree to, Yu Tiancheng said with a grin as he regarded Su Lan. Su Lan, still pondering how to console Yu Tiancheng, was momentarily startled upon hearing that $50 million was indeed acceptable. She then felt a surge of excitement mixed with indignation. Pinching Yu Tiancheng's ear. Can you refrain from gasping so dramatically? Are you doing this on purpose? Yet I still declined. Yu Tiancheng raised his hand to grasp Su Lan's small hand. Yu Tiancheng, are you intentionally teasing me? You turned down $50 million? That figure. Even if the company were sold, Sun Kuan and the others would not refuse. Su Lan was equally astonished by the amount. In 2003, the exchange rate was 1 to 8. $50 million equated to 400 million yuan. The concept of a newly launched website soaring from 20 million to 400 million in merely 2 months is staggering. Even the investor with the smallest stake, AI Bing, would net $1 million. With 15% equity, Su Lan would directly see 60 million in revenue. This is akin to the speed of a money-printing machine. Moreover, they are merely financing a portion of the equity, not executing a direct acquisition. After being astounded by the figure for a good 30 seconds, Su Lan sighed. Well, there's no harm in declining. We trust your judgment. Though she voiced this, a twinge of regret still lingered within her. Sister Lan, has Zhong Yinzhao been harassing you recently? Yu Tiancheng suddenly changed the subject. He has come to see me twice, but I was too busy to meet him. However, his mother, Wu Mali, has surprisingly registered a new company, also in the tech sector, selling milk labels. It seems she has ulterior motives. I wonder what methods she intends to employ against us. Since the last time Yu Tiancheng advised Su Lan to keep an eye on her movements, she has been vigilant. Sure enough, within a few days, Wu Mali registered a new company named Mali Technology, and it operates in the internet industry. Just a mere clown. Let her prance around for now. Yu Tiancheng leaned against the car window and waved his hand. Sister Lan, have you ever considered leaving Xiangnan? Why would I leave Xiangnan? Su Lan turned to Yu Tiancheng in astonishment. I am not afraid of them. What I mean is, we cannot confine ourselves to the isolated market of Xiangnan. Once we have exhausted the pool of university students here, other places will establish similar websites and seize the market as well, putting us at a disadvantage. It is crucial to understand that there are many geniuses in this world. They will quickly create similar websites and compete for the same user base. What we need to do is expand nationwide before they mature. Yu Tiancheng spoke with unwavering determination. However, our capital is too limited. 20 million seems substantial, but once spent, it vanishes like water. Employee salaries, offline advertising, and the hefty costs of servers will continually drain our resources as our user base grows. If we truly expand nationwide, we may face astronomical figures. Without finding a viable monetization channel, merely having traffic will not convert to revenue. Burning cash is akin to setting fire to paper. At that moment, Su Lan realized that 20 million is indeed insignificant for an internet company. If they burned through it at a rate of 1 million per month, they would only last 2 years. Therefore, I plan to first develop several key cities, such as Jingshi City. Yu Tiancheng seemed to have made a decision. Sister Lan, you should go to Jingshi. With hundreds of universities, the market is vast. I wouldn't feel comfortable leaving this task to someone else. Moreover, Once you are in Jingshi, the Zheng family's influence will be far-reaching. Su Lan frowned at Yu Tiancheng. Do you really want me to go? Yes. And once you arrive in Jingshi, you must quickly acclimate and employ our previous strategies, focusing on elite institutions like Qingbei to swiftly capture the market. At this stage, we shouldn't worry about money, only registration numbers. Yu Tiancheng stated solemnly. All right, when should I leave? Although Su Lan felt a twinge of reluctance, she decided to heed Yu Tiancheng's advice. The sooner, the better. Yu Tiancheng replied succinctly. As soon as possible. Then I will leave this afternoon. Su Lan decisively declared. Aren't you worried that my decision might be erroneous? Yu Tiancheng looked at Su Lan with surprise. Her execution was astonishingly formidable. There is no way out. I am already on this treacherous ship, having invested all my assets into it, and now I must be driven like a beast of burden by the boss. Su Lan wore a pained expression, her almond eyes sparkling with mirth. Our fate is unfortunate. What else can we do if you do not believe me? Let us converse amiably. Yu Tiancheng sighed in resignation. Although our acquaintance has been brief, I have come to understand that you, my friend, never engage in unprofitable ventures. Your rejection of Smith merely indicates your desire for a larger share of the pie. It is evident that negotiations between both parties have not yet reached an agreement. Moreover, judging by your demeanor, it seems that a collaboration is merely a matter of time. Your request for me to go to the capital may also be a strategy to exert some pressure on Smith. Alas, here I am, merely a backdrop in the office, surrounded by a group of chatterboxes. Su Lan shook her head. A person who never works without profit deserves to have me run errands for you, right? Sister Lan is truly astute. Yu Tiancheng chuckled. Although Su Lan appeared youthful, she was undeniably clever. Were she truly a naive and simple-minded individual, he would never have considered employing her. Now, tell me, what price would compel Smith to be as distressed as if he had consumed excrement? Su Lan smiled triumphantly as she started the car. Not much, merely 500 million. Yu Tiancheng smiled faintly. That amount exceeds $50 million. No wonder Smith is in a quandary. Su Lan nodded, explaining that 500 million RMB is quite reasonable. Money is hard-earned, and one does not simply acquire it as easily as one might pick a cabbage. In the realm of commerce, akin to a battlefield, negotiations are a back-and-forth affair. It is entirely normal for Yu Tiancheng to ask for a little more, and for Smith to ponder his response. US dollars. Yu Tiancheng softly uttered those two words. With a jolt, the car, just igniting, trembled violently and came to an abrupt halt. Su Lan slammed on the brakes, nearly tossing Yu Tiancheng out of his seat. Chapter 89. Displaying the tiger's skin, raising the flag how much? Su Lan, having just regained her composure, was once again taken aback by this figure. 500 million. In dollars, for 30% equity. Yu Tiancheng extended a hand towards Su Lan, a mere half-meter away, gesturing. Su Lan disregarded Yu Tiancheng's slightly suggestive gesture. Her mind consumed by the concept of $500 million. $500 million. 40 billion RMB. This man truly dares to ask for such a sum. Should this financing succeed, would it not mean that her worth would instantly exceed 1 billion? This time, it took Su Lan a full minute to shake off her astonishment. Then, she pressed the accelerator once more. The engine roared to life. Yu Tiancheng instinctively grasped the door handle. What are you planning to do? To the airport. I am buying a ticket to the capital immediately. With a surge of speed, the car darted forward. Is there any need for such fervor? Yu Tiancheng clutched the overhead handle, his face paling. $500 million is indeed $500 million. Can I not be excited? Su Lan honked the horn exuberantly. Once this succeeds, I shall be a wealthy woman, enjoying financial freedom, even if one achieves financial independence. Driving so recklessly raises the risk of calamity. Should something happen, not only would one lose their life, but also their unspent wealth, rendering it the most tragic of outcomes. Yu Tiancheng remarked with a grin. Bah, you harbinger of doom. Su Lan scolded Yu Tiancheng and reduced the speed of the car. You are right. When a person is gone and money is unspent, it is indeed a complete waste. I must not act impulsively. I still have to support a group of pretty boys who serve me tea and water. She then turned to Yu Tiancheng and asked, Are you so certain that Smith will invest in our project as you requested? Yu Tiancheng shook his head. I cannot be certain. But one thing I am sure of is that if he does not invest, others will. Thus, our initial efforts to attract traffic will not be in vain. In the future digital world, traffic equates to money. All right, I trust you. As Su Lan was driving, her phone rang. She glanced at it and saw it was a call from Sun Kuan, tossing the phone to Yu Tiancheng. It's Kuan's call, probably about company matters. You take it. Hello. Brother Sun. Yu Tiancheng answered the phone, but his expression changed after listening for a moment. What happened? Su Lan noticed Yu Tiancheng's cold demeanor and asked in surprise. You can't leave for now. Yu Tiancheng hung up the phone, his tone icy. What is going on? Su Lan quickly maneuvered the car to the side, anxiously looking at Yu Tiancheng. Chun Kai and the others have been arrested. Yu Tiancheng took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he spoke. What? Su Lan's eyes widened in shock. Was it that bastard Wumali? Most likely, Yu Tiancheng replied with a cold snort. What reason did they give for the arrest? Su Lan pressed her lips together, the earlier excitement dissipating entirely. A ridiculous reason. They claim our website is skirting the edge of legality and involved in obscenity. Yu Tiancheng touched the corner of his mouth. What a damn convenient time for this. What should we do now? If Chun Kai and the others have been arrested, why is Sun Kuan unharmed? Su Lan quickly analyzed the situation. Sun Kuan happened to be out for ground promotion, and only Chun Kai and a few others were at the company. He said AI Bing has already contacted someone to secure their release. And the law professor you previously consulted is also involved. They should be able to bring them back by tonight, so there's no need for us to worry. The biggest issue now is if they keep finding excuses to stir trouble, it will create panic among the staff. Yu Tiancheng tapped his fingers against his mouth, his mind racing. Let us go, drive. Where to? Su Lan knew that Yu Tiancheng was not one to suffer in silence. If someone dared to provoke him, he would retaliate fiercely. To the Prince Milk Factory. Yu Tiancheng gritted his teeth. If you dare to mess with me, I will strike back. Su Lan was uncertain why Yu Tiancheng wanted to go to the Prince Milk Factory, but she complied with his request and drove to the location of the Prince Milk Group. At that moment, Chairman Li Hongtu of the Prince Milk Factory was in his office signing documents. Under Li Hongtu's leadership, Prince Milk specialized in lactic acid beverages, achieving an annual sales figure that had reached 800 million yuan, with expectations to surpass 1 billion by the year's end. Li Hongtu was ambitious, planning to increase investments for the following year in hopes of reaching a sales goal of 2 billion, or even more. The sound of knocking echoed as a tall secretary entered. Mr. Li. A man and a woman outside claimed to be the chairman and general manager of Joy Technology and request to see you. Joy Technology? I've never heard of it. It must be a small company trying to sell something. I won't see them. Li Hongtu waved his hand dismissively, uninterested in the so-called Joy Technology. The man asserted he had a way to double the company's performance. The female secretary interjected. Humph, after conducting business for so long, why should I believe that his mere words could lead to such a transformation? He might just be another charlatan. Xiaozhong, why do you relay every word that comes your way? Li Hongtu shot an annoyed glance at the female secretary. He also mentioned the secretary, startled, bit back her words. What else did he say? Speak plainly, stop hesitating. Li Hongtu, too, was intrigued. Half-finished statements were quite vexing. He said he came from BlackRock and could help you secure a substantial investment. The female secretary quickly conveyed. Yu Tiancheng was merely fabricating tales, leveraging BlackRock's name. Fearing Li Hongtu would refuse to meet him, he wasn't entirely wrong, as he indeed came from BlackRock, but this could mislead one into thinking he was affiliated with them. BlackRock. Indeed, the name carried weight. Upon hearing it, Li Hongtu paused, his pen halting midair, engulfed in contemplation. No one is devoid of financial needs. Even a company like Prince Milk, boasting an annual sales of 10 billion, seeks funding for expansion. If foreign investment could be secured, Prince Milk's future might even extend beyond borders. I should go and send them away immediately. The secretary, fearing she had misspoken again, hastily attempted to exit the office. Wait, bring them in. Why didn't you mention they were from BlackRock earlier? You ramble on unnecessarily. Li Hongtu chided her. The secretary promptly stepped out. After a moment of reflection, Li Hongtu walked to the door, donned his suit from the hanger, adjusted his tie, and checked his appearance in the large mirror, wishing to appear more formal. However, when the office door swung open, he was somewhat taken aback and disappointed. The visitors were not the foreign businessmen he had envisioned, but rather a young woman and a man even younger than her. To be precise, the man looked astonishingly youthful, resembling a student. What surprised him further was that the woman stood behind this young man, seemingly as his subordinate. Chapter 90. Would Mr. Li like to purchase an advertisement? Hello, Mr. Li. I am Su Lan, the general manager of Joy Technology, and this is our chairman, Yu Tiancheng. Su Lan greeted Li Hongtu with polite nods, providing a brief introduction. Chairman? Mr. Yu does not appear to be a businessman. Li Hongtu's face bore no warmth, even reluctant to extend his hand for a handshake, scrutinizing Yu Tiancheng. This young man was exceedingly youthful. With barely any facial hair, he dares to call himself the chairman. Even a shell company would not be so audacious. It is an opportune moment to seek Mr. Li's wisdom on the essence of a businessman. Is it truly the case that a businessman turns away those who come seeking business? Yu Tiancheng remains entirely unfazed, his hands tucked into his pockets. indifferent to Li Hongtu's demeanor as he strides directly into Li Hongtu's office. "Mr. Yu, you are indeed youthful, yet perhaps a tad too ostentatious?" Li Hongtu's expression darkens noticeably upon Yu Tiancheng's entrance. As a businessman, Mr. Li places profit above all else, eschewing emotional impulses. Yu Tiancheng circles Li Hongtu's desk, fixing his gaze on him. Moreover, one cannot judge a book by its cover. The vastness of the sea cannot be measured by mere gallons. Are we to believe that nobility is inherent? Business acumen is not a birthright, is it? Li Hongtu takes a deep breath, noting the young man's apparent composure in his presence. Not only is he unperturbed, but he exudes a relaxed, almost nonchalant demeanor. Each of his words seems to penetrate deeply, yet he maintains an air of confidence as if he has already secured victory. Such a person is either an exceptionally skilled con artist or possesses tremendous assurance. An accomplished fraudster? No, such swindlers are typically older, presenting a facade of maturity and stability. Li Hongtu, with his seasoned perspective, believes that even if he were to be deceived, it would be by a true titan of industry. Yet, Yu Tiancheng is far too young, even clad in a school uniform jacket. What kind of con artist would venture out dressed as a student? "Mr. Yu, may I inquire if your company has any products?" Li Hongtu muses, adopting a different tone. "Ah, now we're speaking the language of business." Yu Tiancheng's words brim with the condescension of an elder instructing a child, leaving Li Hongtu feeling quite vexed. "Regarding our company, you may be unaware, but we do have a website that you might have heard of." Yu Tiancheng gestures towards the computer on Li Hongtu's desk. "Campus Network, you should take a look." "Campus Network?" Li Hongtu blinks in surprise, opting for action over idle chatter as he types the provided URL, scrutinizing the details. He cannot help but be intrigued when he encounters the homepage's slogan. "How many old friends do you have?" An irresistible urge to log in wells up within him. Furthermore, Yu Tiancheng has adorned the new webpage with numerous grandiose claims. For instance, prominently displayed is the statement, "Currently, 10,075, 689 alumni are using this website." Of course, that figure of 10 million is fabricated. Only the numbers following it reflect genuine registrations. Nevertheless, it serves its purpose of impressing. Take Li Hongtu, for instance. He is utterly captivated by this numerical illusion. Over 10 million. Just imagine, if each of these individuals were to purchase a bottle of royal milk, how substantial would that sum be? And if these 10 million were indeed alumni or current students, the network they could weave would spread like a vast web across a considerable expanse. It turns out that Chairman Yu and General Manager Su have graced us with their presence. My initial perception was indeed limited. As Li Hongtu regarded Yu Tiancheng and Su Lan once more, his expression underwent a transformation from skepticism to earnestness. He stepped out from behind his desk and extended his hand to Yu Tiancheng. Although the magnitude of this campus network remained unclear to him, the fact that it was represented by both the chairman and the general manager afforded them a status that warranted equality. Li remarked jovially, "We are genuinely here to discuss business." Yu Tiancheng, not one to be overly aggressive, recognized the shift in perception and adapted accordingly. "You are simply too youthful," he noted. "Which leads me to declare that heroes indeed emerge from the young." Li Hongtu felt somewhat embarrassed and provided himself with a mental explanation before inquiring, "May I ask, if it is not too presumptuous, how old you are this year?" His curiosity was piqued regarding the true age of Yu Tiancheng. Despite Li Hongtu's limited familiarity with the internet sector, he had already established a website boasting millions of users, categorizing him as a significant player within the industry. "In just 2 months, I will turn 18. Yu Tiancheng replied with a slight smile. Li Hongtu gasped in astonishment. As one of the most renowned dairy entrepreneurs in Xiangnan, his perspective was undoubtedly refined, yet he could not fathom that Yu Tiancheng was not yet 18. Mr. Yu, please refrain from such formalities. It feels rather peculiar. You may simply call me by my name or Tiancheng." Yu Tiancheng gestured dismissively. "Let us continue to address you as Mr. Then. Mr. Yu, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit to our factory?" Li Hongtu pondered, considering that perhaps Yu was there to place an order for dairy products. Whether for employee benefits or customer appreciation, a transaction that could potentially amount to a significant order, given the corporate nature of the visit. "Well, you may be unaware of our ground promotion model, so allow me to elaborate." Yu Tiancheng began to explain the internal account registration system for distributing chicken legs at the school cafeteria. Li Hongtu listened intently. With his extensive experience in the business realm and his analytical skills regarding product promotion, he quickly discerned that this model was simple, effective, required minimal investment, yet yielded substantial impact. Particularly within a university setting, this approach was remarkably seamless. Today's college students often find their monthly allowances insufficient, and the ability to secure an extra chicken leg or enjoy complimentary transportation to the station during vacations is an exceedingly thoughtful benefit. And then, Li Hongtu mused, stroking his chin. Is Mr. Yu suggesting that in the future, instead of chicken legs, you will provide beverages? More precisely, we will be offering Prince Lactobacillus. Yu Tiancheng laughed. However, the cost may be higher than that of chicken legs, Li Hongtu commented, sizing up Yu Tiancheng. Every businessman seeks to maximize profit. Why would one opt to spend 5 yuan on a problem that could be resolved for 50 cents? Cost is of little concern. Our aim is to capture the market. Yu Tiancheng waved his hand dismissively. Of course, there is another crucial point. Our general manager Su is set to venture to the capital to explore market opportunities. Our primary objective in the capital is to target esteemed institutions such as Tsinghua and Peking University. As you are aware, the capital boasts a highly educated populace and an enviable living environment. Thus, we must present something of exceptional quality, mustn't we? The premium product offered by Yu Tiancheng has proven to be quite beneficial to Li Hongtu. More significantly, at the beginning of the year, Li Hongtu established a branch factory in the outskirts of the capital. He intends to set up 5 branch factories across the nation within 3 years, which would cover a substantial portion of the country. However, expanding the market necessitates strategic planning. The arrival of Yu Tiancheng has illuminated the path forward for him, akin to a guiding beacon. The strategy begins with schools to penetrate the market. Once a positive reputation is established and clients are acquired, Li Hongtu firmly believes that the exquisite taste of their product will captivate the majority. Indeed, as Mr. Yu rightly stated, only high-end products can cater to elite individuals. So, Mr. Yu, how many bottles of Royal Prince milk do you intend to order? At this moment, Li Hongtu felt a surge of excitement. If he could leverage Yu Tiancheng's ground promotion to advertise his brand, it would be nothing short of splendid, especially since this advertising would reach the most prestigious academic institutions. Who are the individuals within? They could potentially be future renowned entrepreneurs, executives, mid to senior level researchers, or even high-ranking officials. This is precisely the question I wish to pose to you, Mr. Li. How many bottles of Royal Prince milk are you considering investing in to promote your brand? Yu Tiancheng, undeterred, countered with a calm demeanor. Mr. Li, how many bottles of Royal Prince milk do you intend to allocate for your advertising? Yu Tiancheng's straightforward approach left Li Hongtu momentarily speechless. His expression stiffened, and his thoughts became disjointed. If he had been initially intrigued by Yu Tiancheng, he now felt trapped, as if he had been drawn into a scheme. It seemed this fellow had come to take advantage of the situation. Wasn't this akin to a monk begging for alms? A few flattering words and a grand vision, only to expect me to foot the bill? This is a game I am all too familiar with. Even Su Lan, standing beside them, looked at Yu Tiancheng in astonishment. I must admit, I underestimated this young man's audacity. He has come to swindle without any pretense. You spoke so eloquently. Yet it turns out you are not here to purchase products, but rather to solicit funding for your marketing endeavors. What gives you the right to expect something for nothing? Is it merely your charming appearance? Mr. Yu, you are the chairman of a company. Do you truly believe that it is reasonable to expect others to contribute without compensation? Li Hongtu felt a sense of indignation rising within him. I am not a demon reveling in suffering while drinking the blood of others. My stance is entirely justified. You see, what is your most pressing need at this moment? The market. Your promotional efforts and advertising require funding, do they not? As I understand it, in previous years, your advertising expenditure on CCTV alone amounted to an astounding 88 million. What was your objective in that endeavor? Apart from mere traffic, there exists the element of spectacle. And what era do we find ourselves in now? We are in the digital age. I assure you, you do not require 88 million, merely 88 million worth of goods will generate an advertising effect that surpasses the benefits previously gained from advertising on national television. Of course, these are merely ancillary advantages. Realistically, beyond assisting you in penetrating the market in the capital, I can also help you seize the entire market of Xiangnan. You should be well aware that, at present, the most successful product in the Xiangnan dairy market is not your Royal Prince milk, but rather the Gaoshu Dairy's Gaoshu milk. And I can aid you in capturing this segment of the market. Yu Tiancheng spoke fervently, his gaze fixed intently on Li Hongtu's expression. Encroaching upon the Gaoshu milk market? That is implausible. Li Hongtu suddenly chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. You are not from this industry. You fundamentally misunderstand the dynamics within our circle. Yu Tiancheng chuckled in response. Gaoshu Dairy merely leverages connections to infiltrate major universities and institutional cafeterias, imposing mandatory tasks, correct? If we were to discuss its flavor profile, I am certain that General Manager Li would not concede its superiority, would he? It seems Mr. Yu has conducted market research prior to this engagement. Li Hongtu scrutinized Yu Tiancheng. In terms of taste, my Royal Prince milk is undoubtedly unique. However, when it comes to backing, I cannot compete with Gao Shu. Hence, General Manager Li aspires to expand the market nationwide, for after all, a mere local player, coasting along with private labeling, cannot be compared to a national enterprise, correct? In the end, relying solely upon a name could lead to the downfall of relationship-driven companies. General Manager Li, your vision is indeed expansive, but have you considered what may transpire if your market expands but your own foundations falter? Yu Tiancheng's final remark pierced Li Hongtu's heart like a thorn. If there is any truth to the notion that all things come with a premonition, most would concur. In fact, years prior to the entry of foreign capital, during the zenith of Royal Prince Milk, there were already signs manifesting. Yet, in Li Hongtu's previous life, as his career flourished and the Royal Prince Milk Group adhered to his strategic plans, who could have anticipated such treachery? A seasoned businessman must possess not only the ambition to advance, but also the vigilance against potential upheaval, particularly in an unstable business environment. Li Hongtu had witnessed countless dark examples. In truth, he was already aware that Gao Shu Dairy had previously approached several of his subordinates, expressing a desire for cooperation and investment. Their bargaining chip was to leverage purported connections along with a token investment. This was nothing short of extortion. Li Hongtu would categorically refuse, for once he accepted their investment, all of his actions would be constrained. The instances of outsiders leading insiders, merely engaging in internal strife, and ultimately driving the enterprise into ruin are innumerable. Thus, Li Hongtu has always maintained a respectful distance from enterprises like Gao Shu Dairy that possess regional backing. Now, with Yu Tiancheng striking at his sensitive point, Li Hongtu's wariness towards Gao Shu Dairy was rekindled. Yu Tiancheng had never anticipated any substantial gains from this venture. At that moment, observing Li Hongtu's contemplative expression, he realized that he had already achieved his objective, at least to a significant extent. He had meticulously crafted his approach, articulating his intentions with remarkable clarity. Should Li Hongtu express any reluctance to collaborate, Yu Tiancheng would promptly place an order for 5 million units, demanding a customized version of the Prince Milk for distribution as gifts across various universities in Xiangnan. However, such a course of action would entail a direct confrontation with Gao Shu Dairy. Clearly, this would be a last resort. If you harm my interests, I shall retaliate in kind, inflicting damage upon both of us. I am still young and have further financing opportunities ahead, thus I am prepared to engage in this battle. As for Li Hongtu's potential downfall at the hands of Gao Shu Dairy, Yu Tiancheng was indifferent. Opportunities arise in life, and if one fails to seize them, it is no longer his concern. However, it was apparent that Li Hongtu was not solely focused on immediate gains. He exhibited the traits of a seasoned businessman. He was both audacious and vigilant. Mr. Yu, should I proceed in this manner, it would unmistakably indicate a confrontation with Gao Shu Dairy, Li Hongtu remarked, his expression grave. Do you truly believe they would spare you if you do not oppose them? Yu Tiancheng chuckled. You are, after all, adversaries. Would you rather contend with an opponent who confronts you openly, or a cunning one who may stab you in the back at any moment? Chapter 92. Turning the computer lab into a wedding chamber. Mr. Yu, allow me a moment to ponder. Please, have some tea. Li Hongtu gestured, then rose and approached his desk, deep in thought. It was evident that he was somewhat apprehensive at that moment. After pacing back and forth several times, he turned and returned to Yu Tiancheng's side. I believe you are correct. So what now? Yu Tiancheng spread his hands in inquiry, his eyes glimmering with the promise of victory. I can invest 50 million in Prince Milk and provide it to you at cost, Li Hongtu asserted, extending a hand with conviction. When Su Lan observed Li Hongtu's gesture, she was taken aback. She gazed incredulously at Yu Tiancheng. 50 million at cost price. How many bottles could that yield? It was common knowledge that the cost of dairy products was relatively low, with expenses for bottles, labels, and even transportation often surpassing production costs. If one bottle could secure a registered account, then this investment in Prince Milk alone could generate millions of registrations, not to mention the potential for a viral effect, such as requiring friends to claim rewards or participating in giveaways. And here, Yu Tiancheng was poised to acquire this 50 million simply through dialogue. It was nothing short of fantastical. No wonder Yu Tiancheng remained unfazed by Smith's so-called 50 million in financing. In comparison, it was utterly laughable. When Yu Tiancheng heard this figure, he was somewhat taken aback. However, he quickly grasped the situation. Gao Shu Dairy had likely undermined the prince's milk more than once. Given Wu Mali's fierce temperament, her restraint in not directly seeking to shut down the prince's dairy factory was quite remarkable. It is probable that there are others guiding her from behind, biding their time and waiting for the opportune moment to strike. After all, this matter transcended Wu Mali's personal interests. It entangled multiple parties, and the individual backing Wu Mali would certainly not allow her minor schemes to jeopardize the entire plan. As for dealing with Yu Tiancheng, this was merely a personal vendetta on Wu Mali's part to aid her son. The scale of Yue technology was insignificant. They could easily be investigated and dealt with, as they were hardly regarded as a threat. However, what? Mr. Li, please continue. Once Yu Tiancheng comprehended the crux of the matter, he became more certain that Li Hongtu would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. I can assist you with ground promotion, but I require the ability to advertise on your website. Li Hongtu was no fool. He would not invest and labor for Yu Tiancheng without compensation. That figure of over 10 million registrations remained a formidable bombshell in Li Hongtu's eyes, an impressive statistic. Of course, if he were to discover that it was merely a smokescreen crafted by Yu Tiancheng, his sentiments would surely shift. Very well, but I have a stipulation as well. Yu Tiancheng smiled. The other party offered 50 million for just an advertisement on the website, and he had no qualms about amplifying it for free. Mr. Yu is indeed a youthful hero. This business venture shows no signs of loss. Li Hongtu chuckled, pointing at Yu Tiancheng. Speak. What is your request? Since we have reached this level of collaboration, let us embark on a joint promotional campaign. You shall create a special version of the Prince's Milk for campus distribution. This would be a simple task for Mr. Li. I will subsequently develop some mini-games on my website, incorporating the Prince's Milk as game props to embed it into the public consciousness, ensuring that whenever someone thinks of drinking, they think of the Prince's Milk. Yu Tiancheng continued. Just the thought of drinking leads to the Prince's Milk? A brilliant idea. Let us finalize this. Thus, we shall commence our collaboration for a term of 1 year. If the results are favorable, we can continue our partnership. What do you think? Li Hongtu extended his hand to Yu Tiancheng. It's a deal. Yu Tiancheng grasped Li Hongtu's hand in agreement. With the business agreement in place, their subsequent communications flowed much more smoothly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Hongtu even referred to Yu Tiancheng as brother, to which Yu Tiancheng reciprocated by calling Li Hongtu elder brother. Ultimately, Li Hongtu invited Yu Tiancheng to dinner, but Yu Tiancheng politely declined, citing the need to return home to study. Li Hongtu was left feeling somewhat despondent by this excuse. Reflecting on his own son, who was of a similar age, he found it disheartening that while others were engaged in discussions of multi-million-dollar ventures, his own child was aimlessly driving around. The disparity between individuals was astonishing. It is unacceptable. Go back and give that little brat a good thrashing to educate him properly. Upon leaving the Prince's Milk factory, Sulan found herself still entranced by Yu Tiancheng's art of negotiation. I just received a text message informing me that Chun Kai and the others have been released. Their mental state appears to be unscathed. Your actions will undoubtedly squeeze the market for Gaoshu Dairy in Xiangnan, and their losses this time will surely be significant. Sulan drove, taking Yu Tiancheng towards the encounter bar. This can only be described as mutual harm, addressing symptoms rather than the root cause. Yu Tiancheng rubbed his nose. I must devise a strategy to inflict substantial pain upon them, ensuring they dare not spy on us again. Sulan tilted her head, casting a glance at Yu Tiancheng, who, at that moment, exuded an inscrutable aura. Upon returning to the encounter bar that evening, Yu Tiancheng soothed the emotions of Chun Kai and the others. However, he soon realized he had overthought the situation. Only 2 newly hired employees, frightened, had rushed out of the police station and immediately tendered their resignations. Although Chun Kai and the others had felt some trepidation when they were first detained, upon returning, they quickly shed their psychological burdens and were now filled with enthusiasm, eager to roll up their sleeves and confront the adversary. Yu Tiancheng discussed with Sun Kuan the necessity of ceasing the tumultuous activities in that small courtyard. They planned to rent an office in the financial center, which would project a more professional image. Moreover, many companies in that area have foreign investment backgrounds, which would compel their opponents to consider the repercussions of their actions. At least in the short term, it is unlikely they would attempt such maneuvers again. What Yu Tiancheng desired was precisely the absence of issues in the immediate future. After arranging the company's relocation, Yu Tiancheng returned alone to Langzhou that day, while Sulan headed to the capital early the following morning. Time swiftly passed, and before long, 5 days had elapsed. On the morning of Monday, as usual, Yu Tiancheng enjoyed breakfast in the computer room with Tian Yu, cherishing their time together, when Hu Xingxing suddenly rushed in. Upon seeing Hu Xingxing, Tian Yu instinctively tensed and stood up from beside Yu Tiancheng. Well, their relationship had indeed been warming up too quickly lately, often sitting together in affectionate embraces. Hu Xingxing, not permitting Yu Tiancheng to return to the classroom, saw Tian Yu frequently darting to the computer room throughout the day. He was aware of the situation but chose to turn a blind eye. Who would have thought they would become so comfortable, nearly treating the computer room as their love nest? Upon witnessing this scene, Hu Xingxing's initial excitement swiftly morphed into awkwardness. Yet, he quickly regained his enthusiasm, pretending not to notice, and cleared his throat. Ahem. Are you eating breakfast? Enough of that. Come with me. Chapter 93. This is serious. What's the matter, teacher Hu? Are you treating us to breakfast? Yu Tiancheng, ever unabashed, showed no sign of embarrassment at having his private affair with Tian Yu discovered. He even inquired if Hu Xingxing intended to treat him to breakfast. Breakfast? Hu Xingxing turned away, suppressing his expression and sneering coldly. I'm taking you to the conference room. The principal is waiting for you. Yu Tiancheng was momentarily taken aback, turning to glance at Tian Yu. Surprisingly, Tian Yu appeared even more composed than he was. In truth, at her level of maturity, she had long ceased to be concerned about the school's reactions. Many oblivious teachers believed that academic elites and prodigies were products of their instruction. Little did they realize that as long as such students were well-fed and provided with ample study materials, they would acquire knowledge far exceeding that which was imparted by their teachers. The reason prestigious schools are esteemed is due to the confluence of talent. Hence, Tian Yu had already seen through it all. Her sole focus was to await the college entrance examination and strive for an exceptional score. As for her activities within the school, being over 18, she relished the freedom to choose her path. Conversely, Yu Tiancheng was even less concerned. Having been reborn after 20 years, if he remained shackled by the rules of a high school, it would render his 2 lifetimes futile. Was it regarding the recent inspection by the authorities? Yu Tiancheng stroked his chin as he sought information from Hu Xingxing. During Smith's last visit to Langzhou, he had engaged Yu Tiancheng in a private conversation lasting over an hour. The content of that discussion was of great interest not only to the school leadership, but also to officials from the education sector and various departments in the provincial capital, as it had implications for their political achievements. Political success equated to future prospects, and they were eager to advance. Should Smith invest in Xiaonan, it would undoubtedly be under their stewardship, contributing significantly to the welfare of the local populace. Conversely, if Smith were to withdraw and invest elsewhere, it would signify their dereliction of duty and inadequacy in their roles. Yet, they had been unable to gather any intelligence from Smith's end, leaving them reliant on feedback from Yu Tiancheng. To be candid, the fact that the principal had managed to restrain himself from approaching Yu Tiancheng for so long demonstrated considerable patience. Given the nature of certain leaders, one would expect a detailed report to be drafted immediately upon their return. However, as Tian Yu's father had insisted, this matter was not to be inquired into, nor was it to disrupt the academic focus of Yu Tiancheng and Tian Yu. Hu Xingxing waved his hand dismissively, refuting Yu Tiancheng's conjecture. His uncle was quite dependable in his dealings. Yu Tiancheng grinned, realizing that Lu Gokong, his father-in-law, was indeed an agreeable individual. But why did the principal wish to see us? Yu Tiancheng scratched his head. It was not just concerning the two of them, but also their parents. I have already contacted your parents. They are likely on their way. Tian Yu's mother lived closest, and she had already arrived when I came to find you. Hu Xingxing continued to feign a lifeless expression as he regarded Yu Tiancheng. At this revelation, both Yu Tiancheng and Tian Yu lost their composure. The fact that their parents had been summoned behind their backs meant a confrontation was imminent. They instinctively exchanged glances, Tian Yu's almond-shaped eyes reflecting confusion, while Yu Tiancheng furrowed his brow in concern. Were they apprehensive about their families uncovering the nature of their relationship? Not at all. Their true fear lay in the potential for trouble and incessant nagging. Moreover, should this matter be laid bare, a discussion involving the principal, parents, and the parties concerned would undoubtedly lead to an exceedingly awkward situation. Ultimately, it is highly probable that the school administration has inadvertently offended Yu Tiancheng and Tian Yu, leading to a deterioration in their academic performance. The parents of both parties find themselves in an awkward, if not antagonistic, situation, unwilling to set aside their pride and harboring resentment towards the principal and teachers. The atmosphere among the three parties is decidedly discordant, more tumultuous than a battlefield. Yu Tiancheng contemplates the unfolding events and concludes that this trajectory is untenable. It serves no one's interests. In the distance, as he approaches the conference room, a familiar voice suddenly echoes from behind. Teacher Hu. The trio turns to see Wei Xiaoqin and Yuan Yuan hastening towards them. Mr. Tiancheng's father, Mr. Tiancheng's mother. Hu Xingxing promptly halts his steps to greet them. Teacher Hu, you seem rather rushed. Is there an urgent matter? Has that rascal done something wrong? Could you possibly give us a hint? Yuan Yuan retrieves a box of Zhonghua cigarettes from his briefcase and hands it to Hu Xingxing. You should accept this, Mr. Yu. This is not considered a bribe. Hu Xingxing initially intends to decline, but after a moment's consideration, he places it in his pocket, justifying to himself, not at all. Not at all. Given our relationship, what gifts are necessary? Yu Wenyuan quickly gestures dismissively. What has this boy done to summon both of us? You will find out once you go inside, Hu Xingxing replies, casting a glance at Yu Tiancheng. Meanwhile, Wei Xiaoqin has already pulled Yu Tiancheng aside, glancing towards Tian Yu as she softly inquires, what has happened? Did he get that girl pregnant? Stop your ridiculous conjectures. I have no idea what's going on. Yu Tiancheng retorts, pouting. You expect me to believe that? If nothing were amiss, would your father and I be here? Wei Xiaoqin shoots him a disapproving look before switching to a warm smile and approaching Tian Yu. You must be Tian Yu. I've heard so much about you. Excellent student. Beautiful girl. Now, tell Auntie, has Yu Tiancheng been bullying you? Rest assured, regardless of what this rascal has done, we will take responsibility. If something has truly happened, you must speak up, do not hide it away. Besides, you are not children anymore. In earlier times, children would have been running around without a care. What is going on? Tian Yu looks at Yu Tiancheng, bewildered. What does it mean to take responsibility? What does it mean for children to run around? Why is your mother speaking so cryptically? It's fine. You need to look at him. Whatever the issue, tell Andy, and if he has bullied you, I will handle him. Wei Xiaoqin asserts, glaring at Yu Tiancheng. What are you staring at? Go aside. Yu Tiancheng, feeling a throbbing headache, can only turn his face away in frustration. Mr. Tiancheng's mother, perhaps we should refrain from discussing this outside. Let us go in. Principal Peng has been waiting for a long time. Hu Xingxing observes the situation veering into uncertain territory and quickly advises Wei Xiaoqin. Teacher Hu is right. Family matters should not be aired publicly. Let us proceed inside and avoid any further commotion outside. Yu Wenyuan adds gravely, echoing Hu Xingxing's sentiment. All right. Wei Xiaoqin noticed that Yu Wenyan's expression was not quite right, and her heart sank immediately. This was a serious matter. That wretched brat. Could he have truly gotten the girl pregnant? Chapter 94, Guaranteed Admission? Does that mean no college entrance examination is necessary? Yu Tiancheng followed a few individuals, being the last to enter the conference room. Upon entering, he beheld Principal Peng seated at the head of an oval conference table. To his left sat 4 individuals, paired off, each appearing to be in their 30s. It was evident that these 4 belonged to 2 distinct factions, each displaying an air of caution and vigilance towards one another. Opposite them sat a solitary middle-aged woman, Tian Riyun. As Hu Xingxing entered, he greeted each person in turn. Making introductions, Principal Peng, Yu Tiancheng's parents have arrived, and this is Tian Yu's mother. Upon seeing Wei Xiaoqin and Yu Wenyan, Tian Riyun promptly stood and exchanged brief pleasantries. Hello to both of you. Oh dear, that's the future in-laws. Wei Xiaoqin almost inadvertently uttered the term, but fortunately, Yu Wenyan discreetly pinched her, prompting her to swallow the latter half of her sentence. She forced a smile and added, Tian Yu's mother, you truly look youthful. Standing next to Tian Yu, you appear like sisters. You're quite the flatterer, Tiancheng's mother. Tian Riyun replied politely. May I invite the parents of both students to take a seat? The 2 students then sought out their places. Peng Ku gestured to Hu Xingxing, who promptly directed everyone to sit down. After pouring each person a glass of water, he took a seat at the far end, where a radiant smile of satisfaction finally graced his features. As soon as Wei Xiaoqin sat down, she could hardly contain herself. Principal Peng, has our Yu Tiancheng caused some trouble for the school? Yu Wenyan also bore a serious expression, as the atmosphere resembled an intense interrogation. Please don't be anxious. Tiancheng's mother. Allow me to introduce both parties. The 2 individuals seated across from you are from the admissions office of Zhonghai University, while the 2 beside me are from the admissions office of Qingbei University. Hello, we are from the admissions office of Zhonghai University. My name is Chun Wan. Hello, we are from the admissions office of Qingbei University. I am Guoqing Lai. Chun Wan, the representative from Zhonghai University, was a knowledgeable woman in her 30s, sporting short hair, large eyes, and a prominent nose, dressed in a sharp little suit that exuded professionalism. In contrast, Guoqing Lai from Qingbei University was a middle-aged man in his 40s, casually attired in an open suit jacket, appearing quite relaxed. Admissions office representatives? Upon hearing the introductions, Wei Xiaoqin and Yu Wenyan's initial panic swiftly transformed into confusion, excitement, and surprise. What on earth does this mean? Wei Xiaoqin nudged Yu Wenyan and whispered, the admissions office representatives have come. They are likely here to discuss terms, guaranteed admission, or to sign a reduced score agreement. But Tian Yu has such privileges. What about our Tiancheng? Yu Wenyan glanced at Yu Tiancheng, only to discover that the brat had inexplicably seated himself next to Tian Yu, whispering to each other. seemingly engrossed in conversation. Teacher Chun, Teacher Gua, who shall begin? After Peng Ke finished introducing himself to the students' parents, he courteously turned to the two representatives from the university admissions office and said, "Please, go ahead." Guo Qinglai's tone carried an air of arrogance, a proud demeanor emanating from one of the nation's premier institutions. "Why don't you take the lead?" he suggested. Chen Wan's expression appeared somewhat awkward, clearly feeling overshadowed. "I'm afraid that once I speak, you might not get a chance," Guo Qinglai laughed lightly. "Then we shall proceed first," Chen Wan replied, her expression stiffening as she turned to retrieve two contracts from her folder, presenting one to Wei Xiaoqin and the other to Tian Riyun. Following an in-depth discussion with Principal Peng Ke, we are pleased to offer contracts to both Yu Tiancheng and Tian Yu based on their exceptional performances. Yu Tiancheng will receive a guaranteed admission to Zhonghai University with the freedom to choose his major, while Tian Yu will have the opportunity to be admitted with a reduced score of 60 points below the standard cutoff. Once the contracts are signed, they will take immediate effect. As Chen Wan spoke, she smiled at Peng Ke and then glanced at Guo Qinglai. Guo Qinglai's brow furrowed slightly, clearly taken aback by the generous terms being offered. At that moment, Wei Xiaoqin and Yu Wenyan were utterly bewildered. A guaranteed admission to Zhonghai University, a prestigious 985 institution, second only to Tsinghua and Beida in the country. Does this mean that our Yu Tiancheng won't have to take the Gaokao? Wei Xiaoqin was overwhelmed with joy, her body tingling with excitement. She was all too aware of Yu Tiancheng's previous academic struggles. This young man, who frequently declared his ambition to attend a 985 university, had seemed a distant dream, especially with his consistent position among the bottom three in class. She had harbored no hope of him achieving such a feat. To think that today, Zhonghai University would send representatives all this way just to present a contract guaranteeing his admission. What an unexpected stroke of fortune. Beside her, Tian Riyun was equally exhilarated. A reduction of 60 points. What a remarkable prospect. Previously, top-tier universities required scores of 670 or even 680 for admission, but now, only 620 or even 610 would suffice. While she was confident in Tian Yu's abilities, the current era still mandated that one wait until after the Gaokao to fill out their application. At this juncture, no one dared to be overly confident in their choices, opting instead for a more conservative approach. Thus, a 60-point reduction was immensely enticing. "Old Yu, will you sign? Make a decision quickly." Wei Xiaoqin was becoming restless. "I believe we should consider what Tiancheng thinks," Yu Wenyan replied after a moment of contemplation, turning his gaze to Yu Tiancheng. At that moment, Yu Tiancheng was engaged in animated conversation with Tian Yu, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. These two youngsters, so carefree and chatty. Tian Riyun nudged Tian Yu with her elbow, placing the contract in front of her. "Will you sign?" "Huh." Tian Yu hesitated, turning to Yu Tiancheng and smiling sweetly. "You decide. I will follow your lead." A pang of concern struck Tian Riyun's heart. "Alas, it seems that my daughter is no longer held in high regard. As her mother, I find my status diminished in comparison to that of this insufferable boy." Both Peng Ke and Hu Xingxing turned their gazes towards Yu Tiancheng, fully aware that the reduced score quota for Tian Yu was indeed secured through Yu Tiancheng's recommendations. In the year 2003, the reform of the college entrance examination granted universities the autonomy to conduct independent admissions. This allowed institutions to evaluate students' abilities and potential through various means such as interviews, academic performance, and unique talents, thereby facilitating a more comprehensive selection of candidates. Consequently, the autonomy of universities in the admissions process has significantly increased. Yu Tiancheng's recent competition achievement, where he attained a perfect score and secured first place in the Provincial First Class Award, has also qualified him for the National Informatics Competition, known as NOI. This implies that he stands a strong chance of entering the training squad and potentially representing the country in international contests. Talents in programming are currently exceedingly rare and in high demand. Top-tier institutions like Qingbei University and Zhonghai University, upon Yu Tiancheng's progression to the semifinals, had already been informed of his perfect score and had obtained his information, swiftly arriving at Langzhou No. 1 High School to recruit him. However, recruitment necessitates the provision of attractive incentives. For the institutions, this naturally translates to designations such as key cooperative schools and sources of outstanding students. While such titles are conferred, tangible benefits must also accompany them. In practice, this means offering a few slots for reduced admission scores among exceptional students. Moreover, in subsequent admission cycles, the promise of preferential treatment for outstanding candidates sent to relevant universities can also be secured. This is the origin of the 60-point reduction granted to Tian Yu. In truth, While a score reduction may represent a transformative opportunity for an individual, it holds little significance for the universities. A 60-point reduction necessitates that one possesses the foundational qualifications to be admitted in the first place. A student's performance is meticulously documented, and no institution would wish to send an unqualified individual to such prestigious universities, as a lack of academic capability would ultimately lead to expulsion. Conversely, should a good student experience an unfortunate turn during the examination, merely a single misstep could yield a chance to enter their desired university through a score reduction, thus validating their years of effort. It would indeed be regrettable if a momentary lapse in performance resulted in a narrow miss. Therefore, this policy serves as a mutually beneficial arrangement between universities and high-achieving students. At this moment, all attention is focused on Yu Tiancheng, who casually set aside 2 contracts. Exuding an air of contentment, since Zhonghai University has shown its sincerity, how about the representatives from Qingbei University demonstrate your goodwill as well? Guo Qinglai exchanged a glance with his companion, both sharing a wry smile. This young man is clearly not to be underestimated. Indeed, one who is easily deceived cannot be deemed a talent. Our terms may not be as generous as theirs. Guo Qinglai hesitated briefly before presenting 2 contracts. The terms we offer include a 60-point reduction for you, while the concession for Tian you can only be a 20-point reduction. However, Guo Qinglai took a deep breath and stated that if you were to secure a gold medal in the forthcoming NOI competition, we could grant you direct admission. As for student Tian Yu, I can offer her a ticket to the winter camp at Qingbei University. The extent of her score reduction will depend on her own performance. After articulating his terms, Guo Qinglai produced another contract and placed it before Tian Yu. Upon hearing Guo Qinglai's conditions, an air of silence enveloped the room, with even Guo Qinglai himself feeling a twinge of anxiety. A reduction of 60 points is indeed a considerable concession, and the 20-point reduction offered to Tian Yu would also suffice for her. After all, this is Qingbei, in the realm of higher education within the country. If one were to rank universities, Qingbei stands unparalleled at the top. The second tier includes institutions such as Zhonghai University, University of Science and Technology, Nanjing University, and Zhejiang University, among others. Click, click. Yu Tiancheng clicked his ballpoint pen repeatedly, the crisp sound reverberating in the quiet office, drawing everyone's attention to his hand. Wei Xiaoqin, overwhelmed with nervousness, felt beads of sweat forming in her palms. She incessantly whispered to Yu Wenin, "Which university do you think our son will choose? Zhonghai, perhaps? It feels safer. What if he doesn't score the 60-point reduction and fails to gain admission? That would be a wasted opportunity. Yet it's Qingbei. Can he really bear to forego that chance? Be quiet." Yu Wenin shot a glare at Wei Xiaoqin, wiping his own perspiring brow. On the other side, Tian Ruyun watched Yu Tiancheng with a similar expression of tension. His actions could potentially influence Tian Yu's decision as well. Only Tian Yu remained seated in silence, her face devoid of expression, as if sculpted from clay, utterly emotionless. Meanwhile, Yu Tiancheng maintained an air of nonchalance, his gaze darting between the 2 admissions officers. And suddenly he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Only children make choices. What is there to choose? Naturally, I want both." With that, Yu Tiancheng swiftly signed both contracts. As he wrote, he turned to Chen Wan and inquired, "I trust that even if I do not gain admission to Qingbei, Zhonghai University would still welcome me, correct?" "Of course. Having signed the direct admission contract, whether you choose to attend or not is entirely your prerogative," Chen Wan replied with a smile, recognizing his cunning nature. Yet, she felt a hint of regret. Once he secures a gold medal in the NOI competition, he might well be beyond the reach of Zhonghai University. After completing his signatures, Yu Tiancheng passed the pen to Tian Yu, urging her, "You should sign as well. It's not a life contract. The more signatures, the greater your options." "All right." Tian Yu obediently accepted the pen and inscribed her name on the contract. "Teacher Guo, may I also have a ticket to that winter camp? I am quite curious about our esteemed institution," Yu Tiancheng remarked after Tian Yu finished signing. "Certainly. We would be delighted to welcome an outstanding student like you to study at Qingbei University," Wu Qinglai responded, momentarily taken aback before producing yet another contract to place before Yu Tiancheng. Such contracts were plentiful in his possession. To the outside world, they might appear precious. But to Guo Qinglai, having one more or one less was of little consequence. "Student Yu, our Zhonghai University also offers corresponding learning opportunities. Would you like to visit Zhonghai University? In fact, our school's programs in microelectronics and computer science are quite commendable as well." Meanwhile, Chen Wan felt a pang of frustration. Yet there was little she could do. In the minds of most, Qingbei holds an unparalleled status, distinct from other universities. "All right, Please leave me your contact information, Teacher Chen. Besides recruitment, what other responsibilities do you have at Zhonghai University? Yu Tiancheng promptly exchanged contact details with Chen Wan, casually inquiring about her background. In such esteemed institutions, those involved in admissions typically possess a degree of influence, potentially holding significant administrative positions. Particularly, they wield a portion of the rights for independent admissions, distinguishing their status from other recruitment personnel. Oh, my primary role is as a counselor in the management college, Chen Wan casually replied. Then it seems we may have many opportunities to interact in the future. Upon learning of Chen Wan's position at Zhonghai University, Yu Tiancheng's interest was piqued. Oh, what do you mean? Is student Yu considering attending Zhonghai University? Chen Wan's eyes sparkled, mistakenly believing Yu Tiancheng had made a decision. Everything happens for a reason. I believe my connection with Teacher Chen is destined to flourish, Yu Tiancheng cryptically responded. Then I shall await this connection of ours, hoping it is not a fateful misfortune. Chen Wan found this bold student intriguing, as he was unlike any she had encountered before. Those were true students, while the one before her resembled a clever young rogue. To put it nicely, he possessed a unique charm, distinguishing him from many she had known. Chapter 96, Double Joy. After signing the contract, Chen Wan and Guoqing left Langzhou No. 1 Middle School, citing the need to visit other institutions. Once they departed, the atmosphere in the school conference room was instantly filled with uncontainable joy. Old you, pinch me. How can I still feel like I'm dreaming? Wei Xiaoqing exclaimed, gazing at the signed contracts in her hands, overwhelmed by a sense of surrealism. Just as they had begun their senior year, her son had been granted admission to Zhonghai University. Moreover, Qingbei had also extended an olive branch. With some effort, he might even enter the nation's most prestigious institutions, stepping onto the most resplendent stage. This was something she had never even dared to imagine before. Hee, I told you my son is remarkable, just like me. Upon hearing this, Yu Wenyin was equally elated. He had initially harbored some resentment for missing work, but now, all grievances had vanished. What could be more joyous than his son being granted admission? However, you previously insisted he pursue the humanities, and if he had, he would have ended up like you. Digging graves. Wei Xiaoqing showed no mercy, nearly exposing all of Yu Wenyin's shortcomings. Yu Wenyin, unfazed, merely chuckled. Doesn't this only prove my son is better than I am? So, old Yu, I didn't take this pack of cigarettes for nothing, did I? At this moment, Hu Xinqing retrieved the pack of Zhonghua cigarettes that Yu Wenin had given him, opened it, and offered one to Yu Wenin while taking one for himself. Yu Wenin glanced at Wei Xiaoqing. Go ahead, indulge. It's a joyous occasion today, Wei Xiaoqing remarked with a smile. Hey, not for free, not for free. Even if it's just a pack, it's not without cost. Yu Wenin quickly accepted the cigarette, and he and Hu Xinqing lit them up together. Coughing suddenly broke the silence as Peng Ku, who had been quiet until now, cleared his throat. Hu Xinqing turned to see Peng Ku pulling a large ashtray from beneath the table and placing it on the surface. Let us keep it clean, Peng Ku said, extending 2 fingers in a subtle gesture resembling a cigarette pinch. Ah, look at this commotion, Principal Peng, you should join us for one. Hu Xinqing immediately understood and swiftly offered a cigarette between Peng Ku's fingers. Cough. I've been off smoking for many years. Peng Ku coughed a couple of times. Yet his fingers held the cigarette tightly. This is a celebratory smoke. Both kids are practically set for Zhonghai University, with one foot already in Qingbei. This is indeed a double joy. Smoking one isn't a problem. Yu Wenin quickly provided an excuse for him, since Tiancheng's father has said as much. Shall I smoke one then? Peng Ku, with a slightly balding and shiny forehead, resembled a laughing Methria Buddha. Smoke one. We don't mind, Wei Xiaoqing chimed in merrily. Principal Peng, your guidance has been exemplary. Smoking one won't cause any harm, Tane Ruyun added thoughtfully. All right, Peng Ku, under Hu Xinqing's lighter, lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag while gazing at Yu Tiancheng and Tian Yu. Whether it was the smoke or the joy, tears nearly brimmed in his eyes. This cohort is solid. In truth, beneath Tian Yu, there were 2 or 3 other students with commendable academic performance, even if they didn't make it to Qingbei. Attending Zhonghai University would still be a great option. However, following recent communications with Zhonghai University's admissions office, they would likely offer some preferential treatment during the application process, such as allocating a few extra spots for certain majors. More importantly, he had tasted the fruit of success. Starting next year, they would need to prepare for mathematics, informatics, physics, biology, and chemistry competitions. Selecting a few promising candidates each year for nurturing would alleviate concerns about enrollment rates, or rather, acceptance rates. The room was filled with jubilant spirits when Yu Tiancheng's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it and immediately smiled. who said fortune doesn't come in pairs and misfortune never arrives alone. That's sheer nonsense. Good things always come in clusters, getting better and better. And when bad news strikes, it just adds to the woes, creating a pit within a pit. Stepping out of the office with his phone in hand, and after connecting the call, Yu Tiancheng cheerfully greeted, "Hi, Smith, my friend. Have you come to a decision? You seem quite happy. Aren't you worried that what I'm about to say is bad news?" Smith, on the other end, sounded equally excited, his tone infused with energy. "No, it must surely be good news." Yu Tiancheng spoke with unwavering confidence. As he turned around, he discovered that Tian Yu had also emerged, standing beside him, quietly gazing at the morning sun. The sunlight cascaded down, casting elongated shadows of the two that intertwined, enveloped in an aura of happiness. "Why are you always so self-assured?" Smith inquired, intrigued by Yu Tiancheng's conviction. "Because we share a common goal and possess a sufficiently foresight vision. If your company overlooks me, it will forfeit the most significant investment opportunity of the next 2 decades. I firmly believe that your company, with its capabilities, should be able to analyze future development trends and make the right choices," Yu Tiancheng asserted with great assurance. Tian Yu looked up at him, realizing that in this moment, Yu Tiancheng exuded a captivating aura of control. "Well, this is indeed good news, but it slightly diverges from your previous proposal. We intend to invest $700 million for a 35% stake. Of course, this is merely an investment, not a buyout. You will continue to make the decisions. And only you will make those decisions. Furthermore, the $700 million will not be dispersed in one go. An initial payment of $200 million will be made. And once your website's traffic increases, we will invest the remaining $500 million according to the assessment metrics. We must finalize the specific details in a meeting between both parties. Aside from that, everything will adhere to the conditions you previously outlined. How do you find this offer?" Smith laid his cards on the table. $700 million. Upon hearing this figure, Yu Tiancheng's heart raced. He had not anticipated such a generous offer, which surpassed the $2.7 billion that his former counterpart, Justice, had invested in Chunchuan's Renren network in his previous life. It seemed that his rebirth had indeed altered certain outcomes. This transformation brought Yu Tiancheng immense satisfaction. Certainly, this achievement was also a testament to the efforts of Yu Tiancheng and the entire Joy Technology team. On the second day of Su Lan's arrival in the capital, she entered work mode, tirelessly engaging in promotional activities to significantly increase registration numbers. Within just a few days, centering around Tsinghua and Peking University, she had traversed nearly all the universities within a 10-mile radius. At each institution, Su Lan recruited several students to serve as promotional ambassadors. In 2003, offering a monthly remuneration of 2,000 yuan to students for temporary work, she drew eager volunteers who scrambled to assist her in expanding their outreach. Indeed, Su Lan also established a performance assessment system, mandating no fewer than 500 registrations per week. Drawing from her experience in Xiangnan, Su Lan achieved a staggering registration count within this short span. In just 1 week, she garnered 100,000 new registrations. Now, the campus network boasted over 300,000 registered users, a number that continued to grow daily by thousands. The viral advertising among young university students was truly formidable. This surge in growth illuminated the potential of the campus network, prompting Smith and his colleagues at BlackRock to finalize the investment of $700 million after thorough contemplation and reporting back to headquarters. "I believe our collaboration is set to be realized." Yu Tiancheng hung up the phone, unable to contain his excitement as he raised his hands high in celebration. Turning towards Tian Yu. "Yay!" Tian Yu reciprocated, joining him in a jubilant high five. In the office, Yu Wenyan and others assumed that the two were rejoicing over the successful recommendation, and they shared in the joy with smiles. "Old Hu, please escort a few parents out," Principal Peng Ku instructed. "Yu Tiancheng, come to my office for a moment. There is something I wish to discuss with you." With the matter of the recommendation concluded, Principal Peng asked Hu Xingxing to see off several parents, while he led Yu Tiancheng into his office. Yu Wenyan and Wei Xiaoqin were unperturbed. As they were already set for university admission, Peng Ku's private conversation with Yu Tiancheng surely posed no trouble. After a brief discussion, they decided to forego class and head straight home to share the good news with relatives and friends over the phone. Chapter 97. Will you continue your studies? Tiancheng, please have a seat. I have long harbored a question for you. Upon entering the office, Peng Ku picked up a jar of tea leaves, placing a small amount into 2 cups, and poured hot water over them, handing 1 cup to Yu Tiancheng. "Feel free to ask, Principal," Yu Tiancheng replied, accepting the cup and settling onto the sofa, casually crossing his legs. What did Smith discuss with you the other day? Peng Ke pondered for a moment before speaking. I just heard from teacher Hu that they're concerned about putting pressure on me and affecting my performance, hence the directive not to pry. Yu Tiancheng remarked, while savoring a sip of the tea. Ah, this is authentic tea guanyin, such a pure flavor. Now that you've secured a recommendation, what do I have to be cautious about? Peng Ke chuckled, pointing at the ceiling with a finger. In truth, I prefer not to inquire. The pressure from above is immense. It seems you're merely driven by your own curiosity. Yu Tiancheng smirked, recognizing the principal's intent. Would you indulge my curiosity then? Peng Ke feigned an inquisitive demeanor. Certainly. Smith mentioned that there would be an initial investment of approximately several $100 million. Yu Tiancheng divulged, pausing before continuing. Principal Peng. This now ventures into the realm of commercial secrets. Before me, you need not be so evasive, all right? My employees have been poached by you. Do you think I am oblivious to everything? Our school has limited resources, and you've exploited them all, leaving me without any right to be informed. You may not realize my connection with Su Lan. There are many matters she may not disclose to her father, but would share with me, her uncle. Do you believe she could roam freely under the banner of our school without my consent? You now feel empowered and no longer require my guidance. Yet you come here to play guessing games with me? Seeing Yu Tiancheng's deliberate pauses, Peng Ke felt a restless itch within him. Several $100 million? Good heavens. What a monumental investment. This rascal has truly concealed his depths. If it weren't for his ties with Su Lan, he might not even grasp the magnitude of what he has accomplished behind everyone's backs. After Yu Tiancheng listened to Peng Ke's scathing rebuke, akin to a creature whose tail had been stepped on, he finally grasped that the old man possessed certain insights. Indeed, Su Lan's frequent requests for leave and her subsequent decision to take unpaid leave, merely masquerading as a competition coach to deceive others, could not possibly escape Peng Ke's notice. It is worth recalling that Su Lan was the first to inform Peng Ke about her discovery of a competition student. Furthermore, from Peng Ke's words, it was evident that his connection with the Su family was significant. The affair regarding Su Lan borrowing $3 million from her mother to start a business was likely known to Peng Ke as well. As a senior and a superior, it would be impossible for him to remain indifferent to Su Lan's circumstances. Do not be astonished. When Su Lan calls me uncle, I tend to shield her from many matters. I am not only aware of her managing an online company, but I also have knowledge of her current endeavors in the capital, of which I have heard whispers. He remarked, Yu Tiancheng, you are quite audacious. To be honest, I am somewhat astonished. I can hardly believe that one of my own students could create such a stir. Now, can we speak candidly? Peng Ke inquired, holding his teacup while regarding Yu Tiancheng with a shrewd expression. It appears that Su Lan has divulged everything to you. Yu Tiancheng sighed, realizing he could no longer hide the truth. After all this time, it seemed the most cunning individual was right there in the school, observing him daily. She only provided a general overview. She did not betray you. Yet here you are, being so evasive with me. Do you truly think I have lived these decades in vain? Peng Ke glared at Yu Tiancheng. You are mistaken. Both Su Lan and you are my students. How could I harbor ill intentions towards my own pupils? Yu Tiancheng felt a tingle of unease at the back of his neck. He yearned to retort that often. When a person claims to have no ill will, they are precisely the ones harboring such thoughts. However, he refrained, fearing it might provoke the old man to tears. Of course, Peng Ke's aspirations were to ascend further, perhaps as a deputy director in the Municipal Education Bureau. Presently, the appearances of Yu Tiancheng and Tian Yu had already rendered his qualifications sufficient for promotion. Now, he was tasked with the challenging duty of deciphering the contents of the dialogue between Yu Tiancheng and Smith. Previously, Lu Gukong had resisted inquiries under various pressures. Now that Yu Tiancheng and Tian Yu had promising futures, if not now, when would he inquire? Very well, very well. Smith has already agreed to invest in Xiangnan. The investment target, of course, will not be Langzhou No. 1 High School, but rather Su Lan's Yu Technology. As for the amount of the investment, it remains uncertain at this point. I truly cannot disclose such indeterminate matters, Yu Tiancheng revealed, laying his cards on the table. I have shared all that I can share with you. As for Yu Technology, that is beyond my purview. It is the result of Su Lan's efforts. The information has been conveyed to you, and you may use it as you see fit. That is sufficient. Upon hearing Yu Tiancheng's words, Peng Ke's hands trembled. To be honest, for a fleeting moment, he had indulged in a fantasy that Smith had traveled all the way to Langzhou, spending an entire morning at the high school, perhaps to bestow some fortune upon Langzhou No. 1 High School. However, Peng Ke was acutely aware that the odds were exceedingly slim, practically impossible. Now that Yu Tiancheng had revealed it was Yu Technology, Peng Ke felt a twinge of disappointment, though more significantly, a surge of surprise. Indeed, That cunning lad Yu Tiancheng had successfly secured an investment from Smith, and the amount could potentially reach hundreds of millions of dollars. Hundreds of millions. A flurry of numbers danced through Peng Ke's mind. Goodness, even if it were just a mere 2, that would amount to 16 billion yuan. Madness, pure madness. Principal Peng. Principal Peng? Yu Tiancheng called out tentatively as he noticed Peng Ke lost in thought. Seeing the old man unresponsive, he quickly rose and reached out to check Peng Ke's breath. What on earth are you doing, you rascal? Peng Ke shuddered, jolted back to reality. The excitement was overwhelming, almost leaving him breathless. I have no other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Yu Tiancheng chuckled, reveling in the fact that he had nearly bewildered the principal. That reaction was delightful. Are you still attending classes? Peng Ke managed to ask, realizing only when Yu Tiancheng was at the door. Of course. I still have competitions to participate in. I shall attend, though I might be a bit busy. Occasionally skipping classes here and there. Yu Tiancheng raised an eyebrow at Peng Ke. Do as you wish. I'll make sure to greet at the school gate, ensuring no one obstructs you. Peng Ke immediately replied, Then I thank you for the privilege, Principal Yu. Yu Tiancheng waved his hand dismissively, yet Peng Ke understood that, given the current circumstances, the school could no longer constrain Yu Tiancheng. His words were merely a matter of maintaining appearances, implying he still regarded himself as the principal. Of course, Yu Tiancheng's actions were not merely for Peng Ke's sake. More importantly, they served to bolster his own dignity. Reflecting on his second chance at life, what did he desire most? The freedom to act without restraint, to possess privileges in front of his peers, to engage in activities that others could not partake in. He intended to relish these moments. In just half a year, such times would no longer be available. As Yu Tiancheng exited the office, basking in the warmth of the sun, he strolled down the corridor, and upon passing by a second-year classroom, he even whistled at a pretty girl by the window. Hello, Junior. The girl shot him a glare and promptly slammed the window shut. Yu Tiancheng laughed heartily, swaggering away. Now, that was the essence of true youth. Inside the office, Peng Ke observed Yu Tiancheng's carefree demeanor through the window and picked up the phone on his desk. Hello, Director Liu. This is Peng Ke. I've already inquired with Yu Tiancheng. Chapter 98. Today, we must address this matter. Yu Tiancheng sauntered back to the classroom, discovering Huang Wan was conducting an English lesson. He slipped in through the back door and sat beside Tianyu. Huang Wan merely cast a fleeting glance at Yu Tiancheng, ignoring him and continuing with her lecture. Li Sisi and Zhang Rue followed Huang Wan's gaze to the back, and upon spotting Yu Tiancheng, Zhang Rue felt an intense surge of resentment. Li Sisi's eyes dimmed. During this period, she had been contemplating how to rekindle her relationship with Yu Tiancheng. However, Yu Tiancheng offered her no opportunity, not even gracing the classroom with his presence. With neither of them able to meet face-to-face or communicate, how could they possibly discuss reconciliation? Li Sisi could distinctly sense that the slight fissure that once existed between her and Yu Tiancheng had transformed into a vast chasm, one that widened with each passing moment, creating an ever-growing distance between them. It had become so pronounced that she could scarcely perceive his presence any longer. Tianyu was engaged in a set of advanced math problems when she noticed Yu Tiancheng's arrival. While continuing to write, she inquired, Oh, you're back? What did Principal Peng discuss with you? Was it not merely about Smith's affairs? Yu Tiancheng lowered his voice. Are you truly planning to apply to the same university as me? What do you mean? Are you suggesting I would abandon you? Tianyu shot him a glare, her delicate hand pausing in its writing to land playfully on Yu Tiancheng's waist. Impossible. I am a devoted person. I merely wanted to ask what major you intend to pursue. Yu Tiancheng internally placed the word devoted in quotation marks. I wish to study law. Tianyu replied softly. Why would you choose law? I thought you wanted to study mathematics? Yu Tiancheng was somewhat bewildered. I plan to major in mathematics and minor in law, she continued. Unfazed, isn't a double degree acceptable? Why the interest in law? Yu Tiancheng was left speechless, truly a scholarly prodigy. Her aptitude shone brightly. While he had spent 2 decades struggling, she seemed to grasp concepts effortlessly. I heard from Bing Jie that Chun Kai and the others encountered some trouble a few days ago. Currently, Yu Technology lacks a legal department and has temporarily hired experts from Xiangnan University. I have perused numerous business books, which often include intricate financial disputes. If I study law, I could protect you. Tianyu turned her head, her large eyes shimmering with a glimmer of excitement, warming Yu Tiancheng's heart. All right, you may pursue whatever you wish. At that moment, Yu Tiancheng's mind began to fantasize about a beautiful woman clad in a lawyer's robe, standing not on a grand bed, but in a courtroom, eloquently articulating her arguments with fervor. That image would surely be exquisite. By the way, I need to visit Xingqing in the next couple of days. Would you like to accompany me? Yu Tiancheng asked softly. I think I'll pass. It wouldn't be of much use and would only trouble you. Moreover, my grades aren't yet secure. If I could achieve a score that qualifies for a winter camp, or at least reach the first-tier line, then I would feel more confident, Tianyu replied with calm determination. She had always maintained an accurate assessment of her academic performance, hovering around 690 points. This score barely allowed for the possibility of admission to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Beida, but choosing a competitive major could easily lead to disappointment. Of course, she already possessed an additional 20 points, but she preferred to err on the side of caution. As they conversed, Tianyu's phone suddenly rang. The sound, unmuted, drew the attention of every student in the classroom. Huang Wan's class was innocently interrupted, yet she remained unperturbed, waving her hand at Tianyu in acknowledgement. Thank you, teacher, Tianyu said as she exited the classroom while holding her phone. After uttering a few words, she suddenly turned back, handing the phone to Yu Tiancheng. This is for you. Her voice was not loud, but all the students in the classroom turned their heads in unison to observe the two. It was, after all, Tianyu's phone. Had their relationship reached such a level? Yu Tiancheng cast a surprised glance at Tianyu, accepted the call, and stepped out of the classroom. How outrageous! How brazen! How utterly lawless! Zhang Rue exclaimed in indignation, striking the table with his unbandaged hand. Zhang Rue, if you're not going to pay attention in class, why are you shouting? Huang Wan shot him a glare, raising her hand to accurately lob a piece of chalk at his head. That's unfair, Teacher Huang. Zhang Rue protested, now standing up in anger. Damn it. Not only did Yu Tiancheng steal my position as the English class representative, but he also skips class every day, while I do all the work and he reaps all the benefits. If he had continued to skip class, I could have used the opportunity to get closer to Tianyu. But now that he is back, he is flirting with her, making all my previous efforts feel utterly futile. What do you mean by unfair? Huang Wan glared at Zhang Rue. Why should he be allowed to answer calls during class? To come and go as he pleases? Just because he had a moment of glory in the speech competition? What right does he have to behave so arrogantly? How can he disrupt the studies of over 40 students without facing consequences? Zhang Rue unleashed a month's worth of pent-up frustration. Why? Just because he can get into a prestigious university like 985 while I still have to take the college entrance exam. And even that is uncertain for me. Huang Wan tossed the textbook onto the lectern, sneering at Zhang Rue. Him? Get into 985? Huh. Teacher Huang, your favoritism is glaring. If merely speaking could guarantee admission to 985, then I would already be a student at Qingbei. Zhang Rue decided to speak his mind. Today, he would address this injustice. Though I may not be as handsome or as tall as he is, my grades surpass his. I am also capable of scoring 650 on exams. Why should he be allowed to disregard the rules, chat with the school beauty during class, and flirt with the computer science teacher? And you all protect him so openly. This world is utterly corrupt. Zhang Rue felt as if his worldview had been completely upended. Favoritism, you say? Huang Wan scoffed. With just 2 minutes left in class, let us conclude with something you might not know, a little motivation for all present. This morning, the admissions officers from Zhonghai University and Qingbei University visited our school. Student Yu Tiancheng has already secured a guaranteed admission to Zhonghai University and an offer from Qingbei University with a 60-point reduction. Additionally, student Tian Yu has also received a 60-point reduction offer from Zhonghai University and a 20-point reduction offer from Qingbei University. In other words, the two of them have already set foot into the prestigious 985 universities. Meanwhile, you all must continue to strive, ensuring that your performance in the college entrance examination does not falter. Especially you, Zhang Rue. Your recent grades have plummeted as if you were on a slide. At this rate, even gaining admission to a 211 university will be a struggle for you. And you still have the audacity to contest with me? Chapter 99. They belong to a realm beyond the atmosphere, while you are confined to the pen of cattle and horses. Zhonghai University, guaranteed admission. Qingbei University, lowered scores. These phrases resounded repeatedly in the classroom of Class 9, Year 3, leaving every student's mind buzzing with disbelief. What? Yu Tiancheng? Guaranteed admission to Zhonghai University? Zhang Rue murmured these words, his eyes alight with incredulity. How is that possible? What is Yu Tiancheng exactly? Is he the son of a top leader? Why would Zhonghai University extend a guaranteed admission to him? Has the university lost its senses? Or is it entirely corrupt? Yu Tiancheng has been guaranteed admission to Zhonghai University. Li Cc's heart was also in turmoil, profoundly shaken by the news. What kind of treasure had she let slip away? Handsome, tall, and talented. And, crucially, wealthy. Where could one find such a perfect man? Su Huiqiao, beside Li Cici, gazed at her in a daze. Cici, I truly feel that you are no longer worthy of him. Get lost. Zhang Rue remained in shock, while Li Sisi, on the other hand, lost her composure. With a fierce motion, she sent all the textbooks flying across the table. In recent days, she had been striving to improve herself, hoping to bridge the gap between her and Yu Tiancheng. However, she realized that the chasm between them was not merely a small distance, but an expansive ocean. The news of Yu Tiancheng's guaranteed admission to Zhonghai University utterly crushed Li Sisi's spirit. What did Tianyu say? That she, Li Sisi, and Yu Tiancheng were not of the same social circle. Now, reality affirmed that they were indeed worlds apart. He belonged to a realm beyond the atmosphere, while she remained in the pen of cattle and horses. What are you doing, Li Sisi? On the podium, Huang Wan was taken aback by Li Sisi's reaction and adjusted her glasses, questioning her. It's nothing, teacher. She is just under too much academic pressure. Su Huiqiao hurriedly explained, grasping Li Sisi's arm in an attempt to calm her down. I said get lost. Li Sisi forcefully shook off Su Huiqiao's arm, then raised her foot and sent Su Huiqiao tumbling off her seat to the ground. With determination, she swiftly dashed towards the podium. What do you intend to do? Huang Wan, alarmed, clutched the textbooks on the desk to her chest and retreated repeatedly. To her surprise, Li Sisi didn't even spare her a glance and bolted out of the classroom. Someone at the door, quick, stop her. Tianyu, why are you dazed? Hurry and call your homeroom teacher, quickly. Huang Wan was thoroughly terrified. Although she had no idea why Li Sisi had suddenly lost control, this was her classroom. And if something truly went awry, she would bear the brunt of the consequences. Who could take responsibility for that? Two students sat idly at the front door, gazing blankly at Huang Wan, pondering whether to intercept or pursue her. In contrast, Tianyu observed the scene with a faint smile, shaking her head as she retrieved Yu Tiancheng's phone from the drawer and dialed Hu Xingxing's number. Teacher Hu, Li Sisi has run away. Run away? What do you mean by that? You'll understand when you come to see for yourself. After hanging up, Tianyu turned and glanced at Yu Tiancheng, who was on the phone by the railing, shrugging her shoulders. What's going on? Yu Tiancheng asked, covering the phone. He had been too engrossed in his call to notice the classroom's dynamics, only seeing Li Sisi scream and dash out before racing down the corridor. He had also heard Huang Wan shout for someone at the door to stop her. Initially, he instinctively thought of intervening, but upon recognizing it was Li Sisi, he abandoned the idea. It's nothing, just her intermittent antics for attention. Tianyu waved dismissively, confident in her assessment. Li Sisi was someone who valued her life. If she were truly provoked, wouldn't it be faster to jump rather than take the stairs? Tiancheng, do you have something going on? Lu Guokong's resonant voice inquired over the phone. Nothing. It's just noisy since class has ended. I'll head to the computer room. Please continue. Yu Tiancheng gestured towards the computer room and resumed his conversation with Lu Guokong. Tiancheng, I just heard from someone in the education sector. Tell me honestly, are you indeed leading Yu Technology? Lu Guokong's excitement was palpable over the phone. With his keen insight, he could easily discern the extraordinary bond between Yu Tiancheng and Tianyu. However, being a devoted father, he hesitated to directly inquire about Tianyu. In Langzhou, Yu Tiancheng had certainly surprised him. At the very least, the boy was commendable. If he were to gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University in the future, having such a son-in-law would be quite splendid. Who would have imagined that just after leaving Langzhou, a delightful surprise awaited him? Not only was he academically gifted, but he had also ventured into entrepreneurship, securing world-class investments. What was the name of this company? Yu Technology. Did it carry some significant meaning? The perceptive Lu Guokong felt as though he had stumbled upon a revelation. I thought I had concealed everything from the world, yet it appears that everyone knows. While I remained blissfully unaware on stage, Yu Tiancheng sighed, ultimately confessing, I never intended to keep it a secret. Yes, it is my company. It truly is your company. I wouldn't have believed it if you hadn't confirmed it, Lu Guokong expressed with astonishment. Uncle, did you call me merely to commend me and astonish yourself? A note of pride laced Yu Tiancheng's words. However, Lu Guokong took it lightly. After all, youthful exuberance was entirely normal. One must be bold in youth. At 17, I declared my ambition to become a provincial governor, and look where I am now. Tiancheng, allow me to offer a modest suggestion. I propose that we organize a signing ceremony for foreign investment, with several pertinent leaders in attendance. The purpose of my call is to serve as a bridge for this initiative. The advantages of such an endeavor are manifold. Firstly, it would signal your commitment to becoming a benchmark enterprise in Xiangnan, especially considering that the current provincial committee has just assumed office and will be in position for an extended period. With the green light from policy, many matters will be managed with greater ease. Secondly, it would also serve as a declaration from the leaders by establishing this initiative. Any attempts to sabotage the introduction of foreign capital would be seen as a direct affront to the higher authorities. What do you think of this idea? Please give it some thought. Lu Gokong was previously unaware that Yu Tiancheng was the mastermind behind Yu Technology. Even those leaders ranked 2 levels above Lu Gokong had no knowledge of this company until today, when Peng Ku reported everything, leaving the political circles of the provincial capital in shock. Particularly for Lu Gokong, who had previously interacted with Smith, the revelation was astonishing. Who could have imagined that a lad not yet 18 could unveil such significant news? Hence, after careful consideration, Lu Gokong promptly reached out to Yu Tiancheng. In truth, even if you had not made that call, I had intended to find time to brief you on this matter. When Yu Tiancheng stated that, it was not without purpose. He indeed intended to leverage Lu Gokong's connections, yet he did not expect that Lu Gokong would contact him first. As if fate had delivered a pillow to a sleepyhead. One must certainly respect the future father-in-law. Of course, this so-called briefing was merely a facade to flatter Lu Gokong, providing him with pleasing words. Having discussed subsequent plans with Lu Gokong, Yu Tiancheng returned the phone to Tian Yu. What was the commotion in class earlier? Someone was ready to sacrifice for you. Tian Yu and Yu Tiancheng exchanged phones back, their expressions playful. Mr. Yu, your charm is indeed powerful. It has driven someone to the brink of madness. Are you feeling jealous? Yu Tiancheng playfully pinched Tian Yu's cheek. Tian Xiaoya, I must tell you. You ought to treat me well, or I might just run off with someone one day. Is that so? Then I must truly take good care of you. Tian Yu pinched his waist. How about you come to my house tonight? I would love to host you. Oh dear, I cannot. I would be remiss. And your future happiness would be squandered by your own hands. Let us skip the hosting. Perhaps we could sit inside for a while instead. Yu Tiancheng winced in pain and quickly grasped Tian Yu's hand, casting a glance at the microcomputer room, where Su Lan's former lounge was located. You're stunning. Tian Yu's cheeks flushed crimson. This audacious fellow, every time we are in the microcomputer room. Especially that last time when she wore stockings beneath her oversized school uniform pants. He discovered it and playfully held her ankle while devouring 2 portions of rice. Is this meant to be a dish? Wait until winter camp. I shall wear the one with lace for you to see. Tian Yu leaned closer to Yu Tiancheng's ear and whispered something before blushing and darting towards the academic building. Ah, the school beauty is truly captivating. It's overwhelming. Yu Tiancheng found it hard to fathom how a pure and alluring school beauty could don lace. It was simply astounding. Goodness, I'm feeling a bit overheated. I need some fresh air to collect my thoughts. Upon turning around, he noticed Lu Yesheng, with his arm dangling awkwardly, standing at the entrance of the computer lab, staring at him with a peculiar expression. Kid, what kind of gaze is that you're giving your father? Yu Tiancheng remarked, playfully pinching Lu Yesheng's arm. Lu Yesheng quickly recoiled, exclaiming, What the hell? Are you taking advantage of me? All right, I'm done joking. How have you been these past few days? Any progress with Jiang Shishir? Yu Tiancheng asked, chuckling as he threw an arm around his good friend's shoulders. You wouldn't believe it. That idea you gave me was brilliant. Lu Yesheng's arm no longer felt painful as he spoke of Jiang Shishir, feeling that the injury was worth it. What idea? Yu Tiancheng asked, a puzzled expression crossing his face. He had been so busy lately that he had forgotten much of what he and Lu Yesheng had discussed. The username you suggested. Jiang Shishir laughed out loud when she first saw it. You have no idea. Over these past 2 weekends, we spent hours chatting online. I discovered she plays games too. She isn't a legend and participates in forums as well. We discussed everything from games to life, from the past to the future. Lu Yesheng spoke passionately about Jiang Shishir, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Yu Tiancheng, however, was becoming drowsy from the lengthy monologue, taking a while to respond. All right, buddy. As long as you're happy, I won't hold you up with my listening. I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Yu Tiancheng scratched his head, feeling a bit overwhelmed by Lu Yesheng's incessant chatter. Hey, don't go. I haven't even gotten to the main point. Lu Yesheng suddenly realized he had become too engrossed in his own narrative and grabbed Yu Tiancheng. I came to seek your wisdom. What exactly did you do to be granted direct admission to Zhonghai University? Nothing much, really. I just learned a bit of programming during the summer and participated in a competition, scoring full marks. That's all there is to it. Yu Tiancheng replied with a grin. Summer? You spent the entire summer playing games with me. When did you learn programming? Lu Yesheng felt something was amiss. He had been goofing off with Yu Tiancheng all summer, so when could he have possibly learned programming? Perhaps I learned it at night, while I was home alone. Yu Tiancheng laughed, not wanting to delve deeper into the matter with Lu Yesheng. It was a tale that couldn't be easily unraveled. Akin to suddenly mastering the intricacies of the universe overnight. Yu Tiancheng, you little rascal, are you abandoning our principles? We agreed to conquer the Sand City together. Yet you secretly became a top student. Now I'll have to face my mother's scolding again tonight. Lu Yesheng sulked. It seems you need to step up your game. Otherwise, you'll be the subject of ridicule, Yu Tiancheng advised. But as for matters of the heart, it's still too early for you. Once you enter university, a vast world awaits you, full of opportunities. Yu Tiancheng coughed lightly, adopting a serious tone as he imparted wisdom to Lu Yesheng. Lu Yesheng raised his head, gazing at Yu Tiancheng with a look of indignation. Can you even speak like a human? You flaunt your affections daily, yet stand here lecturing me on principles. Have some decency. I am not like you. Do you have an extra appendage? I was granted admission without examination. Yu Tiancheng, I could end you. Be gentle, my arm hurts. Lu Yesheng felt utterly subdued by Yu Tiancheng. Emotionally, in life, and physically, this fellow was utterly brutal. So, are you planning to go to Zhonghai? After a brief commotion, Lu Yesheng asked Yu Tiancheng listlessly. It's hard to say. There's a possibility for Jingshi as well. Yu Tiancheng leaned against the railing. Where do you intend to go? I am still uncertain about where I can be accepted, Lu Yesheng replied, echoing the confusion and uncertainty that most high school students feel about their futures. Are you interested in joining forces with me? Yu Tiancheng tilted his head, observing this childhood friend, vividly recalling many past events. This lad had loyalty. He was willing to lend his entire fortune to himself behind his wife's back. Such a brother is a rare find in a lifetime. And Yu Tiancheng was fortunate enough to encounter him. All right, but what can I contribute? Lu Yesheng scratched his head. First, let us aim for university. And you'll have your moment to shine. Yu Tiancheng patted Lu Yesheng on the shoulder. So, after the college entrance examination, wherever you go, I will follow. Lu Yesheng declared resolutely, extending his hand toward Yu Tiancheng. My brother will definitely take you to new heights. They struck a vigorous high five, almost bringing Lu Yesheng to tears from the force. Well, I should return to class now. As Lu Yesheng heard the school bell ring and glanced at Yu Tiancheng, a surge of determination seemed to rise from his chest. Chapter 101. We are no longer a makeshift ensemble 3 days later at the Star City Financial Center. In the BlackRock Group's office. Well, the matter is settled. I hope we enjoy a fruitful collaboration. Smith shook Yu Tiancheng's hand enthusiastically. Indeed, a pleasant partnership. Yu Tiancheng replied, exhilarated that the contract was finally finalized. $700 million. With a 35 share, he possessed operational and decision-making authority, while the other party merely invested without acquiring ownership. They would also assist Yu Tiancheng with publicity for his overseas listing in the future, but that was a discussion for another time. Regardless, with the signing of this contract, an initial $200 million would be deposited within 7 days, allowing Yu Technology to make significant advancements and rapidly expand into a renowned domestic internet company. Don't forget this Friday's press conference. I will be in the audience, wishing you all the best, Smith reminded Yu Tiancheng as he escorted him out. Oh, I certainly won't forget. Goodbye, my dear Yu, Smith replied playfully. How cheesy. Yu Tiancheng laughed heartily, leaving BlackRock, and then descended to Yu Technology. Sun Kuan and the others had already relocated the company from the Encounter Bar, currently renting a 500 square meter office on the 8th floor of the financial center. With a rental price of just 40 yuan per square meter per month at this time. 500 square meters, merely 20,000 for a month. Yu Tiancheng's initial thought was that it was indeed a steal. He even contemplated discussing a 10-year lease with the other party. However, they only offered a maximum of 5 years, to which Yu Tiancheng readily agreed, planning to rent another 500 square meters as soon as Smith's funds arrived. This was Yu Tiancheng's first visit to his company. The glass door was frosted, making it impossible to discern the activities within from the outside. The partition wall at the entrance was blank, though faint sounds of conversation from the reception area could be heard. He knocked on the door, but there was no response from the receptionist. Furrowing his brow, Yu Tiancheng glanced around and noticed a doorbell, which he pressed. At last, there was a reaction. A languid young man ambled over to open the door. Who are you looking for? He asked, looking at Yu Tiancheng with a hint of disdain. Is this Yu Technology? Yu Tiancheng inquired, glancing up at the door plaque. Room 808, indeed correct. He peeked inside and saw a young woman at the reception. Her face flushed as she adjusted her clothing. Who are you looking for? The young man repeated impatiently. Yu Tiancheng's expression soured, and his tone turned serious. Are you an employee here? Yes, what of it? The young man's tone was brusque, clearly irritated that Yu Tiancheng had interrupted his moment. Have Sun Kuan come out to see me. Yu Tiancheng was genuinely angry, thinking to himself, what on earth are you doing while I'm up here conducting business? Sun Kuan? Who is that? The young man appeared taken aback, but the girl, having overheard, hurried out and tugged at the young man. He asked looking for General Manager's son. Stop talking nonsense and return to your post. Do you have an appointment to see General Manager's son? The girl asked Yu Tiancheng as she stepped forward. Appointment? Yu Tiancheng's eyes widened in disbelief. It's only been a few days. Are you all behaving like this already? Now I need an appointment just to enter? No. This is our company's new policy, the girl attempted to explain, but Yu Tiancheng waved her off, pulling out his phone and dialing. Kuan Gu, this is quite the spectacle. How many people do you have in the company that I need an appointment just to enter? Once the call was made, a cacophony erupted on the other end, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps throughout the office. Within 30 seconds, Sun Kuan rushed out to the entrance, followed by AI Bing, Chen Kai, Luo Yizhou, and others, all emerging from their offices. Upon seeing Yu Tiancheng with a grim expression, they broke into a cold sweat. Sun Kuan stammered, Tiancheng. This appointment system wasn't established by me. The young man and the receptionist stood frozen in shock. Who was this individual that even their company president seemed so apprehensive of him? Yu Tiancheng remained silent, his brow furrowed. AI Bing cleared his throat and stepped forward. Director Yu, we were in a meeting at this time. I instructed the receptionist to say that. Director Yu. This title startled both the receptionist and the young man. This youth, resembling a high school student, was a director? Or perhaps even the chairman? Who would believe such a thing? Manager AI, while I can comprehend the reservation system, having the front desk express it in that manner is somewhat justifiable. The front desk serves as our facade. During working hours, what is our facade doing? Engaging in flirtation? If I were to arrive a moment later, would the front desk not be convertible into a bed? Yu Tiancheng slammed the table, his eyes ablaze with fury. The front desk girl shrank back in fear, head bowed, not daring to utter a word. The young man's face turned crimson, wishing he could vanish into the ground. AI Bing's countenance was equally pale, casting a furious glare at the front desk girl. Sun Kuan, in turn, turned his face away in anger. Unsure of how to confront Yu Tiancheng. Which department are you from? Yu Tiancheng pointed at the young man. I'm asking you, which department? Sun Kuan glared at the young man with indignation. The operations department, the young man mumbled, head lowered. The operations department is not out there striving to increase registration numbers, but here enjoying the air conditioning and flirting? You are terminated. You may proceed to the finance department to collect your wages and leave immediately. Yu Tiancheng waved his hand and turned to the front desk girl. She too shall be held accountable, to compensate as necessary. In the future, such positions will require training before one can assume the role. If this occurs again, the incumbent will be dismissed outright, and management will face salary deductions. Replace this door with a transparent one by tomorrow, and affix the company name and logo on the partition. What is this? A pyramid scheme? Is it so shameful? Having finished his tirade, Yu Tiancheng stormed off to his office. This, Sister Bing, I just joined the company last month. I do not wish to leave so soon. The young man, who had interned at Xingqing Environmental College, was anxious. Last month, due to a surge in registrations, he had earned over 5,000 in performance bonuses. 5,000. Even in Xingqing, that was a respectable income for 2003. He never anticipated that in his moment of pride, he would face such misfortune and be dismissed by Yu Tiancheng. Call me Manager AI, and furthermore, one must take responsibility for their actions. This is also a form of growth. AI Bing coldly regarded the two. Go settle with finance. Let us part ways amicably. With that, AI Bing turned and walked towards the office. Bing, do you think Tiancheng is being too harsh? Sun Kuan quietly inquired as he followed her. AI Bing halted, turning to regard Sun Kuan with a peculiar expression. Chen Kai tugged at Sun Kuan. Son, we are no longer an amateur crew. The company must get on the right track, and we can no longer rely on camaraderie. In private, we may joke and address one another as we please. But in the company, we must adhere to formal procedures. Moreover, I believe that without rules, there can be no order. Recently, we have brought in quite a few new hires, and our regulations and related training ought to be established. Luo Yizhou added from behind. They are correct, Sun Kuan. Your focus now should be on how to apologize to our chairman Yu. AI Bing gently rubbed behind her ear with her fingers, her head aching as she remarked. I still need to arrange for someone to replace the door. Chapter 102. The time for vengeance has arrived in the past month. The influx of newcomers in the company has been quite significant. As Yu Tiancheng walked from the entrance to the general manager's office, he was astonished to find that there were already over 100 computers in place. Among them, more than 40 individuals were diligently at work. This was merely within the technical department, not accounting for the operational and logistics departments. In just 1 month, the company had expanded to nearly 100 employees. Calculating the average salary of $3,000 per person, the monthly expenditure on employee wages alone exceeded $300,000. This figure did not include the costs of additional servers or the upgrades to the company's software and hardware. Of course, The primary reason for this rapid growth was Yu Tiancheng's recent directives to Sun Kuan and others to expand, thereby hastening the increase in personnel. After all, a larger scale can create an illusion of prosperity, equating to more leverage in negotiations. As Yu Tiancheng made his way through the office, many technicians cast curious glances his way, as most of them did not recognize him. AI Bing, Sun Kuan, Chun Kai, Luo Yizhou, Wang Chong, and Lu Qi, key figures in the company, followed him into the office, standing awkwardly in silence, hesitant to speak. Despite Yu Tiancheng's youth, none dared to overstep their bounds in his presence. Wang Chong, please close the door, Yu Tiancheng gestured, prompting Wang Chong to swiftly shut the door. Mr. Yu. Sun Kuan finally stepped forward after a moment of hesitation, awkwardly addressing him. Why the formality, Kuan? Yu Tiancheng suddenly changed his demeanor, a broad smile gracing his face as he looked at everyone. Please, have a seat. I must admit, I was in the wrong earlier. I should have enforced the company policies more stringently from the outset. Observing Yu Tiancheng's cheerful expression, Sun Kuan felt a twinge of unease and hastily voiced his own apology. It's quite normal to overlook some matters when we've just relocated. Is it necessary to be so serious? Yu Tiancheng burst into laughter. Let us not be so stiff. Today is a momentous occasion. AI Bing and the others were left bewildered, pondering how this young man could switch from a fierce demeanor, threatening dismissals, to a jovial and amiable attitude reminiscent of a friendly neighbor. Mr. Yu, just now. AI Bing glanced at Sun Kuan, who appeared somewhat at a loss. Wishing to diffuse the tension, the door is closed. If you keep calling me Sister Bing, it might come off as too distant. Yu Tiancheng waved his hand dismissively. What I displayed earlier was merely a demonstration. I have no personal ties with them, nor do I require any. Thus, we must adhere to the established regulations. Can you all be treated the same? AI Bing's cheeks flushed slightly, and after a moment's contemplation, she decisively pulled out a chair and sat down. Seeing AI Bing take her seat, Sun Kuan exchanged glances with the others, and they too settled into their chairs. The atmosphere had, for the time being, eased. With Lanjia absent, I have a few announcements to make. Yu Tiancheng tapped a thick folder on the table. First, the company will adhere strictly to established protocols. A system of rewards and punishments will be instituted to prevent any incidents similar to those that occurred previously. Employees will undergo rigorous training before being assigned to their roles, and adherence to the regulations will be enforced. Secondly, for several of us present, it is time to reap the rewards of our labor. Previously, while our modest remuneration was dispensed, it was merely an act of goodwill from our esteemed colleagues, offered at a token rate. Henceforth, salaries will be doubled. The company will implement a tiered salary structure, with each of you commencing at a base salary of 10,000. Furthermore, each individual will receive a guaranteed allocation of 1,000 stock options, with year-end bonuses and dividends distributed according to performance. Thirdly, our company is poised for expansion, and multiple offices will be established. Brother Kuan, you shall henceforth be the leader of the Southwest region, the regional director. Sister Bing, your loyalty sometimes knows no bounds, and you will serve as deputy general manager, keeping a vigilant eye on all affairs. Brother Kai, you will be the chief technical officer for the Southwest region, with a starting salary of 20,000. Brothers Chong, Luo, and Shun, each of you will lead a technical team responsible for research and development projects, commencing at a base salary of 15,000. Upon hearing Yu Tiancheng's words, Chun Kai shyly replied, "This project was primarily your initiative. We merely contributed some peripheral efforts. Now, with this salary increase, I feel somewhat embarrassed to accept it. Indeed, we had never anticipated the company could achieve such heights. I was even contemplating seeking employment elsewhere. And now, earning over 6,000 a month fills me with immense joy." Luo Yizhou nodded in agreement. Yes, the company is currently facing financial constraints. And with such a grand gesture of increasing our salaries using your own funds, it makes us feel somewhat uneasy about accepting this money. Chen Qi chimed in. Ha ha. Brother Sun, do you know why I initially agreed to invest 15 million alongside you? Yu Tiancheng shifted the conversation, addressing Sun Kuan. It is because I believed in your ability to elevate this company. Sun Kuan pondered this question, finding it quite challenging to articulate. It was because I saw the camaraderie among you brothers. Such bonds are rare in this era, and even rarer are those who can share both hardships and fortunes. Yu Tiancheng snapped his fingers. Such brotherhood and cohesion only truly emerge from the campus. Once in society, they become exceedingly fragile. Well then, I hereby declare that our financial constraints have been alleviated, and they shall not return. BlackRock has agreed to invest $700 million, with an initial $200 million to be deposited within 7 days, followed by $500 million upon reaching a registration volume of $100 million. Yu Tiancheng spread his arms wide. Come, let us celebrate. However, no cheers erupted. Only a few bewildered glances exchanged among them. $700 million. This staggering figure nearly caused their hearts to cease beating. My goodness. After a prolonged silence, Sun Kuan stood up and slapped his own face 5 or 6 times until it reddened, finally realizing, it's true. I'm not dreaming. AI Bing bit her lip, raising her delicate hand to gently cover her mouth, her excitement causing her to tremble. $700 million. Good heavens. This is nothing short of a myth. Chen Kai grasped Luo Yizhou's thigh, causing him to yelp in pain. You may be elated, but must you pinch me so hard? Wang Chong and Chen Shi embraced one another, on the verge of tears from their overwhelming excitement. Although Yu technology was established not long ago, the company's development has been a journey they have personally witnessed, growing incrementally. Each line of code in the web backend was painstakingly typed out by them, and the migration of the company was executed piece by piece. It resembles nurturing one's own child, caring for it diligently, and now, in a single night, it has multiplied in stature countless times. Who could remain unmoved by such a transformation? After a moment of shared elation, Yu Tiancheng lightly tapped the table and remarked, esteemed colleagues, we have a heavy responsibility ahead. We must endeavor further. Once the celebration subsided, he continued with a more challenging directive. Firstly, Brother Kai, you must develop a game within a month to be integrated into the campus network, fostering interactive communication with robust social attributes to stabilize our traffic. I will elaborate on the specific game mechanics shortly. Chen Kai promptly raised his hand, pledging, I guarantee the completion of this task. The other 3 also stood up, affirming their commitment. Yu Tiancheng smiled faintly and added, secondly, we must continue our grassroots outreach and expand rapidly. Beyond programming, it would be prudent for you to learn management. I still find myself with too few trustworthy individuals. Each of you is exceptionally skilled in technology, yet I seek to venture into the market without available personnel. Upon hearing this second point, Chen Kai and the others appeared dejected, like crestfallen roosters, falling silent. Who wouldn't he aspire to stand alone? As Yu Tiancheng indicated, when isolated, they would indeed struggle to hold their ground. Thirdly, we must swiftly attain 100 million registered users to secure further financing, and subsequently aim for an IPO within 5 to 8 years. Our future holds vast potential, and each of you will enjoy a bright future and substantial wealth. At the mention of an IPO, the group became animated once more. Well then, we must take one step at a time. Brother Kai, you may leave for now. I have a rather troublesome matter to discuss privately with Brother Sunday. Upon concluding his remarks, Yu Tiancheng signaled for Chen Kai and the others to depart. Once outside, they were all jubilant, as a raise in salary and stock options awaited them. The company's prospects were distinctly promising. Sister Bing, please stay a moment. Noticing AI Bing rising to leave, Yu Tiancheng gestured for her to remain. Tiancheng, is there more good news? Sun Kuan pulled out a pack of cigarettes, pondered briefly, then returned them to his pocket. As AI Bing noted, with their changed status, every matter warranted careful consideration. It may not be entirely good news, and could even bear some negative implications. Yu Tiancheng revealed a sly grin, sending a shiver down the spines of AI Bing and Sun Kuan. It was the first time they had witnessed such an expression from him. The time for retribution against that scoundrel who reported us for misconduct has come. Yu Tiancheng licked his lips and said ominously. Chapter 103. This cannot end without consequences. The office of Gaoshu Dairy is situated within a building known as Lu Gao Tower. Located in the Wanglu district, this building, although dubbed a tower, consists of only 5 stories, and the surrounding courtyard belongs entirely to Gaoshu Dairy. Due to its status as a counterfeit factory, there is no need for a production site, resulting in a mere handful of employees, all of whom are relatives of the Wu family. Every Thursday, Wu Mali visits to verify the accounts. Today happens to be Thursday. Wu Mali, driving her crimson BMW, glided into the Lugaoda building. At the age of 46, she possesses a round face adorned with sharply angled eyebrows, presenting a somewhat fierce countenance. She delights in donning gold jewelry, with bracelets as wide as her thumb, rings the size of mahjong tiles, and earrings of pinky thickness, exuding an air of opulence with every gesture. As Wu Mali's vehicle approached from a distance, the security guard at the entrance promptly opened the gate, allowing her car to pass. The BMW came to a halt at the office building's entrance, and as the door swung open, Wu Mali, clad in a deep green coat, elegantly showcased the gold bangles on her wrist while holding her designer handbag. Striding confidently into the office. Hello, sister, you've arrived, greeted her brother, Wu Helen, as he reclined on a plush sofa on the 5th floor. Engrossed in television and sipping tea, utterly at ease. Upon seeing his elder sister enter, he acknowledged her but resumed smoking without moving from his seat. Wu Mali, with a slight grunt, approached her desk, pulled out a chair, and opened the ledger that had been waiting for her attention. Brother, why are there so many returns this month? It's a staggering 70% increase compared to last month. What on earth is happening? She inquired, her brow furrowing in concern. I don't know. 70% returns? That can't be right. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Wu Helen replied nonchalantly, still fixated on the television. Stop your nonsense. I scrutinize these orders daily. How could I possibly misinterpret returns? What on earth have you been doing all day? With such a significant volume of returns. You haven't even inquired? Wu Mali, infuriated, seized a teacup from the desk and smashed it down before Wu Helen, sending shards of glass flying and causing him to leap from the sofa in shock. Though Wu Mali lacked extensive financial knowledge, she was no fool. The return volume over the past fortnight had already surpassed half of the previous total. The sales channels for Gaoshu Dairy were fixed, primarily distributing to schools as mandatory assignments. Across the entire Star City, whether it be the milk served during breaks in primary and secondary schools or the nutritional milk in university cafeterias, Gaoshu Dairy dominated the market. Dairy products have a shelf life. If unsold by the expiration date, they are returned. Typically, deliveries to schools yield an 80% sales rate, as younger students have no choice but to consume whatever is provided, regardless of quality. Meanwhile, university nutritional milk fares slightly better. But it is not uncommon for 10 boxes to remain unsold as they near expiration. However, this month, over 70% of Gaoshu Dairy's products were returned from various universities, particularly at Xiongnan University, where the return rate was a staggering 100%. In other words, 500 boxes of milk were returned intact. This not only meant a loss of profit, but also that the shipping costs would be incurred as well. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that they are merely a subcontracting factory. Their monthly raw material processing fees are regularly remitted to others. As for the returned goods, out of a desire to avoid hassle, they lack a significant warehouse, and the surplus is largely sent back to the original manufacturer. In their possession, they hold nothing but invoices, just invoices. This back and forth leads to them being squeezed from both ends, rendering an entire month's work effectively futile. In just half a month, such a significant loophole has emerged, and astonishingly, no one has detected it. If this continues for another 2 months, the gap will only widen, draining their working capital and inevitably resulting in considerable losses. Under such circumstances, how could Wu Mali possibly remain unperturbed? This is not merely a matter of, sister. You know I'm just responsible for processing orders. The intricate details must be inquired from old Gua. Upon witnessing their older sister's fury, Wu He and Lin dared not continue watching television. They donned their shoes and cautiously ventured, whereas old Gua, Wu Mali was nearly fuming with rage. I shall call him immediately. After uttering this, Wu He hastily dialed old Gua. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit entered the room. Old Gua, what on earth is going on with the returned orders from the past 2 weeks? Why have you not mentioned this to me? As soon as old Gua stepped inside, Wu Mali interrogated him vehemently. I did mention it. Just the day before yesterday, when the returns were processed, I told Air that I could inform you. He said he would relay the message later. Old Gua gazed at Wu Mali with an innocent expression. Wu Mali shot a piercing glance at Wu He and Lin, who immediately tensed up, stammering as they questioned old Gua. Did you tell me? I did. The afternoon before yesterday. You mentioned you weren't in the office and were driving. You said you would personally discuss it with General Wu that evening before hanging up. As old Gua spoke, he retrieved his phone to show Wu Mali the call log. At that moment, Wu He and Lin felt a surge of anxiety as they recalled the incident. Indeed, old Gua had called him that afternoon, but he had been preoccupied with an impending date with a female college student and had carelessly brushed old Gua off, subsequently forgetting the matter entirely. Damn it, you might as well just disappear. What can you even do? You're utterly useless, spending all day either demanding money or lying around waiting for death, a complete burden. You didn't even notice when your home was seized. Get out. Just get out. Upon witnessing this scene, Wu Mali understood that her inept brother was likely preoccupied with something shameful, thereby neglecting his responsibilities. Of course, there may have been an element of intentionality from old Gua, as he was the only one in the entire compound capable of getting things done, while the other Wu family members merely drifted through life, consuming resources without contributing. Under such circumstances, anyone would feel stifled. In truth, old Gua had not significantly delayed the matter. Had Wu Mali not arrived this week, he would have called her by the weekend to inform her. The events unfolded within a span of 2 days, so even if Wu Mali wished to unleash her wrath, it could not be laid at his feet. But this hasn't even been 2 days. Wu He and Lin attempted to argue further, but Wu Mali had already seized the ashtray on the table and hurled it, causing Wu He and Lin to flinch and shield their heads. Get out. Go back to the countryside, and spare me the trouble here. Wu Mali was nearly driven to madness. Emerging from the back office, she unleashed a flurry of blows and kicks upon Wu and Lin, leaving them bruised and battered before finally relenting. Huddled on the ground, Wu and Lin cradled their heads, too intimidated to retort. Once Wu Mali had exhausted herself, she took several deep breaths and cast a scrutinizing glance at Old Gua. Speak up, what on earth is happening? A wave of dread washed over Old Gua. He had thought that by taking such action, he might elevate his standing in Wu Mali's eyes and perhaps reap some benefits. Yet, observing her expression now, he realized he had grossly overestimated his own importance. In Wu Mali's view, both he, who toiled, and Wu and Lin, who idled, held no significance whatsoever. In Wu Mali's hierarchy, the person of utmost importance was her partner, the current deputy chief of the Xingqing Police Department, Zhong Zhenhai. Following him was her son, Zhong Yanzhao, and in third place was money. As for everyone else, including her parents, they were merely parasites clinging to the Zhong family's wealth. Wu Mali discerned Old Gua's thoughts but deemed him inconsequential. If one was willing to work, they could stay. If not, they could leave. The country was lacking in many things, but certainly not in people. To be allowed to serve her was a privilege. What status did the deputy chief's wife's family hold? In ancient times, they would be the kind of local nobility that others would seek to curry favor with. Her true thoughts were that, enjoying the fruits of her labor, Old Gua dared to aspire for more. In her eyes, he was merely a servant. Or in a more feudal sense, the overseer of laborers. Ultimately, he was akin to a steward of slaves. Wu Mali occupied her high perch with an air of arrogance and dominance. The situation was quite straightforward. Recently, a collaboration had been initiated between a certain dairy brand and a campus network, distributing dairy products for free at universities. Anyone who registered would receive a bottle of milk. They were stationed at the cafeteria door, handing out free milk, and who would choose to buy theirs? Moreover, these youngsters were particularly ruthless, free for new registrations. Half price for those who had previously registered. Naturally, the half-price products were considerably cheaper than theirs, leading to a surge in returns over the past fortnight. Old Gua briefly described Sun Kuan and his team's operations, which only served to infuriate Wu Mali further. With free giveaways for registrations, half-price sales for others, and even a lottery, their blatant strategy aimed to undermine Gaoshu Dairy was clear. This campus network was none other than the very website I had reported just days ago, targeting those rascals. Was Su Lan intent on confronting me head-on? It seemed my previous lessons had not been sufficient. Wu Mali pondered for a moment and instantly concluded that Su Lan was deliberately attempting to rival her. Damn it. Next time, I'll have them all locked up for a few months and see how they fare. Wu Mali seethed as she sat in her office chair, her eyes darting in agitation. She pondered for quite some time, eventually retrieving her phone. After browsing through her partner's contacts, she hesitated and ultimately refrained from making the call. Just then, a knock echoed through the air, prompting Wu and Lin to hastily open the door. They were greeted by a security guard escorting two individuals into the premises. The guard, a distant relative of the Wu family, bowed repeatedly, addressing them with familiarity. Second brother, these two claimed to be looking for the eldest sister. Who are you? Wu and Lin exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with suspicion, for the newcomers exuded a palpable air of social bravado. The man leading the duo sported a pompadour hairstyle and wore a checkered shirt, a pen protruding from its pocket, his demeanor suggesting he had just awakened. He was none other than Sun Kuan. Following closely behind him was a sullen man clad in a suit, the manager of a bar, Qi Dong. Ai Bing had insisted that Qi Dong accompany Sun Kuan, fearing that his reckless nature might lead to trouble if he ventured alone. Yu Technology. The head honcho of the Southwest region, Sun Kuan, at your service. You may refer to me as General Sun. Sun Kuan proclaimed with an air of arrogance, swaggering into the room. Who is in charge of Gaoshan Dairy? How audacious to come knocking on my door. You truly overestimate yourselves. Upon hearing Sun Kuan's introduction, Wu and Lin felt their ire rise, their nostrils flaring. They glanced around, and Wu, in a fit of anger, seized a clothing rack positioned behind the door. Hey! Sun Kuan pointed at Wu and Lin, prompting Qi Dong to swiftly intervene, pressing his shoulder against Wu while brandishing a butterfly knife, its blade poised against Wu's side. Don't move, or I might just give you a piercing that will have you walking with a limp for the rest of your life. Qi Dong, a seasoned street fighter since his teenage years, had long been entrenched in the underworld of Star City, having seen more bloodshed than Wu and Lin could fathom. In the face of such intimidation, Wu and Lin cowered behind the door, rendered speechless. So, You dare brandish a knife in my presence? You must be oblivious to what my partner does for a living. Given your actions today, do you believe I couldn't have you sentenced to a decade or more with just a single phone call? Wu Mali scoffed, turning to Old Gua. Old Gua, call the police. I was just lamenting the lack of a reason to deal with you. And here you come, offering one on a silver platter. Old Gua, trembling, hastily retrieved his phone. We are not here to cause trouble. Sun Kuan interjected, gesturing dismissively at Old Gua, who hesitated, casting a wary glance at Wu Mali. Let him finish. Wu Mali signaled Old Gua, who immediately halted his phone call. Brother Dong, let him go. We are all civilized individuals. There's no need for this. Sun Kuan instructed Qi Dong, who nodded in agreement. You heard him, right? We are all civilized here. No sudden movements. Qi Dong chuckled, retracting the knife into his pocket with subtlety, leaning against the doorframe, his hand concealed within his suit, as though clutching something of significance. He stood in a rather ingenious position, effectively blocking the entrance, allowing him to survey the entire office while embodying the essence of an indomitable sentinel. Aunt Wu, is it? Sun Kuan turned around and casually fished a steel pen from his shirt pocket, provocatively addressing Wu Mali. Before she could retaliate, he immediately inquired. Those individuals from my company a few days ago, were they apprehended by your order? Wu Mali let out a cold laugh. And if they were, what of it? Oh, nothing much. Just thought that Director Wu possesses quite an influence. Hence, I have come to offer my apologies. Sun Kuan gestured respectfully towards Wu Mali. I implore you, Aunt Wu, show us mercy and spare us. Does that even resemble an apology? It feels more like you're deliberately seeking confrontation, Wu Mali retorted, nearly fainting with rage. How could this insolent brat be so infuriating? Addressing her as aunt while exhibiting such provocative behavior was utterly intolerable. No, absolutely not. I genuinely came to apologize. I beg you, exercise your benevolence and refrain from wielding your power against us any further. We are merely a fledgling company, unable to withstand your relentless onslaught. Should I kneel and bow to you, would that suffice? Sun Kuan suddenly adopted a more conciliatory tone. Wu Mali was a quintessential shrew, the type who remains undaunted by force and continues to exploit weakness for her own benefit. Humph. You must not have heard the adage, power unused is power lost. Given your attitude today, I shall not let you off lightly. Prepare yourselves. For not only will I have your people apprehended, but I will also dismantle your company, ensuring you cannot survive in Star City. Especially that Sulan. Return and inform that little vixen that I am aware she borrowed 3 million from her mother, all to oppose me. 3 million? I could easily gather that sum in mere gifts. Tell her to either obediently become my son's wife, or I shall ensure she never rises again. Wu Mali, fueled by fury, continued her tirade, her voice growing louder and more fervent with each word. Sun Kuan observed her transformation into a verbal tempest, unable to suppress a flicker of amusement in his eyes. What a delightful surprise. Chapter 105. Better as brothers than as enemies. Very well, Director Wu. Since you have spoken so boldly, I have nothing further to say. I hereby withdraw my apology. If you have the audacity, continue to exploit your power and apprehend us. I refuse to believe that justice does not exist in this world. Sun Kuan continued to stoke the flames of Wu Mali's ire. Justice? My family embodies justice in Star City. If you dare to dispute it, just wait. Tomorrow I will send someone to apprehend you. Wu Mali was completely incensed, hands on her hips, unleashing the full force of her fiery temperament. Fine, I cannot argue with you. If you do not come to capture me tomorrow, then you are raised by your son. Brother Dong, let us depart. Sun Kuan exchanged a knowing glance with Qi Dong, and the two promptly exited. Sister, you are truly remarkable. With just a few words, you sent those two scoundrels fleeing. Wu and Lin hastily shut the door, showering compliments upon Wu Mali. Humph. Those two little brats dared to provoke me, and even wield a knife. If it weren't for the fear of them harming you, I would have already called for someone to deal with them. Wu Mali scolded in a fit of fury, then pulled out her phone, pondered for a moment, and found a number labeled with Director Qi's name, dialing it. Hello, Xiaoqi. It's your sister-in-law. Yes. The matter I asked you to handle last time, it was bailed out. Well, could you see if it can be done again? Difficult to manage? All right then. I shall inform your brother Zhong and let him handle it himself. What? No need for your brother Zhong to intervene? Very well, you manage it. I want those little brats captured by tomorrow and their company sealed off for a month. How dare they challenge me? After concluding her call, Wu Mali hung up in a huff. Outside the Lugao building, Qi Dong was driving while handing a Panasonic ultra-slim multifunctional CCD digital camera from his suit pocket to Sun Kuan. Take a look, did you record it? Sun Kuan pulled out the pen from his shirt pocket and pressed it. Immediately, The sounds of Wu Mali's previous tirades echoed forth. The digital camera had captured every one of her animated expressions and gestures in full. Not a detail was missed. Donggu is indeed reliable. In my opinion, Tiancheng is simply too cautious. This foolish woman can be easily deceived with a few words. Why bother with such elaborate schemes? Sun Kuan chuckled as he watched the footage of Wu Mali, her face a mix of rage and indignation, bouncing about in a fit of arrogance. Unable to contain his amusement. Star City belongs to your Zhong family. TSK. If this short video were to be uploaded online, the backlash would be monumental. Shaking his head, Sun Kuan remarked to Qi Dong, Donggu, I finally understand. This kid Yu Tiancheng is a great brother, but as an enemy, he could truly make you regret it. Qi Dong shot him a glance. If you're going to make a mess, do it yourself. Don't drag me into it. Ha ha. Just kidding. Donggu, Tiancheng asked me to see if you're interested in the position of security department head at Yu Technology. It's reserved for you. By the way, AI Bing has already agreed to this. Since AI Bing has consented, I might as well join in. Do you know how much Tiancheng is offering you? Whatever it is, I trust you guys. No worries. Tiancheng said that among brothers, accounts should be clear. We all have families to support. He offers you 15,000 a month, plus 1,000 stock options, and a year-end bonus. Just keep it to yourself. Qi Dong continued to drive steadily, yet a suppressed smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. What is life about? It's simply in pursuit of a stable existence? On Friday, at the Xiangnan People's Hall, the venue was bustling, filled with people and vehicles. A grand and highly prestigious foreign investment exchange conference was about to take place within the walls of the Xiangnan People's Hall. The host of Xiangnan Television, He Hua, is exuberantly introducing today's program amidst the crowd. Esteemed viewers at home, today's Grand Foreign Investment Exchange Conference will commence promptly at 8:30 a.m. At this event, renowned enterprises from Xiangnan will engage in partnerships with internationally acclaimed corporations, culminating in on-site signing ceremonies. Present at the gathering, alongside the prominent business leaders from Xiangnan, are various esteemed officials, including the Secretary of Xiangnan Province, Yang Bohua, the Deputy Governor, Zhou Jingwu, and representatives from the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, the Provincial Department of Commerce, and the Foreign Affairs Office, all in attendance. This monumental foreign investment exchange conference underscores our province's commitment to openness and the confidence foreign investors have in our local enterprises, highlighting the remarkable potential for growth among our distinguished companies. During this exchange, a globally recognized investment group, BlackRock, is set to sign an investment agreement with a local internet enterprise. Which company has garnered such foreign interest? We shall soon find out. Now, as the exchange conference is about to begin, let us direct our attention to the signing venue. After a flurry of introductions by He Hua, the camera shifts to the signing area, which is now elegantly adorned. A red carpet extends gracefully to the center of the venue. Ahead, upon a grand platform, a large sky blue backdrop boldly proclaims, signing ceremony of Xiangnan Province's distinguished enterprises with foreign companies. A long table, draped in red, is adorned with a plethora of flowers and several nameplates, featuring the elite figures of Xiangnan. Among them, one name stands out, Lu Gukong. In the front row of the audience, the names of various officials are prominently displayed, with the seats for attendees situated further back. As the signing ceremony commences, the leaders have already taken their seats. Dear friends in the audience, the venue is impeccably arranged, and the esteemed leaders are settled. We are now ready for the first item of today's agenda, a speech by Secretary Yang Bohua of Xiangnan Province. Let us extend a warm welcome. As the host's voice resonates, thunderous applause erupts from the audience. Yang Bohua, clad in a well-tailored suit and a striking red tie, confidently ascends the stage with his speech in hand. He expresses gratitude to all guests and fellow business representatives for their participation in this foreign investment exchange conference. This event is a symbol of Xiangnan's commitment to openness and foreign investment, a testament to the dedicated efforts of our provincial government. After an enthusiastic discourse, Yang Bohua excitedly glances towards Mr. Smith in the audience. We now invite Mr. Smith, the representative of BlackRock in the Xiangnan region, and Mr. Sun Kuan, the head of the renowned internet company Yu Technology, also known as Campus Network, to the stage for the signing ceremony. As Yang Bohua's words conclude, the audience erupts into another round of fervent applause. Then, under the gaze of all, Mr. Smith steps onto the stage, adjusting his suit buttons, but Mr. Sun Kuan's figure has yet to appear. Chapter 106. I report in my real name. For a moment, the entire venue fell into an eerie silence. Where is Mr. Sun Kuan, the head of Yu Technology? Please come to the stage. The host, not waiting for Yang Bohua to speak, hurriedly reminded the audience. However, after calling out twice, Sun Quan was still nowhere to be seen. Yang Guohua's expression darkened. Who was he? The foremost figure of Xiangnan province. He had orchestrated this foreign investment exchange conference. And yet one key participant was absent. What had gone awry in the preparations? Yang Guohua's authoritative gaze swept across the crowd, locking onto Lu Gukong. Startled, Lu Gukong leaped up. He was the one who had proposed this exchange and had been responsible for its initial organization. In preparation, he had personally visited Yang Guohua, reporting on all matters, including Yu Tiancheng's retreat due to academic commitments and the arrangement for Sun Quan and others to sign contracts on site. Yang Guohua had been pleased with Lu Gukong's performance. Ordinarily, as the minister of the publicity department of Xing City, Lu Gukong would not have the standing to report directly to Yang Guohua. However, years prior, Yang Guohua had taught Lu Gukong a few lessons, establishing a mentor-student relationship between them. Additionally, Lu Gukong had sharp insight and was dependable. Yang Guohua, having recently been reassigned to Xiangnan, was eager to make his mark, with his first priority being to attract foreign investment. Thus, he took a personal interest in this matter. And Lu Gukong seized the opportunity to follow the approach of a student visiting a teacher to ensure its execution. To Lu Gukong's surprise, Yang Guohua had shown him such courtesy by attending the signing ceremony in person. Prior to this event, Lu Gukong had just been nominated for a more significant role in the Xing City Discipline Inspection Commission, marking this as his last major event before leaving the publicity department. Yet, now this debacle seemed poised to mar his grand exit. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, Lu Gukong immediately began inquiring, where is Sun Quan? Where are the representatives from Yu Technology? What is Yu Tiancheng up to? He quickly suspected that Yu Tiancheng might be the culprit behind this disruption, as he was the true mastermind behind Yu Technology. Just as Lu Gukong was about to call Yu Tiancheng, a clear voice rang out from the crowd. Instantly, the entire venue erupted in surprise upon hearing the voice. Then, AI Bing, dressed in a sleek black suit and wearing high heels, ascended the stage, taking the microphone from the host. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. I am AI Bing, the logistics manager of Yu Technology's Southwest Division. Unfortunately, our regional manager cannot attend today. The reason is that someone has deliberately sabotaged our efforts, sealing our company's participation prior to the event and apprehending most of our staff, thus intentionally undermining this signing ceremony. I hereby formally accuse Wu Mali, the head of Gaoshu Dairy, and the shadowy forces behind her, of threatening and intimidating our company, abusing their privileges to seal our business, and illegally detaining our personnel, interfering with our company's collaboration with foreign enterprises. I implore you, Secretary Yang, to uphold justice for our company. AI Bing's words were like a tempest stirring a tranquil lake, creating a significant uproar at the press conference. Numerous entrepreneurs were taken aback, especially Li Hongtu, who sat among the audience and was privy to certain inside information, his eyes wide with disbelief. Goodness, is this truly happening? What an immense spectacle this is. Is someone intentionally sabotaging us? Shutting down Yu Technology? Who possesses such audacity to act in this manner at such a critical time? They must be utterly reckless. This is a foreign investment signing event. If we frighten away potential investors, the reputation of Xiangnan will be irrevocably tarnished. The murmurs from the audience grew thunderous. On stage, Yang Guohua's expression had darkened considerably. Even the leaders from various departments seated in the front row were in an uproar. Goodness, to voice grievances before the secretary, how grave must this injustice be? What kind of dark hand could wield such influence, obscuring the truth? You claim that someone has conspired against your company and detained your personnel. What evidence do you possess to substantiate your innocence? On what grounds do you defame our Gaoshu Dairy? In the audience, the participants from Gaoshu Dairy, including the general manager, Wu Tianbing, who is also Wu Mali's father, immediately sprang to his feet. Gaoshu Dairy is registered under Wu Tianbing's name and is represented by him at various corporate summits. Privately, however, Wu Mali manages affairs. Naturally, Wu Tianbing could not simply turn a blind eye when Gaoshu Dairy was being slandered in such a pivotal setting. I certainly have evidence. As AI Bing spoke, he retrieved a camcorder and a voice recorder from his pocket. Here is the footage of Ms. Wu Mali, the person in charge of Gaoshu Dairy, threatening us yesterday. Both video and audio are available. With a wave of his hand, the screens around the venue suddenly shifted to display the recording from Qidong taken yesterday, where Wu Mali was furiously shouting, "In Star City, my Zhong family embodies justice and fairness." Her arrogant demeanor and brazen stance incited outrage among all present. At that moment, reporters and media outlets focused their recording devices on the screens. Indeed, Ms. Wu Mali has carried out her threats, She declared yesterday that she would have us all arrested, ensuring we could not move freely in Star City, and this morning, our company was already shut down. Such power. I refuse to believe she lacks a protective umbrella. AI Bing held the microphone, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. On stage, Smith observed AI Bing with keen interest, his blue eyes glinting as he slightly inclined toward Yang Bohua. Mr. Yang, I am quite concerned about the investment environment and atmosphere in your province. Smith, a shrewd domestic figure, had just inadvertently lent support to Yu Tiancheng after witnessing the televised images on the screens, effectively cornering Yang Bohua to the brink of despair. In truth, even without his words, Yang Bohua would have promptly addressed the matter at hand. However, with Mr. Smith intensifying the pressure, Yang Bohua felt compelled to give it his utmost attention. Yet, being a seasoned official, he swiftly composed himself, regaining his authoritative demeanor. Mr. Smith, I urge you to remain calm. Miss AI, there is no need for haste. Rest assured, I will thoroughly investigate this matter. Should the allegations prove true, I shall not be lenient. Yang Bohua then surveyed the assembly, and an immediate hush fell over the room. Department heads, it is evident that the evidence is substantial. As the guardians of Xiangnan province, we must ensure the tranquility of our citizens and cultivate a secure business environment for enterprises. Without further ado, let us commence our work. As soon as Yang Bohua's words echoed, the leaders from the Discipline Inspection Commission, Foreign Affairs Office, and Law Enforcement rose in unison, their expressions grave, and hastily exited the venue, immediately reaching for their phones to make calls. Lu Gukong intended to leave as well, but Yang Bohua gestured towards him, causing him to freeze in place, as if paralyzed. Chapter 107. You truly have no connection with this young man? Young Lu, Yang Bohua exclaimed, hastening over and glancing around before indicating the direction of the fire exit. Lu Gukong followed reluctantly, feeling a buzz in his head. Young people can be so unreliable. This Yu Tiancheng seems intent on throwing himself into the fire. Nonetheless, given Yang Bohua's address, it was clear he still regarded him as a student. Devoid of any bureaucratic formality, the two walked to the back of the fire exit, where Yang Bohua looked at Lu Gukong and said, quite a shock, wasn't he it? Indeed, somewhat, Lu Gukong replied, wiping the sweat from his brow, his voice subdued. The corridor behind the fire exit was dim, stifling, and eerily quiet. Lu Gukong felt as though he were trapped in a steamer, becoming increasingly damp. Ha ha ha, that student you mentioned is remarkable. The younger generation is indeed pushing the older waves aside. Both you and I have been left on the shore, haven't we? Yang Bohua teased with a smile. I believe this matter to be genuine. Otherwise, he wouldn't orchestrate such a scene in this setting. Lu Gukong remained inclined to support Yu Tiancheng, offering a few kind words. The girl named AI Bing, with her formal complaint and video evidence, is too coincidental. Everything appears meticulously planned. This, Yang Bohua could see through instantly. Lu Gukong could similarly discern the truth, as could many others present. Yet, the evidence is undeniably compelling. Of course it is true. And it must be true. If it were false, I would not spare that wretched boy. If it is indeed true, then he has inadvertently done me a favor. Yang Bohua stated with gravity. A favor? Lu Gukong gazed at Yang Bohua in confusion. You are a new official, and I am also a new official. Regardless of who it is, new officials always need to ignite a few fires. As a newcomer, my primary task is to restore order. I possess an intimate understanding of this circle, where relationships are intricately woven and interests are entangled, making it nearly impossible to make any substantial progress. Yang Bohua pressed his index finger downward with a serious demeanor, indicating that he had, in a sense, created an opening for me in this seemingly unbreakable stalemate. Do you mean to say he struck a fortuitous blow? Lu Gukong immediately grasped Yang Bohua's implication. Yang Bohua intended to seize this opportunity to rectify the previous disorder in Xiangnan, to dismantle the illegal interest groups and eradicate the corrupt elements that had tarnished its reputation, thereby purifying the atmosphere of Xiangnan. A fortuitous blow? No, I believe his actions were quite deliberate. You have been outmaneuvered by a mere child. Today's youth are formidable. Yang Bohua, hands clasped behind his back, sighed before inquiring. Speak frankly with me. Do you truly have no connection with this young man, Yu Tiancheng? Lu Gukong hesitated for a moment before asserting, none whatsoever. Really? Yang Bohua scrutinized Lu Gukong with keen eyes, discerning that he was indeed speaking the truth. There seemed to be no genuine ties between them. If there were, how could Lu Gukong have been unaware of the other's intentions beforehand? No relation at all. He is merely a classmate of my daughter. Does that even count as a connection? Lu Gukong clenched his teeth and confessed. A classmate? That hardly constitutes a relationship. It is even less than what exists between you and me. Wouldn't you agree? Yang Bohua, with a hint of understanding, smiled and remarked, your reassignment has been finalized. You will take office this afternoon. This incident provides a perfect opportunity for you to delve deeply into the matter and unearth the nefarious forces lurking within the land of Xiangnan. Certainly, Lu Gukong promptly affirmed. Very well, off you go. After the matter is concluded, bring that student to meet me. Yang Bohua waved his hand and strode out through the fire exit. Lu Gukong exhaled deeply, feeling as though he had spent an eternity in a sauna during those brief minutes. This rascal, he muttered under his breath, retrieving his phone. His first call was not to his subordinates, but to Yu Tiancheng. You little rascal, that move was rather ruthless, wasn't he it? Uncle, you cannot blame me. When dealing with rogues, one must be tough. Otherwise, they will not learn their lesson. If I hadn't orchestrated this today, they would dare to trample on me tomorrow. You must understand, with a 700 million investment on the line, countless wolves will be eyeing us. Given our modest stature, if we do not act decisively, they will slice us up. I intend to use this opportunity to warn those who might covet what is mine. Do not extend your reach carelessly, for I am not to be trifled with. If provoked, they will find themselves in dire straits. At that moment, Yu Tiancheng sat in a cafe across from the venue, with the phone wedged between his shoulder and ear, conversing with Lu Gukong while his fingers danced across the keyboard. In order to broadcast that video on the venue's screens, Yu Tiancheng was all in, personally infiltrating the venue's broadcasting system. All right, you better take care of yourself. Lu Gukong's words startled Yu Tiancheng. What does this old man mean? Are you really going to disregard right and wrong and target my joy technology? The thought sent a shiver down Yu Tiancheng's spine. Reflecting on the past, the Prince Dairy scandal lingered for over a decade, and the influential figure behind it was not apprehended until the year prior to Yu Tiancheng's rebirth, an admission of guilt made voluntarily. Nearly 15 years had passed. How many 15-year spans can one experience in life? Does delayed justice still qualify as justice? At least from Yu Tiancheng's perspective, it seemed utterly ridiculous. Upon further contemplation, such a course of action appeared improbable. A formal report with irrefutable evidence. If that couldn't bring down Gaoshu Dairy, then what sense does justice even hold? Should the situation escalate to that point, Yu Tiancheng would unhesitatingly disseminate the evidence online, allowing public opinion to take its course. After all, he had been reborn. What was there to fear in starting anew? Of course, this represented the worst-case scenario. A moment's reflection illuminated the truth. Lu Gukong was merely bluffing. If he were genuinely angered, he would have hung up the phone without waiting for a response. Yet here he was, remaining on the line. Yu Tiancheng chuckled, Uncle Lu, please don't be upset. It's not that I didn't want to inform you sooner. I was merely concerned that knowing ahead of time wouldn't serve you well. So, you are still considering my interests? Lu Gukong snorted. Well, considering Tian Yu's sake, I suppose I must take on some extra burdens. Yu Tiancheng replied nonchalantly. Lu Gukong was taken aback by Yu Tiancheng's audacity. How could this boy have such a thick skin? This matter is practically settled. Just await the good news. Lu Gukong, weary of conversing with such a shameless individual, decided to end the discussion. Then I must thank you, Uncle Lu. Yu Tiancheng quickly lowered his tone in gratitude. After all, the man had shared information in advance. Oh, I should be thanking you. Do stir up more trouble for me next time. Lu Gukong retorted with a hint of annoyance. I wouldn't dare, Uncle Lu. I truly wouldn't. Thank you, thank you. Yu Tiancheng laughed heartily. The rascal was as joyful as if he had consumed honey. Lu Gukong chuckled and ended the call. Chapter 108. Don't make a scene. Someone's coming on a train heading to the capital, in a luxurious soft sleeper compartment. Tian Yu gazed at Yu Tiancheng with a radiant smile, listening intently as he recounted the details of the signing meeting. This train was the Z14 Express from Xingqing to the capital, as the two were en route to attend the winter camp at Qingbei University. The duration of the camp was set from December 23rd to 28th. Initially, Yu Tiancheng considered taking a flight for speed. However, the decision was not solely his to make. Yu Wenyan, Wei Xiaoqin, and Tian Riyun all preferred that the pair travel by train. Tian Riyun even expressed a desire to accompany them. But a single remark from Tian Yu swiftly quelled her enthusiasm. Regardless of whether I attend Tsinghua or Peking University, I am destined to navigate this journey alone. You may accompany me for a fleeting moment, but can you truly remain by my side for a lifetime? Tian Riyun resigned herself to this reality, acknowledging that Yu Tiancheng, with his cunning nature, would ensure that Tian Yu would not be subject to bullying. As for whether she would be mistreated by Yu Tiancheng, that was a matter left to fate. Yu Wenyan and his spouse were blissfully unaware of the fact that Yu Tiancheng was secretly running a company behind their backs. Nor did they know the extent of his amassed wealth. Fearing that revealing this information might startle them, Yu Tiancheng decided to keep this secret a while longer. Under these circumstances, purchasing 2 plane tickets would appear rather abrupt. Consequently, he opted for 2 soft sleeper tickets, ensuring that they would share a private and secure compartment. The soft sleeper compartment featured 2 levels of bunks with a dining table in the center, and opposite the table, a small sofa. Adjacent to the sofa was a private restroom. At that moment, Yu Tiancheng reclined on the lower bunk, leisurely swinging his legs while engaging in conversation with Tianyu. Seated on the sofa across from him, Tianyu had a stack of thick books beside her, all Olympiad books that Yu Tiancheng had previously gifted her. However, she was too preoccupied to focus on her reading, her enchanting eyes wide with astonishment as she incessantly inquired, what happened next? With such a commotion, surely the venue erupted? Their conversation revolved around the farcical signing event orchestrated by Yu Tiancheng a month prior. Indeed, chaos ensued. And the most unfortunate of all was the elderly gentleman from Gaoshan Dairy, who, upon seeing the broadcast, fainted on the spot and had to be taken away by an ambulance. Yu Tiancheng reached for the cartoon water cup on the table, too lazy to rise. He fiddled with the straw, attempting to grasp it unsuccessfully several times. Tianyu shot him a disapproving glance and gently tilted the cup, allowing Yu Tiancheng to successfully sip from the straw. This rascal. The moment they boarded the vehicle, he claimed her water cup and MP3 as his own, indulging in both. What about Sun Gu and the others? Were they really apprehended? Tianyu expressed her lingering concern. Despite her academic prowess, she had little exposure to such circumstances and found it hard to fathom the consequences of being taken to the police station. Of course, whether they were caught or not. How else would we seek justice for ourselves? Yet, it is easy to summon a spirit but difficult to send it away. Sun Kuan and his companions remained resolute, refusing to leave the police station, resulting in the chief apologizing profusely and bowing to finally see them off. Yu Tiancheng chuckled. I suspect this was your ill-conceived idea. Wasn't he it? Tianyu shot a glance at Yu Tiancheng, her lips curling slightly. And what of that Wu family? What has become of the Zhong family? As for the Wu family, they faced no severe repercussions, being merely small-time players who would likely return to their hometowns to scrape by. However, Wu Mali found herself in a predicament. She had been arrested on charges of intimidation, filing false reports, and bribing public officials, and it seemed unlikely she would be released anytime soon. Zhong's family is unlikely to face any significant issues. A swift separation from Wu Mali should suffice. At worst, Zhong Zhenhai may find himself marginalized, with diminished prospects for promotion, especially considering his 2 brothers are powerful figures. It is inconceivable to dismantle such a large family. Yu Tiancheng stroked his chin as he spoke. Will they still trouble you? A flicker of concern crossed Tianyu's eyes. Highly improbable. They are no longer in Star City. Their reach is limited. You need not worry about that. Yu Tiancheng cast a glance at Tianyu's black turtleneck autumn garment, noting how it accentuated her figure splendidly. As the season began to usher in snowfall, the temperatures dropped further north. Both had prepared down jackets, and each carried a large suitcase. Though it was unnecessary to don such heavy attire on the train, Tianyu wore a black turtleneck on top, paired with a cotton skirt and nude-colored tights, her snow boots long discarded. Yu Tiancheng's eyes darted as he picked up a book on Olympiad problems, flipping through a couple of pages. Why is this question so difficult? He mused. Is it not manageable? I will study it further. Unbeknownst to Tianyu, Yu Tiancheng harbored ulterior motives as he casually responded. What is it that you find incomprehensible? Please, enlighten me. Yu Tiancheng beckoned her closer. Which question? Tianyu, unsuspecting, approached and settled by his bedside. No sooner had she sat down than he encircled her waist with his arms, leaning in close to her face. This one is exceedingly challenging. His hands wandered mischievously at her waist, causing the zipper of her skirt to break. Tianyu swatted his hand away. Aren't we discussing the problem? Hee. Why haven't you worn those stockings I bought you? Yu Tiancheng, in a playful manner, touched the tights on her legs, noting their delicate appearance, yet warm lining. What kind of weather is this? Do you wish to freeze me? Tianyu wrinkled her nose. That person was right. You, with your mischievous ways, require careful scrutiny. Which person? Yu Tiancheng retorted, rolling his eyes. Your father? Just before they boarded the train in Star City, Lu Gukong had come to see them off, offering a lengthy set of admonitions to Tianyu. Yu Tiancheng guessed it was indeed Lu Gukong he referred to. Tianyu, reluctant to utter Lu Gukong's name, merely acknowledged with a sound. My father-in-law is just too rigid. We share the same roof, and yet he insists on such bothersome reminders. Yu Tiancheng scoffed, his hand still wandering on Tianyu's leg. Do not be reckless. Tianyu admonished, though her body had softened, her cheeks flushed, eyes closed, long lashes trembling. Leaning against Yu Tiancheng's embrace, just as he prepared to make a bold move, A shout echoed through the air. Boxed meals. 30 yuan for 4 dishes. Any passengers interested? The call carried with remarkable clarity, seemingly directed right at the door, penetrating through the thick partition and into their space. It felt as though another's face was pressed against the glass of the car door, peering inside. Yu Tiancheng remained unfazed, yet Tianyu was jolted from her reverie. Hastily adjusting her attire. No more nonsense. Someone else coming, she whispered. Chapter 109. So this is how beautiful stockings look when worn. No more shenanigans. Let me see what this is, Yu Tiancheng said, shifting his head to rest on Tianyu's lap. Boxed meals, for dishes for 30 yuan. Anyone in need of a boxed meal? The voice of the train attendant rang out, jarringly out of place. Then, in Yu Tiancheng's line of sight, a large head appeared, peering through the window of the door. Goodness, it's fortunate it's daytime. At night, that would be quite terrifying, he exclaimed, irked, as he opened the compartment door. At the threshold, the train attendant, wearing a somewhat eager smile, presented 2 plastic meal boxes. Box meals for 2, do you need any? The 2 youngsters were residing in a top-tier soft sleeper, either affluent or privileged, and being young, they were not the type to haggle. Nevertheless, Yu Tiancheng promptly exemplified what it meant to be a true miser. How about 10 yuan? He proposed. Brother, you can't bargain like that. You're practically slashing at your own ankles. The train attendant's face turned pale. She had never encountered such a stingy customer. Beside them, Tianyu erupted into laughter, her enchanting eyes sparkling with affection as she gazed at Yu Tiancheng. Her smile was so captivating that even the train attendant found it stunning. The last time Yu Tiancheng had haggled like this was during the incident when Lu Yesheng broke his arm. When visiting Lu in the hospital, he had bargained for nearly 3 minutes with the fruit vendor over a single yuan. After selling his game, he had become rather extravagant with his spending and had not haggled since. Tianyu understood that Yu Tiancheng was seizing the opportunity to retaliate against the attendant for interrupting their moment. What a lovely girl. She must be your girlfriend, right? For her sake, I'll give you 25 per meal. The train attendant, clearly a northerner, couldn't help but chat once she opened her mouth. Indeed, lowering the price by 5 yuan. Madam, are you under the impression that we've never traveled by train? Given your stock of boxed meals, it would cost 31 yuan to bring them from the front to the back of the carriage, and returning, definitely 10 yuan. Since you plan to sell them this way, why not sell me 2 boxes now? It saves you the trouble of pushing them, and I save money too. A win-win situation. Yu Tiancheng enumerated his points, gesturing animatedly. The train attendant, taken aback by his reasoning, stared blankly for a moment before regaining her composure. Young lady, I have encountered stingy customers before, but your boyfriend is truly the epitome of a miser. Even if I were to sell them at a discount, they'd still be 15 yuan each, she asserted, attempting to retract the 2 meal boxes. Wait, if it's 15, then fine, I'll take 2 for 30. Consider it a favor to lighten your load. Yu Tiancheng countered, snatching the 2 boxes from her grasp. But I haven't even agreed to sell them yet. The train attendant was utterly perplexed by the cunning of this young man. Oh dear, for the sake of my girlfriend, let us settle for a discount. Yu Tiancheng waved his hand and briefly glanced at his phone. In this era, mobile payments were not yet prevalent, so cash was required. What's the matter, brother? Don't have the cash to secure your phone? The train attendant was taken aback. Wrong choice. Yu Tiancheng hastily returned his phone, retrieved his wallet, and tossed 30 yuan over while casually pulling the door to the compartment closed. The train attendant hesitated, her lips trembling for a moment before she accepted the 30 yuan. Muttering, how stingy. I've never encountered someone like this in my life. Inside the compartment, Tianyu was already doubled over with laughter, clutching her stomach. Are you hungry? Eat while it's hot. The food on the train may not be gourmet, but it should suffice. Yu Tiancheng opened the lunchbox to inspect its contents. A dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried potatoes with green peppers, a braised lion's head meatball he dubbed Powerball, and a green pepper stir-fry devoid of meat. However, the dishes suited Tianyu's palate, spicy enough to her liking. Yu Tiancheng devoured his meal voraciously, while Tianyu nibbled delicately, occasionally offering him some of her food. Once he finished, she retrieved a garbage bag she had prepared earlier, meticulously collecting the scraps, and then took out a tissue to wipe the table clean. Only after everything was tidy did she return to the sofa to continue reading. Come sit over here, Yu Tiancheng called, a toothpick dangling from his mouth as he patted the edge of his bed. Not a chance. You have ulterior motives. Tianyu pouted playfully, snuggling deeper into the sofa with her book, though her heart raced with excitement. What would she do if he stubbornly crawled over? If he came over, so be it. Although she appeared engrossed in her reading, her wide eyes peered over the pages at Yu Tiancheng. To her astonishment, he had actually fallen asleep. Indeed, he was sound asleep, gently snoring. Poor fellow. He must be exhausted after their early morning departure from Langzhou. Yu Tiancheng had struggled with 2 hefty suitcases and 2 large bags of snacks prepared by their parents, and they had spent the day traveling by bus to Xingqing. In the morning, they visited Yu Technology to finalize work arrangements, assisting Chun Kai and others in coding a game called Stealing Vegetables. Yu Tiancheng insisted it be completed before the new year to ensure its launch by then, followed by a companion game titled Parking Wars. It was a mystery how his mind functioned to conceive such brilliant ideas. By afternoon, they had lugged their bags to meet Lu Gukong, who treated them to a meal before sending them off to the train. After a day of exhausting travel, it was only natural for Yu Tiancheng to doze off. With this thought, Tian Yu quietly rose, tiptoeing to the lower bunk, pulling the blanket over him tenderly. She quietly opened her suitcase, retrieving a fresh set of undergarments and her toiletries before stepping into the bathroom. After washing up, Tian Yu emerged wearing a loose white shirt and a pair of thermal leggings. After glancing at Yu Tiancheng to confirm he was asleep, she carefully rummaged through her suitcase. Extracting a black bag, stealthily, she climbed up to the upper bunk, pulling the blanket over herself. After a moment's contemplation, she took out a pair of black stockings from the bag, feeling an embarrassing thrill. After some deliberation, she decided to remove her thermal leggings and adorn herself with the stockings instead. How lovely they looked when worn. Nestled under the covers, she gazed at her fair skin, her heart inexplicably racing. Chapter 110. What transpired that night? Damn Yu Tiancheng. How could he still be asleep at this hour? Tian Yu felt a tumult of emotions, shyness mixed with fear. After a prolonged internal struggle, a wave of drowsiness gradually overwhelmed her. Yu Tiancheng had labored all day, and she too had endured a long day. The soft bed swayed gently, much like a cradle, swiftly enveloping her in fatigue. Soon, she succumbed to slumber. As dawn broke at 5:30, Yu Tiancheng stirred, stretching his sore neck and wiping drool from the corner of his mouth as he emerged from dreams. What on earth had happened yesterday to leave him so exhausted? He muttered a curse under his breath and stumbled into the bathroom. After a cacophony of sound, he emerged in a daze. Under the dim light, he glanced up and was startled to find Tian Yu on the upper bunk, her legs tucked under a white blanket. Sleeping like a languid kitten, the pristine white shirt accentuated her swan-like neck, and those long legs clad in fishnet stockings. Good heavens, what had he just witnessed? His eyes widened in disbelief, causing the drool he had just wiped away to return unbidden. Ba, do not gaze upon that which is improper, Yu Tiancheng chanted inwardly. Yet he found himself drawn closer, reaching out to tug at the blanket trapped between her long legs. It wouldn't budge. Who is it? Tian Yu seemed to sense a presence touching her and instinctively rolled over to face the wall. Yu Tiancheng's eyes widened. At that moment, Tian Yu felt a sudden chill. Oh no. She instantly awoke, remembering she had changed into sleepwear last night. With this turn, wasn't she fully exposed before him? How utterly embarrassing. In a flurry, Tian Yu yanked the blanket tightly around herself, even covering her head, curling up within the fabric, too shy to face anyone. Coughing softly, Yu Tiancheng sighed, cursing his own impulsiveness. Now, what a pity, there was nothing more to see. Yet, that fleeting glimpse had stirred something primal within him. Why are you up so early? After a considerable time spent hidden beneath the blanket, Tian Yu finally managed to part the fabric slightly, peeking out with her eyes through the gap. Upon a casual glance, one could not help but notice the shameless figure sprawled at the edge of her bed, their gaze fixed intently on the narrow opening she had just created. Is it still this early? There remains but an hour until we reach our destination. Yu Tiancheng shook his phone, presenting the time to Tian Yu. This train had embarked from Star City, destined for the southern station of the capital, a journey totaling 14.5 hours. They had departed yesterday afternoon at 4:30. And with the clock nearing 6, was it not merely an hour left? So soon? Tian Yu suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. You mustn't stare. I need to change my clothes. Change, you do your thing. It does not affect me. Stop it. There is no time. Feeling Yu Tiancheng's hand persistently kneading, Tian Yu begrudgingly emerged from beneath the covers, her delicate visage flushed with embarrassment as she regarded him. Rest assured, there is ample time. Yu Tiancheng's heart raced, filled with frustration at himself for having succumbed to slumber so early the previous night. How utterly disappointing. Otherwise, by now, they would have already crossed a significant threshold. While time was indeed of the essence, it did not deter him from indulging in a few more caresses. Just as he prepared to press further, a knock at the door interrupted them. The boisterous voice of the lady from yesterday's meal service echoed again. Breakfast, breakfast. We have rice porridge, eggs, bread, milk. Any passengers in need? I've come all this way to sell breakfast. Yu Tiancheng's expression darkened. He was convinced this lady was doing it on purpose. Curse this breakfast. I refused to open the door. As expected, the train attendant knocked once more. Young man, breakfast is here. We have rice porridge, eggs, bread, milk. Yu Tiancheng, his head throbbing with irritation, spun around and flung the door open. I'm not eating. I'll manage until we reach the stop. Does it not suffice to miss breakfast? The lady attempted to peek into the compartment, but Yu Tiancheng promptly shut the door. This young man. If he doesn't want to eat, so be it. What a foul temper. The train attendant muttered under her breath and continued to push her cart, calling out, breakfast. Breakfast. Rice porridge, eggs. As Yu Tiancheng turned, he discovered that Tian Yu had swiftly taken advantage of the distraction to don her thermal pants and was now pulling on a sweater. While dressing, she stuck out her tongue at him. Naya, 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 you little imp. Yu Tiancheng could only shake his head in exasperation. Resigning himself to tidying up his suitcase and retrieving his down jacket in preparation for disembarking, the train gradually came to a halt. And as Yu Tiancheng and Tian Yu each dragged a suitcase down the steps, they simultaneously felt the biting chill of the northwestern wind. The brisk breeze cut across their faces like a knife, stinging painfully. Little Yu, it's freezing. Tian Yu glanced at her hands, now gripping the suitcase. I'll pull it. You tuck your hands in your pockets and stay behind me. Yu Tiancheng relented, taking over the suitcase. Alas, I knew it would be cold in the capital, but I did not anticipate it being this frigid. Two southern children, unprepared for their inaugural journey to the far north, had learned a harsh lesson. You're so kind. Warm. Tian Yu rubbed her hands together, playfully pressed them against Yu Tiancheng's face, and then gleefully slipped her hands into his pockets from behind, wrapping her arms around his waist. Let us go, she exclaimed. Is it even possible to walk like this? Yu Tiancheng chuckled, bemused, yet still proceeded to drag Tian Yu along, matching her steps as they ambled forward. Chapter 111. This is our rustic boss. The two of them frolicked and dawdled as they exited the train station. In the distance, they spotted a brand new Toyota Land Cruiser parked by the roadside. A young man clad in a down jacket held up a sign fashioned from a cardboard box, upon which the words Divine Start were boldly inscribed in thick, dark ink. Many passers-by cast bewildered glances at the sign, some even rolling their eyes in disbelief. What a fool. Yu Tiancheng grinned and strode over. Before he even reached the vehicle, the window slid down, revealing Su Lan's head peering out from the driver's seat. It took you half an hour to come out. Are you walking at a turtle's pace? She teased. Is it that you've just arrived in the capital and are still getting accustomed? Yu Tiancheng chuckled. Sister Su Lan, I brought you some of your favorite snacks, soy sauce duck, spicy meat, braised duck legs, and plenty more. Tian Yu chimed in sweetly. Look at how eloquently Tian Yu speaks. And then look at you. You haven't made any progress at all. Hurry up and get in the car. No need to wait for him, Su Lan said, pressing a button that caused the trunk to automatically pop open. Yu Tiancheng hastily stowed the suitcase and bags of snacks inside. Tian Yu stuck out her tongue at Yu Tiancheng, opened the door, and discovered a girl already seated in the back. She smiled and climbed in. Yu Tiancheng, meanwhile, pulled open the front passenger door and settled beside Su Lan. The young man with the cardboard sign also entered, taking a seat next to the unfamiliar girl. This car is quite nice, Yu Tiancheng remarked, glancing back to see that all five of them were warmly dressed, yet the interior felt spacious and comfortable. Since boss Yu has spoken, I must obey. I don't understand why you would buy such a flashy car when you don't even have a driver's license. Are you planning to drive it yourself? Su Lan joked, looking at Yu Tiancheng. I'll take the driving test right after the new year. Just help me out for a couple of months to get the hang of it, Yu Tiancheng replied with a grin. The new snow tires alone cost over 700,000. I'll have the company reimburse me. I certainly can't afford that on my own. Su Lan shot him a sidelong glance. My dear Yu, has your salary not remained unchanged? Is it really necessary for you to be so stingy about buying a car? Yu Tiancheng rested his hand on the armrest, lightly tapping it. Are you implying that you came all this way just to help me with business while delivering me a grand gift? It's not fair to treat me like a slave. Su Lan appeared ready to retaliate, glancing at Tian Yu. Sister Su Lan, go ahead and hit him. He deserves it, Tian Yu said with a sweet smile. You're absolutely right. He does need a good thrashing, Su Lan retorted without raising her hand. Have you eaten breakfast? What do you plan to have? Roast duck, Yu Tiancheng replied immediately. In his previous life, he had only visited the capital once and tasted the renowned fruitwood roast duck at Dedong. The flavor lingered in his memory, a delightful reminiscence he would cherish forever. Later, whether he was working in Zhonghai or on a business trip to the south, he always visited the roast duck restaurant bearing the name of Jingshi. Yet, the flavor had diminished somewhat. In the words of Yu Tiancheng, each region nurtures its own ducks. The ducks of the capital city possess a unique essence, and thus, their roasted flavor is incomparable. What a joke. Does your roast duck shop even open early in the morning? Su Lan felt a surge of anger, wishing she could roast Yu Tiancheng herself. Then how about some fried dough rings, mung bean juice, or stinky tofu? Yu Tiancheng proposed another idea. Instantly, everyone in the vehicle, except for Tian Yu, wore a sullen expression, especially Su Lan, who was on the verge of madness. Is this deliberate? Can you suggest something edible? Su Lan's eyes radiated a fierce intensity, as if she could already smell the rancid odor of the food. What do you suggest we eat? We've traveled such a long way. We must savor some local specialties. Yu Tiancheng exclaimed, raising his hands in exasperation. Sister Lan, how about we try lamb offal soup? I've heard it pairs wonderfully with sesame pancakes. Tian Yu quickly intervened to ease the tension. All right, let us head to Gao Laoxi's place. It's conveniently on the way to Qingbei. Su Lan drove towards the Gao Laoxi lamb soup restaurant. Allow me to introduce these two. I recruited them after arriving in the capital. One oversees the Qingbei region in the West City, while the other manages the Chaowai region in the East City. Without turning her head, Su Lan remarked to the two, "This is our company's local bumpkin boss." Boss. The young man and woman in the back were taken aback, clearly unaware of Yu Tiancheng's true identity prior to this moment. They never imagined that the owner of Yu Technology could be so young. Is this guy a rich second generation? Comrade Su Lan, you're crossing the line. I must represent the organization to educate you. It's only been a few days since you arrived in the capital, and you've already gone astray. Yu Tiancheng jested, then turned to the young couple. Hello? I am Yu Tiancheng. The Yu in abundance here, and Tiancheng meaning naturally formed. Su Lan scoffed. You're trying to act cultured. But both of them are a junior at Qingbei University and a senior intern at the University of International Business and Economics. Who is more cultured than a mere high school student like you? Su Lan, you're being too harsh. Please mind your image and language. I am, after all, a prospective university student, and I've already been recommended to Qingbei. Yu Tiancheng retorted indignantly. Upon hearing this, the young couple's eyes lit up. Recommended? That is impressive, but it's still subject to score reduction and the college entrance examination. Tian Yu chimed in. Whose side are you on? Why are you siding with him? Yu Tiancheng shot a glare at Tian Yu. Zhonghai University is on the recommendation list. Don't pay attention to his boasting. He just loves to show off. If you take him seriously, his pretentiousness will never end. Su Lan waved her hand dismissively, entirely unfazed by Yu Tiancheng's threats. The young couple in the back exchanged glances, caught between wanting to laugh and refraining from doing so. Hello, I'm Guan Tao, a junior at Qingbei University. Hello, I'm Yin Zhihui, a senior intern at the University of International Business and Economics. The two quickly introduced themselves as they reached out to shake Yu Tiancheng's hand. Greetings, senior. Greetings, senior. Yu Tiancheng merely cast a glance and could immediately discern that when Guan Tao spoke of his school, he exuded confidence, standing tall with an erect posture. In contrast, Yin Zhihui exhibited a somewhat less assured demeanor, yet she maintained a smile, swiftly masking any trace of self-doubt. This illustrates the confidence that prestigious institutions impart. At this stage, the prestige of a renowned school undoubtedly wields a certain influence. Senior, hello? Senior sister, I am Tian Yu. Tian Yu extended her hand to both of them, providing a brief introduction. You are here for the Qingbei winter camp, right? I can certainly provide some insights. Guan Tao was quite loquacious, and with his background from Qingbei, he animatedly recounted various details about the winter camp. Tian Yu listened intently, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Perhaps it was this inquisitive gaze that inspired Guan Tao to elaborate even further, sharing anecdotes and observations in meticulous detail. Meanwhile, Yu Tiancheng relaxed, occasionally exchanging glances with Su Lan. Chapter 112. Don't speak, let me cry for a while. Before long, the group arrived at the Gao Laoxi lamb soup restaurant, where bowls of steaming white lamb soup were served, accompanied by sesame pancakes. Guan Tao busily attended to everyone, ensuring they were well taken care of. Yu Tiancheng lazily sprinkled chili oil into his soup, enjoying his meal with a chuckle. This young man, though somewhat talkative, was diligent. Within half a month, he had established connections with several nearby universities, including Agricultural University, Beijing University, and Beijing Institute of Technology. His only flaw was perhaps his overconfidence, as he had already asked for a salary increase after just 1 month of work. Su Lan observed Guan Tao waiting to ladle out the lamb soup and whispered to Yu Tiancheng, "It's all right, as long as he has the ability. Money is not an issue." Yu Tiancheng replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Yin Zhihui remained silent, clearly sensing that Yu Tiancheng's remarks about Guan Tao in front of her reflected a deeper trust in her capabilities. Zhihui was currently responsible for the Dongqing Chaowai area, having also explored institutions like Beijing Film Academy, Beijing Dance Academy, Communication University of China, and University of Science and Technology Beijing. What is more important, she added, is that she had also ventured through several vocational colleges and private universities. Upon hearing this, Yu Tiancheng's eyes lit up. Private universities cater to those who, after failing the college entrance examination, have the financial means to seek a diploma for their children. Truth be told, this sector represents a significant potential market. Zhihui's initiative to target these markets demonstrates a commendable spirit of innovation. In fact, it was Su's strategic planning that had laid the groundwork for their outreach efforts. Offering free transport, beverages, and chicken legs, such incentives made many students eager to register an account. Yun Zhihui smiled gently, embodying humility. At that moment, Guan Tao approached, prompting Yun Zhihui to fall silent. After we finish our meal, will you head to Qingbei first or visit the company? Su Lan inquired, looking at Yu Tiancheng. Let us take her to Qingbei first, and I will go to the company, Yu Tiancheng replied, glancing at Tianyu. You should take your time to acclimate. I will come to pick you up in the evening. The Qingbei winter camp required participants to manage their own accommodations and meals. Su Lan had reserved a room for the two of them at a hotel near Qingbei University. Focus on your tasks. I shall ensure everything is in order for you. Tianyu did not express a desire to accompany Yu Tiancheng, as she was aware that his primary purpose for visiting the capital was not the winter camp, but rather the branch of Yu Technology in Beijing. Over the next few days, Yu Tiancheng would be quite occupied. After their meal, Su Lan drove Tianyu to Qingbei University first. At the entrance of the university, there was a gathering point for students participating in the winter camp, where several sophomore boys were bustling about. Upon seeing Tianyu approach, their eyes brightened. This girl is stunning, dressed in a pink down jacket, with a fluffy hat framing her fair, oval face and a pair of sparkling, peach blossom eyes. She certainly resembled a campus belle. Hello, Junior. Are you here for the winter camp? Let me assist you with the registration. Please sign in over here. Immediately, an enthusiastic senior rushed over, eager to assist. Thank you. Tianyu replied with a nod, signing her name before receiving her identity badge for the winter camp and heading to the classroom. Once Tianyu had entered, Su Lan drove Yu Tiancheng to a basement located outside the 3rd Ring Road, near Beijing North Station. It was indeed a small basement within a residential complex. The entrance was somewhat cramped. After a long corridor, they arrived at a larger space of over 100 square meters. This area resembled a storage room, filled with various brochures, milk products, several shelves, and 3 desks. At that moment, 4 or 5 individuals were busily moving items in and out, indicating that Su Lan had been diligently working since her arrival in the capital. Upon reaching this location, Guan Tao and Yun Zhihui sensibly attended to their own tasks. Yu Tiancheng followed Su Lan deeper into the basement until they reached a partitioned area with a desk displaying several documents. I must say, Su, this is the place you have set up? It hardly befits your status. Although it was a basement, it was equipped with heating. As he walked, Yu Tiancheng removed his down jacket. While he jested, he felt a twinge of guilt. Everyone knew how challenging it was to carve out a new business venture. If it were someone else, they might have immediately rented a large office building upon arriving in the capital and arranged for various business travel vehicles. Wasn't it all to save money? Despite its humble condition, the rent here was only 2,000 yuan per month, with no restrictions on use. Initially, I even set up a wire bed and slept here. As shelves arrived and brochures were printed, and the milk products came in, I no longer had space to stay. So I simply rented a single room upstairs for just 1,000 yuan a month. Do not let the simplicity of this complex deceive you. Its location is excellent. From here, it is quick to reach both Qingbei University and Chaowai, and more importantly, it is merely 500 meters from the North Station, facilitating the swift transport of goods. Su Lan also removed her coat, revealing a form-fitting striped shirt that accentuated her remarkable figure. Casually, she retrieved a hair tie from her pocket and gathered her loose hair into a ponytail. With a graceful motion, she picked up a delivery note from the table, glanced at it, and signed her name before producing an account book to hand to Yu Tiancheng. Take a look in this city. Labor costs are twice as high as in Xiangnan. Currently, aside from Guan Tao and Ji Hui, I am employing temporary workers from the school. The advantage is low wages, but the downside is their high turnover. They may work for a day and vanish the next. I am cutting corners, yet my monthly expenses still exceed 100,000. With the limited funds I brought, it is truly unsustainable. You just mentioned my salary. Have I ever taken a single penny since we started this venture? I have only been pouring money in. If it weren't for your $200 million arriving, I might have considered flipping the table. Su Lan cast a helpless glance at Yu Tiancheng. The remark about flipping the table was, of course, made in frustration. Joyful Technology was thriving, with the registration numbers on the campus network increasing daily. Anyone with sense could see they were merely waiting for the right opportunity to soar to new heights. However, leaving Xiangnan and venturing to the capital, the hardships and challenges of entrepreneurship were largely borne by Su Lan alone, which naturally bred some resentment. I'm sorry. You've endured so much. Yu Tiancheng pressed his lips together, but I can't entrust this to anyone else. Go to hell. You are just taking advantage of my easygoing nature. Su Lan pinched the sides of her nose, feeling a slight ache. All right, it's all in the past. A new era has arrived. No more tears, Teacher Su. Yu Tiancheng approached to console her. Suddenly, Su Lan embraced his waist, burying her face in his chest, and began to sob. Yu Tiancheng looked around, then pulled the curtain closed, gently placing his hands down to pat Su Lan's back. I was wrong. Please, no words. Let me cry for a while. Su Lan held on to Yu Tiancheng tightly, her tears gradually soaking into his shirt. Chapter 113. You can ride me too. Yu Tiancheng found himself at a loss for words, standing there in silence. His emotions were equally complicated. His hands rested on Su Lan's back, and through the fabric of her shirt, he could distinctly feel the clasp of her bra. Was that a bow? 2 strings tied together? Goodness, was it really that simple? Did this mean that what Su Lan wore underneath was rather alluring? Once again, Yu Tiancheng's thoughts began to wander. Well then, if we are to embrace, let it be. It felt soft and quite comforting. After a while, Su Lan finally ceased her sobbing. Yet she remained tightly wrapped around Yu Tiancheng, her face pressed against his abdomen, showing no signs of letting go. Sister Lan. It seems there's an issue with the passenger vehicle from Bailey University. They're inquiring if we can switch to another one. Guan Tao's voice came from outside the curtain. As the footsteps drew nearer, Su Lan immediately released Yu Tiancheng and turned her head away. Her voice slightly stiff. You handle it yourself. All right. Guan Tao paused outside the curtain upon hearing Su Lan's voice, hesitating for a moment before ultimately walking away. Curiosity certainly runs deep. Yu Tiancheng chuckled as he observed the figure behind the curtain. Still too young. Turning around, Su Lan dabbed at the tear stains on her face with 2 tissue papers. It's fine now. Thank you for dealing with Wu Mali's situation. Why thank me? She brought it upon herself, Yu Tiancheng replied with a bemused glance at Su Lan. I know, had it not been for me, you wouldn't have escalated the matter so dramatically. In truth, the financing contract has already been signed, and the funds have been transferred. You needn't have taken such a risk. You acted out of a desire to defend my honor. Su Lan's earlier tears were partly due to the genuine difficulty of expanding the market in the capital, while the other half stemmed from being touched that Yu Tiancheng had stirred such a commotion merely to stand up for her. Because you are a member of our team. Had it not been for you, Brother Cohen wouldn't have sought evidence from Wu Mali. Had it not been for you, Sister Bing would not have publicly filed a report. The risks they undertook far exceeded my own. I merely exchanged a few words, yet I reaped all the benefits and played the role of the Good Samaritan. I feel it is unjust for them. Yu Tiancheng teased with a grin. Enough. Don't push your luck. Su Lan playfully shoved Yu Tiancheng, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with mock reproach. What do you think about treating them to a meal at noon? Absolutely. Let's head to the roast duck restaurant, he replied enthusiastically. Not only must we treat them to a meal, but salaries must also be increased and office spaces relocated. We are now upgrading our resources. We can no longer endure hardship in such a dismal environment. Our future is geared toward internationalization. And you, my dear General Su, I have already spoken with Brother Cohen while I was in Xiangnan. From now on, your salary will be calculated as an annual salary, starting with 1 million in the first year. Once we establish ourselves, we will adjust according to market standards. Yu Tiancheng said with a cheerful grin. Annual salary? Does that mean I will be left to weather the cold winds of the Northwest until year-end for my paycheck? Su Lan shot him a glare. Prepay. A year in advance. Yu Tiancheng waved his hand grandly. So, given the current situation, if I work for you for 3 years, I can recoup my investment? Su Lan crossed her arms and crossed her legs, revealing a pair of nude short stockings beneath her jeans, topped off with freshly donned high heels. She still had the same penchant for high heels, and upon reaching her desk, she immediately changed into them, though she wore them carelessly, only balancing on the toes. Swaying alluringly, exuding a captivating charm. You're forgetting about your equity, aren't you? Once we go public in a few years, you'll be financially free. Where could 3 million yield such high interest? Yu Tiancheng blinked. Well, if the interest is that appealing, I shall continue to serve you as a workhorse, allowing you to ride forth towards a splendid future, Su Lan sighed. I dare not, but you may ride with me. Alternatively, tomorrow you could take the position of chairman while I serve as your subordinate. It is merely a matter of titles, is it not? Yu Tiancheng hastily waved his hand. Yet in his heart, he mused that it hardly mattered who was on top. It was merely a matter of ascendance and descent. How absurd. It is your eloquence that truly shines. Su Lan cast a sidelong glance at Yu Tiancheng before pulling the curtain and calling out to the outside. Ji Hui, Guan Tao. Please inform your team that the boss is treating us to lunch at the Dadong roast duck restaurant. Understood, thank you, boss. Yin Ji Hui promptly acknowledged. I shall go at once. Guan Tao responded as well. Su, do you have any capable individuals beneath you? Yu Tiancheng pulled over a chair and seated himself opposite Su Lan. She shot him a glance, suddenly drawing the curtain closed and kicking off her shoes, resting her feet on his lap. Yu Tiancheng was momentarily speechless, gazing at her delicate, soft feet. I'm tired, give me a massage. Su Lan gestured with her pen, leaning back comfortably in her chair, and said, What's this? Are you planning to explore a new market? You wouldn't be trying to take advantage of me again, would you? Is there such a delightful prospect? Go ahead and massage. Yu Tiancheng, looking at Su Lan's petite foot, placed his hands upon it. I may not understand the pressure points, but a gentle kneading will suffice. Su Lan's foot, unlike Tian Yu's, had been accustomed to high heels, with her pinky and ring toes closely aligned. Additionally, her purple nail polish, even through her stockings, appeared strikingly alluring. What are you doing? I asked you a question. Su Lan noticed that Yu Tiancheng did not seem adept at massaging. Rather, he was examining her foot with curiosity. Her cheeks flushed, yet she did not withdraw her foot, instead playfully nudging him. Ouch, you nearly incapacitated me. Yu Tiancheng gasped, lightly tapping her foot's arch. What did you just ask me? I inquired which market you have set your sights on. You wouldn't expect me to enlist your help in market expansion again, would you? Su Lan reiterated, a hint of irritation in her tone. No, Su. Your status has changed. I wouldn't dare send you gallivanting across the country. What would become of me then? Besides, with you not stationed in the capital, how could I possibly feel at ease? Yu Tiancheng quickly waved his hand. Guan Tao needs further training. As for Yun Ji Hui, she is diligent and meticulous. Soon to graduate, with limited prospects at school and her family not particularly affluent, she is in a prime position to work hard. I had initially intended for her to be my secretary, but since you seek assistance, you may have her. As Su Lan spoke, she directed Yu Tiancheng, can you manage? Knead the soles gently. Yes, that's it. Oh, how delightful. Would you be able to go to Zhonghai? Yu Tiancheng followed her instructions, gently pressing and kneading as he inquired further. I am aware of the mischief you are harboring. My interactions with her have been somewhat limited, and there are many matters that cannot be spoken of too confidently. She possesses a commendable ability to excel in various tasks. However, there is a slight drawback. She can be rather reserved. While she is capable of handling numerous responsibilities, there are certain issues she struggles to resolve. For instance, when it comes to recruitment, entrusting her with such duties can be quite troublesome. If someone were to assist her, it might greatly alleviate her burdens. Su Lan continued her scolding. Could you refrain from incessantly squeezing one spot? Haven't you ever washed your feet? Is it not possible to change positions? Here? Oh yes, this feels quite pleasant indeed. Chairman you are indeed a prospective scholar from Qingbei, possessing remarkable insight. Your girlfriend is fortunate. All credit goes to your guidance. Very well, let this suffice for now. Next time, do make time to attend to my needs. By the way, it would be best if Tian Yu were kept in the dark about this. I certainly do not wish for that young lady to harbor any animosity towards me. As you command, Your Highness. Get lost. Chapter 114. Promotion, Salary Increase, and Injustice. At the Dadong roast duck restaurant, a table brimming with an array of delicacies awaited. Come, today the boss treats us. Let us raise our glasses to Chairman Yu. Guan Tao proclaimed, lifting his glass alongside the others to toast Yu Tiancheng. Present at the table, besides Yu Tiancheng, Su Lan, Yin Zhihui, and Guan Tao, were 6 other individuals, 4 young women and 2 young men, all of whom were evidently university students. When the youth gathered, the atmosphere became lively, and the conversation flowed freely. After overcoming their initial astonishment at Yu Tiancheng's youthful appearance, they soon realized he bore little difference from them, perhaps even exhibiting a touch more youthful exuberance. This significantly bridged the gap between Yu Tiancheng and the others. Thus, Guan Tao grew increasingly uninhibited, encouraging the group to toast Yu Tiancheng. As minors are prohibited from consuming alcohol and with everyone's afternoon schedules, they decided to forego drinking that day. Yu Tiancheng waved his hand, outright refusing the offered toasts. His refusal left the others awkwardly holding their glasses, uncertain whether to set them down or keep them raised. Yin Zhihui perceptively noted that when the toasting began, Yu Tiancheng had not declined. This indicated that he was indifferent to whether they drank or not. He merely sought to issue a caution to Guan Tao. It must be said that Yin Zhihui's ability to read the room surpassed that of Guan Tao. Guan Tao often flaunted his background from Qingbei, treating it as a badge of honor, which, in turn, constrained his mindset. He struggled to relinquish his pride, feeling the need to maintain an air of superiority in all interactions. This phenomenon is not uncommon among many students from prestigious institutions, as those who gain admission to such esteemed universities are often regarded as exceptional individuals, walking with their heads held high. When confronted with peers of lesser academic credentials, they may naturally develop a sense of superiority. Thus, Yu Tiancheng's admonition momentarily left Guan Tao feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, this awkwardness did not linger for long. As Yu Tiancheng followed up with, "Since everyone is so enthusiastic, let us raise a toast. However, as I am a minor, I can only raise my tea in place of wine to express my gratitude for your sincerity. Moreover, once this cup of wine is consumed, you shall become the oldest and most esteemed employees of the Joyful Technology Beijing Division. Starting tomorrow, salaries will be increased by 1/3, with an allocation of 1,000 stock options and a year-end bonus." Yu Tiancheng's proclamation instantly brightened the eyes of several individuals, including Guan Tao, who promptly forgot the earlier awkwardness. Nothing brings greater joy than the prospect of monetary reward. Guan Tao pondered for a moment, recalling that Su Lan had previously set his monthly salary at 7,000. With the increase, it would surpass 9,000, and coupled with the year-end bonus, he would be earning over 10,000 monthly and an annual salary in the six-figure range. It was only 2004. At this time, housing prices in Beijing were merely over 5,000 per square meter, allowing for the purchase of 2 square meters each month. Such income was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the spectrum. Yu Tiancheng, this wealthy heir, certainly knew how to spend lavishly. Such a salary increase was no trivial red envelope. It represented a significant sum for everyone in the room annually. If Guan Tao were in Yu Tiancheng's position, he would certainly not be so generous. This illustrates the disparity in vision and perspective. Even students from elite institutions like Tsinghua and Beida have not encountered substantial wealth, much less possess the insight and acumen of Yu Tiancheng. On the other hand, Yin Zhihui felt a jolt in her heart. A big boss is indeed a big boss. This salary increase signified a robust foundation and considerable strength of the company. Yu Tiancheng was demonstrating his capabilities to everyone, asserting that despite his youth, he possessed what they desperately sought. If one wished to earn more, they should commit wholeheartedly to him. Long live the boss. Yin Zhihui unabashedly shed her pretense and began to cheer loudly. Long live the boss. The boss is the most handsome. Does boss you need someone to warm his bed? I can volunteer. Upon her exclamation, several girls joined in, and one named Zhou Lulu even playfully teased. The boss is truly magnanimous. Following the boss means there will be food and drink aplenty. Guan Tao and the other 2 men appeared somewhat restrained, yet in the face of monetary allure, they had no choice but to lower their noble heads and echo a few words in agreement. This young lady has vision. I like her. Tomorrow, as the company relocates, remember to exert extra effort. Yu Tiancheng responded with a smile, finishing his cup of tea in one gulp. Laughter erupted among the others, and they too emptied their glasses. Once everyone had completed their drinks, Yu Tiancheng gestured for silence, and the group resumed their seats. Furthermore, I have another announcement. Starting tomorrow, your duties will report to Guan Tao, who will serve as the acting manager of the advertising department. Yu Tiancheng's words astonished several individuals, plunging the room into silence. Only Su Lan wore a faint smile, remaining silent in her seat. Guan Tao, taken aback, realized that not only had he received a raise, but he had also been promoted. This was exhilarating. More crucially, he and Yin Zhihui had previously been equals, each overseeing a distinct area. Guan Tao had never held Yin Zhihui in high regard. Now that he had been elevated, did this mean Yin Zhihui was entirely subordinate to him? At that moment, the 3 young women under Yin Zhihui's supervision exchanged astonished glances with her. Yin Zhihui exchanged a meaningful glance with Zhou Lulu. Congratulations, Manager Guan. Allow me to toast to you. Zhou Lulu quickly grasped the situation and raised her glass in salute. However, she soon recalled something and set her glass aside, pouring herself a cup of tea instead. But the boss mentioned that there are matters to attend to this afternoon, so I shall substitute tea for wine. Congratulations, Manager Guan, and I look forward to your guidance in the future. Of course, it's all thanks to the boss's favor, Guan Tao replied, his demeanor towards Yu Tiancheng instantly diminishing in stature. How could he continue to look down on this wealthy heir? After all, he was the boss. With a mere word, he could elevate or diminish one's status. Bowing one's head, what of it? Are we not all slaves to money in some regard? Su Lan smiled slightly, remaining silent. Guan Tao took a sip of tea with Zhou Lulu and then glanced at Yin Zhihui, only to find no trace of displeasure or jealousy on her face. Sister Yun, I hope to receive your guidance in the future, Guan Tao said, proactively lifting his teacup to greet Yun Zhihui. You're being too polite. Yun Zhihui responded with few words, clinking her teacup with Guan Tao's before taking a gentle sip. Lulu, Zhihui mentioned that your English is quite good. You took the TOEFL last month. How did you do? Su Lan suddenly inquired. Even you know, President Su? I did reasonably well, 108 points. Zhou Lulu paused, unsure why Su Lan had abruptly asked her this. As an English major on the verge of graduation from a foreign language institute, English was Zhou Lulu's forte. The perfect score for TOEFL is 120, and 108 is indeed commendable. Starting tomorrow, you will work with me. I need a secretary with an English background, Su Lan declared. All right. However, Zhou Lulu hesitated, casting a glance at Yun Zhihui. Only she was aware that although Yun Zhihui was not an English major, her proficiency was exceptional. Last month, when they took the TOEFL together, Yun Zhihui had achieved a score of 115. She found it perplexing. Yun Zhihui's performance consistently surpassed Guan Tao's. In terms of professional qualifications, English ability, and interpersonal skills, Yun Zhihui was evidently a cut above the rest. Why was she overlooked for the managerial promotion and now for the secretary position as well? Was it truly a matter of academic credentials? After all, her education from the University of International Business and Economics was nothing to scoff at. At this moment, Zhou Lulu felt a sense of unfairness towards Yun Zhihui. Naturally, this resentment lingered in the hearts of the three girls Yun Zhihui had brought along. Meanwhile, Guan Tao's associates quietly reveled in the unfolding drama. Chapter 115. Are you perhaps enamored with those tall, leggy ladies? Zhihui was the one who recommended you to me. Su Lan clearly noticed the discord in the emotions of several individuals, smiling as she poured another cup of tea. Since boss you did not say anything, I took the liberty of speaking on his behalf. Congratulations, Zhihui. Starting tomorrow, you will be the Deputy General Manager for the Zhonghai District of Yu Technology. Work diligently and strive for a permanent position. Upon hearing this news, the expressions of Zhou Lulu and the other girls transformed into ones of realization. In stark contrast, Guan Tao's face darkened, resembling an eggplant. He had believed he would secure his promotion and salary increase, while simultaneously overshadowing Yun Zhihui. To my surprise, they have already taken the lead and ascended to the position of Regional General Manager. After all this time, I realize that the fool is none other than myself. It is evident to anyone with a modicum of sense that Yun Zhihui has garnered significant favor. Even Zhou Lulu has, thanks to Yun Zhihui's recommendation, found herself by Su Lan's side, assuming the role of her personal secretary. This position is no trivial matter. The proximity to Su Lan, akin to a minister serving before the prime minister, offers unparalleled insights and access to information. Su, to be candid, I am deeply concerned. Lacking your audacity and capability, I fear I may not be able to shoulder such a heavy responsibility, Yun Zhihui confessed, lifting her teacup to Su Lan. Fear not. For our esteemed boss Yu will support you, Su Lan reassured her. Rest assured, the connections of boss Yu are astonishing, even to me. I have climbed to my current position with his backing, and you shall find stability in Zhonghai as well. Su Lan jested with Yu Tiancheng. Indeed, you ride me daily. Just wait until I flip the tables and ride you instead, Yu Tiancheng mused inwardly, offering comfort to Yun Zhihui. Believe in yourself and seize the opportunity. Thank you, boss. Thank you, Su. Yun Zhihui exclaimed, hurriedly sipping her tea, a shy smile gracing her lips. Zhihui, congratulations. No, henceforth you shall be addressed as Manager Yun. Zhou Lulu and the other two ladies congratulated her. Congratulations to us all. Yun Zhihui responded with polite remarks. Manager Yun, congratulations. Let us toast with tea instead of wine. Guan Tao joined in the congratulations, displaying a facade of joviality despite his inner discontent. After the meal, Su Lan instructed everyone to take taxis home, while she drove Yu Tiancheng around the city. Are you truly considering venturing into gaming? Su Lan inquired, observing Yu Tiancheng's rapid strides. Fearing that in his ambition he might overreach and encounter peril. I have a feeling that we may secure our second round of financing within half a year. As our traffic increases, we must diversify our monetization channels. Relying solely on advertisements is insufficient, Yu Tiancheng replied, absent-mindedly tracing patterns with his fingers. Perhaps due to his rebirth, the flutter of a butterfly's wings has hastened the pace of domestic internet development. However, the methods employed by major internet firms to monetize traffic remain rather singular. This was true even before Yu Tiancheng's rebirth. Companies with substantial traffic, aside from advertising monetization, had to resort to e-commerce. Conversely, while some gaming companies have faced regulatory scrutiny, they continue to thrive. As the saying goes, no internet company is disinterested in gaming, for it offers the lucrative profits of selling drugs without the associated risks. Do as you wish. We shall follow your lead. Su Lan initially intended to express something more, but chose to amend her words. First, prepare to assemble a gaming team. We must build our talent pool to ensure we have capable personnel when the time comes. It is preferable to recruit graduates from prestigious institutions, aiming for salaries comparable to top-tier technical professionals at firms like Tencent and Baidu. Is 3 to 6 months sufficient for preparation? Yu Tiancheng's gaze flitted restlessly along the roadside, seemingly in search of something. 6 months? That's quite a considerable expense. Su Lan felt a twinge of headache. In the 21st century, we inhabit a world driven by talent. Truly exceptional individuals are worth any investment, as one can expend some funds, but it is imperative to ensure that there are no shortages of talent during critical moments. Moreover, the insatiable thirst for talent among major internet companies has reached a fevered pitch. If we do not seize opportunities now, the competition will only intensify as they mature. Su, you must reconsider your perspective. Stop adopting the mindset of a miserly parent. Embrace a more audacious approach. Do you understand? One must comprehend that spending is essential to generating profit. Yu Tiancheng chastised while tapping on the car window. Please be quiet. You sound like a nagging monk. Su Lan retorted, her annoyance causing her to accelerate. Stop. This property looks promising. Let us take a look, Yu Tiancheng exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he pointed to a residential complex. They were casually wandering with the intention to purchase 2 apartments, one near Qingbei University, as Su preferred not to stay in dormitories, and another closer to the company. The property prices in Jingshi City were currently low, making it a favorable time to buy. In a few years, as the real estate market inflates, even the wealthiest would feel the pinch when purchasing property. Thus, Yu Tiancheng planned to acquire several units to hold onto, anticipating appreciation. Aren't you aiming for the vicinity of Qingbei? This place is quite a distance from it. Su Lan observed in surprise. You actually find this shabby complex appealing? You fail to understand. This is a prime area in Jingshi, and the potential for appreciation is staggering. Furthermore, its location is advantageous, not too far from Qingbei and the company. Perfectly suitable. Hey, weren't you supposed to stop? Why are you still driving forward? Yu Tiancheng intended to exit the vehicle, but Su Lan pressed the accelerator, watching the complex grow distant. Are you drawn to its potential for appreciation, or is it the tall, attractive ladies at the entrance that caught your eye? Don't think I'm unaware of this place. It's called Beijing Community, frequented mostly by students and professors from the Beijing Film Academy. I see right through your intentions. Su Lan sneered, causing Yu Tiancheng to feel sheepish, and he offered a sheepish chuckle without defending himself. Engaging in an argument with a woman at this moment would only worsen his situation. Upon reaching the vicinity of Qingbei University, the two spent an additional hour and a half driving in vain. Finding a decent property in this dismal area is proving to be quite the challenge. Everything seems old and dilapidated. Should we just buy a plot of land and develop real estate ourselves? Yu Tiancheng scratched his head, feeling a bit dejected. You disdain smaller units for their layout, and you dismiss larger ones for being outdated. You want spacious villas in an elegant environment with ample greenery. This is Qingbei University, not your home. I am not a salesperson bound to cater to your every whim. Have you made a decision? If not, let us explore other options. There are numerous tasks awaiting me at the company. Su Lan expressed her impatience, her tone tinged with frustration. All right, I shall forego the purchase for now and stay in the dormitory to cultivate camaraderie with my classmates. Later, I will search for alternatives on my own. Yu Tiancheng sat on the curb, waving his hand dismissively. At that moment, Su Lan's phone rang. After answering, she turned to Yu Tiancheng and said, Yin Zhihui called. She mentioned there's a rich power city over by the third ring east, with a pleasant environment. She inquired and found out the internal price is 7,000 per square meter. Would you like to check it out? Chapter 116. Let the snow fall. The distance from the north third ring to the east third ring is quite considerable. Yu Tiancheng scratched his head. Well, since I have nothing else to do, why not take a look? Truly the big boss. Your casual remark about having nothing to do makes me feel as if I might break my legs, Su Lan remarked, opening the car door. She tilted her head and gestured with her hand against the door frame, preventing a mishap. Please, my esteemed benefactor. Let us skip the benefactor and just go with sir from now on. Yu Tiancheng replied, patting his backside. As he leaned into the car, Su Lan playfully kicked him. Watch it. Don't you dare call me sir again. How about dad then? Is that acceptable? Are you trying to get yourself in trouble? I was mistaken, sir. My apologies. Yu Tiancheng covered his thigh. Could you refrain from targeting that spot? Perhaps I should just kick you to the ground, Su Lan retorted. Having vented her frustration, she turned and drove towards the east third ring. What was the name of that property that Yun Zhihui mentioned? Oh yes, Rich Power. I am familiar with that company, Yu Tiancheng mumbled. Rich Power Real Estate, once touted alongside Belt Brother as the twin titans of Guangdong province. However, when the real estate bubble was on the verge of bursting, they too fell victim to overwhelming debt, ultimately resorting to selling assets to repay creditors. This exemplifies the classic case of leverage gone awry. Nonetheless, at this juncture, Southern architectural styles may have surpassed their northern counterparts. For instance, while northern firms are still exploring ways to enhance housing comfort, Southern companies have already begun focusing on landscaping, product aesthetics, and development efficiency. The Rich Power City project represents the pioneering endeavor of Rich Power Group in Beijing's landscaping design. As snow fell, once the vehicle was parked, a security guard with an umbrella promptly approached to assist in opening the door and sheltered Su Lan with the umbrella. The service was exceedingly considerate. How unfair. Beautiful women receive special treatment, while men are treated like dogs. Yu Tiancheng grumbled as he exited the car, his tone reminiscent of a scorned spouse. I am the one who should be offered such service. Su Lan could only roll her eyes in response. The security guard glanced at Yu Tiancheng and hesitated, unsure whether to approach, fearing Su Lan's potential ire. After all, a woman's wrath can be far more formidable than a man's. Moreover, Yu Tiancheng appeared youthful and unassuming, hardly the profile of a serious homebuyer. In contrast, Su Lan exuded the air of someone affluent. Ah, let it be. I am a man, and I must bear the burdens of life. Let the snow fall, obscuring my struggles from view, and may this all come to an end, Yu Tiancheng mused, his tone laced with a hint of melancholy, catching Su Lan off guard. This song is quite melodious, isn't it? Where did you steal it from? Who is the singer? Su Lan inquired, turning to Yu Tiancheng. It's sung by Yu Yi, and the lyrics were improvised. What do you think? The master is indeed talented, Yu Tiancheng replied, proudly giving a thumbs up. The security guard holding the umbrella for Su Lan was visibly taken aback, feeling quite disgusted. Yet, Su Lan, with a playful glint in her eyes, accepted the umbrella from the guard, stifling a laugh as she returned, linking her arm with Yu Tiancheng's. Let us go, my lord. This way you won't have to struggle with that expression on your face. Su teacher is becoming quite adept. Yu Tiancheng chuckled, satisfied and teasing. Are we going or not? If not, I shall leave. Su Lan shot Yu Tiancheng a fierce glance. Are you a dog? Changing your attitude so quickly. Come on, don't grab wildly. Upon reaching the entrance of Fuli City, they looked up, and indeed, it was an impressive sight, being a landmark project. The design was in the style of Oriental gardens, with security booths adorned with Western-style berets, woolen coats, and leather boots, manned by tall, spirited young men who saluted upon seeing visitors, showcasing a sense of prestige. Of course, Yu Tiancheng saw these tactics as mere promotional efforts during the sales period. Once the properties were sold out, he imagined the security would be replaced by indifferent youths or middle-aged men who were merely going through the motions. Upon entering the community, a tour bus transported them to the sales office, allowing them to appreciate the community's landscape along the way. As they stepped into the sales office, a saleswoman dressed in a red vest, short red skirt, black stockings, and short heels, her nose reddened from the cold, stood stamping her feet, respectfully smiling as she presented them with a beautifully crafted garden handbook and floor plans. This handbook was a testament to the thoughtful design by the Fuli Group, showcasing the entire scenic effect. Is this Mr. Yu? As Yu Tiancheng accepted the garden handbook, he heard the saleswoman exclaim in surprise. Ah, you are. He glanced up at the saleswoman, finding her somewhat familiar. I am Jin Yan. Don't you remember me? From the Lakeside Hotel. I even saved a spot for you, Jin Yan said, using her dialect and making a gesture for a phone call. From Langzhou? Oh, I remember now. How did you end up in Jingshi City? Yu Tiancheng recalled, recognizing her as the hostess from the Lakeside Hotel. She seemed to be Su Huiqiao's cousin. Goodness, 3 months had passed, and she had made it to Jingshi City. Although still working as a hostess at the entrance, her journey from a small town was already a sign of progress. Hee, a college classmate of mine is doing quite well here, so I resigned from my job back there and moved here, Jin Yan excitedly explained, glancing at Su Lan beside Yu Tiancheng, suddenly feeling a pang of insecurity. For Su Lan exuded not just a mature beauty, but also an aura of authority. She embodied the quintessential high-class, aloof corporate queen. Previously, Jin Yan had contemplated how to ingratiate herself with Yu Tiancheng, racking her brain for ways to connect with him. To this end, she had not hesitated to extract information from Su Huiqiao more than once. Yet, Yu Tiancheng showed no interest in Su Huiqiao whatsoever, scarcely even attending class. So how could he possibly assist her in forging connections? Subsequently, when Jin Yan arrived in the capital, she promptly relegated Yu Tiancheng to the back of her mind. hoping instead to find a wealthy suitor in the city. After a month of navigating the complexities of urban life, Jean Yin discovered that the capital was rife with affluent individuals. However, these wealthy elites were not inclined to regard her with any seriousness. She sensed that their attitude was one of casual amusement, utterly dismissive of any notions of courtship or marriage. To make matters worse, the environment was rather unforgiving. Take the real estate office, for instance. Among 100 individuals, each one harbored countless ulterior motives. She could only rely on her slightly superior looks and height to secure the position of a greeter. Unlike the sales agents within, her role offered a stable base salary, albeit without commissions. In contrast, once a sales agent finalized a property sale, their income would soar. It was said that 3 years could pass without a sale. But when the opportunity arose, it could sustain them for 3 years. Jean Yin had contemplated becoming a sales agent herself, but her meager savings left her apprehensive. Should she go a month without a sale, she would be left destitute. Thus, she dutifully stood at the entrance, distributing promotional materials. Until today, when she spotted Yu Tiancheng. Chapter 117. I did not come here to listen to your pretense, fellow townsfolk. Sulan casually scrutinized Jean Yin, but quickly lost interest. Although the girl was reasonably attractive and of commendable height, she paled in comparison to the scholarly elegance exuded by Tian Yu. There is a certain aura that individuals possess. Yu Tiancheng had a penchant for flattery, yet his tastes were discerning. He typically found ordinary women beneath his notice. Indeed, you hail from Langzhou as well? Jean Yin eagerly initiated conversation with Su Lan. From Xingqing, Su Lan replied in a nonchalant tone. That makes us fellow townsfolk. May I ask your surname? Su. Miss Su. It is a pleasure to meet you. Are you and Mr. Yu here to purchase a property? If so, I can inform you that the internal pricing is significantly lower than what they have quoted. Jean Yin felt no embarrassment. On the contrary, her enthusiasm only intensified as she gestured to Yu Tiancheng, indicating with her fingers. 10,000. Yu Tiancheng raised an eyebrow. Mr. Yu, you jest. The current price isn't nearly that high. It's 1,000. Fearing Yu Tiancheng might misunderstand, Jean Yin added an explanation. 1,000 per square meter is quite substantial. For 100 square meters, that amounts to 100,000. Then shall you lead us to the internal pricing? Yu Tiancheng smirked slightly. In his past life, Yu Tiancheng had studied the earnings of real estate agents. Those at the lower end typically earned a commission of 3 to 5% on the total sale price. For a property valued at 1 million, they could pocket 30 to 50,000. Of course, if someone like Jean Yin negotiated an internal price, their commission would be somewhat diminished. Nevertheless, there remained a point or two at stake, for the real estate industry was known for its complexities and substantial profits. Then let us proceed inside. Jean Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yu Tiancheng was a wealthy man. Since he had come to visit, it was highly likely he would purchase a property, regardless of its size, which would certainly yield her a substantial profit. Jean Yin pushed open the door to the marketing hall and respectfully welcomed the two individuals inside. Perhaps due to the time of day, the hall was not particularly crowded. A handful of clients mingled, while several sales representatives idly chatted at the service counter in the lobby. In light of the recent pandemic, property sales had not been robust, resulting in a somewhat sparse crowd. However, this was an improvement from her visit the previous month. Our development is a land king and features innovative garden architecture, attracting numerous high-end clientele. Over there is the community's model and planning map. Would you two like to take a look? Jean Yin inquired as she walked alongside Yu Tiancheng and Su Lan. Why not? Su Lan replied nonchalantly. Jean Yin, you may step outside. I will explain things to these two clients, interjected a sharply dressed male salesperson, complete with a suit and tie, his hair impeccably styled. His tone was commanding as he addressed Jean Yin. Managerly, these two are my fellow townsmen, Jean Yin explained, clearly intimidated by this managerly. According to company policy, Jean Yin and her colleagues were permitted to show clients properties, albeit with a reduced commission, and any delays in work could result in wage deductions. However, within the sales department, it had become an unspoken rule that welcoming guests was not to be handled by them. Typically, sales staff managed the clients unless specifically requested otherwise. Who would willingly forfeit a profitable opportunity? What does it matter if they are fellow townsmen? Do you understand our community's planning? Know how to present it to clients? Are you capable of maintaining client relationships? If a client backs out, will you take responsibility? Manager Lee cast a disdainful glance at Jean Yin, dismissively waving his hand. Return to your post. You, with a fixed salary, have no business competing with us here. Jean Yin cast a troubled glance toward Yu Tiancheng and Su Lan. It was I who asked her to introduce me. We are acquainted, Yu Tiancheng replied, narrowing his eyes slightly, displeased with Manager Lee's tone. He glanced at the name tag hanging from the man's chest, identifying him as Li Liang, the assistant manager. The title of assistant manager was merely a nominal elevation for a salesperson, a means of enhancing personal stature in the eyes of clients. In a few years, the entire sales hall would be populated with managerial titles: Manager Zhao, Manager Qian, Manager Huang, Manager Wang. Anyone in sales would bear the title of manager. This was a deliberate attempt to elevate personal identity and provide clients with a sense of value. During the home buying process, clients would feel a heightened sense of status, thinking, "Look how this manager is humbly attending to me." Conversely, in the event of an issue, they might think, "A manager is personally addressing my minor concern. Surely, I must afford him some respect." However, in 2003, the hierarchy was still straightforward, with name tags reflecting rank, devoid of excessive manipulation. Upon hearing Yu Tiancheng's words, Li Liang cast a brief glance at him, dismissing him as merely a young boy who clearly was not a serious buyer. Beside him, Su Lan exuded an air of elegance, embodying the essence of a decisive individual. Consequently, Li Liang dismissed Yu Tiancheng's presence, directing his discourse towards Su Lan. "Ladies, it is not merely a matter of acquaintance. The crux lies in the specialized nature of our property development, which necessitates the expertise of our professional sales staff to elucidate its myriad features. Jin Yin is merely a greeter, entirely devoid of knowledge in this domain. With my decade-long experience in real estate sales, I assure you that I can comprehensively present the merits of this project and assist you in acquiring a property that aligns with your desires." Su Lan cast a fleeting glance at Li Liang, her expression reminiscent of one observing a trivial performance. Clearing her throat, she feigned a cough and moved behind Yu Tiancheng. Refraining from further comment, "Jin Yin, please fetch us 2 cups of tea," Yu Tiancheng instructed. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up with the tea." Li Liang reprimanded Jin Yin sharply. "Understood. Please hold on," Jin Yin replied, biting her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she turned to fulfill Yu Tiancheng's request. Once Jin Yin departed, Yu Tiancheng extended his hand to lightly tug at Li Liang's employee badge, inquiring, "Supervisorly, may I ask your age? You appear to be under 30. 25. Li Liang replied, perplexed by Yu Tiancheng's insinuation. "Having ventured into the workforce at the tender age of 15, I have spent 10 years in sales to ascend to the position of deputy supervisor. That seems quite reflective of your perspective." Yu Tiancheng's subsequent remarks pierced Li Liang's pride. "I cannot abide your manner of speaking. I am here to purchase a property, not to endure your pretentiousness. Kindly keep your distance." Chapter 118. I'll show you. Li Liang's face flushed crimson, akin to a pig's liver, as he regarded this brash youth, several years his junior, and felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate. Nevertheless, he restrained himself, nodding curtly and stepping aside to the service desk, his eyes seething with contempt as he muttered under his breath, "Little brat. What's the matter, supervisorly? Did someone get under your skin?" A fellow male salesperson inquired with a sly grin, draping an arm around Li Liang's shoulder. "A pretty boy like him truly believes he is affluent. I was merely trying to assist him, yet he insisted on having that fool Jin Yin accompany him. What merits does such a person possess? Flirting with women in front of a wealthy lady, oblivious to her discerning gaze. What has become of society?" Li Liang expressed his indignation to his colleague. "Their status surpasses ours, so do not let it trouble you. They do not seem capable of affording our properties. After all, we are dealing with a prime location, over 7,000 per square meter." The male salesperson consoled, patting Li Liang's shoulder. "Indeed, they hardly appear to be of high standing. They likely are just passing through." Li Liang scoffed. Jin Yin approached Yu Tiancheng and Su Lan, carrying 2 cups of tea. "Mr. Yu, Miss Su, your tea." Yu Tiancheng accepted the tea, gesturing towards the sand table. "Please, enlighten us." "Our community offers fully furnished residences, with a floor area ratio not exceeding 2.7 and greenery coverage exceeding 50. We boast a sprawling 170,000 square meters of landscaped gardens, featuring over 80 species of trees. Additionally, the community includes a kindergarten and plans to establish 3 clubhouses, ensuring our residents can enjoy a vacation-like experience within the city. The entire community is slated for completion in the first half of 2007. Currently, we have 7 buildings completed, while Building 12 consists of 2 elevators serving 3 households. The smallest unit is 59.84 square meters, the medium-sized unit is 79.88 square meters, and the largest unit spans 118.76 square meters. Buildings 3 and 4 feature larger units with 2 elevators serving 2 households, with smaller units at 159 square meters and larger units at 180 square meters. Furthermore, Buildings 6 and 7 comprise oversized units, also served by 2 elevators for 2 households, each exceeding 220 square meters. Jin Yin proficiently detailed the offerings, even eliciting a look of mild surprise from Su Lan. It was evident that Jin Yin had thoroughly prepared, not merely tailoring this presentation for Yu Tiancheng, but having diligently studied and memorized the information to seize any potential opportunity. Very well. Let us set aside the high-rises for now and explore the villas. Let us start with 2 villa options. Yu Tiancheng sipped his hot tea and walked directly to the villa area of the sand table. Oddly, it seems Jin Yan's chance has slipped away. They are actually considering villas. The male sales associate beside Li Liang lounged with an air of amusement. Villas? Huh, how utterly deluded. Li Liang sneered, recalling the recent downturn in sales due to the pandemic. The entire project had only sold a handful of units. The board building, priced at 6,200 per square meter, had only moved a few small units. After all, with the cost of a unit at 600,000, in a time when average salaries in the capital ranged from 300 to 400, how many could casually produce such a sum? Selling villas would be an even greater challenge. The prices had doubled, and with larger areas. The total cost soared. Those few villas were practically decorative, with many too intimidated to even glance at them. Indeed, many clients who couldn't even afford a standard apartment would feign interest in the villas, only to boast, with money, one should buy a villa. Why settle for a high-rise? After uttering such pretentious remarks, they would vanish, never to be seen again. Thus, Yu Tiancheng's actions had already been classified as pretentious by Li Liang and his colleagues. Li Liang had even resolved to mock Yu Tiancheng with a few sharp words upon his departure, reclaiming his earlier pride. After all, if he derided the impoverished in the air, who could accuse him of insulting nothingness? At present, the villa prices were somewhat exorbitant, at 14,000 per square meter, with a mere 5% discount available. In our entire community, only 9 villas have been constructed, all situated along the main street, boasting a prime location. However, they are somewhat spacious, each encompassing approximately 350 square meters, resulting in a rather steep total price, nearing 5 million. Even with discounts, the cost remains around 400,000 to 700,000. Upon hearing Yu Tiancheng's words, Jin Yin was initially taken aback, followed by a surge of joy. If one villa were to sell, her commission, calculated at a minimum of 3%, would amount to over 100,000. Having never seen such a sum in her life, she even questioned whether she would ever earn that much. Thus, she eagerly anticipated the successful transaction, while simultaneously fearing that Yu Tiancheng was merely jesting with her. After all, a villa costs nearly 5 million. Are these the few available? Yu Tiancheng inquired, gesturing towards the villa models. Yes, Jin Yin replied swiftly, despite her nerves. Miss Su, would you like to purchase one? Yu Tiancheng tilted his head and asked Su Lan. I cannot afford it, Su Lan shrugged. Are you planning to have me mortgage my entire life to you? Come now. As a senior executive, how can one not have a residence befitting their status? Let's go for one. When my parents visit the capital, they need a place to stay. And I should have one too. All right, let us make it 3. Yu Tiancheng waved his hand, addressing Jin Yin. Are you really buying? Jin Yin remained silent. But Su Lan was the first to speak up. Where do you get such funds? Charging it to the company account. This is what we call a sound investment. The properties will be under the company's name, and we merely possess the right to use them. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Yu Tiancheng replied lazily. Furthermore, any future vehicle purchases will also be registered under the company name. That's a basic expense. As a stock trader, Yu Tiancheng was well aware that many listed companies seize the opportunity to buy substantial real estate for investment when property prices are low. When the company's main operations are stable, they continuously exploit stock prices to reap profits from investors. However, if the company faces losses or performance issues, they sell off their properties to restore profitability and ensure corporate survival. This maneuver is quite common in the stock market, and Yu Tiancheng had long since grown accustomed to it. While Yu Tiancheng's company, Yu Technology, was not a domestic publicly traded company, it did not engage in exploiting domestic investors. He had never intended to take advantage of them. The plight of investors was too great. They were repeatedly harvested and left to nurse their wounds, all the while harboring hopes of recouping their losses in the future. I do not exploit domestic investors. Rather, I intend to utilize this system to gather some foreign investments. This seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? When Smith signed the contract with him, it explicitly stated that Yu Tiancheng possessed full discretion over the $200 million raised under the company's name. Well then, let's acquire a few properties to reward my company's executives, ensuring they live comfortably. This is reasonable, isn't it? Only when employees are happy in their lives can they be motivated to work diligently. Is it truly happening? Jin Yin could hardly contain her excitement. 3 villas would amount to a considerable sum. Her commission would likely reach 4 to 500,000. Oh my goodness. Happiness has arrived so unexpectedly that she momentarily finds herself at a loss on how to embrace this overwhelming wealth. Chapter 119. 3 units, full payment. A resounding slap in the face. Buy it, prepare the contract. Let's take a look ourselves. Yu Tiancheng waved his hand, indicating to Jean Yin that she could proceed with her work. You two can take your time. I'll head over now. Jean Yin, trembling with excitement, hurriedly dashed towards the signing room. Unfamiliar with the signing process, she needed to consult the accountant and the manager. She asked gone to the signing room? No way. Did they really sell it? I heard that guy mentioned 3 villas. Li Liang's male colleague expressed his surprise. Impossible, it must be a hoax. In real estate. Until the last moment, without payment, it's all just talk. He continued, how many times have we encountered clients who back out? Last time, that client of Xiao Lu sat in the signing room for 2 hours, nearly memorizing the process, and yet he still fled without signing. Furthermore, to suddenly request 3 villas. What caliber is Jean Yin to know such a wealthy patron? I suspect it's merely a case of posturing. Li Liang scoffed, dismissively rubbing his nose. Yet, deep down, he too harbored doubts. Could it be true? He felt it was implausible. Conversely, if it were false. The other party showed no signs of fleeing. I'll check the signing room. Keep an eye on those two. If they attempt to run, I'll give them a piece of my mind, Li Liang declared. The male colleague shrugged, signaling his agreement, while Li Liang made his way toward the signing room. As he approached the door, he overheard a voice filled with astonishment from within. A villa? Are we truly purchasing a villa? Inside the signing room, the accountant and manager, who had been idly passing time, were indulging in smoke. Upon hearing Jean Yin's remark, the sales manager, Sun Shiping, leapt from the sofa in excitement. Where are they? Sun Shiping urgently inquired, glancing at Jean Yin. The entire sales department had only closed 2 deals this month, and with performance metrics at risk. He was nearing a boiling point, even developing blisters on his lips. The moment he heard of a potential villa purchase, he sprang into action. They're outside. They wish to sign the contract. Jean Yin, startled by Sun Shiping's reaction, pointed towards the sand table. Sun Shiping peered through the door crack and saw a stunning woman in a deep blue coat with her hair elegantly styled, standing by the model, conversing with a young man. What are you all waiting for? Quickly, prepare the contract, grab the official seal, and let us go meet the client. Sun Shiping commanded, turning sharply to the still-dazed accountant and finance staff. As he yanked open the signing room door, he found Li Liang awkwardly crouched behind it, looking sheepish. Sun, manager. He stammered. Are you not aware that a client wishes to purchase a villa? Sun Shiping questioned, his tone sharp. I know. But I just think it's unrealistic, Li Liang replied nervously. Unrealistic? What do you mean? Sun Shiping furrowed his brow, seeking to stabilize his emotions. The client claimed to know Jean Yin, a mere country girl. How could she possibly be acquainted with affluent individuals? Furthermore, the person expressed an intention to purchase 3 units. 3. What a substantial sum that would entail. It appeared utterly implausible. Therefore, do not rush. Let us first assess the situation, as it might just be someone putting on airs for amusement. Li Liang, seizing the moment, decided to resolutely dismiss this dubious transaction. While there was some merit to this reasoning, it was prudent to inquire further about the circumstances. Jean Yin lacked experience, but did you not share the same fate? What if this were indeed a potential buyer? As Sun Shiping spoke, he adjusted his suit and quickened his pace towards the marketing hall. From a distance, he cast a glance at several salespeople leaning against the service desk and began to berate them. You all look like fools, idling about. Is this the work ethic you wish to display to clients? How do you expect to make any sales? What are you standing there for? You, with that clueless expression. Why aren't you over here assisting? He directed his ire towards a male salesperson, whose beady eyes had been fixated on Yu Tiancheng and Su Lan. The male salesperson, taken aback, was left bewildered by the sudden outburst. What had provoked this tirade? Cursed be Li Liang, he thought, as he mentally cursed his ancestors for leading him into this predicament. Meanwhile, Yu Tiancheng merely raised his eyes slightly towards the commotion before continuing his conversation with Su Lan. Which building, number 1 or number 2, has better lighting? Number 2. Of course. Su Lan gestured towards the sun's direction, explaining, from this angle, it significantly obstructs the sunlight for building number 1. How astute. Yu Tiancheng chuckled. Oh, come on. Can you refrain from being so irritating? Su Lan rolled her eyes. This fellow always had a knack for making her want to retaliate. As they conversed, Sun Shiping approached Su Lan directly. You must be the client interested in purchasing a villa. I am Sun Shiping, the manager of the sales department. I have instructed the finance and accounting teams to prepare the contract. Please confirm once more. Do you intend to purchase 1 unit or 3? Behind Sun Shiping, the finance and accounting staff, along with Li Liang and the recently arrived male salesperson, anxiously observed Su Lan. With a slight smile, Su Lan refrained from shaking hands with Sun Shiping and instead pointed to the side, indicating Yu Tiancheng. This is our company's chairman Yu. He is the one making the purchase. Chairman? Sun Shiping was momentarily taken aback. Such a young chairman. Who could this wealthy heir be? Greetings, Chairman Yu. I am Sun Shiping. Despite his inner confusion, Sun Shiping maintained a respectful demeanor as he extended his hand towards Yu Tiancheng. Hello, Manager Sunday. I wish to purchase 3 villas. This one, and this one, under our company's account. Can the paperwork be processed now? Yu Tiancheng casually inquired. Sun Shiping's heart raced at Yu Tiancheng's words. Incredible. A wealthy individual purchasing 3 villas at once. Unbelievable. It mattered little whether the transaction was on the company's account or a personal one. As long as payment was rendered, he was the master. Yes, it can be arranged. Sun Shiping promptly affirmed. I heard that paying in full entitles 1 to a 5 discount. Yu Tiancheng added with another question. Indeed. I shall attend to the formalities at once. Sun Shiping promptly turned to Li Liang and the others behind him, exclaiming, What are you all dawdling for? Hurry. Prepare the contracts, fill out the forms, and complete the procedures. Li Liang and the others were taken aback. Were they truly making a purchase? The entire sales team was left in astonishment. 3 villas, paid in full. Over 14 million. What kind of affluent individual was this? Without further ado, Sun Shiping, along with the finance team, accountant, and male sales staff, all busied themselves. Su Lan also made a special trip to the car to retrieve the company's financial seal. Previously, the company lacked even an office, and she had carried all the seals with her. With Yu Tiancheng's arrival and the subsequent move to the office building, they would need to hire professional finance personnel, and all matters would need to follow formal procedures. As they signed the contract, the male salesperson chuckled while watching Yu Tiancheng prepare to affix the seal, prompting Yu Tiancheng to glance up in surprise. What are you laughing at? Having a spasm? Sun Shiping shot a glare at the male salesperson, vexed. What nonsense are you stirring up at such a critical moment? If your laughter jeopardizes this deal, I swear I'll kick you. No, it's just that Supervisor Li said if Mr. Yu really buys the villas, he would eat excrement in front of everyone. The male salesperson explained, his expression a mix of humor and discomfort. Li Liang's face turned a shade of green, his awkward demeanor more grotesque than eating excrement. Chapter 120. Then let us acquire another one. After finalizing the various contracts and completing the necessary procedures, Yu Tiancheng handed the agreement to Su Lan and inquired of Sun Shiping. These commissions belong to Jin Yan, correct? Sun Shiping glanced at Jin Yan and promptly replied, Yes. It certainly belongs to Jin Yan. Very well, Yu Tiancheng nodded in relief. Thank you, Mr. Yu. At that moment, Jin Yan trembled with excitement. 3 villas, over 14 million. And with a commission of 3%, that amounted to over 400,000. 400,000. She and her family had never seen such a sum in their lives. If the commission were 5%, that would be 700,000. It was a thought too extravagant to entertain. The surrounding salespeople regarded Jin Yan with envy, imagining how fortunate they would be to encounter such a significant client. Just the commission could allow them to purchase a home in the capital, perhaps even a modest, dilapidated place, and still have enough left for a car. Instantly, they could join the ranks of those with both home and vehicle. In contrast to Yu Tiancheng's mindset, the majority of people merely yearned for a stable life. The prerequisite for stability was owning a home, freeing them from the plight of homelessness. Do not be overly courteous, nor harbor excessive expectations. What you can attain may be just slightly more than half of what you wish for. Yu Tiancheng gently cautioned Jin Yan. She gazed at him in bewilderment. Su Lan interjected, stating that for personal income tax, any amount exceeding 100,000 would incur a tax rate of 45%. Therefore, she advised, one should calculate accordingly. She refrained from mentioning the internal profit sharing within the company. Without a clear demarcation of how much sales would yield in terms of commission, Jin Yan might only receive the minimum commission rate. After all, both Sun Shiping and the sales supervisor would likely take their share. Nevertheless, regardless of the specifics, this time, Jin Yan was guaranteed a substantial profit. Upon hearing Su Lan's words, Jin Yan was momentarily taken aback, a wave of discomfort washing over her. The thought of paying over 100,000 in personal income tax felt akin to being cut deeply. Do not be disheartened. Paying taxes is a noble duty. Yu Tiancheng offered Jin Yan a gentle smile and remarked, Now, I need to discuss a matter privately with Manager Sunday. Jin Yan promptly understood and stepped aside. Before long, several female sales associates surrounded Jin Yan, showering her with envy-laden inquiries and flattery. Mr. Yu, Ms. Su, should we head to the office? Sun Shiping observed that the sales team had distanced themselves and inquired of Yu Tiancheng and Su Lan. No need, it's a straightforward matter. I simply wish to know, if I were to purchase a small apartment, what rebate could you offer me? Yu Tiancheng stroked his chin as he posed the question to Sun Shiping. Do you still need to buy a small apartment? Wouldn't that count towards Jin Yan's performance? Sun Shiping quickly grasped Yu Tiancheng's implication. Without the salesperson's commission, what bottom price could he provide? Logically, Sun Shiping should not extend an excessively low discount to Yu Tiancheng, as he had to consider his subordinates and maintain equilibrium in the overall team's performance. As a manager, Sun Shiping possessed a deeper insight than someone like Li Liang. The success of his team hinged on every member performing well, which in turn ensured his stability in the managerial role. This situation reflected his ability to lead and govern. If he lacked a team and relied solely on his own sales, wouldn't he merely be a salesperson himself? The title of manager would thus become a mere facade. She had already received more than enough. It was too burdensome for her to bear. Yu Tiancheng spoke plainly to Sun Shiping. He was well aware of the balance to be struck. He remembered how Jin Yan had unexpectedly assisted him at the Lakeside Hotel. Although he could have easily managed without her help, he appreciated her support, regardless of her motivations. While gratitude was due, it was impractical to offer endless benefits. Thus, the bond between him and Jin Yan had been settled the moment she received her commission. Whatever unfolded thereafter would be a matter for the future. At present, whether from the perspective of a fellow townsman or an acquaintance, Yu Tiancheng felt he had already offered a considerable amount. Listening to Yu Tiancheng's remarks, Su Lan smiled lightly. This young man, though his words occasionally seemed crude, they were often laced with ulterior motives. Moreover, every task is executed with a deft touch. As Sun Shiping listened to Yu Tiancheng's words, he found himself perplexed. Was it merely an additional sum for a small apartment? Even if he were to grant Jin Yan a little extra, it wouldn't amount to much more than 10,000 yuan. Was that truly necessary? Of course. While Sun Shiping calculated in his mind, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. He had no intention of offending Yu Tiancheng over Jin Yan's modest commission. After all, the man had just purchased 3 villas in one go. At this moment, regardless of the conditions proposed by the other party, Sun Shiping had to cater to him with utmost care. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Shiping gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Yu, if you wish to purchase a small apartment, I can take the liberty of offering you a 7% discount. Of this 7%, our sales staff receives 5%, and I will forego 2%, providing you with the best possible deal. What do you think? Now, calculate for me. Based on your price of 59 per square meter, how much would a unit cost? The current selling price for our block is 7,000. If you pay in full, you can enjoy an additional 5% discount, bringing it down to 6,650 per square meter. For a 59 square meter unit, that would amount to 350 yuan. Sun Shiping, with a calculator in hand, continuously pressed the buttons. With an additional 7% concession, the total would come to 364,885 yuan per unit. This price is quite reasonable, equating to 6,184 per square meter, which is even lower than our initial opening price by 16 yuan. Sun Shiping displayed an expression of pain as he spoke. He still couldn't fathom how someone capable of granting commissions in the hundreds of thousands could be so insistent over a few thousand yuan discount on a single property. What goes on in the minds of the wealthy? That indeed sounds appealing. Then I shall take Unit 2 in Building 2, Yu Tiancheng remarked, tapping the model of the building. Building 2 is a fine choice. Which unit do you prefer? A lower floor or a mid-high floor? Sun Shiping inquired further. One whole building. Yu Tiancheng raised a finger, tracing a line from the upper portion of the model downwards. Do you understand? One building? Sun Shiping was momentarily taken aback, and his hand trembled, causing the calculator to clatter to the ground. Yes, one building. Now, Mr. Sun, are you planning to offer me further discounts? Yu Tiancheng observed Sun Shiping with amusement. No, I just... Sun Shiping's heart nearly leaped from his throat. Although the price of 6,184 per square meter was lower than at the time of opening, he realized that it still held a significant profit margin compared to the actual base price. It finally dawned on him why Yu Tiancheng had mentioned that Jin Yan could not bear it. This was far beyond a mere 10,000 yuan commission. This was... Wait a moment, my calculator? The numbers are too large. I need to calculate carefully. Chapter 121. Are you perhaps interested in some celebrity? The total comes to 44,870,000. I have omitted the trailing decimals for you. Sun Shiping, holding the contract, gazed at Yu Tiancheng with a complex mix of emotions. He is truly wealthy. Nearly 45 million, and not even a blink of an eye as he purchases an entire building. Such a substantial transaction is something Sun Shiping had never encountered in his life. Previously, he had only read about mysterious tycoons in the news purchasing entire properties in one fell swoop. Before us stands a living magnate, a sight that would undoubtedly evoke excitement in anyone, especially at this juncture when the real estate market appears dismal. The atmosphere within the sales office is one of stark desolation. This transaction has the potential to uplift the morale of the entire company. It is a pivotal deal that may very well pave the way for Sun Shiping's promotion to the position of sales director within the group. The sudden influx of wealth is both overwhelming and exhilarating. Very well, Manager Sun, please coordinate the subsequent procedures with General Manager Su. You may take your leave. Sun Shiping, with great respect, escorted Yu Tiancheng and Su Lan to their vehicle alongside Jin Yan. All right, I will ensure that Jin Yan follows General Manager Su to complete all the necessary formalities, Sun Shiping affirmed, nodding earnestly as he mentioned Jin Yan. Understood. Yu Tiancheng replied with a nod. Mr. Yu, Miss Su, Jin Yan suddenly called out, stopping the two. Su Lan cast a surprised glance at Jin Yan. Aye. Jin Yan hesitated, glancing at Sun Shiping. You two continue your conversation. I shall take my leave. Sun Shiping, seasoned in his demeanor, recognized her intent immediately and, after exchanging pleasantries, promptly departed. Is there something else? Yu Tiancheng inquired, turning his head to look at Jin Yan from the passenger seat, his view obstructed by Su Lan. Thank you, Mr. Yu. I would like to inquire if your esteemed company is in need of personnel? Jin Yan boldly asked Yu Tiancheng. Are you considering a job change? Yu Tiancheng chuckled. Our company may not be able to offer you such a lucrative salary. That is only because you are being gracious, considering our shared hometown. I am fortunate to have this opportunity for prosperity, Jin Yan replied. I understand that once I secure this sum, my chances of earning here will diminish. Therefore, Mr. Yu, Miss Su, might you grant me an opportunity? Her gaze was fervent as she regarded both Yu Tiancheng and Su Lan. Yu Tiancheng smiled softly, but remained silent. Su Lan pondered for a moment, then said, once you have acquired the funds, reach out to me. However, the position and compensation I can offer may not meet your expectations. Thank you, Miss Su, thank you. Jin Yan exclaimed, her delight evident as she bowed repeatedly. It matters not what position you offer. I am willing to accept any role. Jin Yan recalled her grandfather's words about fortunate individuals who effortlessly succeed in their endeavors. Such people are akin to benefactors. Associating with them, even a fool can bask in their glow and reap rewards. She felt that Yu Tiancheng embodied the kind of benefactor her grandfather had spoken of. Previously, she had merely slipped him a note, regrettably receiving no acknowledgement. This time, she took the initiative, hoping to board the vessel of fortune, even if it meant being a mere laborer aboard. Let us strive diligently. We must take our leave now, Su Lan stated as she drove away. What caught your eye about her? Yu Tiancheng asked, glancing at the rearview mirror, where Jin Yan stood in the snow. Watching them depart. Firstly, she demonstrates resilience, braving the cold in such scant attire to earn a living. Secondly, she possesses discernment. She recognizes opportunities and seizes them. Encountering you was a stroke of luck for her, and she has seized that moment. Thirdly, she is eager to learn. When she introduced our community, her proficiency was evident. I suspect even the salespeople could not memorize it as she did, though I am uncertain how long she has been practicing. Fourthly, I believe this girl does not possess the traits of betrayal. However, I wonder if she will continue to progress and enhance her knowledge and refinement. For now, she is certainly worthy of support. As Su Lan spoke, she opened the armrest compartment and retrieved 2 lollipops, tossing one to Yu Tiancheng. She then produced a pair of women's sunglasses and adorned her eyes with them. You actually brought it to the capital, Yu Tiancheng remarked, unwrapping the candy while glancing at the sunglasses with a smile. These sunglasses were a spontaneous gift he had purchased for Su Lan during their first visit to Star City, and he was surprised to see her bring them to the capital. This is the first gift from Boss Yu. How could I possibly discard it? Su Lan replied with the lollipop in her mouth, her words somewhat muffled. Yu Tiancheng found himself momentarily at a loss for words, merely smiling in response. Perhaps we should relocate the company closer to Furuwei City. That building could serve as an employee benefit. I believe it would offer a significant advantage during recruitment. Indeed, with such an excellent environment and high salaries, it would likely not take long to assemble a formidable team. Su Lan licked her lips and looked at Yu Tiancheng alluringly. You truly are willing to invest generously. I have even greater investments in mind, Yu Tiancheng remarked, gazing out the window at the sprawling construction site that unfolded before him. This place. His eyes brightened. The National Sports Stadium. It has just begun construction. Su Lan leaned in for a closer look and responded, the bird's nest. A vague realization dawned on Yu Tiancheng as he recalled something significant. The bird's nest. the main venue for the 2008 Olympics. Yes, this year marks the Athens Olympics. During the 2004 Olympics, Lou Ferrin won the gold medal in the men's 110-meter hurdles with a time of 12:91 seconds, breaking the Olympic record and equaling the world record set by Colin Jackson in 1993. He secured the first gold medal for the nation in men's athletics at the Olympics and heralded a decade of dominance in the 110-meter hurdles. Although the withdrawal from the bird's nest in 2008 severely tarnished Lou Ferrin's reputation, it did not diminish his status as the most outstanding athlete in the history of domestic athletics, bar none. Even the subsequent sprinting champion, who shares Sue Lan's surname, pales in comparison. At this moment, Lou Ferrin was at the pinnacle of his career. In just 8 months, he would become the most renowned figure in the country, celebrated far and wide. Longia, I have been contemplating inviting a celebrity to serve as our company's spokesperson. Yu Tiancheng licked his lips, a conspiratorial smile gracing his face. A spokesperson? Does our company even require one? We have no products that necessitate celebrity endorsement, Su Lan replied, regarding Yu Tiancheng with surprise, her expression turning slightly frosty. You wouldn't have a crush on some female star, would you? Cough, cough, Teacher Su. Your awareness needs to be elevated. What sordid thoughts occupy your mind all day long? I merely wish to enlist a sports celebrity as a spokesperson to enhance the company's image and reputation. Yu Tiancheng immediately confronted Su Lan with unwavering confidence. Su Lan realized that this time, they were genuinely discussing serious matters. Previously, during their time in the Beijing community, he had not dared to argue. All right, which sports star do you intend to invite? Su Lan responded without a shred of doubt, fully submitting to Yu Tiancheng's leadership regarding the company's development. Chapter 122. The toxicity of your childish thoughts must be discouraged. Please reach out to the national athletics team and inquire about the endorsement fee for Lou Ferrin. Yu Tiancheng said while stroking his chin, visibly excited. Lou Ferrin? He is not very well known, so it shouldn't be costly, right? Why do I detect an air of conspiracy in your expression? Su Lan scrutinized Yu Tiancheng with suspicion. Teacher Su, your constant skepticism regarding your students' purity truly tarnishes your esteemed image in my eyes. Yu Tiancheng replied, feigning seriousness as he tilted his head and pointed at the armrest. I am merely seeking a potential asset. I believe Lou Ferrin has promise. Very well, you are the boss. Whatever you say goes. I will contact him tomorrow. Su Lan conceded without further argument. Yes, it is best to expedite this. After the new year, you should travel to the United States. Yu Tiancheng added, issuing further instructions. To the United States? There are only 2 weeks until the new year, and you do intend for me to recruit new personnel, do you not? With this haphazard approach, what exactly are you planning? Su Lan found herself utterly bewildered by Yu Tiancheng's erratic directives. First, hire someone for human resources, then let them handle recruitment. Or have Yin Zhihui assist you in the process. It's settled then. After the new year, you will go to the United States. No. Once you've finalized matters with Lou Ferrin, you will go. Yu Tiancheng bit his lip, seemingly resolute in his decision. Is it truly so urgent that I cannot even enjoy the new year? Su Lan gazed at Yu Tiancheng in astonishment before acquiescing. Fine, I will go. After all, I do not wish to return home. It would be better to spend time alone in Beijing than to remain cooped up. I shall treat it like a business trip. However, you must inform me of the purpose of this trip to the United States and its duration. Do you have any specifics? Seeing that Yu Tiancheng was determined, Su Lan decided to go along with his plans. I do not know how long it will take, but you must ensure this is accomplished. I need you to contact a company called Blizzard and secure the rights to distribute a game known as World of Warcraft. Yu Tiancheng licked his lips, intending to seize the opportune moment. The globally popular game, which was brought to China by the gaming company 9 City in 2005, had its official beta testing in North America and Korea in March 2004. In fact, Blizzard had been developing this game long before, meaning it was already well formed at this point in time. Moreover, other companies had begun attempting to engage with Blizzard for distribution rights. By negotiating at this juncture, Yu Tiancheng aimed to intercept the fortune of a certain Zhu, the billionaire from 9 City. Since you have made up your mind, I have nothing more to say. I shall ensure the task is completed. Su Lan pressed the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt by the roadside, and honked the horn twice. Unbeknownst to them, the two had once again arrived at Qingbei University. Along the street stood a group of young men and women. Among them was Tian Yu. A young man was persistently attempting to engage Tian Yu in conversation, while she merely smiled and kicked at the snow on the ground with her snow boots. It was not until she heard the honking that she looked up to see Su Lan approaching in her luxurious vehicle. My sister has come to pick me up. I shall take my leave. Tian Yu's enchanting eyes sparkled with a radiant smile as she skipped over to the back door, opened it, and got inside. The group of young men and women looked on with envy. So her sister is in the capital. Did you see? Tianyu's sister is quite beautiful as well. One of the boys remarked about the man in the front passenger seat, who appeared rather smug. The boys began to murmur among themselves. I think that guy is quite handsome. Could he be her sister's boyfriend? Doesn't he look like it? He seems younger than her sister. What if he prefers younger girls? The girls whispered too, though their topic of discussion differed, focusing instead on Yu Tiancheng. How was today? Yu Tiancheng turned to look at Tianyu. It was just fine. I took notes during the professor's lecture at Qingbei, and the cafeteria food was decent. So I won't have to worry about good meals in the future. Tianyu replied cheerfully. They invited me to go for snacks at Huwa Temple in the evening. But I declined. What do you want to eat? Yu Tiancheng inquired. Donglishun for hot pot. I've heard it's delicious. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Tianyu tilted her head adorably. All right, then it's settled. Today we must treat him well, Su Lan declared, driving straight towards Donglishun without waiting for Yu Tiancheng's response. The three arrived at Donglishun and enjoyed a hot pot meal. Afterwards, Su Lan drove the two to the Yinshan Grand Hotel near Qingbei University, where they had reserved 2 rooms the day before. Once inside, Su Lan presented her ID to the front desk and collected 2 room keys. You two can head up yourselves. I won't be joining you. I'm exhausted and need to get some rest. Tomorrow I must work hard. Su Lan waved her hand, not even ascending the stairs before turning to hop back into her car. Just as she was about to start the engine, a phone call came in. Su Lan glanced at it and answered, Hello, dear. My little Su, how's everything going since the big boss arrived in the capital? On the other end was AI Bing. Don't mention it. I've been busy all day, nearly exhausted myself. Su Lan adjusted her seat into a comfortable position, reclining slightly to take a moment's respite while on the call. Oh my, so capable. You must be careful. Only the overworked ox dies, not the fields. AI Bing teased playfully. Shut up. That's not even related. He brought his girlfriend along, so stop making wild assumptions. Su Lan retorted, though her cheeks were already flushed with embarrassment. Do not delay. As long as the hoe is wielded well, no corner is insurmountable. AI Bing maintained a teasing tone. I do not wish to disrupt his normal life. Besides, he is still a minor. Your tendency to poison the minds of children is most undesirable. Su Lan mimicked Yu Tiancheng's tone, attempting to educate AI Bing. I see through your ruse. Your life is destined to be ruined by this child. AI Bing sighed, saying why bother? Bing, let me ask you, what would my life be like had I not encountered him? Su Lan suddenly grew serious. How would I know? Yet, after meeting him, life has indeed become quite vibrant. Even I, who once intended to merely uphold my father's modest legacy, have become industrious, aspiring to engage in endeavors that inspire. With a financing of $700 million in less than 2 months, I can now confidently assert before my father that I have surpassed him. AI Bing spoke these words with unwavering conviction. Indeed, life has become exhilarating. Had I not met him, I would likely have merely drifted through my time at that school in Langzhou, perhaps without achieving much. Ultimately marrying into the Zhong family and enduring the various psychological torments from that peculiar man's eccentric mother. Yet now, he has assisted me in breaking free from that predicament. Even if I remain single for life, at least my spirit is liberated. Therefore, I will not disrupt his life. However, should he require it, I shall support him in every way possible. A resolute glimmer shone in Su Lan's almond-shaped eyes. In every way? Does that include both physical and emotional solace? AI Bing chuckled heartily. Spare me. Enough of this nonsense. I have a call coming in, so I must end our conversation. Su Lan retorted playfully, abruptly hanging up on AI Bing. Taking a deep breath, she uttered 2 words in a voice scarcely louder than a mosquito. Yes. Chapter 123. Let us play hide and seek indeed. Su Lan had missed calls. Not just 1, but 3. The first was from Yu Tiancheng, which she had not answered. The second was from Tianyu, also unanswered. The third was yet again from Tianyu, still unanswered. After a moment's contemplation, Su Lan decided to call Yu Tiancheng first. Hello, my esteemed boss Yu, what is your command? Su Lan inquired with a feigned languor. Nothing much. I merely wanted to suggest that if you haven't left yet, you might as well stay the night. After driving all day, it must be quite exhausting. Yu Tiancheng was in the midst of texting Tianyu when Su Lan's call interrupted him. Am I not returning home tonight? Will I be sleeping with you? Su Lan scoffed, though warmth spread through her heart. That little rascal still knows how to show concern. If that's your wish, I would be more than delighted. Yu Tiancheng immediately adopted a salivating demeanor. In his hand, he held a room card for Tianyu's accommodations, having specifically requested it from the front desk. How delightful. Dream on in your fantasies, boss Yu. Thank you for your concern, but I have already departed. Su Lan retorted with irritation, promptly hanging up the phone. Yu Tiancheng encountered a setback but smiled and continued to send the prepared message to Tianyu. Are you asleep? Tianyu replied, not yet. After sending the message, Yu Tiancheng hurried off to take a shower. Meanwhile, Su Lan sat in the car, reflecting on Yu Tiancheng's words, smiled, and then dialed Tianyu's number. Yeah. Did you call me? Su Lan adjusted her tone as she spoke. Jejia, I'm a bit scared being alone. Can you come up and keep me company? Tianyu's voice carried a hint of pleading that was hard to refuse. I know you're still there. Please come up, she added. After a moment's hesitation, Su Lan agreed. All right. Hanging up the phone, Su Lan got out of the car, ascended the stairs, and knocked on Tianyu's door. Upon entering, she was greeted by Tianyu's cheerful expression, who immediately grasped her hands and pulled her inside. Jejia, you must be tired today. I've prepared pajamas for you. Can we sleep together tonight? Su Lan playfully ruffled Tianyu's small hand. You thoughtful girl, is that really what you want? Well, it's boring to be by myself. It's also unsafe for you to be out late at night. Where you stay is inconsequential. At least we can talk, Tianyu replied, drawing Su Lan further inside. We have 7 buildings completed. If you want to talk, you can always reach out to Yu Tiancheng, Su Lan chuckled. I won't. Talking to him is infuriating. Tianyu rolled her eyes. True. That guy is always asking for it. Su Lan empathized. Here, this is for you. Tianyu quickly brought out a set of pajamas and handed them to Su Lan. I'm not accustomed to wearing these. They feel too constricting, Su Lan said as she removed her coat and hung it in the wardrobe, stretching her arms. Tianyu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Teacher Su has a nice figure. But mine is pretty good too. Tianyu puffed out her chest, regaining her confidence. Don't you wear pajamas when you sleep? Tianyu curiously asked Su Lan. Let me tell you a secret. I prefer sleeping like this. Su Lan replied. Though her voice was hardly a whisper, Tianyu's eyes widened in surprise. Is that how Teacher Su maintains such a good figure? I should learn from you. Then you should go take a shower first. I need to review the lessons from earlier today, Tianyu sweetly suggested to Su Lan. All right, I'll shower first, Su Lan said, turning to head into the bathroom. After a flurry of sounds, Su Lan emerged wrapped in a towel, not wanting to disturb Tianyu, who was studying. She dried her hair and sat on the bed, picking up a book titled Fundamentals of E-Commerce Law. The pages were filled with notes left by Tianyu, who had clearly read a fair amount. This girl has certainly been diligent, Su Lan thought. Xiao, I can't keep my eyes open. I'm going to sleep now, Su Lan announced after reading a couple of pages. Feeling drowsy, she set the book aside, nestled under the covers, and drifted into a slumber. All right, I'll go shower too, Tianyu responded. Tianyu glanced at her phone, noticing that Yu Tiancheng had not replied to her message. She silenced her phone, set down her pen, and quietly entered the bathroom. I love bathing. My skin feels exquisite, and I would snuggle with the campus beauty. Yu Tiancheng hummed a little tune he had composed on the spur of the moment. After quickly rinsing himself, he sat on the edge of the bed, picking up his phone and room card. A glance at his messages revealed that they remained unchanged since before his shower. Tianyu's reply, not yet. Yu Tiancheng pondered for a moment. Should I come find you? He then began nervously tapping the room card, awaiting a response. Meanwhile, Tianyu's phone on the table lit up briefly before dimming again. Oblivious to Yu Tiancheng's message while showering, she continued her routine. On the other side, after a moment of contemplation, Yu Tiancheng sent another message. If you remain silent, I shall assume you consent. After dispatching this text, he hastily donned his thermal underwear. Glancing at his phone once more, he noticed there was still no reply. He sent yet another message. I possess your room card. I can let myself in. His intentions were unmistakably clear. If you disagree, simply lock the door from the inside. After waiting for another tense 15 seconds, Yu Tiancheng's patience was finally eroded by an insistent impulse. He swung the door open, striding swiftly towards Tianyu's room, and swiped his card. Beep. As he pushed the door open, he realized it had not been locked, and an exhilarating thrill coursed through him. I knew it, Tian Xiaoya. You were indeed waiting for me, he thought, reveling in the idea that girls often found it hard to let go of their pride. All right, I shall take the initiative. He stepped into Tianyu's room, which was somewhat dimly lit, the only source of illumination being the light from the bathroom, accompanied by the soothing sound of running water. Is she bathing? Excitement bubbled within Yu Tiancheng as he stealthily entered the room. Who is there? Tianyu seemed to have heard a noise, promptly turning off the faucet and wrapping herself in a towel. It's me, Yu Tiancheng replied, dashing to the bedside, pulling back the covers, and diving underneath. Never mind the consequences. Let us play a game of hide and seek first. Upon entering, however, Yu Tiancheng sensed something amiss. Xiaoya, so you prefer being held by someone else while you sleep? Come here, let your older sister embrace you. In a hazy state, a familiar voice resonated. followed by arms and legs enveloping him like an octopus. What the hell? Chapter 124. Shall we reserve tomorrow's headlines? With a sudden clatter, Tian, hearing the commotion, stepped out as well, turning on the room lights. Almost immediately, a sharp scream pierced the air. Yu Tiancheng, are you trying to get yourself killed? Thud. A heavy thump echoed as something fell to the ground. When Tian turned to look, she found Yu Tiancheng wedged between the bed and the wall. One hand clutching his waist while the other pointed accusingly at the bed, exclaiming, "Weren't you supposed to have left?" On the bed, cocooned in blankets, a slender, pale foot emerged, and a fully awakened Su Lan, her face flushed with indignation, glared at him. "You scoundrel, and you dare to play the victim?" Su Lan seized a pillow and hurled it forward, exclaiming, "Who permitted you to intrude into another's room without a word?" Yu Tiancheng caught the pillow in his arms, asserting, "I did announce my arrival. I sent several messages." Tian-Yu's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurried to the table, glancing at her phone. Indeed, there were several messages. However, she had not consented to his visit. "Why are you so presumptuous?" "What now?" He had indeed messaged about coming over, but she had been in the shower. The ringer silenced, thus missing his notifications. Tian-Yu's beautiful eyes darted around as she quickly switched off her phone. "You see, I have urgent matters to discuss with Tian-Yu. Who would have known you were hiding here?" Yu Tiancheng instantly regained confidence, directing his grievances towards Su Lan. "Oh, urgent matters? Yu Tiancheng, do you possess an extraordinary thickness of skin?" Su Lan retorted. "Do you truly consider it appropriate to burrow into someone else's bed for such matters?" She picked up another pillow and launched it at him. "Well, I'm cold. I must find a warm place." Yu Tiancheng's gaze wavered, briefly scanning Su Lan's thigh and then lingering on Tian-Yu's figure, wrapped in a bath towel. "Goodness, this is rather exhilarating, isn't it? Just moments ago, when I slipped into the bed, I didn't realize where my hands roamed. It was rather smooth, indeed. This is more thrilling than a battlefield." Resolute in his shamelessness, he decided to deflect the situation. "Still looking? You wish to warm up, don't you? Allow me to assist you in that." Su Lan abruptly covered Yu Tiancheng's head with a blanket and began to kick him. "Still looking? I'll ensure you see nothing." "Ow, ow, easy there, that hurts." Yu Tiancheng cowered beneath the blanket, feigning pain while attempting to maneuver his body. The space was too cramped for him to turn. He needed to orient himself towards the door to make his escape. "Sister, you're exposed. Quick, get dressed. I'll assist you." Tian-Yu approached, tossing Su Lan her sleepwear. "Make sure he stays put, cover him well, and if he dares to look again, I'll break his legs." As Su Lan dressed, Yu Tiancheng managed to lift a corner of the blanket. Tian-Yu, with her back to him, extended a small hand, gesturing for him to make a hasty exit. "Such a splendid opportunity. If you do not flee now, when will you?" Without hesitation, Yu Tiancheng tossed off the blanket and scrambled towards the door, bursting out. Once outside, he cheekily turned back, calling, "Sister Lan, I merely came to study with Tian-Yu. I wouldn't dare intrude upon your rest. I shall be on my way. No need to see me off." With that, he dashed away. "You scoundrel!" Su Lan, incensed, wrapped her sleepwear tightly and prepared to chase after him. Tian-Yu quickly intercepted her. "Sister, don't pursue him. Your clothes are not properly worn. It would be more embarrassing if others saw you. You indulge him too much." Su Lan recognized that pursuing him would be futile. There was no point in confronting that shameless individual. Accepting Tian-Yu's intervention, she relented, uttering a parting comment before forcefully shutting the door and locking it securely. "This situation is entirely my fault. I never anticipated that he would come over without waiting for my response." Even more surprising was his audacity to leap directly into the bed. Tian-Yu's face flushed crimson, her hands tightly clutching the bath towel, exuding an air of bashfulness. "I must say, you ought not to indulge this insufferable rogue. At this rate, he will have his way with you sooner or later. Go to sleep." Su Lan exclaimed in exasperation, yanking the quilt and tossing it onto the bed before burrowing back under the covers, her head deeply nestled within. In the obscurity that Tian-Yu could not perceive, Su Lan's cheeks grew ever warmer. "That scoundrel, where had he touched just now? Surely, I did not inadvertently strike him in a sensitive area, did I? I hope he isn't injured. Ugh, the audacity. After playing the rogue, I must now fret over it." Su Lan reached beneath her pillow to retrieve her phone, discreetly sending a text message. Tian-Yu tidied herself up, took her phone, and settled onto another bed, cocooned in her blanket. Tian-Yu powered on her phone and sent a message to Yu Tiancheng. "Are you all right?" The sounds of 2 text notifications echoed within the room. Simultaneously, Su Lan and Tian-Yu lifted their covers, exchanging a glance. Their faces promptly turned red. They then noticed a Nokia phone illuminating the corridor between the 2 beds. "That scoundrel, even in his absence, disturbs our slumber," Su Lan muttered, her face flushed. In this dimly lit room, the girl likely wouldn't discern anything. Yes, let it be. Tianyu added, a hint of nervousness in her voice, reassured by the darkness that Su Lan would not see much. Su Lan lifted her foot and kicked the Nokia phone to the wall's base, tossing a pillow atop it. Subsequently, the two of them shared a tacit understanding, disregarding the phone and returning to their slumber. Outside, Yu Tiancheng had arrived with remarkable speed and would depart just as swiftly. As he dashed barefoot to the door, he suddenly froze. Where's my room card? It must have fallen in Tianyu's room. What to do? Should I go back? Given Su Lan's temperament, returning now would only lead to self-reproach. The crux of the matter is, everyone had taken advantage of the situation. Returning now would only intensify the awkwardness. So what should I do? Call Tianyu and ask her to bring it? Oh no, where's my phone? Did I leave that in Tianyu's room as well? What am I to do? The floor is rather cold. What about my shoes? They seem to be in Tianyu's room too. I absolutely cannot go back. Should I head downstairs to the front desk for another key card? This is utterly embarrassing. Surely, I can't sleep in the hallway. That would be perilous. I might freeze to death. Here I am, a reincarnated individual, a billionaire, destined to become a world-renowned tycoon. If I were to freeze to death in a hotel corridor, what a headline that would make. Eventually, Yu Tiancheng mustered the courage to walk barefoot down to the front desk. In the astonished gaze of the receptionist, he requested a new room card. Ah, I am a reborn individual. What have I not seen? What is there to be astonished about? Have you never encountered a man cast out by his wife? That night, Yu Tiancheng hardly slept well, tossing and turning for an indeterminate duration before finally succumbing to slumber. By midday, Su Lan rapped upon Yu Tiancheng's door. Upon hearing the knock, he opened his eyes to find sunlight streaming through the curtains. Drawing them back, he realized the day had already brightened considerably. It must be around 11 or 12 by now. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. Su Lan's voice echoed from outside. Yu Tiancheng, in a daze, opened the door only to be playfully shoved back, landing unceremoniously. Heroine, didn't we have enough fun yesterday? Yu Tiancheng cradled his head with both hands, yet showed no inclination to retreat. In his view, anything exceeding 12 hours was trivial, akin to picking up food that had merely fallen for less than 3 seconds. Slap, slap. Su Lan tossed the room key and her phone at him, exclaiming, "What thick skin you have. Aren't you afraid I might accuse you of harassment? I'm underage. If anyone were to file a complaint, it would be me against you for harassing a minor. Unless you take a seat, perhaps I could offer you a foot massage?" Yu Tiancheng began. But upon catching the lethal glare from Su Lan, he swiftly altered his statement, making a playful gesture resembling a dragon's claw. Not in the mood today. Su Lan, blushing at his gesture, decided to get to the point. To alleviate the awkwardness, she composed herself. I have already delivered Tianyu to school. Her spirits are quite stable. Yu Tiancheng felt no stirrings within. From the moment Tianyu waved him away yesterday, he understood that the girl was remarkably resilient, harboring no psychological scars whatsoever. In another matter, I have contacted the management center regarding Tianyu. Your judgment is indeed commendable. Lou Ferrin was signed by Nike for $500,000 in 2002 and secured a $350,000 annual contract with Coca-Cola in 2003. The management center mentioned that our company lacks sufficient renown, hence their initial demand was $800,000. What are your thoughts? Yu Tiancheng chuckled at once. $800,000? What does that encompass? Never mind, let us not dwell on it. Simply offer him $1 million for a 10-year contract, demanding first-tier endorsement rights, including a commitment to attend at least 3 events annually, participate in 3 dedicated advertising shoots, and conduct interviews before and after training, among other privileges. Furthermore, all products on our website, including potential game endorsements, shall feature him as the spokesperson. You truly have an excellent negotiating acumen. Su Lan replied, momentarily taken aback. It's my first time encountering someone who deliberately inflates prices. Do you have such faith in him? This is a one-time solution. Rest assured in your negotiations. If he finds our demands excessive, 1. 2 million is acceptable, 1. 5 million is my absolute limit. Negotiate as you see fit. The folks at the management center, with a slight increase, will pounce like wolves on fresh meat. At most, we can settle at 1. 2 million. Yu Tiancheng waved his hand dismissively. $800,000 per year? Wait until after the Athens Olympics. Once Lou Ferrin secures a championship, you won't even manage to sign him for $800,000 a month. Yu Tiancheng recalled vividly that there had once been reports online stating that within just a few years, Lou Ferrin's bank account was brimming with a staggering sum of $200 million. If one does not seize such an opportunity now, when will one ever? Very well. I shall respond to the other party. I estimate that the contract can be signed this afternoon. With that, I shall take my leave. Sulan nodded, intent on departing after addressing the matter at hand. Teacher Su, did you use the hotel's shower gel, or did you bring your own? Yu Tiancheng inquired. That can't be right. I used the hotel's shower gel too, yet I don't possess the delightful fragrance that envelopes you. Why does it feel like yesterday's scent was particularly special? Yu Tiancheng remarked, his nose twitching, exhibiting an insatiable curiosity. Sulan's exquisitely beautiful face flushed a deep crimson once more. However, she swiftly suppressed her shyness, casting a scornful glance at Yu Tiancheng. What? Are you not satisfied with the aroma? Would you like to touch it a bit more? At this moment, did she not claim to be a minor? Come, come. Let me indulge you once more. Sulan teased, swaying her hips playfully. Yu Tiancheng swallowed hard, rubbing his hands together, his expression one of mock innocence. I must inform you, since midnight last night, I am no longer a minor. Was it your birthday yesterday? Sulan paused, taken aback. Indeed, it was my birthday. Oh, how pitiful I was, celebrating my 18th birthday in sub-zero temperatures, being chased out of my room, shivering like a foolish dog. What a tragic plight. Yu Tiancheng feigned a sorrowful demeanor, his nose twitching with exaggerated despair. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Sulan gazed at Yu Tiancheng with a hint of sympathy in her eyes. You never gave me the chance to speak. He retorted. In any case, I endured a brutal beating. My entire body aches, and I nearly had my future shattered. Why must my life be so arduous? You must compensate me for this. As he spoke, Yu Tiancheng, in jest, extended his hand. However, just as his fingers grazed Sulan's shirt, she suddenly stood up, deftly evading his touch, and coldly laughed. Yesterday was Christmas Eve. Today is Christmas Day. Do you fancy yourself as Jesus? How many birthdays do you wish to celebrate in a year? I recall your ID states your birthday is on January 8th. Yu Tiancheng instantly felt embarrassed, retracting 4 fingers, leaving only his thumb extended. Teacher Su, your keen insight is truly remarkable. You have uncovered my little ruse. Bravo. I commend you. Are you not speaking of compensation anymore? Sulan bent down, offering a generous display of her flawless form once more. Come, let me properly compensate you. Yu Tiancheng felt a sudden jolt of electricity coursing through him. Managing a sheepish grin. No need for such formality. Let us save it for another time, perhaps. Get lost. You think this is a debt to be repaid together? Sulan lifted her stiletto heel, playfully stepping on Yu Tiancheng's foot before turning to leave. Shall we not share a meal together before departing? He called after her, watching her retreating figure. Just one glance is enough for me. Sulan shot back, her words laced with irritation as she walked away without a backward glance. Alas, what a cruel fate. Yu Tiancheng sighed deeply, resigned to clean up and seek sustenance on his own. Upon exiting the Yinshan Grand Hotel, I ventured north along the street. Quickly arriving near Zhongwankan, I discovered a noodle shop specializing in zhajiangmian, where I ordered a bowl of authentic Beijing-style noodles. As I settled down, I snapped open the disposable chopsticks, rubbing them together to smooth out the splinters. Looking up, I noticed at a nearby table a young woman, approximately 20 years of age, seated across from a middle-aged man in his 30s, both engaged in a conversation while enjoying their noodles. The sight of them stirred within me a flood of long-buried memories. I recognized both individuals, the girl, named Fan Xiyu, and the man, known as Brother Chong, who, in later years, would stand alongside Master Ma as a formidable rival. Having built his fortune selling DVDs, Chapter 126, I am blind to women's faces. Yet I can accurately identify men. The vicinity of Zhongwankan and Wadaiku is undeniably a remarkable place in the country. Since the establishment of the Wadaiku subway station in 2003, it has earned the moniker of the Silicon Valley of the people. The advantages of this area are evident. It boasts a high-speed railway station, convenient transportation, proximity to prestigious universities for talent recruitment, and a plethora of cafes and bars ideal for meetings. On the eve of Christmas in late 2003, while dining in a noodle shop in Zhongwankan, I encountered a prominent figure I had only previously seen on television and the internet, the renowned Brother Chong, who sold DVDs in Zhongwankan. In that fleeting moment, I felt an impulse to approach him and jokingly pat his shoulder, exclaiming, "Brother Chong, enjoying some noodles?" However, I quickly realized that such an action would likely result in being regarded as unhinged. According to the trajectory of my past life, Brother Chong's offline business had already begun to decline at this point. In a few days, he would establish an online platform for selling DVDs, which would later evolve into the precursor of Ding Dong Dog. Within a year, he would completely abandon the offline market to focus on online operations, thus seizing the future trends of consumption and embarking on a path that would lead to one of the two colossal shopping platforms in the country. A decade later, the rise of Pinduoduo, notorious for its low-quality counterfeit goods, would ignite a competitive landscape reminiscent of the Three Kingdoms. Over 10 years, Ding Dong Dog transformed from a mere DVD outlet into a conglomerate encompassing retail, digital technology, logistics, and more, with Brother Chong's vision and ambition playing an instrumental role in this evolution. Setting aside the scandal that marred his reputation, Brother Chong's entrepreneurial journey stands as a classic example of rising from humble beginnings. At this moment, encountering him again presented an opportunity to potentially reap some benefits. According to my recollections, Ding Dong Dog's first round of financing occurred in 2007, with several years yet to unfold before that event. Thus, upon seeing Brother Chong, I began to contemplate how I might leverage his momentum for substantial gain. As for the girl, Fan Shiyu, I was also familiar with her. In my memories, she was 5 years my senior, making her 23 this year, a graduate of a prestigious university and an alumnus of Brother Chong. She also shared a slight familial connection with him. According to her modest account, during Brother Chong's earlier struggles, he had dined at her home on several occasions, prompting his gratitude and subsequent partnership in entrepreneurial endeavors, which accumulated a modest sum of initial capital. Subsequently, the two individuals diverged in their business philosophies. Fan Shiyu aspired to venture into industrial entities, while the Qiangzi sought to embrace the internet. This ideological rift led them to part ways. Armed with the initial capital, Fan Shiyu ventured to Zhonghai and established a company named Shiyu Technology. This enterprise later focused on projects such as autonomous industrial-grade switches and vehicular Ethernet switches. Although Shiyu Technology may not be as renowned as its competitor, it stands as a paragon among domestic self-controlled brands. Yu Tiancheng had previously served as a programmer at Shiyu Technology for 5 years. When he applied for the position, Shiyu Technology was merely a modest company with just over 50 employees. At that time, the HR department expressed disdain for Yu Tiancheng's undergraduate degree, preparing to reject him. It was Fan Shiyu who interjected, stating that academic credentials were of lesser importance, provided one possessed the requisite skills, and suggested giving him a chance. This single remark afforded Yu Tiancheng an opportunity to showcase his abilities, enabling him to amass enough wealth to acquire 2 properties and subsequently refresh his resume, thus securing employment at other firms and earning even greater financial rewards. Despite the subsequent collapse of the housing market and the loss of 800,000 due to Li Cici's machinations, Yu Tiancheng harbored no regrets about his tenure at Shiyu Technology. At that time, Fan Shiyu was affectionately nicknamed Lowly Voice Shirtai within the company, as she exhibited a stern and uncompromising demeanor akin to that of a strict mentor while at work. Outside the office, however, she possessed a playful charm, soothing employees with her melodious voice reminiscent of a voice actress. The dulcet tones of her voice still send shivers down Yu Tiancheng's spine. Notably, Fan Shiyu appeared to be averse to marriage by the time of Yu Tiancheng's rebirth. She was already 43 years old, remaining single with no rumors of romantic entanglements. Furthermore, she was exceptionally well-preserved, showing no signs of aging even without makeup. Observing Fan Shiyu and De Qiangzi seated together, enjoying their meal while discussing business matters in her enchanting voice, Yu Tiancheng mused to himself. In his previous life, he had toiled tirelessly for her for 5 years. Perhaps this time, she could also work for him for a few years to help repay the debt? With this thought in mind, Yu Tiancheng picked up his bowl of noodles and approached their table. Upon the unexpected arrival of this stranger, Fan Shiyu furrowed her brow, clearly displeased. De Qiangzi, however, merely glanced at Yu Tiancheng, offering a faint smile and a slight nod. After all, he was destined to helm a Fortune 500 company, exhibiting considerable depth of character. As he overheard their discussion on online sales, Yu Tiancheng decided to join in, greeting them with a cheerful demeanor. You must be a university student, correct? Which institution do you attend? De Qiangzi inquired with genuine interest. In this vicinity, any student, regardless of their school, was considered talented. Who could tell when one of them might rise to prominence, achieving entrepreneurial success and becoming a deity of the mountain? Even someone like him, a modestly successful demigod, respected those who were climbing alongside him. I am a prospective student at Qingbei University. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yu Tiancheng, he said with a smile. Qingbei University? A prospective student? Will you be enrolling in September of next year? Are you also interested in online sales? De Chong nodded, yet refrained from introducing himself, instead bombarding with a series of questions. Fan Shiyu offered a polite smile. With strangers, a touch of distance is often the most suitable approach. However, this Yu Tiancheng clearly lacked that sense of distance, which was somewhat irksome. To put it mildly, I find that focusing solely on selling a specific product online can be rather monotonous and challenging for substantial profit. You might consider expanding to a comprehensive shopping platform, transitioning from merely dealing in 3C products. Yu Tiancheng smiled faintly, casting a small bait of temptation. A one-stop shopping platform? Dechang's eyes flickered with surprise upon hearing Yu Tiancheng's words. Like that of Amazon, perhaps? Or similar to the Taowa platform created by Teacher Ma. Yet, while the concept seemed simple in discussion, the execution was daunting, especially since they possessed financial licenses and utilized Alipay to establish a secure transaction model. Dechang was acutely aware that he was far from reaching the level of Taowa. Many university students aim too high, merely speaking of establishing this or that company. If merely speaking were sufficient, Dechang mused, I could certainly articulate grand ideas too. However, it requires capital, connections, and manpower to bring such visions to fruition. Many speak eloquently, yet when it comes to action, their fervor dissipates within mere days. Such individuals are far too common. No, your transactional model could differ somewhat. For instance, you might consider building an integrated warehousing and logistics system. This would expedite delivery and enhance efficiency, targeting a more high-end market. The logistics speed of Taowa is simply too slow, Yu Tiancheng continued. What he articulated resonated deeply with Dechang, echoing the successful strategies he had implemented in his past life. It was precisely due to these initiatives that Ding Dong Dog had flourished, gaining the capacity to compete with Teacher Ma. The phrase integrated warehousing and logistics system lingered in Dechang's mind. He mulled over it several times, his eyes shining with newfound illumination as he gazed at Yu Tiancheng. Indeed, he was worthy of being a student from Qingbei, demonstrating remarkable insight. Fan Xiyu soon grasped the implications of Yu Tiancheng's words. Her initial wariness transformed into a glimmer of admiration in her gaze. I have matters to attend to, so we shall conclude here for today. Yu Tiancheng rose, settled the bill, then requested paper and pen from the proprietor, inscribing a phone number before handing it to Dechang. This is my number. Should you encounter any issues with your website or require financing in the future, do not hesitate to call me. With that, he placed the note down and departed. Every endeavor must come to a natural conclusion. The seed has been sown. What blossoms and bears fruit depends on fate. This young man, enigmatic yet undeniably knowledgeable, had proposed an intriguing concept regarding the integrated logistics system. However, the notion of him offering financing struck Fan Xiyu as somewhat amusing. After all, he seemed so youthful, likely still reliant on his family's support for tuition. Once Yu Tiancheng had left, Fan Xiyu turned to Dechang and remarked, You are mistaken. All students from Tsinghua and Beida receive scholarships. If he claims to be a prospective student from these prestigious institutions, it is highly likely that he has already secured a recommendation for admission. Such talent is undoubtedly abundant in various scholarships. This person is indeed remarkable, yet I can't shake the feeling that he is not here for me. As Dechang spoke, he saved that phone number into his device. If he isn't here for you, then who is he here for? He didn't even attempt to strike up a conversation with me. Fan Xiyu paused, sensing that Dechang was jesting. Trust me, although I cannot discern which women are attractive or not, I can accurately judge men, and he is here for you. Dechang pressed his lips together and handed the note containing Yu Tiancheng's number to Fan Xiyu. Keep this. He mentioned that if you encounter any issues in the future, you should call him. The you here clearly includes you. I refuse. Fan Xiyu crumpled the note into a ball, intending to toss it into the trash can, but after a moment's thought, she instead tucked it into her pocket. Chapter 127. My, how tempting after a meal, 100 steps can lead to longevity. Yu Tiancheng leisurely strolled near Tsinghua University, with a toothpick in his mouth, wandering for 3 whole hours, absorbing everything he wished to know. By the time school let out for Tianyu, Yu Tiancheng was already waiting at the entrance. In the distance, he spotted a girl wearing a white down jacket and jeans, with short hair just above her ears, slightly shorter than Tianyu, being pulled along by her. Upon seeing Yu Tiancheng, Tianyu released the girl's hand, bouncing over to him, and exclaimed, Huh, silly, do you think you can scare me like that? I saw you long ago. Yu Tiancheng turned, smiling warmly. TSK, you don't even know how to cooperate. Tianyu pouted. Oh, I'm so scared. You've terrified me. Yu Tiancheng immediately feigned fear. So insincere, lacking any genuine emotion. Isn't Sister Sulan coming? Tianyu reached out her cold, red hand to touch Yu Tiancheng's face. Wow, it's freezing, like a corpse's paw. Yu Tiancheng quickly dodged. You're the one with a corpse's paw. Tianyu raised her foot to kick Yu Tiancheng, who swiftly retreated, laughing as he evaded her. Such a nuisance. Let me introduce you. This is Su Jiasen, my classmate from Changchun High School. Tianyu lifted Su Jiasen's chin and said to Yu Tiancheng, Hello, Yu Tiancheng. Yu Tiancheng glanced at Su Jiasen's short hair and thought, yes, this is very much in line with Chang Jun's style. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Su Jiasen was consumed by curiosity. Initially, she had planned to treat Tianyu to a meal after school, but upon hearing Tianyu mention dining with her boyfriend, her curiosity piqued, prompting her to tag along. Tianyu, is this your boyfriend? Su Jiasen looked at Yu Tiancheng in surprise, unaware of his academic prowess, especially since he hadn't participated in the recent winter camp. Filled with questions, Su Jiasen wondered why Yu Tiancheng was accompanying Tianyu to Jingshi City. Could it be that when Tianyu goes to university, Yu Tiancheng will also follow her to live in Jingshi City? Could such a relationship endure? Mind your wording. The term boyfriend should be prefixed with quasi or perspective. Tianyu lifted her smooth chin, flashing a proud smile at Yu Tiancheng. Quasi-boyfriend? Su Jiasen was momentarily perplexed. From the playful banter between Tianyu and Yu Tiancheng, it was evident that their relationship was quite fervent. Moreover, when Tianyu was in her presence, she had acknowledged Yu Tiancheng as her boyfriend. Why, then, in front of him, did he become merely a quasi-boyfriend? Ah, I see. Tian, you must be concerned about inflating his ego. Hence, she deliberately maintained a certain distance with him. Yes, prospective boyfriend. Behind our Tianyu, there is still a formidable group pursuing her. Someone like me is merely a backup. Yu Tiancheng chuckled as he bantered with Su Jiasen. Get lost. What are you making me out to be? Tianyu, vexed, kicked Yu Tiancheng again, who retreated once more. Without hesitation, Tianyu bent down, scooped up some snow, and shaped it into a snowball to hurl at Yu Tiancheng. Planning a snowball fight, are we? I won't hold back. Yu Tiancheng was equally unrestrained, seizing a snowball and stuffing it down the collar of Tianyu's coat. Yu Tiancheng, you're so wicked. Tianyu retorted, not backing down. As she rubbed snow onto Yu Tiancheng's face, Su Jiasen watched the two with a dazed expression, thinking that Yu Tiancheng was rather unreliable. Girls like Tianyu are the kind that countless boys would cherish, fearing to harm them. But this fellow showed no tenderness, bullying and tormenting her instead. Could it be that Tianyu has a penchant for masochism? After a bout of playful chaos, Tianyu finally paused, stamping her feet as she addressed Su Jiasen. Jiasen, help me scoop the snow out, quick. Coming to help. Yu Tiancheng rushed over, reaching for Tianyu's back. Get away. It's freezing. Tianyu glared at him, her eyes filled with annoyance. After a hasty adjustment, she inquired of Yu Tiancheng, is Sister Sulan not coming? She had some matters to attend to and said she wouldn't make it tonight. We'll grab dinner ourselves and take a taxi back after the evening event, Yu Tiancheng replied. All right, can Jiasen join us? I forgot to mention, she is staying at the same hotel as us. It's perfectly on the way. Tianyu cautiously added to Yu Tiancheng. Sure. What do you want to eat? Let us go. Yu Tiancheng tilted his head, mentally cursing Su Jiasen 180 times. Damn it. He had been hoping to have dinner with the campus beauty and enjoy a romantic evening while Su Lan was away. Now, it seemed that Su Jiasen had derailed his plans. However, he could not let his disappointment show, for at that moment, Tianyu was beaming with joy. Yu Tiancheng understood that this girl had no friends from middle school through high school. Family circumstances played a part, but fundamentally, she simply did not belong to the same social circles as others. Only in a place like Qingbei could she find friends who resonated with her character, aspirations, and abilities. Thus, seeing Tianyu suddenly bring forth a friend filled Yu Tiancheng with happiness. This indicates that Tianyu's personality is gradually becoming more cheerful. I am uncertain about what I desire to eat. I simply yearn for something delicious. Tianyu gazed at Yu Tiancheng with an expression of longing. All right, I shall take you to indulge in some delightful fare. Yu Tiancheng waved at a taxi. What do they primarily serve here? A half-hour later, in a small restaurant, Su Jiasen looked at Yu Tiancheng with disdain. She had anticipated he would treat them to something exquisite, yet it turned out to be a roadside eatery, permeated by a faint odor of mutton. It was likely that this meal would cost more than the taxi fare. Moreover, that unpleasant smell was something she could not tolerate. Yu Tiancheng pointed to a plaque on the wall. Doesn't it say here? Shi De Shun, a time-honored brand of China. That's the name. But I am inquiring about what food is served here, Su Jiasen retorted, her expression suggesting that even the stools in this establishment could stain her white down jacket. Do not worry. The place he chose should be quite delectable, Tianyu said with a sweet smile, taking the initiative to pour a cup of water for each of them. Can you actually eat this? Su Jiasen asked, glancing at the images on the menu. Feeling a wave of nausea. Sheep's stomach, mushroom caps, beef tripe, blanched cabbage, mutton intestines, beef sheets, and other delicacies. Yu Tiancheng, uninterested in further explanation, placed a hefty order. Soon, the server brought a platter of sheep's stomach and a selection of dipping sauces. Is this even edible? Su Jiasen silently derided the small portion of sheep's stomach, questioning if it could truly suffice for 3 people. However, she did not reveal her thoughts, merely picking up a piece of sheep's stomach, taking a faint whiff, and nearly gagging. You shouldn't smell it. Just dip it in the sauce and eat, Yu Tiancheng chuckled, taking a piece of sheep's stomach, plunging it into the sauce, and savoring it with squinted eyes. Tian Yu observed Yu Tiancheng and mimicked his actions, chewing quietly. At first, there was a slight awful taste, but with each chew, only one word remained: delicious. Jiasen, you must try this. Tian Yu urged Su Jiasen. Is it truly good? Su Jiasen hesitated, but eventually picked up a piece and imitated their method, taking a small bite. In an instant, her eyes brightened. Wow, it's absolutely fragrant. Chapter 128. He works to support me. In the capital city, there are 4 renowned establishments for sheep's stomach: Zhang, Man, Foam, and Wang. This particular Wang's establishment has existed since the Guangxu era and holds a prestigious position in the realm of sheep's stomach in the capital. The small plate of sheep's stomach you just ate requires the stomachs of 8 sheep to make a single serving. Yu Tiancheng proudly showcased his limited knowledge of the culinary scene in the capital. Although his knowledge was scant, to Su Jiasen and Tian Yu, he appeared quite well informed and knowledgeable, at least more than they were. It is indeed delicious, but the portion was rather small. I am still hungry, Tian Yu lamented, licking the sesame sauce from the corner of her mouth. In truth, these were also the sentiments held by Su Jiasen, who found it rather petty that the 3 of them had ordered such a meager portion. Was it sufficient for anyone? The delicacy of the boiled tripe typically warranted a second helping after finishing the first. Yu Tiancheng lifted the remaining bits of tripe from the plate and cast a glance toward the counter, where a steaming platter of lamb was immediately brought forth. Try this, he suggested, but before he could finish his sentence, Tian Yu and Su Jiasen had already seized their chopsticks and begun to indulge eagerly. The meal was devoured with remarkable haste, leaving a stack of over a dozen empty plates by the table's edge. Both Tian Yu and Su Jiasen felt quite full, their appearances disregarded as they stuffed their cheeks, unable to even sip their tea afterward. While they both acknowledged that their eating habits were somewhat unrefined, the exquisite taste proved irresistible, prompting them to abandon all restraint and cast playful, pleading glances at Yu Tiancheng. Is it really necessary? He mused, observing their little bowls of condiments, licked clean to the point where the porcelain gleamed like a mirror. Indeed, the meal was delightful, yet it came at a price. The total for their feast amounted to 280 yuan, a figure that caused Su Jiasen to click her tongue in surprise. She hadn't realized how expensive it would be until the bill was presented. It exceeded her entire monthly allowance. With a chuckle, Yu Tiancheng settled the bill and hailed a taxi to take the 2 back to their hotel. During the ride, Su Jiasen regarded Yu Tiancheng, who occupied the front passenger seat, her mind racing with calculations. He had accompanied Tian Yu from Langzhou to the capital city, surely that incurred expenses. They were staying in a hotel, which also cost money, and he had to transport Tian Yu daily. The costs were piling up. If Yu Tiancheng could read her thoughts, he might exclaim in admiration, a top student indeed, capable of tallying expenses down to the last detail and letting her imagination run wild. Lost in her thoughts, Su Jiasen suddenly inquired, Old Yu, are you a second-generation rich kid? Huh. Yu Tiancheng turned around, laughing heartily. What era are we in? I'm a first-generation rich guy. Su Jiasen could only roll her eyes in response. First-generation rich. So you've been making money since you were born? Ignore him. He is just insufferable. Tian Yu interjected, playfully nudging Yu Tiancheng's arm. See, I speak the truth, yet you don't believe me. Who can we blame for that? Yu Tiancheng responded to Tian Yu with an innocent expression. Upon arriving at the hotel, Su Jiasen insisted on staying in Tian Yu's room, clamoring to share accommodations. Poor Yu Tiancheng felt a familiar frustration brewing within him, but he had anticipated this outcome, counting imaginary alpacas in his mind before engaging in light-hearted conversation with the 2. As the night deepened, he could only return to his own room at Tian Yu's urging, resigned to the solitude of the night. The following morning, he took a taxi to escort the 2 to Qingbei University. I need to head to the office today. I might be late tonight, he informed Tian Yu in advance. That's fine, you go ahead. Jiasen and I will have dinner together and then take a taxi back to the hotel ourselves, she replied casually. Tian Yu waved her small hand at Yu Tiancheng, then happily entered the gates of Qingbei University with Su Jiasen. Did he just mention going to work at the company? Is he not a student? Why is he here working? Is he taking a winter break job? Su Jiasen's imagination immediately took flight. Her gaze toward Tian Yu filled with confusion. Ah, he is working to support me. Tian Yu, chuckling, mimicked Yu Tiancheng's tone to tease Su Jiasen. Really? In an instant, Su Jiasen's mind conjured the notion of being kept. Yet, Only wealthy individuals are known to keep others. What does it mean for Yu Tiancheng? A mere pretty boy to do so? This girl, appearing so pure and innocent, is actually being supported by someone. It seems one cannot judge a book by its cover, nor the ocean by a mere cup. Truly. Tianyu nodded earnestly, then broke into a smile. You must be joking. Su Jiasen felt her intellect falter. Perhaps. This was the first time in her 18 years as an academic prodigy that she felt so foolish. The winter camp lasted 5 days, concluding on the afternoon of the 27th, allowing everyone to return home and reunite with their families on the 28th. On the morning of the 28th, after breakfast, Su Lan drove the three of them to the train station. Originally, Yu Tiancheng intended to purchase 2 plane tickets for a direct flight home. However, Tianyu insisted on leaving with Su Jiasen, prompting the three to book 3 sleeper tickets to catch the early train to Xingqing. The contract for the spokesperson role had already been signed, and all subsequent procedures were in place. Additionally, I've booked my flight. I'll be heading there tonight. As Su Lan drove, she discussed the work from the past 2 days with Yu Tiancheng. Ensure your safety. If anything arises, have Zhou Lulu handle it. If negotiations fall through, consider it a vacation. Yu Tiancheng nodded, continually reassuring Su Lan, fearing she might feel overwhelmed. Su Jiasen, sitting in the back seat, was utterly perplexed. During the first 2 days, she hadn't seen this beautiful sister drive them around. What was the nature of her relationship with Yu Tiancheng? They sounded quite close. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Su Jiasen finally asked Yu Tiancheng, "Are you returning to Xingqing with us? What about your job?" "Huh, job." Yu Tiancheng shot a dubious glance at Su Jiasen, then at Tianyu. Though unsure of what Su Jiasen was implying, he realized she must have been misled by Tianyu. "Aren't you taking a winter break job?" Su Jiasen was once again bewildered. "I'm not keeping that dreadful job. I must follow Tianyu. What if someone else tries to steal such a beautiful girlfriend?" Yu Tiancheng instantly adopted a woeful expression, trying to deceive Su Jiasen. Tianyu, overhearing, recalled her previous jest with Su Jiasen and chuckled until her eyes narrowed. She remarked to Su Jiasen, "You truly believe that?" Then, playfully patting Yu Tiancheng on the shoulder, she said, "I told her you were working to support me, and she fell for it." "Well, it's not entirely false." Yu Tiancheng nodded solemnly, wearing an expression of a wronged partner. "Is that truly called working? They are the bosses. I am the one supporting them." Su Lan cast a sidelong glance at Yu Tiancheng, filled with resentment. Su Jiasen felt utterly bewildered once again. What was the nature of the relationship among these 3 individuals? Why was it all so chaotic? Chapter 129. Once you anger him, your frustration becomes endless. Su Jiasen perceived a maliciousness in the world around her. Both Yu Tiancheng and Tianyu, as well as Su Lan, seemed to be deliberately concealing something from her. It felt as if 100 tiny kittens were scratching at her heart, igniting her curiosity while simultaneously compelling her to restrain herself. Su Lan escorted the trio to the train station, ensuring they boarded the sleeper carriage before reluctantly departing. On their way there, Yu Tiancheng and Tianyu had occupied a luxurious sleeper, but on their return, with an additional companion, they opted for a soft sleeper. Su Jiasen, eager to sit with Tianyu, begrudgingly spent over 100 additional yuan on her ticket, rationalizing it as merely indulging in an extra meal. As she entered the soft sleeper compartment, she marveled at the upper and lower berths, the room equipped with hot water, allowing her to relish an experience vastly superior to that of the hard sleeper. In that moment, she felt a profound appreciation for the comforts of wealth. How heavy! Upon entering, Su Jiasen struggled to hoist her suitcase onto the luggage rack. Being slightly shorter and burdened with a hefty load made the task quite arduous. After breaking a sweat and finally managing to place her suitcase atop the rack, she turned to find that Yu Tiancheng had effortlessly stowed Tianyu's suitcase, scarcely sparing her a glance before tossing his own beneath the berth. "Hey, you big man, can't you show a bit more awareness?" Su Jiasen had grown somewhat familiar with Yu Tiancheng over the past few days, their interactions no longer feeling so distant. Such is the benefit of youth. They quickly bond and share jovial moments. "Didn't you just place it up there? Besides, there is ample space below, and no one is competing for it. So why put it above? Isn't that a bit excessive?" Yu Tiancheng languidly reclined on the berth. A lollipop he had just acquired from Su Lan nestled in his mouth. "I'm a girl. Is it appropriate for anyone to rummage through a girl's suitcase? If it's down here, and I'm opening and closing it, isn't that just inviting prying eyes?" Su Jiasen argued, her irritation palpable. "Oh dear girl. You're 18 now. Why does your mindset resemble your hairstyle?" Yu Tiancheng's dismissive gaze nearly inflated Su Jiasen with indignation. "What is wrong with my hairstyle? How has it offended you?" Su Jiasen placed her hands on her hips, exuding the fierceness of someone ready to confront Yu Tiancheng. Nothing much, just a bit. Ugh, how revolting. Yu Tiancheng feigned a dramatic retch. Look at him, Tianyu. He is not manly at all. Su Jessen indignantly reported to Tianyu. Whether or not I am manly, Tianyu is well aware. If you wish to know, I might just find it distasteful. Yu Tiancheng rolled his eyes, kicked off his shoes, and propped his leg up. Su Jessen felt stifled with frustration. All right, stop teasing her, will you? Tianyu quickly interjected. Smiling to reassure Su Jessen, engaging in a war of words with him will only lead to needless aggravation. Still, Yue is better. What a man. Yet he argues with a mere girl like me, lacking grandeur. Su Jessen finally retorted, then removed her white down jacket, revealing a white fleece beneath. Your punch is truly invigorating. Yu Tiancheng cast a fleeting glance, having to concede that although Su Jessen may not possess striking beauty and is somewhat short, her spirit is undeniably remarkable. The atmosphere, akin to a balloon on the verge of bursting, made Yu Tiancheng question the reality of the moment. Well, considering your impressive spirit, I shall refrain from arguing with you. What punching? In that era, the concept of women's boxing was non-existent. Although Su Jessen did not fully grasp the implications of Yu Tiancheng's words, she sensed his underlying intentions were not benign. After all, this fellow could hardly articulate anything profound. Enough, enough. Once you anger him, the grievances seem endless. Tianyu observed Su Jessen with amusement as she playfully pushed her onto the lower bunk. I wonder who else will share this room with us. If another foot-fondling brute arrives, it would truly be disheartening. Su Jessen smoothed the neatly made bed, expressing her concerns. You're on the upper bunk, what is there to fear? If a foot-fondling brute does come, we shall simply lie together atop. We can both occupy the upper bunk. Tianyu laughed, offering comfort in response to Su Jessen's words. Tian Xiaoya, you've gone astray. Why should a foot-fondling brute lie beside me? You two are often subjected to such antics. Why not share a bunk with me? Yu Tiancheng shot a sideways glance at Tianyu, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she recalled the lewd manner in which Yu Tiancheng had once squeezed her feet and calves. The more she thought about it, the hotter her face became. As her cheeks reddened, her eyes sparkled with increasing moisture. Her entire visage resembled a luscious peach, so alluring. Even Su Jessen gazed at her, entranced, nearly drooling as she murmured, Tianyu, you are truly beautiful. Once you reach Qingbei, won't those rough men be driven to madness? Tianyu pinched Su Jessen's cheek. Stop talking nonsense. It's no nonsense. At this winter camp, those boys are nearly deranged, constantly seeking your contact information. Just look at them. They harbor thieving hearts but lack the courage, only daring to admire from afar, too timid to even ask for your number. As Su Jessen spoke, she cast a sidelong glance at Yu Tiancheng. Some individuals, if they don't strive, may even lose their own girlfriends. Yu Tiancheng immediately wrapped his arms around Tianyu's thigh in a comical fashion. I no longer wish to strive. I shall simply lie flat. From now on, you shall earn a living while I remain a flower in bloom. Tianyu looked at Yu Tiancheng in exasperation. I can support you, but could you refrain from shoving your cold hands beneath my clothes? I am not cold, you know. Ahem, just warming my hands to read better. Yu Tiancheng quickly withdrew his hand from her lower back. Pa, shameless. Just wait. There will come a time when you regret it. Su Jessen glared at Yu Tiancheng in frustration. This guy is utterly shameless. Spending too much time with him could lead to contamination. Amid their playful banter and laughter, the train gradually commenced its journey. As the train departed, Su Jessen curiously pondered. The train has already left, yet why has no one come over? Could it be that no one has purchased a soft sleeper ticket for this stop? While musing, she ventured outside, taking a stroll through the carriage before returning to Tianyu with a conspiratorial smile. Tianyu, we are exceedingly fortunate. The soft sleeper compartments on either side are fully occupied, and we are merely one person short in our compartment. Do you think that burly man might have encountered an issue and missed the train? Only a psychologically twisted individual would incessantly dwell on such a coarse character. I, on the other hand, have always believed it should remain unoccupied, Yu Tiancheng remarked languidly. Be quiet. Su Jessen retorted sharply, then tugged at Tianyu's arm. Yeah, if that person has indeed encountered a problem, he must have refunded his ticket, right? Will someone board at the next stop to fill his place? Or perhaps those seated in hard seats can upgrade to soft sleepers. She mused. Oh, may it be a tall, handsome, affluent gentleman who is articulate and industrious. Su Jessen, like an inquisitive child, speculated with Tianyu about the identity of the next occupant of their compartment. Are you referring to me? Yu Tiancheng interjected. Silence. Can you comprehend human speech? Articulate and industrious? Which of those qualities do you possess? Su Jessen shot him a fierce glare. It seems I possess all those attributes, particularly being tall and handsome and wealthy. My voice is quite pleasant as well. However, one must consider the individual. I am generous towards those who are beautiful, tall, and intelligent, yet I am somewhat stingy towards those who are short, unattractive, and oblivious to their own shortcomings. Before he could finish, Su Jiasen rushed into the hot water room, emerging with a kettle of boiling water. Yu Tiancheng, I will not let this go. Chapter 130. Are you aware that you are a light bulb? Tianyue, don't stop me. I have never encountered such a malicious tongue. I must scald him. So he ceases his incessant prattle. Su Jiasen fumed, her face flushed with indignation. It was the first time in her life she had been insulted as short, ugly, and rustic. It's all Long Jun's fault for enforcing those ridiculous short hair regulations. If only I could grow my hair long, I would be a beautiful and obedient girl. All right, let us not be angry anymore. I feel as though I might explode. Tianyue's words disarmed both Yu Tiancheng and Su Jiasen. Yu Tiancheng wrapped his arms around the blanket to shield himself from Su Jiasen's wrath, fearing she might indeed douse him with boiling water, then gave Tianyue a thumbs up. Su Jiasen, however, stood frozen, glancing between Tianyue and Yu Tiancheng, then down at her own ample attire that obscured her vision. She felt a mix of laughter and tears welling up within her, until finally, she burst into a fit of laughter, her tears and snot flowing freely. Calm down, put the kettle down, and wipe your face. Tianyue gently took the warm water bottle from Su Jiasen, exhaling in relief as she handed her a tissue. Humph, I will never forgive you, Su Jiasen declared, dabbing at her tears and snot while her gaze remained fixed on the window, sulking. Yu Tiancheng chuckled softly, rearranged his blanket, and reclined once more. In recent days, he has discerned that Su Jiasen excels academically, yet in other aspects, she is rather scatterbrained. Observe her current sulking. In less than 10 minutes, she will undoubtedly recover, forgetting her grievances and resuming her lively demeanor. As anticipated, after a brief interlude, Su Jiasen began to fidget once more. Tianyu, look outside. There are so many people. Surely no one will come to our soft sleeper, right? That would be absurd. Once she embarks on an inquiry, she becomes exceedingly fixated, her curiosity unwavering until a resolution is reached. Tianyu glanced at Yu Tiancheng, shaking her head as she remarked, I believe our private room may remain unoccupied by others. Why is that? Su Jiasen turned inquisitively to Tianyu. Because we are fortunate. Tianyu locked her gaze on Yu Tiancheng, her eyes imbued with a questioning glimmer, while he merely smiled faintly. Hey, when you speak of good fortune, could you refrain from expressing it with such a flirtatious gaze? It makes me feel like a mere third wheel. Su Jiasen playfully turned Tianyu's face toward her. Are you aware that you are a third wheel? I thought some individuals lacked such self-awareness. Yu Tiancheng interjected. Was I just being nice to you? Su Jiasen retorted, picking up the kettle of hot water. I'll keep quiet. Yu Tiancheng immediately covered his mouth, sensing that Su Jiasen had reached her limit. Any further provocation might unleash her wrath, which could be quite regrettable. Humph. Su Jiasen finally triumphed in a retort, setting the kettle down and, in a playful tone, said to Tianyu, Tell me, what audacity does a poor student like him have to engage in conversation with us scholars? Can his intellect even grasp our discussions? Coughing lightly, Yu Tiancheng prepared to speak again. Su Jiasen promptly lifted the kettle once more, prompting him to hastily silence himself. Indeed, his intelligence is lacking. He cannot comprehend our dialogue. Tianyu chimed in, chuckling at Yu Tiancheng's predicament. Tianyu, I dare wager that no one will enter our private room at this stop, but at the next, I'm certain someone will. Su Jiasen's attention swiftly returned to the vacant lower bunk in their compartment. Once again, this illustrates that scholars often possess unique temperaments. When they concentrate on a matter, they typically aspire to uncover the final outcome. External distractions may momentarily divert their focus, but they invariably return to their inquiry. This, too, is a manifestation of concentration. A bet sounds splendid. I relish wagering. What shall we wager? I bet that no one will occupy this lower bunk at the next stop. Yu Tiancheng sat up with an air of mischief, casting a conspiratorial glance at Su Jiasen. Tianyu suppressed a smile, choosing to remain silent. What are we betting on? I wager that there will definitely be someone at the next stop. Su Jiasen, still irked by Yu Tiancheng's earlier provocations, seized the opportunity to counter his claim. Name your stakes, and I shall agree to anything, even double. Yu Tiancheng's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, his eyes darting about, giving Su Jiasen the impression that he was scheming. Only Tianyu understood that Su Jiasen was likely to fall into a pit once again. Let us wager on a feast of spicy intestines. If I win, you will treat me to another meal of spicy intestines the next time you visit the capital. Su Jiasen pondered for a moment, still nostalgic about the last feast of spicy intestines. No problem. If I lose, I'll treat you to 2 meals. But what if you lose? Yu Tiancheng replied, raising 2 fingers. See? I've doubled the stakes. If I lose, I lose. What do you want me to do? Su Jiasen asked through gritted teeth. I don't want your money. Don't make that grimace. If you lose, you will squat at the door of this private room and loudly proclaim 3 times, I am a rabbit spirit, while hopping and shouting. Yu Tiancheng wore a mischievous grin. Su Jiasen looked at Tianyu and found her covering her mouth, her eyes sparkling with mirth, barely able to contain her laughter. I see now. You two are in cahoots. Su Jiasen said resentfully. You even thought of making me shout, I am a rabbit spirit in the carriage? If I actually did that, wouldn't I instantly face social disgrace? Don't change the subject. Are we wagering or not? Yu Tiancheng pressed on, seizing the moment. Su Jiasen steeled herself. Fine. I'll take the bet. Whoever fails to shout is a little puppy. All right, if you don't shout, you're a little puppy. Just wait. Yu Tiancheng flicked his fingers and reclined back on the bed, swinging his legs lazily. Humph, who wins and who loses is still uncertain. Why do you think I will lose? Su Jiasen asked, annoyed. The station we just passed is called Zhuizhou, where we stopped for 2 minutes. In 16 minutes. Our next stop will be Gaobedian, with a 3-minute stop. Given the short distance, who would buy a soft sleeper ticket just for the ride? The next major station is Baoding. If you think someone will board there, I'd say there's a slight chance. We have 5 minutes until the next station. And with the 3-minute stop, you have less than 10 minutes to mentally prepare yourself for how you will hop and dance like a rabbit outside. Yu Tiancheng glanced at the time, deliberately diverting Su Jiasen's attention to the ticking clock. If that person bought a ticket, even a minute would suffice. A shadow crossed Su Jiasen's face as she internally acknowledged the soundness of Yu Tiancheng's reasoning. This gamble was likely to end in defeat, and undoubtedly, she would face social disgrace. Yet, she refused to admit it aloud. After expressing her frustration, Su Jiasen grew anxious. Tianyu, do you think anyone will come? She asked, shaking Tianyu's arm. Tianyu could only offer her an innocent expression, full of sympathy. Heavens, what if truly no one comes? Amitabha, Jade Emperor, Jesus. Please show your divine power. Su Jiasen clasped her hands together, making a wish towards the ceiling of the private room. Those deities had no time to heed her. She would be better off pleading with Yu Tiancheng. Yu Tiancheng chuckled, swinging his legs, his pride soaring. Chapter 131. If you lose, you must shout uncle. 10 minutes passed swiftly, from parking to restarting, and then to Su Jiasen's frantic jumping and exasperation, within a mere 10 minutes. Yu Tiancheng and Tianyu witnessed the stark transformation from hope to utter despair. Particularly striking was the palpable vibrancy in Su Jiasen's demeanor, which gradually shifted to a state of near suffocation and pleading, prompting both of them to stifle their laughter. Your happiness is built upon my suffering. Does your conscience not ache? Su Jiasen seethed, pointing her finger at Yu Tiancheng and Tianyu. Not at all. My conscience is quite rosy, Yu Tiancheng replied, tenderly rubbing his chest. I've never felt this comfortable before. Tianyu interjected, this is so embarrassing. I doubt I can go through with it. Su Jiasen shielded her face, twisting her head vigorously against Tianyu's shoulder. Cough, perhaps. Tianyu glanced at Yu Tiancheng. Do not plead for her unless. Yu Tiancheng's gaze roamed over Tianyu's legs, his eyebrows raised mischievously. How unbecoming. Tianyu shot him a reproachful look before turning to the poor Su Jiasen, adopting a tone of helpless compassion. Jiasen, you must learn to grow. I refuse. Su Jiasen protested, mimicking a rabbit's hop and shouting, I am a rabbit spirit. The thought alone made her feel utterly humiliated. Su Jiasen, in a fit of defiance, glared at Yu Tiancheng. What's wrong? Can't bear to lose? Are you seeking my mercy? If so, I could consider an alternative punishment. Yu Tiancheng grinned mischievously. What punishment? Su Jiasen inquired immediately. Your attitude is unacceptable. You must first plead with me. A grand gesture might persuade me to show leniency, Yu Tiancheng said, swinging his feet nonchalantly. One may be slain, but never humiliated. I, Su Jiasen, shall not compromise, even at the cost of my dignity. With that, Su Jiasen sprang up, gritting her teeth, and abruptly flung open the door to the private room, stepping out. Then, the corridor echoed with her cry, I am a rabbit spirit. Quite impressive, indeed. A scholar possesses an air of distinction. Yu Tiancheng was taken aback, not anticipating that she would actually run out and shout, prompting him to rise and revel in the spectacle. Really, she is so innocent. Why would you torment her? Tianyu expressed a hint of reproach. Yet she leaned against the doorframe, her face alight with amusement. Who told her to be the third wheel? I am merely presenting a real-life case to illustrate that gambling leads to an unfavorable outcome. Besides, I do not see you particularly upset. Yu Tiancheng discreetly placed his hand on Tian Yu's backside. Don't touch. Tian Yu flushed, swatting his hand away and casting him a playful, yet reproachful glare. After 3 calls in the corridor, Su Jessen bounded back into the room like a rabbit, hands clasped over her chest, her face aflame, gasping for breath. Quick! Close the door! Close the door! How mortifying! Su Jessen buried her face in her hands, reflecting on her earlier outburst. Although somewhat embarrassing, it felt rather exhilarating. It was as if she had breached a barrier. Now, her confidence had thickened. Congratulations, you have learned to grow, Yu Tiancheng beamed at Su Jessen. Unable to contain his laughter, while Tian Yu nudged him playfully, get lost. The words spoken earlier to Tian Yu and Su Jessen now seemed to have taken a different turn. Isn't this merely an attempt to divert attention? I shall rephrase. Yu Tiancheng's expression shifted dramatically, taking on a particularly fierce demeanor. So do you yield? I refuse to yield. Su Jessen, equally incensed, appeared almost feral, her short hair standing on end. If you won't yield, then let us wager. Come, let us see if anyone can occupy our private room. Yu Tiancheng laughed heartily. The stakes remain unchanged, but let's raise the wager. You must chant 6 times that I am a rabbit spirit. No, I cannot let you off so easily. Henceforth, you shall address me as uncle whenever you see me. If I lose, I shall treat you to 4 meals at the King of Spicy Tripe. Why must I call you uncle if I lose, while you merely treat me to a meal? If you lose, you must refer to me as auntie henceforth. Su Jessen sensed the disparity in their stakes and immediately expressed her discontent. Fine, whoever loses must address the other as a relative for a lifetime. Now, will we wager or not? Yu Tiancheng remained unfazed, as he was confident of his victory. Su Jessen found herself in a quandary. Alas, the next station is a significant one. Your chances of winning are considerably higher. Yu Tiancheng reclined leisurely on his bed. His demeanor and gaze provoked Su Jessen's nerves. Jessen, do not engage in this bet. He is merely toying with you. Tian Yu, observing Su Jessen's growing frustration, quickly intervened, offering her counsel. She was concerned that Su Jessen might resort to drastic measures against Yu Tiancheng, which would genuinely distress her. Moreover, she sincerely cared for Su Jessen, having recognized that this was a losing game, and yet Su Jessen was entirely ensnared by Yu Tiancheng's manipulation. However, Tian Yu was unaware that her interjection only served to bolster Yu Tiancheng's position while inadvertently advising Su Jessen. The rebellious spirit within Su Jessen surged forth. I refuse to believe that if he claims no one is coming, then no one indeed will. Does he own the railway bureau? I wager. Su Jessen boldly declared. Is it merely shouting 6 times that I am a rabbit spirit? I've already shouted 3, what's a few more? As for calling Yu Tiancheng uncle, that was out of the question. She simply could not afford to lose. Very well. Once I speak, my words are binding. As a student of Tsinghua and Peking University, I cannot speak lightly. Yu Tiancheng erupted in laughter. Huh, we are the true scholars of Tsinghua and Peking University. What relation do you have to them? Su Jessen retorted angrily. Yu Tiancheng glanced at Tian Yu, noting that while they appeared to share a close bond, there remained an element of reserve. At the very least, Tian Yu had withheld much information regarding Yu Tiancheng from Su Jessen. Currently, Su Jessen still believed that Yu Tiancheng was merely accompanying Tian Yu to the winter camp. After all, throughout the 5-day winter camp, Yu Tiancheng had not made an appearance even once. Very well, you are indeed from Tsinghua and Peking University, so lofty and remarkable. Just do not be a sore loser if you lose. Yu Tiancheng chose not to argue further, grinning as he awaited the unfolding spectacle. Su Jessen, irritated by Yu Tiancheng's self-assured demeanor, added, just you wait to call me, dear nephew. 40 minutes later, the train arrived in Baoding. They waited until the train resumed its journey. Yet no one came to their compartment. Su Jessen was utterly bewildered. This cannot be. How could it be that no one came? Could they have gotten lost? Su Jessen was in a state of panic, glancing at the window to her left and then at the corridor outside, overwhelmed by a sense of despair. Yu Tiancheng, unfazed, refrained from urging her to fulfill her promise, instead regarding her with a playful glint in his eyes. What do you think, dear niece? Perhaps you might consider raising the stakes? Chapter 132. Sister, you are quite the dark horse if you choose to raise the stakes. You still have a chance to redeem yourself. I can temporarily refrain from imposing punishment, but I fear that after raising the stakes, you may find yourself unable to bear the loss. Yu Tiancheng rose, amusement dancing in his eyes. Am I incapable of bearing it? Su Jessen retorted. Her cheeks flushed with indignation. If I can handle it, then you must first call me auntie a few times. Yu Tiancheng chuckled. I would rather face death than humiliation. To call you auntie upon losing would be a grave affront. Su Jessen felt a pang of bitterness. Jessen, Let's not gamble with him. He's deceiving you. You cannot win. Tianyu, standing beside her, implored her to reconsider. Her pleas only invigorated Su Jiasen's resolve. No, I must gamble with him. If I take the risk, there is still a chance to reclaim my dignity. If I don't gamble, I'll truly have to call him Annie. With her face flushed and determination sparkling in her eyes, Su Jiasen stood firm. Yu Tiancheng finally understood why so many seemingly astute and knowledgeable individuals could be so easily misled, because anyone can be swept away by impulse. Once emotion takes the reins, defeat is inevitable. You see, I told you she wouldn't heed your advice. Yu Tiancheng spread his hands. All right, tell me this. You've already wagered your entire life to me. What more could you possibly lose? Surely, you can't ask me to call you grandma. I must refuse that. How absurd. Su Jiasen's lips trembled with frustration. I'll bet. If I lose, I shall sleep in the restroom tonight. Please. I have no interest in such inhumane punishments. That would be utterly cruel. Yu Tiancheng waved dismissively, adopting a grandiose demeanor. Cruel? You, who are so wicked, dare to lecture me on humanity? I implore you, at the very least, act like a decent person. Su Jiasen silently cursed Yu Tiancheng's ancestors. Then tell me, what do you want me to do? Being a rabbit spirit is minor. Its harm is negligible, and its insult not severe, Yu Tiancheng mused thoughtfully. Upon hearing that he would not force her into becoming a rabbit spirit, Su Jiasen felt a momentary relief. However, she quickly discerned that this situation was far from straightforward. Yu Tiancheng was too shrewd, and by relinquishing certain demands, he was undoubtedly scheming for greater gains. Sure enough, with a smirk, Yu Tiancheng continued. In light of Tianyu's presence, I shall reduce your punishment. First, from now on, whenever you see your brother, you must call him uncle. Second, you owe me a favor. In the future, should I require your assistance, do not question it, simply comply. Rest assured, I shall not ask you to commit any heinous acts. What do you think? Are my demands too excessive? Su Jiasen pointed an accusatory finger at Yu Tiancheng, her hand trembling as she turned to Tianyu. Look at him. Is he even human? Such outrageous conditions, and he dares to say it's for your sake. Does he truly think himself human? Tianyu gazed at Yu Tiancheng with exasperation, about to speak. But Yu Tiancheng shot her a sidelong glance. Your elbow shouldn't bend outward. He continued to toy with her. Tianyu pouted, truly not daring to plead for mercy. Oh, how he dares to bully you now. Won't he strip you bare and devour you later? You, of all people, are a paragon of beauty. A goddess of Tsinghua and Peking University. How could you be so easily manipulated? Sooner or later, he will drive you to despair. Su Jiasen gazed at Tianyu with a look of exasperation, as if she were watching a stubborn child. Look at that, a pure ingrate. Unless you teach her a lesson she won't forget, she won't understand that life is a journey of growth. Betting against me is far preferable to being deceived by others. With her intellect, she might find herself stripped of everything one day. Yu Tiancheng observed Su Jiasen attempting to sow discord before him, and promptly returned the favor, skillfully dispelling any sympathy Tianyu harbored for Su Jiasen with just a few remarks. He spoke the truth. Indeed, your brain seems to have grown soft. Tianyu glanced at Su Jiasen, whose two ample assets were larger than her head, and picked up a book, feigning nonchalance. Yu Tiancheng quickly waved his hands. I didn't say that. She came to this realization on her own. No need to dwell on it. Just tell me, do you accept those two conditions or not? Who knows what your so-called favors entail? Are you planning to ask me to bear your child someday? Su Jiasen sensed that Yu Tiancheng's schemes were too numerous. If she followed his advice, she'd be left with nothing but regret. Rest assured, if I have children, it will be with Tianyu. You would merely serve as a maid. I fear the genes might be inferior, either too foolish or not tall enough. Yu Tiancheng began to ramble, only to receive simultaneous murderous glares from both Tianyu and Su Jiasen. I was merely jesting, without thinking. He quickly raised his hands, attempting to placate Tianyu. Heaven knows what this fellow is truly thinking. Yet, Tianyu merely shot him an annoyed glance before returning to her book. All right, let us not digress further. If you disagree with the second condition, let us modify it. You can choose to hop off the train like a rabbit, shouting I am a rabbit spirit until you reach the exit. Is that condition unreasonable? After all, you've hopped once already. Another jump should pose no trouble. Besides, our wager extends to Star City, which encompasses several stops. If anyone boards with that soft sleeper ticket at any of those stops, you win. And should I lose, I too shall abide by the same condition. As Yu Tiancheng enticed Su Jiasen with possibilities, he analyzed the odds. Su Jiasen felt confident. Surely, among the many stops, someone would board. I accept your wager, but I will choose the second punishment later, she declared through gritted teeth. Well, this girl truly knows how to secure an escape route, even within a punishment. Doesn't that imply that she is almost certain to lose? Excellent. A promising scholar from Tsinghua and Peking University, indeed bold, qualities that most lack. Yu Tiancheng grinned and extended his hand. Shall we seal the deal? Not at all. Keep your filthy hands away. Su Jiasen raised her hand and slapped Yu Tiancheng's hand, then opened the door to the private room and began to search. Sighing, Tian Yu observed Su Jiasen's anxious demeanor and shook her head. Indeed, as Yu Tiancheng had remarked, a gambler would eventually lose everything. Lunchboxes, 30 yuan for 4 dishes. Are there any passengers in need? Just as the door swung open, a train attendant happened to pass by with a cart. The attendant instinctively glanced into the compartment and immediately spotted Yu Tiancheng, breaking into a smile. Ah, young man, what a coincidence, we've met again. You're here too, girl. The attendant cast a glance around and greeted Tian Yu. You have a good memory, considering how many people you see each day, you still remember us. Yu Tiancheng chuckled lightly. Of course, you made quite an impression on me. I've never met anyone as stingy as you. You truly know how to live. Going out with one, coming back with two, TSK. So, how about those lunchboxes? The attendant's sharp tongue vividly depicted Yu Tiancheng's frugality. Su Jiasen, listening from the side, was somewhat astonished. She had only spent a few days with Yu Tiancheng, and although he had a sharp tongue, labeling him as stingy seemed somewhat unjust. In the past few days, he had paid for meals and taxis without ever asking her for money. In fact, one could argue that he was quite generous, embodying the sentiment that Tian Yu had expressed about earning money to support her. All right, dear sister. You are quite the critic. Perhaps you should say less. In celebration of my impending acquisition of a dear niece, I shall treat you all. Here, 3 lunchboxes. 20 each, and no haggling this time. Yu Tiancheng produced 60 yuan. So stingy. Fine, for the sake of an old acquaintance, 20 it is. The attendant, with a beaming smile, accepted the 3 lunchboxes and the 60 yuan. By the way, when you return, remember to bring me a deck of cards. As the attendant was about to leave, Yu Tiancheng handed her an additional 5 yuan. All right. The attendant accepted the money and cheerfully departed. Before long, the deck of cards was delivered. After the 3 finished their meal, Yu Tiancheng opened the cards and invited the 2 to play do di zhu. No money involved. The loser must stick a note on their forehead. Originally, Yu Tiancheng had considered that the loser would remove a piece of clothing, confident that he would suffer no loss regardless of the outcome. However, the 2 opposed this notion, and he reluctantly acquiesced to the majority's decision to use notes instead. Before long, both Yu Tiancheng and Su Jiasen's foreheads were covered in notes. Enough. You 2 are cheating. Tian Yu hasn't lost a single round yet. And with all these notes on my forehead, I can barely see. After 2 hours of play, Su Jiasen completely lost her enthusiasm. The 2 were simply too crafty. Tian Yu was exceptionally precise in her card play, maintaining a clear memory of the 54 cards and what had been played in each round. Meanwhile, Yu Tiancheng intentionally played poorly whenever Tian Yu became the landlord, deliberately misplaying his strong hands. Every time, Su Jiasen calls for the landlord. The 2 engage in a partnership game, their level of tacit understanding akin to sharing the same pair of trousers. Moreover, Yu Tiancheng, with each shuffle of the cards, resorts to hiding cards, playing tricks, and cheating. How can one possibly win? I have come to realize that the 2 of you are indeed inseparable. Su Jiasen, in a fit of anger, tore off the note on her face, her eyes darting as if she had suddenly grasped something. She then pointed at Yu Tiancheng and exclaimed, Yu Tiancheng, how cunning you are. I wondered why you wanted us to play cards. Were you hoping I'd forget about the bet? Yu Tiancheng, mistaking her revelation for clarity, feigned ignorance and replied, How am I being cunning? Asking you to play cards was merely to alleviate the boredom and provide you with something to do. Are you interpreting my kindness as malice? Moreover, how does your memory of the bet alter its reality? This bed remains unoccupied regardless of your recollection. Just look how many stops have passed. Has anyone inquired about it? If you wish to concede early, just call out uncle. With each retort, Yu Tiancheng left Su Jiasen speechless. Impossible. I refuse to believe it can remain empty all the way. What's the rush? There is still time. Su Jiasen rolled her eyes, choosing to ignore Yu Tiancheng, and picked up a book to read. Poor child, Tian Yu chuckled softly, shaking her head. At that moment, Yu Tiancheng received a call from Zhang Xiangdong. I'll take this call. He signaled to Tian Yu and stepped out of the private room with his phone in hand. You, may I ask you something? That campus network registered in Xingqing, was it your doing? Zhang Xiangdong wasted no time with pleasantries. Ah, the ever-informative General Zhang. Nothing escapes your notice. Yu Tiancheng was aware that once Smith's investment was in, the 700 million financing would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the domestic internet industry. Although Yu Tiancheng's company was under Su Lan's name, Zhang Xiangdong certainly knew the mastermind behind it. After all, Su Lan was a former teacher at Langzhou No. One high school, and he was one of her students. Such intricate connections could be deduced by any astute individual with a modicum of investigation. It is indeed you. It's only been 2 months since our last meeting, and you've made such a significant splash. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. So, do you need further financing? I could also consider taking a stake. Zhang Xiangdong was clearly excited. Aren't you all busy with your IPO? Do you have the leisure to meddle in my affairs? Yu Tiancheng calculated the timeline. There should still be half a year until Penguin's IPO, and Zhang Xiangdong and his team should be quite occupied. You say I'm well informed. But your news seems quite astute as well. Zhang Xiangdong casually remarked, indeed, around June, right? You still Haven Tea answered whether you'd like us to invest? Yu Tiancheng grinned. Invest? Are you jesting? I know that Penguin hasn't gone public yet. It's still in its nascent stages. Once it matures, the feeding frenzy will be terrifying to behold. They always pursue projects with investments, equity stakes, and control. Should you dissent, it will promptly replicate a similar project to compete against you, leveraging substantial capital to aggressively encroach upon your market share. Once you have endured the blows, it may approach you with a proposition for collaboration, which often entails investments, equity stakes, and control. If collaboration is not feasible, the competition will persist, employing various tactics to undermine you. Smaller companies, unable to withstand such pressure, ultimately find themselves coerced into submission, either through merger or acquisition. Conversely, larger entities, capable of a power struggle, may opt for direct confrontation. Such confrontations can be quite exhilarating. For instance, the CEO of a certain rogue software company nearly faced provincial repercussions due to a legendary clash with a certain giant. Yet, given the current magnitude of this giant, exerting control over Yu Tiancheng's Joy technology remains a distant prospect. They themselves have yet to go public, burdened with a myriad of financial woes, lacking the capacity to impede Joy technology. At present, both parties find themselves on equal footing, engaging in a dialogue of parity. Considering his current stature, Yu Tiancheng relishes the thought of standing shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Xiao Ma. Perhaps he could even emulate Xiao Ma's strategy, preemptively reaching out to Xiao Long to secure the future of the most prominent real-time communication software, Green Bubble. However, this thought brings forth a sense of trepidation. The past dominance of the giant and the formidable backing it enjoys are beyond his comprehension. Who knows how many influential figures are steadfastly supporting this behemoth? Currently, he operates in a different arena, making it unnecessary to provoke such an adversary. Moreover, without the giant, the viability of Green Bubble remains questionable. This is not akin to appropriating 9 City's path by securing the rights to World of Warcraft ahead of time. In later years, 9 City faltered due to its owner's indulgence in sports, depleting vast resources and relegating itself to mediocrity domestically, a burden Yu Tiancheng bears without psychological encumbrance. Why squander funds on those engaging in match fixing? Regardless of how much is thrown away, they are destined to lose. It would be wiser for him to reclaim it early, thus creating additional job opportunities and enhancing employment rates. What could be more appealing? Hey, you got? After a lengthy pause without response from Yu Tiancheng, Zhang Xiangdong assumed the line had dropped. Well, forget about equity stakes. I've already sold a considerable number of shares to attract Beilid. I don't have many left. And selling more wouldn't be appropriate. Instead, I plan to introduce something novel by year-end. Perhaps you might be interested? Yu Tiancheng replied with a smile. Novelty? Zhang Xiangdong's interest peaked instantly. Anything you got is working on surely possesses potential. Can you give me a hint? Commercial secret. As friends, I'm merely sharing this with you in advance. Just wait and see. The new year is just around the corner. Yu Tiancheng chuckled as he bantered with Zhang Xiangdong. Meanwhile, within the carriage, Su Jiasen quietly inquired of Tianyu. Whom is he calling? With all this talk of dear ones and intrusions, aren't you going to intervene? Chapter 134. Hello, this is my station. Su Jiasen, eavesdropping on others' phone conversations is an exceedingly unethical behavior. Tianyu cast a sidelong glance at Su Jiasen and promptly pulled the door of the private room shut. Yu Tiancheng turned his head for a brief moment and met Tianyu's gaze, instantly grasping the situation, and chuckled as he walked a few steps further away. You are truly naive. Su Jiasen sighed, exclaiming, how fortunate you has found such a wonderful girlfriend. His ancestors must have accumulated a vast amount of virtue. After saying this, Su Jiasen spat disdainfully. No matter how much virtue he has amassed, it's all squandered by that foul mouth of his. Su Jiasen, I kindly ask you to refrain from harboring such malice toward my boyfriend. Tianyu reached out and pinched Su Jiasen's cheek, saying, do not presume that your cuteness allows me to continually tolerate you. Ouch. Are you serious? Su Jiasen retorted. Didn't you say he is merely a prospective boyfriend? The term perspective implies he is just a candidate. Moreover, it is he who bullies me, making me seem more despicable than he is. Rubbing her cheek, Su Jiasun glared at Tianyu in indignation. Indeed, that seems to be the case. Tianyu smiled at Su Jiasun. All right, it's understandable. You have indeed suffered a loss, and it seems you are to suffer even more, considering you will soon be my junior. I shall take care of you this time and let it slide. Do you even hear what you are saying? I have discovered that you all are wicked, while I remain innocent. Su Jiasun grinned as she propped up her somewhat heavy bosom. Tianyu, I beg of you, please help me think of a solution. What solution? Tianyu inquired, puzzled. If you are too heavy, just lose some weight. She assumed Su Jiasun was troubled by her size. That is not the issue. How have you become so sharp-tongued, just like Yu Tiancheng? Su Jiasun huffed while adjusting her bosom again. Forget it, since you are in cahoots with him. You probably won't come up with anything useful. I'll rely on my scholarly mind to ponder it myself. As she spoke, Su Jiasun extended her index fingers from both hands, rotating them in front of her chest with a half-centimeter gap, humming a tune akin to that of a clever character. A little here, a little there, clever and wise. None can compare. Oh, little genius. Suddenly, Su Jiasun's eyes sparkled, as if she had conceived an excellent idea. Tianyu, observing her, was taken aback. Could this girl possess such a silly side? If she encountered a difficult problem during the college entrance examination, would she not be deemed insane? What idea have you come up with? Tianyu asked, glancing up from her book. I'm not telling you since you're on his side. Su Jiasun pouted defiantly. Humph. You think you can extract information from me to curry favor with your man? Not a chance. I advise you, do not even think about those crooked paths. You are bound to lose. Instead, when he arrives, just throw a fit and cry. That would be the best way to cancel the bet. Tianyu offered this sincere advice to her newly acquainted friend. However, at that moment, Su Jiasun was far too preoccupied to heed it. Am I to weep, wail, and even contemplate hanging myself to annul the wager? That is utterly impossible. I have devised a resolution that is nothing short of exquisite. Henceforth, you shall await the day when Yu Tiancheng calls me Annie. If you persist in being his girlfriend, you shall indeed address me as such, for you will be my junior. Su Jiasun declared with her hands firmly on her hips, exuding an air of arrogance. If you continue to speak in that manner, I shall truly side with him. Tianyu remarked, amused by Su Jiasun's obliviousness to the fact that Yu Tiancheng had been toying with her all along. Just wait until I triumph. Tonight, you shall accompany me to bed, and that will absolve you of the punishment of addressing me as your elder, Su Jiasun proclaimed triumphantly. Does that imply I should be grateful to you? Tianyu inquired, recalling the recent nights spent sharing a bed with Su Jiasun. Indeed, Su Jiasun possessed a voluptuous figure, and embracing her felt akin to cuddling a plush bear. Quite comforting, really. Absolutely. Anticipate my victorious tidings, Su Jiasun declared, promptly flinging open the car door and stepping out. At that moment, Yu Tiancheng had just concluded a phone call and returned, opening the car door simultaneously, resulting in an unexpected collision with Su Jiasun. Are you blind? That hurt tremendously. You nearly crushed my chest, Su Jiasun exclaimed, clutching her chest in exasperation. Tianyu, why aren't you managing him? What kind of outrageous words are those? Who could have known you would emerge at this hour? Yu Tiancheng raised his hands defensively, a look of feigned innocence on his face, wary of being misunderstood by Tianyu. Tianyu, shaking her head in resignation, chose to ignore the commotion. Just wait until I return to deal with you, Su Jiasun huffed, giving Yu Tiancheng a firm shove to the side before storming off. Where is she headed? Yu Tiancheng asked, puzzled, glancing at Tianyu. Perhaps she is off to find someone to take the blame, Tianyu speculated, her thoughts aligning with Su Jiasun's cleverness. Still not willing to concede, huh? Yu Tiancheng chuckled, settling beside Tianyu and playfully grasping her calf. Xiao Yeye, you are quite mischievous. Stop it. She'll be back soon, and it would be rather inappropriate, Tianyu retorted, her cheeks flushing as she pushed his hand away. Feigning innocence, Yu Tiancheng placed his hand on Tianyu's lower back, prompting her to quickly intervene. No, let us wait until we are in college, shall we? Very well. Yu Tiancheng conceded, recognizing that the situation was not conducive to playful antics, retracting his hand with a grin. Tianyu gazed affectionately at Yu Tiancheng, suddenly leaning in to plant a kiss on his cheek, then making a silly face. Moi, a little reward for you. Then might I reciprocate? Yu Tiancheng replied, turning his head with a predatory grin. Absolutely not. Tianyu promptly rejected. As their playful banter continued, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Yu Tiancheng opened it to find a middle-aged man standing there, his expression a mix of 3 parts anxiety, 3 parts excitement, and 4 parts hesitation. The man sported a side-parted hairstyle and appeared to be in his late 30s, clad in a jacket, clutching a black handbag, his eyes darting around with a somewhat cunning glint. He cast a glance at Yu Tiancheng and Tian Yu within the compartment, speaking in a dialect from Hunan. Hello. Please make way, this is my berth. Chapter 135. Are you unaware of how cold handcuffs can be? Have you come to the wrong place? Yu Tiancheng chuckled, leaning against the doorframe, showing no intention of allowing the middle-aged man to enter. No mistake here. It's the lower berth of cabin 06, number 12. The middle-aged man licked his lips, his expression wavering. You must be mistaken. Show me your ticket. Yu Tiancheng replied with a smile. The ticket? The middle-aged man visibly tensed up. After glancing around, he pretended to rummage through his black handbag, exclaiming, Where's my ticket? Without a ticket, what nonsense are you spouting? Yu Tiancheng's demeanor darkened instantly. Hey, how are you speaking to me? I just temporarily can't find my ticket. Wait a moment. The middle-aged man realized that his pretense was futile. The young man before him, despite his youth, spoke with a shrewdness that was somewhat unsettling. After another glance around, he finally spotted a girl approaching, wearing a white sweater, her short hair framing her large eyes. Oh, someone else coming. Yu Tiancheng, you're about to lose. Su Jiasen also feigned surprise as she walked over. Enough with the theatrics. He doesn't even have a ticket. You bring a stranger here. Don't you fear attracting the attention of those with ill intentions? Yu Tiancheng's tone turned stern. Who says he doesn't have a ticket? Su Jiasen, caught off guard by Yu Tiancheng's straightforward dismissal of her ruse, flushed and retorted. I said it. Yu Tiancheng's tone remained cold. And who are you? A train attendant? Just because you say so doesn't make it true. He doesn't have a ticket. Surely, I can help him buy one. Su Jiasen, desperate to win the bet, was willing to take the plunge. Did you hear that? Young man, the lovely lady is willing to cover my ticket. The middle-aged man sneered, inching closer to Su Jiasen. She immediately shot him a wary glare, sidestepping to create a safe distance. Her intention was merely to outsmart Yu Tiancheng, not to allow anyone to take advantage of her. Buy a ticket? Fine, go ahead. But think carefully, if a stranger joins this compartment, do you believe you can still feel comfortable? Yu Tiancheng's tone was calm, yet the underlying warning was unmistakable. Tian Yu merely cast a mild glance outside, setting down her book without uttering a word, yet she was attentively observing. Su Jiasen hesitated. Her earlier words had been spoken in anger, but now that the prospect of actually purchasing a ticket arose, she found herself uncertain. It wasn't merely the expense of the ticket that troubled her, but the fact that this middle-aged man had been someone she had hastily found from the hard-seat carriage, and they were not familiar with one another. Earlier, when she had sought assistance, she hadn't sensed anything amiss. Now, however, she felt an unsettling air about him. A sense of ulterior motives. Young lady, just buy it. It's merely a ticket, pay for her to see. The middle-aged man urged from the side. Su Jiasen was entangled in her thoughts for quite some time. You should leave, she finally asserted, realizing that Yu Tiancheng was indeed correct. Her impulsiveness had led her astray. Losing a bet was merely that, a loss. If a nefarious individual were to emerge, the rest of their night would be far from restful. What? The middle-aged man, taken aback, stared at Su Jiasen in disbelief. You should leave, she repeated, extracting a 10-yuan note from her pocket and offering it to him. I promised you this. Take it and go. What does this mean? You think 10 yuan is enough to dismiss me? The man clearly bristled at the thought, a glint of mockery dancing in his eyes. You agreed, didn't you? I would give you 10 yuan for a little lie, just to sit here for a while. Once I win my bet, you can leave. Now I no longer require your services. Is 10 yuan insufficient? Su Jiasen's expression turned anxious. How could this man be so untrustworthy? Huh, little girl, I traveled from the hard seat compartment all the way to the soft sleeper for a mere 10 yuan. You clearly don't value my time. Let us put it this way, 100 yuan, and I will take my leave. Not a cent less. And you three shall not depart today. The middle-aged man tilted his head, his chin raised, exuding an air of menace. How can you be so shameless? Su Jiasen was truly alarmed, realizing she had encountered a rogue. Merely exchanging a few words had placed her in such a predicament. Little girl, how do you speak? When one hires assistance, remuneration is only right and proper. The man's countenance darkened, and he threatened Su Jiasen. This is extortion. I have given you my money. What gives you the right to refuse to leave? Su Jiasen's eyes began to redden, tears threatening to spill. What good is 10 yuan? It's an insult to my dignity. I came to sit in the soft sleeper at your behest, not to be toyed with. Do you expect me to come when you call and to leave at your whim? Pay up, or none of you will be leaving. The man thrust his hand into his pocket, deliberately revealing the hilt of a knife to Yu Tiancheng and Su Jiasen, a cold smirk crossing his face. This was indeed a threat. Inside the compartment, Tian Yu donned her shoes and rose from the table. Are you sure it's just the three of us? Yu Tiancheng asked with a scoff. Do you think I am a fool? The three of you are clearly in cahoots. playing games with me. If I let the two of you go, will she willingly hand over the money? The middle-aged man unsheathed the knife, concealing it with his hand. Are you blind? I will give you the money. You leave. This matter concerns me alone and does not involve them. Do not threaten my friends. Upon seeing the knife, Su Jessen felt an overwhelming wave of regret wash over her. She had never anticipated that she would summon such a scoundrel. One must bear the consequences of their own mistakes. With her hand fumbling in her pocket, her expression stiffened, and she spoke with palpable distress. Just wait. I will fetch the money from my bag. With that, she wiped away a tear and slipped beneath Yu Tiancheng's arm, entering the compartment. As she entered, Tianyu swiftly grasped Su Jessen's arm, forcefully pressing her onto the bed, and addressed Yu Tiancheng. Jessen understands her mistake. Let him go. Yu Tiancheng cast a glance at Su Jessen, responding, this kind of scoundrel clings to you like a parasite. Unless you inflict pain, he won't behave. This time, out of respect for Tianyu, I shall assist you, but do not err again in the future. With that, Yu Tiancheng turned to the middle-aged man. Leave now, and I shall pretend you were never here. Do you have any idea how painful a knife in the flesh can be? The middle-aged man tossed his bag to the ground, pressing the button on his spring knife, which sprang forth. Are you unaware of how cold the handcuffs of a transit officer can be? Yu Tiancheng's pupils constricted as he retorted. You dare to challenge me? The middle-aged man, taken aback by Yu Tiancheng's defiance, contemplated his next move, gripping the spring knife and menacingly inching it toward Yu Tiancheng's face. A seasoned thug like him knew precisely how to control his force. A mere graze would not kill Yu Tiancheng, but it would surely leave a bloody mark that would ache for weeks. His intention was to draw blood, to intimidate, so the girls in the room would comply and hand over their money. However, both the middle-aged man and Yu Tiancheng were unprepared for Tianyu, positioned behind Yu Tiancheng, who seized his collar with her left hand and yanked it aside. With her right hand, she aimed a bottle of scalding water at the middle-aged man's face and unleashed a torrent. Her gaze was resolute, her actions decisive. This bottle of water was not freshly boiled, but it was still scalding, reaching temperatures of around 70 to 80 degrees Celsius. The searing liquid splashed onto the middle-aged man's face and neck, instantly reddening his skin. Even more cruelly, as Yu Tiancheng pulled the door of the private room shut, the middle-aged man faced a dual assault. His arm was caught in the door, nearly fracturing, causing him to drop the spring knife onto the floor. The excruciating heat rendered the middle-aged man defenseless, and he let out a pained scream, grappling with the agony in both his face and arm, desperately trying to pull away. Goodness, this girl is ruthless. After a brief moment of shock, Yu Tiancheng loosened his grip, allowing the door to open, and the middle-aged man's arm finally withdrew. Yet, Yu Tiancheng swiftly kicked the man, sending him tumbling, before promptly shutting the door. Damn it! The middle-aged man, clutching his arm, rolled on the ground, emitting cries of anguish. Heads poked out from neighboring rooms, intrigued by the commotion. What on earth is happening? Just as a stewardess wheeled her cart past, she caught sight of the middle-aged man sprawled on the floor. What is going on? With a crash, the door to the private room swung open again, and Yu Tiancheng emerged. You little brat, how dare you? The middle-aged man rose once more, glaring fiercely at Yu Tiancheng, only to find himself wincing in pain as he wiped his face, eliciting yet another cry of agony. The burn inflicted by Tianyu was excruciatingly painful, leaving him with a face flushed and swollen, reminiscent of someone who had consumed copious amounts of liquor. Sister, summon the trained police. This individual is attempting extortion and is armed with a knife, Yu Tiancheng stated with an air of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed by the middle-aged man's threats. What? The conductor was momentarily taken aback. Extortion and armed robbery are serious charges. Please, don't call the police. I was merely passing by, joking around with a few young folks. The middle-aged man, caught off guard by the severity of the situation, attempted to backtrack. I didn't expect these young men to react so violently. Fine, I concede defeat today. He flicked his hair back, his eyes darting nervously as he quickly surrendered. Joking? Is this how you joke? Su Jessen interjected, her voice rising. You clearly called me over, claiming you wanted to share a soft sleeper with me and even offered me money. How can you accuse me of robbery? When the police arrive, you will be the one falsely accusing me, and I could very well counterclaim that you enticed me, selling your body. The middle-aged man continued with increasing vulgarity. You're speaking nonsense, Su Jessen exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears, feeling affronted for the first time in her life. How could someone be so shameless? Nonsense. I have evidence. Those who were seated with me in the hard-seat carriage can vouch for me. What proof do you have to claim I attempted robbery? The middle-aged man shouted, covering his face in anger. I can testify, Su Jessen declared. You are involved. What could you possibly prove? I am the one who has been assaulted and harmed, yet I have not accused you. Instead, You are the ones who play the victim first. You clearly called me over, only to beat me up. I don't even know you. You just assaulted me. It seems you intended to harm me before robbing me. Call the train police. I am eager to see who they apprehend." The middle-aged man yelled defiantly. "It was you who threatened us first. The people around can corroborate." Su Jiasin, her eyes red with indignation, pointed at those who had emerged from other compartments to witness the commotion. "Is that so? Let us see if anyone can come forward to testify." The middle-aged man scanned the crowd with a menacing glare. In unison, those who had gathered quickly retreated, some even returning to their compartments. At that moment, the fickleness of human nature was starkly evident. "Look, the public's eyes are discerning. Who could possibly testify for you? I, on the other hand, have several companions who can attest that you approached me first." The middle-aged man leered at Su Jiasin with a repugnant gaze. Su Jiasin's chest heaved in anger, tears streaming down her face, feeling utterly powerless. The conductor, recognizing the deceit in the middle-aged man's words, turned to Yu Tiancheng, asking, "Should we still contact the police?" Yu Tiancheng understood that such seasoned individuals, accustomed to the ways of the train, were slippery characters. Even if the police were summoned, their intervention would likely only result in a brief inquiry. In the absence of tangible evidence, the most they could do would be to transfer the matter to the local police station, where one might be detained for a few days before being released. This scenario, albeit preferable, is still fraught with uncertainty. The less favorable outcome, as articulated by the middle-aged man, suggests that both parties might be summoned for questioning, leading to a mediation that ultimately resolves nothing. Presently, the likelihood of such an occurrence seems alarmingly high, for Su Jiasin had indeed taken the initiative to seek him out, while it was he who had suffered the blows. "Let him be on his way." Yu Tiancheng gestured dismissively. "Why should it be this way?" Su Jiasin protested vehemently, only to be gently restrained by Tian Yu, who emerged from behind and pulled her back into the private compartment. The moment Tian Yu appeared, the middle-aged man fixed her with a piercing gaze, reminiscent of a cobra poised to strike its prey. "Still lingering? Do you truly believe I cannot handle you?" Yu Tiancheng remarked coolly, observing the man. "All right, young lad. You have some nerve. You'd best remain in your seat," the middle-aged man retorted, stooping to retrieve his handbag, glaring fiercely at Yu Tiancheng before turning to head toward the hard seat compartment. His brash demeanor was met with the pretense of indifference from others in nearby compartments. In truth, while the middle-aged man had suffered a significant setback, he was also in the wrong. Despite his bluster, should he summon the train police, he would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. This beating, it seemed, was for naught. With the confrontation dissipating, he knew it wise to extricate himself from the situation, leaving any thoughts of revenge for another time. As the middle-aged man receded into the distance, the concerned train attendant cast a wary glance at Yu Tiancheng. "Young man, you ought to call your family and have them pick you up. These train thieves have been around for ages. I am well acquainted with them. And this scoundrel is surely up to no good. Exercise caution," she warned. The term train thieves refers to those who engage in theft and robbery aboard trains, a phenomenon particularly prevalent in the 1990s and early 2000s, often involving organized groups. The audacity of the middle-aged man stemmed from the presence of accomplices on the train. "Thank you, ma'am," Yu Tiancheng replied with a faint smile. "What business did you have provoking him? Remember to report anything suspicious." The attendant sighed, continuing on her way.